The proprietress and her family reunite in the enigmatic human kingdom, continuing to operate their shop, boutique, dedicated to retrieving lost items for the deep-sea visitors. They welcome a diverse array of guests. Master Ma, seeking the soul of his son, the inscrutable Tian Ho, boss Chéng, in search of his former home, the aloof Niè Qiǎo Rén, and siblings who have misplaced their shadows. The seemingly tranquil deep-sea nation is imbued with an air of the uncanny. With the resumption of the Sanfu examinations, the legend of the Dragon Bone Post stirs once more. The Dragon Gate Agreement at the end of Wū Chuān appears to point towards an exit from this deep-sea prison. The fates of the proprietress's family shall unfold in this bizarre adventure, leading to a final chapter. Chapter 1. Niè 1. Year after year, the flowers remain similar, yet the people change with the passing seasons. Apologize to me. Aochi glared at me fiercely, gnawing on a chicken leg. Dad, eat your vegetables. Wei Ji placed a handful of greens into his bowl. Good. He turned to his daughter, squinting with a smile, then pivoted back to glare at me. Apologize. Dad, drink your soup. Jiang, who served him a steaming bowl of chicken broth. Good. He grinned at his son, but immediately reverted to glaring at me. Apologize. I shoveled rice into my mouth, completely disregarding this man, who oscillated between a doting father and a relentless, reproachful figure, no matter how tumultuous my inner turmoil was. To be honest, I was still somewhat bewildered by Aochi's sudden appearance in Human Kingdom, constantly fearing it might be an illusion or some malicious entity impersonating him to fool me. But the truth is, Aochi was undeniably real, not a figment of imagination, nor a counterfeit. His gaze towards the two children had never wavered, radiating genuine affection and concern. The moment I led the children back to Bouting, pushing open the door to find him cursing and chasing a ding around with a stick, my feelings were indescribable, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over me, or as though I had ingested a bellyful of chili powder, igniting a fierce burn in my throat. The isolation and vulnerability I had felt since arriving in Human Kingdom found an outlet at that moment. The two little ones pounced on him like frenzied piglets, and the trio rolled joyfully on the ground. Wei Ji hugged him, showering him with slobbery kisses, unwilling to let go for ages. Jiang, who, in his delight, was eager to inform his father of his newfound ability to recite numerous Tang poems, while Wei Ji, as oblivious as ever, had made no progress with his numbers, leading to a playful scuffle between the siblings. Rather than intervening, the incorrigible father egged them on with advice, such as, Wei Ji, you can't just pinch, you should attack with your elbows and knees. Jiang Hu, your punches are too slow. During this commotion, the portly Sanjin shot me a questioning glance 3 times. Real, Dad? I could only roll my eyes in response. Meanwhile, the two Sun Longs reveled in the brotherly reunion, embracing one another, blubbering and calling each other brother, lamenting how long it had been since they last met. It was fortunate that Aochi had brought Sun Long Guo, enabling a swift reunion with Sun Long Di. Poor Deng, however, bore the brunt of Aochi's frustrations over his broken family, scolding it for being so easily swayed by unruly children. This poor whale was currently sulking in the pond, bubbling away, unsure how many potato fries it would take to soothe its battered heart. The most composed one among us was undoubtedly me. I quietly observed their antics before finally interjecting, Have you all had enough fun? Time to eat. I nearly forgot that before returning to Dong Fong, the ever-present Wu Ziqi suddenly requested we stop. He declared that after much contemplation, he would not accompany us any further. He wished to return to the Tang residences underground to comprehend what exactly he was guarding. His resolve was adamant, and despite Wei Ji and Jiang, whose attempts to persuade him to stay, he remained firm that I had always thought Wu Ziqi was a determined child, perhaps not a child at all. Regardless, I respected his wishes and turned the carriage back towards the vicinity of the Tang residence. As he bid us farewell, I called out to him, turned around, and bought him a dozen steaming buns, saying, These buns may not be as delectable as those made by my chubby Sanjin, but feel free to enjoy them. Wei Ji handed him her embroidered handkerchief, advising him that boys should wash their faces regularly, for dirt is unbecoming. She then pouted, as if on the verge of tears. Jiang Hu, acting like a little adult, patted his shoulder and said, I will come find you to play Go. You can also visit me anytime. Wu Ziqi, clutching the buns and the handkerchief, smiled and thanked us, expressing simply, "I have been very happy these past few days." In the end, I embraced him and whispered in his ear, "You have saved many lives. Should you wish for delicious food in the future, come to my boutique, and you shall eat your fill. If you encounter difficulties, do not bear them alone." He smiled broadly, "I understand. I hope he will always seek me for that reason alone, that I am genuinely curious about what he is guarding." "Hey, speak up. Do you think I'm dead?" Ao Chi suddenly shoved a piece of meat into my mouth, startling me out of my reverie, and I spat it out, exclaiming, "Are you insane? Do you not know I am on a diet and avoiding fatty foods? I demand an apology from you." He remained relentless. "What apology? Why should I apologize to you?" I slammed my utensils down, glaring at him with impatience. "Are you not tired? You're disrupting the meal with your incessant chatter. You calling me was the mistake." He slammed his chopsticks down with an even louder clatter. "Let's speak civilly." Sanjin, who had been embroidering nearby, sensed the tension and quickly intervened. "Madam and her husband, please calm down. Let's finish our meal first. Go be a sissy somewhere else." Ao Chi retorted angrily, tossing a remark at him. "Don't call me madam's husband. Tomorrow I might just divorce this shrew. Call me Aldaye." Sanjin maintained a smile. "Of course, Aodaye, but the problem is, I am not a sissy. What man enjoys embroidery?" Ao Chi scoffed. "Mind your own business regarding our affairs." I felt nothing but amusement. The more Ao Chi ranted, the more joy it brought me, or rather, a sense of familiarity. To truly miss someone is to long for every aspect of them, not just the good but also their bad temper. "Actually, sewing is merely a hobby of mine." Sanjin sighed, feeling wronged as if he wanted to retreat and draw circles in the corner. "It hurts my pride. I'll go make a dang some potato fries. Dad, Uncle Sanjin is so good to us. He makes us delicious food every day and even makes us clothes." Wei Ji, her face smeared with rice, stood up to defend Sanjin. "Please don't scold him or hit him. If you do, I will be sad." Ao Chi paused, reaching out to pat her head. "At such a young age to possess compassion is indeed rare. Your daughter is merely worried about having to eat the meals you and I prepare in the future." I cruelly shattered his illusion. Wei Ji stuck out her tongue and hurriedly lowered her head to continue eating. Ao Chi lightly tapped her head, awkwardly scolding, "No ambition, only knowing how to eat." "Food is paramount," Jiang Hu chimed in. "It's written in the books. I am quite cultured." "Everyone, shut up and eat. Do you not understand the adage, food should not be discussed during meals? But you were the one talking nonstop just now." I believe that the delightful noise from this big man and two little ones was the best accompaniment to my meal today, making it the most enjoyable dining experience since arriving in Human Kingdom. That if every day could be like this, then it wouldn't matter where home was. I decided to have another bowl of rice. My appetite was truly splendid. Chapter 2. Nian Nian 2. Spring nights possess a tenderness and sweetness that surpass other seasons, especially when the sky holds a crescent moon. The two little ones had fallen asleep early, and Ao Chi had only narrated half of their bedtime story. After all, they had been on the go with me for quite some time, and at their tender age, the fatigue was palpable. Previously, the younger brother of Exine Long would use the wardrobe as his haven, sleeping inside it every day. Now, the two brothers are huddled together in the wardrobe, continuing to express their fraternal bond. However, it wasn't long before two distinct sounds of snoring, one coarse and the other melodious, emerged. The aggrieved Adang consumed twice his usual amount of potato strips and tossed the frog from the pond like balls many times before he reluctantly sank into the water, falling asleep. Pang Sanjin has not been seen since dinner. He is likely hiding in his room, sorrowfully embroidering flowers. Ao Chi stood in the courtyard, with the rattan chair I often occupied behind him. Yet he remained upright, staring straight ahead, seemingly lost in thought. I approached him from behind, wrapped my arms around his waist, and rested my face against his back. He remained still. I chose not to speak. The moonlight enveloped us, almost as if it possessed warmth. After a long while, he slightly turned his head and said, "I apologize for my tardiness." I sighed. "So now you are apologizing to me? What about your grandfather? What about Dong Hai? As I have said before, those who die so easily cannot be the Dragon King of Dong Hai." He frowned. "What troubles me more is you all. I have not slept well a single day during my time in the Dragon Palace. I fear for your safety. I laughed. Who could possibly bully an old monster and two little demon kings? He turned to face me, gently pulling the angry-faced Dragon King from my collar to examine it in his hand. Without this, you would likely have perished once already. I shoved this amulet back into place, saying that time was merely my oversight. One may overlook numerous times, but life is singular. He embraced me, resting his chin on the top of my head. Throughout my life, I have feared nothing except you and the children. For you are my Achilles heel. I held back the tears that threatened to spill. Looking up into his eyes, I am not accustomed to you speaking to me in this manner. To my surprise, he revealed a tender smile. Just for tonight. From tomorrow on, I shall scold you 8 times each day. Let time pause in this moment, with the moonlight above and our feet firmly on the ground. Our family is safe, with ample food and drink, and our livestock thriving. Since the moonlight is so rare and beautiful, sit with me, dear, and let us admire it together. He plopped down onto the rattan chair, pulling me onto his lap. I wished to enjoy the moon properly, yet I could not refrain from asking him, how did you manage to come here? The entrance to Yúmén Guó has a barrier, and ordinarily, without Pang Sanjin to guide you, you wouldn't be able to enter. Is there anywhere I cannot go? Ao, Chi scoffed. I merely went to chat about life with the Minister of Maritime Affairs responsible for Donghai's transportation. He kindly provided me with a flying fishboat to Yúmén Guó. Once I boarded, I arrived here without issue. What does a barrier matter? A mere flick of my little finger could dismantle it. This wretched place displeases me. The antiquated folks gaze at me as if I were a monster, like a tea first. I thought I had traversed into another world. Then, that effeminate one told me this is simply how life and customs are here. It seemed there was nothing amiss, yet an underlying unease lingered in my heart. With your departure, your uncles and aunts will undoubtedly search high and low for you. I frowned. Especially that Wū Chuān. He will certainly seek to trouble us. He grinned mischievously, finding me. Is it that simple? What have you done? I glared at him. After discussing life, that timid old minister would not dare speak further. I also created several decoys infused with my scent to scatter across the land. To discover the true me, it will take at least 1.5 years. By then, you should be out of prison. He boasted proudly. I rolled my eyes, knowing he had no clever tricks up his sleeve aside from discussing life. Nothing is more important than our family being together. He gazed up at the moon, which had grown fuller than before. By staying next to you, I can sleep soundly and eat well. I felt the same. Well, regardless of everything, since he is here, there's nothing to fear. However, at this moment, only one thing made my heart uneasy. After contemplating for a while, I said to Ao Chi, before you arrived, I took care of a little mess for someone. And then, he fixed his gaze on me. I encountered a monster, a time spirit. Have you heard of such creatures? Never heard of them. Is it male? Is it good-looking? I punched him. I am being serious. A time spirit is essentially a crystallization of time, a tangible manifestation with the ability to influence time. However, due to its inherently weak demonic power, it does not cause major disturbances. Yet, the time spirit has vague premonitions of the future. So, what did this time spirit forewarn you? He asked, intrigued that I glanced towards the children's room. She mentioned sensing sorrow from Jiang-Hu, and it was very heavy sorrow. Ao Chi frowned, pondering for a long moment before uttering it. Wouldn't be that she was dumped by a girl, would it? This fellow truly is a sorrow pulverizer. It made it hard for me to feel upset. If that were the case, it would still be acceptable. I rolled my eyes, but then became indignant. With exemplary parents like us, how could our Jiang-Hu not grow up to be extraordinary? Who would be so blind as to reject my son? Beat her. Splash some makeup remover on her face. Absolutely. Wait, there's something else. Why do I feel like in just a few months, the 2 kids have suddenly grown so much? They now look like they are 2 or 3 years old. This is not normal. They were never normal children. Neither you nor I are human. Should we apply human growth patterns to them? True. By the way, have you gained a bit of weight? My legs feel a bit numb. I will end you. I have refrained from overeating, and you dare call me fat. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the rattan chair collapsed under our weight. Well, I hope that with Ao Chi, this great demon star, our future days will not be as tragic as this rattan chair. Chapter 3. Niè 3. During the Qingming season, the rain falls persistently, and travelers seem to be on the verge of losing their souls. Yúmén Guó is indeed no different from the outside world. The 24 solar terms are all present. With Qingming approaching, the incense shops are bustling with people, thriving in business. The air is tinged with the subtle scent of smoke, occasionally carrying ash upon the breeze. Aside from lamenting the lack of internet preventing me from becoming an online shopping expert, and the absence of electricity and sweeping machines, Aochi has grown increasingly accustomed to life here and has developed a liking for the dishes prepared by Pang Sanjin, despite still referring to him as that effeminate one. Since the incident at the Tang residence, I have not received any business that I could take pride in. Over the past month, I have only helped find 5 sets of door keys, 6 wallets, returned 1 cat, 2 dogs, and, a flock of lost chicks. Aochi mocked me, saying that earning money from such trivial matters was not worth the time, and I frankly told him that if it weren't for him being such a poor customer service manager, our revenue would have soared to new heights long ago. I also reminded him to change out of that pink floral shirt. Even a plain robe would be better. After all, the citizens of Yúmén Guó are accustomed to ancient ways and aesthetics. Just imagining Aochi in his floral shirt, shorts, and sandals among a crowd dressed in traditional attire was utterly out of place. As for Niè Qiǎo Rén, it has come to my knowledge that the authorities have sentenced the notorious master of the Yingzong to death, charged with the heinous crimes of harming the innocent and carelessly taking lives, currently held in custody, with execution pending in the autumn. Upon hearing this news, I found myself devoid of any satisfying sense of justice. After all, he was merely a fool who brought about his own demise. I can only hope that such foolish individuals become increasingly rare. Let's go. Let's take a look in that shop, I said, tugging at Aochi's arm as we approached a small clothing store nearby. I've told you before, I do not fancy wearing such garments, and besides, the weather is becoming sultry. There's no comparison between the comfort of a robe and that of shorts. He resisted my suggestion, pointing instead to a weapon shop ahead. Let's check that place out. I've mentioned before that I would get you a suitable weapon for self-defense. How about a dagger? Too small, perhaps an axe? Too cumbersome, then what about a hammer? Today marked a rare occasion for us to enjoy a leisurely stroll together. Early in the morning, I overheard Pang Sanjin returning from the market, announcing that there would be a fireworks festival on Pingan Street in the Eastern District. This event is held annually before Qingming, featuring various performances and culinary delights from different regions, culminating in auspicious activities such as the burning of fire dragons to ward off evil spirits. Although Qingming is a day of mourning for the deceased, the locals genuinely embrace this pre-festival fireworks celebration as a lively occasion. After all, the departed are gone, and the living must continue, ideally with joy. Since there was little business today, I decided to drag Aochi out to partake in the festivities. Naturally, the 2 little ones wished to join us, but after I discovered they had written a nonsensical poem and miscalculated 7 out of 10 arithmetic problems, I promptly revoked their privileges to play and assigned Pang Sanjin to supervise their redoing of the work. Yet I must admit, I was somewhat selfish. Ever since becoming a mother, the romantic moments in my life have dwindled. This rare opportunity to wander the streets with Aochi, reliving our coupledom, was simply splendid. Thus, we strolled hand in hand through the bustling streets, Aochi playfully bantering while purchasing every delicacy I wished to try. In the end, neither his clothing nor my weapon was acquired, but we indulged in a surfeit of food. As evening approached, a faint crimson hue began to grace the horizon, devoid of beauty, reminiscent of a careless cut that had drawn blood. The throngs heading toward Pingan Street grew increasingly numerous, with mischievous children holding lit incense in one hand and small firecrackers in the other, igniting one after another, the loud pops echoing incessantly. Suddenly, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd as a pair of enormous lanterns shaped like cranes, suspended at the entrance of Pingan Street, sprang to life, one clutching a lingji mushroom and the other a floral basket. A vivid sight. As the wind caught them, the crane's wings gently flapped, as if ready to take flight. To celebrate Qingming with such festivity, Aochi muttered, unable to contain himself, but Qingming has yet to arrive. Must everyone wear a mournful expression? To live joyfully is the greatest homage to our ancestors. I shot him a glance, clutching the remaining 2 candied hawthorns as I walked past. I am not one to seek out crowds, yet I find myself drawn to the festive atmosphere reminiscent of temple fairs and lantern festivals. I delight in wandering through the enchanting lights at night, surrounded by the lively calls of vendors, inhaling the aromas of diverse foods, and witnessing the smiles on the faces of passers-by. The swaying fans and the fragrance of rouge paint a portrait of the simple joys of life. Although my stomach felt fit to burst, I could not resist the allure of stalls selling honey-glazed roasted chicken legs, my eyes nearly popping out in desire. Eat. Ouchie made a gesture as if to reach for his wallet. Don't. I merely wish to savor the aroma. I shook my head in feigned indignation. I truly cannot fit anything more in. He regarded me with amusement and suddenly burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around my waist. You are simply too foolish. Get away. I pushed him away and stomped on his foot. I may be foolish, but I'm not foolish enough to drown in water. We agreed not to mention that matter. I shall mention it. What of it? Promise me, do not bring it up in front of the children. Bang! Fireworks erupted in the night sky, eliciting yet another round of gasps from the crowd, countless delighted faces illuminated by the brilliant light. I quickly clasped my hands together, making a wish before the fireworks faded, as it is said to be quite effective. My wish consisted of merely 2 words: peace. Ouchie continued to call me foolish, stating that wishing upon a fleeting firework was less effective than wishing upon him, a dragon. Disrupting the atmosphere seemed to be his favorite pastime. Before I could retort, a crisp voice called out from the left front. Come, apologies for a mere coin each, a bargain indeed. Turning in the direction of the voice, I spotted a small stall selling jewelry nestled between a vendor selling firecrackers. A makeshift table, barely 3 feet wide, was adorned with various paper lanterns and folded paper animals, with a single red candle flickering in a small porcelain dish, its light nearly overwhelmed by the surrounding illumination. The space was tight, just enough to accommodate a young man wearing a pale pink robe and matching headscarf, seated cross-legged behind the black cloth. With delicate brows, bright eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, he appeared to be no older than 17 or 18. One hand held a paper lantern while the other cupped his mouth as he called out for customers. I thought I had misheard. He was selling apologies? For a single coin? What was this all about? As I approached the stall, I noticed stones anchoring down sheets of paper on either side of the black cloth. Year after year, the flowers remain the same, yet people change. I instinctively recited the couplet inscribed on the paper. Would this sister like to purchase an apology? Upon noticing my momentary bewilderment, he quickly inquired. Regaining my composure, I smiled and pointed at the trinkets on his stall. Are you suggesting that these items are called apologies? That could be one way to put it, he replied eagerly, sensing he had a potential customer. Would you like to buy one? Raising an eyebrow, I probed. You can sell apologies? Why not? He countered. Everyone surely has someone in their heart to whom they owe an apology, but have yet to express it. Purchasing my apology means you need not worry about how to convey your regret. But oh, do you possess such skills? I was intrigued by the boy's description. In my life, I had seen many things for sale, yet never apologies. Does the sister have someone she feels indebted to? He scrutinized me for a moment before picking up a paper lantern shaped like a lotus and offering it to me. I believe this lantern would suit you well. Child, the one she owes an apology to is me. Do tell how she can sincerely apologize to me. Ouchie interjected, crouching beside me. If you can manage that, I would gladly pay you 100 coins. The young man directed his gaze to Ouchie, appraising him thoroughly before shaking his head. This uniquely dressed young master does not require an apology. Call me young master, but what is this peculiar attire? Ouchie retorted, visibly displeased. Why should I not be owed an apology? The young man smiled broadly. Because you do not harbor any anger toward this sister. Ouchie's eyes darted back and forth between him and me, defiantly asserting, nonsense. Does my face not betray my anger? I couldn't help but burst into laughter. This child was quite amusing. Could he truly read minds? Indeed, it does betray your feelings. The young man nodded, then turned back to me, continuing to promote the paper lantern in his hand. Sister, you should take this one. I accepted the lantern, which was palm-sized and exquisitely folded. All that's needed is to write the name of that person on the lantern. He raised a finger, and it only costs a coin. I examined the paper lantern from every angle before finally returning it to him, smiling as I said, though your tale is amusing and the item intriguing, I find myself without anyone to whom I owe an apology. Therefore, I have no use for this. With that, I retrieved a few coins and added, "It seems you have yet to make a sale today. Consider this a gesture of good fortune for you." He blinked but did not reach out to take the coins, merely stating, "Oh no, dear sister, you clearly have someone in your heart." This child, having traversed countless lifetimes and experienced the myriad of emotions, love, anger, hatred, and compassion, I have never felt indebted to anyone. My heart, that of a tree spirit, remains unburdened. Could he be referring to those who mistook me for the divine tree atop Fulong Mountain and, in their desperate pleas, perished while attempting to scale the cliffs? That cannot be true. Long ago, under the guidance of Miao, I had burnt paper money for those souls at the foot of the cliff, personally ensuring their remains were laid to rest with care, while sincerely offering my apologies. Beyond that, I have never wronged anyone, my dear lad. I truly do not. I thought perhaps he was merely engaging in theatricality to attract business. Very well. If you say there is none, then so be it, the young man replied, placing the lantern back in its original position. Thank you for your generosity, but I cannot accept your money without merit. Please take it back. He is indeed a principled fellow that I did not insist, reclaiming my coins and inquiring, "Do you reside in Dongfang?" He chuckled, "I travel wherever there are people. I set up my stall wherever I go." "Is business good?" "Not particularly," he replied candidly. That I smiled. "That is not surprising. There's a saying in my hometown. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police?" "Police?" he asked, puzzled. "Essentially, it refers to officials or enforcers of the law." Oh. He nodded and then added, "Yet some issues can only be resolved through an apology." I rose to my feet, stating, "I agree with you on that point. Everyone makes mistakes, and uttering an apology is far better than saying nothing at all." He smiled, falling silent as he cupped his hands to his mouth and began to call out. "What is your name?" I asked, turning back just as I was about to depart. "Niè," he replied, somewhat shyly, perhaps feeling that his name, much like the color of his attire, did not fit a boy. "Another delicate flower," Aochi remarked with a smirk, pulling me away. Indeed, this festival of fireworks was not in vain. Not only did I indulge in delightful delicacies, but I also encountered a youth who peddles apologies. Chapter 4 Niè 4. This is undoubtedly the happiest day I have experienced since my arrival in Yúmén Guó. Throughout the entire firework festival, I indulged in every delectable food that caught my eye. From dusk until the late hours of the night, I oscillated between eating and resting. I cannot fathom why my appetite is so insatiable today. After a series of satisfying burps, I clutched Aoji's arm, exclaiming, "Quick, support me. I am too full to move." Aoji, while assisting me, cast a disdainful glance at my slightly protruding belly, remarking, "One might think you were pregnant again." "Shut up." I shot him a fierce glare. "When I was carrying your two little ones, my belly was never this large. How dare you say such things?" He sighed, exasperated. "At your age, must you indulge so recklessly? It's as if I am starving you." I punched him lightly, insisting, "Stop talking. Can I just digest in peace?" Perhaps it is true that emotions influence appetite. Everything seemed delectable, and even with my stomach full, I felt there was still an emptiness within. Although Ping and Street was still quite a distance away, I firmly rejected Aoji's suggestion to fly back, insisting he accompany me step by step to burn off some calories. It was nearly midnight, and the evening breeze carried a faint floral scent, sweeping over the sparsely populated streets. As we crossed a stone arch bridge spanning a small creek, a row of houses meandered ahead, their moss-covered walls adorned with vibrant rouge flowers. It was late, and no one was in sight. The crescent moon, delicate and slender, hung amidst the slowly drifting clouds, casting a soft glow that echoed the sweet dreams of another night. However, something peculiar caught our attention. On the wall of an ordinary courtyard to our left sat a figure, not a thief, for thieves typically don dark clothing, not a conspicuous pink robe that stood out in the night. "Niè, has this rascal taken his business to someone else's wall?" I quickly pulled Aoji into the shadow of an alley. "Isn't that the fellow selling apologies?" Aoji whispered, "At this hour, perching on a wall. He must be peeping at a lady bathing. Do you enjoy bathing in public?" I shot him a glance, nearly forgetting that he is one who relishes bathing openly. "Look where he is gazing. It's not inside the courtyard but outside. I'll go bring him down." Aoj rubbed his hands together, clearly not a serious person. I stopped him. Wait, he seems to be waiting for something. Just as I spoke, a strange scent wafted towards us with the suddenly quickening night breeze. A dark green figure darted out from the shadows ahead, swiftly dashing through the doorway of Niè's current residence. The creature moved so quickly that even my keen eyesight couldn't catch its full form, but from its general shape. It appeared to be a monkey covered in green fur, emanating a nauseating stench. Almost simultaneously with the creature's entrance, Niè vanished from the wall. We heard a cacophony from the courtyard, and in the brief seconds it took us to rush over, the green creature rolled back out, fleeing in a panic. Without hesitation, Aoj took off in pursuit. I hurried to the door of that household, where the damaged door hung precariously and a shattered water vat lay scattered on the ground. Water pooling everywhere. The courtyard was small, revealing its entire scene at a glance. It consisted of merely 2 shabby, old rooms. One of the windows soon flickered to life, accompanied by the creaking of the door. A young woman, draped in a cloak, emerged cautiously, holding an oil lamp in one hand and a paddle in the other. Upon seeing that only a water vat had been broken, she relaxed, then glanced at me, standing outside the door, coldly inquiring, "Who are you?" "I was just passing by." I raised both hands to indicate my lack of weapons or ill intent. "I thought I saw a shadow enter your home and heard a commotion, so I came to check." She still gripped the paddle tightly, eyeing me skeptically. "At such a late hour, are you alone?" "My husband is with me." I hesitated, deciding it best not to reveal that Aoj had gone after the creature. He just had a stomach ache and went to relieve himself, you know. There were too many delicious foods at the firework festival. I offered an awkward smile. She scrutinized my face, her expression unchanging as she pointedly remarked, "You've got food smeared on your face." "Huh?" I instinctively touched my right cheek, feeling a noticeable soy sauce stain. "What the heck? Didn't Aoj remind me to clean up?" I mused, recalling how delightful the lotus leaf sauce duck leg had been. "It's all right. It could have been a thief. This is not the first time." The woman finally lowered her paddle, placing the oil lamp on the ground and adjusting the misaligned door. I stepped forward to assist her, glancing into the courtyard. "Are you living here alone?" "Yes," she nodded. "You must be more cautious," I advised. "Whoever seeks to harm me shall meet their end," she stated calmly, like one accustomed to storms. My gaze fell upon her hands, and I wondered, are those hands truly those of a lady? They were large and rough, with thick calluses at the knuckles. She appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old. Her features were not those of a beauty, yet she was quite fair. However, her strength was undeniable. I estimated the weight of the paddle to be considerable. Without the aid of my spiritual energy, I could not lift it with one hand, yet she wielded it as if it were a mere broom. "May I ask, which profession do you belong to among the 72 trades?" My curiosity got the better of me. She replied candidly, "I assist at a blacksmith shop." "A female blacksmith. No wonder you possess such strength, but what else with a paddle? Ordinary households do not typically possess such an item." "It's late. We should all rest." She managed to fix the door, casting me a glance. "Thank you for the warning." I felt it best not to overstay my welcome, bidding her good night as I stepped outside. As the door closed, the light that had seeped through the gap gradually faded away. Throughout this encounter, I had not seen Niè at all. Had he been spying on the female blacksmith all this time? I waited a short while at the wall's base until Aoj hurried back, his voice carrying before he even arrived. "Ugh, what terrible luck. That was disgusting." His immaculately white floral shirt was now smeared with several blobs of a sticky green substance reminiscent of thick snot. He furiously tugged at his shirt, exclaiming, "What a scoundrel. If he can't defeat me, he resorts to spitting. That floral shirt is a limited edition, you know. I only have 2. Keep it down. What are you shouting about? It's clearly just a popular item from a certain treasure site." I glared at him, though it did look rather repulsive, and the residue emitted a foul odor. "So, did you manage to catch it or not?" "It escaped while I was busy wiping my shirt with leaves." Aoj scowled at his shirt, "But it's nothing serious. It was merely a shui-mei. Aside from its speed and penchant for spitting, it possessed no other talents. Moreover, it was quite clean, with no blood on its hands." Perhaps it had grown bored after spending too long in the water and sought amusement by disturbing the locals. It is no wonder it resembled a monkey covered in green fur. It turned out to be a Yúmén Guó. Rivers and lakes have always been the final resting place for many who drowned, if their attachment to life is strong. The last breath they take may transform them into a Yúmén Guó under the right conditions. These creatures resemble monkeys, are covered in green fur, and typically lurk at the water's bottom, preying on fish and shrimp. Occasionally, they attack living beings that enter the water. Regardless of whether they are on land or in water, Yúmén Guó are remarkably swift, but they cannot remain on land for extended periods. Generally, they avoid coming ashore and, even when they do, seldom venture far from their aquatic habitats. However, to my knowledge, aside from a shallow creek that barely reaches a child's knees, there is no environment nearby that could accommodate a Yúmén Guó. Thus, this creature must have traveled from afar, which is indeed a rarity. The young lady, though a blacksmith, possessed a paddle, which suggests that the water spirit must have chosen her for a reason, rather than merely seeking amusement. Year after year, she stood guard at the wall in the dead of night, seemingly awaiting something. Could it be the water spirit? Regrettably, I could find no trace left by year after year. He bore no demonic aura, yet he did not resemble a human either. Before I could glance back at the blacksmith's home, Aochi had already dragged me away, exclaiming that we should hurry back to wash the laundry. Chapter 5. Year 5. Upon returning, it was already past midnight. To my astonishment, there were still clients waiting for me at this hour. Aochi did not even cast a glance at the man, rushing to the bathroom like a gust of wind, leaving the man in a state of indecision, neither standing nor sitting. Pang Sanjin, yawning in the living room, informed me that this gentleman, surnamed Ma, resided in Nanfang and made a living selling cloth. He had arrived immediately after my husband and I left, insisting that he must receive our assistance. I suggested he return the following day, but he stubbornly refused. The reputation of our establishment had indeed begun to grow, drawing even patrons from Nanfang. I felt a flicker of gratitude. All right, you go get some rest. I'll attend to this, Mr. Ma. I waved off Pang Sanjin, stifling a burp. You had the braised duck leg today, right? Pang Sanjin covered his nose with his finger. Shoo, shoo, shoo. What is there to boast about with a nose more sensitive than a dog is? I shot him an embarrassed glare. What I meant was, I can cook even better. He chuckled and retreated, exclaiming, aha, just as I was pondering what to cook tomorrow. The braised duck leg it is. The living room fell silent once more as Mr. Ma scrutinized me from head to toe, expressing doubt. You are the esteemed mistress of this establishment? Does it not seem so? Just as I was about to take a seat, I reconsidered. The food in my stomach still lingered, and sitting would be uncomfortable. I never imagined you to be so young. Ha! Add beauty to youth, and it's bound to be fatal. I rolled my eyes internally. He continued to gaze at me, inquiring, is it true that you can help people reclaim what they have lost? Indeed, I can even restore lost dignity. Provided you offer me gold, I replied with a smile, playfully tossing my hair. Suddenly, without warning, Mr. Ma knelt before me, tears streaming down his face. Mistress, you must help me find my son. I hastily assisted him to his feet, just explained the situation clearly. There is no need to kneel. I hardly know where to begin, he stammered. 6 days ago, my little Lou was perfectly fine, but then he suddenly collapsed and hasn't awakened since. No matter who calls, he remains unresponsive. I instructed his mother to keep watch over him, and then I came here to seek your assistance. His words were jumbled. Wait, I interrupted. Has your son truly gone missing or not? Something seems off. Mr. Ma, exasperated, nearly slapped himself. He is missing. Our old neighbors claim that his soul has been lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a deep slumber for 6 days without waking. 6 days without waking? Yes. He nodded vigorously. Not only has he not awakened, but he feels damp as if he's been pulled from the water. I just changed his clothes, and they became wet again almost immediately. Sometimes, water even spills from his mouth. I sought the help of a Taoist priest, shaman, and spirit medium to retrieve his soul, but none succeeded. I truly have no other option. I hired the fastest carriage to come to Dongfang to seek your help. I still do not know how little Lu is faring. Could it be that he has truly attracted a malevolent spirit, seeking his life? As he spoke, His complexion grew increasingly pallid, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, lamenting, "If a life must be taken, let it be mine. Take mine instead. There is no need to extend such calamity to my offspring." In the midst of his sobbing, he remembered something important and quickly pulled out a bulging cloth pouch, pouring out 5 or 6 gleaming gold ingots onto the floor. "This is all I can offer at present. Please do not disdain it. And if little Lu can be returned whole, I will pay double." He wept. Crying would not solve anything. Every problem has its solution. I squatted down, unceremoniously collecting the gold ingots, stating, "I can assist you, but you must agree to a few conditions. Any number of conditions will do. First, take me to your home. Second, if I ask you a question, do not lie. Third, you must not renege on your promise." He nodded vigorously. "Very well, let's not delay. We shall set off at once." My expression was grave, yet internally, I was exhilarated. 6 sumptuous gold ingots. And should the task be completed, another 6 would follow. Mr. Ma truly cherished his son, renting a dragon horse carriage at great expense to make the journey. Though this dragon horse was not as swift as Niè Qiǎo Rén's, it was still remarkably fast. It is said that the rental fee for dragon horse carriages is exceedingly high. For the sake of the gold ingots, I was determined, foregoing sleep, to accompany him to Nanfang. Naturally, Ao Qi expressed his discontent. Having only brought 2 sets of clothes and donning a striped pajama set reminiscent of a prison escapee. Yesterday's floral shirt was still damp, and today's floral shirt had been soiled by the water spirit, leaving him in a rather foul mood. At one moment, he lamented that one cannot rush a hot tofu, suggesting we should rest before investigating the scene. At another, he criticized Pang Sanjin's physique, declaring him as thin as a green onion, and blamed him for not wearing the clothes I'd offered. "I offered to buy you clothes, yet you refused, and now you are upset. This is the late stage of no work, no death syndrome. Humph." Among the 4 districts, Nanfang is perhaps the closest to Dongfang. Just as dawn began to break, the carriage halted before a quaint courtyard, nestled amidst lush bamboo near the marketplace. A preliminary assessment suggested that Mr. Ma was not particularly wealthy, but rather could be considered middle class. Thus 6 gold ingots would not be unreasonable. Upon entering the courtyard, before we could reach the room, we heard faint sobbing. Pushing open the door, a woman with swollen eyes froze momentarily, then collapsed into Mr. Ma's embrace, weeping loudly. Little Lu remains unresponsive. He just expelled more water. "Do not cry any longer, my dear. I have brought the mistress of the establishment to help. With her assistance, my son will be saved." Mr. Ma consoled his wife. Wiping her tears, Madame Ma glanced at me and Ao Qi, hesitantly murmuring, "Is my attire acceptable?" My outfit was quite appropriate. A Qi Pao is timeless and does not appear out of place. Thus, the blame rests solely on Ao Qi's foolish prison escapee attire. However, these details were trivial. I hastened past her to the bedside. The 6 or 7-year-old boy, with delicate and charming features, lay silently on the bed, his bangs soaked, his small face marred by water stains, and the bedding beneath him growing increasingly damp, as if he were submerged in invisible water. However, his complexion appeared normal, his brow unfurrowed. He seemed remarkably tranquil. I extended my index finger and gently pressed it against the center of the boy's forehead. A radiant aura swept from his forehead to his feet, while Mr. and Mrs. Ma dared not breathe, anxiously observing my every move. Soon I withdrew my finger, stating, "Indeed, his soul is lost." Madame Ma erupted into tears. Such occurrences are often instigated by adversaries. Ao Qi crossed his arms, glaring at Mr. Ma. "Have you offended anyone recently? Have you mistreated your workers? Have you withheld their wages?" That seems to be directed at me." I shot a warning glance at Ao Qi to silence him. Mr. Ma, visibly agitated, pounded his chest. "My family has always conducted business with integrity, treating both the young and the old fairly, never taking advantage of neighbors or friends. If you do not believe me, you may inquire and verify. There is no such thing as unprovoked resentment." I fixed my gaze upon Mr. Ma's eyes. "Before your son's incident, did you or your esteemed wife encounter anything unusual? Think carefully, do not overlook anything." The couple exchanged glances, and Madame Ma firmly shook her head, There was indeed nothing. I shifted my gaze to Mr. Ma, for I had seen a fleeting moment of hesitation and flicker in his eyes. Mr. Ma, I stepped closer. Do not forget the conditions you agreed to. Mr. Ma clenched his fists, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before finally admitting, a few evenings before Little Lee's incident, I closed the shop and headed home. While passing through the marketplace, I encountered a street vendor selling. He paused, seemingly struggling to articulate the words. Selling what? I pressed him. He inhaled deeply and said, a vendor of apologies, a peddler of contrition. At this moment, it was my turn to exchange glances with A.O. Chi. I inquired further. But he is merely a young man clad in a pink robe, selling paper lanterns? An apology for just a penny? Boss Ma looked astonished. You have encountered him as well? That is of no significance. A.O. Chi gazed down at Boss Ma, who was a head shorter than him. And we simply wish to know, did you purchase one? His expression became increasingly unnatural. I bought one. Whom did you wrong? I pressed directly to the point. Boss Ma's plump form visibly trembled. He glanced at his son and said to Madame Ma, take good care, Xiaolu. I will be right back. It seemed that Madame Ma was a devoted wife who never questioned her husband. Upon hearing this, she remained silent, merely nodding with reddened eyes. Gentlemen, may I have a word in private? He gestured for us to follow and stepped out of the room first. In the eerily silent study, he adjusted the oil lamp's wick, ensuring that no one was around, before meticulously shutting the doors and windows. He then returned and said, please have a seat. We complied, anticipating that he had a lengthy tale to share. Having lived to this age, I considered myself somewhat worldly, yet I had never known that there existed someone who sold apologies. He sat opposite us, offering a wry smile. The young man claimed that for merely a penny, one could convey their regret to another, regardless of whether that person was alive or deceased. Alive or deceased, I furrowed my brow. I purchased a paper lantern, and the young man asked me to write down the name of the person I wished to apologize to. I complied. He took the lantern back into his palm, and to my astonishment, it ignited, leaving no ashes behind, only a scattering of delicate, shimmering light. Is that all? Have you seen this young man again? I queried. That was it. I have not seen him since. He shook his head. Now, tell me everything about the name you wrote. My intuition suggested that the answer lay within. He sighed. In truth, I do not even know his full name. Everyone simply called him Airbang. He has passed away? I observed his pale countenance, sensing that recalling this matter was burdensome for him. He shuddered again, as though a fragile piece of his heart had been dislodged. At the junction of Dongfang and Nanfang, there lies a sizable abyss known as Chunlong Tan, unfathomably deep. Airbang was the ferryman on Chunlong Tan. On the opposite bank, there stood an academy and a god of wealth temple, where children would take his boat to attend school. It is said that Airbang began rowing boats in Chunlong Tan alongside his father at a young age. Unfortunately, he suffered a head injury in his youth, which left him with a limp in his left foot and diminished intellect. He was not completely foolish, but could manage only basic addition and subtraction. He adored baked pancakes, and well-meaning individuals would bring him 3, but he could count only to 2, hence the nickname Airbang became increasingly renowned, overshadowing even his true name. Despite his disability, Airbang was an exceptional boatman. From his teenage years into his 20s, he rowed boats in Chunlong Tan for over a decade, returning early and late, working diligently without complaint, and had never encountered an accident, having rescued several drowning individuals. He cherished children, and regardless of whether they liked him or not, he would always share his saved candies with them. Some children were willing to accept, while others rejected him, claiming that eating his candies would make them foolish. Yet Airbang never grew angry. He continued to joyfully distribute his cherished sweets to those children going to school. Boss Ma's face flickered in the dim light of the oil lamp as he recounted the persistent tales of monsters lurking in the depths of Chunlong Tan, where anything that sank would never resurface. For many years, swimming in these waters have been strictly prohibited, while the existence of monsters might be a myth. The depths and hidden currents were indeed perilous, having claimed lives. There were always those who believed themselves immune to danger. In any case, the bodies of those who drowned were never recovered. That summer, 3 boys, aged 13 or 14, secretly ventured to Chunlong Tan to swim and escape the heat. While they were reveling in their play, they were suddenly caught in a strong current. Desperately struggling and calling for help, someone heard their cries and plunged into the water, exerting every ounce of strength to pull them from the grasp of the current. The three boys swam frantically to the shore, only to look back and see a pair of hands waving in the water not far away. One of the boys intended to turn back to rescue the person, but was restrained by his two companions. Soon, those hands sank beneath the surface, and only a few bubbles surfaced, followed by an eerie silence. On the shore lay a new deep blue garment, embroidered with the words peace and fortune, which had been removed before the person entered the water. One of the boys recognized the seemingly humble attire, having seen the wearer donning it just the day prior while taking a boat to the academy. He mentioned that it had been gifted by a neighbor, and he had not worn new clothes for a long time. Thus he cherished it and often brushed it with his hands. Ultimately, they dug a deep hole by the pond and buried the garment. His father had already passed away. He had no other relatives, and once gone, no one would know. After burying the garment, they acted as though nothing had happened, repeatedly asserting that he had willingly gone in and that they had not forced him. His death was none of their concern. They left Chunlong Tan swiftly. The following day, everyone noted the absence of Bing, who had never missed a day. All that remained at Chunlong Tan was his well-kept small boat. People searched for a few days out of mere formality, then ceased. Some even jested that the simple-minded boy might have run off after a young girl. In any case, before long, a new ferryman arrived, and Bing's disappearance became a quickly forgotten triviality. After hearing all this, both Chi and I furrowed our brows in dismay. This was the kind of story I least wished to hear, despite its simplicity. Suddenly, Boss Ma clutched his head and struck it forcefully several times, lamenting, "I should have insisted on returning, even if it was just to lend him a hand." He sobbed, 20 years have passed. I have married and had children. My business has flourished, and, if not for him, I would have long been a mere skeleton at the bottom of the water. Throughout these years, I have tried to live with a heart of stone, convincing myself that it was none of my business. We were simply too frightened at the time. If the adults discovered we had taken a life, we might have been killed ourselves. Yet, no matter how happy and content my life is now, I still see that pair of hands waving in my dreams, and, at times, it is Bing's smiling face and the candies he held in his hands. I have not dared to set foot in Chunlong Tan for 20 years. I wish to apologize to him, but he is already dead. What good would saying sorry 1,000 times do? That day, I was bewitched, listening to that young man's words, and wrote Bing's name on the lantern. At this point, he suddenly lifted his head, lunging towards us in terror, asking, "Is it him? Is he here to collect his debt? Do not speak nonsense." I gestured for Chi to lift him up. At present, everything was merely speculation, and only the vendor of apologies could unveil the truth. Boss Ma seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope, wiping his tears and snot. "Then I shall hasten to send someone to find him." Chi halted him. "Do not waste your efforts. He is not someone you mere mortals can locate. Take care of your son, and leave the rest to us." When Chi issued commands, few dared to question further, and Boss Ma could only tremble and nod in acquiescence. Before exiting the study, I suddenly paused, turning back to inquire of Boss Ma, "What became of your two companions from that time?" Boss Ma replied, "After that incident, we rarely kept in touch, and in recent years, we have lost all contact. I heard they went to another region to conduct business. Please write down their names and hometown addresses for me." All right. Chapter 6. Niè 6, as I had surmised. Chun-Li and Chi Fuguei, Boss Ma's two partners, were both no longer alive. This was the news Chi brought back. In truth, it was not definitively stated that they had died. It was simply said that both had gone out to procure goods, departing at different times and to different places. And ultimately, neither returned, leaving no trace for 3 years. He shrugged, sensing that the situation was dire. "What about your end?" I shook my head. "I have completely lost track of Niè. I even enlisted 2 messenger dragons to help capture his voice, but it is as if he has vanished from existence, with not a sound to be heard. However, it is also possible that Xinlong's ears have surpassed their shelf life. Do not insult our capabilities." The Xinlong brothers stood on my shoulders, one on each side, and shouted in unison, Our noble sense of hearing is meant for discerning the most splendid and pure sounds of the world. You incessantly urge us to eavesdrop on others' gossip, tarnishing our ears. Am I to blame? I poke their heads, merely suggesting they listen to the trivial quarrels of Aunt Wang and her husband, or the fact that Zhang Yuanwei, despite his age, has unexpectedly fathered a child. These are mundane matters that the common folk find amusing. If you lack the ability, do not lay blame indiscriminately. The Xinlong brothers huffed in disagreement. We are not omnipotent. With the myriad sounds in the world, grant us merely half a day to seek them. And even the gods of the celestial realm could not accomplish such a task. Stop making excuses. We have no need for excuses. If you have the capability, go seek the demonic aura yourself. Go on, go. You dare to challenge us. Believe it or not, I will turn you into 2 leather belts. Alas, cease this quarrel. Fat Sanjin, who was kneading dough, sensed the tension between me and Xinlong and entered with a basin, asking, "Is that person truly gone without a trace?" Annoyed, I tossed the 2 Xinlong into the wardrobe and replied, "Given more time, with Ao Qi and my abilities, we can certainly unearth that fellow from the heavens or the earth. However, we cannot delay regarding the child situation any further. Since everything stems from that waterhole, I shall investigate that place for any clues." Ao Qi turned to leave. "All that ye, wait." Fat Sanjin called out, adding, "There is someone who might be of assistance." "Who?" "Nan Fong Tian Iho." I was taken aback. "Him? The one reputed to oversee the nation's livelihoods and wealth, yet never shows his face." Fat Sanjin smiled. "Indeed, he is the right-hand man of the proprietress. Yet, it seems you have not interacted with him during your time here. The details of the 72 trades in Yúmén Guó are meticulously recorded by Tian Iho's manner. Often, even the parties involved are unaware that they are registered with him. You mentioned that person is a street vendor. Although his business is modest, he surely would not be overlooked. If he were overlooked, it would only reflect poorly on that child's fate." I pondered for a moment and huffed. "Humph. Is he not employing the tactics of a spy, finding ways to surveil the lives of others?" Fat Sanjin shrugged while kneading flour. "I merely suggest, proprietress, do as you see fit. You shall go prepare dumpling wrappers. Go. Make me some with mushroom and meat filling." "Certainly." This, Dongjug was ruler and Shiju's officials. Tian Iho sits alone as he heads south. In the afternoon, Nanfang. I thought I had ventured into the wrong place. If Niè Qiǎo Rén's fortified government office was a sturdy man, then this fellow's lair was undoubtedly that of a woman of exquisite elegance. The red walls and green tiles, carved doors and windows, and even the guardian beasts at the entrance were absent, only a few cats basking in the sun, with tufts of fur lifted by the wind, drifting past the long-legged glass lamp standing at the front. The transparent lampshade, inscribed with the characters Jin Shui, suggested that this legendary affluent Tian Iho was also a person of refined taste. However, to name his residence Jin Shui, could it be that he wishes to eternally benefit from the proximity to the water? Along the way, Ao Qi kept asking if that Niè Qiǎo Rén was truly a man, possessed remarkable martial skills, looked quite handsome, and had helped me resolve many matters. Did he harbor any wicked thoughts towards you? Hearing this made me want to seal him within a wall and pour cement over it. Standing at the gate, I knocked on the lotus-shaped door knocker. Before long, the door swung open, and a waft of elegant fragrance floated out. A maid clad in a simple white dress and with her hair elegantly styled smiled at us. "May I inquire what brings you two here?" "The proprietress from Dongfang has come to visit Tian Iho." I smiled at the beauty and requested her to announce our arrival. "Please follow me. The Lord has mentioned he is expecting visitors this afternoon and permits entry." The maid lowered her eyes and smiled, inviting us inside. Ao Qi and I exchanged glances and stepped over the threshold. How intriguing is this Tian Iho? Capable of foreseeing the future, perhaps? The scenery within the manor matched its exterior, exuding a refreshing elegance. All constructions were primarily made of wood and bamboo, with small bridges and flowing water gently moving. If the Tang residence was a magnificent oil painting, this abode by the water was akin to a delicate ink wash painting, seemingly mismatched with its owner's attributes. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, shifting in accordance with the changing scenery, at times sweet and at times crisp, resembling a paradise detached from a mundane world. Passing through a corridor over the water, the maid guided us to a pavilion where an ancient zither was placed at the center. A simple yet exquisite white porcelain tea set rested on a low sandalwood table, and a wisp of white smoke curled from the incense burner. Ahead lay an expanse of water, and several meters away, a man-made celestial island rested gently amidst the ripples, adorned with a 3-story pavilion draped in silk curtains. Constructed with unparalleled finesse, reminiscent of an otherworldly realm. Strangely, there seemed to be no path leading to that island. One could either fly or swim there. Devoid of even a boat. Do not inquire about my thoughts. My only thought is that anyone here possesses more wealth, and their houses are far grander than mine. The maid invited us to sit and inquired, "May I ask what brings you two here?" The Lord instructed me to first ascertain the matter. "We seek someone." I did not beat around the bush. The other day at the Dongfang Fire Festival, a young man selling apologies claimed to be Niè Qiǎo. The maid nodded. "Please wait a moment." With that, she gracefully walked towards the corridor, and in the blink of an eye, this living person vanished like smoke. A.O. Chi frowned and whispered, "Quite peculiar. Do not drink the tea here. I fear it may be poisoned." I shot him a glare. I am his superior. If he possessed the ability to foresee, he would naturally know my identity. Would he dare show me disrespect? A.O. Chi pouted and fell silent. After about half a cup of tea time, the maid reappeared at the corridor, holding a glass tray, and approached us gracefully. She knelt down and presented the tray. "The Lord instructed me to hand this Tian Yi Jin Jian to you both, stating that everything you wish to know is inscribed upon it. The Lord is unwell today and will not be receiving you." I felt my authority had once again been trampled upon. One Niè Qiǎo Rén, one Tian Yi Ho, who were supposedly my left and right arms. Do not regard me with respect. Am I the ruler or are they the rulers? Suppressing my anger, I peered at the tray, which contained only a folded piece of paper, golden and shimmering with the unique luster of gold. Is this paper pressed from pure gold? Alshi, noticing my green-eyed expression, immediately nudged me. Focus on the task. I swallowed my saliva, reached for the truly golden note, unfolded it, and saw several rows of elegant characters, written in a semi-transparent, floating style. Upon reading, both A.O. Chi and I were taken aback. In that brief moment, the golden note in my hand transformed into golden powder and vanished without a trace. Chapter 7, Niè Qiǎo 7, Shunlong Tan Night. A.O. Chi stood at the edge of the inky waters, warming up, while a misty chill drifted over the surface like a ghostly presence. I brushed the mud clinging to my hands, pulling out a tattered garment from the excavated pit, barely discernible with the words Ping and Ru embroidered on the collar. The garment had been buried for 20 years, cold and damp in my grasp. I steadied my breath and lightly brushed my fingers over the pile of tattered cloth, releasing a white mist that coalesced into a luminous orb the size of a glutinous rice ball, resting in my palm. "Take it." I handed the orb to A.O. Chi and then gestured towards the pond, stating, "If you do not resurface in 5 minutes, I shall dive in after you." A.O. Chi scoffed. "Do you not realize my lung capacity has greatly improved? Hurry and return." A.O. Chi shot me a glance and turned, taking a deep breath, his form becoming ethereal as a purple light plunged into the depths. I paced along the shore, silently counting. As I counted to the 280th sound, a sudden splash echoed, and a violet light emerged from below, swiftly landing before me. A.O. Chi vigorously shook the water from his hair, one hand clutching a stark white skull, the other grasping an unconscious water spirit. "Is there a bonus?" I inquired, taking the skull and glancing at the water spirit, whose features were disfigured from the assault. "Keep it away. It reeks," I remarked disdainfully. A.O. Chi sniffed his hand, grimacing as he said, "While searching for Airbang's remains, I fortuitously found this wretched creature nestled in a patch of water weeds, so I decided to take it along. Although this water spirit is insignificant to us, it poses a danger to ordinary folk. Once we understand why it disturbs young women at night, we shall confine it deep beneath the water. Thus, having a man of one's own at one's side is indeed beneficial. Despite Ao Qi's boisterous and shameless demeanor, he is quite competent when it comes to practical matters, save for that incident involving oxygen deprivation. I plucked a hair from my head, transforming it into a rope to bind the water spirit, and tossed it aside. I then placed the skull on a drier patch of ground and nodded to Ao Qi, signaling him to proceed. Ao Qi stepped forward, exerting a bit of force, and a blue flame erupted from his fingertip, enveloping the skull in an instant. Moments later, a pained voice resonated from the air. "Stop!" A pink light then descended, morphing into a young spirit clad in pink robes, rolling amidst the flames. It appeared later than I had anticipated and seemed quite resilient to fire. Ao Qi remarked with a smirk, "Don't burn me. It hurts," the spirit cried, rolling on the ground, gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure and recognized us, his initial astonishment faded, and he sighed, "Sister, I mean no harm. The Niè bird is a creature born from the skull of a wrongful death, taking on human form with wings, entirely pink, devoid of any demonic aura, and destined for only a year of life unless it can collect the apologies of 3 wrongdoers, which would extend its life by a century." I regarded him coldly and asked, "Am I mistaken?" After a brief silence, he replied, "You are not wrong, but it is not entirely accurate. Only the kind-hearted among the wronged can give rise to a Niè bird. So, you claim to be a benevolent spirit?" She interjected sharply. "If you are indeed benevolent, how could you inflict such harm on the child of Boss Ma? Has he not already apologized to Bing? Moreover, Chun-Li and Chifu Gue must also bear responsibility for their failure to express remorse for past misdeeds. You must have thought that if you could not gather their 3 apologies, it would be better to kill them to ease your resentment." Niè shook his head, struggling to sit up, his lips quivering. "That is not how it is." "Then reveal the truth to me," I urged, crouching down to meet his weary gaze. He bit his lip, and suddenly a bubble surfaced in the pond. He stirred, producing a series of bubbles as a fish swam by. He could hardly recall when he had sprouted, perhaps it was long ago, from the eye sockets of the skull. He could see not only the fish swimming past, but also boats gliding across the water, even hearing children talking and singing within them. Perhaps in a few years, he might free himself from the skull, rise above the water, and fulfill the dreams a Niè bird hopes to accomplish within a year. If memory serves, it was a snowy evening, with snowflakes fluttering down like dancers. That girl had come by in her wooden boat again. She was the one he had seen the most times. Sometimes, she would lean over the side of the boat to catch a glimpse of her reflection. Since he could remember, she had rowed her boat across the place they called Chunlong almost daily, from one shore to the other, and back again, ad infinitum. The boat was often filled with children heading to the academy across the water to study. On one occasion, a mischievous child fell into the water, and she jumped in to save him. The water weeds tangled around her legs, nearly drowning her, but her strength prevailed, and she broke free, saving the child. In truth, she had performed such rescues more than once, always helping different people, yet each time she leapt into the water, she did so without hesitation. Sometimes he thought that when the day of his freedom arrived, the first thing he would do is cut away the water weeds, for they were too long and could ensnare lives. The snow began to fall heavier, and the sounds of the boat gliding over the water drew nearer. Mingled with the drunken laughter and banter of 2 men, their pungent scent of alcohol thick enough to intoxicate even the fish. "Fugui, you truly have a knack for this. With just a few herbs, you can earn a profit many times over. Fools are easy to exploit. Just a few compliments on the efficacy of the herbs, and they spend their last coin," came the reply. "Hey, Ollie, you're not doing too shabby either. I hear you've partnered up in the gold mine business, which has certainly caught some envy. Not as good as you. Not as good as you. Ha! It's rare we Haven T cross paths in 5 or 6 years. Yet here we are on our way to the Kaishin Temple to pay our respects. It seems the heavens wish for us brothers to share in this fortune. Let us give thanks to Kaishin, and let us also thank that fool. Ha! If he hadn't jumped him back then, you and I would have drowned. What was his name again? Bing, right? His life was not in vain. After all, what could a fool accomplish by living a few more years? It should be the wise who survive. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, indeed. Thank goodness we buried his clothes. No one knows, or we'd surely be in trouble. No one knew the name better than him. From the moment he was born, the Niè bird inherited the name of this skull along with fragments of other memories. He held his breath and focused on the water's surface. Suddenly, the surface began to churn unnaturally. A cacophony of shouts erupted. "You foolish girl! How do you row the boat so unsteadily? Are you deaf? It's getting worse. Hey, Fubui, steady yourself. Don't pull my clothes." With two splashes, chaos ensued. He witnessed two men in their 30s plunge into the depths, flailing like panicked fish. However, they were likely intoxicated, their bodies uncoordinated. A ghostly current surged, tumbling them over several times before forcefully dragging them to the bottom. Yet, being in their prime, they fought against the currents, desperately swimming towards the surface. But one unfortunate soul found his foot ensnared by the water weeds. In a moment of panic, he instinctively grasped his companion's ankle, pleading for help, yet the other was unwilling to assist, bending down to wrench his hands away. When he refused to let go, his companion struck his head in desperation. Ironically, the more he struck, the tighter the grip became. Soon, both lost consciousness. One ensnared by the long, resilient water weeds, the other unable to release his grasp. The two departed souls formed a bizarre tableau beneath the water. The girl's boat remained anchored nearby, and he could even see her face, her eyes filled with anger and fear, tears streaming down to her chin. It felt as though something inside him shattered. It was his hope. Even in freedom, even in finding the last of the trio, he could not collect the 3 apologies owed to Airbing. Yet, he sensed no desire to blame her. The snow continued to fall thickly, and everything on the water's surface became increasingly obscured. "This is the truth you overlooked," Niè said, a sense of relief washing over him. After those two drowned, I witnessed their resentment intertwine, transforming into a water spirit. Such beings cannot give rise to Niè birds. Interestingly, the water spirit came into being the moment I departed from the depths. I exchanged a quick glance with Ao Chi, choosing to trust in the veracity of this spirit. If what he claimed were true, the deaths of Chun-Li and Chi Fu Gue sealed his fate, ensuring he could not possess more than a year of life. Thus, he had no need to deceive two ancient spirits who could easily extinguish his existence. He struggled to rise, gazing at the distant cities behind him, saying, "I do not know who the remaining person is. Although it matters not whether he apologizes or not, I still wish for him to inscribe the name Airbing on my lantern. Perhaps then, I might disappear with a modicum of happiness." "So, you have transformed into a vendor of apologies, wandering to crowded places, merely waiting for someone to write Airbing's name?" I queried. He nodded. "Yet I am aware that it is likely I shall wait in vain until the end of my days. Your fortune is not entirely bleak." Algi's gaze softened considerably as he observed him. But I pondered, since you have indeed received the apology from Boss Ma, why continue to peddle? To uplift my spirits. After all, I am a Niè. Although the apologies of others cannot extend my life, witnessing them diligently inscribing names makes me feel as though I have lived a few more years. He scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. A sense of surprise gripped my heart, prompting me to inquire further. "And Boss Ma's son? You need not worry. No one wishes him harm," he quickly reassured, stating that after the 9th day, he shall return to his soul. "I have taken this child's essence only to bestow upon him a gift." After saying this, he leaned in a whisper to me. We scrutinized him anew, contemplating that such actions might hasten his demise, perhaps even before a year has passed. Year after year, flowers remain akin, yet every passing year, the people change. He unexpectedly recited a verse, expressing my fondness for these lines, for they contain my name. "The world is replete with beauty. One year of witnessing it suffices. Henceforth, perhaps other, more fortunate Niè will emerge, able to behold this world anew." He paused, but I reflected that perhaps it is better for Niè to dwindle in number, for we are the specters awaiting apologies, while those who truly receive them have long since departed. Apologies ought to be exchanged while one is still living. A profound silence enveloped the 3 of us. As an ancient specter, I realized I knew little of the Niè, and its origins were shrouded in a tragic mystery. Suddenly, Aoji pointed at the still unconscious Xue Mei. Can that scoundrel not apologize to you? After all, it is a part of those two brutes, is it not? Do not utter foolishness. I glanced at him. Though Xue Mei was born of humanity, it had long ceased to be connected to them. From the moment it took form, it possessed no thought, only the instinct to hunt and feed, akin to a mindless creature. The only distinction being that it might remember the one it despised most before its demise and seek vengeance after taking shape. A zombie would never spit. Aoji muttered in frustration, then added, So, the woman residing in the small courtyard was the one who cast them off the boat back then? Niè nodded. After that incident, she ceased to be a ferryman and began assisting in an iron shop in Dongfang. The first thing I did upon leaving Chenlongtan was to seek her out, for Xue Mei was also searching for her. With my strength, I could hold my own against Xue Mei and occasionally gain the upper hand. And, as Xue Mei could only come ashore after midnight, each time it surfaced, it would expend considerable energy and require days of rest before it could ascend again. Thus, I meticulously timed my visits to her home before dusk. Yet, I never allowed her to see me, nor did I wish for her to encounter Xue Mei. You guard her home, driving away the vengeful Xue Mei. Yet you know you cannot protect her for a lifetime. I spoke candidly to the pink figure before me. Once I am gone, she must rely on herself. Niè chuckled, asserting that she was stronger than I. He glanced again at the tightly bound Xue Mei. Furthermore, I know I need not worry about this matter any longer. Aoji furrowed his brow. So, truly, there are no other options? A lengthy silence enveloped the three once more. Very well. Niè brushed off the dust from his attire, casually informing us that if there was nothing further, he would take his leave. The paper lanterns remain unsold. I intend to set my stall in Bei Fong before winter arrives. Halt! Aoji called out, extending his hand to tap his forehead, a wave of shimmering light instantly permeating his being. How refreshing, truly delightful. He exhaled deeply. Although it cannot prolong your life, at least it will heal your burns. Aoji retracted his hand, urging him to depart. Thank you. He turned, gazing at us with utmost seriousness. Who are you, truly? I smiled. In the future, your paper lanterns could feature a greater variety. Do not limit them to flowers, butterflies, and rabbits. You could craft a tree or even a dragon. He was momentarily taken aback, then smiled again, refraining from further inquiries, merely stating, This suggestion is excellent. Farewell, take care, both of you. You as well. A pink light vanished before our eyes. The clouds parted slightly, allowing a glimpse of the moonlight. I glanced at Xue Mei, then at the tranquil water's surface. Shall you go, or shall I? Naturally, ye shall go. No one can unbind the seal I placed. Do not be absurd. The seal you placed in the refrigerator was easily broken. That was a novice seal. Moreover, unknown is my daughter. She possesses innate divine strength. I couldn't be more pleased. Nonsense, what is that look in your eyes? Quickly descend. Seal this thing in the deepest abyss. It reeks terribly. Do not kick me. Chapter 8 Niè 8 Dongfang, morning. The former ferryman appeared quite astonished upon seeing me. She allowed us entry because I told her I had brought Airbing back. Standing in her chamber, I placed the cloth bundle on the table, saying, We have endeavored to recover his remains. Perhaps 1 or 2 fragments are missing, but please do not hold it against us. We did our utmost. For 20 years, he lay alone at the bottom of the pool, which is nearly impossible for anyone to locate. In the future, please find him a proper resting place. She gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Farewell. Aoji and I turned to leave. Wait. She rushed to us, blocking the door. Who are you? How do you know? I met her gaze. There are matters I can choose to remain ignorant of. However, let this be the last time. No excuse, regardless of the circumstance, justifies taking another's life. She froze, tears streaming down her face. She choked out. I was merely too angry. Had they not attempted to rise to strike me, they would not have fallen. She collapsed to the ground, years of secrets finally overwhelming her facade, sobbing for quite some time before continuing. I hesitated, uncertain whether I should save them. Yet thinking of their indifferent expressions, they were saved by someone. I helped her to her feet. I have said, I can choose to remain ignorant. Were I in your position, I may not be much more virtuous. Though my uncle is simple-minded, He is a good man. Is heir being your uncle? Aoji blurted out. My family has carried on this profession for generations. My grandfather had a foul temper and, dissatisfied with my father, expelled my mother from home. Not long after, both my parents fell ill and passed away. My uncle took me, a lonely orphan, under his wing. Though he is simple-minded, he remembers my mother's and my names. He has never forgotten he has a sister and a niece. Ultimately, although my grandfather still refused to welcome me home, he placed me in the care of a benevolent aunt. Very few are aware of this. My uncle was delighted, perhaps thinking I had found support. He often visited me, bringing food, taking me to Chonlongtan to row, teaching me to paddle and swim. He disappeared when I was 7, by which time my grandfather had already passed away, leaving me with no kin. But what could a mere child do? I searched everywhere for him, yet to no avail. At 15, I resolved to become a ferryman at Chonlongtan, thinking that one day, my beloved uncle, who cherished rowing as life itself, might return. I sighed softly, glancing at the cloth bundle on the table, saying, he has returned. From now on, live well. With that, Aoji and I stepped out of the room. Behind us came a series of thuds, the sound of her bowing in gratitude. Thank you for bringing my uncle back to me. If you wish to go to the authorities, I bear not a shred of resentment. Neither of us turned back, making our way out of the small courtyard that had just begun to bask in the morning light. Let us dismiss the government matters. With Niè Qiǎo Rén so occupied, I, as the sovereign, shall handle these trivialities. Who would dare voice dissent? As we walked, Aoji suddenly remarked, it seems you have not collected her fee. Indeed, I had successfully retrieved her uncle, yet utterly forgot to demand payment. How utterly outrageous! It is simply intolerable. Therefore, let us proceed to breakfast. I crave soy milk with youtiao. As the adage goes, after 9 days of coma, Boss Ma's son awoke, unscathed and full of life. I collected 6 gold ingots from Boss Ma, feeling quite justified. Naturally, I did not disclose that someone had abducted their beloved son's soul merely to affix a water-repellent seal upon him. This is a common trick among various waterborne creatures, utilizing spiritual energy to form an invisible mark. If this seal is affixed to a human soul, that individual gains the ability to hold their breath underwater for at least an hour longer than an ordinary person. Hence it is referred to as water repellent. The symptoms exhibited by the child were merely a natural reaction to the integration with the seal. Before parting, Nian whispered in my ear that he not only knew the skull belonged to Bing, but had also inherited his final fragment of consciousness, which could be described as Bing's last thought before his demise. Let no one else drown. It was not a plea of why did you not come to save me, nor was it a sentiment of hatred towards them. He stated that while he could not ensure that everyone escapes drowning, he at least wished for Boss Ma's only son to avoid a similar fate. He further noted that Boss Ma was a good man who enjoyed lending a hand. Even when a cat fell into a ditch, he would leap in to rescue it. Had Bing still been alive, he certainly would not harbor resentment towards him. I concurred with this thought. The weather today is particularly splendid, and the flowers in the courtyard are blooming vibrantly, the beauty of spring inspiring poetic musings. Aoji arranged a soft cushion in the center of the yard, sprawled out in an ungraceful manner, and fell asleep under the sun, drooling profusely. I brewed a cup of tea and settled in my newly purchased wicker chair to read. Suddenly, an unknown spirit dashed out, clutching her shoes and chasing after Jianghu. I nearly died of laughter. Jianghu, that mischievous spirit, had drawn a turtle on her face with ink while she napped. The unknown spirit, utterly aggrieved, ran to me, her face a mess of tears, pointing at the laughing Jianghu and demanding, apologize. You must apologize. Jianghu merely stuck out his tongue, refusing to comply. Jianghu, I called him over, adopting a stern expression. Apologize to the unknown spirit. He pouted. Even if I apologize, her face is still a mess. I grabbed both of them and said, the act of apologizing may appear to be for the sake of comforting one another, but in truth, it serves to prevent you from repeating the same mistake. That is the essence of true contrition. Jianghu appeared to grasp this concept, turning to the unknown spirit and saying, I'm sorry. Perhaps you should draw a turtle on my face too. Nonsense. As siblings, Isn't it boring to draw on each other's faces? I glared at him. I was wrong. The two little ones mumbled, heads bowed. What I meant was, you should go draw on your father's face. After all, he is currently sleeping like a pig. And I want to expose you. I will fetch the ink. I have paint too. It is spring, and there should be more colors, I chuckled. A few petals were lifted by the wind, reminiscent of the perennial beauty of spring blooms. As for whether people remain the same, it is of little consequence. At the very least, different individuals have witnessed the same splendor. Regarding Niè, I did not inquire how long he would live. I cannot wish you a long life. But I do hope for your daily joy. Chapter 9. Night Writing 1. As long as truth remains, fabrication cannot conquer it. If we do not eat soon, it will be gone. The last piece of watermelon was offered to me, while Ao spat out a cluster of seeds and gestured dismissively at the side, having barely managed to claim it. At a small table nearby, the unknown spirit, fearful that Jiang, who might snatch it away, was devouring watermelon hungrily, while Jiang, who could only disdainfully lick the rind. This watermelon was harvested yesterday by Fat Sanjin, who had transformed the backyard into a private vegetable garden, cultivating a variety of produce including loofah, eggplant, scallions, potatoes, and tomatoes. This large watermelon was his most prized creation, sizable, with a thin skin, and as sweet as honey. In truth, I was not entirely clear how he managed to cultivate vegetables from different seasons to maturity simultaneously. It seemed that as long as he desired it, one could enjoy watermelon even in winter. He lamented that had he known the weather would be so peculiar this year, he would have planted more watermelon. With the Qingming festival just past, the weather at the end of April felt sweltering. Despite it being a typically rainy season, there had been no sign of rain for at least 10 days. I inquired of Fat Sanjin whether this weather was normal, and he grimly replied that it might be something not encountered in a century. The heat was stifling, with not a breath of wind. The flowers and leaves outside were utterly still, and even the water level in the pond had significantly dropped. A dang lay in the water, bored, chasing frogs. This cursed place, devoid of electricity and air conditioning. Ao, in a floral shirt, fanned himself by tugging at his collar. Even bathing was unsatisfying. There was no internet, no television, and not a single form of entertainment. So you have ample time to earn money, I remarked, fanning myself while munching on watermelon and casting him a sidelong glance. Count for yourself how many guests you have frightened away this past fortnight. I can tolerate many things, but the matter of false teeth is not one of them. That old man will not order another set, he retorted angrily. I merely took him out. I have been quite respectful. I spat out a watermelon seed. But what we're doing now is helping people find things. We must do our utmost to satisfy any request, even if it is for a set of false teeth. A loud crash announced that the wardrobe door had swung open, and Brother Xian Long poked his groggy head out, exclaiming, Am I not allowed to take a nap? Life is already dull enough. Can I not even enjoy a peaceful sleep? You could easily go out shopping with your brother. Your laziness is to blame for hiding in the wardrobe. I snapped back. What money is there for shopping? Have you paid us our wages? Xian Long shot back. We don't even have a mansion, only this shabby wardrobe to sleep in. What mansion would a blind man need? I can hear the ethereal sounds hidden within a mansion. Get lost. Bang. The wardrobe door slammed shut again. During such sweltering, arid days, when business was slow, everyone was indeed rather bored. Fat Sanjin spent all day tending to the vegetable garden. A dang played with frogs in the water, while Jiang Hu and the unknown spirit, aside from completing the tasks I assigned them, engaged in roughhousing and sleeping. Aog lay beneath the shade of a tree, swatting mosquitoes at any hour. Even I was reluctant to venture outside, despite wearing a garment that provided its own air conditioning. I still could not tolerate walking under the scorching sun. This abnormal heat left one feeling unsettled, unable to settle down to accomplish anything. Within this realm, only Brother Xian Long retained his liveliness. Ever since the brothers reunited, Aog and I no longer required them to act as our telephones. And suddenly finding themselves with ample free time, one remained coiled in the wardrobe sleeping, while the other was hardly ever seen. According to Fat Sanjin, Brother Xian Long ventured out daily to explore the city, always returning late, humming a little tune. Even blind and broke, he managed to find joy. He was indeed a remarkable individual. After finishing the watermelon, I felt a slight coolness. Gazing at the blistering scene outside, I remarked, time seems to crawl. Are you bored here? Aog raised an eyebrow. If you wish to leave now, I would not mind devising a plan. What scheme are you concocting now? I glared at him. We agreed on a year, and that is what it shall be, even if this human kingdom turns into a hellish abyss. I shall remain here until the day I am meant to depart. Moreover, I have grown quite fond of this place. It is not dissimilar from our world, and the people here seem even more intriguing. Aog's playful demeanor faded as he spoke seriously. It is precisely because this place appears so wonderful that I sense danger. With you here, will we be in peril? I laughed. This was indeed the truth. He immediately adopted a playful expression as if basking in praise. Then let us continue to play here. After a year, I shall ensure those fellows face consequences. I yearn for nothing more than for my family to return to the banks of Wū Chuān in peace, where we can continue to relish the meals prepared by Zhao Gongzi, listen to the gossip of the paper figurines, and hear the stories shared by wandering spirits. My desires are as simple as that, yet whenever I voice them, a smile inevitably graces my eyes. I must also see to it that those who come to my establishment to feast without paying face their due consequences. I wonder how Jiuju is faring. We lost contact with him back when we were still in the East Sea. It is not the first time he has gone missing. Should we really be concerned about an old bachelor like him? She snorted, suggesting he had likely retreated to some secluded corner to pursue a romantic interest, be it a lady or a gentleman. Enough of this nonsense. Did he not claim to have a fiancée already? I gave him a playful punch, feeling it inappropriate to speculate further. However, you do have a point. Given his talents and shamelessness, it seems nothing would truly daunt him. Thus, it would be wiser to worry about when the weather might turn cooler. Aog drooped his eyelids and picked up a fan, fanning himself vigorously. If only Zimiao were here, everything would be fine, I blurted out. This remark sparked a spirited debate with Aog that lasted an hour, centered on his assertion that he too could summon rain, albeit with less finesse than Zimiao. Yet certainly no less effective. I countered that the East Sea Dragon clan's rain summoning merely involved transporting water from one place to another, requiring sufficient water to be drawn from a body before rain could fall elsewhere, even if they could create water sources through their own abilities. It was merely a temporary fix and could not fundamentally alter the weather. Unable to refute my argument, Aog retorted bitterly, well, he still met his end, didn't he? Zimiao, once a taboo subject, has now become a commonplace topic between us, a testament to the passage of time and its power. Go fetch the washed clothes and hang them out to dry. I kicked him lightly. That is a task for someone delicate. Do not burden fat Sanjin with everything. Fine, I shall go. Aog muttered as he walked away. At this rate, I fear I might spontaneously combust while walking down the street. Chapter 10. Night Riding 2. What a jinx you are. On the very next day, after Aog's remark, a fire broke out in Dongfang. Not long after nightfall, distant screams and the sound of gongs reached our ears while I was seated with Aog on the rooftop, enjoying tea and the cool evening air. Suddenly, a blaze illuminated the western skyline not far from us. The oppressive heat of the night offered no respite, and even a few streets away, we could feel the scorching winds. Fire terrifies me. By the time Aog and I hurried to the burning residence, the flames were roaring, and people were rushing in from all directions. Those who arrived first were frantically dousing the flames with buckets of water and basins, while cries and screams filled the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. My son, he's still inside, a young woman screamed, attempting to charge into the inferno, only to be restrained by a man nearby. You can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Seeing this, Aog pulled me aside into a hidden corner, instructing me to wait there. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a flash of purple light, dashing into the fire. I barely had time to call out a warning. Moments latte. He emerged, his face smudged with soot, holding a terrified little boy and casually declaring, all done. Let us set him down here and continue to blend in. Nearby, the fierce blaze seemed to be subdued and gradually extinguished. What happened to your hand? I inquired, noticing a conspicuous gash on his right hand. He examined it nonchalantly. Oh, I must have injured it while smashing the collapse beam. He ruffled the boy's hair and smiled. This child is clever, hiding in the water barrel. Thankfully, it was only half full. Otherwise, he might have drowned. Could you not use a bit less brute force? I remarked, noting the depth of the wound, which still bore splinters. It would be disingenuous to claim I was not concerned. It was time to worry about that. I'll fit. Look at how frantic his parents are. They were fortunate to encounter me. With that, he took my hand and merged into the crowd as if nothing had happened. Soon, the child was recognized, and news reached the distraught couple, who embraced their son with tears of joy and relief, oblivious to the circumstances of his escape. Everyone assumed the flames had suddenly diminished due to the water that had been thrown on them, and thus no one perished or was injured, which was indeed a cause for celebration. The house, however, was beyond saving, reduced to little more than a charred skeleton, and one could only wonder how many flammable materials had been stored within to incite such a disaster. What on earth did you have in your home, Rui Yi's mother? I asked. The fire leaped up so high without warning. It nearly scared us to death. A burly man wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. We must be more vigilant in the future. Thankfully, the well is nearby. Otherwise, this calamity would have affected more than just your household. The woman cradling the child insisted. We had nothing. Our home was devoid of anything flammable. We're just an ordinary family, merely possessing the usual household items. I found it puzzling as well. Exactly. We only intended to fetch some water from the well to bathe the child. We had barely stepped outside when the fire ignited. The child's father echoed. We truly did nothing wrong. I even extinguished the oil lamp in the child's room before we left. The crowd buzzed with speculation, some suggesting, could it be the recent heat that summoned a heavenly fire to burn our homes? If it were true, half of Dongfang would be reduced to ashes. How could it only affect this one house? Others speculated that it was the work of a demon. Are there really demons? Of course. I couldn't help but chuckle at their credulity. Just then, a commotion arose nearby as several young people, some still adorned with the remnants of theatrical makeup, busily transported large wooden boxes and costumes into the garden adjacent to the fire scene. I noticed the archway adorned with the characters Rao Liang carved in vermilion. Be more efficient. A man in his 50s, slightly portly and clad in a dark blue silk shirt embroidered with coin patterns, emerged from the archway, directing the youth while lamenting, "You youngsters are all such cowards. I told you not to panic. It's not as if the fire would spread so easily. Look, you've wrinkled the costumes." One of the younger lads responded, "Boss, that fire was a raging inferno. Who could guarantee it wouldn't spread to neighboring homes? We were fortunate it extinguished quickly. Had it burned longer, the entire Fengming troop would have been ruined. I nearly had to carry you out myself." The so-called boss gave a lad a playful tap on the head, scolding, "If only you practiced as diligently as you talked." It was my good fortune. With a bunch of you clowns, I wonder how long the Fengming troop can last. Now get back to work. The lad chuckled as he moved a box, adding, "With Master Sister here, the Fengming troop will thrive for generations. You needn't worry, boss. Can Master Sister protect you for a lifetime?" The lad received another playful hit, and the boss grumbled, "You're young and yet so unambitious." "Ah, Ding Xiang, hold that box steady. It contains your Master Sister's favorite headdress, so be careful." As he spoke, he hurried to a little girl carrying a wooden box, reminding her to watch her step. Just as they finished moving their belongings, a group of well-dressed young gentlemen emerged from the crowd, striding directly towards the portly boss. Upon seeing them, he instantly donned a beaming smile and bowed deeply. "Phone boss, is everything all right?" One of the gentlemen in gray attire asked with evident concern, glancing towards the archway. The other two gentlemen shared similar expressions, their gazes fixed anxiously on the entrance. "Young Master Lu, please do not worry. Everything is well with the Fengming band. It is merely these youngsters who have been overly anxious." Master Feng quickly interjected, adding with understanding that Yi Shu is also well and has not been frightened. Only then did the young masters feel reassured, exhaling deeply as they expressed their concerns about the fire at the Rao Yang Yuan, which had prompted their hasty arrival. "Rest assured, our Fengming band is renowned for its adherence to principles and integrity. Once a date is set, regardless of the chaos in the world, we will perform as scheduled. The performance the day after tomorrow will proceed without fail. You need only arrive on time. Knowing their worries, Master Feng hastily reassured them, raising his voice to call out, "Yi Shu, young masters Lu have come to see you. Please do come out." Before long, a refreshing fragrance of orchid and musk wafted through the air, growing stronger, accompanied by delicate footsteps approaching. A clear and melodious female voice emerged from behind the archway. "Thank you for your concern, young masters. Yi Shu is well, and kindly request that you return home to rest early. Due to the lighting and angle, I could not see the person behind the archway, but caught sight of a slender, snow-white jade hand extending from the door, elegantly gesturing for us to enter. Some women, even if only a hand is revealed, can captivate hearts. The entranced expressions of the young masters confirmed this. Ao Qi, in particular, was fixated on that hand, repeatedly exclaiming how beautiful it was. Even I was tempted to step forward to catch a glimpse of her visage. Such a lure can strike unexpectedly, leaving one utterly astonished. As we stood in a daze, the footsteps receded, the fragrance dissipated, and the young master's expressions shifted from blissful delight to his subtle sense of loss. Seeing this, Master Feng continued to be understanding. "Young Master Lu, you may return home now. The Fengming Band will remain in the East Square for several months. There will be plenty of opportunities to enjoy performances and admire beautiful women." With this reassurance, the young masters regained their spirits and took their leave. Watching their departing figures, Master Feng let out a long sigh, shook his head, and turned to enter the building. I stepped forward, scrutinizing the closed archway, and casually approached a passing elder. "Excuse me, may I ask what this Raoyang is?" The elder animatedly explained. "The Raoyang Yuan houses an age stage with rooms for rest. Traveling troops usually stay here. The Fengming Band is among the finest, especially with their leading lady, Li Yishu." Countless admirers have fallen under her golden voice. Her rendition of Mu Dan Ting is truly unparalleled. They came to the East Square last month, and the news delighted the opera fans as if it were a festival. As the elder spoke, he glanced at Ao Qi and me, then coughed a few times. "Given your attire, you must have just arrived from the North Square. Those folks often dress peculiarly, and I've heard they prefer fighting over watching performances. No wonder you are unaware of the Fengming Band and Li Yishu." I felt a hint of discrimination, and had I not timely restrained Ao Qi, this elder would have faced dire consequences. "Really, isn't listening to opera a pastime primarily for the elderly?" Ao Qi scoffed at the elder's retreating figure. How can he mock me when he himself is so backward? I am a man of cutting-edge technology. Adapt to local customs. I reminded him, glancing at the name Raoyang, which was indeed apartment. Perhaps we should find a time to enjoy their performances. "I won't go. I'll sheaf-throw it. I'll fall asleep. Don't you want to see that Li Yishu?" I teased, nudging him, recalling how just moments ago he had been drooling over her lovely hand. Is this really the right time to discuss that? They just had a fire next door. "Ao Ji poke at me, forehead." I opened his hand. "The person is fine. Even if the houses burn down, they can be rebuilt. Therefore, I am still in good spirits." What kind of logic is that? Ao Qi rolled his eyes. "Then you buy the tickets. Shouldn't it be your responsibility to pay? I spent my money on Tongholu yesterday. Get lost. You clearly spent it on lottery tickets and won nothing. Are you following me? I saw you when I went to buy some dried plums." I intended to have a serious talk with him. Considering he had been injured while rescuing a child, I suppressed the urge to hit him. Looking around, I noticed there was no place selling tickets. After pondering for a moment, I approached the archway and knocked on the door. The young man who had been scolded by the master opened the door and asked, "What is it?" I would like to inquire about when your next performance will commence. "I wish to bring my husband to enjoy it," I said with a bright smile. "Oh, that. Well, the performance will be the day after tomorrow, after nightfall. Our troupe always begins after the first incense stick has burned down, as per the master's rules. Moreover, tickets for that performance have already sold out." "Oh no, wait, tickets to the next 10 performances are all sold out. We only perform 3 times a month. And once those 10 are done, we will leave the East Square for another location. If you wish to enjoy the show, you will have to purchase tickets at our next venue, which might be in the North Square." "That popular?" I raised an eyebrow. The young man beamed with pride. Only our Fengming band can boast such popularity. Once Li Shu's name is out, tickets truly become hard to come by. I apologize. Very well, then we shall meet again by fate. I smiled as I took my leave. As the door closed, Ao Chi rolled his eyes again. T-Sich, is it really necessary for them to be so aloof? They only perform 3 times a month, and those chasing after tickets must be terribly bored. Well, you did mention that the Yúmén Kingdom has little in the way of entertainment, so watching opera is the greatest amusement, naturally drawing a crowd. Just as I was about to pull him away, the sound of hurried hooves echoed from the other end of the street. A tall steed halted in front of the fire site, mere steps away from the Rao Yang Yuan. A strikingly beautiful woman in a white gown dismounted with poise, walking into the still-gathering crowd. From her waist, she produced a radiant golden badge, displaying an exquisitely crafted pixiu holding a coin in its mouth, imposing atop the badge. The flowing water wave patterns at the bottom were both elegant and strong, with the words Tian Iho Fu carved prominently in the center, signifying its nobility. I have been sent by the Lord to address the flooding here. Who is the homeowner? Zhao Mingfeng. The woman surveyed the area as she tucked the badge away. I am. It is I. A man, supporting his wife with one arm and cradling a child with the other, timidly approached the woman. I am the homeowner, Zhao Mingfeng. 32 years old, married to Han Shi, 28, and we have a son named Rui, age 4 years and 3 months, she stated calmly. Is that correct? The couple exchanged glances, nodding in a daze. Do not be afraid. I am merely verifying your identities as per protocol, she smiled, handing them a golden paper envelope. Inside was a banknote issued by the Tian Iho Fu, redeemable in the 4 squares, sufficient for you to seek new accommodations. The couple exchanged hesitant glances, not daring to accept it. Miss, this house is my ancestral home, though it has unfortunately been destroyed. We still hope to rebuild here and have no intention of moving elsewhere. Before he could finish, the woman interrupted. The Lord has ordered you to leave, and there is no room for negotiation. If you insist on staying, you will bear the consequences. The couple's faces turned pale, and bystanders urged them. You cannot afford to offend the Tian Iho Fu. They are offering you money to find a new home, an opportunity many would envy. Why are you hesitating? Take the money and live well. After a moment of hesitation, the couple finally accepted the golden envelope, trembling as they said, Thank you, my lord. As long as your family is together, you can live anywhere. The woman smiled, gently caressing the child's face. The Lord is looking out for your best interests. The couple dared not respond further, merely nodding silently. This woman in white was someone we had encountered before. The maid from Tian Iho Fu who had guided us and served us tea, presenting us with the Tian E golden note. She had clearly noticed us hiding in the crowd and walked directly towards us, bowing slightly. It has been a while since our last encounter at the Ho Fu. How is the proprietress faring? She then glanced at the injury on Ao Chi's hand and smiled. It is fortunate that the fire did not affect the neighbors. You both have been diligent. You folks from Tian Iho Fu certainly act swiftly. The house in the East Square burned down, and the smoke had barely cleared before the Lord from the South Square was already aware, leading you to arrive so promptly. I chuckled, recalling our hasty farewell last time, and regretted not inquiring about the young lady's name and her connection to the Lord Marquis. She replied that she was simply a common maid named Shuangguan in the Lord Marquis's estate. With a smile, she continued, Any matters concerning the livelihood of the people in the 4th District fall under the jurisdiction of the Channy Marquis. Given that there are homes destroyed today, it is customary for the Channy Marquis to conduct an inspection. Shuangguan mentioned she had some trivial matters to attend to and would converse with the innkeeper at a later time. I nodded in acknowledgement. After speaking, Shuangguan turned to disperse the crowd, her demeanor and speech exhibiting great poise. Aochi pulled me aside and whispered in the past. Did the Channy Marquis always provide assistance when the common folk suffer disasters? How would I know? I've only been here a few months longer than you, I retorted, casting him a sideways glance. To my recollection, I had never witnessed such a thing. When the incident at Changong Road occurred, many homes were damaged. Yet the Channy Marquis did not send any aid. Perhaps they did, but I was unaware. By your logic, does that mean there are no poor people left in this kingdom? Whenever there's a livelihood issue, does the Channy Marquis simply come to the rescue? Aochi's expression was rife with disbelief. I furrowed my brow. How is that even possible? No nation can sustain such a feat thus. I found it perplexing why he was particularly invested in this fire incident. Aochi gazed at the remnants of the charred structure, a wisp of smoke trailing upwards, and remarked, when I entered the fire scene earlier, I discovered something intriguing. What was it? He continued, no matter how vast the fire or dire the consequences. A property of this size would have ignited from a specific area before spreading. Yet, from the moment we witnessed the house ablaze to when we arrived to rescue those inside, the flames consumed it uniformly. You mean I ventured? This is no ordinary fire, but rather as if someone wielded a colossal flamethrower, engulfing the entire house in flames instantaneously? Precisely. All parts of the building ignited simultaneously, as if a wave of fire surged forth, consuming everything in its path, even if gasoline had drenched the entire house in advance. Achieving such simultaneous combustion would require several individuals igniting it from various rooms. The family claimed they were just an ordinary household with no dangerous materials stored. This fire could not possibly be man-made. As I surveyed the ruins under the night sky, the murmurs of the onlookers echoed in my ears. Perhaps it is the work of a demon. After pondering for a moment, Aochi glanced toward Yúmén Guó's delicate silhouette and smirked. It seems we may be delayed in returning home. Chapter 11. Night Script 3. The sky was devoid of clouds, and the moon shone rounder than ever, its hue reminiscent of a faint burnished red. It was past midnight, and the temperature rose rather than fell, as the heat lingering from the fire scene showed no signs of abating. The crowd had long since dispersed, and the affected couple had taken their children to an inn, with even the stray cats that had passed by now silent. In the midst of the charred remains, Yúmén Guó walked gracefully, holding a small, colorless glass vial, pouring a drop of water from it every 3 steps. The path she traced seemed to conjure an invisible talisman. I emerged from behind her, grinning, working overtime like this. You must make sure the Lord Marquis compensates you. Aochi stepped in front of her, wiping the sweat from his brow. And don't forget the heat allowance. Her initial surprise at our sudden inquiries was swiftly replaced by a warm smile. The Lord Marquis mentioned that you two are undoubtedly fond of meddling in affairs. Before I arrived, he had already advised me that if I encountered you, I should let you be. Your lord is rarely seen, yet seems well informed about the lives of the people, even knowing how many children they have had this year. I wouldn't be surprised if he could count how many watermelons I ate today. I mused, growing ever more certain of my so-called subordinate's intelligence network. I admired the vast, yet discreet web of information he had woven, as well as his accurate grasp of events unfolding. However, I found myself disliking the feeling that everything was anticipated. Aochi scoffed, giving your lord as penchant for espionage. I wouldn't be surprised if he monitored my bathing habits. Tell him that while peeking at me is permissible, should he dare to spy on my wife and child, I would dismantle his precious lookout. Yúmén Guó stifled a laugh, saying, the Lord Marquis is concerned for the livelihoods of the people and wishes for their safety and happiness. A gentleman must not see or hear what is improper. My husband is overly worried, she added. If he is a gentleman, why must he hide? Ao she he torted, diz-me-se velho. Yúmén Guó smiled, but offered no response. What is your purpose for staying here? I inquired, eyeing the vial in her hand. The Lord Marquis said that if I encountered you, there was no need for concealment. She replied, her expression turning serious. There may be a demon here, and if not dealt with, it could pose a grave threat. A demon? Aochi and I exclaimed simultaneously. Yúmén Guó nodded. A malevolent spirit, it devours wind and water, leaving devastation in its wake. I furrow my brow. Are you referring to the demon known for its wickedness? Indeed, she confirmed. When news of the fire reached the Marquis, the soil and charwood taken from the scene were sent along. Upon seeing the reddish hue of the soil and the crimson wood, the Lord Marquis suspected the presence of this demon and instructed me to come at once. The messenger was remarkably swift, I noted, observing Yúmén Guó's calm demeanor. As I am attending to the Marquis's affairs, speed is essential, she remarked, smiling. I suppose you hold similar expectations for your subordinates. I merely seek lost items for others. I have no interest in spying, I replied with a smile. Impossible. al she interrupted suddenly. Such a malevolent creature, wreaking havoc and causing countless deaths, was eradicated by the Dragon Clan and the celestial deities over a millennium ago. Since then, its presence has been unheard of. Surely your Lord Marquis is mistaken. The Marquis only expressed suspicion, yet his deductions are not without merit, Yúmén Guó countered, raising the vial in her hand. For precaution, the Marquis instructed me to use this talismanic water to suppress the fire at the scene. If indeed there is a demon at play, it may serve as a temporary barrier to prevent the malevolent flames from spreading further. You are aware that when such a demon appears, calamities follow. If it unleashes its full fury and ignites the first fire, without immediate intervention, within days, the surrounding area will become an inferno, a great calamity. Let's hope you are mistaken, otherwise it will be troublesome. Chi crouched down, grasping a handful of charred soil, examining it closely under the dim moonlight. Indeed, a faint red aura emanated from the soil. He frowned. I've heard tales of the fierce battle against this demon. Though the Dragon Clan and the celestial deities emerged victorious, they suffered heavy losses. This creature's pyromania is formidable, once touched by its flames. No ordinary extinguishing methods will suffice. Everything turns to ash, and the ultimate goal of this scourge is likely to incinerate the entire world. I had long heard of this demon's infamous reputation. Miao had mentioned that it was one of the most challenging creatures to confront. However, the precise appearance of this entity lacked consensus. Some described it as resembling a monkey, others as a dog, and some even as a beautiful man. Yet, due to its rarity in the world, these accounts could not be substantiated. As time passed, the information surrounding this demon dwindled, with many never having even heard its name. Yet, as I gazed once more at the ruins before me, an unsettling feeling lingered. Something was amiss. Chi discarded the soil he had been examining. If it truly is the demon, do you believe I could have rescued that child from the fire? By now, they would have been reduced to ash. He added, I merely employed a small amount of spiritual energy to suppress the flames. Upon hearing this, the three of us exchanged glances. However, the soil appears red, and the burning is so uniform. Who else could it be but the demon? Yúmén Guó furrowed her brows. Moreover, the Marquis is astute and should not be mistaken. If your lord is so formidable, why not directly ascertain the demon's whereabouts and eliminate it in one fell swoop? I teased. Yúmén Guó smiled. The Marquis believes that not everything can be controlled. Good and bad fortunes depend on fate. He is merely the Tianyi Marquis overseeing the livelihoods of the people, not an omnipotent deity. Moreover, even deities may find it challenging to possess omnipotence. What a devoted young lady to her superiors. I chuckled. Is that why he entrusted you with the task of locating Ba? Precisely. Yúmén Guó suddenly smiled mischievously. But the Lord also mentioned that if I find it too daunting, I may venture to not stop after setting up the Fuhuoyan. The expenses will be fully borne by the Tianyi Marquis mansion. My eyes brightened instantly. So you mean? The matter of finding someone is better suited for the proprietress than for me. I choose to spend money to avert disaster. She smiled, casually producing a gold note for me, mentioning that the proprietress has a fondness for gold. This is 500 taels of gold, which the proprietress may redeem for gold bars at any bank in the 4th block. Should the demon be found, there is an additional reward of 500 taels of gold. A single fire would send 1,000 taels of gold my way. How delightful it is! The Tianyi Marquis mansion is indeed as wealthy as a nation, casually offering 1,000 taels of gold. Thus, the proprietress means that we are taking this business. Chi promptly patted his chest, and then turned to me, proposing we split it evenly. Yúmén Guó breathed a sigh of relief. Such splendid news. I was genuinely concerned that you would be unwilling to undertake this business due to Ba. I tend to be careless, having lost countless rings and hairpins over time, none of which I have ever retrieved. Yúmén Guó, you are too modest. I replied with a smile, for those employed at the Tianyi Marquis mansion are not truly careless. As you say, Yúmén Guó gave us a slight bow. The Fuhuoyan can ensure a month of peace, and I entrust the remaining matters to you. Having said this, she took a few steps, emptied the water from her vial, turned, and exited the ruins, mounting her horse and galloping away, quickly vanishing into the night. Her arrival was sudden, and her departure was swift. The people of the Tianyi Marquis mansion live like free-spirited phantoms. I observed that even if we were absent today, she would still come seeking us. A.O. Qi dusted off his clothes, noting that her master had intended for U.S. to take action from the very beginning. It seems you, as a subordinate, still encounter matters beyond your capabilities. Who cares? I will assist whoever pays me in gold. I joyfully tucked away the gold note and then looked around. The sight of the fire was here, and if it was caused by Ba, then this Ba must be nearby. At that moment, a melodious and graceful singing voice drifted in from the neighboring Liang garden, where the vibrant hues of flowers were in full bloom, as if all were laid to waste among broken wells and crumbling walls. What a pity that such beautiful times and splendid scenes are governed by heaven. Who enjoys such delightful pleasures in whose courtyard? I seldom listen to operas and cannot distinguish if it is Jingju or Kunku, yet the enunciation was precise, the tone rich, and infused with emotion. Even I, who am unversed in operatic arts, felt as if every lyric soothed my very being, gently drawing forth a subtle melancholy and longing from deep within my heart. A.O. Qi shrank his neck and remarked, singing at dawn, "Are you not afraid of disturbing other sweet dreams? It is quite pleasant." I gaze at the tall walls of Liang garden. This foaming troop is intriguing. If others saw their neighbor's house burned to such a state, how could they remain so calm? Yet the troop leader seemed to know that the fire would not reach them, unflustered as ever. Furthermore, their elusive senior sister maintained a composure that was quite unlike a living person. A.O. Qi stroked his chin. The enchanting singing continued, and the lyrics remarkably matched the scene. Standing before Liang garden, I felt the lingering heat, yet at a certain moment, an inexplicable chill crept out from the crack in the door. Chapter 12. Night Riding 4. Back at Buting, dawn was breaking. Throughout the journey, A.O. Qi and I had already conspired to approach the foaming troop in the most inconspicuous manner. Since we could not purchase tickets, we would have to directly seize them from the fervent young fans. This was A.O. Qi's forte. Fat Sanjin, hearing the commotion, yawned and stepped out. "You returned quite late. The sun is about to rise. Should I just make breakfast now?" It was then that I realized my stomach was grumbling with hunger. "I want 3 of those crispy, meat-filled pancakes you made the day before yesterday." "I want 3 as well." A.O. Qi plopped down on a chair, glaring at me. "You've been eating more and more lately, almost matching my appetite. Being able to eat is a blessing." I shot back, but it is indeed true that my appetite has increased recently. I used to eat at most 1 bowl of rice per meal, but now I require 3 bowls, and even after that I do not feel overly full. They say that one's mood affects appetite, so I attribute all this to A.O. Qi returning to my side. Thankfully, although my appetite has surged, my figure remains unchanged, which is indeed quite gratifying. Fat Sanjin suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting something. He hurriedly dashed outside and returned with an envelope. "Look at my memory. This was delivered the night before last for you two while you were out for a stroll. I put it away and completely forgot. Hurry, take a look. I'll go make breakfast." I took the envelope and opened it, revealing 2 tickets adorned with a phoenix design, prominently featuring the words Fengming. The date on the lower right corner indicated the day after tomorrow, while the back was stamped with the words Mu Dan Ting Li Yishu, accompanied by a delicate plum blossom illustration, simple and unadorned, resembling theater tickets. Pulling out the second ticket, I noticed that beneath the plum blossom were 2 lines of fine script. "Eager to meet you. Please come to Chao Yun Street, Liang Garden. Li Yishu respectfully requests your presence." It seems those young gentlemen have narrowly escaped a calamity. There's no need to knock them out and toss them into a corner. A.O. Qi examined the ticket repeatedly, puzzled. Is it really that coincidental? Buting's fame has grown to the extent that even an outside theater troupe is aware of it. If you treated guests a bit better, our Buting's reputation would soar even higher. I snatched the ticket away from him. "What? Are you afraid of being knocked out and sold to the theater troupe? Too scared to meet the legendary senior sister? The one who should be afraid is you. What if I become infatuated with the senior sister's celestial beauty and grow weary of the old? How would you spend the rest of your life?" "Oh, she scoffed. That person can charm with just one hand. Unlike you, who only thinks of making money and eating. You even hit me with a broom at times. If you fancy someone else, then go ahead. I shrugged. I'm going to take a nap. You can entertain yourself. After walking a few steps, I paused and turned back, smiling brightly at him. If I ever favor a new person over an old acquaintance, I trust you will take the hint. You dare. I am an ancient monster. What is there to fear? Stop right there. Have you set your sights on someone? That one surnamed Niè or surnamed Tang? Or perhaps the delicate one from home? Fat Sanjin popped his head in from outside the door. Master Ao, I also have dignity. What are you eavesdropping on? Not cooking? Your voice is so loud that I hardly need to eavesdrop. As you can see, since Ao Qi joined Buting, it has been lively at all hours. Perhaps due to overthinking, I found myself unable to sleep, sitting by the bed of the unknown, which had been disturbed by the thin blanket he kicked off. The bird songs outside were now sparse, and, as I sat by the window, the faint morning light filtered through the 2 tickets in my hand. The plum blossom on the back seemed so vivid that it might leap from the paper, and there was even a faint fragrance wafting from the petals, transcending the confines of space and entering my breath. Thus, the vibrant hues of flowers bloom abundantly, all laid to waste among broken wells and crumbling walls. In the small backyard, fine snow danced in the air, and red plum blossoms were in full bloom. Beside the frozen pond at the foot of the rockery, a young girl in a green skirt and plain attire was tugging a handkerchief, her willow-like waist swaying gracefully, a charming smile gracing her lips as she practiced both her voice and posture. On the stone table beside her rested a slightly yellowed booklet, its cover boldly inscribed with Mu Dan Ting Ji in 6 neat characters, with several plum blossom petals scattered atop it, a lovely crimson, even without splendid garments or cosmetics. The girl was a graceful beauty, her every gesture and glance captivating, enhanced by the backdrop of falling snow and red plums, creating a scene that could only be described as a painting. What a pity that such beautiful times and splendid scenes are governed by heaven, who enjoys such delightful pleasures in whose courtyard. Suddenly, someone leaped over the wall, not only shattering a flower pot by the wall, but also crushing several innocent plants, startling her in the process. A young gentleman in white, with black hair, bore a trace of dried blood at the corner of his mouth, his robe caked in mud, and one of his shoes missing, looking quite disheveled. She covered her mouth, striving not to scream, and cautiously approached him, asking, "Are you a thief?" The young gentleman coughed, sitting up and gazing at her with an expression of bemusement, remarking that a thief would not dare to scale walls during the day. She exhaled a sigh of relief, only to become tense once more, inquiring about his true nature. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression shifted dramatically as she pointed at his ears, stammering, "Why you?" "Your ears." Furrowing his brow, he instinctively touched his own ears, gritting his teeth and muttering about a foul Taoist who had harmed his essence. A pair of pristine, fluffy fox ears gradually became visible. She stumbled back, nearly losing her balance, and gasped, "Why, you're a fox spirit?" He struggled to rise, clutching a deep sword wound on his right chest, the blood staining it a vivid red, more brilliant than the blossoms of early plum. "You don't come near. I will scream," she stammered, her legs trembling, collapsing onto the snow-dappled ground. "Don't eat my flesh. I'm not tasty." He stepped closer, extending his bloodied hand and forcing a smile. "I am a vegetarian. Please rise. The ground is cold." She stared at him, hesitating to reach out, and replied, "Why, you truly are a fox spirit? Someone desires to disembowel me and extract my core. Miss, could you lend a hand to save my life?" He looked deeply into her eyes, his words earnest. "But I can only sing. I cannot fight. I cannot save you," she replied, waving her hands in a flurry of panic. His pale lips curled into a slight smile. "No need for you to fight. I merely ask that you hide me from these villains, and I shall be well." "But our foaming troop has no place to conceal you," she exclaimed, both frightened and distressed. "My room is too small to hide you. It would be troublesome if the troop leader found out. Besides, we are to depart from here in a few days." He pressed his finger gently against her lips, silencing her. "I know of a hiding place, but only you can guide me there. Are you willing?" Carefully, she moved his finger aside. "You truly won't eat me?" He shook his head with a smile. She sighed in relief. "Very well. Tell me where you wish to go, and I shall lead you. But it cannot be too far. I must return to practice. I am to perform in 2 days. His gaze fell upon a booklet nearby. Are you one of the performers from the Pear Garden? She nodded. Which play do you often sing? The Peony Pavilion. Dudignon? Yes. He examined her face closely. You must portray her beautifully. I love singing this play, she replied, her gaze dropping, her long eyelashes obscuring her view. She still felt hesitant to face a creature of the supernatural, even if he was not particularly terrifying. Objectively speaking, he was rather handsome, with phoenix-like eyes and a finely sculpted nose. Despite his injuries, his appearance remained largely unblemished. It was true what they said about fox spirits being exceedingly beautiful. He extended his hand. Let's be on our way. Could you assist me? After a moment's hesitation, she rose, clutching the booklet to her chest, gently grasping his fingertips with her other hand. Is this booklet very important? He chuckled, observing her, as if she were cradling an exquisite treasure. It was left to me by my mother, she murmured. Your hand is quite warm, he remarked as he tightened his grip on hers, slowly moving forward. Your hand is so cold, she replied, gazing down at her toes. As their respective temperatures mingled through their clasped hands, her racing heart began to settle, and the initial fear melted away like the snow. She felt that they had merely stepped out of the backyard when he pushed open a worn door, and a refreshing, sweet fragrance wafted into the air. Before them lay a vast expanse of snow, with cold plum blossoms in full bloom, and a quaint wooden cabin nestled within the plum grove, elegant and exquisite. I was unaware that such a plum grove existed beyond the backyard, she exclaimed, her eyes widening with delight. It's beautiful. This is the place. He released her hand, smiling. I can rest here in peace. Those fools would never think to search for me here. Suddenly, large flakes of snow began to fall, enveloping the world in silence. The red and white hues creating a picturesque scene. Unable to contain her excitement, she scooped up a handful of snow and tossed it into the air, exclaiming, "What heavy snow! Such a cold day, it's wonderful." He looked at her with amusement. Do you enjoy winter? Yes. She nodded vigorously. In winter, I never attract trouble. Attract trouble? Does mischief depend on the season? He laughed. Her expression dimmed slightly, and she lost interest in playing with the snow. I must return. Very well. He indicated a direction. The door is over there. She walked a few paces in silence before turning back. You won't die here, will you? Your wound looks severe. With a period of rest, I shall heal. You should return now. He waved her off. She turned away, paused, and looked back again. If you do not consume humans, why do they wish to kill you? He inhaled deeply, smiling. Because I am different from them. She stood momentarily stunned, saying nothing before turning to leave. Do not worry. I will come to see you. His voice faded into the distance. With another creak, she pushed open the worn door, revealing the courtyard rented temporarily by the troop leader. However, there was no snow here. The ground remained as it had been, speckled with patches of snow. Master Sister, the troop leader is looking for you. A small boy, full of energy, dashed out from the other side of the yard. Instinctively, she hurried to close the back door, responding in a flustered manner, I know. Before departing, she glanced back at that door. Chapter 13, Night Riding, 5. He truly possessed supernatural abilities. She mustered her courage to seek him out. But upon opening that worn door, she was greeted only by a muddy, winding path, with an elderly woman picking vegetables seated across from her. The snow, the plum grove, the wooden cabin, none of it was to be found. A twinge of disappointment washed over her. A fox spirit had abruptly entered her world, only to vanish just as swiftly. Yet, her life continued unchanged, filled with daily practice and performances on predetermined days. She was the most celebrated pillar of the Fengming troupe, the esteemed Hua Dan, Li Yeshu, and the beloved Du Linyang among the audience, though her co-star, Lu Mengmei, had changed several times. Such matters were inconsequential, for the most fervent applause and the most adoring gazes were reserved solely for her. She cherished her profession. No matter how humble the stage, she could shine brightly. It was only upon the stage that she felt the world treated her with kindness. In winter, her performances were frequent, almost every 2 or 3 days, while in summer, there was typically only one a month. These arrangements were dictated by the troop leader, surnamed Feng. When she first met him, he was a young man in his 20s, capable of ending a life with a mere embroidered needle. Now, however, he was a stout, middle-aged man with a slight belly, leading a theater troupe across the land, returning home with earnings devoid of bloodshed. Before her acquaintance with the troop leader, she lived with her mother near a temple, with few neighbors nearby. Her mother had a passion for opera, often clutching a yellowed copy of the complete Peony Pavilion, singing the same lines repeatedly. Their small courtyard was filled with plum blossoms, her mother's favorite flower, as she adored everything associated with winter. In summer, her mother seldom left the house, instead spending the entire season in a large water vat filled to the brim, hardly eating or drinking, sleeping away the summer days. As for her father, she had no recollection of him. He had not been present since she could remember. Their lives were modest and devoid of friends. Yet her mother's youthful beauty often drew unwanted attention. She vividly recalled a gaunt man with a mole on his left cheek that sprouted hair, who would often lurk along the path her mother took to wash clothes, making unwelcome advances. After being scolded by her mother, he would not retreat, but instead became more brazen. On one occasion, he even tried to entice her, a girl not yet 10, with candy, luring her to his home to be his daughter. Her mother arrived just in time, trembling with rage. That day, her mother instructed her to return home first, while she accompanied the man into the nearby woods. About the time it took for a cup of tea to brew later, her mother returned alone. And though she felt frightened and wished to embrace her, her mother pushed her away. She felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, as if it had been scorched by something exceedingly hot. Just moments ago, her mother's hand had brushed against that very spot. Her mother had spent the entire night in the water tank, and the next day, she resumed her usual routine of combing her hair and preparing meals. From that day forth, that detestable man never reappeared. Not only him, but all men who harbored ill intentions towards them gradually vanished from sight. She inquired of her mother why they resided near the monk's temple, which rang its bell daily, creating quite a ruckus. Her mother gently stroked her head, assuring her that it was safe there. Safe? If it were indeed safe, how could he have appeared that day, amidst a heavy downpour? Her mother stood face to face with the youthful Feng Gongzi, while she stood between them, sensing an air of unease. Did you think the incense of the monk's temple could mask your trail? Rain cascaded down his sharply defined face. At the very least, there should be 10 years apiece. Her mother smiled. You promised me you wouldn't kill. He replied coldly. But you also promised me that you would live a good life with your senior brother. Her mother fell silent. 10 years ago, the fire at Hongxiu Tower claimed countless lives. He pointed towards the bamboo forest outside the courtyard, revealing that 10 years later, it harbored yet more vengeful souls. How can I trust you again? You can avenge them. Her mother sighed. Just do not do it in front of the child. She did not fully comprehend their conversation, but suddenly felt that her mother might leave her. She ran over and hugged her tightly. You know I am no match for you. He wore a sorrowful expression. I once said that everything must rely on yourself, but you repeatedly break your vows. One day, you will revert to your true nature, and then others will come to extinguish you. There are many who are far more formidable than I. He gazed at her, who was clinging tightly to her mother, and sighed. Her mother crouched down and held her, neither crying nor smiling, and after a long while, she said to him, Come back in 7 days. My life is mine to plan. The rain intensified, blurring the outlines of all people and objects. 7 days later, he returned as promised. On that very morning, she lost track of her mother, leaving behind only a complete edition of Mu Dan Tingji. At the age of 10, she did not cry or complain. She merely clutched the script and looked at him. My mother will come back, right? If she loved you, she would not return. He crouched down, looking into her eyes. She resembled her mother greatly, and despite her tender age, she was already radiant and captivating. Her tears finally fell, splattering onto the script. The temperature in the room suddenly rose, and the wooden stool closest to her spontaneously ignited, flames appearing without warning. He frowned, waved his sleeve, and the flames were extinguished. Then he firmly grasped her shoulder, gritting his teeth and commanding, Sit cross-legged. She panicked and complied. A chilling and piercing current flowed from his palm to the crown of her head, rendering her speechless and immobile, as if her very soul were being squeezed out. Everything concluded after he spat out a mouthful of blood. She pressed her hand to her heart, and all discomfort vanished. She turned around, astonished to see him suddenly feeble. A strand of white hair drifting at his temple. Your name is Yi Shu, is it not? He wiped the blood from his lips, struggling to sit up and regulate his breathing. Your father, Li Mingji, is a disciple of Shun Jitang and my senior brother. She timidly replied, I do not know my father's name. I have never met him. You certainly have not met him. He chuckled bitterly. 10 years ago, a place called Hongxiu Tower caught fire, the flames spreading too swiftly for anyone to escape, including your father. At that time, you were still in your mother's womb. After a brief pause, he added, that fire was caused by your mother. She felt bewildered and anxious, realizing these matters were beyond her youthful comprehension. Come with me. He rose, a strand of white hair cascading over his shoulder. He plucked a few strands, smiling self-deprecatingly. From now on, we must learn to live like ordinary people. She was afraid of him, yet he was unlike those who came to disturb them. He bore no lewdness or malice, lacking the stance and courage to refuse. She wiped her tears, stood up, and, clutching the script, followed him out the door. Another decade passed, and she never returned to the home near the monk's temple. He formed a theater troupe called Fengming Band, traveling far and wide to make a living. He said, your mother's rendition of Mu Dan Ting is unparalleled. Although you cannot match it, you come close enough. Fengming Band and Li Yishu gradually became well known after countless performances. Only when she blossomed into a young woman did she learn that Shun Jitang was a place dedicated to capturing monsters. On that snowy night, he gazed in her eyes and said, your mother is a Ba, and you carry half the blood of a monster. She was stunned for a long while, finally uttering an "Oh." So this is what monster looks like, but how is it different from being human? A Ba harbors unusual heat, uncontrollable, turning the earth barren and reducing all to ash. 1,000 years ago, the Ba were exterminated by the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Realm, with only a few surviving. They concealed their powers, blending into human society, even marrying humans. Over time, as bloodlines mingled, the descendants of the Ba gradually lost the formidable abilities of their ancestors. Nevertheless, they still possess the potential for destruction, capable of leveling 100 miles to ashes. He observed her face. Your mother has repeatedly broken her vows, her monstrous nature intensifying. Remaining by your side, she will inevitably lead to your demise. If she retains even a shred of goodness and reason, she will seek out a place of utmost coldness to end her remaining life. She grasped the script tightly, her nails turning crimson. I'm like her, am I not? She lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened. A monster that could burn others at any moment? Just like that wooden stool from years past. No, it is different. He shook his head. You possess only half her power, and I have already expended all my cultivation to seal the monster's power within you, though I cannot eradicate it. As long as you maintain a tranquil mind, meditate during the hot summer, and seek the cold to protect yourself during the snowy winter, you will be no different from ordinary people. You have done well these past years. She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. No wonder you never let me perform much in the summer. He chuckled. What if you got too carried away while singing and burned down the stage? You can no longer capture monsters, can you? She suddenly asked. Over the years, you have aged and gained weight. Not capturing them is fine. Being the troop leader is more lucrative. He smiled, glancing down at his plump belly. Having lost the ability to leap and fight, weight gain was inevitable. You could have killed me, kill my mother. She gazed at him. Your mother is the wife of my senior brother. You are my niece, so there is no reason to harm you. He confessed. The snow is heavy tonight. I will go out for a walk. She rose to take her leave, pushing the door open, snowflakes swirling inside. She turned back and asked, Troop leader, you love my mother, did you not? He was momentarily taken aback. She smiled and stepped into the snow. Before long, beautiful singing filled the courtyard. For you, like a flower in beauty, like flowing water through the years, is a daughter who has searched everywhere, cherishing herself in a secluded chamber. Time and again, she sang Mu Dan Ting, embodying Du Lin Yang in countless performances. Perhaps she was the happiest monster in the world? The troop leader had said that only with a tranquil mind could she live steadily as an ordinary person. She understood why her mother adored plum blossoms and cherished winter. Only in this season could they embrace freely, dance, laugh, and cry without the fear that intense emotions would ignite the monster fire and harm the innocent. Sitting in the jolting carriage, she repeatedly leaned out to gaze at the courtyard, which was receding further away. Their troop was off to another destination, but the fox had not come to bid her farewell before she left. Had his injuries healed? Surely he had not perished? Chapter 14. Yi Shu 6. This winter had reached its end. She was organizing her belongings at a new place of residence, while outside, the clock struck 3. The incense burner on the table emitted thin wisps of smoke, the cool yet sweet scent wafting through the room. In this moment, time seemed to linger, as grass and flowers slumbered. Suddenly, someone called out behind her, startling her into turning around in haste. He adorned his cloud-like hairpin, the vibrant red and emerald hues contrasting beautifully. He gazed at her with a gentle smile, donned in a pristine white robe as immaculate as freshly fallen snow. His fox ears now transformed into human ones, embodying the elegance that would make anyone envious. "You have arrived," he remarked. Her spirits lifted instantly. As she scrutinized him from head to toe, "Is your injury fully healed?" "It is no longer serious. With another year or 2 of recuperation, I shall be entirely restored," he replied. Suddenly, he bowed deeply to her. "I shall never forget the life-saving grace of Miss Yi Shu." "I have done nothing of great significance," she replied, feeling a bit shy, gesturing toward a stool. "Please sit down. You must have traveled quite a distance to find this place." He took a seat, chuckling lightly. "I am a fox spirit. I can traverse anywhere with ease." "Have those who sought to harm you pursued you here?" she inquired anxiously. "They won't find me anytime soon," he reassured her, patting her hand. "Your hands remain so cold," she observed, gazing at his slender fingers. "Is this typical for foxes?" "Perhaps it is due to my inactivity. My body is yet to warm up," he responded with a smile. "Why not teach me to sing opera? I have heard that merely practicing one's posture is quite challenging. Perhaps if I perform a scene from Mu Dan Ting, I shall warm up." She burst into laughter. "A fox learning to sing opera? Will you teach me?" Feigning indignation, he retorted. "Do you think so little of us foxes?" No, I will teach you." She quickly nodded. "However, I must say from the 2 lines you just sang, you are no worse than the young male actors in our troupe." He beamed with pride. "That must be my natural talent." "Very well. Will you sing the Dan or Sheng role?" She scrutinized his face. "With your looks, you would excel in any role." "You shall be Du Lin Yang, and I shall be Lu Meng Mei," he declared dramatically, elongating his voice. "Miss, this humble performer greets you." With a flick of her sleeve, she blushed and smiled. Beneath the warm yellow candlelight, their beautiful silhouettes danced on the wall, their voices harmonizing like celestial music, immersed in a captivating rendition of Mu Dan Ting. Unfortunately, there was no audience. Only the moonlight and the chirping of insects silently appreciating this rare performance. Before dawn, he prepared to leave. She asked, "Fox, what is your name?" "Mei Meng Liu," he replied with a grin. "You jest," she said, displeased. "Your name sounds entirely fabricated. Lu Meng Mei is one name. And you call yourself Mei Meng Liu?" "I speak the truth," he asserted sincerely. "For today, I have received a name. Previously, I was merely referred to as a demon or a fox spirit." She pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, Mei Meng Liu it shall be. You must rest. I shall visit you again." "Take care on your journey," he replied. The fox, who called himself Mei Meng Liu, kept his promise. For nearly 2 years, regardless of where her troupe performed, he would find her. He not only learned opera from her, but also recounted the extraordinary tales he had encountered. Sometimes, he would even take her soaring through the skies to enchanting landscapes she had never seen. She cherished their moments together, feeling that her tranquil life had gained vibrant colors. Every joke he shared and every wildflower he picked for her became treasured gems hidden in her heart, beneath the plum blossom trees and deep in the verdant mountains. Many places transformed into their exclusive stage. She mused that if given the chance, she would sing Mu Dan Ting with him for a lifetime. However, all was kept a secret. He would always visit when the surroundings were deserted, and no one knew of his existence. On this day, it was New Year's Eve. He brought her back to the plum grove where they first met. The snow fell heavily, and he carried her on his back, trudging through the snow. She plucked a branch of red plum blossoms and, in a playful manner, tucked it into his hair. "Have you been eating too much lately? You feel heavy," he teased, pretending to stumble and dropping her softly into the fluffy snow. She sat up, scooping a handful of snow to throw at him. "My waist is only 1'6". "Haha, I'm just teasing you," he laughed, skillfully dodging the snow and landing gracefully behind her, wrapping her in his arms. "Are you cold?" She shook her head. "I fear heat, not cold. The colder the better." A gust of frigid wind swept through, and crimson petals fluttered down from the plum trees, landing on their heads and garments. She held his hand, gazing at the wooden house not far away. "It would be wonderful if we could live here forever." His voice dimmed slightly. "Perhaps in a month, I shall have to depart. After 2 years of recovery, I am nearly healed." Her heart sank, but she forced a smile. "Healing is a good thing. You will still come to see me, won't you?" "I am a demon. We are different," he replied, resting his chin atop her head. "Only here can I hold you so securely, without fearing a sudden blade that wishes to end my life." "We are different." She bit her lip, ultimately exclaiming, "We are the same." He turned to her, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "My mother is a BA." She inhaled deeply. "I carry the blood of a demon within me. The troop leader sacrificed his cultivation to seal my demonic powers, which is why you perceive me as an ordinary human." He released her in surprise. "You're a BA?" She turned to face his astonished expression and smiled. "You always wondered why my hands are so warm. A BA is a demon known for creating high temperatures and droughts, as well as barren lands." The cold wind picked up snowflakes, striking against them. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply. "You must have endured a very difficult life." She shook her head and smiled. "I have always lived well. Although I never met my father, my mother treated me kindly." After her passing, the troop leader continued to care for me. "Your parents are both gone?" he asked. "I have heard that my father was a disciple of Shun Tang, dedicated to capturing and exterminating demons. However, he met my mother." She chuckled. "The stories of love in this world are often quite similar, as are the reasons for betrayal. Due to my mother, my father was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from Tang. Perhaps the mundane life did not align with his expectations. After the initial passion faded, he grew weary. He began frequenting brothels, seeking solace and dignity in the flattery of women. One day, that red-sleeved building suddenly caught fire, claiming countless lives without exception. He frowned. "Was it your mother?" She nodded. She was simply overwhelmed by despair. "My father's disciple, who later became the troop leader, had the opportunity to kill my mother, but chose not to. He only required her promise to refrain from killing again. At that time, my mother was already pregnant." She recounted the events that followed in fragments, sharing everything without reservation. The wind and snow gradually subsided, and a layer of snow beneath them thickened. They sat on the snow-covered ground, surrounded only by the soft sound of plum petals falling. "Are you afraid of me?" She broke the silence. "They say BA are the most vicious of demons. It is getting late. I shall escort you back," he said, rising and brushing the snow off himself. She did not understand why tears threatened to spill, but she held them back, standing up briskly. "All right." A broken branch fell to the ground, and she accidentally stepped on it, producing a sharp crack that pierced her heart. For the first time, she felt cold. 15 days had passed since New Year's Eve. The new spring had arrived, and life began to awaken, yet he had not come to see her again. Aside from performing on stage, she remained in her room, clutching the worn-out script, confiding all her thoughts to it. Now, it was her sole companion. "You see, he must have left that place already," she murmured to herself, tears streaming down her cheeks. "He fears I will not come to see him again." In a choked voice, she sang, "Beautiful moments are wasted on the heavens. Delightful pleasures belong to whose courtyard?" Finally, she buried her face in her arms, sobbing softly. Only when she was on stage did she feel alive, often lost in a daze, mistaking the young actor who performed opposite her for him. That morning, she abruptly sat up in bed, a singular thought occupying her mind. She must return to the courtyard where they first met. She yearned to find that grove of plum trees. She wanted to see him, even if just for a moment. She had no demands, only a wish for a proper farewell. Quietly, she slipped out of her room, heading straight for the back door, leaving behind her most cherished script. On a misty morning, the courtyard gate creaked open, and she, clad in thin garments, leaped outside, only to be abruptly obstructed by 3 towering figures. "It is her," one of them uttered coldly. The mist thickened suddenly, enveloping the heavens and the earth, along with everything contained within. "Hey, it's time to eat." Someone patted my shoulder. I jolted awake to find Ao Qi waving a sesame pancake before my eyes. "Why is it so hot?" He noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on my forehead and hurriedly wiped them away. "Are you all right?" Instinctively, I glanced at my right hand, where 2 theater tickets were still firmly clutched. I grasped Ao Qi's hand tightly and said, "I had an exceptionally long dream." "A nightmare?" Ao Qi sighed in relief. "Poor thing, you must have been overly worried about your injury. It was merely a superficial wound. Who was worried about you?" I shot him a glance. "I dreamt of Li Yishu. I raised the tickets. These tickets are suspect. Someone has cast a spell on them to lure me into a dream." Realizing I was not jesting, Ao Qi took the tickets and examined them closely, asking, "What exactly did you dream about?" I recounted every detail of my dream without omission. Upon hearing this, Ao Qi sneered. "This demon is rather candid. She didn't even need to be coerced into revealing her secrets. This is good. It saves us the trouble. Let's head straight to Raolyang Yuan to capture her." He shook his head. No, it could be a trap, a feigned retreat. We must not be careless. If everything in the dream were true, then the Ba we were to confront was not merely a legendary monster, but a being whose lineage had been diluted, possessing only half-demon blood, ultimately sealed away. In terms of strength, she was hardly our match. After a brief contemplation, I recalled the fire from the previous night. It was likely that something had provoked her emotions, igniting her demonic flames and affecting the neighboring houses. Since she sought me out, she must have been in genuine need of assistance. Indeed, if she were a true Ba, we would not have been able to save that child last night, and the fire would not have merely consumed a single house. There was truly nothing to fear. Ao Qi pondered for a moment. "Stop overthinking. Anyway, she has delivered the tickets, so we should graciously accept the invitation. Yes, we must see this Mu Dan Ting." 3 days later at night, outside Raolyang Yuan, fans had already formed long lines, eagerly entering. The popularity of the Feng Ming troupe was indeed astonishing. The venue was simply decorated, with a well-constructed stage in the center, surrounded by uniformly sized rooms and neat rows of benches, all occupied. Accompanied by the sounds of gongs and drums, the stage had already transformed into a dazzling world. Ao Qi and I sat at the back, our gazes fixed upon the woman on stage, her flowing sleeves and radiant presence captivating all. The gentle breeze whispers through the courtyard, swaying like threads of spring. After a moment, adorned in exquisite makeup, she was undoubtedly the Li Yishu I had seen in my dream. With grace, she portrayed Du Linyang, receiving enthusiastic applause from the audience. However, what truly captivated me was not her splendid performance, but a backdrop of plum trees. They had cleverly chosen not to use a mere painted scene, but real plum trees. Most might assume they were handcrafted models, yet to my eyes, they appeared undeniably authentic. Each blossom vibrant, as if just blooming, startlingly red for early May. I whispered to Ao Qi, "Those plum trees are suspicious." "Oh," he replied, "let me take a closer look." Closing his eyes, he summoned his spiritual power, sweeping his palm before his eyes, then reopening them with a sharp intake of breath. "My goodness, they're all foxes." "Foxes?" I was taken aback. "See for yourself." Ao Qi waved his hand before my eyes, revealing the ordinary illusion. On stage, she continued to sing elegantly, yet the 7 or 8 plum trees behind her were merely dead branches, each rooted in a half-alive fox. These foxes, in various colors and sizes, were ensnared by sorcery, forced to sacrifice their flesh and blood to nourish the withered branches, thus creating the illusion of flourishing plum trees. "This is cruelty to animals," Ao Qi remarked. "Indeed, a woman's vengeful spirit can be terrifying. Spurned by one fox, she retaliates against her kin." I remained silent. As the performance concluded, she graciously led her fellow actors on stage to take their bows amidst thunderous applause. As the crowd dispersed, The crew busied themselves with packing up the props. "Senior sister, should we leave these fake plum trees here?" a young man inquired. She turned, smiling lightly. "No need. Let them stay. They're not of great importance. Let us go." I urged Aochi towards the backstage. It seemed she had already instructed others. Upon revealing our identities, we were promptly escorted to a secluded room in the garden, designated as the senior sister's dressing room. The modest space was adorned with exquisite headdresses and costumes. And under the bright lights, she sat at the vanity, meticulously removing her makeup. The table was cluttered with cosmetics and brushes, and in the oval mirror, a beautiful visage slowly emerged. The space was confined, and we made do with our seating. She did not glance sideways. "No need," I smiled. "You've gone to great lengths to send the tickets. Now that I've dreamt and watched the play, if Missy Shu has something to say, please be direct. I am honest in my dealings. As long as you can afford the price, I will retrieve what you seek." The proprietress was indeed straightforward. She wiped away the last remnants of makeup. "No wonder, even before reaching Dongfang, I've already heard people singing your praises. I need you to find someone." "Mai Meng Liu." I stated the name outright. "Yes," she smiled. "I usually keep to myself and feared you might pry into my affairs. So I sealed everything I wanted to say within the tickets. A long dream is worth more than 1,000 words." "He hasn't returned?" I asked. Perhaps he fears that I might, like my mother, demand his utter annihilation for an unforgivable deed," she replied with a cold laugh. "After all, I am a Ba. Was it you who set the neighboring house ablaze?" She questioned. In a moment of rage, it was an unintentional misstep. She brushed it off lightly. Unintentional misstep? I approached her, suddenly reaching out to touch her face. Such a beautiful face engaged in such perilous deeds is quite unfortunate. She clearly rejected my gesture, quickly turning her face away and forcefully pushing my hand away. "You exaggerate. No one died." I chuckled, rubbing my fingers together if lives were lost. It would be too late. "So, will you do business with me or not?" She seemed somewhat impatient. "As long as you can bring Mai Meng Liu back. Any reward you desire is negotiable." "What do you intend to do with him once he has returned?" "Perform another Mu Dan Ting?" I scoffed. "Or use him like those foxes on stage, as fertilizer for your trees?" Her expression shifted slightly. "You saw that? Since I am here to find something for someone, naturally, my eyesight must be sharp." I collected my smile. "Before I decide whether to accept your business, let us first discuss those foxes and the reasons behind your arson." "Apologies, but I have no interest in discussing such matters with you." She waved her sleeve. "If you have no intention of earning my reward, then please leave." "Who said I am not interested in earning?" I shrugged. "But I am accustomed to ensuring that my earnings are legitimate. If we do not clarify what I wish to know today, we will not be leaving." "You insolent wretch!" She seethed with anger. With a sudden crack, the circular stool nearest to me ignited, and the temperature in the room surged. "Get out!" she bellowed. "Was it not you who invited us here, by all means, only to now demand we leave?" I retorted. "The disrespect lies with you." Aochi positioned himself behind me. "When I play with fire, your mother was not even born yet." With that, he flicked his fingers, a faint light shooting forth, igniting the hem of her gown, causing her to gasp and hurriedly stamp it out. "I once thought you possessed great courage, yet a mere flicker of flame has rendered you so fearful," scoffed Aoji. "You must regret engaging in business with us." He suddenly rose, fists clenched, and bellowed. Boom! The entire room ignited, yet the flames never reached me. To be precise, they never encroached upon Aoji, as a layer of pale blue light danced around him, keeping the fire at bay, 1 meter away. She gasped in astonishment. "Who are you?" Aoji ignored her and turned to me, asking whether to kill her on the spot or spare her as a captive to be tormented later. Before I could respond, a strange wind surged from the inferno, and a shadow, moving with lightning speed, seized Li Yishu's arm and swiftly dashed out of the flames. Competing in speed with an ancient creature like me is not a wise choice. I transformed into light and swiftly pursued. Aoji waved his hand, extinguishing the fire within the room before following closely behind. Under the night sky, 2 beams of light, one green and one purple, chased after a chaotic wind ahead. Chapter 16. Yishu 8. Perhaps if you shed some weight, you could fly a bit faster. Aoj taunted, casting a condescending glance at the fallen figure. We continued north, chasing until we arrived at this isolated island surrounded by water, or rather, the person we were pursuing had exhausted their strength and collapsed here. The island was diminutive, a mere 20 meters across at most, devoid of anything but a solitary grave. The sound of water ebbed and flowed, producing an odd melody, akin to a mute struggling to articulate, filled with an inexplicable sense of repression. Covered in sweat, Master Feng, gasping for breath, sat up from the ground, his left hand still tightly gripping Li Shu and laboriously shifting to protect her behind him. Perhaps the fall had disoriented her. Li Shu appeared dazed, her mouth slightly agape, her expression vacant, resembling a fish deprived of oxygen. Your cultivation must have been considerable in those days, even if you have squandered your practice. You can still ride the winds now, I sincerely praised Master Feng. What a pity! If it were not for her, perhaps you could have become a great master. Vanquishing demons. Master Feng chuckled. A great master is merely a jest. The truth is that the higher the path, the greater the demons. He looked towards me, and Aoj. No wonder I sensed a peculiar aura outside the garden on the night of the fire. You two must have been present then? My home is not far from the scene of the blaze. I smiled, since the master could discern our uniqueness. He must also be well aware of the actions of your leading actress. My gaze turned sharply towards the woman he desperately sought to protect. Why do you obstruct me? Recovering her senses, Li Shu suddenly shoved him aside, stumbling to her feet, pointing at me. I kindly offered you business, and if you refuse to assist, you ought to at least refrain from being rude. You are as heartless as Mei Meng Lu. People like you are better off dead. Her extreme fury manifested as a fireball igniting between her hands. Yishu, do not act recklessly. You are not their match. He lunged to stop her, but was kicked away. Boom! The massive fireball surged menacingly towards Aoj and me. The fireball halted less than half a foot from Aoj, transforming into a wisp of vapor as he merely raised a hand, gesturing for her to keep her distance. She evidently underestimated our strength. In a moment of desperation, flames erupted from her entire body, coalescing in the air to form a monstrous creature. Aoshi shukled coldly, curling his finger and commanding go. A pillar of water erupted from the riverbank, dousing her with a refreshing torrent. There was no time to continue this farce. I conjured a rope and bound her securely. Please spare her, Master Feng implored, kneeling before us. She is not as wicked as you think. She is merely not wicked enough? Aoj retorted angrily. Would that house have burned if not for her? He shook his head in distress. She acted without malice. I coldly remarked, without malice? As a cultivator, even if your powers have waned, witnessing her harming innocent lives with her demonic arts without intervening is also an act of indifference. He sighed deeply, gritting his teeth as he approached the still cursing Li Shu, suddenly delivering a slap. You ungrateful wretch. Before his words fell silent, he dragged her frantically to the grave mound, forcefully pressing her against the tombstone, declaring loudly, Look closely. Understand who lies here. She glared at him with hatred, reluctantly shifting her gaze to the gravestone that read, Li Shu, Mei Meng Lu's grave. A simple 8-character inscription, which we also witnessed. In a darkened room, she was abruptly awakened by a bucket of cold water. 3 indistinct men loomed in her blurry vision, ghost-like. Are they robbers? Her heart raced. Where have you hidden that white fox? One man demanded menacingly. She blinked in confusion. What white fox? A resounding slap struck her. Are you playing dumb? You clearly reek of that fox spirit. We searched long and hard for you. Speak. These must be the villains he had mentioned, the ones who would gut him. She suddenly felt fortunate he had not returned to seek her, for had he done so, she might have been the one bound here. I have only encountered white cats. Never a white fox, she murmured. Another slap followed, along with a barrage of insults. In the darkness, a glimmer of light flashed, and she felt a sudden warmth in her left arm, followed by excruciating pain. A man wielding a short knife swayed it coldly, saying, If you refuse to speak, today I will carve 1 cut on your arm, tomorrow 2, and the day after, if you still remain silent. The icy blade pressed against her cheek. I have heard you are a Huadan singer. If you lose this face, can you still sing? Cold sweat trickled down her spine. The three men departed the room, leaving her bound, deprived of food and drink. She had never feared the cold, but that night felt particularly frigid, and she found herself trembling. Suddenly, someone gently cradled her face, calling her name. She opened her eyes to find him, whom she had not seen in ages, standing before her, though his eyes were red, as if he had wept. Beside him was no longer that dim room, but the plum grove she longed to return to, unexpectedly still covered in snow, with the red plums in full bloom. You must leave. She urgently pushed him away. Those who wish to kill you are coming. I did not tell them where you are. You must go. Do you know where I am? He suddenly asked a peculiar question. Her mind felt as if pricked by a needle. Indeed, where was he? She seemed to have never realized this was a question. He stood beside her, behind that broken back door, in the world of falling snow and red plums. Yet she could not articulate where he truly was. His appearances and disappearances felt dreamlike, occurring without notice. You are behind that door, aren't you? She murmured. He gazed at her, his fingers gently brushing her face. Yi Shu, I am hiding in your dreams. She stared into his eyes, dreamily repeating, in my dreams? This is the magic I excel at, and is the safest hiding place I could find, he confessed, lowering his long eyelashes, holding her hand with a hint of regret, apologizing for not having told her sooner. Are you saying that every encounter we have had, every opera we have performed together, every place we have visited, exists within my dreams? She was suddenly frightened, retracting her hand. How could that be? He suddenly smiled. Did not Du Linyang and Lu Ming may also meet in a dream? Sometimes, the boundary between dreams and reality is non-existent. So, you have always been by my side. She bit her lip. You know I have been searching for you, yet you did not wish to meet me. You fear me. He remained silent as snowflakes landed on his nose, melting into droplets. I have never trusted humanity, he slowly admitted. I hide to survive, and I cultivate to live. My greatest wish is to defeat all who seek my life. The sorcerers desire my inner elixir, while women covet my kind skin. I have survived through one pursuit after another. I once rescued a woman, yet she ultimately led a horde of villagers armed with torches and weapons to me. You assumed I was akin to that. She suddenly laughed, but alas, I am not even a person. I merely thought you were more foolish than anyone I had encountered before. He chuckled, stating that no one would readily agree to escort a stranger to an unfamiliar place, especially a strange fox. The troop leader had also remarked that I was not particularly clever. She retracted her smile, avoiding his gaze, and said, You should leave. They have captured me. Sooner or later, they will find you. As she spoke, she abruptly looked up, asking, Will they find you? If they discover even a trace, they may seek me out while you slumber. He laughed, reassured her, but there is no need for concern. Even if they come, they may not be able to overpower me. My injuries have healed considerably. She seemed to ignore his words, murmuring phrases only she could hear. Yi Shu, tell them where I am. He gently grasped her shoulder, feigning nonchalance. If something happens to you, your troop will not be able to perform, and your troop leader will surely despise me. She looked at him with confusion. Why do you still wish to stay? He paused slightly, replying, Because this spell has a time limit. I must remain with you for another 3 days. Oh, she nodded. Then after you leave, cultivate diligently and become a formidable fox spirit. Yi Shu, he frowned. Let us sing Mu Dan Ting one more time, if you feel remorse for having used me. She tilted her head back, revealing a joyous smile that only appeared in his presence. But I never knew my dreams could be so wonderful. The cold wind swept through, intertwining the falling snow and crimson plum blossoms into a natural curtain. Beneath the stage, there were no spectators, only her and him, their forms inseparable. A bucket of cold water was poured down, shattering their world into fragments. You even fell asleep. Someone cursed. Brother, I reckon this girl won't yield unless she faces some hardship. Why not mar her beautiful face? Let her have some time. Such a lovely visage would be too regrettable to ruin. The leader of the group smiled maliciously, gripping her chin. 3 days. You'll have 3 more days to live. If you do not comply, I will make you wish for death. Throughout, she never cast a glance at these men. These few were far more terrifying than any monster. Such 3 days felt longer than 3 years. No one provided her with food or drink. The wounds on her arms soaked with water, causing pain greater than when they were freshly cut. A dark iron chain dug deeply in her flesh, nearly reaching the bone, and any slight movement sent waves of agony coursing through her. She felt exhausted, parched, and desperately wanted to sleep. However, each time she heard footsteps outside her room, she commanded herself to remain awake. Yet, her eyelids grew heavier. Perhaps she was on the verge of losing consciousness, though even in slumber, one could dream. She began to hum the lines of plays, reminiscing about her days in Fengming Ban, recalling both joyful and sorrowful moments. She clung to these thoughts fiercely, determined to keep her mind from fading into obscurity. Yet it proved futile. Ultimately, with her hands bound, she could only move her fingers, the sole part of her that remained functional. Thus, whenever sleep beckoned, she would dig her sharp nails into her fingertips with force. Gradually, she lost track of time, the damp chill of the air, and the gnawing hunger. She merely widened her eyes, mechanically pinching her fingers, using the searing pain to maintain her absolute clarity. Before the third day had arrived, the door burst open. The troop leader, bloodied and armed with a knife, rushed in. In that instant, she seemed to see the youthful figure from a decade ago. The iron chain was severed, and he carried her, staggering toward the exit. 3 adversaries, though wounded, pursued them like ravenous wolves, brandishing their weapons. He had to wield his knife for defense while protecting her, with each fierce gust of wind. Several deep wounds appeared on his body. Clearly, he was not capable of facing 3 foes alone. At last, she saw the leader of the bandits raise a sharp, demon-slaying staff, aiming for his crown. No, the troop leader cannot die. He is my only kin in this world. Get away, she screamed, her blood boiling within her like boiling water. A fierce flame erupted from her heart, engulfing the 3 men in an inferno. They screamed and writhed on the ground like grotesque worms. Breathing heavily, her body felt as if it were a glowing ember. The troop leader sprinted through the night. Carrying her, she had never known he still possessed the ability to ride the wind. Soon, he brought her to a secluded island surrounded by water. Her body grew hotter, and he held her helplessly, repeatedly chiding her. Why did you not heed my words? If you could not listen to me, how could I remain calm knowing you were nearly killed? She weakly smiled. I feel as though I might melt away. Your instincts forcibly awakened your sealed demonic power, yet your body cannot withstand the sudden surge of strength. He abruptly fell silent. So, am I to perish by my own flames? She asked calmly. I can feel that invisible fire running rampant within me. No, I will find a way. He vehemently shook his head. Yi Shu, hold on a little longer. At the end of Wū Chuān, there lies the Gu Bingfeng, an extremely cold place. We must go there to suppress the demonic power within you. I may not be able to go on, troop leader. My body is growing lighter. Her face flushed deeper than ever, and as she grasped his hand, wisps of blue smoke began to rise from it. She hurriedly released her grip and even jested. What a pity. You should have given me 2 sweet potatoes to hold on to. They would cook quickly. Yi Shu, his eyes reddened, his heart aching as if it would shatter. Go find another Du Lingyang. She lay back, gazing up at the night sky. Troop leader, you always knew he resided in my dreams, didn't you? He nodded. After all, he was once a demon slayer. When I first awakened you at the back door, I sensed a demon hiding within your dreams. Yet you were oblivious to the fact that you had just fallen asleep. Why did you not drive him away from me? She laughed. Were you afraid I would be saddened? I lacked the strength. He frowned. As I am now, I cannot even contend with those 3 scoundrels. Aside from the remnant of my perception and the ability to ride the wind, I possess no other skills. Otherwise, it would not have taken me 2 days to find your whereabouts. In the future, do not act so recklessly. Her breath slowed. Troop leader, not all demons are evil, are they? Certainly not. He held her hand tightly, even as the heat caused him pain. Is my mother still alive? She lacked the strength to even shake off his grip. I do not know. He shook his head. When she returns, tell her that I have safeguarded that song. Not a single page is missing. Her eyes shimmered with inexplicable joy. Troop leader, death is just like falling asleep, isn't it? One still dreams, dreams filled with falling snow. Red plums, and singing foxes. Do not sleep, Yishu. Continue speaking with me. He fought back tears, calling her name loudly. Suddenly, blazing flames erupted from every inch of her body, rising several meters high, sending him flying away, crashing heavily several meters away. Within the flames, a wisp of white vapor emerged, its shape reminiscent of a fox. Fox demon? He was taken back. Why do you not leave? Do you not know that if Yishu dies, you will never escape? I will not leave. A man's voice softly replied. The only time I wished to detach from her was when she was tormented by that group of beasts. However, the iron chains they used were infused with indestructible talismans. I have tried many times, yet could not break free. The voice carried a self-mocking tone. Indeed, I am merely a useless fox. He was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, Yishu endured great hardship to conceal your aura, all for your safety. Yet you, with a sudden laugh, declared, how can one perform the Mu Dan Ting alone? A partner is necessary, is it not? Why must you suffer this way? How ironic it is for one who once took it upon himself to slay demons, to now counsel a fox spirit to cherish life. The voice laughed again. Your change of profession is indeed wise. You are not wicked enough. He gazed at the dwindling flames and the figure of Yishu, which was already becoming ethereal, and gritted his teeth. You have little time left. Once the flames extinguish, Yishu will vanish. I did not hold much affection for time, the voice replied, filled with melancholy. Most of it was spent avoiding pursuit. You all claim that demons are cruel and must be exterminated, yet it is never I who tramples upon life. Before he could finish speaking, the last flicker of flame extinguished in the wind. He stared blankly at the scorched earth before him, trembling as he reached out to grasp a handful of soil, and he cried out in despair. He dug a pit and buried the charred earth, slowly erecting a new grave. Days later, in the dead of night, he returned to the Feng Ming troop. He did not disturb anyone, quietly making his way to her room. Everything remained the same, with the Mu Dan Ting Ji Quan Ben silently resting on the table by the window. He held it close to his heart, reflecting on the fleeting nature of life from mother to daughter, leaving behind only this yellowed tome. She had waited a lifetime, but never received the vows of love once promised by Lu Mengmei. Could her daughter be seen as the fulfillment of this dream? He alternated between laughter and tears, cradling the book under the oil lamp as he sat through the night, speaking of his own insignificance, the death of Yishu, and the foolishness of the fox, as if what he held was not mere paper, but two souls he could never reclaim. The next day, as the rooster crowed thrice, he awoke from a stupor, only to find the tome had vanished, but sitting upon the bed was a living Yishu, her features unchanged, her smile radiant as ever. Chapter 17. Yishu 9. I had indeed heard that certain treasured heirlooms, simply by being in the presence of their masters for long, and being genuinely cherished, could acquire the essence of life and transform into spirits. After hearing Feng Banju's tale, I gazed at the lovely Li Yishu beside him, marveling at how a script could metamorphose so flawlessly. I had always believed that the news of Yishu's demise had triggered this transformation. Fen Bonzu Site. Since that night, it has believed itself to be Yishu, having followed her for years, capable of flawlessly replicating her appearance, demeanor, and even her talent for opera. Its final memory of Yishu remains fixed on that day when she ventured out alone to find that fox. It has since assumed that Yishu's death was due to her inability to find the fox, blaming it for her demise. Thus, it has been searching for 3 years, embodying Yishu yet failing to locate the fox. Consequently, it has captured those foxes, venting its anger in its own way. Have you just let it be? Its demonic power exceeds mine, he replied helplessly. Moreover, I have my own interests. Feng Ming Troop needs the Yishu. We, the living, must continue our existence. As long as it is happy, I can only acquiesce. Although I have repeatedly told her that the fox did not betray Yishu, she forgets my words by the next day, steadfastly adhering to her own fantasies and judgments. He paused, his expression growing heavier. For months now, I have noticed that it not only imitates Yishu's form and voice, but has also begun to mimic the essence of Ba. Wherever she lingers, the temperature rises, and when she becomes angry, Things around her are consumed by demonic flames. Initially, it was only small items, but that day, when I urged her to temper her disposition and avoid harming the innocent, perhaps my tone was too harsh, she became enraged. Thankfully, it only burned down the house, sparing lives. Being near their master for long can imbue even inanimate objects with emotions, I observed, watching her gaze vacantly as she muttered, "You are Yi Shu, and who am I?" It was a pity her temperament was too obstinate. I crouched down and lifted her chin. "You are mistaken about who you should be searching for." She glared at me defiantly. "I want to find Mei Meng Lu. I must find that fox." I chuckled. "Are you truly the person you believe yourself to be?" "You are the issue," she protested childishly. "I am Li Yishu." I shook my head, placed my right palm on her forehead, and silently recited a spell. A cascade of colorful light flowed through my hand, and her form shrank rapidly until she transformed into a yellowed tome, Mu Dan Ting Ji Quan Ben. The title clearly visible on the cover. Feng Ban Zhu stared in astonishment. You possess the ability to revert a spirit back to its original form? "Do not mention it," I replied, cradling the tome to my chest, lamenting, "Oh no, I have not yet received payment, and I have killed my client." "Ayo," Chi quickly pulled me up. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Do not forget about Tian Ho, that wealthy patron. This tome is worth 500 taels of gold." "All right." I finally calmed down a bit, holding the tome tightly. "What are you two?" he inquired, scrutinizing us. "You clearly possess a non-human aura. Perhaps you should focus on improving your opera troupe." Ao Chi retorted, shooting him a glance. "We are merely the ongoing male and female leads. Should you ever lose a tooth, feel free to seek us out." Feng Banju was left speechless. I walked to the solitary grave, dug a small pit, and placed the tome inside. "What are you doing?" Ao Chi jumped over. "That's 500 taels of gold. Without it, I can still manage to acquire gold," I replied without looking up, covering it with earth. "It belongs with them." Aochi muttered a few words, but ceased to oppose me. As the beautiful scenery graced the heavens and the melodious sounds of water echoed from a nearby courtyard, I felt as though someone was singing, a man and a woman, their emotions deep and tender. That night's events, Feng Banju requested we keep secret. I did not accept his hush money. The foxes on stage had all been saved by Ao Chi, who placed them into bags and released them deep in the mountains, claiming they were unhygienic and particularly foul-smelling. The remaining performances of Feng Ming troupe in the East Block were all cancelled, and Feng Banju departed with his troupe under the cover of night, their destination unknown. Many lamented the missed performance of Li Yishu, including 3 devoted young admirers who reportedly fell ill from their anger. The sweltering heat subsided, and the cool breeze of early summer flowed through our courtyard. Ao Chi and I sat outside, sipping mung bean soup, while Jiwei and Jiang Zhao played in the pond with a dang. I was planning when to visit Tian Yiho's estate to collect the gold, while Ao Chi perused a copy of Mu Dan Tingji he had somehow acquired, yawning repeatedly. "A mountain pig cannot digest fine bran. A rough man like you is hardly suited for enjoying opera." I snatched the script away, exclaiming, "Look at all the mung bean soup splattered on it." Ao Chi reclined in a lounge chair, his hands cradling the back of his head as he gazed at the serene sky. Suddenly, he said, "Do you know what type of person irritates me the most? Someone who admires me?" I teased. He rolled his eyes. "No, it is those who fabricate tales about others. Just like Zimiao back in the day, who, without knowing me, declared I was a ruthless dragon." I choked on my mung bean soup. "But didn't we clear that up later?" "Because I am a dragon. I was imagined to possess boundless capabilities and divine glory, because I am a demon. I was depicted with a face of malevolence. Because of the final shadow in my memory, a heartless lover's tale was spun." Ao Chi seldom spoke in such long sentences. "Those who indulge in fabrication should be buried on a deserted island. It is utterly detestable." I shrugged. That island could not possibly accommodate so many. I finished the sweet and refreshing mung bean soup, smacking my lips. As long as the truth persists, fabrication cannot triumph over it. Upon hearing this, Ao Chi chuckled. "Another bowl of mung bean soup, please." "It is gone." "Did you drink an entire barrel of it?" "Yes." "You are a pig." "Say that again." Chapter 18. The Emperor of Shadows 1. The Emperor of Shadows, born from dark clouds and crimson thunder, took root upon the earth, neither a demon nor a mere creature, but imbued with the essence of celestial spirits. Those permitted to enter his realm may escape the tribulations of heaven, akin to the effects of the elixir of immortality. However, the emperor can only shield himself from 9 heavenly tribulations throughout his existence. Once this limit is reached, he shall perish. The origins of such a being are difficult to articulate, and it is believed that heaven possesses a benevolent nature towards the preservation of life. Those fortunate enough to receive his protection must cherish it henceforth, showing compassion to all living beings. The woman tied the final knot on her meticulously packed bundle slowly, as if wishing to prolong the moment indefinitely. The man stood by the window, his face a canvas of anxiety and anticipation, the moonlight filtering through the paper window, illuminating the red double happiness character that still appeared fresh. "We have not been married for even a month," the woman spoke softly. The man seemed not to hear her, his gaze fixed outside as he asked, "Is everything ready?" The woman lowered her head, remaining silent, her delicate fingers fidgeting with the bundle. The man turned to her, a look of confusion crossing his face. "I asked if you were ready." She cradled the bulging bundle in her lap, reluctant to relinquish it. "Did you pack the yellow wine and dried meat I asked for?" His attention was entirely elsewhere, and upon seeing her silence, he approached and grasped the bundle. "All is well," she replied, gripping the bundle tightly, fearful he might snatch it away. As the man felt the resistance emanating from the bundle, he finally grasped the situation, redirecting his thoughts to his wife before him. "Did you not promise?" He knelt down, gently caressing her face. She looked down, confessing, "I do not wish to agree. I regret it." He sighed, holding her hand. "I have no choice. I act for the sake of our family. Mother's illness worsens daily, and I shall not forsake any opportunity to seek her healing." She lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with unease and sorrow. "The end of Wū Chuān is a forbidden land. No one knows what lies there. They say no one returns alive from that place. Did I not mention? I am not heading to the end of Wū Chuān, merely to Guizhun Island." His eyes sparkled not with fear, but with longing. Luo Wu and the others are well versed in the ways of the world. They cannot be mistaken. With their company, you need not worry. Luo Wu possesses formidable skills. This man, engrossed in his esoteric arts and alchemical concoctions, refuses to see a doctor even when ill, rendering her quite anxious. She furrowed her brows. "You have been swayed by his mere words, genuinely believing that the ominous and uncertain place harbors a method for mortals to attain immortality? Even children would not believe such tales." His temper flared suddenly as he yanked the bundle away, interrupting her with his actions. She stumbled, nearly toppling off the edge of the bed. "My decision is made." He stood upright, resolute as a stranger. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she remained seated on the edge of the bed, her eyes red and fixed on the dimming candle flame. A multitude of words lodged in her throat, leaving her with only one, "Go." Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door, calling his name. He hefted the heavy bundle onto his shoulder, not casting a single glance back, resolutely exiting the room. As the candlelight extinguished, the woman's face vanished into darkness. On a night devoid of moonlight, only dark clouds lingered. Some ventured joyfully into the distance, while others remained in solitude, sleepless through the night. "Bai Hu Zian Si, Bai Mao Su Si." The distance of her son leaves me alone. The character of double happiness on the window was torn down, and she leaned against the icy window, murmuring in a dreamlike state, "Do you want me to find the iron fruit for you?" Early in the morning, I gazed at the old man before me, who stood no taller than a meter and was hunched over, uncertainly repeating my question. Was this truly the legendary iron fruit that blooms once in a millennium and bears fruit once in 10,000 years? The old man nodded. "What do you need that for?" Aochi asked, cracking walnuts while glaring at him. "It's neither edible nor amusing. People seek this to forge weapons. And at your age, a gust of wind could topple you. Do you still wish to engage in violence?" The old man's weathered face flushed crimson at his words, and the business card I held crumpled into another aging visage, yet his resolve remained steadfast. "I seek the iron fruit. Sir, you might have misunderstood a little. I sip my tea. We solely assist in finding lost items, We are not bounty hunters. We do not seek what you request simply because you ask. This iron fruit is said to be food for the iron-boned beasts that dwell deep underground, scarce in number, thriving in hidden and harsh environments, discoverable only by the iron-boned beasts. Many have never even seen this plant, let alone the beasts themselves, so it surely cannot be something you lost, can it? Upon hearing this, the old man's hunched back bent further, resembling a dying shrimp. If I obtain the iron fruit, even at the cost of my life, I shall not let it slip away. The old man's lips trembled, and suddenly he leapt from his chair, bowing fervently before us. Please help this old man. Your kindness shall be etched in my heart, and I will serve you faithfully in the future. Stop. Ao Chi quickly lifted him from the ground. You, at your age, still wish to serve us? If you accidentally kick the bucket, we would have to handle your affairs. The old man's short legs flailed in the air as he protested loudly. I have cooked my entire life. The meals I prepare are of the finest quality, never burnt. Before he could finish, the stout Sanjin outside shouted, Old man, I could do that too. How about you find something else? The old man's face turned purple with frustration, ultimately drooping his head. I know nothing else. Ao Chi set him back down, saying at your age, stop harboring such thoughts. Return and enjoy your family life. The old man shook his head. I have no family, just myself, one life. I set down my teacup and asked, what do you truly need the iron fruit for? At that moment, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed outside. As early summer brought frequent storms, the old man shivered, his complexion turning particularly pale, murmuring, I desperately need it. I have an ailment only it can cure. Bang! I slammed the lid of my teacup down, raising my voice, you monster, do not lie. The old man jumped in fright, instinctively waving his hands in denial. No, I'm not a monster. You have misunderstood. Ao Chi sighed, crouching down to pat this panicking fellow. Dear sir, do you not realize you've revealed your true form? At your age, you should not be so easily frightened. Ao Chi's fingers tapped out a few dull metallic sounds, and the hunched old man vanished, leaving only a cast-iron pot before us. Indeed, the most common type of cooking pot found in households. The only difference being it sprouted a pair of human arms and legs and could speak. Ah! It exclaimed, touching its face in astonishment, then let out a shriek. Swiftly clutching its head and dashing away, a pot sprinting away was a sight both bizarre and comical. Ao Chi watched its rapidly disappearing figure, clucking his tongue. In these times, even a pot can be transformed into human form. Monsters are everywhere. You knew that long ago. I yawned, observing that this fellow appeared old, but was actually of shallow cultivation, revealing its true form upon being scared. However, I was curious as to why it sought the iron fruit. That object was only useful in weapon forging, and it was merely a pot, seemingly devoid of any combat capability. Boom! Another thunderclap erupted, its volume startling me. In truth, the weather outside was not particularly terrible. A few dark clouds loomed, but insignificant. The thunder rumbled on, yet no rain fell, and this seemed to be the recent pattern. Do you not feel the thunder sounds are unusual? I approached the window, gazing up at the sky. Ao Chi joined me, squinting into the distance, as another thunderclap split the heavens, accompanied by faint flashes of lightning. Crimson thunder! We exclaimed in unison. I let out a long sigh, saying, who knows which monsters are facing heavenly tribulations again. No wonder we have seen unusual stirrings among the lesser creatures lately. Even the serpent in our courtyard that speaks foul language has hidden away. In the eyes of Ao Chi, the crimson thunder is an invisible phenomenon to humanity. That blood-like red is merely a fleeting aura. Once the sky unleashes the dry thunder, this red aura can be observed amidst the lightning, signifying a calamity that every demon must encounter at least once in their lifetime. If one can evade it and endure, their identity is thus validated, granting them the privilege to continue existing. Typically, only demons with over 500 years of cultivation experience a day of tribulation, while many lesser demons fail to survive to see that day due to various reasons. I perceive tribulation as the final examination for a demon. Overcoming it marks one as a qualified great demon, capable of advancing to greater strengths. Failing to transcend it, however, leads only to utter annihilation. If you remember Liang Yudong, you should know that this is a world exceedingly rigorous for demons. Even a ginkgo tree that is cultivated for a millennium, regardless of its countless tragic tales. If it cannot obtain the elixir of immortality and surpass the tribulation, it faces the same fate. Ouchi furrowed his brow. Surely that pot cannot be facing tribulation. And the iron fruit is its elixir of immortality that must be found? He quickly shook his head again. That seemingly useless pot does not appear to have surpassed 500 years of cultivation. Could it merely be a lunatic? I shot him a glance. Is 500 years long? For a tree, 500 years may only suffice to develop an independent and conscious awareness. For a fox, it might merely be enough time to transform into a woman. Of course, some demons might only require a century of cultivation to command the winds and rain. Each demon possesses individual differences, and time alone cannot convey much. So, if that pot truly must face tribulation and we do not assist it, wouldn't that be somewhat unreasonable? Ouchi raised an eyebrow. Aren't you always sympathetic? It has already fled. How can I assist? I sighed. Even if we help it find the iron fruit, there's no guarantee we will succeed. The Chegu beast is not akin to the cats and dogs of the streets that one can encounter at will. Even if we locate it, we may not meet the final deadline. Whether it succeeds or fails ultimately depends on its own fortune. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the flowers and grasses in the courtyard, while the clouds in the sky began to hasten. After all these years, you have yet to face tribulation, Ouchi remarked. Gazing at the sky, I was taken aback. Indeed, I have existed in this world for countless millennia, yet I have never once experienced anything related to tribulation. It is said that every demon, prior to facing their tribulation, instinctively becomes aware of it, even knowing precisely how many days remain until that moment. The notion of tribulation is akin to a button embedded within every demon's DNA, which activates automatically when the time comes. Yet, the button within me remains dormant. I have never sensed any danger from tribulation. What is the matter? Are you hoping for me to be struck by lightning? I stepped on his foot with force. Are you wishing for me to be killed so you can find yourself a little wife? I only possess this pair of flip-flops. You know very well that the only shoes available in this wretched place are cloth ones. He angrily pointed at his own feet. If I truly desired a little wife, I wouldn't need to wait until you kick the bucket. Then why are you discussing tribulation with me? Aren't you a tree demon? So what? Of course. It means nothing. I'm merely saying. Ouchi huffed and turned away. Tribulation means nothing. I will support you through it. If lightning strikes, let strike me first. Once I'm gone, you can pursue your little fresh meat. Humph. Get lost. I enjoy eating cured meat. Really? Lying will leave you without meat. Thus, the argument ceased. I believe every word Ouchi spoke is true, no matter how absurd his demeanor may seem. If the day ever comes when heaven no longer wishes to spare me, through 1,000 blades and swords, he will shield me. I fear not the tribulation itself. Rather, I dread Ouchi's reckless gamble. It is precisely because I understand the severity of tribulation, knowing that demons, like humans, possess innumerable things they cannot relinquish. Over the years, I have assisted many demons in seeking their elixirs of immortality. Some succeeded, while others did not. Nevertheless, I endeavor to help. For regardless of whether they are demons or humans, the instinct to survive remains the same. Chapter 19. Yodi 2. Ouchi and I ventured out to locate the pot, but it had evidently fled in overwhelming fear and humiliation from its exposure. Alas, fate is determined by nature. Its fortune is now its own concern. Returning to Buting, it was nearly dusk. Inside the house sat Shuangguan, whom I had not seen for several days, poised and proper. Pang Sanjin had just placed a cup of jasmine tea before her. Upon seeing us return, he promptly exclaimed, "Miss Shuangguan has been waiting for a long time, saying she is here to deliver the reward." He emphasized the last sentence particularly loudly. I instantly brightened, eagerly approaching. Shuangguan smiled and rose, offering me a courteous bow. The other day, the lady boss visited the Ho residence, but unfortunately, the Lord was away, causing the lady boss to make a wasted trip. The Lord expresses deep regret and has sent me to deliver the remaining half of the reward in full. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it. Just recalling this incident infuriated me. After resolving the matter with Li Yeshu, I had confidently marched to the Tianhe residence, only to find myself denied entry at the very door. The maid who opened it informed me that the Lord was not present and that even the grandest matters could not be handled. At that moment, I thought, this elusive old man must be attempting to renege on his debts. If that were the case, I would have to call out Qi to demonstrate that a couple united in purpose would not let a demon's wages go unpaid. That day, I returned to Buting in frustration, planning 100 methods to confront the Tianhe. Not all. The Lord is too courteous. Both he and I are quite busy. I can understand. I smiled as I exchanged pleasantries while accepting the small silk pouch offered by Xuanguan. Retrieving a gleaming golden note from within, identical to the one I had received previously, except for the differing amounts. I maintained my smile and held the golden note before Xuanguan. Wasn't it said that the remaining half of the reward was 500 taels? Why is it only 300? Xuanguan smiled. The Lord stated that only if the true culprit is brought back can the full amount of 500 taels be claimed. Unfortunately, the lady boss did not bring them back. Hence, only 300 can be claimed. This is only fair. I found myself utterly speechless. See, I knew it would be like this. Aoqi shot me a glance. One play, and 200 taels gone. Be quiet. I pinched him, stowing the golden note away. I forced a pleasant expression at Xuanguan. 300 it is then. Your lord really doesn't let anyone take advantage of him. Abandoning an item is far easier than retrieving it. Since the decision to forsake was made from the outset, one must calmly accept all consequences. Xuanguan smiled at first. I feared the lady boss would find it difficult. But the Lord said you would surely accept the consequence of receiving 200 taels less, as you live with more clarity than many. Whether I am clear-headed or not is beyond my understanding. All I know is that I feel a profound ache in my body now. 200 taels of gold. Just like that, it was deducted. That old. Elusive Tianhe lurking in the shadows. Having received the gold, Xuanguan did not even sip her tea before taking her leave. I asked her to convey my regards to her lord and his entire family, including his mother. Tonight's dinner will have to be 2 bowls larger due to my anger. Having money is certainly better than having none at all. Pang Sanjin consoled me as he tidied the teacups. Tonight I prepared sweet and sour ribs, fragrant sweet, and sticky, just the way Xiao Weiji loves them. Fine. Let us consider that 200 taels of gold as having been spent on buying little fish for the cat. Is Weiji and Jianghu not back yet? I glanced at the sky. In Buting, as long as those 2 little demons are not around, and Aoqi and I are not quarreling, it remains remarkably tranquil. Aoqi peered towards the doorway. They must have run off to the sugar painting stall again. I had heard Jianghu mention several times that the girl has become a bane to the sugar painting vendor. Every time she visits, she manages to turn out a dragon. Not only does she turn for herself, but she also does it for others. The sugar painting killer is indeed her. I let out a chuckle and said, that must be our daughter's good fortune. I recall you also tried your hand at spinning sugar paintings, yet each time you failed to win anything, and the only prize you did manage to secure was a small chick. You, my friend, are the true darling of the sugar painting stall. Nearby, a street bustling with various food stalls lay before us, a favorite haunt for children. Unknown once adored the osmanthus sugar cake there, but later developed a fondness for sugar paintings. Sugar painting involves melting brown sugar into a liquid state. Sometimes the stall owner adds fragrant osmanthus juice or other fruit juices. With years of practice, they wield a spoon like a paintbrush, skillfully pouring the sugary liquid onto a smooth white stone slab to create exquisite designs. Once the sugar hardens, it transforms into a crunchy, sweet treat, visually appealing and delicious, adored by all children. However, one must first spin the bamboo needle on the other side of the sugar stall. The design the needle points to determines the sugar painting received, with the dragon being the most coveted prize, followed by the phoenix, while the least desirable are the peach and the chick. I accompanied Unknown several times, and each time she managed to spin a dragon. Could it be that someone with dragon lineage could indeed win a dragon? How would her father explain that? I scoffed, noting that I simply wished to spare the stall owner any additional costs. Aoqi snorted coldly, stating he would go out to fetch them. Had we not agreed to cultivate their independence? I called after him, For one day, they would need to leave us and live on their own. Ao Qi pondered for a moment before returning to his seat, muttering, "They are still so young. Why send them to learn calligraphy and embroidery? We could discuss it in a few years." Just days prior, I had brought Unknown and Jiang Hu to Mr. Song's residence at the other end of Shaanxi Li, where he and his wife had established a private school dedicated to teaching children calligraphy and embroidery. Mr. Song taught calligraphy while his wife instructed in embroidery. Their reputation had grown, attracting a steady stream of children to their home. Their tuition fees were remarkably low, and for families in financial hardship, they would even waive the fees and sometimes provide a meal for the children, a truly benevolent couple. As neighbors, I had often heard praise from Mr. Song and his wife and had witnessed the skills children acquired under their tutelage. After contemplating for 10 minutes, I decided to send the idle Jiang Hu and Unknown to their school as well. It turned out the two little ones quickly fell in love with this school-like routine, abandoning their lazy mornings to joyfully head to Mr. Song's each day. However, Ao Qi remained unconvinced, always lamenting their youth and Unknown's mischievousness. What if she pricks her fingers with a needle? He would argue. I reassured him that it was inevitable. She would eventually face injuries. One must start young to learn. After all, experiencing hardship teaches one to be wise. Furthermore, our two children were not ordinary. They had already encountered the world through their mother numerous times. Could a mere embroidery needle possibly deter her? Ao Qi still felt uneasy. He couldn't help but feel protective, a sentiment that was unavoidable given that he was their father. I approached him, observing his discontented expression, and said, "Do you think I sent them to Mr. Song's so they could become calligraphers or embroidery experts? What else could it be?" He retorted, "Since their birth, their lives have included you, me, young Master Zhao, paper scraps, various mythical creatures. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, along with their current companions Fat Sanjin, Xian Long, and a Deng, such a lively entourage." I sighed, "Yet you have never realized that their lives have never truly ventured beyond this fortress. They have never engaged with the world independently. They need peers of similar ages and must learn how to coexist with this world independently from now on. Just like in a human school, while acquiring knowledge and skills is certainly vital, what is even more crucial are the interactions with every individual they meet and the myriad experiences they encounter that cannot be found at home, as well as how they navigate these situations." Ao Qi soltou momentarilhes stunned, speechless. I knelt before him, grasping his hand. Jiang will one day marry. An Unknown will wed. They will carve out their own worlds. We cannot accompany them for a lifetime. Ao Qi was silent for a long while, gazing at me before suddenly saying, "On the day Unknown gets married, I will surely hide in a corner and weep. Do not tell her." I laughed, my throat tightening slightly. Ao Qi's expression darkened further. It feels like I have painstakingly raised a delicate little cabbage, only to have it suddenly snatched away by a pig. I playfully punched him. Is that any way to speak of your daughter and her future husband? That is how I feel. You are the pig. I'm a dragon. A pig in a dragon-esque eyes. Then what does that make the one marrying a pig? You want to have any meat for dinner tonight? Just as we were exchanging playful banter, hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard. Jiang, who bounded into the room with her little backpack, her rosy cheeks glistening with sweat, and exclaimed exuberantly, I won. I won. What did you win?" I feigned annoyance while wiping her brow. "Why are you running so fast? Was a ghost chasing you?" "It was Unknown who was chasing me," Jiang replied proudly. She had been racing with Xiao Dai and the others to see who could run the fastest. After losing, she had been teased, and in defiance, she insisted I had no right to mock her since I ran slower than she did. Therefore, today after class, we decided to have a race home. The loser would forfeit their share of sweet and sour ribs tonight. "You all are truly ridiculous," Ao Qi remarked, pinching her cheek. "You're the older sibling. Sometimes you should let your younger sister win. It's not shameful." "Not today," Jiang pouted. "I cannot let go the sweet and sour ribs. Go, go, let Uncle Sanjin wash your face. You look as dirty as a stray cat." Just as I was about to send her off, I pulled her back, sniffing the air. "Why do you smell of sulfur?" Jiang tugged at her clothing and sniffed, replying, "I don't know. The entire courtyard smelled like that today, and Xiao Dai smelled particularly strong of it." "What is sulfur?" We'll discuss it later. Hurry and wash your face and change your clothes. I poked her forehead. Just as Jiang, who was about to leave, she turned back, opened her backpack, and pulled out a carefully folded piece of rice paper, presenting it to me. This is what Teacher Song taught me to write today. Teacher Song said I was the best writer. I'm off to wash my face. I opened the gift, revealing 5 neatly written characters on the pristine paper. Jia He-wan, Shi Xing Ao, Chi took it, staring for a long time, his eyes reddening. I suddenly feel our child has become cultured. They were never illiterate. I couldn't help but punch him again. He still hadn't learned how to give a proper compliment. I will frame Jiang Hu's masterpiece and hang it above her bed. No, let us hang it at the entrance. All she's clomidicitedly. However, soon a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over his face as he gazed in the direction Jiang, who had dashed off. Dear, why do I feel like it was just yesterday that they were born? Back then, little Jiang, who couldn't even recite the moonlight shining before the bed. And now she can write Jia He-wan Shi Xing with a brush. Time has indeed passed so swiftly. I smiled, suddenly embracing him. Isn't that a good thing? I'm just a bit sentimental. He chuckled. My writing can't possibly compare to Jiang Hu's, can it? It's rare for you to be so objective about yourself. You know, after so many years of marriage. The thing I dislike most is your failure to give me compliments. You're more than capable of praising yourself. You don't need external validation. Aochi suddenly ceased our playful banter and looked outside. Where's Unknown? Something feels off. With her speed, even rolling, she should have returned by now. Stepping outside. The street was neither too crowded nor too empty. Among the throngs of people returning home for dinner, none were unknown. The cake shop, the sugar painting stall, every place Unknown loved to visit was devoid of her presence. She was not the type to change plans without a word. Having decided to race Jiang Hu, she would surely complete that task before moving on to something else. Mr. Song's residence lay at the far end of Shaanxi Li, perfectly situated at the opposite end of a straight road, a mere 500 to 600 meters away, very close indeed. Yet, despite Ao Chi and I elevating our spiritual senses to their utmost, we could not detect a trace of Unknown. Had Unknown gone missing? We swiftly returned to the bustling atmosphere, where Jiang Hu, our friend, recounted every detail of the events following class. Nothing seemed amiss as we sprinted homeward, starting from the Song family residence. Together, we set off, with Xiao Dai issuing commands, declaring her role as the referee. I raced back in one breath. Jiang Hu spoke rapidly, his unmasked concern etched into every muscle of his face. Is Wei Ji truly gone? I nodded. I will search for her. Jiang Hu turned and dashed away. Ao Ji firmly grabbed the back of his collar, stating, from now on, you are not to leave this place. Your mother and I will search for her. No, Jiang Hu protested, defiantly kicking his legs. My sister vanished while she was with me, and I must take responsibility. You know, Jiang Hu seldom refers to Wei Ji as a sister. Yet, titles often hold little weight. What matters is that the person remains in their rightful place, untouched. This matter is not your burden to bear. I gently rescued Jiang Hu, pressing my hand on his shoulder. If you truly wish to contribute, remain here with Uncle Sanjin and help prepare dinner. Once we find Wei Ji, you may treat her to all the sweet and sour ribs she desires. How does that sound? Jiang Hu pondered for a moment, extending his little pinky. If you bring her back, I will no longer compete with her for sweet and sour ribs. It's a deal. I nodded solemnly, sealing our agreement with a pinky swear. Fat Sanjin inquired, have you searched the nearby areas? We even checked the public restroom. I'll she thrown it. You didn't just rely on your eyes, did you? Fat Sanjin asked again. The spiritual energy we expended today could allow minor demons to cultivate for 50 years, I admitted. Fat Sanjin, who usually wore a cheerful expression, grew serious for the first time. In that case, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. Xiao Weiji is beyond your control. 2. She is still nearby, but has been hidden away. That's obvious. Aoj retorted and added, I'm going out to search again. I'll accompany you. I nudged Jiang Hu toward Fat Sanjin, asking him to keep an eye on this one. Fat Sanjin shouted after us, let us find Lord Niè. The more people, the better. The authorities frequently handle cases of child abduction and are quite experienced. Aoj turned back angrily. Your child is the one who has been abducted. What a coward. Fat Sanjin feigned innocence. I meant well. As twilight deepened, we scoured the ant-holes of longing several times, yet Wei Ji remained elusive. We questioned every passerby and vendor along the routes Wei Ji might have taken, but none had seen such a young girl. She vanished effortlessly within the 500 meters leading home, standing on the increasingly deserted street. Ao's expression lacked the anxiety and fury I had anticipated. Instead, he asked with unwavering determination, "Our daughter is not so easily abducted, is she? After all, she is my daughter, Aoji. A father who has lost his daughter needs support, even if it is merely verbal." Of course not. I grasped his hand tightly. Wei Ji and Jiang are not ordinary children. Their growth, especially in terms of intellect, cannot be measured by normal standards. It would be impossible to lure Wei Ji away with a mere piece of candy, let alone 10. Yet, what if she was not merely lost, but had been deliberately taken by someone with ill intentions? Although she can fly and breathe fire, she remains a child with limited combat capability, lacking the ability to confront deliberate malice. I felt urgency and panic, but I could not allow it to show, nor could I express to Aoji my spiraling thoughts of Wei Ji being captured by villains and thrust into a furnace for alchemical purposes. Thunder rumbled above, making me gasp. Xiaodi? Aoji suddenly said. If Jiang Hu claimed Xiao Dai was the referee, then she was the last person to see Wei Ji. We all knew Xiao Dai, the only daughter of the Song couple, around 7 or 8 years old. She often played with Wei Ji before I sent Wei Ji off to study, even visiting our place to catch dragonflies with Jiang Hu and Wei Ji. A well-behaved girl, she took care of them like an older sister. Aoji and I promptly hurried back to the Song residence, which was our second visit. Previously, Mr. Song informed us that Wei Ji left after class and had not returned, expressing concern and offering to help search, only to be gently declined. Although Mr. Song had exquisite calligraphy skills, he was merely a frail scholar, and his assistance would be futile. Moreover, he had sustained an injury, with bruises marring his left cheek, claiming he accidentally bumped into a tree. Aoji and I raced faster than the wind, arriving at the Song residence in the blink of an eye. Chapter 20. The Shadow Emperor 3. Madame Song opened the door, her figure consistently slender, her right hand bandaged, faint blood seeping through, struggling to open the door. It's the proprietress. Upon seeing us, her demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural. Have you found any news of Wei Ji? I shook my head. Not yet. Is your daughter Xiao Dai here? We have some questions for her. Instinctively, she glanced back and replied, Yes, come in. What happened to your hand? I inquired. I accidentally cut my finger while cooking. It's nothing serious. She smiled awkwardly, admitting her clumsiness with knives. I did not know Madame Song's full name or maiden name. I only hear Mr. Song call her Ating. Once we became familiar, I also began calling her Atung, and even Wei Ji referred to her as teacher Ating. A remarkably elegant and refined woman, her voice always soft and gentle. Yet her needlework skills are unmatched in the realm of embroidery. Any pattern she stitches appears as if it might leap off the fabric. My admiration for her is profound. I even sought her guidance on how to sew buttons properly. She taught me patiently, and though I am a slow learner, I at least no longer sew buttons as awkwardly as before. My fondness for Atung was one of the reasons I entrusted Wei Ji to her for learning, as it is far better for a girl to experience the art of needlework than to learn combat skills from her wild father. I genuinely worried that Wei Ji might struggle with her identity as she grew older. Night had fallen completely, and, for some reason, the Song family's courtyard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Nevertheless, I immediately noticed several chairs and tables in disarray, a stark contrast to their usual tidiness, where children would sit. Atung enjoyed teaching the little girls embroidery in the yard, while the boys learned calligraphy from Mr. Song indoors, the couple harmonizing beautifully without disturbing one another. It's a rat. Atung noted my confusion and explained, I accidentally disturbed it while trying to chase it away with a broom. I nodded. Rats can be quite bothersome. Indeed, she agreed. A pungent smell of sulfur lingered in the air. Inside, the scent of sulfur was more pronounced. Mr. Song was speaking with Xiao Dai. The little girl appeared frightened. curled up in her father's embrace, her finger wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing us, Mr. Song attempted to rise, but was firmly held back by Xiao Dai, who would not let him leave. He could only smile apologetically, asking with concern, "Have you found Wei Ji?" "No." I looked at Xiao Dai. Hence my reason for coming to ask her. I thought she might be the last person to see Wei Ji. Huh? Mr. Song paused, turning to Xiao Dai. "Is that so? Why Haven Tea? I heard you mention it." Xiao Dai buried her head low, shaking it silently. Tang stepped forward, tenderly pulling her daughter into her arms, holding her tightly as if fearing she might be taken away. Aoj wanted to rush over, but I restrained him. I crouched down before Xiao Dai, gently touching her visibly cold face, and asked as gently as I could, "Xiao Dai, today, when Wei Ji raced with Jianghu, were you their referee?" Xiao Dai reluctantly peeked from her mother's embrace, softly replying, "Yes." "Did Jianghu run very fast, leaving Wei Ji far behind?" "I already noted." "Did you cheer for Wei Ji?" I smiled, trying to avoid frightening her further. Wei Ji was very slow. She said she shouldn't have sneaked into my kitchen to eat a whole watermelon after lunch, so she couldn't run fast. I timidly explained. I felt a sense of awkwardness with Ao Chi, particularly since there were watermelons at home. What happened next? I patiently continued to inquire. As I accompanied the unknown, Xiao Dai suddenly halted, fearfully burying her head into a tongue's embrace. "Xiao Dai, you need not be afraid. You must tell me what transpired afterwards. Surely, you do not wish to never see the unknown again?" I suppressed my rising anxiety and grasped Xiao Dai's hand, urging her gently, "Please, tell me what happened." Mr. Song, standing nearby, offered his comfort. "Xiao Dai, be brave and share everything you've witnessed." A tongue remained silent, merely holding Xiao Dai tighter. "There's a monster." Xiao Dai hesitated for a long while before finally uttering it. The strong wind and sand enveloped both me and the unknown. In the storm, there was a monster with wings, a tail, and fish scales. I was so frightened that I cried, and the unknown pushed me away. The monster seized her by the shoulder and took her away. When the wind and sand cleared, I stood where we were, and the passers-by seemed oblivious to everything. I just ran home. Ao Chi's fury nearly ignited from his eyes, but he made an effort to remain composed and asked Mr. Song, "Were you unaware of this?" Mr. Song shook his head. The child hides under the blankets as soon as she returns home, crying and trembling. When I ask her what happened, she says nothing. After speaking, he suddenly looked at us. "Do monsters truly exist? Do you not trust your daughter?" I countered. "Xiao Dai never lies." Upon saying this, he suddenly knelt before us, apologizing profusely. This behavior was utterly incomprehensible to us. It was natural for Xiao Dai to withhold the truth initially. A child terrified by supernatural beings would find recalling the events terrifying. I understood that Mr. Song was a scholar, incapable of physical labor, and generally amiable, never engaging in disputes. You could say he was a good-natured person or even timid, and while Xiao Dai's situation had indirectly delayed us, he certainly did not need to apologize to us by kneeling. "What are you doing?" Ao Chi attempted to assist him, but he insisted on remaining down, repeatedly saying he was sorry. "Please rise." Xiao Dai was also frightened, and it is not her fault. I tried to pull him up, relieved that Xiao Dai was unharmed. Given the circumstances, we shall manage. However, I hope you can reflect carefully on whether you have encountered anything strange or peculiar recently. Mr. Song immediately shook his head. Atin glanced at her husband, hesitating to speak. Ao Chi pulled me aside and whispered, "If it truly is a monster, Xiao Dai must have been tainted by its aura. Can you discern any clues here?" "It is futile," I whispered back. "Did you not notice the entire house reeking of sulfur? Even if there were remnants of the monster's aura on Xiao Dai, the dense sulfur would have obliterated it. Moreover, we just hastily used our spiritual energy to locate the unknown, and it will take a moment to recover." "Wait, their home is neither a pharmacy nor a gunpowder shop. How could they have so much sulfur?" I only knew that it was customary in folk practices to use sulfur to ward off snakes and insects, and Taoists would use sulfur powder to repel monsters. We exchanged glances. Mr. Song, I approached him, observing the injury on his cheek. "Did you truly collide with a tree?" Yes, he replied, his complexion revealing unease, his voice lacking conviction. I took a deep breath and addressed the couple. It is getting late. We should take our leave. Would you kindly escort us to the door? They appeared somewhat anxious, with a tongue casting a troubled look at her husband. Unwilling? I smiled. Surely this matter is far easier than kneeling. Very well, we shall see you out. Mr. Song gently urged Tang, come, let us go. He then patted Xiao Dai's head, saying, be a good girl and sleep. Your parents will return soon. Although Xiao Dai was reluctant for her parents to leave, she seemed to sense a strange pressure in the air, glanced at me and Ao Qi, and obediently burrowed back under the covers, cocooning herself tightly. The four of us walked in silence to the front door, and I suddenly halted, turning back. Mr. Song nearly collided with me. Did you truly collide with a tree? I reiterated my earlier question. He could not even meet my gaze. Still lying, I admonished sharply, raising my right hand, causing a nearby wooden stool to shatter into pieces. The couple jumped in shock. We do not wish to frighten the child, Ao Qi stated coldly. It is often said that distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. I regarded their pale faces. Our families have known each other for neither a short nor a long time, and our interactions have been pleasant. As fellow parents, if you possess any knowledge yet choose not to disclose it, I would be profoundly disappointed. Mr. Song lowered his head, as if seeking a hole in the ground to hide in. It is a creature from Gui Zhandao. A tongue finally blurted out. A tongue, Mr. Song exclaimed in panic, grasping her. There can be no more secrets. A tongue looked at him, distressed, as parents ourselves, if it were Xiao Dai who had been taken. Would our hearts not also feel like they were being sliced? Mr. Song fell silent. Gui Zhandao. I seized the tongue's arm. Chapter 21. The Emperor of the Underworld. 3 years passed without a trace. His ailing mother did not live to see him return as an immortal, and even the last glimpse of him became a forever unattainable wish. Others had already advised her to remarry while she was still young. She gently declined all the well-meaning suitors. Having promised to wait for him, she would remain in this home even if the sky were to fall. In the months following his departure, she gave birth to their daughter. She meticulously crafted clothes for her daughter, embroidering butterflies that appeared more lively than the real ones. She cherished the act of embroidering butterflies on her daughter's garments, naming her Xiao Dai, believing the elders saying that butterflies symbolized blessings. No one knew the true reason for her husband's departure. The neighbors assumed he had gone out for business. After all, he was not a competent scholar, merely an ordinary, mediocre intellectual, lacking the ability to gain fame or the detachment from worldly desires, had it not been for his childhood companion, A Tong. Finding a wife would have been a challenge. Such a person should simply venture into small businesses to earn a living. They were unaware that, in response to their disdain, he often told A Tong, I am but an ordinary man. One day, when I gain the opportunity to become an immortal, they will understand my true worth. Before he set off to Gui Zhandao, A Tong thought he was merely joking, as she always responded to his frustrations with a tolerant smile. After all, who does not have a dream? In A Tang's heart, he was not as inadequate as others claimed. He was quite slender, so much so that carrying a bag of rice was a struggle. When tasked with killing a chicken, he would end up chased around the yard by it. He was filial to his mother, traversing over 10 miles of mountainous terrain just to catch a specific fish from a stream to use as a medicinal ingredient, then staying awake all night to feed it to her. He treated himself kindly too, although no job ever lasted long enough for him to earn substantial money. Each time he returned home, he would perform a kind of magic, producing a cheap hairpin or a packet of fragrant powder. On pleasant days, he would take her to the beautiful countryside, adorning her hair with wildflowers he had gathered. They had known each other since childhood. Her parents had passed away early, and her aunt raised her, living next door to him and his mother. They played together, attended school together, and once, when they inadvertently angered a stray dog scavenging on the street, he pushed her aside and was bitten deeply, blood streaming from his arm. Afterward, he needed much medicine to heal. At that moment, she was terrified, thinking he might die, and cried, promising that as long as he lived, she would never part from him. A Tong believed this was love between a man and a woman, so marrying him seemed a natural course of events. However, she did not anticipate that the person she thought she would be with for a lifetime would leave so easily for such a ridiculous reason. It turned out the words he once spoke were not mere jest. On the night of their parting, his excitement made him appear entirely unfamiliar. 3 years passed, and just as she began to make hopeless waiting a habit, 3 years and 3 months later, he returned. When he returned, it was evening, and she could hardly recognize him, mistaking him for a beggar who had wandered in, his clothes tattered and his hair and beard unkempt. In the flickering candlelight, she discerned his identity and could no longer suppress the tears she had held back for 3 years. Teng stared blankly at her, then suddenly rushed forward and enveloped her in his arms, his eyes reddening as he choked out, "I won't leave. I won't go anywhere." She nodded through her sobs. "All right." In front of the bathtub, she carefully added hot water for him, her heart aching as she asked, "How did you end up like this? What about Luo Wu and the others? Why didn't they return with you?" He furrowed his brow deeply and suddenly grasped her hand. "Hey, no, do you believe in monsters?" "Monsters?" She was taken aback. "Perhaps they exist. Aren't there strange things in the Northern Fong? I mean, flesh-eating monsters." He released her, clutching his head in distress. "Luo Wu and the others are all gone." "Gone?" She was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Luo Wu and his companion spoke of a celestial being residing on Guizhun Island, one who could bestow miraculous healing elixirs and guide mortals in cultivating immortal techniques. If one could win the favor of this celestial, they could soar through the skies and transmute stone to gold. After all, no matter how powerful a person may be, they cannot compare to an immortal. His body trembled slightly. "We journeyed on Wū Chuān for 3 months and finally located that narrow, needle-like island. But there was no celestial being, only a monstrous creature, entirely black and shapeless, claiming to be the lord of the underworld, the master of Guizhun Island. Then it devoured Luo Wu and the others." She gasped, covering her mouth in horror. At that moment, all I could remember was running for my life, ultimately falling into Wū Chuān, where a whirlpool dragged me to the depths. I thought I was done for, but when I awoke, I found myself washed up on an unknown deserted island. I was completely lost, unaware of the way home. I subsisted on wild fruits, despairing for 3 years until a merchant ship finally arrived. He hung his head and wept softly after waiting so long. "I no longer have to stay in that dreadful place." She felt her heart race and embraced him. "It's good to be back. Teng, promise me you won't speak of this to anyone." He held her hand. "It was a nightmare, one I never wished to remember. From now on, we shall live well as a family of 3. She nodded vigorously. In the days that followed, tranquility reigned. He, having survived the calamity, became much more diligent than before, no longer fishing sporadically, but approaching every task with seriousness and care. He no longer picked wildflowers for her, but would thoughtfully prepare a balm when her shoulders ached, massaging her for a long time. He ceased to gift her inexpensive trinkets, but 2 years later, he purchased this little courtyard in Shaanxi and solemnly handed her the key, saying, "Now you have a spacious place to teach the children embroidery." She had once jokingly mentioned that if she could have a larger dwelling, a little courtyard would be ideal for starting a class. It turned out he had remembered. He developed a keen interest in calligraphy, seeking a master to guide him. To his surprise, his master praised him as a rare talent. Over the years, his writing became exquisite, earning the admiration of many esteemed scholars. The master's praise may have been somewhat exaggerated, but the fact that he became an accomplished calligrapher was undeniable. She suggested, "Why not start a class of your own?" He pondered for a moment and agreed. From an unknown point in time, Teng gradually understood that love could be so tangible. Over the years, no one came looking for them regarding Luo Wu and the others. He said, "Luo Wu and the others roamed the seas. They had no family. Every Qingming festival, we should burn some paper money for them." Teng sighed. From then on, every Qingming, they would purchase bundles of paper money, while Guizhun Island became a chapter never to be mentioned again, reduced to ashes and the remnants of the paper offerings. However, the nightmare they believed they had permanently escaped suddenly returned a few days ago. It perched on the courtyard wall, a gigantic 4-legged lizard, its emerald scales glinting with a cold light. Its body alone measured 3 feet, not including its long tail, and it possessed a pair of enormous bat-like wings. But four-legged lizards do not have wings, nor do they gaze at you with a chilling stare. Most importantly, it could speak. 3 days from now, I will take your daughter. This was the only sentence it uttered to them. It seemed only they could see this creature. Passers-by outside the courtyard remained oblivious to its presence. Thus, it was indeed a monster. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Atong called to him, but he did not respond, appearing as if he had lost his soul. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and said to Atong, I have seen it before. Atong was taken aback. It was with that flesh-eating monster on Gué Zhen Island. He began to tremble. It has returned. It must be unwilling to relent. I will pack our things. Atong became resolute. We cannot sit here and wait for it. We can still seek help. We can go to Tianxian Temple to find Taoist Mu. They say he can subdue demons. We cannot let others know about Gué Zhen Island. He grasped her tightly. They won't believe Luo Wu and the others were eaten by a monster. They will think I am mad, and they will suspect me for their deaths. And then we will face unending turmoil at home. But it is a living monster. Atong urged. It said it would take Xiao Dai. Do not panic. Let me think of a plan. He contemplated for a day and night. By the next evening, he said to Atong, quickly buy sulfur powder. Get as much as you can. Sprinkle half around the house, every corner. The other half on Xiao Dai's clothes. He clenched his fists. We must take a chance. I've heard that the smell of sulfur can repel monsters. No matter what, we need to endure these next 3 days. We must remain calm and continue with our daily lives. The more afraid we appear, the more that monster will revel in it. At a loss for other ideas, Atong rushed out the door. Subsequently, the Song family's courtyard was filled with a strong scent of sulfur. When others inquired, they merely said it was to fumigate for pests. Then, everything unfolded as it did today. The monster arrived as scheduled, still perched on the courtyard wall, looking down upon the small girl. They witnessed the scene but dared not make a sound, fearing to frighten the children. They held on until class ended. As the last of the unknown and the glue race approached, Xiao Dai declared she would act as their referee. When the 3 children emerged from the Song household, it suddenly unfurled its wings. At that moment, Atong, fueled by an unknown strength, dashed forward and leaped onto a chair beneath the wall, trying to grab its claws to prevent its escape. Mr. Song rushed to assist, wielding an iron rod. However, it required no struggle. It merely flapped its wings, summoning a fierce gust that sent Atong crashing to the ground. A deep gash cut into her hand. The force also affected Mr. Song behind her, who toppled over and struck himself in the face with the iron rod, a sight of utter disarray. This was a confrontation with a comical disparity in strength. But what does it matter to the unknown? I know you are a scholar, timid as you are, but I never imagined you could be this fearful. Because of your dread of resurfacing past events and attracting trouble, you would rather risk your daughter being taken than seek external assistance. Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of anger in my stomach and pointed at Mr. Song's nose. You have truly read so much that you have lost your senses. You are so muddled that you cannot even distinguish between priorities. Do you think a mere bit of sulfur powder can subdue a monster? Atong, fearing I might lose my temper and harm him, hurriedly stepped between us. Madam, please calm down. We did not mean to conceal anything. We feel deeply troubled by Xiao Dai's abduction. To be honest, we are quite conflicted. On one hand, we selfishly consider whether to let things be, while on the other, we hesitate to disclose the truth to you, fearing you might blame us or even take it out on Xiao Dai. We are genuinely afraid, and our minds are in chaos, which is why we pretended to be unaware. Upon witnessing your second visit and your explicit request for Xiao Dai, I realized that this matter could no longer be concealed. Hence, I refrained from preventing Xiao Dai from speaking the truth. I am weary of this meaningless dialogue. Aochi displayed an unexpected calmness. If you wish to avoid incurring our wrath, you must swiftly divulge the route to Gué Zhen Island and all pertinent information regarding that entity known as UD. Mr. Song gently pushed Atong aside, his face etched with remorse, proclaiming, I shall draw the map for you. Should you desire to kill me, I shall not utter a word in protest. Aochi cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent. Chapter 22. UD 5. I recall Madame Tang mentioning that the end of Wū Chuān conceals the greatest secret of the kingdom of Yúmén. At this moment, the night sky above us mirrored the unfathomable depths of Wū Chuān beneath our feet. Ao Qi revealed his true form, soaring swiftly through the clouds with me in tow. The thunder grew increasingly frequent, and lightning flashed alarmingly close. Wū Chuān was longer and wider than I had anticipated, its serpentine waters coiling through the mist like a dormant dragon. Despite our expansive view, the end remained elusive. We followed the map provided by Mr. Song, navigating from island to island. The further we ventured, the broader and more intricate the waterways became, with islands and meadows scattered like stars, rendering our surroundings dizzying, akin to a labyrinth. Astonishingly, we spent 3 days before discovering a narrow, perilous island resembling a needle along a bend in Wū Chuān. It felt akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Mr. Song recounted that their journey to Guizhou Island took nearly 3 months, a testament to the river's immense length. Upon landing, we encountered soft ground. Every inch of Guizhou Island was akin to a quagmire, exuding a faintly putrid odor. Within this vast expanse, we found ourselves surrounded by weathered rocks, forming a natural barrier that enclosed a narrow, winding path. This path appeared to be forged by footsteps, an assortment of tracks intermingling, though most did not belong to humans. Be cautious, Ao Qi advised, stepping ahead of me, the aura of malevolence thickening. As we advanced, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, the inhabitants of this place seemingly indifferent to concealing their presence. Along the route, I gradually spotted scattered bones, all charred and unrecognizable, alongside fragments that lacked even skeletal form. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared at the path's end, revealing a 2 to 3 meter tall black stone pillar, its structure unknown, pulsating with an ethereal blue luminescence in the night. The pillar tapered from a thick base to a needle-like apex, devoid of any distinct markings, mottled in appearance. It resembled an enormous needle. Could this be the origin of Guizhou Island's name? However, what were the small houses encircling it? They were not constructed of any common earthly materials, but rather of clouds, dark clouds, forming tangible structures upon the ground. I counted 4, each estimated to be around 10 square meters, complete with doors and windows, resembling dormitories for human habitation. Yet, not a trace of life lingered. Every window was shrouded in darkness. Ao Qi and I hastily approached one of the houses. He leaned in to listen at the tightly shut door, shaking his head at me, then reached out to push it. The door, crafted from clouds, creaked ominously as it opened. A wave of decay wafted from within, causing me to gag involuntarily. Inside, darkness reigned. Ao Qi gestured for me to remain outside. He stood at the threshold, snapped his fingers, and a flame burst forth from his hand, illuminating every corner of the room. Tables, chairs, a wardrobe, and a broken copper mirror adorned the space. The furnishings were present, yet mismatched, as if hastily assembled, and in the corner sat a loom. A young woman, clad in a gauzy skirt, sat cross-legged before it, her long black hair cascading down her back, suggesting she was quite youthful. Ao Qi still forbade my entry. He picked up a stone from the ground and aimed it at the woman's shoulder. Her body swayed slightly, yet she fell to the ground without reaction, maintaining her original posture. Without hesitation, I dashed inside, discovering the woman was indeed young and even beautiful, yet lifeless, despite the unpleasant odor emanating from her. Her body had not decomposed, remaining rigid as iron. It appeared she had either succumbed suddenly while spinning thread or had been deliberately posed in this manner. "We must go," Ao Qi urged, pulling me from the room. We both harbored the same grim suspicion regarding the other 3 houses. As expected, each was eerily identical. Each room contained an array of mismatched furniture, seemingly striving to create the semblance of a normal home, yet each held the remains of the deceased. In the second room, a young woman lay with a 4 or 5-year-old girl, both frozen upon a cold bed. In the third, another young woman cradled a small girl, slumped over the dining table. The fourth room revealed yet another young woman, holding another little girl, reclining in a chair. How perverse! I'll she him market coldly. Ud. I furrowed my brow, recalling Mr. Song's words about this creature, the master of Guizhen Island, who feasted upon young women and little girls. My legs suddenly weakened, but Ao Qi swiftly steadied me. I dared not contemplate the implications of what might happen if she were harmed. The thought of unleashing my fury upon the creatures of the kingdom of Yúmén was terrifying. She is not worthy of being my daughter if she is so easily devoured, Ao Qi declared, embracing me tightly. Suddenly, a shadow soared above us, revealing a massive green creature with bat-like wings, landing before the stone pillar. Its scales shimmered in the flickering light, and its deep green eyes fixated upon us. "It is the one," I exclaimed. "It took Wei Ji away. Is that not a Fei Lin?" Ao Qi assessed it. Indeed, it was. All scaled reptiles that evolve into winged creatures are classified as Fei Lin, with geckos and lizards being the most common. Typically, Fei Lin are small, harmless creatures that delight in pilfering food or trinkets from human homes. However, I had never encountered one of such size. "Where's my daughter?" I struggled to maintain my composure, stepping forward. "Return her to me, and I shall spare your life." The Fei Lin remained motionless, as if it were stone. Did it not possess the ability to speak? Would it not listen? I repeated my demand, my remaining sanity dwindling. It continued to exhibit no response, merely hissing as it flicked its long tongue. "What lies behind it?" Ao Qi abruptly inquired. Following his gaze, I observed that atop the pillar, several cloud formations appeared to ascend in a staircase-like fashion, a peculiar cloud ladder extending into the tumultuous night sky. The darkness rendered it nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. Ao Qi and I leaped into action, heading straight for the cloud ladder. As we moved, the Fei Lin emitted a shriek, unfurling its massive wings and lunging at us with ferocity. A fierce wind arose, and a thunderclap shattered the night sky, crimson lightning resembling exposed veins, striking terror into those who beheld it. Just as we were about to confront the Fei Lin, a cloud, seemingly from nowhere, descended upon us. Chapter 23. UD 6. A horse-drawn carriage sped through a desolate wilderness. Inside, a tongue cradled the sleeping Xiao Dai, leaning against Mr. Song, anxiety etched across his face. Beside them lay their entire worldly possessions. "Did we not agree not to leave?" she whispered. "Staying is equally unwise," he sighed. "Should Wei Ji encounter any misfortune, I fear they would not forgive us." As soon as he spoke, the horses emitted a series of terrified whinnies. The carriage suddenly halted by an immense force. Without waiting for the occupants of the vehicle to speak, a flash of purple light surged through. Mr. Song felt a resonating hum in his head, and the world before him dissolved into chaos, all consciousness abruptly severed. Time lost its meaning as he was engulfed by a chilling current, drawing his wandering spirit back. "Mr. Song opened his eyes with a start. I discarded the ladle in my hand and crouched before him, asking, "Are you awake? If not, I can pour more water on you." Mr. Song glanced around in panic, his expression shifting dramatically. "How did you bring me here?" "Brought you? Shouldn't it be returned instead?" Ao Qi sneered, addressing him as "Dear Lord Ud." Mr. Song was taken aback, and the terror on his face shattered like a mask, revealing a calmness he had deliberately concealed. He dusted himself off and slowly rose from the ground, inquiring, "Where's Wei Ji?" "According to your calculations, she should have been consumed by now." I chuckled, looking up at the sky and shouting, "Still playing? Come down." A green light suddenly burst forth from the dense clouds, soaring gracefully towards the ground, upon which sat Wei Ji, unharmed and laughing joyfully. Mr. Song was astounded. As the creature landed, it huffed and puffed, and Wei Ji jumped down, embracing its neck, exclaiming, "You must take me flying again later. You are far superior to a Deng, who could never fly that fast. He is so slow and dull." The creature swiftly recoiled a step, seemingly frightened, and hastily shook its head. Ao Qi gathered her into his arms, saying, "If you have the ability, fly by yourself. Don't always rely on others. Study hard with your father, and I guarantee you will outfly him in a year." "Really? But all you've taught me is how to snatch food from the glue." Wei Ji pouted. "That is the foundation of your training." Ao Qi rolled his eyes. "If you can't even manage food, how can you soar through the skies?" At that moment, There is no more beautiful sight than witnessing the playful banter between father and daughter. Mr. Song gazed at the creature, his expression growing increasingly complex as he murmured, "How could this be? In your memory, the flying creature of Guizhou Island is a monster that delights in devouring the living, and those captured by it never see the dawn of a new day." I scoffed. "All along, it has merely appeared to you as a pitiful creature seeking your favor." Mr. Song remained silent. "This is what flying scale has given me." I produced a tattered, yellowing piece of paper. "Though I have not attained eternal life, I seek the protection of Yudi. The dark clouds stand like needles, serving as a refuge from calamity. Follow the water's edge and enter the island. If there is profound fortune, there will be no path to despair." I confess my impatience, admitting that I had never thoroughly read this common text among monsters, especially the final chapter. Mr. Song continued to be silent. I approached the stone needle, extending my hand, which effortlessly sank into the pillar. We had misjudged it. This needle-like pillar was not made of stone, but rather a tangle of formless, cloud-like substance. The darkness was so gray that it was easy to mistake its texture, especially at night. Yudi, born from dark clouds and red thunder, take root upon the earth, neither a monster nor a spirit, yet possessing the essence of celestial beings. Those permitted within can evade heavenly tribulations, akin to the effects of eternal life. However, Yudi can only withstand 9 tribulations in its lifetime. Once that number is reached, it perishes. The cause of this entity is perplexing. Perhaps it is heaven's benevolence toward life. Those fortunate enough to receive its protection should cherish it henceforth and show compassion to all living beings. As I concluded, I looked at him, believing I could comprehend the dissatisfaction he harbored towards himself. He gradually shifted his gaze to my face, smiling. "You understand? What do you truly understand? Can you fathom a being destined solely to shield unrelated monsters from heavenly tribulations, only to die silently? Can you grasp the despair of being confined to a single place from birth to death? Can you understand the anguish of witnessing the vibrant lives of humans while being relegated to mere observation?" He bombarded me with countless questions, pausing before asking, "Do you grasp the yearning of a desperate soul for hope?" He likely assumed I would be left speechless, but he was mistaken. "I understand," I replied without hesitation, "for I have once been akin to you, trapped for millennia in one place, unable to move an inch. No friends, no family, no future. So bored that I found amusement in the lives of others." He was taken aback. My expression turned grave. Yet even so, I never contemplated stealing another's life. He furrowed his brow, silently gritting his teeth, and retorted, "I did not steal. It was he who willingly exchanged with me, declaring his desire to become a celestial being, and I, yearning to become human. How could this mutually beneficial arrangement be deemed theft? If you had told him the truth, that you were born with celestial energy, destined to shield monsters from calamities, a spirit formed from dark clouds, bound forever to this cursed Guizhou Island. If you had conveyed this, and he still wished to exchange, it would not be theft." I regarded his defiant eyes. "But did you say any of this? You only told him you were a celestial being, impervious to the mighty thunder that could strike monsters, eternal and free from pain." His countenance paled. Chapter 24, UD 7. It turned out that Luo Wu and the others were not taking him to Guizhou Island in search of immortals. They were there to capture a flying, 4-legged lizard. They claimed this creature only roamed Guizhou Island and its vicinity, and if they could capture it alive, they could sell it for an exorbitant price in Beifong. Even a dead one would be valuable. The apothecary declared it a rare spiritual entity, capable of conferring longevity. When he learned this truth, he found himself bound to a conspicuous boulder on Guizhou Island, for their sole purpose in bringing him was to use him as bait. As it was said, the creature feasted on human flesh, alive. In that moment, he realized that those few people around him were the most terrifying monsters in the world. They successfully lured out the creature, and he despairingly closed his eyes. Yet, in the end, he was the one who survived, while Luo Wu and the others became the monster's meal. The satiated creature approached him, sniffing his scent, causing him to wet his pants in fright. At that moment, a cloud-like entity floated before him. "What brings you here, human?" The cloud spoke, and a gust of wind swept through, severing the ropes that bound him. Trembling, he stuttered. I came to seek an immortal. They deceived me, saying there were immortals on Guizhou Island. What do you seek an immortal for? The cloud inquired. He hesitated, then replied, I wish to seek guidance from the immortal, for I also desire to become one. Why do you wish to become an immortal? The cloud pressed further. To live free from illness or pain, to be ageless and immortal, to escape the scorn of others, to no longer lead a difficult life, and to heal my mother's illness with celestial arts, he answered earnestly. The cloud fell silent for a moment before asking, Who is in your family? My mother. And my wife. You are already married? Yes, I just been married for a month when I left. The cloud said, You should return. With that, it began to retreat slowly. Excuse me. He summoned his courage to call out, Is there really an immortal living here? The cloud paused, affirming, Yes. Really? He exclaimed, suddenly overjoyed, forgetting the fear he had just experienced. Follow me. The cloud moved forward, and the winged creature followed it. He beheld the wondrous needle composed of clouds. This is the immortal, the cloud declared as it soared toward the needle, seamlessly merging with it. Before it, the fierce four-legged lizard transformed into a docile sheep, folding its wings and lowering its head in submission. He had never seen an immortal, but to be able to transform into a cloud and sever ropes with formless power, and to command such a fierce creature to bow in reverence, surely that was what an immortal was. He knelt before it, bowing deeply. Please, great immortal, guide me. I have long dreamed of shedding my mortal form and entering the realm of immortals. Once one ascends to divinity, returning to a previous life becomes an impossibility. It inquired, Are you willing to relinquish your wife, your home, and the life you have cultivated? He replied without hesitation, I can. It continued, If you were to assume my role while I took yours, would you accept? He paused momentarily, then responded, I would be you. Indeed, you would inherit all that I possess. Unparalleled power, a body free from ailment, and legions of worshippers and supplicants, it declared. They call me Yodi. Would you truly offer me everything you hold dear? He asked, incredulous. Yes, it affirmed, if you genuinely wish to exchange your fate with mine. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. He exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy. Then come to my side. Suddenly, a hand sprouted from its form, grasping him. He hesitated for a moment, extending his hand, only to feel a chilling vapor. It whispered an incantation, urging him to recite it aloud. He memorized and spoke the words. Subsequently, the world dimmed. He heard no strange sounds or even a whisper of wind. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into a needle embedded in the ground, while the former version of himself arose from the earth, joyfully leaping and bounding. The voice that emerged was no longer his own. It was as if flames consumed his throat. The man he once was paused, smiling at him. 3 years. Your wish has been fulfilled. 3 years? He pondered, bewildered that mere moments of darkness could stretch into such an expanse. He was at a loss for words, unsure if he felt joy. I am departing. Fortunately, your memories remain here, ensuring I do not err. He pointed to his head, about to leave when he paused, realizing that reclaiming something easily forsaken would prove challenging. Be a good deity. What was he intending to do? Had he become himself again? Would he return to seek Ateng? But that was impossible. Ateng was still his wife. The more he contemplated, the more he felt a sense of disquiet, struggling against the confines of his new form, transforming into a cloud, hastily pursuing the direction of his departure. Yet he was too late. The vessel left by Luo had already set sail. He attempted to follow, but upon reaching the shore, an unseen force yanked him back, returning him to the needle. Amidst the dizziness, memories that did not belong to him inundated his consciousness. Tales of Yodi, of the monstrous trials to come, and the very essence of his existence. The so-called god was indeed like this. In the days that followed, he frantically sought a means to escape Guizhou, but to no avail. However, he could see his home from miles away, witnessing another version of himself returning home in disarray, observing Ateng weeping for him, and seeing himself embracing his daughter in tears. He watched as he grew increasingly akin to a family patriarch, maintaining a harmonious household, heard his daughter sweetly call him father, and saw Atang gaze at him with the gentlest adoration. Suddenly, he felt wholly abandoned, believing that Atang cherished this other man more than she ever did him. Every expression she wore in his presence radiated happiness. That man lived the life that rightfully belonged to him, thriving far beyond what he had. After experiencing the full spectrum of anger, humiliation, and struggle, he found himself devoid of strength. Yodi could never escape the roots he had established. He could only transform his essence into a cloud, drifting along Gui Jindao, gazing longingly at the home he could never return to. The words spoken by that man before leaving became an unremovable dagger lodged in his heart. It was only then that he recognized how foolish, laughable, and easily deceived he once was, how utterly chaotic life could be. He had become a deity, yet possessed nothing. Beside him lay only the enormous four-legged serpent. That serpent, capable of speech, perpetually beseeched him, lamenting its arduous journey of cultivation, pleading for his assistance in averting calamity. It promised that if it could survive the tribulations, it would refrain from consuming humans, offering its greatest passion in exchange for the chance to live. He had always refused, dismissing its plight. Numerous other creatures sought his favor each year, yet he feigned ignorance, pretending not to see or hear them. The memories left by that man revealed that as Yodi, he had never exerted his divine power, never shielded any creature from disaster. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to risk their own life for unrelated beings? Especially when only 9 chances existed. Creatures departed in despair. Those who had arrived just in time were struck down before they could escape. He watched the events unfold with a sense of numbness. However, when the evening arrived, heralded by thunder and raging winds, he summoned the trembling four-legged serpent, asking why it had not devoured him in the first place. The serpent replied honestly, stating it believed him too gaunt, less delectable than a few robust men. He found himself laughing. Then he used his body to shield it from 9 ferocious bolts of lightning. He vividly recalled the terrifying weather that day, filled with crimson lightning. He did not aim to save it. He simply felt that such a life was not worth living. The serpent, having been granted life, chose not to leave Gui Jindao, claiming he had saved its life and owed him a debt of gratitude. He scoffed, telling it to depart. Questioning what it could offer him, the serpent proposed to bring his wife and daughter to him, so they could live together. He unhesitatingly rejected the idea. What could he possibly provide for them in such a state? The serpent, though perplexed by his reasoning, did not defy him. "What else do you desire?" it asked, still unwilling to give up easily. "I wish for a wife and daughter," he stated. "Then I shall fetch them," it exclaimed. "How about I consume that man?" "No. If you truly wish to repay me, then never appear before them again. Furthermore, did you not vow to refrain from consuming humans?" "Very well, I shall not." "Yet, I do not comprehend you." "Then let it be," he replied. Ultimately, the serpent flew away, and he pondered that perhaps it had been driven off by his contradictory statements. Yet soon, it returned, bringing with it a young woman. It cast the woman before him, asking, "Does she resemble your wife?" The creature's logic was difficult to grasp. He scrutinized the terrified woman, finding a resemblance to Atang, reminiscent of her reaction upon encountering a cockroach. A sudden longing for her presence surged within him. Others could steal everything from him. Why could he not take something from someone else, including a person? He fashioned a small house from clouds. And the serpent proved to be an adept gatherer of nature's bounty, bringing a chair one day and a table the next, piecing together a complete room. "I will not harm you nor kill you. I merely wish to observe your life here," he told the woman. She dared not resist, living in trepidation, attempting to flee multiple times, yet there was no means of escape from Gui Jindao. He instructed the serpent to catch fish for her, watching from the window as she groomed herself before a mirror. Day after day, he simply observed. However, within a month, the woman perished one morning while seated at her loom, not by her own hand. He could not fathom why. From that moment on, he discovered he had perhaps fallen in love with the sensation of having someone to watch. He ceased rejecting the creatures that sought his protection, stating, "As long as you bring young women and little girls to me, I shall ensure your survival through tribulations." Over the years, 3 creatures successfully completed the exchange. He reveled in the experience, observing women he believed resembled Ting, cradling adorable little girls as they lived within the cloud house, alleviating his heartache somewhat. He even contemplated joining their lives, sharing a meal with them. However, each time he manifested, the children would scream in terror. Perhaps it was best to simply watch from outside the window. Yet, all these women and children perished within a month of arriving at Guizhou, exhibiting symptoms akin to the first woman. It was only after the establishment of the 4 cloud houses that he sensed something amiss. He instructed Si Jiao to investigate, discovering that the peculiar stench emanating from the rocks of Guizhou was harmless to monsters, but served as a slow poison for humans, stealthily causing them to cease breathing. Humans could not survive on Guizhou for more than a month. Upon learning this, he remained silent for an entire day. Perhaps due to the cloud houses, the bodies inside did not decay. He hesitated to cast them into the water, preferring to preserve their final appearances. Subsequently, when more monsters sought him out, he ceased making such deals. If he found them pleasing, he would assist. If not, he would withhold help. As days passed, everyone drifted further along their fated paths. This is the essence of the matter, as Fei Lin conveyed, the sole witness to the entire affair. I gazed coldly at Mr. Song, remarking, Fei Lin may possess eyes, yet they are merely ornamental, unable to discern clearly. They rely solely on scent for identification. You have long been aware of this, which is why you sprinkled sulfur throughout your home and on Shao Dai, aiming to impair Fei Lin's sense of smell. Upon saying this, I held the unknown close, pointing to an inconspicuous, dried, darkened bloodstain on the back of her neck. If you were to smear Shao Dai's blood on the unknown, Fei Lin would naturally mistake her for Shao Dai and take her away. You truly scheme with great cunning, targeting my unknown. Have you forgotten who her parents are? Mr. Song suddenly laughed, appearing unperturbed by the specter of death. Precisely because I understand the nature of the unknown's parents, I chose her to substitute for Shao Dai. Aochi and I were momentarily taken aback. Fei Lin had suddenly informed me it would take Shao Dai away in 3 days. Having spent decades on Guizhou with this creature, I understood its capricious and brutal nature well. It consumes the living and never spares anyone until the next day. Although I was unaware of its true intentions for taking Shao Dai, I was certain that in its grasp, she would have no chance of survival. It could also be that the island-s fool had incited Fei Lin to snatch children, but how could I allow my child to be taken? He articulated his thoughts with fervor, expressing that he had fought tirelessly for the life he now led. Ting and Shao Dai meant everything to him. He had strived to sever all ties with Guizhou, crafting a life filled with happiness that he could not allow these monsters to destroy. He laughed again, a discordant sound, asserting that while others might falter against these monsters, he believed we would prevail. I had heard numerous accolades sung in your honor, claiming that there is nothing you cannot retrieve, and even the Taoist priest of Tianxianguan regarded you with utmost respect. Your conduct is anything but ordinary. In my view, you shall undoubtedly assist me. Assist you? A sudden realization washed over me as I pointed at him. You selected the unknown not because you believe we possess the ability to retrieve her, but because you calculated that should anything happen to her, our fury would inevitably lead us to raze Guizhou to the ground, allowing you to escape with your wife and daughter, free from worry. Previously, you feigned ignorance, even withholding the truth from Tung, yet deliberately planted doubts to arouse our suspicion, all to obscure your true intentions and make us believe we had unearthed the clues ourselves. A brilliant ploy to use others as instruments of your design. Shi, unable to contain himself, kicked him to the ground, cursing, "Beast, not only have you stolen someone else's life, but you've also taken my child, compelling us to assist in your murderous scheme." The kick was forceful, leaving him nearly incapacitated, only able to sit up partially. Forcing a pained smile, I miscalculated 2 things in this life. Firstly, that Fei Lin would actually aid him. I had thought he would forever be trapped on Guizhou, never to interfere in my life again. Secondly, I had not anticipated that such a creature could change its disposition, not only sparing the unknown, but also willing to act as a witness for that man. He looked at Fei Lin, questioning, "Why?" Fei Lin turned its head towards him, responding, "He saved me. You did not." He laughed, struggling to stand. Clutching his chest, the instinct for survival is inherent. "Is it wrong for me not to wish to sacrifice my life for you? Being a passive UD is preferable to being a thief." I glared coldly at him. "You believe you can enhance others' lives, thus justifying your theft. Yet I must tell you, no matter how dismal another's life may be, it remains theirs, and you possess no right to live it for them. After all these years in the mortal realm, you still fail to grasp the principle that taking without asking is akin to thievery." He fell silent, forcing a smile. "And what of it? The die is cast. There is no turning back. You may kill me and cast my body into Wū Chuān, and thus it would all be over. Do you think we would spare your life?" Ao Qi advanced menacingly, his expression as dark as a storm. To claim to fear not death is likely a challenge. Mr. Song instinctively retreated several paces. Ao Qi furrowed his brow, suddenly striking down on his crown, and he collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. Chapter 25. UD 8. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? A creature such as him, even if cast into Wū Chuān to feed the fish, would still be justice served. I gazed at the lifeless Mr. Song, inquiring of the cloud drifting from behind me, resembling a tuft of cotton candy. It was not dark but white. I had already left Ating and Xiaodai vulnerable once. I could not allow it to happen a second time. Although he had spun many lies, his care for Ating and her daughter was sincere. The cloud emitted a voice reminiscent of a centenarian, accompanied by several coughs. The unknown approached the cloud, displeased, asking, "Uncle UD, did Fei Lin say you were going to die?" "Yes. Soon, I suppose." A hand emerged from the cloud, gently ruffling her hair. "Everyone will die eventually." "Then does that mean I can no longer play in the big cloud house in the sky?" The unknown pouted. "While there may no longer be cloud houses, you can still have Fei Lin carry you up to play in the sky." The cloud chuckled softly, then turned to me, saying, "Your daughter is truly wonderful. She is unafraid of me and does not disdain me." Fei Lin claimed he had already preserved the lives of 9 monsters. He had not vanished yet. The remaining vitality still sustained his form, yet he grew increasingly frail and pale, the color of UD fading, indicating his proximity to the end of life. That day, he had secretly violated the promise never to appear in the Song household, and to make his actions seem justifiable. He had prematurely informed the Song family of his intention to take Xiaodai 3 days in advance, thereby avoiding the label of theft. Most importantly, this was not an act of vengeance. He merely wished to bring his daughter before him while he still had the capacity to reach out and touch her face. Yet it had all gone awry. How much longer? I looked at UD. 3 days, perhaps 4 or 5. The cloud's tone was light. "I can still walk and fly, and I can play games with little unknown." I said, "I'm sorry. I lack the ability to bring you back. If you had exchanged for less than 49 days and your souls had not settled, perhaps I would have had a way. But now, your souls have fully merged with your bodies. He has become a true human, and you are a genuine spiritual entity. I am merely a spirit, not yet deserving of the title of deity, am I?" The cloud suddenly laughed. "You might be considered a deity, for you can withstand heavenly tribulations, something many celestial deities cannot accomplish, showcasing the wonders of creation." I said, then solemnly added, "Do you truly not wish to see your wife and daughter? I can assist you. Let them believe that I have never departed. Is that not preferable?" He chuckled. "In the past, I was utterly ineffectual, possessing the finest treasures in the world, yet I willingly cast them aside. When I sought to reclaim them, I realized they were irretrievable, for those things would never wait for me. Thus, I resorted to pilfering from others, yet stolen possessions could only grant me fleeting joy, while I yearned for a lifetime of happiness. You see, I must be foolish beyond measure. At this moment, understanding does not seem too foolish." I smiled, wishing to pat his shoulder, yet I was unsure where to place my hand. "Are you also a monster?" he suddenly inquired. "Indeed, I have nothing to conceal. Have you undergone the heavenly tribulation?" "No." "Then you must prepare accordingly. Otherwise, the unknown will bring sorrow. Above all, do not abandon her. I have my plans. Do not worry." After much turmoil, dawn gradually broke. We cremated all the remains in the cloud dwelling and scattered the ashes into Wū Chuān. By the riverbank, alongside Fei Lin, earnestly apologized to the rushing waters 3 times. I did not inquire why he had later changed his stance and was willing to unconditionally assist the monsters in their heavenly tribulation. I surmised there were 2 reasons. First, he still clung to the notion that early death brings liberation. Second, he had never forgotten that he was human, and, as a human, one ought to possess humanity, the good kind. Take care of yourselves, he bid us farewell. Wu Ji embraced Fei Lin's neck with reluctance. This child, why does she favor such a massive 4-legged creature? I lifted her up, while Ao Qi carried Mr. Song, pondering whether to say something more. Yet found myself at a loss for words. Never mind. Let us return home, wishing for each to follow their own path, content in our choices. Mother, Wu Ji suddenly called out to me, do not leave. What is it? I wish to stay and share a meal with Uncle Ud. He told me the other day that it would be wonderful to have a meal with family again. But the children in the past were afraid to dine with him. Wu Ji earnestly said, shall we eat with him? I pinched her cheek and turned to him. Would you like to join us for a meal? The cloud leapt with enthusiasm. Yes. Ao Qi impatiently tossed Mr. Song to the ground, exclaiming, fine, let us eat first. Fei Lin seemed delighted as well, immediately flying out and soon returning with several plump fish, then darting off once more to bring back a bounty of wild vegetables and fruits. Ao Qi kindled a fire to grill the fish, while I retrieved a table and dishes from the cloud dwelling, preparing a modest feast. However, I was genuinely curious. Could a cloud eat as if it had grown hands and a mouth? Yet, such queries seemed trivial now. What mattered was that some regrets had, in part, been alleviated. During that meal, everyone dined joyfully, despite Ao Qi burning the fish. Before departing, I asked Fei Lin about its plans. It stated it would remain on Ghost Needle Island. Even if he were no longer present, it would continue its cultivation there, for it did not dislike this place. I considered it the most promising and candid 4-legged creature I had ever encountered, wishing it success in becoming a formidable great demon. Sitting atop Ao Qi's back, Ghost Needle Island receded into the distance. A satiated Wu Ji had already fallen asleep in my arms. This outcome was not too dreadful. The Song family, on the other end of longing, quietly moved away. Many parents of the children murmured, wondering why they left without a word. In the wilderness, the slumbering Ateng and Xiao Dai gradually awoke. Husband, Ateng, noticing Mr. Song still in a stupor, anxiously called out to him. Father. Xiao Dai also nudged the tightly shut Mr. Song's eyes. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, then pressed his aching head. Sitting up, what has happened? For some reason, I feel as if something collided with our carriage, causing us to faint. Ateng recalled. A carriage? He glanced around, perplexed. How did we end up in a carriage? Ateng paused. Did you not say you wanted to leave Dongfang and settle elsewhere? Why would we leave Dongfang? Ateng pondered for a long while. Yes. Why would we leave? Xiao Dai looked at her parents with a dazed expression. He rose, stepping out of the carriage, the scenery around him unchanged, devoid of any anomalies. Ateng also alighted, inquiring, shall we turn back? Wait, he surveyed the path behind and the road ahead. Deciding to move forward, I remember I intended to take you to another place to live. Not going back. We shall not return. Perhaps another place is better suited for our family. Then let us go. I too wish to see other places. Very well. The horses neighed, and the wheels began to turn faster, racing forward. Ao Qi and I, holding Wu Ji, stood in a place unseen by them, watching this family of 3 depart. Erasing others' memories is no easy feat, yet I still possess a method to temporarily seal their memories related to a certain point. How long it will last, I am uncertain. As long as they remember to seek a new beginning, it suffices. Having spared his life, let him fully embrace the essence of humanity. May all that transpired on Ghost Needle Island remain forever forgotten in this lifetime. Let us return and dine. It has been days since we last returned. Fatty must be frantic with worry. Puffed Chéng, who would not be impatient. He would relish having the food all to himself. However, Chéng, who told me that if you return safely, he would let you eat all the sweet and sour ribs. Really? We shall know upon our return. Mother, can I still visit Ghost Needle Island to play with Fei Lin? We will discuss it later. First, let us return and wash up. You smell terrible. It was father who farted. The fish we ate earlier might have been unsanitary. Let us hurry. The family of 3 hurriedly vanished into the wilderness. Chapter 26. Tai Sui 1. Winter, on a snowy day, beneath the jujube tree, the cold wind swirled, and the withered branches resembled ash. She buried something beneath the tree. Her fingers frozen to a deep crimson, slowly and mechanically gathering the snow-covered earth, compacting it. This was a desolate land, devoid of life, save for this solitary jujube tree, which hung heavily with an indescribable loneliness and chill. She leaned against the tree trunk, her garments too thin, so thin they seemed destined to vanish in this winter, with 2 abnormal patches of red adorning her once fair and bright face, a long scar stretching from her right cheek down to her jaw. The willow trees fluttered greenly, and the catkins danced in the air. When the willow branches are broken and the flowers scattered, I ask the wayfarer, will you return? She softly sang, a melody unheard in the bustling market, exquisite and sorrowful. Each note was long and gentle, as if it could draw out an unbreakable thread. As she opened her mouth, the northern wind seemed to soften slightly. The next day, a passing woodcutter discovered her and promptly reported to the authorities. That year, amidst the mountains of documents in the government office, there was a hastily scribbled note about an unnamed girl found in the southern outskirts of Dongfang, leaning against a tree, arms slightly outstretched, unharmed yet perishing from the cold. The deceased's age was unknown, estimated to be around 21 or 22, her identity undetermined, and the body unclaimed, to be buried by the government. Case closed. Centuries later, once again on a snowy day, a lantern inscribed with the characters for peaceful residence swayed gently beneath a delicate eave. A small servant, bundled into a ball, yawned as he opened the door, only to change his expression abruptly, shouting, "Oh no, there's a dead person at the door." He was not dead yet. At least he still had a breath left, sufficient to hear the commotion. The cold brick and stone beneath his face were surprisingly not uncomfortable. His belly was empty, his insides hollow. The entirety of his being felt empty, detached from both discomfort and comfort. How he had arrived at this household, he could not clarify, merely feeling that this place was brighter than others, and like a moth drawn to a flame, he stumbled toward the light. After a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps, someone came to check his breath, only to scold. "What nonsense! This is no corpse. He is clearly still alive. Quickly lift him inside." This was the last sentence he heard before falling into complete unconsciousness. The chaotic light intertwined with the buzzing voices around me, and it felt as if my very soul was drifting away, drawn towards the faint glow ahead. Is this a jest? I rushed in from outside, hurling the envelope and letter marked with the words "official document" onto the table, leaping onto the stool to bellow. What on earth is the Sanfu examination? Do I really have to participate? Ouchie, nestled in a lounge chair with a book, impatiently retorted, "What does it matter? If you don't want to go, then don't. At your age, why are you jumping around like that? I'm trying to read. Be quiet. If you're so capable, why don't you become this damn nation's ruler?" I leaped down and rushed to his side, snatching the book titled by Mei 2G from his hands and tossing it to the ground. Is this even a book? Who reads while gazing in the mirror, claiming this one is less handsome than me? That one is less handsome than me. All of them less handsome than me. Ouchie's so-called book was merely a collection of illustrations bought from a street stall, its origins stemming from some bored artist who had compiled portraits of the beautiful men and women of Yúmén Kingdom throughout history. 50 beauties and 50 handsome men, grandiosely named by Mei too, which surprisingly sold quite well, even to illiterate vendors like Li Ermazi. With this book in hand, Ouchie found his life's beacon, flipping through the pages while admiring his reflection, deriving unfounded superiority from it. Only someone with an abundance of leisure would engage in such trifles, wouldn't they? Isn't that the truth? Ouchie sprang up. I've studied it thoroughly. There isn't a man more handsome than I within. As for the women's appearances, they could be acceptable. Then why don't you marry them all? I scoffed. He stroked his chin in contemplation. That won't do. Most of the women here are from ancient times, and those alive now must be too old to look at. Overall, you're still the best. Get lost. I kicked him lightly, Let me see if the assignment with the unknown and the glue has been completed. It surely hasn't. We'll check later. No need to rush. We should give the young one some time. He shot me a glance and walked over to pick up the envelope and letter I had thrown on the table. My dear ruler, this is an official document sealed with wax. May I take a look? If I say no, will you still look? I glared at him. Of course not. He grinned mischievously, picking up the letter. Come on, let me see what has made my lady so upset. Moments ago, two fellows had arrived simultaneously. One a servant from the Niè Marquis estate, the other a subordinate of the head of the officials, Niè Qiǎo Rén. Not only did they arrive together, but their purpose was the same, to deliver official documents to me. As a nominal ruler with neither wealth nor power, and lacking respect for my subordinates, I had nearly forgotten this identity of mine. Thus, the sudden arrival of an official document truly startled me. Upon opening it, I found two nearly identical letters informing me that the Sanfu examination was approaching and requesting the ruler's office to take charge, with the assurance of assistance from their side. The signatures bore the bright red seals of both the Niè Marquis estate and the official government. However, what exactly is the Sanfu examination? I surely did not comprehend it. Even without pretending, the Sanfu examination? Ouchi read the single-sentence document back and forth several times. It sounds like a rather prestigious examination. But the question is, how can a semi-illiterate who has never even entered a school preside over an examination? Only an illiterate would be occupied with something like by May Tuesday. I snatched the document back, fuming that Fat Sanjin has been out shopping and hasn't returned yet. Is he a woman? Taking so long. No sooner had I spoken than Fat Sanjin returned, humming a tune with a basket of groceries. Before he could steady himself, I seized him and threw the document at him. What does this mean? He glanced at the document, his eyes widening in surprise. Oh, the time for the Sanfu examination has come around again. TSK. It seems you, the boss lady, will have to get busy. What? I exclaimed in a panic. Every 3 years, Yúmén Kingdom holds a nationwide examination, where talented individuals gather from the 4 quarters to convene in the Eastern Quarter, tested in both civil and martial disciplines. They must overcome numerous challenges, with the ruler's office overseeing the process, while the government and Niè Marquis estate provide assistance, collectively selecting the most outstanding talents. Those proficient in literature are often employed by the Niè Marquis estate, while martial talents are naturally absorbed by the government. Particularly exceptional individuals may be retained for the ruler's personal use. After all, where do you think the talents in the 3 offices have come from over the years? Fat Sanjin explained nonchalantly. I looked to the heavens, pondering, doesn't this sound similar to the top scholar examination? Fat Sanjin nodded, it's somewhat akin. But the Sanfu examination here may be even more intricate than the top scholar examination. The examiner's questions are diverse and unpredictable. Wait, who are the examiners? Who sets the questions? I glared at him. Since it's the Sanfu examination, the examiners are naturally you, the boss lady, along with your civil and military generals. Fat Sanjin smiled. This Sanfu examination was paused for years due to the vacancy of the ruler's position, but now, Yúmén Kingdom has a grand event once again. Grand event? What nonsense! I couldn't help but jump up in front of him. I'm the boss lady. The entire nation doesn't even know I'm the ruler. I've never been to school. How can I be an examiner? Aren't you just creating trouble for me? Fat Sanjin feigned innocence. That's not my decision. The Sanfu examination is a significant matter for the nation, an established tradition. It doesn't depend on one person, as say. Even though you keep your identity as ruler concealed, it doesn't prevent you from being an examiner. If necessary, you could wear a veil. Only a sissy wears a veil. I couldn't help but poke his forehead. Didn't you say this examination was paused due to the absence of a ruler? Since I've never publicly revealed my identity, the uninformed masses would surely believe the position of the ruler remains vacant. So why suddenly bring this up? Fat Sanjin shrugged. Perhaps Lord Niè and the Niè Marquis feel the need for new blood. I knew these two were up to no good, gritting my teeth if they want to recruit. They can do it themselves. Why drag me into this? I am going to confront Niè Qiǎo Rén. Seeking them out won't help. Fat Sanjin stopped me. You know their temperaments well. Since they have jointly issued the official document, this matter is inevitable. You need not worry about your identity being exposed. Even if everyone comes to know there's a new ruler, they 1T realize that the new ruler is the ever-busy boss lady. You can still roam freely and haggle with vendors selling scallions, ginger, and garlic. I lowered my head, a mournful expression on my face. There are bad people among the masses. Those two are bullying me. Fat Sanjin found it amusing. What are you so worried about, boss lady? It's just being an examiner. As for what specific duties you will have, the government and the Chéng Marquis will discuss them with you, and I will also provide you with whatever assistance I can. You are not alone in this battle. Moreover, the Sanfu examination is a good thing. It can unearth a group of talented individuals to serve the nation while providing opportunities for ambitious and capable people to showcase their value. As the ruler, you surely wish for Yúmén Kingdom to flourish and prosper for generations to come, don't you? I sighed deeply. Do you know how much I detest examinations? What does winning or losing prove? Fat Sanjin pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, it doesn't prove everything, but at the very least, it demonstrates a portion. This is a fair competition. That being said, it wasn't entirely without merit. I looked at him. When does the examination start? Well, I need to do. Fat Sanjin calculated with his fingers. The examination usually begins on the day of the Great Heat. The contents and duration of the examination are decided by the 3 offices. Since we haven't even reached the lesser heat yet, you have plenty of time to prepare. As for what you need to do, I believe Lord Niè and the others will discuss it with you in detail. The day of Great Heat is still over a month away, as it's not yet June. With that thought, I finally felt a bit calmer. I'm going to cook now. Fat Sanjin headed towards the kitchen with his basket. After taking a few steps, he paused, turned back with a smile. You may never see yourself as a ruler, but you always manage to fulfill the duties of one. What a statement. Have I done anything earth-shattering? It is merely a matter of having resolved a problematic road. Salvaging an individual on the verge of straying into darkness. Perhaps now not so upright a rogue priest. Subduing a stone tiger. Toppling a nefarious drug dealer. And assisting the elderly in locating their cats, dogs, and dentures, among countless other tasks. What I have done is indeed the work expected of a businessman. When Pang Sanjin uttered those words, was it a compliment or something else? Unbeknownst to me, I have now lingered in Yúmén Guó for nearly half a year, which implies I still have another 6 months here. The thought that in 6 months, I shall no longer savor the dishes prepared by Pang Sanjin. Hear Niè Qiǎo Rén's caustic jests, gossip with Madame Tang, admonish the crafty Taoist Mu, or sit behind the bamboo curtain watching the sun set over the streets and alleys of Dongfang, fills me with an inexplicable sense of reluctance. My intuition tells me that Yúmén Guó can only be Yúmén Guó. Every person and object, every blade of grass and tree is destined to remain in place. While I am merely a transient passerby, and once I depart, there shall be no return. But can I truly withdraw unscathed? The sight of the ethereal flowers blooming beneath the water as I sailed into the kingdom, along with the ancient graves of successive rulers hidden behind verdant hills, and the myriad secrets concealed behind the facade of tranquil life, have long been the source of my deepest unease. To be fair, this is not a dreadful place. Yet why has it become a prison for the Dragon Clan to punish wrongdoers? The midday sun blazed down, hot and oppressive, as I stood in the light, lost in thought, clutching 2 official letters. What are you doing sunbathing that cured me for? Aochi's head poked through the window, beckoning me. Hurry up. Your daughter just finished an essay titled My Mom and Dad. After you read it, I guarantee you want to give her a good thrashing. I'm coming. Why are you shouting? I snapped back to reality, inhaled deeply, and hastened towards him. I vividly recalled that on my very first day in Yúmén Guó, Pang Sanjin had told me that a true dragon could never breach the gates of Yúmén. Yet here stood Aochi, tangible and real. Chapter 27. Tai Sui Tu Bang. 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 Never has anyone knocked on a door with such fervor. The moment I stepped inside, the force of the knock nearly sent me reeling back. Even when Niè Qiǎo Rén or Tian Yiho's people sought me out, they would not dare to exert such strength. Who could it be? My mood already less than cheerful. I stormed to the door, flung it open, and barked, "Are you trying to demolish my house with that racket?" Before I could even discern the visitor's identity, an overwhelming stench of garlic assaulted my senses, causing me to recoil 8 steps. Are you the proprietress? The ever-busy proprietress? accompanied by an exclamation of surprise. The pungent garlic scent surged towards me once more. A bald uncle in his 50s, shorter than I by half a head, clad in a silk shirt that seemed a size too small, revealed a less than appealing grin and regarded me with palpable excitement. I pinched my nose and replied in a muffled voice, "Indeed, that would be me." Without a hint of caution, he lunged towards me, his eyes gleaming. However, someone was swifter. A kick sent him sprawling to the ground. What? Trying to act lewd in broad daylight? Ao Chi glared at the man lying on his back, frowning. "Have you consumed all the garlic in Dongfang? You stink." Ouch! The uncle groaned, rubbing his belly as he climbed back to his feet, fumbling through his sleeves while advancing towards me. Ao Chi stood between us. "Speak from there. Otherwise, do not blame me for breaking your bones." The uncle halted, producing a heavy cloth bag, which he opened with a flourish, revealing a clattering array of gold chains that sparkled in the sunlight. "For you, all for you. I've heard about your remarkable talent for locating lost items. I have an urgent matter to discuss." "A client?" Casting an appraising glance at the gold ornaments on the ground, I quickly calculated their weight, and my expression shifted from gloom to brightness. I pushed past Ao Chi to stand before the uncle, suppressing the garlic odor as I smiled. "You should have mentioned it sooner. I thought a madman had barged in. My husband can be rather heavy-handed. Are you all right?" The uncle hastily waved his hands, grinning broadly. "I was just too excited. Seeing you, proprietress, felt like reuniting with family. My apologies for my rudeness. Originally, I intended to invite him inside, but considering the pervasive garlic scent, I amended my invitation. Let us sit in the courtyard. Given your familial regard, we ought to enjoy a fine cup of tea." With that, I hastily gathered the gold chains, feigning to return them. "You have yet to mention what you lost, and I have not agreed to take on this business. You should keep your gold for now." "No, no, no." The uncle hurriedly pushed the gold chains back towards me. "Regardless of whether you accept this business, these are yours, a mere token of our meeting. I hold no ulterior motives. I have long admired your integrity in assisting others to recover their lost belongings, even the elderly's dentures. You are both capable and kind-hearted. Even if you cannot assist me today, it is an honor to meet you. Truly, flattery knows no bounds." Once those words escaped his lips, even the garlic odor became less offensive. Come, sit down. You are Chéng boss, correct?" I beamed, leading him into the shade of the courtyard trees and calling for Pang Sanjin to brew a fragrant Thai guanyin tea. "Let us enjoy some tea. The weather is quite hot. Let's take a moment." He lifted the teacup, inhaling deeply, repeatedly exclaiming, good tea, yet he quickly set it down, urgency coloring his tone. "Proprietress, I implore you to assist me. What have you lost? Pray tell." I took a sip of tea, with Ao Chi sitting beside me, one hand pinching his nose while the other vigorously waved a large fan. "My house," he blurted out. "A house can be lost. Ao Shi shuklet. What? Did it grow legs and run away?" He sighed deeply. "It is a long story. The grand residence in the southern outskirts of Dongfang was originally the ancestral home of the Yin family, a prominent clan for over a century, now in decline. Only one elderly patriarch remains in charge, with a young master beneath him. Last summer, the young master brought the deed to the ancestral home to my money house to borrow funds, promising to repay within a year, or the deed would serve as collateral. I granted them several days' grace, but when they failed to repay, I naturally took the deed and the established terms to the in-residents to reclaim it. To my astonishment, they flatly denied ever borrowing money, even claiming not to know me, adamantly refusing to vacate. I was furious. After all, it was a matter of written record. Yet, I am not a ruthless character. Unable to devise a suitable course of action, I settled in with my men at the in-residence. However, within days, the deed I kept close vanished without a trace. This must be the doing of the Yin family. In this day and age, the debtor can be more brazen than the lender. Others perceive us as ruthless moneylenders profiting off easy money. Yet who understands the hardships we honest folk endure?" He concluded, wiping a tear from his eye. I chuckled. "To compel them to leave, you truly did nothing at all? Did you not toss dead mice onto their beds? Did you not put laxatives into their water jars? Did you not resort to ghostly tricks to frighten them? Absolutely not. I am a legitimate businessman. We agreed on terms. and we shall honor them. We play tricks? I think they are the ones playing tricks. He lowered his voice. Do you think I covet their residence? Many say that old house is haunted. Even if I were to acquire it, I would only plan to demolish and rebuild to sell for profit. Haunted? I inquired, intrigued. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. Unclean things, you see. Consider it. A century-old residence with so few inhabitants. Can it not be peculiar? My two subordinates encountered peculiar entities in the dead of night. One described a faceless shadow, while the other spoke of a woman clad in red, gliding through the residence. It is fortunate that we possess considerable courage, for we resolved to reclaim the house, which is why we persist in residing within its confines. I inquired, what have you seen for yourself? He scratched his bald head and replied, as for me, I have seen nothing. I sleep rather soundly. Even if the sky were to collapse, I would not awaken. However, I do feel an unsettling chill within that house, an icy cold that penetrates to the bone. Just look at the weather. It is still cold. So you wish for me to assist you in retrieving the property deed? I set my teacup down, remarking that this matter should not fall to me. Losing a property deed is a matter of theft. You ought to approach the authorities for proper assistance. Why haven't you done so? He asked, his face clouded with frustration. The authorities are burdened with countless cases daily. Murder and arson are far more troublesome than my predicament. Their resources are limited, and by the time they allocate time to investigate my minor case, it could take several months. I cannot afford to wait. Each day the house remains standing, I incur losses in silver. I have already found a buyer for a new residence, promising delivery in 2 years. Everything was planned meticulously. And now, look at the turmoil we find ourselves in. I pondered for a moment and smiled. It seems you are not solely seeking our assistance in recovering the deed. He chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Well, if the boss lady could help persuade the family to vacate, I would be immensely grateful. After all, this would truly mean reclaiming my rightful residence, and it does not conflict with your business, does it? Aochi nudged me and quietly remarked, this matter is delicate. He has mentioned that an elder named and is currently in charge. Such elderly figures are not easily dealt with. If we exert too much pressure, what if the old man becomes agitated and suffers a mishap? If he survives but is incapacitated, how would we manage? It is not worth entangling ourselves over a few gold chains. Aochi's reasoning was not without merit, yet the sight of those glimmering treasures stirred my desire. Do not rush, boss. I cannot provide an answer regarding this business just yet. I pushed the gold chain towards him. No, boss lady, please do not do this. He insisted, pushing the chain back. You may take your time to consider the gold. However, do not delay too long. Could you give me a response before sunset tomorrow? I will be waiting at the inn residence. Without formally accepting the deal, I refused to accept any payment. I insisted he take back the gold chain. You may hold on to this for now. I shall contemplate thoroughly, and by sunset tomorrow, I will personally visit the inn residence to provide you with a definitive answer. How does that sound? He appeared hesitant, pondering for a moment before stating, before sunset tomorrow. Is that a promise? Indeed, it is settled, I smiled. I await your esteemed presence, boss lady. He resignedly accepted the gold chain and took his leave. I noticed the untouched cup of tea guanyin and playfully asked, does boss Chéng not enjoy tea? A simple man, I usually prefer a few sips of Lao Baigan. He chuckled, and paired with some of my favorite garlic. It is truly a delightful combination. Aochi and I exchanged glances, having never heard of such an intriguing pairing of Lao Baigan and garlic. After bidding farewell to Cheng de Yuan, Aochi asked, will you take it? The gold chain. I exclaimed, a chain as thick as my thumb. You may be contending with a stubborn old man who may possess peculiar habits. Just from his refusal to repay borrowed money, it is clear that the family is not to be trifled with. Aochi fanned himself while speaking. Of course, I have 100 methods to make the old man disappear from that residence, should the need arise. There is no need for such drastic measures. I shot him a look. We operate a legitimate business, not a den of thieves. Every matter is open to negotiation. Let us first ascertain the family's background. I called out to Pang Sanjin, who was in the kitchen washing vegetables, still clutching a dripping bamboo shoot. The inn residence in the southern outskirts of Dongfang? The family with the surname? Pang Sanjin contemplated carefully, I do recall some details. That residence has quite a history, at least a few hundred years. If I am not mistaken, the Yin family has resided there for generations, and while I have not heard of any particularly extraordinary tales about them, they were once a prominent family, with their descendants thriving in various businesses. However, it seems they encountered difficulties later on, gradually declining and dwindling in number. After that, they faded from public view, a rather ordinary family that seldom engaged with outsiders or stirred up trouble. Is that all? I scrutinized Pang Sanjin. Surely, you have not been in human country for just a few hundred years and are unaware of the Yin family background? Pang Sanjin lowered his eyelids and replied helplessly, Boss lady, you are likely no less than a few hundred years old yourself. Can you claim to know the details of every inhabitant in your dwelling? I am not a gossiping old woman, and much of what I know is merely hearsay. That is a fair point. I wave my hand dismissively. Now go on. Prepare the meal. We are having bamboo shoots with pork, correct? Yes, yes. I have selected just the right cuts of pork belly to ensure it melts in your mouth. Neither greasy nor heavy, Pang Sanjin said with a grin. Moreover, if the boss lady seeks to know more about the residence's detailed history, there is likely only one place in the country that holds such records. I scoffed. The Tianyi Marquis residence? Indeed, Pang Sanjin nodded. Everything concerning the livelihood of the people is documented by the Tianyi Marquis estate. Even the origins of a humble vendor can be traced, let alone a centuries-old mansion. However, the mere thought of that old curmudgeon who had confiscated my gold ignited my ire. Just endure it. Why complicate matters with business? Pang Sanjin chuckled as he returned to the kitchen. Are you going? I'll ask it. I hear that the maids in that estate are quite lovely, not inferior to the beauties in the Hundred Beauties painting. I yawned and replied, Oh, you are unaware that the officers under Niè Qiǎo Rén are all exceptionally handsome young men, each boasting a six-pack? I have business at the government office. Perhaps we should split up? Aochi rolled his eyes and suddenly erupted. How do you know they have six-packs? Have you been spying on them while they bathe? A slipper flew through the air, striking him on the head. When a situation can be resolved with action, there is no need for excessive chatter. Chapter 28. Tai Sui 3. After residing in Dongfang for half a year, the longer I stayed, the more I felt the vastness of the place, with many areas I had yet to explore, such as the Yin residence. I recall that upon exiting the southern gate of Dongfang, there was a gentle slope adorned with blooming mountain flowers and depressions, with a few villages in the distance. A winding gravel path accompanied a half-dry stream, stretching into the indistinct horizon. If memory serves me right, the village of Mimi, as well as the Tianxian temple where Mu Daochang resides, are not far from there, though it seems otherwise. Please excuse my sense of direction. After inquiring with passers-by, I discovered that by traversing that gentle slope and turning left at a bamboo grove, another scene unfolded. A grand mansion stood serenely beneath the setting sun. Despite bearing the marks of time, it had not lost an ounce of its majesty, resembling an elder who has weathered the vicissitudes of life, still vibrant and guarding all that it cherishes. Indeed, every residence I have visited, whether it be the Tang residence, the Yin family, or this mansion, far surpasses my own dwelling. It feels as though their kitchen is larger than my bedroom. Aochi nudged me, asking, What are you staring at? You're about to drool. This mansion is splendid. A century-old house still appears so solid, I remarked. My collective dormitory in the East Sea Dragon Palace is far more magnificent than this. Why do I not hear you sing its praises? Aochi shot me a look. What use is mere grandeur? I retorted. A residence with history and stories is enveloped by an intangible aura that compels one to explore its depths. Even a patch of wild grass or a singular pillar within is unique. This is what we call a sense of mystery. I clicked my tongue and added, Such a fine mansion should not be demolished and rebuilt. That would be a pity. I must offer some earnest suggestions to Qingdai Yuan. Transforming it into a high-end guest house would indeed be splendid, don't you think? Just look at the serene surroundings. Speaking of which, it feels as if you have already reclaimed the estate on behalf of Qingdai Yuan. Aochi crossed his arms, surveying the grand residence before us. Do not forget, you are dealing with a seasoned trickster who is notoriously delinquent in repaying debts. A mere touch could provoke him to feign collapse. I smiled at him sweetly. Can anyone be older than I? Indeed. Now let us knock on the door. He chuckled, taking my hand as we moved forward. The imposing entrance stood before us. Constructed of fine timber, still robust and proud despite the passage of time. Each mark upon the wood radiated an irreplaceable and ancient charm, while the bronze door knocker, shaped like a tiger's head, was bespeckled with faint green rust. "There's not a soul here," Ao Qi remarked, tapping the knocker with his finger. Surely, a frequently touched knocker would not become so rusted. I gently grasped the knocker and rapped it several times. When no one answered, I knocked with greater force. The elderly gentleman within might not hear, but surely the younger ones would. After all, is Chéng Yuan not still inside? Just as I was preparing to suggest that Ao Qi scale the wall to investigate, the door swung open. A young man with a fair and delicate visage stood beyond the threshold, clad in a neatly arranged light gray robe, his hair meticulously groomed. A dark blue headscarf swaying gently in the warm evening breeze. "What brings you here?" His voice, like his appearance, was soft and refined, imbued with the essence of a scholar. "Oh, we are friends of Chéng Yuan. He resides here, does he not?" I leaned forward to peer inside. Beyond the narrow gap of the door, I glimpsed a long corridor devoid of light and no sign of life. It was quite uncommon for a common household to open the door to a dimly lit passage rather than a courtyard. The young man furrowed his brow. "You are looking for him?" "Indeed, we have an appointment," I nodded vigorously. After a moment's thought, the young man stepped aside, then "Please come in." He cast a curious glance at Ao Qi's flamboyant shirt, his expression a mix of intrigue and unspoken embarrassment. I had no means of remedying this. I had indeed prepared several robes for him to blend in, but he insisted they were unattractive, resembling bathrobes. Ultimately, I found a most flamboyant fabric available for him, crafting several garments adorned with garish red and green flowers, which made my heart race whenever he paraded in front of me in his new attire. I discreetly urged Ao Qi over the threshold. The corridor inside was lengthy, with densely packed gray bricks forming a formidable space. Several torches were affixed to the walls, yet unlit, leaving the illumination of the corridor reliant solely on the light at its end. Upon traversing its length, I was greeted by the sight of an impressively grand residence. The rooms were arranged in a symmetrical manner, forming a vast rectangle, 3 stories high, with long corridors supported by crimson pillars at the front of each level. Copper wind chimes dangled from the eaves, and at each corner, passageways extended inward, hinting at an expansive area beyond. However, it was strange to observe that there were no flowers or plants embellishing the space, save for a solitary short jujube tree at the center of the courtyard. This tree appeared to be well cared for, its branches lush and verdant, adorned with delicate blossoms still in bloom, gently resting upon the boughs. Nonetheless, was it not a bit wasteful for such a grand courtyard to host but a single jujube tree? He resides in the eastern room on the 2nd floor. The young man indicated with a gesture towards the left front. "May I inquire your name?" I regarded him with curiosity. "I am An Yuha," he replied with a polite bow. "Ah, the scion of the An family?" I inquired, to which he did not refute, guiding us to the staircase at the eastern corner of the corridor. "Ascend, and the 2nd room to your left is his." He seemed quite unperturbed, displaying no caution towards strangers, not even inquiring our names, casually permitting us entrance. "You must hold a strong dislike for Chéng Yuan, Master An?" Ao Qi suddenly queried, pointing towards the upper floor. The young man frowned slightly, managing to contain his evident distaste within a subtle expression. "I have never encountered such a rogue," he stated coolly. "He insists that I borrowed money and is attempting to claim my family's estate as repayment. Naturally, we refuse, and he resorted to occupying our home, demanding that we vacate. How is this behavior different from that of a robber?" Ao Qi and I exchanged glances, one swearing an oath of unpaid debts, the other asserting the absurdity of the claims. Neither appeared to be lying. If so, why not report it to the authorities? Ao Qi pressed, "This constitutes trespassing. They should be apprehended and dealt with severely." Master An remained silent for a moment before responding. "Let us observe how they misbehave. This is a trivial matter that need not trouble the officials." Truly, Master An possessed a heart as vast as the ocean. Ao Qi chuckled. "These debt collectors must have caused you considerable distress. While they reside here, they have not caused any trouble, Master On replied. Thus, I have no desire to involve the authorities. The world is harsh. Perhaps they have their own difficulties. A bit of noise will soon pass. Besides, the estate is spacious. Having a few more residents adds to the liveliness. Such reasoning bore a resemblance to Chéng de Yuan's perspective, suggesting he had not wronged the On family, merely inhabiting the space in a way that irked them, perhaps hoping to pressure them into leaving through this psychological strain. Yet the On household seemed unfazed by this passive-aggressive method of debt collection. They were indifferent to his presence, neither reporting him nor chastising him. A rare form of engagement indeed. As I pondered this, two figures emerged from the northern corner. A sprightly maid clad in verdant attire, supporting an elderly gentleman nearing his 70s. The sound of his cane echoed softly along the corridor. Who could this be? The old man, stooped with age, wore a deep purple robe that seemed to cast an inescapable shadow, enveloping his frail frame. His voice, slower than that of an ordinary person, resembled a malfunctioning record player, and his right hand, gripping the cane, was missing a finger. I seek Chéng de Yuan, the elder stated. Master On approached, offering his arm for support. Grandfather, the evening wind has risen. Why have you come out? He then turned to the maid. And you, why have you not draped a cloak over him? What if he catches a chill? The elderly gentleman adamantly refused to wear one, claiming it was too warm. The maid looked equally helpless. Master On sighed. Very well. Please assist him back to his room. Who is it? The old man repeated, seemingly oblivious to the conversation around him, his cloudy eyes betraying his confusion. I regarded Master On with an inquiring look. He clarified, this is my grandfather. His health is poor, and his mind has become a bit muddled with age, which is to be expected. So this was Master On's grandfather. I smiled and bowed respectfully. I am Shah, here with my husband to pay a visit to Chéng de Yuan. I apologize for any disturbance. Before I could finish, the maid chuckled softly. The old man won't remember. It's pointless to say. Master On shot her a glance, and she quickly bit her tongue, refraining from further comment. Grandfather, please return with me. I shall join you for dinner shortly. Master On adjusted the elder's collar, instructing the maid, take him back. Of course, she said, assisting the old man, but suddenly turned back with a bright smile. Your dress is quite peculiar. I have never seen anything like it, but it looks lovely. Before I could respond, Master On scolded, mind your tongue. Hurry back. The maid stuck out her tongue and hurriedly escorted the old gentleman away. The household's maidservants are quite undisciplined. I trust you find it amusing, Master On remarked, bowing to us. As night falls, the roads outside become treacherous. Please do make your departure promptly after your visit. Very well. We shall not delay you any further, I replied. I hurriedly said that I was merely here to exchange a few words with Chéng Laoban and would depart shortly thereafter. Young Master nodded and turned to leave. Beneath the twilight, the entire residence took on the hue of an old photograph. As the night breeze occasionally swept through, the wind chimes under the eaves tinkled softly, while young Master and S silhouette in the corridor seemed to drift like a specter. An unresolved case. One insists he borrowed money while the other vehemently denies it. What do you think? A.O. Chi scratched his nose and inquired, suggesting we simply disregard this troublesome matter, as we were not in need of a few golden chains. By the end of the year, when we venture out, we could acquire as much gold as we desired. After pondering for a moment, I decided to approach Chéng de for a brief meeting. It was imperative to have some explanation. With that, I ascended the staircase with quick steps. Perhaps due to the passage of time, I felt each step cause the stairs to wobble slightly beneath me. Chapter 29. Tai Sui 4. The door to Chéng de Yuan's room was tightly shut, and no sound could be heard from within. A.O. Chi knocked several times, yet no one came to answer. He remarked that if Chéng was asleep, he might as well be dead. Could he truly be asleep? A.O. Chi pressed his ear against the door. Was this truly an appropriate time for slumber? I frowned, inhaled deeply, placed my palm against the door, and with a slight application of spiritual energy, the door swung open. The familiar scent of garlic rushed forth. The otherwise ordinary bedroom was devoid of any presence. With a large bed across the room neatly made, and a pair of black cloth shoes meant for men placed beside the foot of the bed. Was he truly asleep? A.O. Chi and I approached, and A.O. Chi lifted the bed curtains, revealing Chéng lying there, his head resting on a soft pillow, eyes tightly shut, lying rigidly without reacting to our arrival. We exchanged a knowing glance, sensing something was amiss. Ao Qi nudged his exposed arm, his expression shifting slightly, before he immediately checked for a pulse. After a moment, he shook his head at me. He asked on. What? Just yesterday, the man had been lively before me, and today he had turned into a stiff corpse. I glanced around, noting that the room was tidy and unremarkable, with the door locked from the inside. Cheng's expression bore no signs of pain or surprise, resembling that of someone merely asleep. Could it be that he was so fond of sleep and neglectful of exercise that he simply slept himself to death? Yet the odds of that seemed too low even for me to accept. While I was in a state of confusion, I suddenly felt something unusual at my feet. Ao Qi and I looked down simultaneously to discover two withered yellow hands, so thin they seemed to be nothing more than skin, unexpectedly emerging from beneath the bed, wrapping around our ankles and attempting to crawl further up, exerting considerable force. However, such a level of ambush was not something we would tolerate. I waved my hand and sternly commanded, "Sever." The four withered hands snapped in response, tumbling to the ground and transforming into several segments of yellow vine, writhing momentarily before falling still. Yet from beneath the bed, a dozen more withered hands emerged, seemingly intent on revenge as they fiercely wrapped around our feet. Ao Qi grasped my raised hand. "That one T work. Let me take care of them." I must admit, these yellow-vined, withered hands possess some skill. At least during the moment Ao Qi spoke. They had already ensnared our knees with a grip so tight that it felt as if our bones might shatter under the pressure. A small flame, roughly the size of a thumb, ignited with the sound of Ao Qi snapping his fingers and landed upon the fastest crawling withered hand. With a sudden whoosh, all the withered hands ignited, cascading to the ground. I leaped aside, hastily brushing off the sparks from my skirt, scolding, "Watch where you're aiming. What will you do if you burn my dress? Your Qi Pao is fire-resistant." Ao Qi shot me an incredulous glance, asserting that there was nothing more effective against these vine-like plants than fire. As we spoke, a figure tumbled out from beneath the bed, exclaiming in disarray while furiously shaking his hands, the last segment of burning yellow vine still tethered to his wrist. "Mudaolong, what are you doing here?" I widened my eyes, pointing at this clumsy individual who had finally managed to shake off the yellow vine. Mu Daolong, the master of Tianxian Guan, whom I hadn't seen in ages. Mu Daolong, while blowing on his burned wrist, looked at me in astonishment. "Boss lady, when did you acquire such a demon beside you? Setting fires is bound to cost lives. Who cares about calling anyone a demon?" Ao Qi glared at the bald old Taoist. "You do realize the boss lady you speak of is my wife, right?" "Huh?" Mu Daolong's eyes widened, immediately turning to me. "Truly?" Since Ao Qi came to human country, he apparently hadn't encountered Mu Daolong yet. I nodded yes. Mu Daolong quickly donned his usual sycophantic smile, clasping Ao Qi's hand. My apologies. I never expected you to be the husband of the boss lady. Please forgive my offense. Today truly is a case of the flood washing the Dragon King temple. Family members fighting amongst themselves." Ao Qi disdainfully withdrew his hand, retorting, "Take a good look in the mirror. With a bald head like that, who is family to you?" He then turned back to me, asking, "Is this the foul Taoist you mentioned before? The one who wanted to mess with our family?" "Oh, that was a misunderstanding from long ago." Mu Daolong hastily apologized. "Now that I see you, it's clear why the young master of the glue factory is so exceptionally handsome and imposing at such a young age. He must have inherited it from his biological father." Oh no, I sensed that Ao Qi would soon alter his perception of Mu Daolong. Sure enough, Ao Qi's expression immediately softened, and he even smiled as he patted Mu Daolong's shoulder. "You have a good eye. Come by my house sometime. I'll teach you a secret formula for hair growth." "Enough of this," I interjected, standing between the two of them. There's still a corpse lying on the bed. "And you two are shamelessly reveling in your reunion?" Only then did Mu Daolong remark, "I'm puzzled. What brings you two all the way to this residence?" I thought I had finally captured that thief. "Thief?" Both Ao Qi and I were taken aback. "What was stolen?" Mu Daolong pointed at Chengde Yunam. "Stolen?" Ao Qi and I exclaimed in unison. Cheng Yuan? Who is Cheng Yuan? This fellow is Hu Yuan. Mu Daolong scratched his bald head in confusion. I was also sent on a mission, and it took me a full 6 days to track down his whereabouts. Hu Yuan? I was bewildered and urgently asked. Who sent you? His wife, of course. Mu Daolong explained. 7 days ago, Hu Fangshi came to my Tianxian, weeping and clinging to my leg, saying that her husband, who had only been buried for less than 3 days, had been stolen, and the grave had been dug into a large pit. Everyone said it was an evil deed and that the area had previously been known for wolves preying on the deceased. She feared that it had been that demon who dug him up. As a woman, she was naturally frightened and panicked, and upon hearing of the demon's interference, she rushed over to find me. Ao Qi's expression darkened considerably as he asked, Are you saying that the person lying there has been dead for 7 days? Indeed, Mu Daolong affirmed. Hu Yuan used to visit my Tianxian frequently to pray and offer incense, and he was quite generous. His family resides near Hujiaku, and he usually engaged in small business, being a person of good character. I was somewhat familiar with him, and upon seeing Hu Fangshi's plight, coupled with the bizarre nature of the incident involving the demon, I personally accompanied her to investigate his grave. Was it the work of a demon? I inquired. Mu Daolong hesitated for a moment. Probably. I raised an eyebrow. Can't you discern? Oh dear, I possess certain abilities, but others may not know, boss lady. You should be aware. Mu Daolong seemed somewhat embarrassed as he explained how he had Hu Fangshi bring Hu Yuan his favorite clothes, his favorite foods, and even hair left on his comb to perform a ritual to trace his whereabouts. After 6 days, I discovered that this fellow was actually in the in-residence. This morning, following the trail, I infiltrated the in-residence with the intention of secretly taking him away, but it felt increasingly strange. And perhaps out of a moment of madness, I hid beneath the bed, thinking a dead person surely wouldn't come here on their own. Moreover, the Yin family lives in seclusion from the world. At least since I took over Tianxian, I have never encountered anyone from the Yin family in any public place. I heard that even their everyday provisions, be it vegetables, meat, fruits, or oil, are delivered to their residents. The Yin family clearly should have no connection to Hu Yuan whatsoever. Thus, I found myself wishing to conceal myself in the shadows, to observe whether anyone would enter and engage in some form of dialogue or activity. If indeed someone were to arrive, they would not merely be a grave robber, but rather someone closely linked to such nefarious deeds. At that moment, I could seize the individual and extract the truth from them. As I spoke, I glanced at him helplessly. I've been hiding here for nearly a day, my old bones feeling as if they are about to crumble. Just as I was about to abandon this endeavor and escort Hu Yuan away, you appeared. I was unaware of who you were until I saw 2 pairs of feet approach, which prompted me to employ this tactic of entangling you with ghostly vines, intending to interrogate you thoroughly. Your pitiful vines might suffice to ensnare a kitten or a pup, but I advise you to refrain from using them in the future. They only serve to embarrass you. I shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly asked, Does Hu Yuan have a fondness for garlic? Garlic? I have not heard Hu Fangshi mention it. She claimed that Hu Yuan's favorite dish is roasted chicken. The Taoist Mu, in contemplation, questioned, What significance does it hold whether he likes garlic or not? However, it was peculiar. Upon entering this room today, I was immediately struck by a pungent odor of garlic, so strong that I initially thought the inhabitants of the Yin family were using it for pest control within these walls. Ao Qi, gazing at Hu Yuan's lifeless body, remarked, Now I understand why he said that. The Taoist Mu was taken aback. What did he say? Is he not dead? Ao Qi ignored him and merely cast a glance in my direction. I, too, comprehended the implication as I scrutinized the cold, silent shell before me. The overwhelming scent of garlic could mask the odor of death, making it exceedingly difficult for seasoned individuals like us to discern the truth. The crux of the matter is that he sought us out, adopting a false name and identity, and I feared that his words were largely untrustworthy. A deceased body masquerading as a living person, brandishing gold to deceive us. What purpose could that serve? What? The proprietress exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Hu Yuan. Are you suggesting he sought you out? This occurred yesterday at noon. I had no reason to conceal the truth from him. He claimed to be Chéng, a moneylender, alleging that young master and had borrowed money without repayment and refused to use the family estate as collateral as agreed. He had taken his subordinates to this residence to collect the debt, but recently the property deed had been stolen, and he needed assistance in retrieving it promptly. Young master, however, vehemently denied any borrowing, yet did not vigorously oppose his forcible occupancy. He neither expelled him nor reported him to the authorities. What do you think of this situation? The Taoist Mu was speechless, pondering before inquiring. Did you agree to this business arrangement? I came to the residence to assess the situation and then decide whether to accept his offer. I intended to provide him with a response. But who could have known he would be gone? I turned to Ao Qi and asked, "What is your take on this? My mind is rather overwhelmed at present." After a moment of silence, Ao Qi countered my question. If Hu Dayuan were alive, would you agree to assist him? Of course, I replied. Why would I refuse? I have never turned down gold. My attention was drawn to a small cloth pouch beside the pillow, its color blending seamlessly with the bedding, which I had overlooked earlier. Upon closer inspection, it appeared familiar, resembling the pouch he had brought yesterday to contain the gold chains. I bent down to pick up the pouch, shook out its contents, and indeed found the gold chains along with a neatly folded note. Upon unfolding it, I read the concise lines. With nothing to my name, only thin gold remains. If wishes are fulfilled, 1,000 thanks. This was peculiar. It felt as though he had anticipated my arrival and prepared this for me. Moreover, the elegant handwriting did not seem characteristic of a burly man. The most rational explanation I could conceive was that Hu Dayuan recognized his imminent demise and had calculated that I would come, leaving behind the gold and note as a wager that I would accept this business, fulfilling his final wish, regardless of the veracity of his statements. His ultimate desire was undoubtedly sincere, to oust the family from their residence and reclaim this estate for himself. It seemed an act devoid of justice, and if he truly understood my nature, he should have known better. Yet he still approached me, still made such a request. I pondered whether he was simply ignorant of my character or if he believed until his last moment that his request was not inherently wrong. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, I decided to stay. Ao Qi approached the window and partially opened it. "Stay?" I inquired, as we both gazed in the same direction. The twilight had deepened outside, and the desolate houses and courtyard lay shrouded in indistinct shadows, devoid of human presence. Save for the occasional gust of wind that stirred the old wind chimes, each sound echoing hauntingly. The Taoist Mu shrank his neck, suggesting, perhaps it's best not to. This matter is peculiar. I should take Yuan back to Tianxianguan, at least to provide Hu Fengshi with an explanation. Furthermore, it is said that the deceased deserve respect. Leaving him outside is not proper. No, why not? The Taoist Mu exclaimed, becoming agitated. This is not like a living person. Leaving him here will lead to decay. Look, his skin has begun to discolor. Ao Qi returned to the bedside, noting that Hu Dayuan's complexion had indeed worsened significantly, now tinged with a grayish hue, as the lifeless body struggled to withstand the ravages of time. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Qi raised his hand and swept it over Hu, a wave of shimmering light cascading down from his crown, enveloping his entire form. After flickering for a moment, the light vanished, and Hu Dayuan's complexion returned to its normal, living hue. Ao Qi withdrew his hand, stating, "You need not worry about him decaying now. This small amount of spiritual energy I bestowed will ensure his preservation for at least a month." The Taoist Mu, astonished, quickly gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. To make the deceased appear alive is no small feat. No wonder you could win the proprietress's heart. However, Ao Qi did not bask in the praise, instead stating earnestly, the deceased cannot rise from their graves and roam freely. This person is but a puppet. Whether he is controlled by malevolent forces or merely a tool of some sinister entity, to uncover the puppeteer, we must investigate Hu Dayuan. He has chosen to linger here with the family, indicating their involvement in this matter. Upon entering, I found it curious that such a vast estate houses only 3 residents. Moreover, there is another oddity. Come and see for yourselves. With that, he returned to the window and beckoned us over. It was rare to witness Ao Qi in such a serious demeanor. Without his usual antics, he possessed an enigmatic charm. the Taoist Mu, and I hurried to join him, asking, "What peculiarity do you speak of?" He pointed to the center of the courtyard outside. The unique jujube tree within the estate. That tree, yes, I noticed it upon my arrival, the Taoist Mu remarked, perplexed. In such a large area, there's only this solitary tree, standing alone and unappealing. It's quite strange. Indeed, it was odd. The jujube tree cast long, slanted shadows in the evening light, its branches rustling without grace, resembling a wretched being abandoned by the world. Look at this estate, and then at that tree. He turned to me. I scrutinized it for a moment, and suddenly it dawned on me. Trapped? Upon hearing this, the Taoist Mu smacked his forehead. Right? I was so preoccupied with the Yúmén that I overlooked this detail. The in-residence was a standard square shape, yet at its center stood only a solitary jujube tree. Anyone with a modicum of architectural knowledge would never allow such a layout in their home. A square with a lone tree in the middle spells misfortune, an omen of being trapped. Given that the Yin family is a lineage spanning centuries, they could not be so ignorant of such matters, and it is inconceivable that they would tolerate this arrangement without remedy. In fact, the simplest solution for anyone else would be to uproot or simply cut down that tree. Yet they not only refrain from doing so, but also tend to it with great care. Unless, of course, they desire this predicament. Apart from the sparse human presence, I detected no signs of uncleanliness. However, when Yúmén sought us out, he adamantly claimed that something was amiss here. I withdrew my gaze from the jujube tree, smiling. Perhaps it's time to stay and experience this for myself. Then I shall remain as well. Mu Daoshang hastily said. You all go and probe the sentiments of the Yin family. I will keep an eye on Yúmén here. Should anything strange come along, we can look out for each other. I cast a glance at him and remarked, It has been a few days, and I see you in a new light. When did this bald Taoist become so proactive in his endeavors? Mu Daoshang rolled his eyes and immediately explained with a beaming smile. Well, since Hu Fangshi is so eager to find her husband, I naturally must ensure that I bring Yúmén back to her in one piece. If anything goes amiss, I would have a hard time explaining myself. You must have pocketed quite a sum, haven't you? I scoffed through my nose. No. Mu Daoshang quickly shook his head. When the proprietress enlightened me, I had already forsaken those dubious paths. Now, I am solely dedicated to seeking the welfare of the common people. I would believe you as much as I would a ghost, I said, pouting. You should stay put here. I surmised that the Yin family likely had no idea they were harboring a deceased individual in their home. All right, you two hurry along. Be sure to inform me of any discoveries. If there truly is a demon at work, I, Mu Daoshang, will be the first to take action. Mu Daoshang declared with righteous fervor. As I stepped out of the room and turned back for one last glance, I saw Mu Daoshang standing before the bed, his back to us, anxiously tapping his foot on the ground. Once I closed the door, I whispered a few words to Ao Qi, who merely glanced at me in silence. Descending the stairs, a gust of night wind sent shivers down my spine, despite the still warm air surrounding me. The in-residence was spacious, yet finding a person was not difficult. One merely had to head towards the brightly lit room. I knocked on the door. Who is it? Young master, and it is us, friends of Boss Chéng. The door was not locked, and we entered. Are you planning to stay overnight? Young master inquired, setting down the scroll he had been reading, looking puzzled. I was so engrossed in conversation with Boss Chéng that I lost track of time. By the time I wished to take my leave, it was already dark. To be honest, despite my husband and I appearing healthy, we both suffer from my ailments, and it becomes difficult for us to see clearly at night. I fabricated an excuse with flair. Did you not mention that the night roads are perilous? I fear we might inadvertently fall into a ditch if we leave at this hour. I see, he nodded. In that case, you may take refuge next door in Chéng Yúmén's quarters. It was previously occupied by his two subordinates, but they seem to have gone out for the past few days. If the room is empty, feel free to stay. Though we have many vacant rooms, they're seldom inhabited and accumulate dust, making them unfit for guests. Should his subordinates return, let me know, and I will arrange for you to have another room. What a well-read and considerate young man he was. He certainly did not strike me as the type to squander his ancestral home as property for loans. Thank you ever so much, I replied with a broad smile. casually inquiring, "Young Masterin, do you reside here with just your father and the little maid?" Young Masterin nodded, confirming, "Indeed. It seems rather sparse," I commented. "Do you not find it lonely?" "I have never been fond of noise. I relish the tranquility of life," he replied with a smile. Just then, A.O. Chi's stomach audibly grumbled, creating an awkward silence. Young Masterin remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever, glancing over at a nearby cabinet and saying, "There are a few pears in there. You may take them to quell your hunger. The kitchen has already ceased its activity, and I fear we cannot offer you hospitality tonight." A.O. Chi promptly approached the cabinet, retrieving a small bamboo basket containing several shriveled, discolored pears, their age uncertain. He scrutinized them briefly before returning the basket and smiling at young Masterin, "Perhaps it is best for you to keep them for yourselves." Young Masterin did not press the issue, responding, "I fear they may have been stored for too long and may not be palatable. I apologize for my thoughtlessness." "It's quite all right. One missed meal won't be the end of me," I hastily reassured him, then shifted the topic. "Young Masterin, may I ask, do your parents not reside here?" He slowly turned a page in his book, stating, "My parents have passed away many years ago. I was raised solely by my grandfather." With that, he yawned and added, "It is getting late. You two should rest early." Recognizing that he was no longer inclined to converse, I bid him good night and obediently exited the room. "What do you think?" Shi inquired. "He is flesh and blood, neither demon nor ghost, just an ordinary person. However, there is a maturity about him, a depth akin to the ocean. Such a person cannot be easily pried open with mere conversation." "What about extreme measures?" Shi suggested, cracking his knuckles. "Even if he is not a demon, he is certainly no ordinary individual who would allow strangers to roam freely in their home without alerting the authorities. Those who refrain from reporting to law enforcement fall into two categories: those who cannot be bothered and those who are too afraid. Which do you believe he is?" "It is hard to say," I replied, gazing at the square structure before me, feeling as though I had unwittingly been ensnared in a tightly sealed fortress, unable to find any means of escape. "I will look around," Aochi declared. "Surely there must be some clues. And I will also search for something edible. I am starving. You go back to keep watch over Hu De Yuan. Be careful. Don't consume everything you find." I cautioned him. "That advice is for you," he retorted, poking my forehead before swiftly departing. As I turned back, I noticed young Master An's room still illuminated at the northern end, while all the other windows were cloaked in darkness. Was he truly unafraid of thieves taking advantage of the situation? Was he so trusting of us unfamiliar faces roaming about his home? As I retraced my steps along the corridor, deep in thought, I unexpectedly passed a narrow alleyway when a pair of icy hands suddenly emerged from the shadows, seizing my arm. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick enough to prevent me from striking out. Otherwise, the frail old man would have been left in tatters. I broke into a cold sweat, and before I could lower my fists, the old man continued to grasp my arm, babbling, "The jujube flowers have bloomed." I exhaled deeply and addressed the wrinkled visage before me. "Old Masterin, the time for flower viewing is during the day. Wandering about in the dark could lead to accidents. The jujube flowers have bloomed," he insisted, pointing towards the jujube tree in the courtyard. His tone was even more jubilant than before, and he shook my arm with youthful exuberance. "The jujube flowers have bloomed. Oh dear, old master, please calm down," I urged. "Where is your little maid? And Niè? Why is she not with you?" "Niè is asleep." The old man did not seem entirely senile. He still grasped certain conversations and exclaimed, "Let us go see the jujube flowers." As he spoke, he pulled me in the direction of the tree. All right. We shall go see the jujube flowers," I acquiesced, supporting him along the way, for if he were to fall, I would be held responsible. We hurried to the base of the tree, where the old man pointed excitedly at the branches laden with jujube blossoms, his wrinkles smoothing out in delight. Yet, he suddenly made a shushing gesture, lowering his voice. "Let us admire the jujube flowers." "Indeed, they are beautiful," I concurred. Old Master craned his neck, peering intently at the tree for a long while before declaring, "There is nothing." I patiently asked, "What do you mean there is nothing?" "The jujube flowers are right there." Nothing. He became increasingly displeased, lowering his head as if deeply wounded, muttering, Nothing. Well, perhaps tomorrow they will have bloomed, I suggested, noting that the night was growing late and I could no longer allow the old man to wander aimlessly. How about I escort you back? When you awaken, they will surely be in bloom. Old Master and looked up at me. Will there be blooms tomorrow? Yes, yes, absolutely, I assured him with vigorous nods. The old man lowered his head, pondering, before suddenly fixing his gaze upon me. Are you hungry? I could hardly deny it, and it was true that I was indeed hungry. Had the old man heard my stomach growl? Oh dear, I did not have dinner. I chuckled. You are quite perceptive. Let's eat. Let's eat. Old Master grasped my hand and urged me forward, insisting, let us dine. Very well. Please treat me to a meal, I replied. In that moment, I relinquished my plan to direct the old gentleman to young Master N's room. He held onto my hand, resembling an eager child desperate to showcase his treasures, and hurriedly led the way. I was taken back along the path we had originally traversed. Following him into the alley he had just exited, we wove through the gray-black brick walls and arrived at the second circle of the estate. As I had surmised, the in-residence appeared to be encased by two overlapping cubic structures. The layout of the second circle mirrored that of the first, consisting of 3 stories, with corridors surrounding it and alleys at each corner. Even the wind chimes beneath the eaves were identical. Yet, the main entrance bypassed this circle, leading directly to the second circle where jujube trees were planted. It was no wonder we had to traverse such a long, lightless passage upon entering. This tiered architecture, with a solitary tree planted in the most prominent location, seemed to embody a perplexing design, raising doubts even for an outsider like me. Who could have conceived such a residence? Did the designer harbor a grudge against the Yin family? The old gentleman pulled me along, heading eastward. With each step, his demeanor grew increasingly cautious. As we approached the last few rooms on the ground floor, he tiptoed, murmuring, "Eat quietly, do not disturb." When we reached the final room, he gently pushed the door open and whispered, "Hurry in." I followed him inside, and he quietly closed the door behind us, visibly relieved as he exclaimed, "Let us eat." It was quite dark. Should I light a lamp? I widened my eyes, attempting to adjust to the darkness as swiftly as possible. Shoo, no talking during the meal. The old gentleman moved past me, and I heard the sound of a stool being shifted, followed by the clinking of iron chains. Something felt amiss. I extended my palm and exclaimed, "Light." A radiant emerald sphere of light materialized in my hand, gradually ascending to illuminate the entire room. Upon seeing what lay before me, I involuntarily stepped back 2 paces, and I confess I was frightened. At an ancient octagonal dining table sat 4 individuals, 4 old gentlemen, each identical in appearance, age, and attire. The only distinction was that 3 of them were tightly bound with dark iron chains, the other ends embedded deep into the walls behind them. Moreover, these 3 individuals had not glanced at me even once. They merely sat there, mimicking the act of eating, though before them lay naught but emptiness. Old Master sat directly across from me, mirroring their actions, reaching for nothingness atop the table, bringing it to his mouth, chewing noisily, and swallowing, only to repeat the motions. He appeared to be relishing his meal, and, upon noticing my stunned expression, beckoned me, "Join me." Though I am an ancient being, I could not suppress the chill that ran down my spine in this surreal scenario. However, fleeing was not an option. I took a deep breath, approached the octagonal table, and mustered the courage to place my finger beneath the nose of another old master, and there was no breath. I repeated the action with the other 2, and they too were devoid of life. 3 lifeless shells sat at the table feigning a meal. Was this some sort of jest? Yet, despite the bizarre scene, the 3 figures did not seem to pose any danger, mindlessly repeating their actions. I also noted a peculiar detail. Like the old gentleman before me, they too were missing a finger. "Join me." Old Master and continued to wave me over. Realizing that I would glean no insights from this befuddled elder, I forced a smile and said, "Please, take your time eating. I suddenly find myself no longer hungry. I shall retire to rest." Having said that, I quickly extinguished the light, exited the room, and secured the door. Just as I was about to retrace my steps, a faint glow appeared ahead, as someone approached with a lantern. After a moment's contemplation, I leaped up, floating close to the ceiling, holding my breath as I awaited the individual S arrival. It was Niè, looking around with a languid demeanor, occasionally yawning. Upon reaching the final room, Niè paused, pressed her ear against the door, sighed heavily, and entered. I caught snippets of her conversation. "Oh dear, grandfather, why do you wander while I sleep? If you fall, young master will blame me. Have you eaten well? Let us return once you are full. I want to see the jujube flowers. The jujube flowers need to rest as well. Can we see them in the morning?" Very well. There was again the sound of a stool being moved, followed by Niè assisting the old gentleman as they exited, closing the door behind them. I returned to the ground, unable to resist glancing back at the closed door. Chapter 31. Tai Sui, 6. In Hu Dayuan's room, Qi had returned before me. Upon my entrance, he immediately inquired, "I was just about to go look for you. Where have you been? Wasn't it instructive for you to stay here? How did your inspection fare?" I countered with a question. Qi replied, "I have examined each room. Aside from furniture and dust, there is nothing else. I also found their kitchen. The only peculiar thing lies there." "What is peculiar about the kitchen?" I asked. "There is no food," Qi stated. "Have you ever seen a kitchen devoid of any food?" Mu Daozhong interjected. "Could it be that they just finished eating?" "Finished eating?" "To the extent that not even a scallion remains, nor a drop of sugar, salt, or soy sauce." Qi retorted with an eye roll. Mu Daozhong scratched his head. "Well, that does seem unlikely." Qi continued. "Though there is no food, the kitchen is well equipped with knives, each gleaming brightly. No food, yet an abundance of knives." I mused. What do the family consume if they are perpetually speaking of dining? "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Qi waved his hand in front of my face. "You still haven't told me where you went." I succinctly recounted my earlier experiences, and, as anticipated, their jaws dropped when they heard about the 4 identical old master NS surrounding a table, feigning a meal of air. "Surely, you haven't lost your mind, have you?" "Ao ji dao jet me forehead." "Get lost." I swatted his hand away. Am I hallucinating? I even checked the other 3 for breath. They are lifeless. Did you not notice the very layout of this residence is problematic? 2 square circles, with a solitary tree at the center, a confounding design. Confounding design? Al-Sheep al-Zid. Realizing that while he had been busy seeking the kitchen, he had indeed noticed the identical outer circle of structures, but had not contemplated the implications. "You only know how to look for food." I glared at him. "This place is far from ordinary. It demands our attention." I glanced at Hu Dayuan lying on the bed and sighed. "Your gold is not easy to acquire. Do you find even the landlady troublesome?" Mu Daozhong looked at us with concern. "If this estate has existed for hundreds of years and was intentionally constructed in such a manner." I gazed out the window, the cold moonlight piercing through the clouds, casting an enigmatic white veil over the world before me. Perhaps this estate itself is a supernatural entity. Qi's expression turned grave at once. Mu Daozhong gasped and quickly exclaimed, "It wouldn't consume us, would it? I still have many matters to attend to." I shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you implying you have a great deal of money left unspent? Feeling quite trapped, are we?" Mu Daozhong's face turned beet red, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response. "At this rate, you might as well perish," I derided. "I am merely speculating. In truth, I do not sense any malevolent aura here." Suddenly, Qi clenched his fist and turned to leave. I grasped his arm. "Where are you going?" "I am taking old In, young In, and that little maid with me. We shall not leave until everything is made clear." Alcher, with an air of impatience, remarked, "What is the point of our murmurs here? It is best to resolve this matter swiftly. Although Hu Dayuan has already breathed his last, this situation still involves human lives. If his wife anxiously reports to the authorities, having waited in vain for the bald Taoist to return her husband, we might find ourselves accused of complicity in the delay of the investigation. Just a moment ago, I thought you had grown cleverer. It appears that was merely an illusion." I pinched him hard. Here we were, a feeble youth, a dying old man, and an innocent girl, seemingly a powerless ensemble. Yet, we maintained our composure against the unwelcome intrusion of outsiders, even allowing strangers to come and go freely in this house. All of this could only mean one thing. I paused, then stated emphatically they are unafraid. A moment of surprise crossed Torres' face. "Sometimes, those without fear possess no weaknesses." I added, "At the very least, They're difficult to find weaknesses in. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid confronting them directly, just in case. What shall we do now? Ulcher asked, exasperated. Shall I sit here and chat with a bald Taoist and a corpse? I took a deep breath and said, I will visit the Tianyi Hofu. I will accompany you. Ulcher immediately stood up. No, I insisted, pushing him back down. This place is strange. Your presence will at least prevent major chaos. I shall return swiftly. After some thought, Ulcher nodded, return quickly, and do not waste time speaking with that perverse hoe. Waste time talking? Up until now, we have not even had the chance to speak with him. Having said this, I approached the window, peering outside. There was no one, so I leapt out, transforming into a beam of light, flying at great speed towards the Tianyi Hofu. Indeed, Nanfang is quite distant from Dongfang. Traveling at such speed took me nearly 2 hours. I pondered that if no one answered after 3 knocks, I would proceed directly to the ho's bedroom. However, on my second knock, the door opened and the night shift maid, surprisingly alert and spirited, welcomed me inside, leading me to the cool pavilion by the water, just as she had during my first visit. The setting remained unchanged, with an ancient sheen and sandalwood incense, delicate wisps of smoke, and, across the water, the faint glow of lights from 3 stories of buildings, shimmering like a dream. This old man's residence still exuded an otherworldly aura. Before long, Xuanguan arrived. It is rare for the proprietress to visit at such a late hour. She remarked with a smile, pouring me tea. I shall forego the tea. This matter is urgent. I signaled for her to stop. Oh, she paused, the teacup half filled. What brings such significance to the proprietress? In deliberate tones, I replied, in the southern outskirts of Dongfang, there's a family by the surname, and then family? What has happened to them? Xuanguan asked, puzzled. It is not about what has happened to them, but I wish to know the history of the residence they have inhabited for generations and everything it has endured over the years. It would be even better if it could include the deeds of the family's ancestors, I explained candidly. Xuanguan appeared thoughtful. I do not recall much about that household, but I vaguely know they were once a prominent family, their lineage extending for hundreds of years. Are they here to conduct business with the proprietress? I chuckled. Their wealth is unlikely to benefit me. Xuanguan, I must trouble you to consult the Tianyi Ho. Xuanguan's expression turned hesitant. The Ho has just gone to bed. This matter concerns life and death, certainly more important than his slumber. I gazed across the water. Shall I personally visit his bedroom to greet him? That would be excessive. I shall convey your request immediately. Xuanguan rose and swiftly vanished into the night. Upon exiting the heavy and mysterious in residence, sitting in the delicately tranquil Tianyi Hofu, I felt significantly more at ease. In the distance, the gentle and prolonged notes of an ancient sheen drifted through the air. I had no idea who, with such refined taste, was playing late into the night. The melody, though ordinary, was soothing to the ears, calming my restless spirit, as if my heart had been iron smooth. The soft sheen tones mingled with the clear moonlight and tranquil waters. The scattered reflections on the lake resembling sprites awakening from dreams, dancing before my eyes. Suddenly, I heard sounds of water, and from the opposite building, a figure emerged, carrying a lantern, stepping into a small boat that seemed to have drifted from nowhere, leisurely making its way towards me. Huh? The old man has finally decided to show himself? I stood and approached the pavilion's edge, locking eyes with the person in the boat. Yet, their features remained obscured. Only a black cloak fluttering in the night wind, with the broad brim of the hood concealing even their chin. A hint of anxiety washed over me. The small boat eventually docked outside the pavilion. The figure disembarked slowly, advancing towards me without uttering a word, merely lifting the lantern to illuminate my face. Isn't this rather impolite toward the superior? I felt irritation rising within me. Are your eyes failing you? The pavilion is well lit. Why shine a lantern on me? The figure remained silent, showing no intention of lowering the lantern. My anger flared, and I reached out to remove their hood. Beneath it was nothing, an empty void. To my astonishment, the entire cloak suddenly collapsed before me, the lantern rolling away to the side. I gasped in shock. Proprietress! Proprietress! Xuanguan's voice echoed as I abruptly opened my eyes, sitting up straight, heart racing. Was it a dream? On the surface of a lake, a small boat indeed glided towards the opposite shore, and it appeared as if someone stood within it, though their outline was nearly indistinguishable. I stood and pointed ahead. "Who is that?" Xuanwan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Of course, it is the Ho." "What?" I exclaimed in surprise. Xuanwan explained, "When I went to convey your message, the Ho mentioned he had missed previous opportunities to meet, and this time, he should have a chat with the proprietress. However, upon our arrival, you had already fallen asleep. The Ho decided it best not to disturb you and returned." I couldn't help but slap my own sleepy face. Surely, my drowsiness was due to skipping dinner and feeling famished. I had missed such a rare encounter. I had been remiss. I smiled at her. "Oh well, perhaps we shall meet again in the future. After all, the time for the 3 Fu Wei Kao approaches, and there will be plenty of opportunities." "Indeed," Xuanwan replied, presenting a tray to me, revealing a golden note that shimmered within. "This is from the Ho." I quickly seized the note and examined it closely. The Yin family of Dongfang migrated from afar 400 years ago, establishing a residence on the desolate southern outskirts, remarkable in its design. Their descendants thrived, and the household prospered. Years later, it was said that a celestial figure appeared in this residence, becoming the subject of strange tales. One night, the entire Yin family, 38 members, perished. It is rumored that a demon sought to claim the celestial figure, annihilating the family. Taoists came to exorcise the demon, yet the whereabouts of the celestial figure remain unknown. Furrowing my brow at the mention of the celestial figure, I continued to read the note. The information provided by the Tianyi Ho this time was far more extensive than before. As the golden note in my hand dissipated into shimmering dust, my mood darkened considerably. Chapter 32. Juju Blossoms 1. Foolish child, while you carve your flesh, you claim to be the one who wishes for your happiness more than anyone else in the world. Do you believe that? I certainly do not. Before dawn, I returned. Aocher and Mu Daozhong had not succumbed to slumber. One stood by the window, surveying the in-residence, while the other sat at the table, staring vacantly at Hu Deyuan's corpse. "Did you see him?" Aocher inquired. "I did," I nodded. "The matter is quite intriguing." "Did you truly meet the Tianyi Ho?" Mu Daozhong hurriedly approached me. "That is a person rarely seen. Many cannot even enter the gates of the Tianyi Ho Fu." I scrutinized him momentarily. "You seem far more spirited today than usual." Mu Daozhong's eyes darted around. "This concerns the reputation of my Tianxian temple. If this matter is not handled well, the villagers will think me a charlatan living off others." I shot him a glance. "All right. There will be a time when I require your assistance." Having spoken, I smiled slyly and suggested, "The long, sleepless night calls for a game, does it not?" The two gentlemen widened their eyes in disbelief, particularly A.O. Chi, who wore an expression that conveyed a sense of disdain, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? So, shall we play?" I smirked. "There's a grand prize for the winner, gold that I shall personally provide." The innkeeper's demeanor softened immediately upon hearing of the reward. I approached the window, gazing out into the pitch-black expanse of the estate, and declared, without resorting to force, "Whoever can coax a member of the Yin family to step outside this house, even if just over the threshold, shall be the victor." Shi frowned, asking, "What exactly are you scheming?" I shrugged. "Just a bit of fun." I then grabbed his hand, grinning. "Come on, it's better than idling about." The innkeeper pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is there truly gold to be won?" I replied with utmost seriousness, "I do not deceive those who are bald." The innkeeper touched his shiny bald head, letting out a dejected sigh. "Shall we take turns? You two can go first." "No, we shall act together. In this endeavor, whoever manages to lead any one of them out of the house wins," I insisted. "Let us each rely on our own skills." The innkeeper glanced toward the bed, hesitating. "Is that wise? If we all go out, who will watch over this place? What is there to worry about? Are you afraid he might come back to life again?" I teased, tugging at his beard. "Let us go." "Enough chatter." The innkeeper yelped in pain and had no choice but to follow me out of the room. Descending the stairs, a cool breeze greeted us, and the wind chimes tinkled in the eaves, their sounds somewhat disordered. Aochi halted, gripping my arm. "What are you trying to verify?" I turned back, smiling. I wished to discern whether the words of Tian Iho's golden note hold any truth. Aochi raised an eyebrow. "Is there indeed a clue?" You shall find out shortly, I replied, sticking out my tongue. Let us clarify things first. If you don't let me pass, what is the danger level? I gazed into his eyes and said, if anything happens, I fear only you can keep at bay. Aochi's expression grew grave. I tightened my grip on his hand and whispered a few words into his ear, concluding with, regardless, we must not allow it to leave this house even a step. Aochi froze, refraining from further inquiries, merely nodding in agreement. At that moment, the innkeeper turned back, a self-satisfied grin on his face. I've thought of a simple solution, but it requires your cooperation. Would that count as my victory? I regarded this confident old rogue. As long as your method successfully lures them out, it shall indeed count as your win. Knock, knock, knock. The door to young Master N's room was rapped upon with great force. Soon, young Master N emerged in disheveled attire, looking perplexedly at me. Who stood outside in a frenzy? What is the matter? Your father has just been abducted, I exclaimed, pointing towards the entrance in a single breath. I couldn't sleep and got up for water when I noticed a stranger carrying your father on his shoulder, fleeing at great speed. I saw it too. Aochi chimed in, adding, it seems the Chengde Yuan gang couldn't hold out any longer and has taken your father as leverage. Young Master N's countenance changed dramatically, and he dashed out of his room towards his father's chamber. The door swung open, revealing an eerie silence. He rushed inside, only to find both the mud-laden bed and his father's chamber empty. At least, to his eyes, the room was devoid of any presence. The innkeeper held his breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he sat cross-legged in the center of the room, silently reciting an incantation to obscure vision, desperately erasing the sight of the peacefully sleeping mud and old master and from young Master N's view. I inwardly cursed the innkeeper for his ineptitude. Even such a rudimentary spell as the obscure vision incantation seemed to exhaust him. Moreover, when we had agreed on employing this method, the old fellow had specifically warned against delay, fearing he might not endure it. I found it peculiar that, despite not being a master, the innkeeper should find such a simple spell so laborious. Young Master N's face paled. I had thought he would instinctively call out for his grandfather at this moment. Aochi seized his wrist. What are you waiting for? Pursue him. No sooner had he spoken than he shot me a glance, dragging the dazed young Master N outside. Continuing, I saw the thief exit the main gate heading south. If we hurry, we might still catch up. Young Master N stumbled in their haste. But upon reaching within 10 meters of the main gate, he suddenly seemed to regain his senses, shaking off Aochi's grip and halting in place, resolutely refusing to take another step forward. Aochi feigned surprise. What is young Master N doing? Not pursuing any longer? That is your grandfather. Young Master N took a deep breath and calmly stated, I did not see him leave the estate with my own eyes. I must search within the house first. You believe us to be lying? Aochi exclaimed, pointing toward the door in an agitated manner. If you don't chase now, it will be too late. Thank you for your concern. I will handle this matter myself. Young Master N coldly replied, turning away, his fist clenched tightly. Aochi stomped his foot, pointing at him in accusation. You are utterly unfilial. Your grandfather has been taken, and you do not care. You must come with me to retrieve him. With that, he rushed forward, seizing young Master N's wrist once more, this time using considerable force to drag him toward the door. Let go! Let go! You are most disrespectful. I graciously offered you shelter for the night, and this is how you repay me? Young Master N struggled fiercely, yet could not break free from Aochi's iron grip, and he was being towed towards the door. You are the one being ungrateful. Your grandfather raised you. Now that he is in trouble, you do not care. Aochi retorted, his words biting. At that moment, young Master N was crouching down, desperately leaning back to resist Aochi's pull, creating a comical scene reminiscent of an angry father dragging his stubborn child home. Let go of me. I cannot go out. I cannot go out. Young Master N's expression shifted from anger to terror, his gaze fixated on the approaching door, all composure evaporating. It seems you are not concerned for your grandfather at all, I remarked, slowly approaching him from behind, observing the disheveled young man. He shot me a venomous glance, strands of hair matted against his sweat-drenched forehead, gritting his teeth. You are not friends with Chengde Yuan. What is your true purpose in coming to my house? I smiled. We wish to take you out of this estate and see the world beyond. No, I do not want to go out. He bellowed. Is it that you do not wish to, or that you do not dare? I met his gaze, suddenly dropping my smile. You shall leave today without fail. Ao ji baka, gaw, and continued to drag him forward. No, I will not go out. Young Master An's face turned pale, and amidst his struggles, he cried out in anguish, Mud, save me. From within old Master An's room came the sound of objects crashing, and a green figure sprang forth, ghostly and swift, gliding across the courtyard without a sound, landing beside young Master An. A delicate, pale hand struck out, instantly breaking Ao Chi's hold, and then it pulled young Master An into its embrace, leaping several meters away from us. Mud still wore her green dress, barefoot with her hair flowing freely, tightly clutching young Master An's arm, her large eyes fixed upon us, filled with both hostility and confusion. She possesses more strength than you, Ao Chi remarked, stepping beside me, rubbing his aching hand, and quietly added, Be cautious. Do not underestimate the little girl. I nodded in agreement. The innkeeper, drenched in sweat, rushed over, observing the standoff. Madam, you truly do not intend to merely play a game. I chuckled lightly. I simply wish to ascertain who among the residents of this estate possesses the greatest strength. And indeed, my inquiry has yielded results. The greatest strength? The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, My life nearly came to an end today. You have displayed quite a lack of finesse today. I shot him a sidelong glance, whether it be your own shortcomings or other reasons. You are well aware of the truth. We shall discuss life later. The innkeeper's expression changed suddenly. Just then, I unexpectedly cast a strand of hair, which had been coiled around my fingers, into the air. A long, slender beam of light swiftly encircled Mud, tightening and constricting around her. In a moment of distress, Niè emitted a painful groan, rendering her immobile as she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Upon witnessing this, young Master An hurriedly rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms, and shouted at me in a fit of rage. My family has always remained secluded, never harboring enmity with anyone, especially not with you. Why do you do this? Release her at once. I had no time to pay him heed, my gaze fixed upon Ao Chi, to whom I nodded. Frowning, Ao Chi decisively extended his palm, summoning the azure true fire that only he could wield, capable of incinerating all impure entities, the flames dancing fiercely in his grasp, growing brighter and hotter. The flames flickered in young Master An's eyes as he suddenly positioned himself protectively in front of Niè, demanding, What are you planning? Do you intend to kill Niè? I directed my words to Taoist Mu. Drag him away. This should be within your capabilities. Taoist Mu, hesitant to speak further, swiftly approached and pulled young Master An aside. Let go of me. Young Master An kicked and hit, yet ultimately was subdued by Taoist Mu and moved to a distance. Abruptly, young Master An ceased his struggles, dropping to his knees with tears streaming down his face as he bowed before us, pleading, Please spare Niè. I beg you. She is the only person of significance in my life. I love her more than my own life. Is that so? I replied with a smile, my finger twitching as a fierce wind surged, rushing toward Niè. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as her dress was shredded to pieces. Taoist Mu exclaimed, Indecent. Indecent, while covering his eyes, yet peering through the gaps between his fingers. Soon, he lowered his hand, his mouth agape in astonishment as he gazed at Niè. Beneath her clothing, her form could hardly be described as human. Apart from her exposed face, neck, and limbs, there was not a single area of flesh to be found. Her skin unnaturally smooth and glistening, enveloped in a dark hue with countless intricate veins subtly pulsating beneath. Strangely, there were no feminine features to be discerned, as if she were encased in a thick, slick membrane, marred by numerous irregularities, appearing as though sections had been excised. Young Master An stood frozen, not in shock, but rather in a state of panic, as if stripped bare. I crouched before him, coldly inquiring, Are you telling me that you have fallen in love with a Tai Sui? His lips trembled, yet no words emerged. Niè and I have made a vow. She suddenly interjected, bound tightly, earnestly arguing, We promise to never part in this life and the next. My brow furrowed as I declared, "Then your oath shall end at my hands." With a resounding crack, brilliant flames erupted around her, intensifying in ferocity. "No! Niè! Niè!" Young master howled, desperately attempting to reach her, only to be rendered unconscious by Taoist Mu's swift strike. "Al Shia proashid me, him marking." It has been many years since I encountered such a creature. I never expected to find one in this cursed place. Tai Sui are inherently malevolent. It is no surprise. I observed Niè within the flames. She did not struggle, nor did she emit a single cry. The intelligence from Tianyi Ho is quite comprehensive, even documenting secrets from centuries past, Ao Qi mused. At that moment, an amorphous entity suddenly burst forth from Niè's body, effortlessly escaping the inferno. "Don't let it escape," I shouted, leaping into the air alongside Ao Qi. However, before we could act, the soft, boneless creature collided with something unseen. A shower of sparks erupting before it fell heavily to the ground, dark mist seeping from its slick form, akin to blood. "Avoid contact with the dark mist," I yelled to Taoist Mu. "The poison of Tai Sui is lethal to ordinary people." Taoist Mu promptly hoisted young master in and leapt beyond the danger zone. "I'll go." "Do not move," Ao Qi insisted, pulling me aside as he strode purposefully toward the Tai Sui. "That being is not of the three realms. Exercise caution," I called out, my voice ringing with urgency. The black mist emitted by the Tai Sui thickened and expanded, and Ao Qi unleashed his powerful flames against it. Yet the creature showed no signs of retreat, writhing defiantly within the fire. Astonishingly, it even managed to leap from the azure true fire of the East Sea Dragon clan. Fiercely lunging at Ao Qi with a resounding slap, the Tai Sui adhered to Ao Qi like melted candy, its form seemingly limitless, expanding and writhing until it enveloped him entirely. Realizing the peril, I shouted to Taoist Mu, "Hand me the peachwood sword." Taoist Mu hurriedly retrieved the sword, which he typically kept as a mere ornament, tossing it to me while exclaiming, "Madam, unleash your ultimate move." "That bald-headed fool knows nothing," I retorted. The Tai Sui is a creature of utmost malevolence, born as an anomaly beyond the three realms. It fears not even the azure true fire of the East Sea Dragon clan. What can my tree demon do? We can only confront it head-on, and ordinary blades cannot harm it. Only the peachwood sword, born to vanquish evil, may hold some efficacy. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, I aimed at the Tai Sui and struck fiercely, not piercing but cleaving directly, removing a substantial chunk of its black flesh, from which azure smoke immediately billowed. The Tai Sui trembled but sustained minimal damage, swiftly retaliating before I could strike again, extending several masses of soft tissue to ensnare my limbs. Employing the same strategy it had used against Ao Qi, the putrid stench assaulted my nostrils. I felt certain that even if I were not suffocated by its grasp, I would succumb to the noxious vapors. As I struggled to break free, I noticed the black flesh rapidly expanding and preparing to envelop me entirely. Just as I was about to use brute force to escape, a sudden flash of sharp violet light pierced through the Tai Sui's form, followed by a thunderous boom as it was shattered from within by a force that emanated outward. After the blinding light dissipated, a colossal purple dragon soared into the sky, a radiant orb spinning swiftly within its jaws. In an instant, the fragmented Tai Sui reformed, its vitality astonishingly resilient. Yet, before it could unleash a second wave of offense, a massive beam of purple light shot forth from Ao Qi's mouth, akin to a spear aimed directly at its vital point, forcefully piercing through the Tai Sui's body. This beam of light was unlike any I had encountered before. As it manifested, a deafening sound reverberated in my ears, and I distinctly felt the air tremble, the surrounding temperature fluctuating rapidly between scorching heat and frigid cold. Without a sound, the once arrogant Tai Sui vanished before us like vapor, leaving no trace behind. Ao Qi descended from the air, regaining his human form, his heart racing, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance, huffing at me. "Did I not instruct you not to intervene? Did you think this mass of putrid flesh could consume your husband?" I had no desire to engage in banter with him. Instead, seizing his noticeably cold hand, Do not lie to me. Are you truly unscathed? He met my gaze, and after a moment, replied, "It is only natural for my heart rate to quicken after activating the Dragon Pearl. Was it necessary to take such risks?" I instinctively tightened my grip, wishing to impart my warmth to him. The memory of A.O. Qi regressing to a juvenile state due to a slight mishap with the Dragon Pearl underscored its significance to dragons. It is the essence of their lifeblood, not to be trifled with. Thus, I was genuinely frightened. At this juncture in life, little could terrify me, save for the well-being of my beloved. If I have a vulnerability, it lies here. This entity is exceedingly ferocious, unafraid even of the azure true fire. Without unleashing a grand maneuver, it cannot be subdued. However, it was not an overwhelmingly grand maneuver. It was merely a direct attack using a fraction of the Dragon Pearl's power. He affectionately ruffled my hair and, with a playful grin, remarked, "Seeing you so concerned for me puts my mind at ease. This wife certainly won't be swayed by any young suitors. Were it not for your depletion of true energy from using the Dragon Pearl, I would have surely reprimanded you," I retorted. "Your current adversary is the Tai Sui. While this creature is ferocious and possesses extraordinary vitality, it lacks aggression. If it were another demon, revealing the Dragon Pearl would provide them with the perfect opportunity to eliminate you. In the future, could you refrain from such reckless behavior? You could certainly employ other methods to deal with it." Aoqi glanced at me. "As long as you remain stationary, I will refrain from unleashing my most formidable powers. You have already been captured. I am anxious, and how can I afford to concern myself with trivial matters? I am furious. Aren't you worried about being trapped? Your anxiety mirrors mine. Why then do you harbor anger? Now that both you and I are safe, and the Tai Sui has been dealt with," Aoqi stretched lazily, proclaiming that we could return for breakfast. "But the matter is far from over. Who cares about breakfast?" I pinched him and gestured towards Niè and young Master On, who lay helpless on the ground. With a flick of my finger, I loosened Niè's bindings. The Hailan Jin Hua left no trace on her body. She remained curled up, her form trembling slightly, her eyes wide open. After a while, she gradually regained her consciousness from the haze. I plucked a leaf from the jujube tree and transformed it into a garment to cover her pallid visage. Slowly, she rose from the ground, laboriously making her way to the still unconscious young Master On, kneeling beside him and weakly pushing him, murmuring, "Brother, don't die, don't die. Rest assured, you will not perish." I approached her, observing her battered form, and asked, "Niè, do you truly not feel pain?" She remained silent, continuing to call out for young Master On. I sighed. At that moment, the surprised Mu Dao Zhang finally snapped back to reality. Rushing to stand before Aoqi and me, pointing at Aoqi, "You're a dragon?" I forcefully swatted away the old man's excited finger, glaring at him. "First, you will maintain silence regarding all that you have witnessed today for the rest of your life. Secondly, I unexpectedly seized his beard. To this day, you still refuse to speak the truth? Very well. I promise I will not disclose it." Mu Dao Zhang grimaced in pain, exclaiming that he had not spoken any falsehoods. "Oh dear, my beard is going to break. If you were merely retrieving Hu De Yuan for someone, you would have long since departed the On residence with his corpse to report back and collect your reward. Yet here you are, hiding under the bed, deceiving me by claiming you sought clues about the corpse thief. I am well aware of your propensity for avoiding trouble. Would you actively seek out a corpse thief? Yet you indeed did so. In my estimation, either someone has entrusted you with a handsome sum, or this corpse thief is somehow connected to you." I released his beard, finding it a struggle to even employ the obscuring technique. "This is undoubtedly not your true strength. If I am not mistaken, there must be something within the On residence suppressing your magical abilities, which is why you have been lurking there, seeking a solution. And upon seeing Aoqi and me, you were eager to take Dayuan's remains back to Tianxingguan. Could it be that you fear we might uncover your true intentions for coming to the On residence?" Mu Dao Zhang's face flushed crimson from my barrage of inquiries. The old fellow, fidgeting with his fingers, stammering, "If you do not clarify, I shall take you to meet Niè Qiǎo Rén." I scoffed. "Once the authorities intervene, do you believe you can still conceal the truth? Niè Qiǎo Rén's temperament is such that she could unearth even the secrets buried in your ancestors' graves. Please, for the love of all that is sacred, do not alert the authorities, boss lady, Mu Daozhong exclaimed anxiously. If this matter were to come to light, the reputation of Tian Xianguan, which has stood for centuries, would be ruined. Ao Qi and I exchanged glances. Indeed, the old fellow had something to hide. Still not forthcoming? I poked his bald head. Mu Daozhong, with a woeful expression, stamped his foot and lamented, "Oh, what sins I have committed! Ancestor, you have ascended to immortality, leaving me to clean up this mess." Ancestor? I was taken aback. It is Li Tianshi. A voice not belonging to anyone present drifted through the air. Who? I whirled around, and in the chilly breeze, the empty courtyard held only the jujube tree, with a few unsteady leaves fluttering down, whispering softly in the twilight. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. It was the same voice, gentle and ethereal. Ao Qi frowned. Do you not understand courtesy? Show yourself. Boss Lady's husband, this night, your contributions are monumental. Thank you. Ao Qi searched the surroundings. Yet the speaker remained elusive, and we could not even catch a hint of their presence. Mu Daozhong, upon hearing this, suddenly grew agitated, shouting at the air, "Demon, why do you not reveal yourself? Little Mu, I can no longer manifest myself. Little Mu," I stifled a laugh, saying, "Regardless, it is rather rude to let your benefactor speak to empty air. I am right before you, right before us. But there is only that jujube tree." We hastily approached the tree, gazing up, and aside from the lush green leaves and clusters of delicate jujube flowers, there were no living beings to be found. Apologies. My time is short, and I lack the strength to appear. The voice descended from the tree. Ao Qi perked up his ears, discerning for a moment, then suspiciously fixated on the tender yellow-green jujube flowers. Is it the jujube flowers that are speaking? Jujube flowers. Mu Daozhong suddenly realized, pointing at the tree full of jujube flowers. You, demon, have hidden within your true form? No wonder it is said that the most dangerous place is the safest. I searched the entire residence and found no trace of you. You were hiding here all along. It is your lack of skill, little Mu. Had it been your ancestor, even with but a breath left, he would still be able to locate me. Demon, do not speak sarcastically. Quickly return what you have taken. I heard it clearly. The speaker was indeed a tree full of jujube flowers. A glimmering white object fell from the jujube tree, rolling to my feet, a silk scroll. Mu Daozhong's eyes brightened, and he rushed forward to snatch it, only to be kicked aside by me. Move again, and I shall set your beard ablaze. I warned him. Mu Daozhong, with a woeful expression, replied, Boss lady, you must guarantee that you will not disclose anything you see. Not a single word. I picked up the scroll, its delicate, smooth texture pressed against my fingertips. Unrolling it, the once pristine silk had taken on an aged hue, revealing lines of cursive script that gradually emerged. The characters were unremarkable, yet what was remarkable was that each stroke seemed to penetrate the paper. Square and firm, indicative of a man's hand. It has been over 400 years, I believe. A faint sigh emanated from the jujube flowers. Chapter 33. Jujube flowers, 2. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Even if you exert every ounce of strength, you can only live for 20 more years. 20 years is quite a long time. Even after 20 years, he still recalls that morning's conversation with her, word for word. It is now afternoon. Mealtime has yet to arrive, yet every spot in Xinhua Tsuan has been claimed. He sits in the least conspicuous corner of the southeast, peeling peanuts while gazing in the direction where everyone else eagerly awaits. The resplendent glass curtains elegantly divide the hall of Xinhua Tsuan into two worlds. Thanks to the jujube flower maiden's enchanting music, business in Xinhua Tsuan has never faltered. The melodies sung by the jujube flower maiden surpass even those of the courtesans in Nihonlo. Her beauty is unmatched. One could traverse all 4 districts and find no one more stunning. Her aura is such that only celestial beings could possess it. Aside from her name lacking in uniqueness, she is flawless in every other aspect. All who have seen or heard her hold this same belief. He poured himself a cup of wine. He does not enjoy drinking, perceiving it as a hindrance. Yet today the cold weather and his presence in such a renowned tavern compel him to at least feign propriety. Since his arrival, Every woman passing by has cast furtive glances at him, regardless of age. What a striking man, with long lashes, bright eyes, a noble nose, and a face devoid of any flaw. Yet his attire is rather casual, a drab, worn robe, rough as a dishcloth, carelessly cinched with a black belt, and his old, muddy shoes remain unkempt. A slender bundle wrapped in old cloth rests on the inner chair, positioned for easy access. Such a handsome figure should be a refined scion of a noble family, a scholar well-versed in countless tomes, or a dashing young man effortlessly navigating through a sea of beautiful women. For many years, this has been the speculation of strangers regarding him. Yet no one has guessed correctly. Who would have imagined that such a slender and tall young man, possessing striking features, would be a Taoist dedicated to subduing demons and vanquishing evil? Those who know him regard him as Li Tianshi, uncertain whether it is his surname or given name. But one thing is clear. He is indeed formidable, as any demon that falls into his hands has no chance of survival. Occasionally, when he gazes into the mirror, he feels that he does not resemble a Taoist, lacking the ruggedness and vigor typically associated with one. Moreover, his smile radiates warmth, but when he does not smile, he emanates an aura of coldness. Hence he rarely smiles. On certain days, he intentionally refrains from shaving, stroking the prickly stubble on his face, convinced that it suits him well. However, today he has shaved, achieving a remarkably clean visage. As the thoughts of a rough man are easily dissolved by the wine and company found in Xinhua, Lu 20 years ago, he was taken in and raised by his master in a Taoist temple no larger than a simple outhouse, which bore no name. It became his home after the age of 5. His master had a fondness for wine, but forbade him from drinking it. The master, lazily inclined, nonetheless compelled him to master various incantations and spells. He took him to nameless, desolate mountains for training, only to find excuses to leave him alone in the depths of the mountains, where he single-handedly vanquished 2 snake spirits, 3 centipede spirits, and a leopard demon, wielding a peachwood sword stained with demon blood, at which point he suddenly realized his own prowess. Yet, his master remained dissatisfied, lamenting that he was too handsome, lacking the intimidation factor that could attract unwanted attention from demons, which would lead to trouble. He found his master's lack of seriousness perplexing, given the multitude of demons in the world that needed to be eradicated, while the old man still had the leisure to jest. He was strict with himself, practicing spells, swordplay, and meditation, never wasting a day. If he was to be a Tianshi, he must possess the requisite enlightenment. Adjacent to the dilapidated temple was a modest dwelling inhabited by a childless middle-aged couple. In their yard stood a jujube tree of indeterminate age, which, despite their lack of tender care, bloomed faithfully every year. During the flowering season, the delicate sweetness of its fragrance would waft over the wall and into his nostrils, distinct from the usual scent of jujube blossoms, though he could not articulate how it differed. Countless moonlit nights, he danced with his sword amidst the silvery light, with the sweet fragrance of jujube blossoms as his sole companion. He cherished this scent, gentle and enduring, never vying for attention. From the age of 5 to 20, he had come to regard the fragrance of the jujube blossoms as a friend, for he truly had no companions. His days consisted solely of cultivating in the temple or hunting demons. Those who wished to befriend him hesitated upon learning of his identity, for they feared the demons. And inadvertently, they feared him as well. Many young women admired him, but each was swiftly driven away by his cold gaze and unyielding words before they could draw near. Did they not know he was a Taoist? How could a Taoist entertain romantic feelings? One year, during the jujube blossom season, his master, after consuming a gourd of wine, never awakened again, departing this world with a satisfied smile. It seemed that the old man's life was a riddle, lived too freely. Perhaps he had truly shed his mortal coil and ascended to immortality? The old man had once claimed to be 300 years old, suggesting that if his disciple worked diligently, he might live even longer. Yet, he felt no need for such longevity. A life nearing 100 years was ample. So why cling to the desire for more? Moreover, the old man might have been deceiving him, A 300-year-old being was already considered an old demon, was he not? The temple suddenly fell into a state of desolation. He had never contemplated leaving or taking on a disciple, even though with his current abilities, he could easily accept 10 disciples. Guarding a crumbling temple alone afforded him tranquility, a state he naturally cherished. One morning, as he meditated in the courtyard, the sounds of tree chopping suddenly reached his ears from next door. He opened his eyes, startled for no reason. It turned out that the couple was preparing to return to their old home in Nanfang, having sold their house, and intended to chop down the jujube tree before departing, claiming the wood could fetch a few coins. Observing the tree already marked with several cuts, he remarked, "It won't sell for much. It has grown so tall, it would be a shame to cut it down." The woman replied candidly, "Li Tian sure. You've lived next to us for over a decade, and Haven T noticed that this jujube tree has only ever bloomed and never borne fruit? My husband and I have been married for many years, childless. Could it be that this tree has brought us misfortune? Cutting it down might bring us better luck." He was momentarily taken aback. In all those years, he had been too preoccupied with the scent and swordplay to notice whether the jujube tree had ever borne fruit. Gazing up at the tree adorned with tender yellow-green blossoms, he said, "I will give you silver in exchange for the tree. As for the notion of misfortune, it was mere folly. The presence or absence of children is a matter of fate, not to be blamed on anything else." To him, the couple still held a sense of reverence. Since he had spoken, they had no further objections, accepted his silver, and left the jujube tree behind. With the master gone and the neighbors departed, the early summer nights grew increasingly desolate. He sat at the stone table in the courtyard, lit an oil lamp, and quietly read. "Thank you." A woman's voice floated over the wall, as if she were right beside him. He remained still, his gaze fixed on the book. "You are quite bold to speak to me. Do you not know who I am? You are Li Tian sure." The woman's voice carried a hint of laughter. Having arrived next door at the age of 5, she had stolen candies from the jar, only to be scolded by the old Taoist. At 7, while practicing swordplay, she had been chased around the courtyard by a sword, losing her shoes in the process. At 8, she had enough. He abruptly set down his book. "You know who I am and still dare to come out? Are you not afraid I will take you in? It has been 15 years. If I were to be taken in, it would have happened long ago." She giggled. "In fact, I want to ask you, knowing who I am, why do you still let me be? A mere flower spirit, not even a true demon, poses no threat. So I have no reason to act against you," he confessed. Had she not been there, he would not have been able to savor the fragrance of the jujube blossoms he loved most. He kept the latter thought to himself. "That is why I thank you," she said sincerely. "For so many years, I have not dared to speak with you, fearing I would disturb your cultivation. But today I must express my gratitude." He resumed reading without further comment, and she fell silent as well, yet the sweet fragrance in the air intensified, bringing him comfort. After that day, signs of liveliness began to manifest in his life. With no new occupants moving in next door whenever he was in the courtyard, the flower spirit would engage him in conversation, discussing anything and everything, from the demons he had subdued that day to any thrilling or amusing occurrences, what he had eaten or drunk, and whether the young women on the streets were watching him. Initially, he found such inquiries jarring, but gradually, he began to feel as though someone awaited him at home, a feeling that was not unpleasant. She possessed a naturally lovely voice, often humming her own little tunes, each of which he enjoyed listening to, though he never revealed his fondness for fear of ridicule. After the flowering season, the jujube tree was left with only branches and leaves, yet on several occasions during the night, when he looked towards the wall, he could see a faint glow resembling fireflies among the branches. That must be a small, gentle light. Following the neighbor's departure, the care of the jujube tree fell to him, and he tended to it with great diligence. One summer night, during a thunderstorm, he remained awake all night, donning a raincoat as he stood guard by the jujube tree, constantly vigilant of the lightning above. "You should leave. If lightning strikes, you won't be able to withstand it," she urged. Yet he used the peachwood sword inscribed with talismans to divert a bolt of lightning aimed at the jujube tree. The tree remained unscathed, but his right hand, gripping the sword, bore a gash from the impact, blood flowing profusely. At dawn, he returned to his dwelling weary, bandaged his wound, and slept for an entire day. For the next 3 days, she remained silent, not a sound escaping her lips. He found it peculiar, and after enduring the silence for 3 days, he could no longer restrain himself. That night, he feigned a stroll and approached the jujube tree. "Are you too frightened to speak?" After a long pause, she finally responded, "Li Tianshi, I wish to have hands and feet." He was taken aback. "You wish to cultivate a human form? Without feet, when a great thunder strikes, I cannot run or hide, and perhaps I would be struck dead. Without hands," she paused for a moment. "In any case, I wish to be like you." He replied honestly, "You are merely a flower spirit, the weakest of all spiritual beings, and it is impossible for you to cultivate into a human form. But you are the most formidable celestial master." She expressed this without a hint of discouragement, instead filled with anticipation. "No," he firmly rejected. "Aiding a demon to attain humanity is contrary to the heavenly principles. My master established rules for me. You know I do not harm others." She gently pleaded, "I merely wish to experience a different kind of life." He shook his head. "I have stated that you cannot cultivate into a human form. Even if you were to borrow a human form by other means, it would last no more than 20 years, and for these 20 years, the cost you would ultimately have to pay could be your complete annihilation. That would not be so bad." She showed no fear or hesitation. "Masterly, I'm willing to give everything for these 20 years. He fell into prolonged silence, then turned and left. Before dawn, he departed from the Taoist temple, and did not return for 3 months. Upon his return, he appeared travel-worn, with numerous wounds on his face and hands. "Have you been slaying demons again?" In the misty morning, she gazed at him beneath the tree. He said nothing, taking out a cloth bag from his bosom, carefully unwrapping it layer by layer to reveal a small figure made of clay. "The body made from dust will safeguard you for 20 years. He placed the clay figure under the tree and sat cross-legged. "Body?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Are you willing to help me? Have you thought this through?" He asked. "Yes. Even if you exert all your strength, you can only exist as a human for 20 years. 20 years is quite a long time." "Masterly, thank you." She was overjoyed. "What should I do now?" "Do not look, do not speak. There is nothing you need to do." Chapter 34. Zhao 3. I do not know if every flower spirit that transforms into a human form possesses such beauty. He leaned against the tree trunk, his complexion resembling one who has suffered a grave illness. The mist had not dispersed, and the small courtyard seemed to be imbued with an ethereal aura. She smiled like a blooming flower, graceful and enchanting. Merely standing there, she was already a beauty painted by nature. He desperately concealed the discomfort brought on by his depleting true energy and said softly, "You now have hands and feet. You may leave." Still immersed in the joy of her newfound form, she rushed to him. "Leave? You have 20 years. Do you plan to spend them in this deserted courtyard?" He glanced at her slightly flushed cheeks, quickly diverted his gaze, and closed his eyes to rest. "Will you not accompany me?" she asked wide-eyed. "Our paths do not align," he replied steadfastly. "Assisting you to attain a human form is a grave error, and I must reflect on my misdeeds within the temple. Remember well, the mortal realm is vast, and humans possess countless faces. Regardless of your circumstances, you must not harbor thoughts of harming others. Otherwise, I will show no mercy." She lowered her long eyelashes. "Masterly, I understand. I will always be regarded as a vile demon by you. It is already my great fortune that you have treated me so kindly over these years. I will remember your words." He let out a soft sigh and nodded. She turned towards the main gate, paused after a few steps, and turned back to him. "Masterly, may I?" He opened his eyes. "May you what?" She instinctively raised her arms, but ultimately let them fall. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Never mind. It's nothing. Take care." Then he watched her, like a little bird newly freed, joyfully soar out of his world. He sighed and closed his eyes once more, reflecting on what he was doing, a righteous Taoist master. Yet he had assisted a spirit in entering the human realm. If others were to learn of this, even his master below might be drowned in contempt. Yet, he simply could not refuse her, nor did he wish to. She was so small, harmless, and even innocent. Would the world beyond the courtyard truly bring her happiness? Shortly after her departure, An unfamiliar person arrived at the temple holding a land deed, claiming that the land had been sold to someone else and requesting him to vacate promptly. He could not even be bothered to glance at the deed. Moving was moving. For him, any place could accommodate him. As he left, he only told the visitor, "Regardless of what you plan to do with this land in the future, you must not touch the jujube tree next door, or else I shall be displeased." The visitor, aware of Master Li's reputation, quickly promised not to disturb even a single twig of the jujube tree. In truth, what significance did it hold? Without the flower spirit, even if the jujube tree bloomed again, its essence would be forever altered. Perhaps keeping it was simply a refusal to harm a fragrant memory. He shouldered the peach with sword left by his master and began a life of wandering. The demons he subdued were countless, and by the age of 40, he still appeared to be in his 20s. Perhaps what his master said was true. Time was particularly lenient with them. Suddenly, a thunderous applause interrupted his reverie, and a graceful figure emerged from behind a glazed curtain, gracefully taking her seat, her voice as melodious as a yellow oriole. "Thank you for your patience, everyone." Her voice had not changed at all, and he smiled faintly, unable to restrain himself. The resonant sound of the zither flowed from her fingertips like a shimmering stream, enchanting all who listened. The green willows drooped to the ground as the catkins whirl and dance in the sky. When the willow branches have withered and the flowers have fallen, I asked the traveler if he shall return. He listened intently to every word she sang. Just as in the past, her melodies always possessed a unique charm. Yet this particular rendition of the anonymous piece Farewell resonated with profound wounds throughout its entirety. Yes, it was wounds. As the song concluded, applause erupted, cheers ringing out in waves. The glazed curtain was lifted, and she stepped forward, her figure as graceful as ever. Yet her face was veiled. "Thank you all for your support. Today marks the final performance of Zhaohua." She gazed at her audience, finally fixing her eyes on his position, a smile blossoming in her eyes. At this farewell, meeting an old friend again, Zhaohua wishes to sing one more song, to express a fraction of her heartfelt sentiment. The audience erupted in astonishment. Many sighed deeply. A song that only he had heard emerged from behind the glazed curtain. He suddenly felt as if he had only been apart from her for a brief moment. In the night, within the room filled with fragrant aromas, she smiled and said, "I do not know why, but the moment you arrived, I knew. You carry the scent of Zhaohua." His demeanor as cold as ice, looked at the long scar on her right cheek, frowning. "How did this happen?" She touched the scar with a resigned smile. "It seems that the day of reckoning is nearing. I could once conceal it with spiritual power, but these days I can no longer hide it." He paused in silence, gazing at her still youthful face. "How have you fared in these 20 years? Master Li, you remain so youthful and handsome." She studied him closely. "I thought we would never meet again." "Speak of it." He sat across from her, the candlelight flickering between them. "In truth, there is not much to say." After leaving the small courtyard, she traveled to countless places. The world was new and enchanting to her. She feared neither cold nor heat, nor did she feel hunger. However, wandering endlessly was somewhat exhausting. Fortunately, she possessed beauty and talent in singing, and as long as she raised her voice, any tavern would gladly welcome her, providing her with work and affection. This was the joy of being human. Master Li said, "Humans have 1,000 faces, suggesting that people can be good or bad." She felt fortunate to have encountered no wicked individuals, at least in the first 10 years. She was carefree, until that winter when she unexpectedly fell ill, believing herself immune to sickness. Living alone, with no one to call upon, she had to visit the pharmacy herself. That day, the snow fell heavily. She could not continue after walking halfway, so she sat down on the steps of an arch bridge to rest. At some point, thinking the snow had ceased, she blearily looked up to find an umbrella and a young, handsome face above her. He was a newly graduated physician, his hands warm as the sunshine in March. He insisted she could not remain in the wind and snow, offering to help her walk. When she could not move, he had no choice but to carry her gently to his newly opened pharmacy. He spoke with great tenderness, and when he looked at her, his smile radiated from his eyes. To love someone is truly a remarkable feeling. The sight of them brings forth a smile from the depths of your heart. You yearn to offer them the finest treasures the world has to offer, desiring nothing more than to remain by their side, to shield them from illness, and to banish their sorrows. She moved out of her solitary abode, and he promised that once he made a name for himself in his profession, they would wed. In the countless days and nights that followed, during winter, he diligently studied medicine, while she quietly brewed him hot tea and prepared sweet soup, stifling countless yawns as she resisted the urge to sleep. In spring, as he tended to patients, she tirelessly fanned the fire in the backyard, vigilantly watching over the pots simmering on the stove, her face smudged with soot. In summer, when he rested wearily in a lounge chair, she always found a way to chase away every mosquito. In autumn, she held his hand as they strolled through the golden and verdant countryside, singing as they walked, while he affectionately ruffled her hair, his face adorned with a tender smile. Such days would never grow tiresome, even after a century. However, they encountered malevolence. One summer night, several burly men stormed into the apothecary, smashing everything in their path, brandishing gleaming knives, and threatening to sever his fingers to teach him a lesson about arrogance. They were not jesting, forcing the trembling man into a corner. She approached them from behind, pleading for them to cease. The thugs told her to leave, or they would deal with her as well. She inquired what it would take for them to spare him. One of them, with ill intent, caressed her face and half-jokingly said that if she were to cut her own face, he would spare her beloved-ass fingers. Without a flicker of hesitation, she snatched the knife from his hand and slashed her right cheek. Everyone was taken aback. His fingers were saved. As they left, the men remarked that he was fortunate to have such a woman by his side. He hurried to tend to her wound, wrapping it carefully, repeatedly admonishing her for her foolishness. She smiled and reassured him that the wound would vanish by the next day. He was bewildered. Indeed, the next day, the injury had completely healed. He was astonished. She held his hand and divulged everything about herself, revealing that she was a flower spirit. He instinctively withdrew his hand. "Are you afraid of me?" She looked at him, a foreboding feeling passing through her heart. "No, not afraid," he replied, avoiding her gaze. Days later, she watched as he packed his belongings. He explained that the aggressors were sent by a prominent rival in the field, angered by his exceptional skills. To avoid further trouble, he planned to stay with relatives in the north. "Wait for me. Once the storm passes, I shall return," he declared resolutely. "Very well, I shall await your return." She never clung to him. When he expressed his need to leave, she let him go. Just before he stepped out, she called to him, extending her arms with a smile. "May I embrace you once more? It took me so long to have these hands." He hesitated, but ultimately told her, "Return inside. It is about to rain." Only when his figure disappeared did she slowly lower her arms. 7 years passed without his return. This was the life she had lived for 20 years. She smiled as she poured him a cup of tea. He observed the now lukewarm beverage. "Are you happy?" "Indeed," she replied, her smile radiant. "That is good." He drained the cup of tea devoid of warmth and declared, "I am leaving. Take care." She gazed at his retreating silhouette. "What is it?" he asked without looking back. Like 20 years prior, she smiled gently. "Oh, nothing. You take care as well." A few days later, beneath the jujube tree in an abandoned field in the southern outskirts, a frozen female corpse was discovered. The land had once hosted a dwelling and a Taoist temple, but they had since been demolished, leaving the area desolate. No one knew who she was, yet some felt a sense of familiarity, unable to recall where they had seen her. From a distance, he watched as they carried her away. A faint, invisible light escaped from her heart, merging into the jujube tree. 20 years had passed. At night, he sat alone beneath the jujube tree, blood dripping from the wound on his wrist, soaring like birds into the tree. He could not bear to witness her turn to ash. He would remain as long as fate allowed. A touch of frost began to appear at his temples. Chapter 35. Zhao Hua. 4. A century later, in Anjai, a middle-aged man sat at the bedside of a young man who had just awakened. "What is your name? Where do you come from? How did you feign at my doorstep?" The man in bed furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before murmuring, "I am a physician. I traveled far and wide to find my wife, but I cannot find her." A servant said, "Sir, this man seems disoriented. We should send him on his way." The middle-aged man shook his head and inquired, "Are you truly a physician?" The young man nodded. I was thinking of employing a doctor for our household. It would be convenient for our medical needs. If he is indeed a physician, we shall keep him. If he is a madman, we can dismiss him later." The middle-aged man continued, asking, "You cannot recall your own name?" He rubbed his head. "Then, for now, you shall take our surname." He finally found a place to belong. Unsure of how to describe his previous life, he realized he had been a wanderer in the streets, devoid of family or friends, having never received an education. Nevertheless, he possessed a profound understanding of medicine, as if it were etched into his soul. He treated street performers and the homeless, earning meager coins and buns in return. He had wandered aimlessly, convinced he had a wife waiting for him somewhere, though he could not recall her appearance. Until the day he arrived at this grand residence, he felt an inexplicable pull to enter. The estate was vast and square, with a single jujube tree in the courtyard, which he found curious. Yet, he cherished the tree inexplicably. During his free time, he often sat beneath it, gazing at the blossoms. The family comprised about 30 members. They were wealthy, yet unpretentious, and they cared for the jujube tree, watering and fertilizing it diligently. They treated him kindly, discovering his genuine medical skills. On Qingming Festival, the entire family went to pay respects at their ancestral grave, leaving only the caretaker and him in the house. At noon, he brought a chair and sat beneath the jujube tree, dozing off. In his drowsiness, he heard someone calling him. He opened his eyes to see a beautiful young girl perched in the tree, smiling down at him. He bolted upright, exclaiming, "Zhao Hua." He recognized her. She was Zhao Hua, whom he had encountered on a bridge. She had accompanied him through countless seasons, even injuring her face for his sake. The hazy memory of her became vividly clear, as if awakening from a profound dream. "So you have returned," she sighed. "I have returned. I promised I would come back to marry you," he exclaimed with excitement. "Come down." "I cannot come down," she replied, shaking her small feet in regret. "This is not where you belong. You must leave." After enduring a long search for her, he declared, "I will not leave unless you come with me." He grew desperate. "Let us return to the apothecary and live as we once did." "We cannot go back," she said gently. "No, I was wrong. I made a mistake. Please do not be angry. Come back with me." He recklessly climbed the tree, but after a few steps, he fell heavily to the ground. He abruptly awoke, sitting upright in the chair. A dream? He stood and embraced the jujube tree, looking up and asking, "Zhao Hua, are you here? Were you speaking to me just now?" The only response was the sound of rustling leaves. Nevertheless, he felt an inexplicable joy and murmured to himself, "I will not leave. I shall remain here, waiting for you. You must still be upset, which is why you want to see me." Afterward, he cared for the jujube tree more than anyone else, conversing with it day and night. The family believed he had lost his mind. If not for his medical skills and the absence of any other peculiarities, even Master would have considered expelling him. Eventually, he began to sleep beneath the jujube tree every night, even dreaming of calling out the name of the jujube flowers. On that night, the night of Zhongyuan, the heat was unbearable. As usual, he slept under the tree when, in the dead of night, he was suddenly awakened by a strange moaning sound. The ground beneath the jujube tree began to heave, reminiscent of a pregnant woman's belly, as if some living creature were attempting to emerge, and the moaning seemed to emanate from the very earth. Startled, he gazed at the swelling ground, and driven by an inexplicable impulse, he pulled out a hairpin and made a swift incision across the bulging surface. A flash of white light erupted, and a soft figure leaped from the soil, landing directly in his arms. A girl of about 15 or 16, with delicate features and large, curious eyes, looked up at him. Aside from her neck and limbs, which appeared a normal hue, the rest of her body was pitch black, as though covered in an exceptionally smooth skin. He let out a shout and pushed her aside. The girl prostrated herself on the ground, smiling innocently at him. "Who are you?" he asked, drenched in sweat. Before he could finish, startled members of the family rushed out. The girl, frightened by the unfamiliar faces, instinctively drew closer to him. The old steward, upon seeing her face, turned pale and hurried back to summon Masterin. When Masterin arrived, his expression was ashen, and after whispering a few words to the steward, he addressed everyone present. What has transpired tonight must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Several servants brought blankets, swiftly wrapping the girl and taking her away. He could not shake the feeling that the night had been a nightmare. Yet the way the girl had looked at him lingered in his mind. For the next 10 days, he saw no sign of her and remained oblivious to the fate that befell her at the household. Was she not human? How else could she have appeared in such a grotesque form? He dared not inquire further, as during his time there, Master revealed himself to be far less benevolent than he seemed. As the head of the family, his word was law, and perhaps it was this imposing authority that allowed the family to amass great wealth and prosper in business. Regardless, it mattered little to him. He was solely concerned with the jujube tree and when the jujube flowers would return to him. What he did not anticipate was that the seemingly tranquil life at the household would be abruptly shattered. As a physician, he was unafraid of blood, yet the sheer volume of it filled him with dread. Without any warning, while he was quietly sorting through his medical texts in his room, a piercing scream erupted outside his window, a horrific sound that threatened to pierce his eardrums. He hastily opened the window, and a dark, blood-scented shadow zipped past him. Before he could comprehend what it was, the shadow fled in another direction, leaving a trail of blood and fallen bodies in its wake. The once grand residence was now engulfed in a sea of blood and death, and apart from the mournful sound of the wind, there was not a whisper of life. Everything unfolded too quickly. He stood frozen by the window, mouth agape. The shadow finally halted, revealing the long-lost girl, now standing naked before the lifeless bodies. Glancing left and right before finally spotting him behind the window, he dared not move or breathe, numbly observing as she bounded toward him. She entered the room, approached him, gazed up, and suddenly reached out her hand toward his head. "Don't kill me," he screamed, crouching down and covering his head. Her fingers plucked a leaf that had somehow found its way into his hair. "Not dead," he stammered, trying to open his tightly shut eyes, trembling all over. "Don't kill me." She squatted before him and asked, "Brother, what are you afraid of?" He shivered as he looked at her. "You kill people." She pondered for a moment and replied, "They killed me first." "Brother, you have no idea how dark and cold it is down there, how hard the stones are." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. It was so painful. "What are you talking about?" he asked in confusion. Just then a sigh came from the window. He turned to see, to his shock, a translucent white figure, resembling a woman's silhouette, emerging from the blood-soaked scene, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance. "You ultimately cannot let go." The white figure gently addressed the girl. He was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, "Zhao Hua? Is that you, Zhao Hua?" The white figure remained outside the window without entering, and said to him, "You did not return when you should have. Why come back now?" He lunged toward the window, filled with excitement. "Zhao Hua, it truly is you. I'm sorry for being late." The girl, observing the scene, moved behind him and looked at the white figure. "Sister Zhao Hua, for all these years, you have advised me to harbor no malice and forget the past. I have tried, but it is not I who cannot let go. Rather, it is the people of the family. 100 years ago, they killed me once, and now they wish to carve my flesh. I'm angered. If they can kill, why can't I kill them? New heir, if you proceed this way, I fear you will find no escape," the white figure sighed. He, caught between them, anxiously inquired, "What exactly is going on between you?" "A debt of grievance," came the reply. At that moment, a man descended from the heavens, unarmed, clad in a Taoist robe, with hair as white as snow, yet bearing a youthful visage, though his eyes were filled with countless sorrows. He surveyed his surroundings and sighed, lamenting that he was still a step too late. Before anyone in the room could grasp the situation, the Taoist had already swept before them like a gust of wind. His tongue stumbled as he pointed at the Taoist, asking, "Who are you?" The Taoist did not even glance at him, instead scrutinizing the girl beside him, muttering to himself. It is said that when the Tai Sui emerges from the earth, great calamities follow. It seems the opposite is true, without great evil preceding. How could there be a Tai Sui born? "Masterly," the white figure exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy. "Why have you come?" The Taoist approached the window, examining the white figure. "You forcibly detached from your true self. which has severely depleted your vital energy. The white figure dismissed this concern, stating, "You arrived just in time. I have questions for you. But first, I must deal with this evil spirit." The Taoist drew out a peach with sword from behind him, directing his gaze at the girl. "Do not." The white figure swiftly flew in, placing herself before the girl. "She has killed the entire family. This entity cannot be spared." The Taoist frowned. "Step aside. If I tell you that it was I who killed the family, should it not be me you seek to eliminate?" The white figure declared firmly. The Taoist remained unmoved. "Step aside. I thought that, after 20 years, I would surely fade into nothingness. Yet I did not. I awoke in the jujube tree. A few years later, someone brought a Taoist to this desolate land. Upon seeing me, the Taoist's face lit up, and after a brief examination, he whispered something to the person who had employed him. Soon after, a residence was constructed here, with me enclosed in the center. However, on the eve of the house's completion, on the night of Zhongyuan, someone brought the bound new heir, covered in peculiar talismans and gagged, and they forcefully stuffed her into a jar, sealing it and burying it beneath the jujube tree. The white figure's voice grew softer. I watched as she banged her head against the jar, as she struggled in pain, as she slowly lost her breath, yet I could only watch. I lacked even the power to detach from my true self. She paused before continuing. Later, I vaguely heard from the family that a human sacrifice was required from the earth for the family to attain great wealth and prosperity for generations to come. I surmised that the human sacrifice they spoke of was new heir. Somehow, her corpse never decayed, and she could still converse with me. She told me her name was New Heir, that she lived at the foot of a hill blanketed in wildflowers. Afterward, her parents passed away, and she was left to wander the streets, begging for survival. One day, a wealthy gentleman approached her, offering a steaming bowl of noodle soup. She was so hungry that she accepted it, expressing her gratitude as she ate. However, after consuming the noodles, all memories faded away. When she awoke, she found herself bound, unable to move or cry out. The room was eerily silent as Niè bowed her head, silently shedding tears. The hearts of men are corrupt, and dark sorcery is never far behind. The Taoist slowly lowered his sword, scrutinizing Niè. It appeared that the reason they had chosen this location for their abode was due to the spiritual essence of this jujube tree, the only one within a 10-mile radius, making it an ideal site for trapping souls. The burial of a young girl, supplemented by malevolent incantations, would ensnare her spirit, thereby enhancing the family's fortune. An act of utmost cruelty. Yet, one cannot outsmart fate. The emergence of the tainted soil was a rare coincidence. He turned his gaze to the dismal scene outside the window and remarked, "The tainted soil births the tainted spirit. This entity often arises from the deceased. Its head and limbs are enveloped in dark skin, smooth and slick, consuming flesh grants longevity. However, this entity harbors a deep-seated hatred for those who seek its flesh. And those who seek to slay it are not mere trifles. They must possess considerable knowledge of the arcane, for they would not employ dark sorcery to amass wealth, nor recognize this as the tainted spirit. Had they not entertained thoughts of flesh, they might have avoided the calamity that befell their family, a series of grave errors indeed. You are always so discerning." Bai Ying brightened. "Will you spare Niè?" "I may spare her, but others shall not," the Taoist replied coldly. "The tainted spirit's emergence is sensed by any capable fellow practitioner. I merely arrived sooner than they. Within a day, others will arrive as well. She is not inherently wicked," Bai Ying pleaded. "If she falls into the hands of others, she may find no way to survive. Moreover, you are aware of her extraordinary powers. Should anyone attempt to take her flesh, it would surely lead to another bloodbath." The Taoist remained silent for a long while before finally saying, "Then she must endure hardship." Me? Bai Ying was taken aback. He was unaware of the agreement made between the Juju Blossom and the Taoist, only knowing she was to accompany him. Yesterday, numerous strangers visited the family, both men and women, some wielding dust brushes, others brandishing swords, each possessing the ability to ride the clouds. However, they showed great respect and even reverence towards the Taoist, addressing him as masterly. It was unclear what the Taoist had communicated to them, but after a moment of shared glances, they all acquiesced to leave everything in Master Li's hands, subsequently dispersing. Early this morning, officials finally arrived, and upon inspection, they found only one surviving servant in the kitchen, who had lost his wits, incessantly muttering about monsters devouring people. When asked for his identity, he casually claimed to be a distant nephew of the family, having been in a stupor during the incident, leaving no clues. The constables collected the bodies and departed in disappointment. By evening, she remained in a state of ethereal whiteness, hovering before him and near. "Will you not leave?" He attempted to grasp her, but his fingers merely brushed against emptiness. "I have no reason to linger." Her voice was as gentle as it had been years ago. "As for you, do not squander your talents. Depart from this abode and seek refuge anywhere else." "No, I have declared my intention to marry you." He resolutely shook his head. "In this life, having encountered you, I have never regretted nor complained." She softly replied, "Take care of yourself." "Sister Xiao Hua, are you leaving?" Dressed in a skirt, Niè resembled a delicate young girl. "Do you blame me for not heeding your words?" "No, Niè, stay here and do not harm anyone else. One day, you will be truly free." She gazed at the innocent girl, feeling as though she were looking at a younger version of herself. Niè nodded, seemingly understanding. "Let us depart," she said to the Taoist. With a flourish of his sleeve, she transformed into a beam of light, enveloped within his robe. "Xiao Hua, I will wait for you here. I shall go nowhere." He gazed skyward, shouting at the receding point of light. Niè observed his face and said, "Brother, I too shall not depart. May I accompany you?" He dejectedly lowered his head, gazing at Niè's face, and managed a bitter smile. In the air, the Taoist soared with the wind, swift as a flash of light. "Now, you bear the grave sin of murder and the tainted spirit," he remarked. "Do you not regret it? Do your fellow practitioners truly believe your words?" A trace of unease echoed from within his sleeve. "As the master of the Tianxian temple, my words carry weight." He chuckled. "These people merely seek a conclusion. I declare I have destroyed the tainted spirit, and before them, I subdued you, the murderous entity, thus fulfilling my obligation to them. However, from this point onward, you can only reside within my Tianxian temple. You have finally taken on disciples." She laughed. "Why name it Tianxian Temple? I thought you would choose a more formidable title." His silver hair danced in the wind. "I am nearing 150 years. Taking on a few disciples is a good way to pass the time." She chuckled, then inquired, "What of the barrier surrounding the in-residence?" "Fear not. My barrier remains unbroken to this day. With it in place, the tainted spirit cannot escape the in-residence, and as long as Niè harbors no murderous intent, it cannot reveal its true form, thus preventing the taint from leaking. Even if it were to reveal itself, it would still be unable to escape. Is it true that the tainted spirit entering the world would bring about countless deaths and injuries? The tainted spirit exists outside of the three realms and possesses immense strength. Its flesh holds miraculous properties for longevity. Once it enters the world, if the taint is released, it is a stroke of luck to merely escape its poison, let alone consume its flesh. Nevertheless, it is ultimately just a creature born of great evil. If the world flourishes and hearts turn to goodness, this malevolence will eventually dissipate. Once it does, the tainted spirit will wither and the barrier will vanish on its own. At that time, Niè may have the chance for rebirth. "Masterly, thank you," she said sincerely. His expression became somewhat uneasy. "Cease speaking. Conserve your energy." "No, I have another question. Do you wish to inquire how he sought you out?" "Indeed. Upon your return to the jujube tree, I sought him out. He married and fathered children, running a small clinic with the support of his father-in-law, living a tranquil life. But he passed away before reaching 40. I once heard him call your name in his dreams." She gasped. "Did you do something to him?" "We shall never know how the afterlife unfolds. Whether we continue as humans or transform into something else, we are uncertain if there is even an afterlife." He gazed into the distance. "I placed a heavy curse upon him, ensuring that in any future life, whether as a human or a beast, he will never forget the moments you shared, and no matter where he is, he shall return to seek you out. You see, you have finally become human, endowed with limbs, yet in the end, you are unable to embrace him even once." "You saw him?" "That day, I was atop your house. Oh, are all flower spirits as dim-witted as you? Perhaps so. The wind whispered and the clouds drifted by, as the Taoist and the flower spirit gradually faded into the enchanting light. Chapter 36. Zhao Hua 5. Dinglingaling. The wind chimes rang out melodiously once more. Taoist Mu lamented. Just as she described, the barrier set by our revered ancestor not only confines the tainted spirit, but also suppresses the powers of his disciples, which is why I cannot exert my full strength. I rolled up the scroll and turned to the creature in the jujube tree. Why do you not remain at the Tianxian temple? Masterly placed me upon the jujube tree he personally cultivated, and having lost my true form, I rely entirely on his vital energy for sustenance. No one knows that the esteemed Masterly harbors a flower spirit within his Tianxian temple. He has aged, and so have I. Even the strength to sing to him has gradually waned. On the 20th year of my stay at the Tianxian temple, he departed. Until the very end, his visage remained as handsome as ever. Zhao Hua smiled softly. I did not know what he imparted to his disciples, but for the next 300 years, no one disturbed me, and I resided peacefully in his jujube tree, listening to the young Taoist chat about various matters, occasionally observing mischievous children setting fire to the Tianxian temple. I felt a hint of embarrassment, recalling the chaos caused by the unknown and the paste. She continued, I have not once considered leaving. Regardless of how long I may live, I wish to remain in the jujube tree he planted for me. However, she paused. I have never been able to set my mind at ease regarding the two individuals in the in-residence. I frowned. Over the years, I have often entrusted passing bird spirits or insect monsters to check on them. After all, the in-residence is not too far from the Tianxian temple. She candidly confessed that they all returned to inform her of the presence of a young masterin, an old masterin, and a little maid in the residence. For centuries, the messages they brought back remained unchanged. This is not right, she sighed. He is a human. How could he possibly live forever? I ultimately resolved to see for myself. However, my powers were too feeble, so upon leaving Tianxingwan, I stealthily entered the secret chamber of Tianxingwan, consumed a Jushinden, and then ventured to a nearby graveyard to randomly seek a recently buried corpse, possessing it and transforming a stone into a subordinate, feigning to be a creditor storming into the in-residence. The truth was revealed. I took a deep breath and asked, What have you discovered? He was still himself, yet not entirely the same. Niè, however, fell silent for a moment. Her gaze towards him transformed completely from years past. It was the look of a woman beholding her beloved man. I was oblivious to how they had lived over the past 300 years, and even more so to the origins of the old masterin. I only knew he had disregarded my advice, leaving the family to live anew. My instincts warned me that I could not permit him to remain there any longer. Yet my strength was limited, rendering me powerless to act. Thus, I thought to seek assistance from the proprietress. However, I feared that revealing the truth would lead you to deem the situation perilous and refuse me. Besides, the Jushinden would only ensure my safety for 10 days, and time was running short. Therefore, I resolved to take a gamble, leading you to the in-residence, along with the corpse of Hudayuan, in hopes that you would delve deeper into the matter. I scoffed. Why make it so complicated? Why not directly seek help from Daozhong? She replied helplessly. Xiaomu is still inexperienced in his craft and rather frivolous. He is far from the best choice. Upon hearing this, Mu Daozhong was infuriated, pointing at the jujube tree and exclaiming, You demon! Were it not for the decree of our esteemed ancestor, mandating that each generation of disciples must protect you, I would have eradicated you long ago. You dare to abscond with such a precious Jushinden and to take away the scroll of our ancestor. What does that mean? Are you not afraid of tarnishing the reputation of Tianxingwan with your past with our ancestor? Was it easy for me to chase here to retrieve the scroll? Be quiet. Her words rang true. I shot Mu Daozhong a glance. The old man was shameless, yet still held a sense of pride. I weighed the scroll in my hand. I had read its contents in full, and indeed, Li Tianxi had recorded everything that transpired between him and Zhao, aligning perfectly with her account. Turning back, I noticed Niè in a daze while the young master remained in a deep slumber. I approached Niè. who slowly raised her head. I was buried beneath the jujube tree, and long after, a strange power seeped into my body. I saw light, and behind that light was my brother's face. He was the first person I saw upon returning to this world. I love him dearly, even without the barrier. You never considered leaving, did you? I gazed at her earnest expression. He had not contemplated leaving either. He had been waiting for Xiaohua to return. Niè gently caressed his face, recounting how for 10 years, 20 years, he waited until his hair turned gray, yet Xiaohua never returned. He was nearing death, holding my hand beneath the jujube tree, expressing his fear of dying, for if he did, Xiaohua would never find him again. I was taken aback. Then what will you do? I am the Tai Sui, capable of granting others longevity, she stated. I wish to help him, willingly. Niè smiled, and I asked if he wished for eternal life. He replied affirmatively. Thus, I severed a piece of my flesh to feed him, then amputated his finger, placing the severed digit alongside the flesh. After 49 days, the finger transformed into an infant. As for him, he gradually lost consciousness, becoming a mad old man who only cried for food. The infant grew, and he was yet another version of him. Not only did he share the same appearance, but his mannerisms and even memories were identical. He no longer needed to eat. However, he too became like me, unable to leave the residence. Crossing the threshold inflicted pain deep within his bones. Yet, he did not mind, saying it was fine as he could continue to wait. Aoqi listened in astonishment. Is this how the Tai Sui helps people achieve longevity, by creating replicas? I gestured for him to be silent, and continued. So you both live in this endless cycle? Whenever he nears death, you feed him your flesh, then use his finger to nurture a new version of him. Niè shook her head. It is not always necessary to wait until he is near death. The second time, when he was 30, he requested a new version of himself. Then he and I together raised this infant as our child. But as the child grew, his consciousness became increasingly muddled. As time passed, he gradually reverted to that old man who only knew to cry for food, identical in every way. Has no one discovered your secret? I inquired. In the initial years, the authorities visited several times, but found no useful clues. Thus, the in-family massacre case faded into obscurity. When others came again, I claimed to be the surviving maid of the in-family, and he was the last remaining bloodline. Additionally, many believed the in-family to be a cursed place, unwilling to approach. We also isolated ourselves from the world. Over time, no one paid attention to us anymore. At most, there were rumors of the in-family falling into decline and having few descendants. However, to obscure our presence, we would post job notices at the front door, hiring a few servants to create the illusion of activity. Yet every few years, we would change the staff. In recent years, we have even grown too lazy to hire servants, having our food and clothing delivered directly to the residents. Thus, when Yúmén came seeking debts, I was genuinely taken aback. She chuckled bitterly. We thought he was mad, believing he would leave once he had enough of his antics. I could have killed him, but Xiaohua asked me not to take any more lives. So I let it be. You say he loves you? I suddenly posed the question. She displayed a shy expression and nodded. That day, I saw him talking to the jujube tree again, and for some reason, I felt displeased. Out of spite, I declared that I would no longer help him. If he died, so be it. He was taken aback and then held me close, saying, Niè, I am the person in this world who wishes for your happiness the most. I love you dearly, so my survival is not solely to wait for Xiaohua, but also to be with you forever. Such trite words made me internally scoff, while Aoqi appeared equally perturbed. Is this how one expresses love? I squatted down, gazing at this girl who seemed to comprehend everything yet understood nothing. Isn't it still love when spoken? Niè retorted, as if it was I who lacked understanding. I chuckled softly. Silly child, while slicing your flesh, you declare yourself the one who desires my happiness above all else. Do you truly believe that? I certainly do not. Even though you were once the Tai Sui, your wounds have never healed over the years. With each cut, you lose a piece of yourself. Does it not hurt? She paused, instinctively glancing at her body, marred and unsightly. Suddenly, her brows knitted tightly as she stared at her hands, a dark color gradually creeping from her fingertips upwards. She shrieked in alarm. What is happening? The Tai Sui has perished. You are merely its vessel. I stood and took a step back. You have never been alive. Now, all must come to an end. No, I cannot vanish. She cried. What will happen to my brother? My words trailed off as the encroaching darkness swiftly engulfed her entire being, including her garments, instantly transforming her into a wisp of smoke. Watching the wisp ascend into the sky, I sighed deeply. Proprietress, the previously silent Zhaohua spoke. Niè's soul is now free, is it not? She shall have another life, correct? I replied candidly, I am sorry. I do not know. I too wish for every wounded soul to ultimately receive recompense. Yet there are always those sorrowful individuals who, time and again, make choices, repeatedly erring, ultimately traversing a path from which they cannot return. Had Zhaohua not harbored pity for her back then, pleading with Li Qianshi for mercy, had Li Qianshi chosen to eradicate the Tai Sui instead of confining her within a barrier, and had that man, who clung to his obsessions yet casually professed love, not existed, at the very least, she would not have endured 300 years of self-mutilation. Perhaps she would have long since reincarnated, living a new life. At this juncture, the distinction between right and wrong has become inconsequential. What truly matters is that one must bear the consequences of every choice made. A rustle on the ground signaled the awakening of the unconscious man, who finally opened his eyes. Niè? He exclaimed, immediately seeking her presence. She will never return. I regarded him coldly. Tai Sui has vanished, and you have no further chances at immortality. He was momentarily stunned, then leaped to his feet, grasping my arm fervently. What have you done to Niè? Return her to me. Why must you destroy my life? I halted A.O. Chi's clenched fist, allowing this man to unleash his frantic cries before me. As his voice reached a fever pitch, I struck him across the face with a resounding slap. He stumbled back, falling to the ground, clutching his face in bewilderment. Without waiting for him to speak, I seized his collar and dragged him like a sack of sand toward the eastern part of the residence. Soon, I hurled him in front of a room nestled in the corner. I kicked the door open to reveal the absent Mr. N, who now sat at a round table, foolishly consuming the air alongside 3 companions. He slumped to the ground, instinctively turning his head away from the room's contents. I grasped his chin, forcing his gaze back to confront the 4 elderly gentlemen, and coldly remarked, You wish to discuss life with me? Behold, everything before you is the life you have squandered. His body trembled violently, his lips quivered nervously, and he was rendered speechless. You had the opportunity to exit this house and lead a normal life. Yet you chose not to. I released him, stating that he had forsaken Zhaohua. You regret it now. You stubbornly believed that waiting would compensate for everything you initially lacked. Yet while you awaited one woman, you professed love to another, merely out of fear that she would no longer offer your flesh. You are fortunate, having lived 2 lifetimes as a human. Yet you have not changed in the slightest, and even your love remains stagnant, cheap, and easily acquired. He stammered, It's not like that, it's not like that. At that moment, distant crowing of roosters echoed, and a faint white line gradually emerged in the dark sky. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted from the room as the 4 elderly men at the table collapsed one after another onto the floor, shattering like porcelain into countless fragments, ultimately transforming into heaps of gray-black powder. He gasped in horror. Without the support of Tai Sui's power, these already decrepit undead could only turn to dust. Taoist Mu appeared behind me, observing him, yet reassured him. Do not fear, young masterin. You are still young, with many decades ahead, perhaps even a century of life. You have always known that Tai Sui resides within the residence. I glared fiercely at Taoist Mu. Taoist Mu shifted his eyes awkwardly and replied, I knew. But I also knew it could not escape the infamily and would not cause great trouble. Since our ancestors spared its life, I cannot harm it. Moreover, in a direct confrontation, I am no match for it. Had it not been for that flower spirit stealing our ancestors' scroll, I would never have visited the infamily in my lifetime. He chuckled, adding, However, Tai Sui remains a malevolent entity. Leaving it alive invites endless troubles. Now that it is you, the proprietress, who has dealt with Tai Sui, it is no longer my concern, so I bear no guilt toward our ancestor. Surely, You would not haunt me in dreams for this. Shameless. I nearly spat in his face. I had always thought that Tianxianguan was merely a mediocre establishment run by you alone, yet it turns out its founder is indeed a person of remarkable stature. How do you reconcile your current state with your ancestors' legacy? Taoist Mu replied plaintively. Making a living is not easy. I have exhausted myself to keep the temple afloat. Enough of this idle chatter. How shall we deal with him? Aochi interrupted us, gesturing disdainfully at the dazed young master. He is likely the only person in human country who has consumed Tai Sui meat. Should we dissect him for research? Why not entrust him to me and take him back to Tianxianguan? I will confine him and have him copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times daily. Perhaps one day he will truly awaken. I will accumulate merit in doing so. It seems there are no better alternatives at present. Let it be so. I waved my sleeve and departed. Hey, proprietress, wait. Taoist Mu hurriedly followed, extending his hand. Please return the scroll to me. It must not be shared with outsiders. I lifted the scroll, smiling. Allow me to borrow it for a while. I shall return it to Tianxianguan before sunset. Taoist Mu hesitated for a moment, then relented. But the proprietress must ensure that the contents of the scroll remain unknown to those outside the residence. Alas, what was our ancestor thinking? Why write these matters down in black and white? We dare not destroy it, as it is our ancestor's precious handwriting. Who knows if he is watching us from above? Enough of this prattle. Quickly take your people and depart. In chapter 37, Zhao Hua, 6, Aochi and Taoist Mu were sent away by me. Beneath the morning light, I found myself alone in the residence, setting up a small table beneath the jujube tree, boiling a pot of water and preparing 2 teacups. Why do you not leave? Zhao Hua inquired curiously. What are you doing with these items? You mentioned on the note that you possess nothing. Indeed, the gold chain you gave me is not particularly valuable. I retrieved a small pouch I always carry, shaking out a few tea leaves. It had been a long time since I shared tea with anyone outside, so accompany me for a cup as your payment for what you have given me. She chuckled lightly. In my current state, how could I possibly join you for tea? The 2 cups of emerald green tea swayed gently, and I raised 1 cup, tossing its contents into the flowers, where it vanished without a trace. She exclaimed, this tastes so bitter. What kind of tea is this? This tea is sourced from a tea garden known as Baku Yuan, named Float Life. I smiled, taking a sip. It was indeed bitter, something many find unpalatable. It is quite bitter, yet it seems to carry a hint of sweetness now, she remarked. Both the bitter and the sweet are essential to a life fully lived. I set down the teacup, asking her, what do you think of your life? After a moment of silence, she replied, for quite some time, I believed I loved the person I encountered in the snow. Was it not him? I inquired, amused. I cannot articulate it. She pondered for a long while. I occasionally wonder if, upon leaving that small courtyard, I had mustered the courage to return and embrace him. Would my fate have been different? He gave me hands, yet I have never embraced him. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Have you seen the scroll of Li Tianshi? I suddenly asked her. I once witnessed him writing upon that scroll, but I did not know what he wrote. When I inquired, he merely spoke of trivial matters. She continued, this time, I took a risk to steal the gathering spirit pill, and that scroll was nestled within a brocade box nearby. Knowing that Xiao Mu and the others were often anxious about it, I thought my days were numbered, so I became curious about the scroll and took it as well. I glanced at it, but time was short, and I did not finish reading it. What I saw was akin to the past I recounted to you. Perhaps Li Tianshi merely wrote to pass the time. I retrieved the scroll, declaring, the final sentence within it is one I feel compelled to share with you. The final sentence? She asked. He stated that he spent a lifetime denying his love for a flower spirit. Suddenly, silence enveloped the jujube tree. After a long moment, a drop of dew fell onto my hand. He did not carry this secret to the grave. Perhaps this is his way of expressing regret and guilt. I sighed, remarking that he was indeed a complicated man. She chuckled softly. This is our choice. I chose to turn away, while he chose to remain silent. Is it not our own actions that alter our fate? Perhaps. I took another sip of tea, saying, if you ever meet again, I implore you not to be so stubborn. Even I, an outsider, find it deeply regrettable. You paint him as so handsome. What a waste. Will we meet again? She pondered. Who knows? Perhaps. Thank you. May I inquire about the origin of the golden chain you bestowed upon me? That was merely a burial ornament of Houdin, which I took without much thought. As the sun peeked through the clouds, I departed from Anjia. By the way, in the scroll, Li Tianshi mentioned that he named the Tianxian Guan because, many years ago, on a particular morning, he beheld a maiden of celestial beauty in a humble courtyard. I wonder if she ever caught wind of that moment. Glancing back, a beam of light just embraced the jujube tree, and in the air lingered a faint sweetness. Aochi had been waiting for me at the entrance, and upon seeing me emerge, he immediately inquired, "What were you doing in there? Why did you shove me out? What do you think women talk about?" I rolled my eyes and continued, "But I have a question for you. What is it? If one day I were to leave, would you wait for my return?" "Certainly not." Aochi poked my forehead. "With your temperament, even if you ventured beyond the Milky Way, I would bring you back. How could I possibly wait here like a fool?" As he spoke, his gaze fell on the scroll in my hand, and he added in one breath, "Just don't let those fools corrupt you. Look at the foolishness they've engaged in their lives. To love you means to be by your side, to share delightful meals with you, to be responsible for bringing you joy when you are downcast, and to love you even if you turn into a tree. It's that simple. There is no need for all this nonsense. You have quite the lengthy rhetoric, but indeed, it holds some truth." I chuckled, seizing his hand. "Then let us go to that newly opened establishment for some stinky tofu." "No, you don't love me. I love you, but I do not love stinky tofu." "Fine." Although we did not indulge in stinky tofu, I have no regrets in choosing to be with this East Sea Calamity Dragon. Chapter 38. Oddities 1. She remarked that within every shadow lies a secret. The cicadas chirped, heralding the blazing heat of summer, a season I least favored. I attributed my increasing drowsiness to the arrival of summer. Yet Aochi vehemently disagreed, asserting that while summer may induce lethargy, he had never encountered anyone who could simultaneously feel drowsy and eat voraciously. "What you're doing is akin to hibernation, but what right does a tree have to hibernate? Do you really think that that's appropriate?" And thus, the conversation ended with me rendering him speechless. After concluding matters at Anjia, everyone has experienced youth, love, hatred, and regrets. There is no shame in that. I have always been at odds with Taoists, standing firmly on the opposite side. Yet Li Tianshi was an exception, despite our lack of further encounters. As for Taoist Mu, I still vividly remember his flushed face as he repeatedly cautioned me 1,000 times not to disclose this long-buried romantic escapade during the brief distance he escorted me out of Tianxian Guan. In return, he promised to light peace lanterns for our family, the largest and brightest. I had thought he might share a portion of the wealth he amassed from the people, this miserly old man. Nevertheless, I handed over the golden chain I had obtained from the Juju blossoms, requesting him to return it to Hu Diyuan's wife. Lost items cannot be deemed as rewards, though I felt a pang of regret, busy as I was. Yet it turned out to be another unprofitable endeavor. In summary, after this incident, I enjoyed a period of tranquility, as the incessant business became quite effortless, devoid of significant patrons, filled instead with trivial and unprofitable tasks. Even the glue and the unknown proved useful, helping an elderly lady find her lost embroidery needle. She claimed it was a treasure, a memento from her late husband, and only the two little ones possessed such keen eyes to retrieve it from beside her pillow. The reward was a large bag of osmanthus candy made by the lady herself. Alas, the little ones believed they had earned something valuable, sharing the candy with everyone. Even Ah Ding and Xian Long. I had to commend their efforts, though I felt it unjust to inform them that the energy expended was hardly proportional to the returns from a business perspective. If every transaction were like this, our family would be begging on the streets by dawn. However, a persistent worry gnawed at my conscience as the sweltering days of summer approached. Yes, it was the troublesome Sanfu Hui examination. I found myself torn between the anxiety of no one knocking at the door and the dread of someone arriving. For the absence of visitors signified a lack of business, while the arrival of visitors might herald unwelcome news from either Tian Iho or Niè Qiǎo Rén regarding the examination. Aochi, rather than alleviating my concerns, dedicated himself to tallying my increased food intake, not only counting but also critiquing, claiming that while others with worries might lose their appetites, I, on the contrary, transformed anxiety into gluttony. At this rate, he would find it impossible to support me. What nonsense is this? As if you have ever supported me, I retorted, irritated by his calculations regarding my worth. All in all, this summer proved quite uncomfortable for me, as I might have indeed developed a form of summer anxiety syndrome. Today, the weather was cloudy. The oppressive heat was somewhat alleviated. Chi forcibly roused me from my midday slumber, declaring that after several days of confinement, I could only sleep and eat, causing my waistline to expand. Today, I must accompany him to purchase watermelons. The watermelons grown by the plump farmer had long been harvested, and Chi, along with the two little ones, constituted a formidable watermelon-consuming faction. For them, summer without watermelon equated to a world devoid of joy. By this time, only a few watermelons remained at the stall. Chi hurriedly snatched two, cradling them with satisfaction as if they were his beloved family. Although the sun was hidden, the air still felt like a humid blanket, trapping everyone in varying degrees of irritation. Fortunately, my Chi Pao provided both warmth in winter and coolness in summer, which Chi envied immensely. Just the other day, he had been grumbling about Wu Yi's stinginess in crafting garments for me while neglecting him. I remarked that such fine material would be wasted on a floral shirt. He was better suited to purchasing discounted items online. This remark nearly infuriated him to the point of losing his appetite for watermelon. The streets in the afternoon bustled as always, with shops and stalls alive with activity and the steady flow of horse-drawn carriages. Suddenly, I asked Chi, "Do you not find the street somewhat different today?" Chi looked around and replied, "What is different? There are still as many people, and the watermelons are still selling quickly." I surveyed the crowd and countered, "Do you not feel that there seems to be an even greater throng than usual?" No sooner had I spoken than a horse-drawn carriage thundered past, flanked by two riders on tall steeds. The carriage, constructed of sturdy timber and draped in fine satin, had a sheer veil obscuring the windows, leaving me curious about which affluent young master or miss was inside. However, the two leading figures bore a rather less appealing appearance. Robust and burly, with dark faces and thick beards, reminiscent of a brawny brute. Such a display was rather uncommon. I waved away the dust raised by the carriage, watching it disappear into the distance. "With money, one can ride in such a splendid carriage," I remarked. Chi shot me a disdainful glance. "Let us move. It's stifling hot. If you ate 2 fewer watermelons, I might have some money." I pinched him playfully. Just then, a rhythmic clopping sound reached my ears from behind. Turning around, I beheld a one-eyed old man clad in a gaudy coat, riding an equally one-eyed donkey. He leisurely puffed on a pipe, his mismatched shoes flapping as he ambled along. I nudged Chi. "He resembles your fashion sense. This is the floral quilt cover from my grandmother's house. How can it compare with my taste?" Chi grumbled, nearly ready to hurl a watermelon at my head. The donkey ambled along, but as it passed us, it unexpectedly slowed its pace. 2 elderly men, each possessing a single eye, bent down with jovial expressions, gazing at us. "Might you know the way to Ziqiaguan? Is there still such a place as Dongfang?" "Apologies, I'm not quite certain." Before I could finish my sentence, the nearby vendor selling vases interrupted me, enthusiastically gesturing to the direction ahead. "Just follow this street, take a left, and, after 3 intersections, you will find Ziqiaguan marked by a pair of stone qilin at its entrance." "Ah, thank you for the guidance." The old man happily clasped his hands in gratitude towards the vendor, then patted his donkey's rear and cheerfully trotted off. The vendor watched his retreating figure and remarked, "Can you believe he is joining the crowd at his age?" My curiosity piqued. I hurriedly approached and inquired, "What exactly is Ziqiaguan?" The vendor sized up me and Chi, then retorted, "You two are dressed quite peculiarly. You must be newcomers to Dongfang, right?" "No, she is the proprietress of a shop here." The plump woman selling fried snacks beside him quickly chimed in, hurriedly thrusting a bag of fried melon seeds into my hands. "This fellow just set up his stall yesterday, and notice your unfamiliar face. Please don't mind him." I glanced at the seeds in my hand and then at the rosy-cheeked woman, asking, "Do we know each other?" "Oh dear, you truly have a forgetful nature." My foolish cat went missing, and you were among those who helped me find it." The woman laughed heartily, given the numerous instances of aiding others in finding lost pets. I genuinely did not recall this woman as a former customer. "Oh, I see, haha, it's my poor memory." I chuckled awkwardly and reached for my purse to pay her. "A bag of seeds is worth but a few coins. Accepting your money feels like you look down on me." The woman firmly pushed my hand away and continued, "You were just asking about Zikigwan, right?" I had no choice but to retract my offer, expressing my gratitude instead. Yes, I had not heard of this place before. "It serves as accommodation for those attending the Sanfu examination." She pointed to the left, just over there. "However, this examination has been suspended for several years. I wonder what has prompted the authorities to resume it this year." As the examination date approaches, more outsiders have been arriving in Dongfang. Upon hearing the term Sanfu examination, a chill ran down my spine, and I blurted out, "That one-eyed old man is also an examinee?" "Indeed." The woman nodded, explaining that there are no age restrictions for this examination, as it aims to select talented individuals. With a gleam in her eye, she grasped my hand and exclaimed, "You can participate too. Just look at your talent and beauty. With your tree-climbing skills, you might excel and rise to a high position, thus better serving the common folk." No, such a fool is best suited for staying home and raising children. "Thank you for the seeds. I shall visit again." Aochi promptly pulled me away. The cicadas in the trees grew increasingly deafening as I walked in the shade, anxiously tugging at Aochi's sleeve, exclaiming, "Look, even the old man is taking the examination, and that horse cart. I believe the person inside is also going to take the exam. These individuals appear quite suspicious. What if I have to be an examiner for them? Heaven knows what trouble they will bring me. Just the thought makes my head ache." Aoshi shuklet. If the examinees were all charming young men, you wouldn't be so troubled, would you? Have you entered your menopausal phase? I shot him a disdainful glare. As a noble man of considerable age, what grounds do you have to speak of menopause? You stop right there. Don't you dare run. Suddenly, a booming shout erupted amidst our conversation. Ahead, a person staggered out, pursued by two others at a swift pace. After only a few steps, the front runner stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The two men behind him lunged forward aggressively, one of them mounting the fallen individual and raining down blows as large as a vinegar jar, while the other stood by, kicking mercilessly. The beaten individual curled up, protecting his head without uttering a sound. A crowd quickly gathered, some attempting to intervene, but were met with furious shouts from the assailants. "You know nothing. A thief bold enough to steal in broad daylight deserves to be dealt with. Anyone who dares plead for him shall receive the same punishment." Perhaps intimidated by the brutish appearance and fierce demeanor of the attackers, the crowd withdrew their heads. "You've got some nerve to steal from me." The slightly lean man in yellow, filled with rage, forced the victim's hand open to reveal his face, then slapped him hard, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Such scum deserves a harsh lesson. The man in black, standing by, picked up a stone the size of a fist from the roadside, pressed the victim's right hand to the ground, and raised the stone without hesitation to bring it down. The stone struck fiercely, but it was Aochi's hand that intercepted it. When did he move forward and extend his hand to block the stone? The surrounding onlookers were too stunned to see clearly. By the time they reacted, the stone had already shattered upon colliding with his palm. The man in black, clearly startled, quickly withdrew his hand and glared angrily. "Who the hell are you to meddle?" Aochi, holding the stone fragments, ignored him. "A few strikes are enough. It's not your place to break someone's limbs. Where did you crawl out from?" Seeing the situation turn against him, the man in yellow stood up, warily sizing up Aochi. "This little thief stole my money. Why should it concern you? Naturally, it should be the authorities who handle it." I stepped forward, crouching down to examine the bloodied boy on the ground, who appeared to be around 14 or 15, clad in tattered clothing that obscured its original color, thin as a green onion, with a small face as pale as if dusted with flour. Whether from fright or inherent frailty, he tightly clutched his hands over his heart, as if guarding something of utmost importance. "The authorities?" The man in black scoffed. "The authorities are too busy. Punishing such petty thieves is not excessive for us." I asked the boy, "Did you steal their money?" The boy stammered, clutching his hands tighter. I didn't mean to, so you admit it. I sighed, returning the money to them. I will handle the rest for you. No, I cannot return it. The boy's refusal took me by surprise. The two men instantly regained their confidence, glaring at us. Did you hear that? Such an unrepentant thief deserves to be beaten to death. As they prepared to kick again, Ao Chi intervened. Why won't you return it? I pressed. I need the money. Everyone needs money, but stealing is not the answer. Without money for medicine, my sister will die. The boy struggled to sit up, his eyes devoid of grievance or remorse, not even begging for mercy. So this is yet another bleak tale intertwined with poverty and familial bonds. Who knows if this little thief is lying? The men grumbled angrily. Just because your family is ill, does that justify stealing from others? Ao Chi shot them a look that silenced them effectively. When our esteemed Ao begins to exude an aura of coldness, it is enough to instill fear in anyone who witnesses it. Your sister is seriously ill? I locked eyes with the boy, who nodded sadly. After a moment of contemplation, I said, return the stolen money to them, and I will cover the cost of your sister's medicine. Ao Chi immediately turned his head. Hey, you scolded me for spending too much on 2 watermelons. If you keep this up, you won't be allowed to buy even 1 watermelon. I rudely interrupted him. The boy furrowed his brow, looking at me skeptically. Are you serious? Of course I am. I smiled. I wouldn't deceive a child like you. However, the medicine is quite expensive. The boy hesitated. No matter how expensive, I can afford it. I gestured toward his heart, urging him to produce it. You're a good child. Don't let yourself be branded a thief. It's an unpleasant title. He remained silent for a moment before slowly retrieving a bulging pouch from his bosom and placing it in my hand. Take it back. I tossed the pouch to the man in yellow, and this matter was settled. The man, still unwilling to relent, protested. Is that it? I did not raise my head as I spoke. While it is true that he stole your money, it is equally true that you assaulted him in the street, administering your own form of punishment. Shall we go discuss this with the authorities? Never mind, never mind. It seems this little thief has had a stroke of good fortune. The man in black tugged at his older brother, urging him to leave. Bah, just make sure I never see you again. The man in yellow spat at the boy and departed in a huff. Can you still walk? I asked him, noting the multitude of injuries that adorned his body. I want to carry him. I'll hold the watermelon instead. Algie interjected hastily. The boy gritted his teeth and, with my support, managed to stand, softly declaring, I can walk on my own. I shot Algie a glare, then glanced at the dimming sky, saying, then come home with me. I'll give you some money, and my family can tend to your wounds. He hesitated for a moment. Rest assured, I'll want to deceive you and sell you off. Just look at yourself, so scrawny. Who would want to buy a mere scallion? I said bluntly. He looked up at the sky, hesitated again, and finally nodded. All right, I'll go back with you. Chapter 39. The Peculiar One, 2. Wuji and Jianghua curiously observed the boy sitting in the chair, his demeanor uneasy. Pang Sanjin had just finished applying ointment to his wounds. Fortunately, they were merely superficial injuries, painful undoubtedly, but not life-threatening. Why did he get beaten up? Jianghua whispered to me. I initially intended to explain that he was punished for stealing, but somehow I changed my response. He encountered some trouble while trying to save his sister. The boy, hearing our conversation, glanced at me but said nothing. Little brother, please have some candy. Wuji generously offered the remaining osmanthus candy to the boy. My mother says eating can distract you, so if you focus on the candy, you won't feel the pain. The boy stared blankly at Wuji, his expression complex, and he did not take her candy, simply stating, I don't like candy. Oh, Wuji said, a hint of disappointment in her voice as she returned to my side. Murmuring, there are people who don't like candy. How strange. I patted her head. Everyone has their own preferences. Do not force others to eat what they do not enjoy. Wuji nodded, stuffing the candy into her mouth, chewing happily. The boy turned to look out the window, the daylight fading further. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, urgently asking, Didn't you say you would give me money? Are you in a hurry? I countered. What illness does your sister have? He bit his lip, seemingly holding back something unspeakable, and vaguely replied, It's a disease that ordinary people cannot cure. What are the symptoms? I pressed on. He glanced outside again, growing more anxious, his speech becoming disjointed. In any case, I need money to buy medicine. If I can't buy it today, it will be delayed for another day. And who knows if the seller will still be around tomorrow. Seeing his distress, I refrained from further questioning, simply stating, "All right, wait for me a moment." With that, I stepped into the courtyard and pulled Aoji, who was squatting by the pond pretending to fish, by the ear. "Hand it over." "What?" Aoji rolled his eyes. "The money." I tugged at his ear again. "You think I don't know you've hidden it all away? I don't know what you're talking about." Aoji continued to roll his eyes. "Stop fooling around. That kid is waiting." I punched him lightly. "You're the one who should stop fooling around." Aoji retorted indignantly. "Business has been slow lately, and you're being overly generous. We've already done a great deed by rescuing that boy. Besides, you and T even let me buy a watermelon." All right. Buy it if you want. You could buy 10, and I won't T-scold you." I was both amused and exasperated, urging him to reveal where he had hidden the money. Outing shrugged, saying Aoji could swallow anything. Before I could scold him, Wuji suddenly came running out of the house, shouting, "Daddy, Mommy, there's a strange person." "A strange person? A strange person?" Our expressions changed, and we immediately ran towards her. Aoji scooped Wuji into his arms, looking warily back at the house. "What's wrong? Did he hurt you?" Wuji, eyes wide with wonder, pointed inside. "The little brother is a strange person. His feet are gone. His feet are gone." Aoji handed Wuji to me and rushed into the house. I followed him in to find Jianghua standing before the boy, both astonished, staring at his missing feet. The boy was evidently the most flustered among us, caught between standing and sitting, gripping his hands tightly, standing before the chair. Yet below his ankles, there was nothing, making him appear as though he were floating without feet. His body trembled slightly, as if the most secret of matters had been exposed, evoking fear, shame, and bewilderment. "Mom, his feet have disappeared." Jianghua remained remarkably composed, pointing at the boy's absent feet. "Can being beaten lead to such consequences?" I was at a loss for words, utterly confused. The boy avoided our gazes, as though he had committed an unforgivable transgression. After confirming that he showed no other abnormalities apart from the disappearance of his feet, I set Wuji down and approached him. "Your feet." He lowered his head, too afraid to speak. I was just asking what the little brother's name is when he suddenly exclaimed in alarm, and then his feet disappeared. Wuji chimed in from behind me, as if they had been erased with an eraser. Perhaps she thought this was quite amusing. Aoji circled around him warily, gripping his wrist, and coldly stated, "We have no ill intentions towards you. If you do not wish to explain, I can only throw you out." "Please don't." The boy shivered, saying, "I can't go out like this. They will treat me as a monster." I instructed Aoji to release him, saying, "You are unwell as well, aren't you?" He averted his gaze, remaining silent, seemingly resisting something. "As long as you are willing to tell us what happened, no one will consider you a monster. At least not in this room. No one will think that." After speaking, I gently patted his head. He clenched his fists tightly, lowering his head as he spoke. "After dark, I will completely disappear, and by dawn, I will reappear." Everyone fell silent, even Pang Sanjin, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "This is your illness? Is your sister the same?" I have never encountered such a condition. My curiosity and sympathy equally piqued. "My sister is different. Her illness is much more severe." He frowned. "She cannot disappear. If she completely vanishes, she will never return." As I pondered how to encourage this boy to share the full story, Pang Sanjin suddenly pulled Aoji and me aside, lowering his voice. "Do you see what is under that boy? Aside from the absence of feet, there's something else missing." Aoji and I instinctively looked down. Beneath his floating ankles, there was nothing. What else was missing apart from the missing feet? In the flickering light, our shadows intertwined on the ground, and suddenly, Aoji's expression changed. "That boy has no shadow." Indeed, I meticulously counted the shadows on the ground several times. There were only 5, whereas we now numbered 6. This boy, without a doubt, has no shadow. The boy seemed to sense our unusual gazes and expressions, lowering his head even further, and just then, the part of him that had vanished began to rise another 2 inches from his ankles. Everything in this world, whether living or inanimate, possesses a shadow. Pang Sanjin frowned. "A lack of a shadow is not a good sign." Obviously, if he were an ordinary person, how could he lack a shadow? Aoji and I exchanged glances, discreetly shielding Zhonghua and Wuji behind us. The boy suddenly lifted his head slowly, looking our way. Every small movement he made heightened Aoji's and my vigilance. Aoji instinctively pushed me behind him, asking, "Boy, who exactly are you?" "Do not be afraid of me," he said, his voice trembling. "I know my appearance might frighten you, which is why I wanted to quickly leave with the money before dark. But why is it like this?" I looked at him. He bit his lip and said, "I lost my shadow. My sister is also affected. My curiosity has reached new heights. Losing cats, dogs, or even people seems trivial now, for there is the phenomenon of losing one's shadow. Ever since we lost our shadows, our bodies began to undergo peculiar changes. It started with my sister. As dusk approached, her body would gradually fade away, and after darkness fell, she would completely vanish. She began to weep softly, and though I knew she was near, I could neither hear nor see her, and I could only wait for dawn, when she would return anew. However, her condition worsened. Previously, she would return the next day, but soon the time stretched to 2 days, then 3. Each time she returned, she appeared exceedingly weak. She told me that although I could not see her, she could see me. She felt immense hunger and thirst. Yet she could not eat or drink, for her hands could not grasp anything, and she had to endure until her return. She wiped her tears and said, "I have come to realize the seriousness of the situation. If it becomes 7 days, 10 days, or even longer, will she not starve to death?" Thus, I took her to see a doctor, who assured us that she was fine and had no illness. I then sought out several Taoist priests, all of whom fled in fear. I was at a loss, sitting on the street and crying. I had no parents, no home. For years, I had sheltered my sister while evading danger. If she were to vanish as well, I would be utterly alone. That night, as I wept heartbrokenly, an old woman passed by and inquired about my sorrow. She appeared kind-hearted, and I shared our plight with her. To my surprise, she claimed that there was a remedy for this affliction and that she knew someone who sold medicine capable of curing my sister, but this person was greedy, and without sufficient payment, it would be impossible to procure the remedy. The boy finally articulated the longest and most valuable statement since we met. "Do you really believe the words of a passing old woman?" Aochi interjected, unable to contain himself. "What if she is merely a deceitful old hag? People often say that desperation leads to reckless actions, and I no longer had the privilege to question it." He frowned. Yet the truth remained. The old woman had not deceived me. I found a seller of the medicine and acquired it. After my sister consumed it, although she was not fully cured, the duration of her disappearances diminished to just 1 night. If it could remain so, I would be content. For as long as my sister lives, I believe we will eventually find someone who can heal her. And what about you? I surveyed the frail boy, noticing that his own disappearing portion had increased. "What of your ailment?" "My affliction began later than my sister's. It started just last month. I can still endure," he replied earnestly. "Young man, you seem to have left out the most crucial part," Aochi urged. "You mentioned that you lost your shadows. How did it happen? Were they abducted while you took them for a stroll?" "I do not know," he replied, his eyes reddening as he shook his head. 2 years ago, my sister and I took refuge in a dilapidated temple. I still remember the day I stole a chicken and roasted it. The aroma was enticing. My sister sat beside me, salivating. It rained incessantly, growing heavier from day to night. Suddenly, I heard a strange sound approaching from afar. I saw a dark figure darting through the temple door, and then it felt as if something had struck me hard in the chest, pain piercing to the bone. Yet, I did not faint. The pain subsided in an instant, and everything returned to normal. The chicken continued to waft its enticing scent, and my sister appeared unharmed. I thought I had merely hallucinated due to hunger. However, my sister then mentioned that her chest had hurt terribly, as if she had been struck by something peculiar. Yet, we found no wounds on each other. Soon after, we both discovered that our shadows had vanished. No matter the light, we could not see them. After contemplating, I asked, "So your disappearance began after you lost your shadows?" He nodded. I inquired further, "You truly did not see the dark figure clearly?" "It was too swift. It was only the blink of an eye," he replied, shaking his head. Even to this day, I cannot be entirely certain it was not my imagination. I rapidly constructed a mental image of that moment. If the shadow was not an illusion, it did not harm, yet it took away human shadows. What kind of strange behavior is this? Is it the result of some secret technique or the work of a supernatural being? With my limited knowledge and experience, I seemed to possess little information related to such phenomena. The more bizarre it became, the more intrigued I felt. Have you considered trying to retrieve your shadows? I suddenly asked him. He remained silent for a long while before responding. I heard your little sister mention that your shop specializes in helping people find lost items. I smiled indeed. A flicker of hope ignited in his dim eyes. Can you help us find our shadows? But that spark quickly extinguished, and he lowered his head. Yet I have no money left. You run a business. You must earn money. I ignored Aochi's eye roll and said, you can owe me for now. Once you and your sister are back to normal, you can find a job and repay me after you receive your wages. Does that sound fair? Hope rekindled in his eyes, and his voice brightened, though his body had already faded to half. That's how it shall be, I affirmed. The truth is, I was not accustomed to conversing with someone whose body was nearly gone. Thank you, he bowed. Hold your thanks for now, I interjected, already formulating a plan. You mentioned needing to buy medicine. Tell me who you buy it from and what kind of medicine it is. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. As he spoke, he had nearly vanished, leaving only his head. He gazed down at his mostly disappeared body and murmured, I do not know the seller's origins or name. I simply pay him and receive the medicine without any exchanges. And the medicine? Is it available on the market? He seemed to gather great resolve, saying, he said the medicine is called Liang Jiaoyang. I gasped, for Liang Jiaoyang is an ancient euphemism for human flesh. Absurd, Aochi exclaimed, his disgust evident. Are you certain he did not sell you pig or lamb meat? He trembled at Aochi's reaction. I cannot be sure. That is what he claimed. He said only Liang Jiaoyang could alleviate the affliction my sister and I suffer. Before he completely vanished, I posed one final question. Where can I find the seller? He is in Mimi village, he replied. With that, he finally disappeared. My heart sank. Mimi village, a place I had only encountered once, was almost forgotten in my memory until he mentioned it. I began to recall everything about that village. The moss-covered stone tablets, the dilapidated houses, the desolate emptiness, and the mysterious cave nestled behind it. I had never cared for Mimi village. Its inherent desolation left no room for nostalgia. When dawn broke, we set off for Mimi village. I told Aochi that I did not wish to return. You have been there? Aochi furrowed his brow. I had no idea you visited a place known for selling human flesh. You were not there at the time. Besides, when I went, it was completely deserted. I do not care. A place that sells human flesh is undoubtedly a vile location. Tomorrow, do not act recklessly. Follow my lead. Just make sure your watermelon is in order. Ah, watermelon. Come on, let us go eat watermelon. And by the way, do not take a bath tonight. Why? The boy mentioned that after he disappears, we cannot see him, but he can see us. You understand. Why can't our focus ever align? Chapter 40. The Oddity. 3. Even on a summer morning, with sunlight and warmth, the colors of Mimi village remained unchanged. The gray and black, moss and rubble that first lingered in my memory had become the very soul of this place, rejecting light and life. Aochi looked around, instinctively rubbing his arms, disgustedly remarking, what a ghastly place. Even this weather gives me goosebumps. I told you to wear long pants, yet you insisted on wearing shorts. Who can you blame? I cast a disdainful glance at his shorts, which he himself had chosen the fabric for and had insisted on fat Sanjin making for him. If he wanted to wear shorts, he could have chosen any fabric, but he insisted on a vibrant green, paired with a floral shirt, creating a truly disastrous appearance. Remarkably, he seemed quite pleased with himself, believing he possessed enough charisma to pull off such bold colors. It's not my fault. There is an issue here, Aoji stated earnestly. Just look around. Not a single bird is in sight. Indeed, there were no birds at this moment. The only living beings traversing the desolation of Mimi village were the three of us. The restored boy hurried along the uneven path between the fields, and I allowed him to lead the way. I inquired about his name, and he replied that he was called Shaoyin. The fewer people there were, the more arduous the journey became. The path beneath us was strewn with gravel and pockmarked with holes, requiring constant vigilance to avoid twisting an ankle. Xiaoyin walked too quickly, his foot slipping into a dip, and he nearly fell, but was fortunately caught by Ao Ji. He quickly shrugged off Ao Ji's grip, asserting, "I'm fine. I can walk by myself." He seemed fond of saying such phrases, this deliberate display of strength and independence, which might be admirable, yet easily invites ridicule. For one who feigns strength while being weak, the world often proves to be more unforgiving. As I observed his swaying figure, I inexplicably sensed that this child bore a far more intricate story than I could fathom. As we passed through the barren fields, leaving dilapidated farmhouses in our wake, Xiaoyin pointed ahead, declaring, "That's south the place. I always buy medicine there." It was a rickety house on the brink of collapse, with wild grass growing more profusely than the structure itself. A makeshift clothesline fashioned from bamboo poles hung with tattered, faded garments. When Xiaoyin pushed the door open, I feared the decaying wood might crumble into dust. Inside, the house was deserted, the furnishings coated with a thick layer of dust, remnants of unfinished meals long spoiled, revealing no signs of habitation. Xiaoyin searched the interior frantically, soon succumbing to despair as he plopped onto the ground, murmuring amidst the rising dust, "He has gone. I should have come yesterday. I broke my promise." Ao Ji covered his nose, surveying the surroundings. "Are you certain this is the right place? There is not a trace of life in here." "It is here," he insisted. "We always meet here." "What does the person look like?" I scanned the various items in the room. "He's an old man, quite short, with a long beard. He doesn't talk much to me," he lamented, cradling his head in frustration. "What should I do? If I can't buy the medicine, she won't survive." "Calm down. As long as this person truly exists, we will surely find him." I circled the house, noting the absence of any signs of life. Dust lay undisturbed. Xiaoyin rose from the floor and turned to leave. But Ao Ji stopped him, asking, "Where are you going?" "He can't have gone far. I will search outside." Xiaoyin said urgently, "Don't stop me. Anyone who dares sell two-legged sheep is certainly no ordinary medicine vendor." I interjected, stepping in front of him. "If he does not wish to see you, you will not find him. What should I do then?" Panic crept into his voice. "He's the only one who can save my sister. Take us to see her," I urged. Suddenly, Ao Ji covered my mouth, signaling for silence. In that fraction of a second, a shadow flitted past the window. Ao Ji dashed outside, scanning every direction. But the only thing to greet us was the increasingly warm air. Upon returning to the house, Ao Ji shook his head at me. Regardless of what that shadow was, Xiaoyin's face had turned ghostly pale, his body instinctively shrinking back, and his expression grew dazed. "Who is it?" I grasped his arm, demanding, "What has frightened you?" "The one who takes away your shadow." "No, it's not him." Xiaoyin shook his head, his lips trembling. "It's that person." "What person?" I finally understood that this boy was in distress, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. "The bad man." Xiaoyin's voice was quaking. "He has come back. He has found us again." Before he could finish, he suddenly bolted towards the door, but Ao Ji caught him mid-run, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Speak clearly before you rush out." "Let me go." He struggled fiercely. "I must return. That man is here. If he finds me, he will take my sister." "Let him go." I urged Ao Ji to release him. Ao Ji complied, and Xiaoyin immediately sprinted outside. At this point, I had no reason not to pursue him. Catching up to a frail child posed little challenge. Ao Ji and I followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters. However, the direction he was running felt eerily familiar. Sure enough, he reached the edge of Mimi village, nearly tripping as he crossed a low wall made of cobblestones. Before continuing his frantic run until a cave nestled between two ancient locust trees came into view. Had he and his sister been hiding in this cave all this time? I thought back to his earlier words about evading capture with his sister. A boy like him, without wealth or power, who could neither fight nor curse, would certainly attract trouble. The cave felt like a world apart. While the heat outside caused sweat to pour down one's back, the temperature inside chilled you to the bone. This sensation was identical to my previous visit. "It's pitch dark." Ao Ji snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame for illumination. The walls of the cave were damp, and gaps between the uneven stones were home to moss and unidentifiable plants. The further we ventured, the colder it became. Does this boy have a peculiar mindset? Choosing such a location to hide? Isn't he afraid of freezing to death? Let us observe further, I urged, straining to hear Xiao Yin's footsteps as we navigated the winding, branching paths of the cave. Xiao Yin moved with surprising speed, and soon the sound of his movements faded around a bend ahead. She halted, gripping my arm, and scrutinized our surroundings. The cave was cold and silent, devoid of anything but plants. The stone walls formed strange, grotesque patterns in shades of gray and black, obscuring the cave's height, while the firelight cast shadows into the endless darkness. What's wrong? I asked. If we don't pursue him, he will get away. If you were a displaced child, would you choose such a place to hide? Are you doubting him? I reflected. While ordinary children would not, those who had lived in fear for an extended period might. No, perhaps the heat earlier muddled my thoughts. Now the cold has cleared them. Aoj still held onto my arm, a sense of unease nagging at me. This cave felt ominous. We should leave and reassess. Having said that, he abruptly turned to retrace our steps, but after just 2 paces, he halted again, whispering, "What on earth?" A damp stone wall blocked our way, seemingly ordinary. Yet when we had come, there had clearly been a winding passage behind us, although not a straight path. It certainly shouldn't have transformed into a dead end upon turning back. It was a passage, right? Aoj stared incredulously at the stone wall. Yes, I affirmed, as we both knew our memories were intact. Aoj scoffed. What audacity to toy with us in a game of ghostly walls. Yet, I sensed no unusual presence here. Although it was cold, the chill was merely that. Nothing more sinister lurking within. Stop joking. There are no ghosts here. Who would play such games with you? I took a few steps back and, from the suddenly revealed left side of the stone wall, discovered a subtle, narrow opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Upon glancing to the right, I noticed another opening, equally capable of accommodating one. This cave seemed quite mischievous, altering its structure without a sound, all while we remained utterly oblivious. Had he been a touch more foolish, we might have run headlong into a wall that had not existed before, leaving us bloodied and battered. I muttered to myself that it had not been like this the last time. Chi, upon hearing, expressed his astonishment. You have been here before? Indeed, I replied, reaching out to touch the stone wall, which felt icy and damp. Even the slightest chill at my fingertips bore the capacity to pierce through flesh to bone, causing me to shudder involuntarily. You still haven't told me why you ventured into this desolate village and entered this dark cave. Aochi said sternly. If you refuse to speak, I shall level this cave to the ground, sparing us the trouble of finding our way out. Could you please act normally? I shot him a glare. I arrived here by mere happenstance. Do you think I wish to come in? I could not reveal the truth. Firstly, I had made a promise to Niè Qiǎo Rén to keep his secret. Secondly, if I were to tell the truth, it would only complicate matters further. Shi, being the most straightforward and jealous of men, would surely not tolerate my solitary escapade with a young man of decent looks and remarkable skill. Who knows what bizarre scenarios he might conjure in his mind. No, I must not speak. Absolutely not. Well then, let's set that aside for now, Aochi said, his face still etched with suspicion, but unable to press me further. Since you have been here before, was it the same as last time? Not quite. I recalled the scene from my previous venture with Niè Qiǎo Rén. When I had entered last time, I moved forward without ever looking back. So, you mean to say that the cave's rule is to become lost if one turns back? Aochi observed the 2 openings on either side. How did you manage to exit then? Did you traverse straight through without ever turning around? With the help of a bug, I replied candidly. There exists a peculiar creature here, resembling a gummy candy, that can fly. If you catch one and release it into the darkness, it will lead you back to the entrance. Aochi frowned and asked, what now? Should we catch the bug to return, or continue searching for that little rascal? I suspect the bug and the child are in the same location. I turned to gaze down the path that extended ahead, for in this cave, only that spot emanated light. If I were to settle anywhere, it would be there. Therefore, regardless of our next course of action, we must venture to the same destination. With that, I closed my eyes, signaling Chi to remain silent, and in the profound stillness, I concentrated on recalling the route I had taken with Niè Qiǎo Rén that day. Go straight, turn left, then left again, and straight again, followed by a right turn. I opened my eyes and pulled Ao Qi forward as we began to run. You remember the way? Ao Qi expressed his disbelief. You are notoriously directionally challenged. Of course. I cannot remember every detail. I retorted, somewhat irritated. What choice do we have? We can only take a gamble. As long as the path remains unchanged, I have a 50-50 chance of successfully arriving. Fine, I will follow you, Ao Qi huffed. But if we take a wrong turn and do not find the bug you mentioned, I will find my own way out, and you shall not interfere. Agreed. The damp, cold air rushed past our ears as I instructed Ao Qi to extinguish the light above us. The darkness would aid me in recollecting the direction. Do not collide with the walls. Do not stray from the path. I silently prayed. Chapter 41. The Odd One. 4. I had completely lost track of how long we had been running, when a faint glimmer appeared not far ahead. I felt an immense weight lift from my shoulders. Ao Qi's surprise surpassed his delight. You actually found the way? Your wife has always been quite reliable. I boasted to myself, silently offering thanks to the various deities I could name. As we drew closer to the illuminated entrance, the cold intensified. Ao Qi exhaled visible breath and cursed. What kind of temperature is this? It's freezing me to death. I refrained from informing him that it would only grow colder once inside. We paused a few steps from the cave entrance, where the sound of sobbing echoed intermittently from within, unmistakably belonging to Xiao Yin, accompanied by a series of erratic banging noises. Moving stealthily, we crept into the only illuminated part of the cave. Inside, little had changed. The hexagonal glowing bugs were densely clustered on the stone walls, their bodies continuously radiating bright white light, illuminating the space as if it were day. The enormous ice pillar in the center retained its menacing form, with frost-laden chains coiling heavily on the ground. My first thought was how Niè Qiǎo Rén had managed to escape from such thick chains, especially when it had been I, the ancient creature, who bound him. However, there were indeed some new additions. Beneath the northern stone wall lay a makeshift bed of hay, with a tattered quilt carelessly crumpled in one corner and a pillow fashioned from old clothing lopsided atop it. Not far from the bed stood a temporary clothes rack made of thick branches, upon which hung several garments belonging to a young woman. Further away was a stone hearth, still containing some fuel, with a flickering flame struggling to survive. A few open bundles lay haphazardly piled on the other side, revealing nothing more than cooking utensils like pots and bowls. This young man truly resides here. Is he naturally equipped with a cold-resistant mode? I observed that he seemed unfazed by the cold, as at that moment he was sprawled atop the ice pillar, wielding a spatula, crying as he struck the pillar, utterly oblivious to our presence. There are garments here belonging to a young woman. The question remains, where is she? Ao Qi approached and seized his wrist. The young man jumped in fright, turning to see us, and immediately clutched Ao Qi's hand in desperation. Help me. She will freeze to death. Ao Qi, bevudered, yanked him down from the ice pillar, scolding, You're young yet you speak without coherence. Calm yourself. He paid no heed, forcefully breaking free from Ao Qi's grasp and lunging back to the pillar, frantically pounding it with the spatula. He seemed to summon every ounce of strength within him, his hands bleeding as they struck the ice, yet it yielded no result. Not even a shard of ice fell away. Ao Qi, now exasperated, snatched the spatula from him and cast it aside, then gripped his shoulders, forcefully dragging him down and slamming him to the ground, placing a foot on his chest, coldly declaring, If you move again, I shall break your bones. His eyes reddened, hands gripping Ao Qi's foot tightly, yet he dared not struggle too fiercely, crying out, That villain has been here. He has never ceased to pursue us. He wishes to kill us. He has imprisoned her, and he intends to freeze her alive. If this young man has not lost his sanity, my gaze shifted back to the ice pillar. On my previous visit, I had only approached the pillar while binding Niè Qiǎo Rén, never truly examining it. I had merely assumed it was an oddly shaped, massive block of ice. Do not let him move, I instructed Ao Qi, then quickly approached the ice pillar, braving the bone-chilling cold, pressing my face against its surface, straining my eyes to see within. A faint mist of white hovered over the surface, and I occasionally exhaled to enhance my view. When my eyelashes nearly brushed against the ice, a sudden shock coursed through me, and I instinctively stepped back for a moment, only to lean in once more. Within the ice pillar, there was a person. I could not discern the individual's features, nor could I tell if it was the light filtering through the ice or if there was a source of illumination within. The light emanated from various angles, weaving a surreal world that hindered my ability to see the figure clearly, though I could faintly make out the outline of a woman, short in stature, delicate and petite, with her long black hair cascading like a fish's tail, elegantly draped over her water blue dress, her arms crossed over her chest. "What is it?" She shouted anxiously, noticing I remained transfixed before the ice pillar. "Do not get so close. Be careful, or your face may stick to the ice." His booming voice summoned my soul back, and I took a few steps back, turning to gaze at him. There was a woman encased in the ice. "Huh?" Ouchie paused, bending down to pull up Xiaoyin. "Is she your sister?" Exhausted, Xiaoyin gasped for breath, her voice tinged with tears as she spoke. "I don't understand what happened. She was gone when I arrived. She is frail, has been in a stupor for most of the time, and could not have left on her own. Yet this space is so limited, and I searched everywhere, only to find her in that block of ice." Grasping Ouchie's arm, she pleaded, "Help me rescue her. That person has come for us. He has always wanted to kill us. To save her, if she were merely an ordinary girl afflicted by a strange ailment, trapped in ice for an unknown duration. The lack of oxygen and the frigid temperatures would have claimed her life countless times. No one could possibly rescue her now." I approached Xiaoyin, and in a fit of hysteria, she shouted at me, "You promised to help me. My sister's life hangs by a thread. How can you stand idly by?" "You failed to clarify, leaving us no choice but to remain passive," I replied, my gaze colder than the ice itself. "If your sister is an ordinary person, she cannot possibly still be alive. If you're convinced she lives and demand we save her, either you are mad or she is not human." Xiaoyin, in a moment of desperation, blurted, "What if she is not human? She is still my sister. We have depended on each other for years. I cannot bear to watch her suffer." "Speak the truth, all of it," I urged, pointing to the ice. "Once you clarify, I will shatter that ice pillar and free her. First let her out, then I will tell you. Is that acceptable?" She begged, wiping her tears. "If you leave her in there, she may never be rescued." Ouchie sought my consent with his eyes, and after weighing the situation, I shook my head. "I stand by my position. I will extend my last ounce of patience. If you refuse to accept this, we shall leave, and you could devise a way to save her yourself." With that, I took Ouchie's hand, feigning an intention to depart. "Do not go." A thud echoed behind us as she collapsed to her knees. "We are not blood siblings. My father said that a year after my birth, someone abandoned an infant girl at our doorstep. Although life was hard, my parents took her in. Despite the poverty, our home was filled with laughter while they were alive. She grew up alongside me. I always believed she was my biological sister. I cherished her, protected her, and would not allow anyone to bully her. However, when she was 5, she fell gravely ill, nearly succumbing to a high fever. The village doctor managed to save her, but since her recovery, she has been different." He turned to us, his gaze fixed on our shadows cast upon the ground, and slowly divulged, "She can see the secrets of others." "Secrets?" I asked, perplexed. "What do you mean?" "She says every person's shadow conceals their secrets," he continued, looking at us. "Those secrets that one wishes to keep hidden from the world." His voice was soft, his tone calm, yet a chill crept down my spine. Ouchie's expression darkened further. She revealed that Brother Niè from our village killed a man for money, burying the body beneath a dead tree on the back mountain. If anyone hears this and informs the authorities, they will investigate the back mountain and surely find the skeleton, along with a gold lock with the victim's name engraved on it in Brother Niè's home. He was arrested, confessed, and was executed. But Sister Niè went mad, unable to believe her honest husband could commit such a heinous act. She would stand at my doorstep daily, cursing, declaring that my family harbored a monster. She would attack my sister whenever she saw her. The villagers had their opinions. While they believed in justice for murder, they were more afraid of my sister. Some took advantage of her youth, trying to lure her into viewing their shadows, inquiring about their hidden secrets. My sister, naively, would disclose everything, leading to chaos. Even the village head's affair with his mistress was revealed by her, causing an uproar with his wife. I shook my head, stating, though she possesses such ability, it does not imply she is not human. After her illness, she lost her body heat, he replied bitterly. Touching her feels like grasping ice. She is indifferent to the seasons, unbothered by heat or cold, coupled with her extraordinary abilities. The villagers sought out an outsider sorcerer who drenched her in the blood of a black dog. She screamed in terror, running wildly through the village, biting anyone who tried to catch her. Even my father was wounded by her. But anyone doused in blood would be frightened, especially a 6-year-old child. Yet, her reaction only solidified their beliefs. In their minds, only demons would react so vehemently to black dog blood. Thus, they heeded the sorcerer's words and confined her in a cage lined with talismans, sinking her into the river on the back mountain. Sorrow welled up in his eyes. My parents, disregarding the crowd's attempts to restrain them, jumped into the river to rescue her, but never resurfaced. The river was too deep, the current too swift. After a moment's silence, Ouchie met my gaze intently. If anyone dares to douse her in glue instead of dog blood, I shall personally turn that person into dog food. He then turned to Xiaoyin, asking, since your parents' rescue was in vain, how did your sister survive? It was not until evening that the villagers released me. He chuckled coldly. They likely thought my sister had no chance of survival. As a mere boy, I would pose no threat. His body trembled slightly, whether from cold or rage. I cannot tell. I plunged into the icy waters, my mind blank, only aware of my parents' demise and my sister's presumed death. I sought to find them. I sank into the dark, frigid river, unafraid and unhurt. Everything around me blurred until my foot suddenly struck a hard object. Instinctively, I reached out and discovered it was a cage. It was as if I had awakened from a dream, pressing against the cage and extending my hand inside, even though I knew my sister was already a corpse. His face transformed with vivid emotion as he recalled the joy of surviving catastrophe, extending his hand in the same manner as that day. My hand, reaching into the cage, was suddenly grasped by a soft, tiny hand. My sister loved to hold my hand when we played outside, and that sensation felt so familiar. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me. My sister was still alive. I felt an inexplicable strength surge within me, managing to pry the iron lock from the cage door, opening it, and pulling my sister out, desperately swimming toward the surface. I frowned. She is alive? If his answer were affirmative, I would have no choice but to believe that this girl was indeed not human. He nodded finally. Yes, she lives. She breathes, and the wounds inflicted by those people still bleed. Her body remains as cold as ever. She was terrified, clinging to me, trembling incessantly, pleading not to be confined in such dark places again. Tears streamed down his cheeks once more. You cannot fathom how agonizing it was to see her like that. I vowed then to ensure she lived well. No one would harm her again. That night, I secretly returned home, gathered some clothes, took all the money my parents had left, and led my sister away from our birthplace forever. I heard Ouchie feigning a cough. Typically, this indicated his inner turmoil. Perhaps he was beginning to empathize with the boy he had previously found so unappealing. Are you not afraid of her? I inquired, for it is difficult for most to accept that a girl, submerged in water for an entire day, could still be alive. My bond with her transcends that of ordinary people. Though we share no blood, we are each other's only family, he asserted resolutely. I wandered with her, stealing money, clothing, and food, often enduring beatings. But as long as I saw her safe and happy, I feared nothing. I once believed that we could continue to stumble through life. At least no one would wish to bring us to our demise. Yet, the deep furrow on his brow revealed his inner turmoil. I had not anticipated that even after fleeing so far from our homeland, we would still be ensnared by the clutches of death. Do the villagers know you are still alive? Ouchie speculated. Do they still refuse to let you go? He shook his head. Since leaving our hometown, we have encountered none of those people. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. When we found ourselves in Beifong, we resided in a dilapidated manor on the outskirts. I was 12, and my sister was 11. I cherished that manor, despite others saying it was haunted by the dead. We were not afraid. The visible threats of the living were far more terrifying than any unseen specter. At least the roof did not leak, and the doors and windows could shield us from the biting cold. It was the place we had stayed the longest. I thought we would live there forever. However, on that fateful snowy night, a man appeared before us without warning, a long sword at his waist. When he drew it, the gleam of the blade forced me to close my eyes. He bound me to a pillar, ignoring my furious curses and desperate pleas, and plunged the sword into my sister's heart. She collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath her like a river. He severed the ropes binding me and merely stated, "Someone wants her dead." Then he vanished into the night. I could not grasp his words. I only knew he had ruthlessly taken my sister's life. Yet, he did not kill her. I rubbed my throbbing head and asked, or rather, "Your sister has come back to life?" I cannot explain it. He forced a bitter smile. In any case, she did survive, though her body grew weaker after healing. I feared that madman would discover she was alive, so we had to flee, living in constant hiding, which was no easy existence. Fortunately, that man did not return in the following years. I thought the storm had passed, and we could finally lead a normal life, only to encounter such calamity again in the dilapidated temple. He exhaled deeply and asked, "Is destiny truly a real thing? Is our fate predetermined from the very beginning? Why should it be so? We harbor no extravagant desires, merely wishing to survive and lead an ordinary life. Is that too much to ask?" He slammed his fist into the ground, nearly shouting, "Is it too much? What wrong did my sister commit? What did I do? My parents perished because of this. My family reduced to ashes. For years, we have lived like rats, scurrying through the dark crevices, fleeing before others could crush us." Each of his inquiries was met with silence, for I had no answers to offer. After living for so many years, I have seen that some people and creatures lose their lives not due to unforgivable sins, but simply because their existence is perceived as original sin, a latent threat to others. Since ancient times, many species of monsters have become extinct, just like the myriad of flora and fauna in this world. When their innate powers are deemed uncontrollable hazards, regardless of whether they truly are, their fates are sealed. The more vulnerable one is, the greater their insecurity, and the more fervently they cling to the notion of eradicating all threats. If Xiaoyin's words hold any truth, I feel sympathy for them. Yet sympathy must not overshadow reason. Everything that has transpired from yesterday until now seems amiss, though I cannot pinpoint where it lies wrong. I pulled Aoqi aside and asked, "What do you think?" He glanced toward the ice pillar. "Should we release it? If it continues to freeze, it may very well perish. The details remain unclear. You know that girl is likely not human." I hesitated. "Isn't she just a minor demon?" Aoqi scoffed. "With you and me here, can she really turn the tide? Besides, if we do not extract her, we can never ascertain her true nature." He paused, then moved me further away from Xiaoyin and whispered, "However, based on that boy's description." I suddenly recalled something. "What?" "In ancient times, there existed a type of demon that could glean secrets from shadows. No one knows their exact appearance, nor is there any record of them. It is said they never raise their offspring. Once they have progeny, they abandon them in human villages or other bustling places." Aoqi continued, "If this is true, it suggests that the offspring of such demons closely resemble humans. Otherwise, who would adopt a creature with a green face, fangs, and a long tail? However, due to the abilities of these demons, they were hunted and exterminated. It is said they became extinct thousands of years ago. At least in my lifetime, I have encountered countless demons, but have never seen one of this kind, nor have I heard any related rumors. Thus, I believe this species has been extinct for a long time. What if there are survivors? After all, this is human kingdom, not the outside world." I looked at him curiously. "How do you know what I do not? Surely the term encountered countless demons is more suited to me?" Setting aside the old man. "Among the 3 sea dragon kings, the West Sea Dragon King, Wū Chuān, has the best relationship with me. That fellow is always wandering around, making friends with demons. When it comes to understanding demons, the two of us may not match his knowledge. I recalled hearing him mention it years ago, remembering he was drunk when he spoke of it. I asked him the name of that demon, but he said he forgot and then passed out." Aoqi rolled his eyes. Only blame yourself for not having as many relatives as I do. Now you're aware of relatives? Once, you claimed to be a free-spirited orphan. I shot him a glance. Enough. Regardless of what that girl is, we will deal with it once she is out. Then I shall go. You stay back. Ouchi turned toward the ice pillar. Xiaoyin had been watching us with a complex expression, wanting to rush over to inquire, but ultimately did not dare to interrupt. Now, seeing Ouchi suddenly in motion, he hurriedly stood up, eager to assist. I quickly held him back and shook my head. He can manage alone. You cannot help. He clenched his lips tightly, more anxious than ever. Ouchi circled the ice pillar, stopping to place his palm just a centimeter above the icy surface, taking a deep breath and maintaining that position without further movement. Minutes passed, yet Ouchi remained still. Xiaoyin could no longer contain himself and urgently asked, "What is he doing? Isn't he supposed to break this ice pillar? Why is he not moving?" He likely did not notice the faint veins bulging on Ouchi's hand. Ouchi was not using spiritual energy. Instead, he was harnessing his vitality to channel brute force into his palm, intending to shatter the ice pillar from the outside in. It was a clumsy method, unbefitting Ouchi's strength, but compared to directly destroying it with spiritual energy. This approach maximized the chances of the person trapped inside surviving the impact without being reduced to shards along with the ice pillar. However, Ouchi himself would suffer greatly. The redness in his face was a testament to the effort he was exerting. Occasionally, he considered matters with more thoroughness than I expected. "Do not make a fuss." I signaled Xiaoyin to be quiet. "He is using his method to extract your sister." Xiaoyin seemed doubtful but dared not speak further, his fists clenched tightly, every muscle in his body tense. The surroundings fell into absolute silence, with even breathing becoming unusually distinct. A faint cracking sound echoed. A crack barely an inch long appeared on the icy surface beneath Ouchi's palm, shallow yet promising. My heart tightened with hope. Ouchi took another deep breath, and the veins on his forehead bulged, indicating he was exerting at least double the effort. However, the crack remained stubbornly fixed, showing no signs of deepening or extending. Regardless of how many veins appeared on his forehead, that crooked line mocked his impotence like a derisive mouth. With Ouchi's temperament, how could he endure the humiliation of faltering before us? He furrowed his brow, placing his other hand atop the first, both palms exerting force. I felt a pang of anxiety for him. However, it proved fruitless. The fissures showed no sign of alteration. A bead of sweat trickled down Ouchi's forehead as he retracted his hands, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance, interlocking his fingers and casually rotating them a few times. Xiaoyin, in a state of panic, grasped my arm. "Can we not break it? Is our strength insufficient?" Such words, overheard by Ouchi, ignited his fury. Before I could respond, a roar erupted from his throat, his palms striking with the force of thunder. The crack that had been singular split into two, intertwining and gradually extending. I was taken aback. Initially, I believed this ice pillar merely a peculiar object, one that would not melt despite the perpetual chill. Though rare, it seemed unremarkable in my eyes. Yet Ouchi's sheer force, unleashed in his fury, could surely shatter not just a mere ice pillar, but the entire mountain if directed at the stone wall. The reality, however, was that such an assault only yielded two fissures on that ice, an utterly irrational outcome. Recalling the moment when Niè Qiǎo Rén had me bind him atop that pillar, along with the unbreakable iron chains, a foreboding sense of dread blossomed within me. Ouchi continued to strain, and I could see his palms beginning to tremble. Suddenly, a beam of snowy light pierced through the darkness at the apex of the cavern, swiftly and fiercely aimed at Ouchi. Preoccupied with his struggle against the ice, he was oblivious to the impending threat. "Get out of the way." I abandoned Xiaoyin and leaped into the air, delivering a kick towards the ominous object just under 2 meters away from Ouchi. A thunderous clang resounded as a razor-sharp sword of snow light embedded itself deeply into the opposite stone wall, claiming the lives of a dozen unfortunate homing insects, which fell to the ground in swift succession. I landed before Ouchi, keeping a vigilant eye on the overhead, saying, "Forget about the ice. There is someone above us." Ouchi retracted his hands, gasping for air to regain his composure while glaring at the sword across from us. Gritting his teeth, "Those who ambush are despicable." I concurred with his sentiment, Yet the most pressing matter was not the ambush, but the fact that someone was concealed above us, unbeknownst to both of us. It was indeed our negligence. Although the Hanming insects illuminated the area, their glow did not permeate the entire space. The number of insects dwindled as one ascended, and the gradually fading light formed a dark patch the size of a manhole above us, indicating the cavern's great height and the ease with which someone could hide. The drawn sword remained still, its wielder seemingly hesitant, either fearful of acting rashly or preparing for a second strike. Ouchie, seething with rage, unleashed a burst of fire from his palm, transforming it into a flying dragon that surged towards the cavern's apex. The thunderous roar startled the surrounding Hanming insects, sending them flitting chaotically, their myriad white lights swirling before us, creating a scene of utter disarray. The fire dragon lashed its claws and flicked its tail, igniting the darkness above into a sea of flames. Amidst the blaze, a shadow descended, poised and graceful, unfazed by the chaos. I fixed my gaze upon this figure, who landed with such agility and silence. Presumably a man, he stood not much shorter than Ouchie, cloaked entirely in a black attire that seemed overly meticulous. While thieves typically leave their eyes exposed, this figure was entirely veiled, with not a single opening left visible. Even if he possessed the skill to discern voices, would he not fear suffocating? One eccentric individual indeed. Xiaoyin, terrified by this uninvited guest, paled and scrambled behind us, pointing at the cloaked figure, exclaiming, "It's him! He tried to kill my sister." The black-clad man, noticing her, leaped to the side of the stone wall, grasping the sword's hilt and effortlessly extracting the entire blade from the stone. The force I had exerted was considerable, yet he removed it with such ease, qualifying him as my adversary. Eavesdropping from above is one thing, but resorting to treachery is utterly contemptible. I scoffed, disregarding any grievances he may have with the siblings. For now, he was my guest, and until his dues were settled, I would not allow anyone to harm him. The sword's light shone brilliantly as the cloaked figure stood motionless 10 paces away, silent. Afraid to speak? I feigned adjusting my hair, subtly entwining a strand around my finger, glancing at Ouchie, and squeezed out a whisper, "I'll go first. Be careful not to kill him." Without waiting for Ouchie's reply, I sprang into action. My right arm raised as the hair in my hand transformed into a slender rope, aiming precisely and decisively at the cloaked figure. I sought not his life, but his true identity. Yet his skill was indeed formidable. Although my rope reached him, he evaded like a specter, slipping aside in the blink of an eye, severing the rope in a swift motion with his blade. My hair, though merely a strand, had never failed to impress me with its resilience. Never had any weapon managed to cut it in such a short span, or rather, I had never encountered someone with such strength controlling a weapon. This single strand had already revealed the extent of his prowess. Before I could launch another attack, Ouchie yanked me back, stating, "Step aside, you cannot handle this person." No sooner had he spoken than Ouchie leaped forward, delivering a punch towards the man's face, a strike so rapid it whistled through the air, leaving no one unscathed. Yet he evaded again. Ouchie's fist halted just before colliding with the stone wall. He turned, unleashing a palm strike that sent a wave of blue energy hurtling forward. A thunderous crash ensued as a man-sized hole erupted in the opposite wall, resulting in another swarm of fallen Hanming insects. Yet, a chilling sword tip emerged from the swirling insects, hurtling directly towards Ouchie. Faced with this scenario, Ouchie did not retreat, but instead advanced towards the blade, extending 2 fingers to precisely pinch the sword's body. Despite the opponent's attempts to exert force, the sword could not advance even a fraction further. Ouchie frowned, applying pressure to push back, forcing the assailant to retreat 3 steps. Gritting his teeth, Ouchie astonishingly snapped the sword in 2, the tip soaring past Xiaoyin's head and colliding with the ice pillar, clattering to the ground. The cloaked man, now grasping the broken sword, leaped aside, coldly stating, "Get out." The muffled voice barely reached us through the thick fabric, yet we understood those 3 words clearly. Exiting was feasible, but we intended to take her with us, and I gestured towards the ice pillar. The cloaked figure clenched his fist, raising the broken sword to strike at me. I did not back down. I drew 2 more hair strands, transforming them into long ropes for a coordinated assault. Ouchie, suppressing his desire to incinerate the man, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with hopes of leaving him alive. For a time, we battled 2 against 1, our resolve not to take his life juxtaposed against his relentless, life-threatening attacks. At last, one of my ropes found its mark in snaring his foot. Momentarily thrown off balance, he fell to the ground. In that fleeting instant, a slender figure rushed forward without hesitation, tightly gripping the tip of the severed sword. Xiaoyin, in a frenzy, aimed the blade at his body. We could not intervene in time to prevent Xiaoyin from attempting to kill him, nor could we stop him from delivering a crushing blow to her chest. As the blade pierced his arm, Xiaoyin was hurled backward, violently colliding with the ice pillar, bloodied and unconscious upon impact. As he struggled to rise, Ouchie delivered a powerful blow to his head, causing him to collapse. Another rope swiftly bound him from waist to toe, securing him tightly. Without a moment to spare for this scoundrel, I hurried to Xiaoyin's side, lifting her from the ground where she lay motionless, her eyes shut, her body feeling as if all her bones were shattered, bloodied, and limp in my embrace. I sensed an ominous presence and reached out to check his breath, but found none. I pressed my fingers against the artery in his neck, and it pulsed no more. This was both foreseen and unexpected. A child of frail constitution, struck once and then violently collided. It was enough to claim his life. Never before had I felt such despair. My guest, murdered before my eyes while the transaction remained incomplete, was a first. I shook Xiaoyin's lifeless body, calling his name in vain. A.O. Qi grasped my arm and shook his head, saying, "Do not shake him. He is gone." I gritted my teeth and set down Xiaoyin's corpse, struggling to rise. A.O. Qi supported me, saying, "Do not blame us. This child was too reckless." I inhaled deeply and declared, "Remove that scoundrel's headscarf. I must see which villain dares to take a child's life." The man in black struggled fiercely, yet the ropes binding him only tightened with each attempt to free himself. I had assumed him to be someone unafraid of death, but it appeared he could still struggle desperately for survival. Approaching him, A.O. Qi stepped on his back, and it was only through immense restraint that he refrained from breaking the man's spine. The sword's tip had penetrated deeply. The wretch must have channeled all his grievances, fears, and rage into this singular moment of exertion. I crouched before him and examined his wounds, extending my fingers to extract the blade, yanking it out forcefully. A torrent of blood erupted forth. The pain must have been excruciating, for he let out a muffled groan. "You feel pain as well?" I observed, gazing at the bloodied sword tip. "I thought your body was devoid of flesh, like your heart." He offered no response, still futilely writhing as the ropes dug painfully into his flesh, one segment having already torn through the skin of his exposed hands. I raised the sword tip and severed the ropes binding his head. The headscarf that concealed his face fell loose, easily lifted by a mere finger. "No," he suddenly bellowed in anger. "No," I scoffed. "Are you afraid of being ugly? Get away from me," he shouted hoarsely. Once the headscarf loosened, his voice became clearer. Yet why did it sound so familiar? I paused momentarily, yanking the headscarf down sharply. Beneath the cloth, his face was neither grotesque nor monstrous, lacking even the faintest trace of savage expression. He merely regarded me with a complex demeanor. I, however, felt as if I had seen a ghost. Springing back from the ground, clutching the headscarf, retreating several steps while trembling, pointing at the man on the ground. "Why you? How can it be you?" Niè Qiǎo Rén sighed deeply, pressing his face against the ground, gritting his teeth. "Did I not tell you to leave?" The most astonished was A.O. Qi. He withdrew his foot, gazing at the man, then at my disarrayed state, and inquired, "Do you know each other?" I had long heard her speak of her husband, notorious for his foul temper. Now, seeing him in person, the rumors proved true. He chuckled softly. A.O. Qi's temper flared instantly as he rushed toward me, demanding, "Who is he? What is your connection?" Regardless of A.O. Qi's loud voice or his fervent gestures, I could hear nothing, see nothing. My mind was a cacophony of confusion, and my vision was clouded by swirling cold light insects. Why was Niè Qiǎo Rén, the esteemed official of the Dongju kingdom, sitting alone in the south? Was he not the most beloved, incorruptible leader of justice in the Yúmén kingdom? If only Niè Qiǎo Rén were here. I had often heard citizens lament. In my time in Yúmén, while we were not intimate friends, he had always stood by my side in times of turmoil. Despite his blunt demeanor and harsh words, he had genuinely assisted me. Though he was a tiresome stickler, his unwavering stance against evil had never waned. I regarded him as a friend, confident in my ability to choose allies wisely. Memories of our past interactions flashed before my eyes. Yet my muddled mind could not grasp the connection. How could a beloved hero be intertwined with a cold-blooded fiend? I shook my head vigorously, admonishing myself to regain my composure and rationality, but proved difficult. Did you have a twin brother? I managed to stammer after a prolonged pause, wishing to laugh at such a foolish question. Yet, laughter eluded me, as that was the only explanation I could conceive. Conversely, Niè Qiǎo Rén laughed, then stated, "There's only one Niè Qiǎo Rén in this world." A profound silence enveloped us. My last glimmer of hope shattered. What on earth was happening? In the cavern, only Ao Chi's voice echoed. Chapter 42. Me 1. The vanished figures seemed to return, standing beside him, joyously praising him. "You are the blessing of Me village. We all adore you." I felt a chill of profound cold, as if the self-warming fabric of my qipao had lost its efficacy. All around, the only sound were the chaotic fluttering of the cold light insects and the heavy, iron-like breaths of the man on the ground. "Is this the Niè Qiǎo Rén you spoke of?" Ao Chi stood between me and Niè Qiǎo Rén, repeating the question thrice. How could I respond? I was still unwilling to acknowledge that the bound man before me was indeed Niè Qiǎo Rén. I dared not answer him. A single word represented more than just an answer. It signified a schism and enmity. Long ago, I had declared that I feared no foreign enemies, but I harbored the deepest hatred for traitors within. Yet, I had to remain calm. Chaos would not serve me. I inhaled deeply and asked, "Do you not think it necessary to provide me with an explanation?" Despite being in the most disheveled state I had ever seen him, Niè Qiǎo Rén retained his characteristic composure, coldly replying, "You can either kill me now or leave quickly. You murdered a child in my presence." I forced back my anger. He was still my client, after all, and he had yet to pay me for my services. He emphasized his words, showing no remorse. "I will say it once more, either kill me or leave." An official leader, the lawbreaker. Was the former version of you merely a figment of my imagination, or the collective illusion of the entire Yúmén kingdom? His response incited such fury within me that my stomach churned. "If you do not clarify your words today, I will make you suffer more than death." Niè Qiǎo Rén frowned, sealing his lips, twisting his body desperately towards the ice pillar. Blood ceaselessly oozing from the wounds on his arms, leaving a dark trail on the ground. Judging by his expression, he appeared to embrace death without fear. Ao Chi placed a foot on him, angrily stating, "Even bound like this, you still refuse to be compliant. Where do you wish to go? You have already killed that child. Do you still covet his sister?" Ao Chi's words reminded me. Xiaoyin's sister remained encased in the ice pillar. I hurried to the ice pillar, noticing the cracks that Ao Chi had created beginning to change, accompanied by faint cracking sounds as the fissures slowly extended across the icy surface. "Sister," Niè Qiǎo Rén scoffed, "whatever he says you believe." I sensed something amiss in his words, pointing at the ice pillar and turning to question, "Then who should we believe? You? Then tell me, who is the person inside?" "Since you refuse to leave, then stay," he answered evasively, giving up on movement and letting out a long sigh. "What trickery are you playing at? What have I done to deserve this torment?" I could no longer contain my frustration, lunging forward to seize his collar, lifting him up, raising my right hand in anger. "If you do not speak properly, do you believe I will strike you dead?" Ao Chi quickly intervened, pulling me back. "Do not act recklessly. It would be a miracle if you could strike him dead. Allow me to handle this. Do not hold me back. Today I must make him pay with his life." I foolishly regarded him as a friend, yet he suddenly choked on my words, and the glimmer in Niè Qiǎo Rén's eyes vanished, leaving only a pool of blood red within the sockets. His ears elongated and sharpened in an instant, and his facial features began to morph. A pair of horn-like protrusions erupted from his shoulders, resembling two curved blades brimming with malevolence, while an eerie sound emanated from his body, a series of unsettling clucks. I clutched his hand, unwilling to release it, acutely aware of a tremendous force swelling rapidly within him. Aochi dragged me away forcefully, with a series of sharp cracks. The ropes binding Niè Qiǎo Rén snapped into pieces. I was taken aback. These ropes were woven from my very hair, renowned for their incredible resilience. To be able to sever such bindings was sufficient to deem him a monster. Niè Qiǎo Rén slowly rose from the ground, and as he straightened, the sound of tearing fabric filled the air, his physique doubling in size. Dark veins surfaced from every exposed inch of his skin, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Both Aochi and I stood frozen, for I had never encountered a creature with such red eyes, pointed ears, and horns, towering with a stature reminiscent of two Aochis. You consider such a behemoth a friend? Aochi interposed himself in front of me, suppressing his astonishment and adopting his usual nonchalant tone. Even without my presence, you remain remarkably carefree. Words eluded me, my mind a cacophony of confusion as memories of my acquaintance with Niè Qiǎo Rén surged chaotically. This man, skilled in martial arts, fiercely righteous, and unwaveringly just, often seemed to exist on an entirely different wavelength from me, disregarding my sentiments. He lacked an understanding of levity, humor being an innate deficiency in his character. Most importantly, he had repeatedly expressed disbelief in the existence of demons and monsters. Even after countless first-hand encounters, he stubbornly rejected such acknowledgement, a sentiment I could not fathom. Now, I realized he was not rejecting monsters, but rather that he himself embodied one. He believed that denying the existence of demons was tantamount to renouncing his true identity. Clinging to this delusion for years, perhaps to find solace in his position of authority revered by the masses. He had concealed his true nature remarkably well. Despite our lengthy acquaintance, he had revealed not a single flaw. I had grown accustomed to discerning humans from monsters by their aura, and while my abilities in this regard were commendable, I had to concede that, over time, all beings evolved and adapted, including monsters, who became increasingly adept at disguising their identities and misleading perceptions. This was a point for self-reflection, since I had taken on the role of a continuous proprietress. Preoccupied with complaints, wealth, marriage, and children, I had indeed neglected my cultivation. That I had not regressed in my mastery of spiritual arts was a stroke of luck, but it now appeared insufficient. Alas, my laziness! I must seek a tranquil and picturesque place to retreat and cultivate, striving to become a more proficient ancient creature. Yet presently, I was uncertain what manner of being Niè Qiǎo Rén had transformed into, his alignment ambiguous, his strength unknown. What if he sought to end my life? What if I could not defend myself? What if Aochi also proved powerless against him? If we were both to perish, the unknown would become an orphan. How tragic. I could not rein in my tumultuous thoughts. Before us, Niè Qiǎo Rén approached step by step, casting a colossal shadow that enveloped us. With each breath, a faint white mist escaped from his mouth and nostrils, and the grotesque veins on his body writhed like insects. The sharpness of his horns threatened fatal injury, and should they pierce me, there would be no hope of salvation. Have you ever encountered such a creature before? I managed to ask Aochi in a hushed tone, striving to maintain my composure. It resembles neither man nor beast. How can horns protrude from shoulders? Aochi frowned. This is a new species. If it could kill without blinking before revealing its true form, it is even more troublesome now. Do not act recklessly. I shall handle this. As he spoke, Aochi fixed his gaze upon the beast's blood-red eyes, clenching his fists and gathering his breath, poised for action. He drew closer, and I could even hear the strange sounds emanating from his throat. Light glinted off his shoulders, the reflection piercing my heart. The sensation was unsettling. Instinctively wary of the unknown, I felt no fear, only a tinge of sorrow. He halted mere steps away, gazing down upon us. Aochi raised his fist. Do you think I intend to kill you? He suddenly spoke, his voice differing from usual, rough and thick, akin to unpolished stone. I'll she-skulfit. Who shall be the one to fall remains to be seen. With a deep sigh, he raised a hand, his sharp nails pointing at himself. In this form, everyone wishes for my disappearance, do they not? The atmosphere shifted unexpectedly. I had envisioned a clash between the East Sea's calamity and the Bull Demon King. Yet the demonized Niè Qiǎo Rén showed no signs of losing his sanity. I stepped out from behind A.O. Qi, cautiously scrutinizing those elevated blood-red eyes. You do not plan to engage us? To my astonishment, he laughed, the sound booming like thunder. Does an intimidating appearance necessitate cruel actions? Does beauty guarantee benevolence? His trembling heart gradually calmed. You are not so simplistic in thought. I frowned. You just killed a child. He fell silent, glancing at the lifeless body of Xiaoyin. To you, he is a child. To me, he is an enemy deserving of death 1,000 times over. A.O. Qi and I exchanged bewildered glances. He turned to me, his tone steady. Having governed the authorities for many years, I understand better than anyone the principle of retribution for murder. He gestured to himself. I often ponder how long my own life will persist. Persist? He used such a bleak term. I was bewildered. You have concealed your secrets far too deeply. He chuckled softly, moving towards the ice pillar, examining the cracks that continued to spread. This ice pillar is no ordinary object. An ordinary person cannot even disturb it. Clearly, your husband is not ordinary. However, A.O. Qi unusually did not exhibit pride. He instead felt mocked for not shattering the ice pillar in one strike. Having exerted considerable effort to merely inflict slow internal damage, which was rather embarrassing. With that thought, A.O. Qi could not help but chuckle coldly. You've entombed a fine young woman within. Your tastes are quite unconventional. Was it you? I gazed at the figure barely visible beneath the ice. Since he intended no conflict and showed no signs of madness, could we perhaps engage in a candid conversation? His fingers gently brushed the ice's surface. She was placed there by my own hand. You harbor enmity towards Xiaoyin and also towards his sister? Is it necessary to resort to such means against a woman? He fixated on the person beneath the ice, slowly responding, her name is Lu'er. As he spoke, a tenderness that starkly contrasted with his appearance surfaced on his face. A smile forming as a memory flickered across his lips. Lu'er? Suddenly, I recalled the day I bound him in the cave, having seen the character for Lu on the tassel of his sword. A jolt of realization struck me, and I blurted out, as in Lu Yu? He nodded, adding, as you have surmised. I have concealed my secrets for far too long. Chapter 43. Mimi, 2, gurgle, gurgle. He drank deeply from the water, cold and briny. The heavy rain pelted the surface of Wū Chuān, creating countless small craters as he bobbed and sank. His body riddled with wounds, the most severe on his head. Yet the pain was muted, for he was inherently insensitive to sensation, his mind buzzing incessantly, utterly disoriented. Uncertain how much longer he could endure, if he could not reach the shore, he would be forever adrift. Wū Chuān, with its extensive length and profound depth, conceals numerous twists and hidden dangers beneath its surface. Among these perils is a monstrous fish that once gnawed a small piece of flesh from his leg, ultimately succumbing to his grasp. There are also serpentine waterweeds that sought to ensnare him, alongside the javelins and fishing nets that flew from the boats, where the occupants likely regarded him as a menace or prey. Stripped of all but his strength, he could not recall how many days he had drifted along the Wū Chuān, nor how many solitary isles he had missed that might have offered him refuge. His body stubbornly adhered to a singular command, to avoid the shore, to venture further. Always further. He felt an insatiable urge to travel beyond, yet the origins of this obstinacy eluded his memory. Now, however, his strength waned, insufficient to ensure his survival. The limbs that propelled him through the water felt as though they belonged to another being, weary and spent. Still, the thought of succumbing to the depths filled him with dread. The relentless rain lashed against his face, a dual sensation of irritation and pain. He managed to wipe his eyes with one hand, and upon reopening them, a distinct silhouette emerged in his blurred vision, a winding riverbank and vast woodlands. Starkly different from the solitary isles he had encountered, revealing a substantial expanse of land. It was time to reach the shore, a necessity he could no longer ignore. He swam with all his might, battling through several whirlpools, and at the very last moment before exhaustion overtook him, he grasped a clump of resilient roots at the water's edge. Gasping for breath, he dragged himself onto the soft grass, collapsing like a dying fish, vulnerable enough that even a child of 3 could easily crush him. Fortunately, no one passed by. As the downpour subsided into a gentle drizzle, he gradually emerged from his state of emptiness, cautiously sitting up and surveying his surroundings. Before him lay a deserted riverbank adorned with wild grasses and flowers, scattered with stones of various sizes. The terrain rose higher the further one moved from the water, and a lush little hill stood to his right, beyond which loomed majestic mountains, their verdant hues contrasting against the gray-white sky. He shifted his gaze to a nearby orange wildflower, tentatively extending a finger to caress its soft petals. However, his sharp nails proved too pointed. Even this gentle touch caused several petals to detach, falling innocently into the grass. He withdrew his hand and turned his attention to a delicate pink blossom, curiosity urging him to reach out once more. The colors here, gray-white, verdant green, orange, pale pink, were refreshingly vivid, unlike any hues he had ever known. Yet, where was this place? He pondered futilely. A being who could not even recall his origins could hardly ascertain his destination. The fragments of memory that lingered in his mind were hazy and fragmented, and with great effort, he could only conjure images of flickering flames and thunderous roars. Strangely, he felt no distress, as though what had been lost was not something he yearned to reclaim. Shaking his head, he slowly rose to his feet and, after a moment's hesitation, made his way toward the small hill. His wounds no longer bled. He had never feared pain, for the only thing that truly afflicted him was hunger. He had drifted along the Wū Chuān for as long as he could remember, and while others might not have survived, he seemed to evoke disdain even from death itself. Treading upon the uneven ground, he approached the base of the hill, where the air carried the scent of smoke mingled with a subtle fragrance. He looked up to see a narrow mountain path winding upward, from which the enticing aroma emanated. His hunger was unbearable, and he dragged his weary form up the path, the scent intensifying with each step. At the path's end lay a clearing, surrounded by wild grasses and trees of varying heights, with a small courtyard nestled in the center, its crumbling walls and broken tiles revealing no signs of life, desolate as a forgotten grave. He approached the dilapidated wall, which seemed ready to collapse with the slightest push. His stature allowed him to peer effortlessly into the courtyard. A stone table and stools lay haphazardly amidst the dense weeds, while several ancient ginkgo trees had long since withered away, leaving only decaying remnants. The fish pond before the trees held not a single drop of water, strewn with dried grass and branches, and a rockery within appeared on the verge of collapse. 2 of the 3 houses had roofs completely gone, leaving only one standing, from which the flickering light and enticing aroma wafted forth. A cough echoed from within. He approached the door, which had no lock, and bent to enter. This courtyard had not been tended to in years. The fallen leaves had accumulated into layers that crunched underfoot. He walked straight to the door of the remaining house, and without hesitation, pushed it open, revealing a fire burning on the ground, with a blackened iron pot hanging above it, bubbling with a thick, unappetizing concoction. Upon entering, he found nothing but the fire and pot, surrounded by dilapidated furniture. A table, its 4 legs hacked off, held several bundles in disarray, while a broken lantern served as a makeshift clothes rack, draped with a gray robe. Only one bed remained somewhat intact, its cotton bedding riddled with holes, and a filthy quilt lay piled in a corner. No sign of life was evident. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a loud shout erupted from behind him, followed by the sound of a breaking stick. Someone suddenly leaped out from a wardrobe on his right, striking him fiercely on the back with a stick the thickness of a wrist. In a moment of panic, his strength surged, causing the stick to snap in 2. Yet he merely stumbled slightly forward, feeling only a mild numbness on his back. Turning around, he found a tall, slender scholar in blue, gripping the remaining half of the stick, his jaw clenched tightly as he trembled while gazing up at him. Any ordinary person would likely react as this scholar did. Who could accept the presence of a creature so unlike themselves? "Do you live here?" He inquired of the scholar, the words foreign to him after such a long silence. The scholar contemplated fleeing, but the sight of the creature before him, with blood-red eyes and bull-like shoulders, rendered his legs incapable of movement. The half-stick in his hand became his only support, his pale lips quivering as he finally managed to utter a single word. Yes. He stepped closer to the fire, pointing at the contents of the pot. What is this? Rice porridge, the scholar stammered. Is it edible? He leaned down, peering curiously at the unappealing mixture. Cold sweat trickled down the scholar's forehead. I only have this little rice left. If you wish to eat, take it all. He reached out, grabbing a handful of the porridge and shoving it into his mouth. The scholar gasped in horror, exclaiming hot. It was indeed somewhat hot, but he was naturally insensitive to pain. He swallowed it whole, without much thought. Truly unpalatable, he remarked, spitting out the remaining grains. The scholar collapsed to the ground with a thud, his voice tinged with a sob. Are you a ghost? Or a monster? We have no grievances between us. Why do you seek me out? Me? He sat down as well, leaning against the fire, the dark veins crisscrossing across his body pulsing in the light. His face, reminiscent of humanity, bore a look of confusion. I drifted here from the Wū Chuān. I do not know if I am a monster. At this, the scholar's gaze fell upon the wound on his head, summoning his courage to ask, Has your mind been injured? He instinctively touched his head, replying, The wound is rather deep. Who would dare to harm you? The scholar could hardly believe it. To him, such a creature should possess an indestructible form. He fell into a brief contemplation before uttering, These wounds are nothing significant. He could not recall who had inflicted so many injuries upon him, who had driven him into the Wū Chuān, or who had forced him to wander thousands of miles to this unfamiliar land. The only remnants in his consciousness were fragmented images, devoid of any connections, a sky ablaze with flames, the deafening roars, and a world devoid of color. The scholar perhaps thought him less fearsome than his appearance suggested, sensing no intent to harm, and thus mustered a bit more courage to ask, What manner of being are you? He fixed his gaze upon the scholar. God? Do you believe there are gods in this world? Certainly there are. The scholar nodded, stating that there exist divine beings 3 feet above. I have never encountered one. He said, if not for the tension and wariness in his heart, he would have burst into laughter. I too have never met one. There are not many in this world who have. Gods are not like street vendors selling pancakes, accessible to all. He ceased speaking, surveying his surroundings once more, and finally fixed his gaze upon a sword standing at the foot of the bed. Is that your sword? It was an unremarkable blade, slightly longer than the average sword, its dark brown wooden sheath revealing a hint of crimson, marked by the passage of time. Yes, the scholar replied timidly, it belonged to my father. Then why did you strike me with a stick? He turned around. You clearly possess a sword. The scholar's face flushed as he sheepishly replied, I do not know how to wield a sword. I fear it would cut my hand. What your father? Can he wield it? His questions were always abrupt. Yes. The scholar admitted, my father was a bodyguard. This sword has accompanied him through many journeys, even longer than my own life. Countless scoundrels have perished beneath its blade. Your father must have been formidable, he remarked sincerely. I trust he wished for you to be like him. The scholar hesitated, finally confessing, I lack the courage to even kill a chicken. My only talent lies in studying, hoping to excel in the Sanfu examination and secure a modest official position. Does your father approve? He glanced at the sword again. The scholar lowered his head. Whether he approves or not, he is no longer in this world. Your father has passed? He inquired. The scholar nodded. How did he die? He pressed. It was at the hands of an enemy. They killed him before my eyes. The scholar tightened his grip on the stick. I hid in a cupboard, too afraid to make a sound. Did you avenge him? His expression remained remarkably calm, as if he held no concept of life and death. The scholar seemed to hear a great jest, a bitter smile forming on his lips. How could I? I was no match for them. Merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. After a moment's contemplation, he asked earnestly, Are you afraid of them? There is no other choice. The scholar shook his head helplessly. They know I am still alive and have pursued me. I could only flee. Thankfully, I was clever. If I had not exchanged rooms with the man next door at the inn, I would have perished beneath a flurry of blades that night. Since then, I have not dared to stay in an inn, instead taking refuge in desolate mountains and old residences. Oh, he nodded. You wish to survive, so you let others perish. I am left with no choice. You also wish to forget the past, do you not? He gazed at the scholar's pale face. The scholar shook his head. I do not wish to remember. I merely seek a stable place to live, to change my name and start anew. Do you have a name? He asked again. Of course. Everyone possesses their own name. What is yours? Niè Qiǎo Rén. As the campfire dwindled, the food in the iron pot settled into tranquility. Chapter 44. Mimi 3. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the broken window, dust dancing joyfully in the beams. He spread his arms wide, glanced around, inspected his gray robe, tightened his belt, and finally exhaled contentedly. However, he mismanaged his breath, resulting in a loud belch. He gathered a few changes of clothes and some scattered silver coins, bundling them into a package slung over his shoulder. The long sword at the foot of the bed caught a beam of bright light, its scars more pronounced than the night before. It stood silently in its old place, akin to a wronged ghost abandoned by the world. He approached, grasped the hilt, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The campfire had long since turned to a pile of ash, and the ground remained damp beneath his feet. Unhurriedly, he opened the door and stepped outside, squinting up at the sky. The weather was truly fine. He could not recall such a blue sky and white clouds in his memory, so clear and bright. Crossing through the small courtyard, he left a trail of reddish footprints behind him, which gradually faded as he moved away. The morning light, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, spilled through the treetops into the puddles, resembling golden shards scattered within. A frog leaped across the water plants. He stood before the puddle, gazing down at his reflection. Compared to before, the figure on the surface seemed somewhat sturdier, though his features had not changed significantly. His brows, eyes, nose, and mouth still bore the striking countenance of a young scholar. Yet, he increasingly lacked the essence of a scholar, even his complexion less fair than before. With the sword resting on his shoulder, unceremoniously dispelling any hint of weakness. He touched his face, uncertain whether he liked it or not, but deemed it acceptable. After all, the land beneath his feet was accustomed to such a self. If he intended to live here, it was wise to respect the local preferences. He exhaled deeply, facing his reflection in the water, attempting to form a smile, but ultimately abandoned the effort, settling instead for a blank expression. From this day forth, you shall be Niè Qiǎo Rén. Several startled birds soared into the sky from the trees. He could not discern directions, merely setting himself a random path, moving straight ahead, climbing mountains when encountered, fording rivers when necessary, resolutely refusing to alter his course for any reason. Initially, he was accompanied only by the sun and moon above, the beasts and birds in the forest, and the desolate wilderness. Gradually, however, he encountered others on his journey. Woodcutters, women washing clothes by the river, initially just a few, but soon they multiplied. Beneath the shade of awnings, people dined, drank tea, and chatted loudly, while vendors set up stalls along the roadside, and horsemen galloped by, filling his view with a myriad of characters. The scenery transformed as well. Continuous houses and fields replaced the deep mountains and forests. The sounds of children playing and chasing one another drowned out the chirping of birds, often accompanied by cats and dogs that would brawl over their food. He tried the cool tea sold by a roadside vendor and watched several elderly men fishing by the river. After an hour of silence, he quietly departed, unable to comprehend how one could find joy in endless waiting. As he passed beneath a tree in front of a village, a few rural girls, around 10 years old, fretted over a kite caught in the branches. They looked at him, their faces flushed with shyness, yet they dared not speak. It's just a kite. Why must they be so troubled? He leaped, landing effortlessly on a branch, retrieved the kite, and returned it to them. To his surprise, the girls exchanged glances, none daring to take it, blushing as they ran away, leaving him alone beneath the tree, holding the kite in confusion. Interacting with these people proved to be somewhat challenging. He set the kite down and continued on his way. The further he walked, the more lost he felt, aimlessly stirring a sense of annoyance within him. The climate changed as his journey extended, shifting from the gentle spring breeze to the scorching sun. By the time he arrived at that splendid sunset evening, he halted before a stone tablet, gazing at the 3 characters inscribed there, clumsily sounding them out one by one. Mimi Village. Stop. Do not run. A figure sprinting towards him interrupted his thoughts. A girl of 17 or 18, dashing swiftly along the path, her water blue dress resembling a cloud that had fallen from the sky. Ahead of her, a large white goose was running chaotically, squawking as it meandered in various directions, determined to evade her grasp. It seemed the people here spent their time fishing, flying kites, and chasing fowl, which explained their slender and diminutive forms, their strength a source of ridicule. Yet, what had he once done? Although he lacked clear memories, it certainly was not these trivial pursuits. The self-assured white goose, after a series of spins and jumps, landed in his hands. Grabbing a goose was simply a matter of reaching out. The girl, breathless, rushed up to him, pointing at the goose he held by its wings. You can run, but can you fly to the heavens? You can't catch on the ground, and you certainly can't in the sky. He replied honestly, I have no idea if your goose can fly to the heavens. I have never raised a goose. Startled by his earnestness, the young lady straightened her posture and scrutinized him from head to toe, inquiring with curiosity, You are not from our village. Are you merely passing through or visiting a friend? He was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I have traveled for so long that I find myself weary and reluctant to continue. The girl chuckled again. Where do you hail from? Once more, he found himself at a loss for words. How could he tell her that he drifted from Wū Chuān? That seemed inappropriate. After pondering, he glanced down at his attire and declared, I come from an abandoned residence atop a mountain. My name is Niè Qiǎo Rén. The girl scrutinized him once more. You wield a sword. Are you perhaps a hunter residing in the mountains? Or a reclusive swordsman? Yet, you appear too refined for that. How did you end up in an abandoned dwelling on the mountain? My parents were killed by enemies. They sought to take my life as well, so I fled. He recalled the tales he had heard in the desolate house, striving to adapt them to his own narrative. My father was a bodyguard. The girl gasped in surprise. Is that truly the case? What happened next? Did you report to the authorities? Were the perpetrators apprehended? He observed her expression, puzzled by her urgency and sincerity. After all, he was merely a stranger to her, their interaction limited to his assistance in capturing a goose. He candidly responded, I do not even know who they are or what they look like. If they find me again, I will handle the matter properly. So you have not reported it to the authorities? The girl furrowed her brow. Life and death are critical matters. Shall I take you to the magistrate? The magistrate? He inquired, perplexed. What is that place? It is where you can seek justice and punish the wrongdoers. Seeing that he genuinely did not comprehend, she further asked, You do not know what the magistrate is? He shook his head. You must live far away, and your father never informed you of the magistrate's existence, she speculated. I also know that some individuals inherently harbor aversion towards the magistrate, hoping to avoid any connection throughout their lives. Perhaps most of them are simply fearful. He struggled to grasp her meaning and handed her the goose, saying, Here, take it back. She accepted it, lifting the flapping wings of the irate white goose with both hands, and laughed. Regardless, thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would not have been able to capture this little creature. Given your weary appearance and tattered shoes, you might as well come to my home for a meal and wash your face. I commend your shoes as well. He looked down at his feet, which were covered in dust, his big toes protruding from the worn-out shoes. Let us go, she urged. It is nearly dark. If I return late, my mother will be angry. Is there food? He inquired, patting his stomach, which rumbled in response. Ever since he had this body, he had developed a new understanding of hunger. Going a day without food felt unbearable. Moreover, he had grown fond of the local delicacies, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, grilled and fried fish or pork and beef, and marveled at the myriad ways they prepared food. She laughed heartily. When I invite you to come with me, it is to treat you to a meal. You helped me catch the goose, so consider it my token of gratitude. My mother's cooking may not be exquisite, but it is certainly better than going hungry. Oh, then I shall accompany you. He gazed at the various houses ahead, where the smoke and lights merged with the twilight to create a serene and delightful scene, thinking that if he were to settle down, this place was better than any he had encountered before. As they walked along the narrow path through the fields, the girl asked, You said your surname is Niè? Yes. He affirmed. Then may I call you Niè from now on? Sure. You do not inquire about my name? Oh, what is it? My surname is Wei. Everyone usually calls me Luer. Luer? As in the perch fish? Why do you bear the name of fish? It is a custom of Mimi village. A custom? She explained, legend has it that this area was once a vast marsh, which gradually dried up, leading to habitation and ultimately forming a village. The meaning of Mimi is that the water was abundant enough to overflow, which is why our village is named Mimi. It is said that since ancient ancestors, children born here would be given names related to fish for good fortune. Hence, I am called Luer. My father has a single character for his name, Kuan, which is also a fish, haha. Is a name related to fish supposed to ensure a good life? Why is that? It is merely a blessing, I suppose. I cannot say why. It has been this way for generations, so do not dwell on it. Although he did not comprehend much of what this girl was saying, he found no displeasure in her incessant chatter. Throughout their journey, he had never engaged in such extended conversation with anyone. On warm summer nights, the breeze was still hot, and occasionally mosquitoes buzzed around their ears. As they walked side by side amidst the fragrant wildflowers and the chirping of crickets, he felt an unusual tranquility in his heart. Chapter 45. Mimi. 4. He decided to remain in Mimi village, reluctant to leave. After sharing a meal of her mother's not-so-delicious cooking that evening, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, asking, "May I stay in your village?" Luer recounted his background to her mother, who, while washing the dishes, thoughtfully considered the matter. There happens to be an empty room next door at Uncle Chi's place. Taking him in would not be an issue. However, we must consult the village chief for permission, as he is an outsider. Besides, can we be certain he is a good person just because he helped you catch a goose? Or is it that you were smitten by his youthful charm and striking features? Luer blushed fiercely, vehemently denying the implication, asserting that she had long sworn never to marry. He sat in the outer room, faintly overhearing the conversation between mother and daughter. How should one distinguish between good and evil in their eyes? Helping to catch a goose, retrieving a kite, rescuing a dog from the water. Could this define a good person? If so, then perhaps he qualified as well. And what of the bad? The vengeful murderers. The children indifferent to their parents' murders. Those who sacrifice others for their own desires. These would surely be deemed villains. What, then, did he represent? Indeed, he still lacked understanding of their way of life and moral standards. Nevertheless, he was ultimately permitted to stay, when he voluntarily carried several heavy logs back to the village. The village chief deemed him worthy of remaining. Most of the young men had left for prosperous places, making it difficult to find anyone willing to perform laborious tasks, even simple tasks like logging or repairing houses. Moreover, after conversing with him, the chief discerned that apart from his somewhat dull demeanor, he exhibited no bad habits. Since he claimed to be homeless, they would allow him to stay temporarily. Should he err in the future, they could always expel him later. The chief was skilled in calculations, never conducting a losing business. A room and 3 meals in exchange for such a strong labor was certainly advantageous. Thus, he became a tenant at Uncle Chi's home, sometimes sharing meals at Uncle Chi's, and other times being invited by Luer. He did not mind, for the food at both places was equally unpalatable, yet he always found it delicious and never complained. As long as he was not hungry, he felt content. Each day, he helped the villagers with various tasks, repairing roofs for one family, fetching water for another. The villagers appreciated this taciturn young man who worked diligently, often offering him food or clothing in gratitude. The inhabitants of Mimi village were amiable. Regardless of who encountered whom, they greeted each other with smiles and engaged in conversation. He had never witnessed any quarrels or fights. While harmony might be a mere aspiration in many places, Mimi village had achieved it. He noticed that since living in Mimi village, time seemed to pass swiftly. Each morning, he would rise, drink 2 bowls of rice porridge, assist Uncle Chi in feeding the chickens and ducks, and occasionally help Aunt Hua carry water while listening to her reminisce about her youthful beauty and how she nearly became a renowned courtesan. After lunch, he might help the village chief chop firewood, as his pile seemed insurmountable. The village boys also liked to seek him out, for he was not only strong, but also possessed martial skills. One fateful day, a group of ruffians unexpectedly appeared, plundering money and food from house to house. Naturally, they were swiftly subdued, beaten to near death, and fled in terror, howling like ghosts. It was then that the villagers realized he was not merely skilled in fetching water and chopping wood. Their admiration for him deepened with astonishment, and they felt fortunate to have such a figure in their village. The children, having witnessed his prowess, clung to him, unable to let go. He found it impossible to resist their persistence and reluctantly became their master, teaching them simple martial arts. When questioned about the origin of his skills, he could not provide a clear answer, only managing to respond vaguely. He had pondered this many times, wishing to uncover the source of his abilities, but ultimately found no answers, merely sensing that it was an innate gift deeply embedded in his very being. At times, Luer would drive a donkey cart, taking him to the market in Shifeng to procure food, clothing, or tools. Luer explained to him that the heart of Yúmén Kingdom consisted of 4 districts: east, south, west, and north. Although Mimi village lay far in the outskirts, it still belonged to the West District. The West District was not only populated by a myriad of characters, but also boasted countless grand buildings, with food, goods, and entertainment far surpassing what Mimi village could offer. However, unlike the girls who lingered in clothing, jewelry, and cosmetic shops, Luer had a singular attachment to one particular location. That fortress-like black structure, with walls forged from iron, stood imposing at the entrance, guarded by a fierce-looking winged Qilin beast that emanated a chilling aura. Luer was captivated by this place, which stood in stark contrast to the surrounding vibrancy. She revealed that this was the government office of the West District, overseeing law and order in Yúmén Kingdom and the safety of its citizens. Each time, she would linger before the government office for an extended period, captivated by its copper walls, though he could never discern what captivated her so. After accompanying her on her 5th visit to admire the government building, he could no longer suppress his curiosity as they walked back to Mimi village. Isn't the jewelry store more entertaining than the government office? He inquired. Luer halted the donkey cart, allowing her little donkey to quench its thirst at the riverbank, while she herself sat down, idly playing with a blade of grass. Is my question so complicated? He stood behind her. My father is a constable at the government office, she replied, swinging the grass in her hand. When busy, he barely returns home, even once a year. She smiled, adding, but the villagers take pride in him. When he is around, no one dares to cause trouble in the village. I have always loved hearing him recount the cases he has handled and the villains he has captured. He always said that as human beings, we must uphold righteousness and refrain from committing evil acts. Yet, human nature is unpredictable, even if there are many virtuous individuals. The presence of one wicked person can disrupt the peace of an entire region. As a member of the government, he must uphold justice, punish the wicked, and persist until death. He sat beside her. Your father's skills must be exceptional, not inferior to yours, she replied with a hint of pride. His lightness of foot allows him to walk on water as if it were solid ground. However, her pride quickly dimmed as she continued. But he passed away when I was 13. I know, he nodded. You told me shortly after I arrived in Mimi village that your father was no longer with us. She gazed at the gently flowing river, but you do not know how he died. He furrowed his brow. If you do not tell me, how would I know? While pursuing a murderer, he was struck in the heart by the assailant's blade while trying to save a child who had run into the street. The villain had poisoned the knife. Her expression remained calm as she recounted the tale. My father held on until the very end, clinging desperately to the leg of the criminal. Bystanders were too frightened to intervene. My father had both hands severed, just as the criminal was about to escape. His colleagues from the government arrived and apprehended him, swiftly executing him shortly thereafter. She lowered her head. He left no last words for my mother and me, but I do not blame him. He remained silent for a moment before asking, do you wish to be like him? If I were a boy, I would undoubtedly join the government, she replied with a wistful smile. But alas, I am a girl, unable to even catch a goose. At most, I could guide a blind old lady, return a lost wallet to its owner, or warn victims when thieves are about to strike. As she spoke, she opened her mouth to reveal a chipped tooth. Do you see this tooth? 3 years ago, I encountered a thug at the market in Shifeng who was beating an old man. I warned him to stop, or I would report him to the authorities. He slapped me, and I could not hold back. I grabbed a rolling pin and struck him, resulting in a wound on his head and chipping my tooth. In the end, it was the government that took him away. A few of my father's old colleagues recognized me and remarked, "A tigress daughter cannot be a dog." I felt quite embarrassed, haha. He observed her carefree laughter and suddenly said, "You must not engage in fights anymore. From now on, I will take on that burden." She was momentarily taken aback. The river flowed softly, and a few birds skimmed the water, causing the donkey to bray loudly. On the way back, he took over the reins. After spending most of the day at the market, she grew tired and rested her head on his shoulder, drifting off to sleep. He leaned slightly toward her, their heads touching, and felt a warmth and sweetness coursing through him. An unfamiliar yet delightful sensation he longed to hold on to. Is this happiness, as often spoken of by others? A life devoid of flames and howls, devoid of raging waters and the scent of death. Waking with the sun and resting with the moon. Each day tranquil and light, surrounded by people who regard them with kindness, free from fear and aggression. Content in their own skin. This was how Niè Qiǎo Rén's life ought to be. He gazed at her sleeping face, slowing the cart's pace, wishing to prolong their journey on this road, hoping that they could travel together for a lifetime. Chapter 46, Mimi 5. Mimi village was set to celebrate a joyous occasion. The boisterous Lu'er had finally found someone willing to marry her. The most delighted of all was Lu'er's mother, who could hardly contain her gratitude to the heavens for allowing her daughter to wed. His understanding of the significance of marriage was still shallow. He only knew that marrying a woman meant spending the rest of his days with her, waking up each morning to her face, ensuring no one would harm or bully her, savoring her cooking, and journeying together on the donkey cart through the mountain paths and markets, through all seasons, immutable and unchanging. And these were precisely what he desired. Thus, he was willing to marry her, just like any ordinary man in this village. Led by the village chief, everyone rejoiced. Marrying a village girl signified that this capable young man had established his roots in Mimi village, alleviating concerns about ruffians, causing trouble, and ensuring there would be someone to handle the labor of chopping wood and fetching water. Truly, it was a momentous occasion. The wedding was scheduled for the last day of the month, a date chosen by the village chief, who claimed it was auspicious for marriages. It felt as if the entire village was marrying off daughters, with every household adorned with red flowers and lanterns, exuding festivity. Aunt Hua personally cut out double happiness characters from red paper to adorn every window of Lu'er's home. Lu'er's close friends assisted her in tidying up the house, ensuring it was immaculate. The village chief even arranged for carpenters to craft a new wardrobe for Lu'er as a gift. The days leading up to her wedding were the happiest and most bustling times for Mimi village. On this day, as was customary, he accompanied Lu'er's mother to the mysterious Yúmén cave behind the village. Lu'er's mother explained that she had buried a jar of wine there over a decade ago, and it was now time to retrieve it. Yúmén cave was a peculiar place. Regardless of the season, it was always filled with an icy chill. The cave's passages were shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern direction. One could not turn back while traversing. Should they do so, the pathways would shift, causing one to become lost. The only way was to proceed forward until reaching a brightly lit area where a massive ice column stood, surrounded by glowing white Yúmén worms crawling on the stone walls. To exit, one simply needed to catch a worm and release it into the darkness outside, and it would fly towards the cave's entrance, leading the way out. Therefore, the secret to entering and exiting Yúmén cave was to never look back while going in, but to follow the worm on the return journey. To them, Hanmingdong, despite its peculiar entrance, is a splendid place. In the sweltering summer, fruits, vegetables, and meats can be piled next to the ice pillars without fear of spoilage. Even months later, the food remains as fresh as ever. Thus, Hanmingdong serves as the natural storage room for Mimi village. Whenever there is food to be preserved, the villagers transport it into the cave. It is said that this discovery was made by the ancestors of Mimi village and has been passed down through generations, benefiting their descendants. However, it remains a closely guarded secret of the village, known only to the villagers, as outsiders are unaware of the mysteries hidden within this seemingly ordinary cave. Indeed, such a precious place, if known to others, would be inundated with items stored within. In front of the ice pillar, he assisted Lu'er's mother in excavating the wine, jar buried several feet underground. Lu'er's mother embraced the jar, inspecting it momentarily before exclaiming with joy. It sealed tightly, not a bit damaged. In this cold, it won't spoil. Over the years, he had helped the villagers transport countless vegetables and meats in a hamingdong, and their preservation was indeed remarkable. Lu'er's mother smiled at him, saying, "This jar of wine is as old as Lu'er. It was buried by her father the year she was born. It is customary in the village to bury a jar of wine when a daughter is born, to be unearthed when she marries, referred to as the daughter's wine. Although Lu'er's father is no longer with us, this jar will accompany her on her wedding day, bringing a sense of completion." He nodded in agreement. "You are such a simple-hearted child, unable to express any flowery words." Lu'er's mother chuckled. "Regardless of your past, from now on, we are family. Lu'er is a bit careless and does not know how to protect herself. You must take good care of her. If she troubles you, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall have a word with her." A peculiar sensation washed over him. Despite the chilling cold surrounding them, his heart felt warm. He rarely smiled, yet at this moment, a natural smile graced his features. "She never troubles me. I like her, and she likes me. Ha! The villagers adore you, saying your arrival is a blessing for our entire village." Lu'er's mother laughed heartily. "All right, off you go. There is much to be done." He nodded, lifting the wine jar and following Lu'er's mother forward. Suddenly, he turned back, fixating on the ice pillar he had seen countless times. Was it merely his imagination, or did he perceive something shifting within? Yet upon closer inspection, he could see nothing. Lu'er's mother urged him to hurry, and he blinked vigorously, stepping outside. Perhaps it was indeed just a trick of the light. Returning to the village, he immediately immersed himself in the flurry of preparations for the wedding. After a long day's labor, he dined with Lu'er's family and then sat in the courtyard, gazing at the stars with Lu'er. On summer nights in Mimi village, the sky is often ablaze with a multitude of stars, a sight Lu'er adores. She expressed, "I've heard that when someone passes away, if there are those who miss them, their souls ascend to the heavens and become stars, forever watching over the one who cares for them." According to his nature, he should have directly replied that he had never heard of such a notion, that when one dies, they simply perish, turning to decomposing flesh and bone, or perhaps to ashes. However, having lived here for some time now, his disposition had softened. Thus, when Lu'er mused whether her father might be among those stars, he responded, "Perhaps so. The sky is vast enough to hold your father." Lu'er leaned against him, a mixture of laughter and tears in her eyes. The starlight twinkled incessantly that night. After a moment, Lu'er suddenly seemed to recall something, and she dashed inside, emerging with his sword. This sword rarely left its sheath, having only revealed its lethal aura on a few occasions when confronting ruffians. "I've taken care of it for you," she said, handing him the sword, its sheath and hilt carefully wrapped in leather, adorned with a red thread tassel shaped into a double bow, which bore the embroidered character Lu. "This sword is your father's legacy. It must not be damaged. I've noticed many small cracks on the sheath, so I wrapped it up for you. Now it will be less likely to slip from your grip when you wield it." He held the newly adorned sword, cradling the tassel, and remarked, "It's beautiful." Lu'er beamed, "I'm not skilled with crafts. It took me many days to create that tassel." He smiled, assuring her I will not lose it. Lu'er nestled against his shoulder, saying, "The stitching of my name is not to remind you of me, but a hope that no matter how far you journey or what you encounter, you will cherish your life, knowing there is someone at home waiting for you." "I shall not perish," he replied, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. She nodded in satisfaction. "Gazing at the myriad stars before meeting you, I sometimes regretted not being a boy, as I could have followed in my father's footsteps, serving in the government to uphold justice and protect those around me. Now that I have you, I have no regrets. With you here, we are safe. I believe with your heart and prowess, no villain can stand against you." He chuckled. "If that is the case, I ought to join the government myself." "If you truly wish to, I will support you," she said, sitting up straight, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "With your strength, you could protect more than just Mimi village. Perhaps I shall give it a try someday, but I fear my mother would disapprove. After all, my father merely spoke of it. Presently, I am overwhelmed with village affairs. I scarcely have time to attend to anything else. By the way, the village chief asked us to see if there are any modifications needed for the wardrobe. Very well. We shall go tomorrow. The tranquility and sweetness of the summer night wafted through Mimi village, mingling with the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. How wonderful it would be if every day could be like this. Chapter 47. Mimi 6. Lu'er has fallen ill, her forehead burning like a piece of coal. The doctor examined her and declared it was due to overexertion and heat toxins attacking her heart. Despite taking medicine, her high fever persisted. The doctor insisted that ice packs must be procured quickly, or there could be dire consequences. However, in the height of summer, where could one find ice blocks readily available in the village? As everyone grew increasingly anxious, he swiftly made his way to Hamingdong, where an entire ice pillar awaited him. Before the ice pillar, he raised the axe he had brought and struck down with force. His hands tingled from the impact, yet the ice pillar bore not a single scratch. Frowning, he swung the axe repeatedly, but remained unyielding, its hardness exceeding his expectations. Here he was, perceived by others as immensely strong, yet utterly powerless against a mere block of ice? Or was it that this ice could not be moved by the strength of an ordinary person? Thinking of the unconscious Lu'er, he clenched his teeth and decisively drew the axe across his left palm, opening a wound from which blood gushed forth. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he took a deep breath and waited in silence. As time passed, his body began to transform. Dark veins pulsated beneath his skin. Two sharp horns burst forth from his shoulders, and his once normal eyes turned blood red, his stature swelling to twice its size. Breathing heavily, he approached the ice pillar, holding his breath, and roared in fury. A gust of wind surged forth as he swung the axe down, and with a resounding crack, a section of ice fell to the ground. At that moment, the ice pillar emitted an eerie, cracking sound, countless fissures spreading from the wound he had created, rapidly traversing the entire pillar. As he stood bewildered, the cracks multiplied and deepened, a strange white light emanating from the crevices, blinding him. He could not tell how long it had been, but eventually the bright light began to fade, and he managed to open his eyes, startled to find that the cracks on the ice pillar had vanished, leaving it as it had always been, standing solitary within the secluded cave, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, something new lay on the ground. A small child of 6 or 7 years, adorned with 2 heads, one male and one female, lay naked and askew on the ground. How could there be a person within the ice pillar? He approached, lifting the 2-headed child and giving a gentle shake. Soon, the child exhaled a long breath and slowly opened their eyes. Upon encountering him, the 2 heads of the child beamed with joy, and in unison, they exclaimed, "We have emerged." It was truly arduous. He cast the child to the ground and inquired, "Who are you?" To his dismay, his question elicited discomfort from both heads. "Who?" Choking back tears, replied, "Our parents are also villagers of Mimi village. However, upon our birth, being born with 2 heads, we were deemed as monstrosities by the villagers. Our parents endured the pressure and raised us until the age of 7, but ultimately, they could not withstand the villagers' disdain and fear. They summoned a sorcerer who imprisoned us within this ice pillar. We have lost count of how many years have passed." As they spoke, both heads wept profusely, lamenting, "We long for home, for our parents, and it is so cold here." Perhaps no one understands this profound loneliness and helplessness better than he. Having once clawed back from the brink of death in Wū Chuān, in the place where he now resided, the people harbored fear and disdain for anything that deviated from their norm, be it monsters, spirits, or those who bore unusual disabilities. He had witnessed ignorant children chasing and mocking beggars who bore disfigured appearances, and he had seen individuals chaining strange creatures, forcing them to leap through flaming hoops to earn the audience's coins. He had also observed the spectacle of a Taoist priest flaying and executing a so-called cat demon in public, met with applause from the crowd. Gradually, he came to understand that being different from others was often the easiest reason to incite hatred. What was strange about the 2-headed child being regarded as a monster? It was fortunate they had not been killed at birth. "Brother, can you take us out?" The child pleaded with a pitiful gaze. He pondered for a moment and replied, "Wait a moment." With that, he approached the ice pillar, pressing his entire being against it. Soon, white smoke emanated from his back, and the veins within him began to throb violently, an indescribable agony enveloping every part of his body. He gritted his teeth, suppressing something within him, and when his gaze fell upon the chains beneath the ice pillar, he suddenly shouted, "Quick, bind me with the chains." The child, bewildered, rushed over and, following his command, struggled to wrap the seemingly endless chains around him. "Brother, what is happening to you?" After completing the task, the child looked at him in fear. He could not utter a word, only writhing in anguish as more white smoke poured from him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the smoke dissipated, the chains fell away, and the pale-faced Niè Qiǎo Rén collapsed to the ground, with the wounds on his palms now completely healed. "Brother, what happened to you?" The child hurried over to support him. "It's fine now," he gasped, standing up. "What you just witnessed must not be spoken of to anyone." The child nodded earnestly. "Come with me." He seized a Hanming insect and lifted the ice block he had severed. Yet the child hesitated, saying, "We are afraid that the people outside will throw stones at us." "I am here. No one will harm you." "All right." His disheveled appearance frightened everyone. Merely retrieving an ice block had left him pale and his clothes tattered. He claimed to have encountered a wild boar upon emerging from Hanming Cave, resulting in his current state. Whether it was the timely arrival of the ice block or the effectiveness of the doctor's medicine, Lü Er's fever gradually subsided. However, a new dilemma arose regarding the two-headed child he had brought back. Fearing the villagers might shy away from Hanming Cave upon discovering the peculiar ice pillar, he concealed the child's true origins, merely stating that he had found them at the cave entrance, half dead, and decided to bring them back to the village. He was known for his honesty, and the villagers did not suspect him. Nevertheless, their fear of the child was palpable. "Until I find them a better place, they will stay with me. I will ensure they do not cause any trouble," he assured everyone. "They are merely abandoned children. Please do not take offense." What more could he say? He was the most beloved person in the village, and aside from having two heads, the child appeared quite amiable, continually expressing gratitude at his behest. Ultimately, the village chief declared that the child could stay temporarily, pending the search for a suitable home. He breathed a sigh of relief. The villagers of Mi were inherently kind-hearted, and it was merely the child's misfortune to be born amidst a group of stone-hearted individuals. Surely, the ice pillar possessed some mystical power, capable of preserving not only fruits and vegetables, but even human beings. He pondered that he would need to seek out the village elders to inquire about the time when the villagers sought a sorcerer to deal with this child. It must have been many years ago. Thus, the child remained, sharing meals and living with him in the home of his seventh uncle. Lü Er always unconditionally supported his decisions, not only accepting the child but also providing fitting new clothes for him. The child remained timid, too afraid to venture outside for several days, confining himself to his room. Strange occurrences began to unfold during this time. The seventh uncle vanished without a trace, the amiable old man leaving no word behind, and his room still contained half-eaten peanuts, his favorite snack which he would consume nightly. No one had seen him exit his room, and even he assumed the old man had simply eaten his peanuts and gone to sleep as usual. All of the seventh uncle's belongings remained, yet the man himself was gone. Speculation arose that he might have had urgent business and left the village under cover of night, prompting them to wait for 2 more days. However, before 2 days had passed since the seventh uncle's disappearance, Aunt Hua also went missing, her situation mirroring the seventh uncle's. As her family discovered her bedroom empty early one morning, yet her favorite embroidered shoes remained neatly placed beneath the bed, the villagers sensed something amiss, and while some hurried to search, others went to the authorities to report the incidents. Yet, the most alarming discovery was the child who had remained indoors, in the span of a few days, had astonishingly transformed from a 6 or 7-year-old into a 12 or 13-year-old. He closed the doors and windows, questioning the child about what had transpired. The 2 heads, one male and one female, smiled in unison, saying, "Thank you for breaking the seal and releasing us." "Seal," he exclaimed in surprise. "The ice pillar is the seal," they giggled, unaware whether it had been thousands or tens of thousands of years since they had been confined within it. "You're not from Mi village?" His mind was in a state of turmoil. You are easily deceived. They taunted, believing such a simple lie. Monsters. He furrowed his brow and seized the long sword hanging on the wall. You cannot kill us, they responded nonchalantly. We are darkness, one of the oldest monsters in this world. Deceiving you is merely a means to secure our presence in the village. The less humans are on guard, the easier it is for us to prey upon them. With a swish, the blade was drawn, its tip aimed directly at their throats. They did not flinch, disdainfully taking a step back. We have shared so much with you simply because we know you will not dare to confront us. We are not afraid of you. Has your brain been cleaved by my axe? He coldly retorted. There is nothing in this world that I fear to kill, including the true Niè Qiǎo Rén. They laughed mockingly. His expression changed dramatically. A wild mountain home, a scholarly man, devoured by a monster. After the feast, the monster transformed into the scholar. They clapped, admiring the ruthlessness with which one could consume another. His grip on the sword trembled slightly. How do you know? He. They pointed at his shadow on the ground. Your secrets are hidden within. The most unsightly, the most concealed secrets. He gasped, the sword slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Human shadows are our favorite food. They continued slowly. We can also glimpse the secrets you desperately try to hide from others. As they spoke, they drew closer, gazing into his eyes at an intimate distance. For so many years, we have lived in solitude within this seal, able to hear and see everyone who enters, including their secrets. Yet, what captivates us the most is your secret. What exactly are you? He forced himself to maintain eye contact with the two heads. Can you not see the secret? But all we see in your shadow is how you have usurped Niè Qiǎo Rén's identity, this singular secret. They lamented. We have already stated that we can only perceive what you wish to keep hidden. He shifted his foot, and the sword that had fallen to the ground was picked up and returned to his hand. In the blink of an eye, the sword's tip pierced through their hearts. Emerging from their backs, they looked down at the sword that had penetrated their chests, their expressions devoid of fear, instead smiling as they stepped backwards, gradually pulling the sword out of their bodies. His attack left no wounds upon them. Hadn't we just said that you cannot kill us? They laughed as they sat at the edge of the bed, swinging their legs nonchalantly. Let us propose a pact. You release us, and we shall not trouble you, nor do we wish for you to hinder our forging. Simply pretend you know nothing. As for us, our appetites are not vast. We shall consume 2 or 3 and depart, ensuring we do not touch Miss Lu'er. You may continue your life with Niè Qiǎo Rén's identity and be with her. Otherwise, we have ways to reveal your secret to all. Are you willing to gamble on the consequences? He clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as various thoughts clashed and entangled within him. Rest assured, those whose shadows we consume will vanish without pain. They stated calmly. Of course, you could seek out so-called sorcerers to deal with us, but we would consider such actions a breach of our agreement. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Silence will be taken as agreement. They lay back on the bed, grinning slyly. Thank you, Niè Qiǎo Rén. We shall guard your secret. He could not recall how he left the room that day. What he never expected was that before these two monsters, or rather, in the face of his own secret, he would show such weakness. If the people of Mimi village were to discover his true nature, that he had devoured the real Niè Qiǎo Rén, would they still hold him in affection? If Lu'er were to know that the man she was to marry differed from the true human, would she still lean upon his shoulder? He was uncertain if consuming Niè Qiǎo Rén constituted a heinous crime, only knowing that he had been ravenous that day, and his body's instinct told him that by consuming this person, he would no longer feel hunger and could assume his identity, living as most here did, provided he did not harm himself, lest his true form be revealed. Yet, what use would it be to voice such thoughts? From his understanding of humanity, they would never forgive a man-eating monster. All the charming deeds he had performed in Mimi village would be instantly erased. Such a fate must not occur. It cannot. He finally released his grip on the sword. If the disappearance of a few could preserve the status quo, ultimately, he compromised with himself. Chapter 48 Mimi 7. Following the disappearances of Uncle Chi and Aunt Hua, 3 more individuals vanished. The authorities investigated but found no leads. Joy was elusive in Mimi village, with villagers wearing expressions of sorrow, gripped by fear that the next to disappear might be their kin. Every day, Lu'er ventured out in search of the missing, her feet blistered yet unwilling to give up. She reasoned that if they had been captured by bandits, it was crucial to continue searching. If they did not, all hope would vanish. If only her father were here, he would surely uncover the truth and bring them back. He silently accompanied her in her search, and only when she could walk no more did he carry her back as dusk fell. He had never felt so suffocated before. That night, within his room, he gazed at the creature that had grown to resemble a 16 or 17-year-old, saying, "The number you mentioned has been reached. You have grown so rapidly. It is impossible to remain hidden indoors indefinitely without being discovered by the villagers. Depart, and never return to Mimi village." The two heads appeared contemplative, then exchanged glances. The boy asked the girl, "What do you think?" The girl pouted, pondering for a moment. "All right, let us leave tomorrow. There are many places we can go." The boy nodded, agreed. He let out a sigh of relief. In the morning, he stood with sword in hand beside the tear-streaked Lu'er in the empty village, afraid to move or speak, fearing that any motion would shatter the scene before him into fragments. Everyone in the village had vanished, including Lu'er's mother, the village chief, and all the friends he had spent his days with. Lu'er was a girl who seldom cried, but today she could do nothing but weep. The entire village, hundreds of lives. That monster did not keep its promise. Blood surged to his head, and he bolted to the village square, roaring, "Show yourselves. Come out." Seeing his rage, Lu'er became more alarmed, rushing forward to embrace him, crying out, "Brother Niè, please don't do this. You frighten me. I'm so confused. Can you?" Before she could finish, the familiar faces appeared atop a nearby roof, now fully grown. He leaped up in fury, seizing them by the neck and dragging them down from the roof, throwing them to the ground, and in a frenzy, he thrust the sword towards them. "You promised to leave today. You said you would only consume 2 or 3 people. You are utterly shameless." Lu'er rushed forward to restrain him, fearfully asking, "Who are they? Are they the children? Why have they grown so much in just a few days?" The monsters grinned at Lu'er, saying, "Miss Lu'er, we are not children. We are the monsters." Lu'er gasped in shock. "Amongst us, not just us, but the man you have longed to marry." Silence. He bellowed, stomping on one of their heads. "Miss Lu'er, shall we perform a little trick for you?" One head said, suddenly reaching for a shard of stone and viciously slashing at his exposed ankle. He could not evade in time. Blood gushed forth, and he froze in place. "Brother Niè," Lu'er exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to cover his wound, but he seized her and shouted, "Run. I will not leave." "Where am I to go?" Lu'er cried, distressed. Seeing her like this, he turned and fled. The monsters, sensing his intent to escape, cackled and leapt up, grabbing a fishing net that was drying on a pole and throwing it over him, ensnaring him. In a fit of anger, he suddenly grew in size, revealing his true form. Lu'er's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. "We are far more hideous than you." The monsters laughed, clapping their hands. "Off we go. You can entertain yourselves." Just as the words left their mouths, the net shattered, splintering into fragments, and he burst forth like lightning, picking up the sword from the ground. He leapt high, aiming at the two heads of it, pouring all his fury and despair into the attack. At that moment, his mind was void of all thoughts. He only desired to slay the monster, to obliterate it. The blade descended with lethal precision, blood erupting forth as the heads of the boy and girl rolled off Niè's shoulders. In his heart, he believed there was nothing he could not kill. The headless body collapsed to the ground, quickly dissolving into a pool of blood. Yet the two heads on the ground proved more resilient. The boy's head leaped up, transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing into the air, while the girl's head fixated on the stunned Lu'er, swiftly launching itself towards her back. As he turned to pursue the boy's head, he caught sight of Lu'er on the ground, the girl's face emerging from her back, grinning maliciously. "What does it matter if you sever us? Staying with this girl is rather pleasant. He. Lu'er strained to lift her body, sweat glistening on her brow. The immense impact and pain, paradoxically, restored her composure. He rushed over, intending to embrace her, but hesitated midway, retracting his hand. How could he dare to touch her now? With his current state, What right did he have to reach for her? Niè Qiǎo. Her arms trembling as she propped herself up, struggled to raise her head to meet his gaze. Were you always like this? She asked. Isn't that the case? The face on her back smiled with a sense of triumph. He was far from human, a creature who devoured flesh with a brutality that exceeded even their own. Upon hearing this, Lu'er suddenly grew eerily calm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him. Is that so? With no excuses left to hide behind. He nodded, the sword in his hand clattering to the ground. I consumed Niè Qiǎo Rén, and my body transformed accordingly. He was a timid scholar. I was starving, and I held no affection for him. He wished to smile, but every muscle on his face remained rigid. He had hoped to live on in this new guise, believing he could, yet ultimately he failed. A single tear fell onto his hand as Lu'er closed her eyes, murmuring, "Why has it come to this? Do not be afraid. I shall cleanse you of this monster," he declared, his brow furrowing. "I advise you not to act recklessly." The face spoke again, taunting, "Even if you slap me now, she will still feel the sting." He was taken aback. "Did I not tell you we are immortal? You are indeed a foolish giant." The face grew increasingly smug. "Though the people of your village may be our sustenance, this foolish giant is the true source of it all. Ha ha." The monster's shamelessness exceeded his comprehension, igniting his anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for it spoke the truth. Had he not compromised, at least some precautions might have been taken. The darkness of consuming humans was far less unforgivable than his own actions. "Niè Qiǎo, please help me return." Lu'er implored sternly. "You will slay this monster, won't you?" Her tone held no hint of reproach. He was taken aback. "You do not hate me? You are not afraid of me?" She gritted her teeth. "At this point, we cannot allow this monster, not even half of it, to have the chance to harm others." "Oh, little girl, how naive you are," the face scoffed. "Silence," she interjected, pointing to the ground not far away. "Niè Qiǎo, I dropped a shoe there. It was made by my mother. Please retrieve it for me." He glanced over and indeed saw her embroidered shoe lying a dozen paces away. "Very well, I shall fetch it." He rose to go. "Little girl, with you shielding her, do you truly believe this waste can deal with me?" The face grew more arrogant. "I shall not shield you." A resolute smile suddenly graced Lu'er's lips as she seized the long sword from the ground, unhesitatingly plunging it into her own heart. As he sensed something amiss behind him, the sword had already pierced through Lu'er's body, emerging from the center of the face. For the first time, he heard a shattering sound within his own body. The world before him lost all color, save for the crimson blood flowing from Lu'er. As before, Lu'er leaned against him, laboriously smiling. "If I were a boy, I would work in the government. I would not only capture evildoers, but also hunt down monsters." He felt his eyes burning, yet no tears fell. "Niè Qiǎo, I never believed that monster." She mustered her final strength to lift her head, gazing at the disfigured visage before her. "You are still my Niè Qiǎo." Her breath grew increasingly shallow, ultimately ceasing in a faint smile. A thunderclap erupted in the distance, and dark clouds converged, threatening to collapse the sky. Rain began to pour down in torrents as he cradled Lu'er's gradually cooling body, becoming frozen in the desolate Mimi village alongside her. Was this truly the conclusion of everything? The vanished souls seemed to return, standing beside him, joyfully praising him. "You are a blessing to Mimi village. We all cherish you." The memories, painstakingly accumulated and associated with joy, were slowly siphoned away from his being. A sudden, jarring laughter erupted from Lu'er. He was taken aback. What a pity, such a fine girl, and she perished just like that. The face on her back beamed with delight. "Did you think that one sword would be my demise?" He felt as if a venomous snake had bitten him, his entire being frozen in place. "You managed to sever us, which was unexpected. However, with your knowledge and wisdom, you are no match for me. Do you believe I am some useless scholar, allowing you to kill me at will?" He remained silent, abruptly seizing Lu'er's lifeless form, propelling himself at the swiftest pace toward Hanming Cave. Before the ice column, he roared, unleashing a powerful punch that splintered the ice, sending shards flying and revealing a gaping fissure, with blinding white light emanating once more. At this moment, the face ceased its laughter, instead shouting in terror. "What do you intend to do?" I do not know what I am doing, he replied, but I know where you came from must be returned. He pressed his hands on Lu Er's shoulders, aligning her spine against the ice column, only to find her body began to dissolve, sinking beneath the ice surface. He instinctively reached out to grasp her, but it was too late. Just yesterday, the lively Lu Er had become a vague shadow beneath the ice. As the white light dissipated, the ice column returned to its original form, leaving no trace of a wound. He numbly caressed the frigid surface, sinking to his knees in despair. Chapter 49, Mimi, 8. As the three of us remained silent, the sound of cracks spreading across the ice column became the loudest noise. Aoji was the first to shatter the stalemate, launching into a tirade. What did you eat to grow so foolish? It was merely a person. A coward who disregards the lives of his parents to survive by betraying others deserves to be consumed. Do you have any idea how many people the monsters of the world devour each day? Of course, consuming humans is wrong. But must you view this as your darkest secret? I have indirectly taken many lives while bathing, yet my heart remains filled with sunshine. Be silent. Do not bring up your past. I scolded him sharply. Have you no shame? It now seemed rather foolish, Niè Qiǎo Rén admitted. But at the time, I could not dismiss this secret. I feared far too much. I sighed. The more you fear something, the more it approaches. Overthinking is not necessarily a virtue. I turned my gaze to the ice column and inquired, how did you come to think of bringing Lu Er to Hanming Cave? With your disposition, should you not have taken up the sword to cleave that head into a pulp? If that had been the case, I would have truly been beyond redemption. He approached the ice column, which was nearly covered in cracks, and murmured, the ice column is a seal. It was I who damaged it, allowing the white light to escape and releasing this monster. At that moment, I was filled with sorrow and fury. When emotions reach extremes, I found clarity. In truth, it was a gamble. I thought that since the ice column had held them for so long, it must possess the power to subdue them. Ironically, I pressed Lu Er against the ice column, intending to use its force to freeze that female head. Little did I know, it inadvertently sealed it once more. Later, I speculated that the method to unlock this seal was the same as that to activate it, which involved compromising its integrity. However, this ice column is extraordinary. Aside from me, only your husband has left a mark upon it over the years. Aoji grew somewhat displeased, approaching to poke the icy surface. According to you, since I shattered the seal, it should soon be undone. Why, then, has it remained silent while you finish your tale? Because your efforts only produced minor cracks. It is not surprising that the unsealing process is prolonged. I could easily sever a piece of it with a single strike. You cannot compare to me. Niè Qiǎo Rén stated candidly. Blast it. Are you implying that my strength is inferior to yours? Aoji was infuriated, raising his fist ready to strike the icy surface, but halted just before impact, suddenly questioning, wait, one half is sealed here, but where's the other half? It was a superfluous inquiry. I cast him a sidelong glance. Focusing on Xiao Yin on the ground, the other half must be him. Even his name is but a fragment. Niè Qiǎo Rén coldly regarded Xiao Yin's already stiffened corpse and remarked, after leaving Mimi village, I wandered in the West District for some time. Later, I joined the government as they were recruiting. Time flew by, and in 20 years, I rose from a mere lackey to the head of the government. The past of Mimi village has become as desolate as the village itself. Over the years, I have traveled extensively, seeking the other half of the dark. Since entering the government, I have encountered numerous strange tales and records, which far exceed those of the past. After much effort, I finally uncovered information related to the dark. This creature, born in ancient times, is among the earliest of its kind. It possesses two heads. The male head feasts upon human shadows, while the female head peers into the secrets within those shadows. When both heads are present, neither blade nor spear can take its life. Only severing its heads can break the curse. He paused briefly before continuing. While the loss of one head may greatly diminish the dark's power, it does not signify its end. As long as it draws breath, it retains the ability to possess the living. Once the male head fled, I deduced it would seek to inhabit a human, biding its time. However, even if the male head were to inhabit a human, it would blend in seamlessly and any method that could lead to human death would also be effective against it. Yet, until I see its corpse, my heart remains restless. After all, it still feeds on shadows and could wreak havoc upon the world. Thus, I have searched far and wide over the years, but this creature is cunning and has hidden itself too well, eluding my grasp. Conversely, I am less concerned about the female head, though I have yet to uncover a definitive method to eradicate it unless someone were to destroy the ice pillar. It shall remain a half-formed, useless creature, incapable of leveraging others' secrets as a threat. After 20 years, I pondered, Xiaoyin has evaded you for 2 decades. Why today? Would he go to such lengths to draw us into this affair, leading us to Hanming Cave, while you two lie in ambush here? He must know such actions lead to his demise. Could it be he has grown tired of living? Last night, I received a letter bearing only the words, "One half of the dark, tomorrow to Hanming Cave." He inhaled deeply, given my deep-seated enmity towards this creature. Regardless of the letter's authenticity, I would go. Yet, I did not anticipate that you would also arrive. I initially intended to alter my plans and refrain from intervening. But seeing you act under Xiaoyin's deception, attacking the ice pillar, I thought this creature had lured you here to rescue its accomplice. Should you succeed in breaking the seal, the release of the female head, with both heads reunited, could potentially restore its power. Despite the loss of one head, this creature remains wily. It anticipated that I would not dare act against you, fearing the revelation of past matters. Ao Qi considered, sensing the inconsistencies. Wait, if this little rascal is deceiving us to open the seal for him, why would he notify you to be on site? If you were to intervene and thwart us, would he not be risking his life in vain? You mentioned that once the male head possesses a human, it could easily kill him. Xiaoyin was uncertain whether we truly had the strength to break the seal. If we did, it would be a joyous occasion. At the same time, since we possess the ability to unseal, we would naturally be deemed competent enough to confront Niè Qiǎo Rén. To take a step back, even if we lack the power to break the seal, should Niè Qiǎo Rén attempt to intervene, viewing him as the villain from the story would compel us to attack with full force. If he reveals his true nature, it would be even better. In a fit of rage, we might kill this creature. More importantly, even if we bore no murderous intent, Niè Qiǎo Rén would not spare us, knowing we were aware of his true form. After all, he had indirectly caused the death of the entire Mimi village to protect his secret. Now that he occupies a position of power, he must guard his secret even more closely. Should he harbor murderous intentions, we would certainly resist with all our might. Since Xiaoyin was able to draw us into this matter, it is evident he invested considerable time in investigating and confirming our backgrounds and strengths. The outcome of 2 strong adversaries clashing would inevitably benefit a third party. Niè Qiǎo Rén considers him a mortal enemy. Does he not yearn for Niè Qiǎo Rén's swift disappearance, as he is capable of severing his head? I sneered, for he had meticulously calculated every detail, even exploiting our goodwill and compassion to ensnare us into believing his tragic tale. Yet he overlooked one critical point. Niè Qiǎo Rén emitted a deep, rumbling laugh. What you fail to account for is that I have never harbored murderous intent towards you. I no longer mind exposing my secrets before you. Perhaps Xiaoyin has sensed this, which is why he desperately sought to wound you, forcing you to reveal your true self and inciting us to act. I could not help but recall the scene of binding him here. So you mean to say that as long as you're injured and bleed, you will break through your original human form and become this monster? Not entirely. He shook his head. Only if I am injured by myself or by someone who knows my true form will I transform in such a manner. Initially, I believed only I could achieve this. For since living here, I have been inadvertently wounded by others without any change in my body. Thus, I suspected that those who know my original form possess such power. During the calamity of Lu Town, you deliberately inflicted a wound upon yourself, allowing me to bind you here. Only by utilizing my true power can I swiftly subdue my opponents. The human body has its limits, he explained. Such a venture is quite perilous. If you were to reveal your true form on the way to Hanming Cave, would not the entire Yúmén kingdom discover your secret? I pondered, suspecting that this individual's mind might indeed possess a peculiar structure. Slowing my breathing and calming my blood flow allows me to extend the time before transformation. Over the years, I have gained considerable control over my body. Binding me to the ice pillar serves two purposes. First, only extreme cold can rapidly heal my wounds and restore my normal state. Second, the process is excruciating, nearly driving one to madness. Alone, I will be fine, but with you present, I feared losing my sanity and inadvertently harming you. He sighed. Regardless, I thank you. Aochi nodded repeatedly, yet soon felt an inkling of discomfort, loudly questioning me. Have you been alone with him in this wretched cave? What if I have? I kicked him. Did you not hear that I hurriedly followed him to avoid alarming innocent bystanders? Aochi rubbed his backside. Can't you even speak of it? No more of this in the future. Just the two of us. I felt that the pressing matter was that the seal was on the verge of breaking. Niè Qiǎo Rén interrupted us, his gaze suddenly sharp as he turned towards the ice pillar. What are you afraid of? With me here, how could Head escape? She retorted indignantly. It won't be able to escape. The creature's body is incomplete, its energy depleted, and having been sealed and confined for 20 years. I suspect this head lacks even the strength to open its eyes. Still, it is wise to remain cautious. I observed the ice pillar, now gradually emanating a white light. Sensing that something was amiss. Once Lu air emerges, Aochi should seize her immediately, and after the seal is restored, Niè Qiǎo Rén, you must strike decisively, promptly returning Lu air to her place. Afterwards, we shall devise a means to seal Han Ming Cave, until we acquire a method to thoroughly eliminate the female head. Let it remain undisturbed here. The other two expressed no dissent. Soon, the sound of the ice pillar shattering reverberated throughout the cave, and with a blinding white light. A young girl clad in a water-blue dress descended to the ground, her eyes gently closed, as if in slumber. I observed the complex emotions on Niè Qiǎo Rén's face. After 20 years, encountering the one he once vowed to cherish for eternity would stir any heart. The shattered ice pillar swiftly returned to its original form. As if rewinding a film, Aochi firmly grasped Lu Air's cold body and shouted at the visibly shaken Niè Qiǎo Rén. Stop staring. Get to work. Niè Qiǎo Rén abruptly snapped back to reality, raising his fist towards the ice pillar. However, at that moment, Aochi found himself grasping at empty air. Lu Air's lifeless form had inexplicably vanished, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. My heart sank momentarily. A half-dead creature, incomplete and possessing the ability to inhabit another's body, sealed for 2 decades, could hardly possess the skill to vanish into thin air, let alone drag along a corpse. Niè Qiǎo Rén's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, 2 voices, a male and a female, echoed from the darkness outside the cave in unison. Did you think that I spent 20 years scheming, meticulously selecting countless capable individuals and painstakingly laying out today's scenario merely to reunite 2 heads? Niè Qiǎo Rén, despite your extensive reading and thorough investigation, did you not come across that phrase? If the 2 heads are separated, the female head will inhabit another's body for 7 days. And if the male head perishes, rebirth can occur in a new body. This is the crux of our resurrection. However, something so vital. How could we allow anyone to know it lightly? Haha, from the moment you severed our heads, our plan commenced. Our error was that I had not yet committed suicide when you sealed Lure, forcing me to cling to life, seeking ways to break the seal before I could relinquish this worthless life. Thank you. We will be more cautious henceforth, lest we underestimate anyone's strength. For being beheaded again would indeed be troublesome. The 3 of us were taken aback. I felt that something was amiss. Xiaoyin, fully aware of her impending doom, had so readily placed herself in Niè Qiǎo Rén's path. It turned out she had calculated that the seal would eventually break, and once she perished, she could be reborn in Lure's complete form. Once the seal was lifted, we would be defenseless, allowing her to escape effortlessly. Boss Lady and Lord Niè, allow me to offer you a kind reminder. The unseen rogue proclaimed with arrogance, as long as people harbor unspeakable dark secrets, darkness will forever exist. The future is long. We shall meet again. Following this, silence enveloped the surroundings. I suddenly realized that after so long in human country, I had finally encountered the most formidable adversary, an ancient monster unknown even to Ao Qi until we meet again. Let this old monster have a good discussion with you about life. Chapter 50, Qing Tong 1. The true danger lies not in the darkness, but in the secrets that one wishes to keep hidden. Halt! I obediently stopped and turned back. Is there something you need? Niè Qiǎo Rén stood before the ice pillar, gazing at me with confusion. You were just leaving like this? I glanced around. Do you expect us to clean up the scene for you? Will that corpse be disposed of on-site? Or will you take it back to the authorities to uncover its origin? You decide. I will not intervene. Take it back to the authorities? Niè Qiǎo Rén et puis stand. You know everything about me. I am what I am. I have consumed human flesh. I have no past, and I know not the future. I will only act after I am sure you are no longer my friend. I interrupted him. But until then, let the common folk continue to trust in Lord Niè. I paused, staring at the corpse previously exploited by darkness. All guilt and remorse were less useful than attempting to make amends. I leave your life and identity intact. Do not squander it. Niè Qiǎo Rén furrowed his brow. Am I your friend? I scoffed. Just an ordinary friend. Do not expect to climb higher. Understood. He leaned against the ice pillar. Sitting down, you may go. Are we not going to bind him? Didn't you say he would lose his sanity when restoring his human form? It is better to control such a dangerous creature. Compared to him, you are the true danger. I shot him a glance, casually capturing a Hanming insect in my hand, then turning to Niè Qiǎo Rén, no binding. I leave you a chance to hone your sanity. One who cannot control their own body cannot govern their own life. Niè Qiǎo Rén smirked. The pain endured to regain human form. If it were you, I fear you would not have the chance to discuss life with me. Until we meet again. I coldly huffed, pulling Ao Qi outside. We cannot let that monster escape. He suddenly declared behind us. Too dangerous. I halted, not turning back. The danger does not lie in darkness, but in secrets that remain undisclosed. Our capabilities are limited. Let us do what we can. Boss lady. He rarely addressed me so seriously. In your shadow, do you harbor such a secret? Ao Qi, displeased, retorted, what business is it of yours? Even if there are secrets, they can only be shared with me. I am her husband. No one is trying to usurp your position. Niè Qiǎo Rén closed his eyes. I merely hope that you two do not become objects of threat in the future. If there are secrets, it might be wise to handle them yourself before darkness arrives. Lest you end up like me. Ao Qi sneered. I, Ao Qi, have lived with integrity. The only dark history is the incident in Duan Lake that indirectly led to a death, which everyone knows. Of course, where my secret stash is concealed is also a secret. If that old monster dares to expose it, I will kill it, I assure you. Finally admitting to your secret stash, huh? I twisted his arm playfully. And what about that third princess of the East Sea? Ao Qi sighed. You still cling to her. Why not marry her? Perhaps you too are true love. Fine, but don't come crying to me when you're holding on to my leg. Give it a try. Niè Qiǎo Rén, having listened to our nonsensical banter, shook his head. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, my suffering will only deepen. All right, take care. If you happen to succumb to pain, there will be no one to bury you. And from now on, you are not allowed to go anywhere alone with my wife. Ao Qi rolled his eyes, dragging me out. The Hanming insect flew from my hand, and we hastened forward, following the glimmer in the darkness. We may still need to seek Tianni Ho, I remarked. To inquire about darkness? Ao Qi frowned it. This old monster is not on the same level as those we previously encountered. He may not even know. Not just darkness, but also Hanming Cave, I insisted last time. Who sealed the darkness? The ability to deal with such a troublesome creature must be formidable. If we can acquire information about this individual, it may ease our efforts against darkness. But sealing a monster is nothing remarkable. Ao Qi dismissed. ISNT, the most formidable, the one who once sealed the 12 heavenly gods? Although we of the East Sea Dragon clan hold a status comparable to the divine, we do not regard those ancient beings lightly. Yet, should we be required to seal them, it may still pose a challenge. He paused, then added, You know I never hold anyone in high regard, but only this person commands my respect. His assertion was not without merit. Although the search for those 12 stones has long passed, the one who sealed the gods single-handedly, and the general, both of whom have never shown themselves, are the root of my deepest unease. The former could subdue the lofty gods, while the latter could manipulate myriad monsters. They have never truly appeared before me, yet they have never left my life. At times, I even feel as though they are close, observing my every move from the shadows. Perhaps that person is no longer in this world. I'm mused, a person possesses as much capability to save as to destroy. If he still exists, it may not bode well for this world. But I remain curious. Aochi replied, what kind of person can achieve such a feat? Rather than being curious, you should worry about your grandfather. I sighed. You say you can leave at will, yet now we are virtually cut off from the outside. What if? There are no what-ifs with me. Aochi interrupted. The old man will be fine. Aochi. I suddenly posed a question that he likely deemed particularly foolish. Let me ask you once more. Why must you come to human country? Couldn't you wait for me at home for a year? The darkness obscured his face, but rendered his voice exceptionally clear. Since you left the East Sea, I dream of you every day. Is that all? I was both amused and exasperated. Did you dream I found your secret stash? You said you were leaving. You spoke slowly. I asked you where you were going, yet you remained silent. In my anger, I reached out to you, but could never touch you, while you simply stood there, watching me with a smile. I was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed. They say dreams are the opposite of reality. Come clean. How much do you wish for me to leave in real life? I seldom remember my dreams. Surprisingly, Aochi did not argue back. Yet I found it hard to forget the same dream that haunted me every night. You dream of me saying, I want to leave, every day? A strange sensation coursed through my heart. Yes, Aochi confessed. Therefore, I must come regardless of the dream's nature. I only desire to see you standing before me in reality, so that I can hold your hand, quarrel with you, or go wherever you wish. I want to find my own sense of stability. You wanted my answer. This is it. I fell silent for a moment before replying, I understand. Perhaps, truly, no force could separate us from one another. I had to convince myself of this truth. Yet, such dreams were undeniably unsettling. The light around us gradually intensified. The cave entrance was not far ahead. An uncomfortable emptiness gnawed at my stomach, as the hunger I had deliberately ignored surged like a tide. The light grew stronger, piercing my eyes, and the exhaustion from my physical exertion and mental fluctuations slowed my pace. I spotted the cave entrance, but the bright light began to sway and shatter. Cold sweat broke out on my back as I instinctively grasped Aochi's arm. Slow down. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, but before I could finish my sentence, my consciousness faded away. The last sound I heard was Aochi calling my name. Chapter 51. Qing Tong 2. It is said that I lay unconscious for a full 3 days. Furthermore, it was rumored that Aochi summoned every doctor he could find to save me, yet each one declared that I was not ill, merely faint from hunger. Aochi, not believing this, insisted that I, being as strong as an ox, could not possibly faint from mere hunger after not eating for just a few days. He cursed the doctors as incompetent and expelled them, though in truth, he was merely grasping at straws. I am a demon. Are human doctors truly suitable for me? During this time, Pang Sanjin fed me various foods ground into a paste mixed with rice soup, but I had little awareness of swallowing. Wei Ji stayed by my side, calling out to me while weeping. The Xian Long brothers, knowing I despised being scolded, sat atop my head and berated me throughout the night, hoping I would suddenly spring up to retaliate. Even a Deng, seizing an opportunity, slurped water from the pond and sprayed it all over my face. All the members did everything they could, yet I remained unresponsive until the morning of the third day, when I unexpectedly opened my eyes. 3 days had passed, and Aochi's chin appeared sharper as he held me tightly, crying out for 5 minutes with a force that nearly suffocated me. The eyes of the two little spirits were swollen like peaches. Xian Long cautiously inquired if I had heard their scolding, while a Deng joyfully sprayed me with saliva once more. The most composed among them was Pang Sanjin. Without uttering a single word, simply piled all the food from the kitchen in front of me. I actually wanted to laugh. After all, it was just 3 days of sleep. Was it truly necessary to act as if I had returned from the dead? If I slept a few more days, would they have even held a memorial service for me? Yet, I dared not laugh, fearing Ao Qi might strangle me, so I buried my head in the food, devouring everything Pang Sanjin had brought. After 3 hearty burps, Ao Qi fixed his gaze upon my face. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? I feel perfectly fine, I replied, unable to suppress another burp. How could I be unwell after eating? You scared us to death. Wei Ji pouted. We thought you were dead when you wouldn't open your eyes. I poked his forehead, as if such a good fortune could occur. If I were dead, you'd have monopolized all the delicious food. Dream on. Wei Ji hugged me tightly, resting her little head against my heart, tears welling in her eyes, yet she said nothing. Seeing her like this melted my heart of stone. I kissed her forehead gently and whispered, from now on, I won't sleep for such long stretches. Wei Ji refused to let go. You promise? I promise I will not exceed 8 hours of sleep each day. I raised my left hand solemnly, vowing that if I failed, I would gain 10 pounds each day. Only then did the little girl relent, still clinging to me. Are you sure you're all right? Ao Qi asked, still somewhat doubtful as he looked at me. I extended my finger to touch the fresh dark circles under his eyes. Haven't you slept? Ao Qi pulled my hand away. You must speak honestly. Is there anything else wrong with your body? No. I scooped up Wei Ji and jumped off the bed. Bouncing around energetically, I have all the strength and spirit. I could easily beat you up right now if you wanted. Ao Qi quickly grabbed hold of me, examining me closely, frowning. Could it be that those incompetent doctors were right? You, foolishly, merely fainted from hunger? Man is iron, and rice is steel. One meal missed can lead to weakness. I shot him a glance, then leaned closer to whisper in his ear, but we must have an understanding. You must never mention my fainting from hunger to anyone. It's so embarrassing. Ao Qi let out a long sigh, smiling coldly. Then why do you speak of my oxygen deprivation to everyone? Because you are peculiar. Just thinking of that incident makes me unable to hold back my laughter. You are even more peculiar. I have never seen someone faint from hunger for 3 days. Your family is a whole book of peculiarities. Like you don't belong on our family register. Wait, when did our family even have a household register? Even our ID cards are fake. I don't care. You're just as much a person of scandal now. Pang Sanjin, who had been tidying up the dishes, also seemed relieved, laughing. I'm not used to you two not arguing. We are engaged in bilateral discussions. Who said we were arguing? Go wash your dishes. Ao Qi shot him a glance and pushed me back onto the bed. Lie down. Don't move around. This time I obeyed him. After just a few bounces, I felt a bit tight in my chest. Could it be from overeating? Yes, wash the dishes. Pang Sanjin maintained his ever-cheerful demeanor, then looked at me. Boss lady, no matter what, you must take care of yourself. If you're gone, I'm merely losing someone to serve. For them, it feels as if the entire world has crumbled. He paused for a moment, then smiled. That feeling is unbearable. The world has indeed changed. Even Pang Sanjin has grown sentimental. Thus, you should focus more on researching recipes, preparing more delicious food for me, and stop dreaming of becoming a musician or a poet. You simply lack that talent. In truth, I felt a touch of warmth in my heart. During our time together, this man had cared for my daily needs without complaint. Though he occasionally displayed a hint of effeminacy, he never caused me any trouble. He lived under the same roof with me in the most unpretentious manner, never prying into my private affairs. Despite never explaining why he was so thin yet called Pang Sanjin, nor did he ever mention the sovereigns he had served in the past. I could cook while pondering how to compose music without conflict. Pang Sanjin chuckled heartily and carried the bowls and chopsticks outside. The moment he left, I heard his voice from outside. Lord Niè has arrived? Upon hearing this, Ao Qi and I exchanged glances. The heat that had permeated the room dissipated significantly with the arrival of Niè Qiǎo Rén, a shared sensation between Ao Qi and myself. After emerging from Hanmingdong, Niè Qiǎo Rén had seemingly transformed into a man with an inherent cooling aura. Pang Sanjin diligently brought over a chair for him, but he did not sit, standing at my bedside, assessing me. When did you become so weak? I am perfectly fine, yet you are the one lying down. I instructed Pang Sanjin to take the 2 little spirits outside and to send Xian Long away as well, before finally raising my head to scrutinize him. At that moment, he appeared radiant and robust, not a single wound visible on his body. In truth, I found myself at a loss for words to retort, as if the enormous, grotesque monster from before had merely been a nightmare, and before me stood the dashing and admired leader of the officials. Consequently, I could only feign weakness and let out a sigh. How could you come to visit a sick person without bringing even a piece of fruit? I retorted. Stop standing there and talking nonsense. You, a man, comparing your constitution to that of a woman. Are you seeking reproach or ridicule? Aochi glared at him with disdain, showing no courtesy. Don't just play verbal games with me. Niè Qiǎo Rén responded earnestly, meeting his gaze. On my way here, 2 doctors and a pharmacy owner detained me, lamenting that you not only kidnapped them, but also assaulted them without cause. If this is true, according to the government's regulations, you would face 50 to 100 lashes and be required to compensate the victims for their injuries. Upon hearing this, Aochi's face turned pale, and he furiously pointed at Niè Qiǎo Rén. You dare to accuse me? Who are the bastards claiming I assaulted them? Where's the evidence? I will find out the truth later. After all, you are already on trial here. You are Aochi, correct? Niè Qiǎo Rén maintained his usual seriousness, each word as resolute as if chiseled from iron. Well, how ungrateful of you. Aochi seemed flustered by this man's unexpected demeanor, turning around and pointing at his own backside. Go ahead. If you have the guts, strike me here. I want to see if you dare. I'm afraid not. Criminals are punished by designated authorities. As the head of the government, I cannot abuse my power. Niè Qiǎo Rén did not even spare him a glance, turning to me instead. Madam, your husband is quite irritable. It will be prudent to give him some calming medicine. Unable to bear any longer, I jumped up and kicked Aochi's backside. Get lost with your behind. Can't you speak to people properly? Niè Qiǎo Rén sighed. Clearly, you have yet to learn how to converse appropriately. Indeed, they were a natural pair. Hey, if you can't appreciate my kindness, at least show some compassion for a person recovering from illness. I rubbed my slightly aching head and shot him a glare. You haven't even returned to the government office since coming out of Hanming Dome. Why did you come straight here? Since I am still the head of the government. There are matters that cannot be postponed, he replied seriously. In 7 days, it will be time for the San Fu Hui Cow. I specifically came to inform you that you need to go to Dongfang Ji Qiuguan to preside over this significant event in your capacity as the nation's ruler. What on earth was he thinking? A person who had just undergone such great upheaval, who almost failed to become Niè Qiǎo Rén's counterpart, had managed to hold on to the status quo, yet denied himself a moment of respite. Immediately upon recovery, he treated that ridiculous examination as a paramount affair and made such a fuss to notify me. If only he had come to discuss how to deal with the darkness, I might have felt better. His ability to switch roles was astounding. 7 days? Fat Sanjin said that the San Fu Hui Cow used to take place after the Great Heat. Why has it been shortened? Who agreed to this? My voice rose several octaves. The Tianyi Ho Fu proposed it, and our government deemed that a few days earlier or later makes no difference. We agreed. Had it not been for the delays caused by recent events, I would have already signed the formal document to hand to you. He casually remarked. I pointed to myself. Me, I am a sovereign. I am not dead yet. Why should your decisions dictate everything? According to the customs of Yúmén Guó, if 2 of the 3 courts agree, the remaining court cannot oppose. He offered me no chance for escape. I refused to go. In a fit of frustration, I jumped onto the bed, pulled the thin quilt over my head, rolling and kicking my legs, daring them to knock me unconscious and carry me out. Niè Qiǎo Rén glanced at me, then at Aochi, and sighed heavily once more. Not a family, not entering the same door. I know you envy our couple's beauty, Aochi scoffed. My wife has exhausted herself to help you, and you still force her to do what she does not wish to. In any case, the message was clear. As long as I was here, she need not do what she did not want. Niè Qiǎo Rén remained unmoved, stating, in your position, you must manage your affairs. The San Fu Hui Cow is a significant matter for the nation. Selecting the capable is crucial for the future of the country and the well-being of the people. As the nation's ruler, how can she be absent? But I'm leaving at the end of the year. Once that so-called lawman opens, I will flee. I'm only here for a year. I haven't even had time to manage my small shop in Wū Chuān. How could I possibly bear the weight of a nation on my shoulders? I'm not interested. I just want to live out the remaining days in peace. My heart roared. I poked my head out from beneath the quilt and declared resolutely, Since the two of you can make decisions, whoever you and Tianni Ho choose for this examination is fine by me. I won't interfere. After all, I have no right to veto your opinions. Unacceptable. If Tianni Ho and I disagree at the time of final selection, your opinion will be decisive, he stated earnestly. Moreover, I believe your ability to discern talent is not so lacking. Could you omit the latter part? I huffed, turning my face away. I simply refused to go. Niè Qiǎo Rén shook his head. Are you really not the least bit curious? Curious? Pray tell, what is there here for me to be curious about? I turned my face to the other side. He frowned. Yúmén Guó gathers all kinds of talents. While there are certainly many deceivers, there are also those with genuine skills. Do you not wish to witness this? I have seen more masters in my lifetime than you have had meals. I scoffed. What about the past of Yúmén Guó? He suddenly asked. Have you never wondered about the origins of Yúmén Guó, the various rulers before you, or why such a place exists within the dragon domain? So easy to enter, yet hard to exit? His three questions struck a chord with me. Reflecting back, on my first day in Yúmén Guó, I had inquired about this with Fat Sanjin, but he had outright refused, merely telling me that the previous rulers had all perished, emphasizing that basic necessities were paramount and that the past was best left forgotten. As his personal attendant, he would not even divulge how my predecessors met their demise. Whether it was because he himself did not know and was thus being enigmatic, or if there was another reason, I could not ascertain. Although there were many books and notes left in the royal residence, none pertained to the essence of Yúmén Guó. How long had this vaguely defined territory existed? Were its inhabitants indigenous or migrants from elsewhere? Why were those who committed grave offenses exiled here to take on leadership roles? Why was there a saying of entering through Yúmén and exiting through Longmen, if leaving here merely required passing through a door? Why did the fates of my predecessors result only in leaving solitary graves upon distant mountains? To this day, I had not found a single clue. Fat Sanjin had said that on New Year's Eve, when the Longmen opened, all that awaited me was merely a door. I turned my face back. What does this have to do with the examination? Niè Qiǎo Rén glanced outside. It seems Fat Sanjin is indeed only responsible for your daily care, remaining tight-lipped about everything else. I smiled. As long as he can prepare delicious meals for me daily, he has fulfilled his duties adequately. But you, are you not also keeping silent about Yúmén Guó's origins? Niè Qiǎo Rén turned back. Me? Do not tell me that even you are unaware of Yúmén Guó's history. I ceased smiling. You have grown up here and served in the government for many years. Surely you know everything, even which family lost a dog. What you wish to know is precisely what I seek to uncover, he said earnestly. Have you forgotten that I am a person with no past? Although Wū Chuān's end lies within Yúmén Guó, I possess nothing and was cast into the 4th district, which is no different from your arrival from outside to Yúmén Guó. Over the years, I have explored various channels to uncover the secrets of Yúmén Guó and the mysteries of Wū Chuān's end, but to no avail. The people here live peacefully, and how Yúmén Guó came to be, what lies at Wū Chuān's end, they have no interest in knowing, nor do they care. For them, life in Yúmén Guó is satisfying. Maintaining the status quo is the ultimate principle. Habits can erode many things, including curiosity. In my daily conversations with Niè Qiǎo Rén, it was rare to encounter such lengthy sentences. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Aochi interjected impatiently. Why not just go to that Wū Chuān's end and see for yourself? I find it perplexing that you would rather spend countless years here in idle inquiry than take a moment to explore for yourself. Niè Qiǎo Rén's gaze was somewhat intricate, and a fleeting hesitation crossed her face as she replied, I cannot yet dispel my fears, yet I am unable to relinquish the past. Is it fear coupled with a desire for knowledge? Since the incident at Hamingdong, I feel that Niè Qiǎo Rén has drawn closer to me. After all, this man would not easily discuss his fears before. I am curious about what he has endured that prevents him from letting go of the end of Wū Chuān. He could easily disregard the past and continue to be Lord Niè, but I have no intention of exposing him. He nodded. This feeling is likely difficult to comprehend. It is something to be understood. I conveyed that I did not find it difficult to understand. While the past may not hold great significance, it is nonetheless our origin. We can choose to disregard it, yet the sense of incompleteness can be quite bothersome. Niè Qiǎo Rén remained silent. After your extensive inquiries, have you found not a single clue? I pressed on. Fat Sanjin merely informed me that this place is easy to enter but hard to exit, and that the Dragon Gate, which opens but once a year, is the sole exit. So where's the Dragon Gate? Is it accessible to anyone when it opens? These are things you should know. The truth is, until the Dragon Gate's opening, its location remains unknown to all. He explained, in Yúmén Kingdom, the populace is numerous, and those fortunate enough to witness the Dragon Gate are but a rare few. Each year, only a handful receive the Dragon Bone tablet, said to be a square token carved from dragon bone, inscribed with the location of the Dragon Gate. Only the bearer may pass through. Even if you disclose the location to others, they cannot enter. This item is precious. Even I have never laid eyes upon it. I pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, have you ever considered leaving Yúmén Kingdom? Or do the people here even entertain the notion of departure? From my experiences and observations, it seems that they are not particularly enthusiastic about such matters. After yearning for something unattainable for too long, one likely grows accustomed to it. He gazed out the window. Yet there are always those who cannot adapt, aren't there? You? I queried directly. For me, it matters not where I am. I simply do not wish to live like a domesticated beast, subject to whims. He turned his head to meet my gaze. You do not wish that either, do you? I had intended to tell him that I would be leaving by the end of the year, that I was merely a transient in Yúmén Kingdom. But I swallowed my words, feeling that uttering them would cast him into a solitary struggle, which I found hard to bear. You define your current existence as domesticated? I retorted. Do you perceive Yúmén Kingdom as a cage? Is it not? Niè Qiǎo Rén furrowed his brow. Neither you, nor I, nor anyone here possesses the liberty to leave at will. The only advantage of this place is that the vast majority of those confined do not see themselves as prisoners. Indeed, even I do not perceive myself as a sinner exiled here. It is merely a change of scenery, and this place is rather pleasant. So, what relevance does this lengthy discourse have to your insistence on my attendance at the Sanfu Council? Despite the multitude of words, I must return to this question. He inhaled deeply, Tian Ho. I was taken aback. It is said that Tian Ho earned his title for his impeccable execution of tasks. He frowned once more. As he has always lived like a shadow, yet within Yúmén Kingdom, there seems to be nothing he does not know. Perhaps even I am no exception. I once worried that he might uncover my true identity. However, that concern proved unfounded. Was it that he had not discovered it? Or did he know yet choose not to speak? I could not ascertain. He paused. Nevertheless, the National Book of Yúmén Kingdom lies in his possession. National Book? I inquired, perplexed. What is that? The National Book records the origins of Yúmén Kingdom and the methods for entering and exiting, he stated earnestly. If we were to discuss the most valuable possession within the kingdom, besides the Dragon Bone tablet, it would be this item. Regrettably, no one has ever seen it. It remains as obscured as the true visage of Tian Ho. Wait a moment, I suddenly felt something amiss. If it is a national book, why is it not in the possession of the ruler, but rather with Tian Ho? The specifics are not entirely clear to me. Since I settled in Mimi village until your arrival, the position of the ruler has remained vacant for years. It seems reasonable for him to guard this item. If it were entrusted to you, I would feel uneasy. The majority of the populace is unaware of its existence. Yet there are certainly some who harbor ulterior motives regarding this item. They likely belong to a group unwilling to accept their confinement. How do you know of the National Book's existence? I gazed at him skeptically. Having investigated extensively, I naturally stumbled upon clues. With my capabilities, following the trail was not a daunting task, he confessed. Initially, I nearly scoured all accessible literature and records within the kingdom, including various documents in the government's Xuanji Tower. Apart from that 7-character poem, I could not find any materials related to the historical origins of Yúmén Kingdom, which I found exceedingly strange. After learning of the National Book's existence, I became particularly attentive to Tian Ho's residence. However, Tian Ho is reclusive and operates in an exceedingly low-key and enigmatic manner. Even as the leader of the government, I find it difficult to approach him, despite maintaining a semblance of equality. Over the years, our interactions have mostly been limited to the occasional exchange of inconsequential official documents. Besides, I do not harbor any fondness for this individual. I began to grasp the situation. You may not yet be aware, he continued, that due to the vacancy of the ruler's position, the Sanfu Council, which should convene every 3 years, has been suspended for many years. This time, however, it was proposed by Tian Yiho. He proposed it? I had not anticipated that. Why would a complete recluse show such enthusiasm for an event that requires public presence? Regardless of his underlying intentions, this presents the best opportunity for me to approach him. He fixed his gaze on me. If you share my curiosity, I cannot conceive of a reason for you to decline attendance. I cannot deny my curiosity. Every world emerges for a reason. Perhaps understanding certain matters would assuage the unease within my heart. All right. I leap back into my blankets. You should return for now. There are still 7 days. I shall contemplate further. Very well. I shall take my leave. Do consider it. He turned to depart, his steps lighter than when he had arrived. Seemingly satisfied with my response. Wait, I called out to him, be vigilant in the coming days. I suspect that the darkness will not spare either of us. If any ill rumors arise, inform me at once, and I shall find a way to suppress them, as long as I remain the ruler. The leadership of the government cannot be altered. He did not turn back, but I heard him chuckle softly, thank you. That dark creature has just broken free from its seal, its vitality not yet fully restored. It is likely seeking a secluded place to recuperate and may lack the strength to stir up trouble. During this council, it would not hurt to consult Tian Yiho. With his abilities, discussing matters related to this creature should not prove difficult. This thought aligned with mine. Dealing with a troublesome enemy is far less challenging than grappling with one whom I do not comprehend. My understanding of Ao Qi is limited to the fragments mentioned by the Wesi Dragon King and all I learned in Hamingdong, which is woefully inadequate. I require more useful information. Otherwise, a freely roaming darkness could easily disrupt the peace of this world. Remember, 7 days from now, we shall meet at Jiqiu Pavilion in the East Square. Niè Qiǎo Rén reminded me once more before exiting. The candidates who have passed the preliminary selection have begun to take residence in the Jiqiu Pavilion. It remains to be seen how the honorable ruler will employ your discerning eye. Wait, those who have passed the preliminary selection? Was this Yin Tu Bai Jian? I sprang up bewildered. With so many aspiring participants, how could they all possibly fit in Jiqiu Pavilion? He explained, once the council was made public, those wishing to participate must submit their identity credentials and areas of expertise for review by Tian Yiho's residents. Those who qualify will receive a white paper with cloud patterns, referred to as Yin Tu Bai Jian. Only with this can they enter Jiqiu Pavilion for the formal examination. To my surprise, I felt a flicker of joy. It seemed that not many would be left for me to contend with. How many candidates remain? The number of candidates is not fixed. You will know once you arrive. Oh, after Niè Qiǎo Rén's figure vanished beyond the door, I grasped Ao Qi's arm and extended 2 fingers. 1. Extinguish the darkness. 2. Retrieve the national document, if such a thing indeed exists. However, Ao Qi disregarded my words, pressing me down and tossing a blanket over me, stating here there is but one matter at hand. You must take good care of yourself. Sleep, rest, and I shall call you for dinner. If I cannot sleep, then I shall sing to you, he added. I succumbed to slumber. Chapter 52, Qing Tong 3. After a hearty meal and restful sleep, my body swiftly returned to a state of normalcy. For the past few days, I had awoken each morning, counting down the days until the upcoming examination, followed by a bout of sighs. No amount of delicacies could lift my spirits, and the once soothing sound of cicadas transformed into an irksome cacophony. I insisted that Ao Qi take a stick and chase them away, earning a 10-minute reprimand from me with a slipper for suggesting I was experiencing an early menopause. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones were quite obedient, setting up a small table beneath the shade to read and learn. The mathematically challenged Xiao Wei was able to recite the multiplication table flawlessly, resulting in Jiang losing 2 chicken legs for dinner. Surprisingly, Jiang who had never shown an affinity for words, was even able to compose poetry, such as, "Father runs ahead, while mother chases behind." Both children were irritable. The world truly felt bleak. Should I commend this child or enlighten him that poetry need not adhere strictly to realism? However, since yesterday, Xiao Wei wore a frown, spending her days in silence, practicing her writing and solving math problems, occasionally resting her chin in her hands and sighing, resembling a deflated balloon. Today was no different. Her table bore a fruit crystal jelly specially prepared by Jiang Hu, yet she only nibbled a small piece, despite it being her recent favorite snack. The kind one could never get enough of. I understood the reason behind her melancholy. The evening before last, A.O. Qi and I took the two little ones for a stroll, and just as we were leaving the realm of longing, Xiao Wei, who had been playfully tussling with Jiang Hu, discovered a kitten huddled against a wall, black fur with white paws, barely clinging to life. Most distressing was that both of its eyes had been intentionally blinded, and it bore a gash on its belly. The walk was canceled, and we hurriedly brought the kitten home. I instructed Jiang Hu to fetch some antiseptic ointment while I mixed tea with water to cleanse the kitten's wounds. Despite my gentle touch, the severity of the injuries was unavoidable, yet the kitten did not resist, likely having lost the strength to do so. Throughout, Xiao Wei repeatedly asked if the kitten would survive, if I could save it, and if her father could as well. I offered a vague affirmation, which seemed to ease her worries as she watched me tend to the little creature. The only time she left was to rummage through the wardrobe for her own jacket to use as a mattress for the kitten. In the eyes of most children, their parents are omnipotent, and as figures like A.O. Qi and myself, we would never disappoint them. Yet the truth remains that we could not save this kitten. When Xiao Wei returned, clutching her carefully chosen jacket, I regretfully informed her that the kitten had not survived. Its injuries were too grave, and it had endured until we discovered it, which was its limit. The tears fell instantly as she held the jacket, glancing between the lifeless kitten and me, whispering through sobs, "But you could do magic, can't you?" I wiped my hands clean and knelt to stroke her head. Xiao Wei, there exists no skill in this world that is infallible, especially regarding matters of life and death. We can only do our utmost. As you grow older and witness more of this world, you will come to understand this. At the very least, compared to doing nothing, you have already done well. She lowered her head, and after a moment, looked up to ask, "Was the cat very bad?" I was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you ask that? Why else would someone use a knife to cut it and blind its eyes?" Xiao Wei replied, her eyes reddening in confusion. "You always say that only bad people get punished. Children's questions are often simple, yet sometimes they leave one at a loss for a response. This is not punishment. It is merely bullying." A.O. Qi, who had been silently observing, approached and lifted Xiao Wei into his arms. Bullying those weaker than oneself may give a fleeting sense of strength to a select few. Yet the sole purpose of such strength is to reveal just how pitiful their existence is. Thus, I always tell you as my children, you must never engage in such behavior. Otherwise, I would feel exceedingly ashamed. Do you understand? Xiao Wei pondered for a moment before nodding, half comprehending. She wiped her tears, knowing that no matter how much she cried, the cat would not come back to life. A.O. Qi scrutinized her tear-streaked face, asserting that tears would not protect anyone. Expending energy on weeping was a waste when one could instead focus on fighting back. "Indeed, you little crybaby," Jiang Hu exclaimed, emerging from behind A.O. Qi. "If I were you, I wouldn't cry. My time would be spent catching bad people. Then go catch the bad person who harmed the kitten." Xiao Wei retorted angrily from A.O. Qi's embrace. "I am a crybaby, and you are just a braggart. Enough, no more talking. Aren't you all grown up? Why are you still so immature, making such a ruckus?" I gently set Xiao Wei down and said, "Go bury the kitten." Just then, Jiang Hu entered. Upon hearing my words, he stifled a laugh and remarked, as the old saying goes, "A crooked beam leads to a crooked frame." Children merely follow the example set before them. Before I could respond, A.O. Qi seized the scissors I had just used to cut the gauze, pointing them coldly at Jiang Hu. "Please elaborate on how I am crooked." I remained silent. Jiang Hu shrank back, quickly tidying up the table before making his exit. We held a modest funeral for the kitten. Xiao Wei and Jiang Hu dug a small hole amidst the flower bushes, wrapping the kitten in her little cotton jacket and placing it in a wooden box that Jiang Hu had specially crafted. After holding it for a while, she gently laid in the grave, and once the soil was replaced, she inserted a small wooden plaque shaped like a fish, inscribed with the name Hao Hao, the name she had given the kitten. After burying it, she rushed back to me, embracing me as she asked, "It won't feel pain anymore, will it?" I nodded, gazing at the small wooden plaque amidst the flowers. An inexplicable heaviness settled in my heart. If one could so easily extinguish a cat's life, what of our own? If there exists a being superior to us in this universe, could we too become like the cat, subject to the whims of others regarding our very existence? Noticing my daze, Ao Chi tugged at me, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? Feeling dizzy again?" "I'm fine." I shook my head, regaining my composure. He sighed in relief and looked up at the sky. "The moon is lovely tonight. Shall we bask in its light?" At that moment, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Frogs sat idly on lotus leaves, and it danged blue bubbles in the water. Ao Chi and I settled into a wicker chair, with a coffee table between us holding 2 cups of fragrant tea. Xiao Wei, nestled in my arms, had already fallen asleep, while Jiang, who wielded a small wooden sword, practicing diligently in the open space before him, his movements surprisingly precise. This child now insisted on practicing his martial arts each evening before bed. When I inquired about his newfound diligence, he replied, "If I do not practice now, when you are old, who will protect you? If one day you're no longer here, who will protect Xiao Wei?" At that moment, I realized the depth of his growth, far beyond what I had anticipated. Though he still squabbled with his sister over food, his outward appearance seemed to lag behind his maturity. Observing the still innocent little one, I felt a sense of pride. He was indeed becoming a small man. Yet, in the most concealed corners of my heart, I recalled what Aunt Sher had once said to me at the wedding banquet. Nonetheless, I endeavored to let all my inappropriate emotions pass like shadows. Raising the delicate teacup, I gazed into the gently rippling green tea, smiling at Ao Chi as I remarked, "It seems we have not shared a cup of floating life in quite some time." Though floating life was regarded as a continuous specialty, Ao Chi and I seldom enjoyed it together. "I do not particularly care for it," he replied. "It is unbearably bitter." Ao Chi lifted his cup and took a small sip, then stuck out his tongue and frowned. "So, are those creatures unwell? They seem desperate to share this cup of tea with you." I took a small sip and smiled. What they truly seek is not the tea itself, but rather to unravel the mysteries that elude their understanding within the duration of a single cup. Ao Chi smacked his lips, reflecting. "I have always believed that our reluctance to indulge in the fleeting pleasures of life derives from our clarity of existence." The courtyard, where we had resided for over half a year, basked in a soft, muted light. The child, often referred to as Jiang Hu, moved with the agility of a small leopard, wielding a wooden sword that seemed to dance with luminous traces, his movements surprisingly graceful. Meanwhile, the little one, known as Wei Ji, slept soundly, murmuring dreamily about cats and other whimsical notions, making one wish to pinch her chubby cheeks. With our children safe and my husband by my side, can we not simply revel in our meals and merriment? I pondered aloud. "Oh, she, how many years have we known each other?" I suddenly inquired. "Heaven knows," Ao Chi yawned, tossing a sunflower seed into his mouth. "I only remember how foolish you were when you harbored a secret affection for Zimiao." To my surprise, I felt no anger. Instead, I laughed and tossed a seed shell at his head. "Jealous much? Tell the truth. Have you ever dreamed about that fellow?" He persisted. For decades after Zimiao departed from my life, he occupied my dreams nightly. Yet, as time passed, this person, who had once transformed my life, rarely graced my dreams. Even when he occasionally appeared, it was merely as a distant shadow, his face obscured, but I knew it was him. The last time during the Donghai Third Princess incident, seeing him again, albeit fleetingly, provided a semblance of closure to my lingering regrets. As we parted, I inscribed 4 words in his palm. "Non-blood relations are closer than kin." My convoluted feelings for Zi Miao ultimately found their most fitting expression in those words, resonating with profound truth and acceptance. Ao Chi, ever curious, sought to know what I had written, but I refused to disclose it. He resorted to wild guesses, suggesting everything from Ao Chi is too ugly to money comes first and let us meet again next time. The more he speculated, the less I revealed, finding delight in his vexation. Such trivial secrets between spouses are essential to withstand the passage of time and the monotony of life. "What if I dream of Zimiao again?" I retorted playfully. "If you're so bold, Why not confront him in my dreams? He huffed, tossing back a handful of seeds, and declared emotional infidelity. You. I chuckled. A frog leapt into the water. The emerald lotus leaves swayed gently, and a few wisps of clouds lazily drifted across the crescent moon, as the fragrant summer night revealed its finest visage before us. After leaving Yúmén Guó, shall we continue our journey across the world? Ao Qi mused, spitting out seed shells. Let us travel not for stones or deities, but solely for ourselves. Then he turned to Jiang Hu, exclaiming, Son, how splendid would it be for our family to explore the world together? Exciting, isn't it? Jiang Hu paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and replied earnestly, But that would cost a great deal of money. Why don't you act like a joyful little deer, bounding over to me and saying, Father, you are magnificent. Ao Qi lamented. Not satisfied, he pointed at me. Look at him. No one would believe he is not your son. All he thinks about is money. What kind of education is this? It was perfectly normal for my son to resemble me. Not resembling me would be the anomaly. I gestured toward the oblivious Wei Ji, who was lost in her own world. Your daughter is quite like you as well, naively delightful, I quipped. Even if she were foolish, she would never faint from hunger. I laughed heartily. If it weren't for Wei Ji, I would have leapt up to swat him with a slipper. Yet, I truly wish to continue our adventures around the globe. During our travels after marriage, we vowed to keep moving as long as we lived, to explore every corner of the world. When our journey transformed from 2 to 4, I yearned to take Jiang Hu and Wei Ji to South Africa, to let them witness the wonders of wildlife beyond the confines of a zoo. I envisioned them sitting beneath the baobab tree, recounting tales of a cheetah named Shaoqing, rolling in the snow of Antarctica, and gazing into the mirror-like waters of the Uni salt flat. I also longed to take them back to Fulong Mountain, as there were countless places left to discover. Contemplating these adventures, my resolve solidified more than ever, regardless of the source of my inner unease. Whether it would manifest into reality or not, I vowed to live fully and honor my promises. As the countdown to the Sanfu examination began, 3 days remaining, I dragged Ao Qi out early to stroll through the bustling streets. The lively atmosphere was unchanged, with no peculiarities in sight. As usual, Ao Qi bought a watermelon, cheerfully planning to eat half and juice the other half. Halfway home, I suddenly stopped and suggested, Let us visit Ji Qiuguan. Ji Qiuguan? Ao Qi was puzzled, reaching to touch my forehead. Are you feverish? Aren't you tired of that exam? Wouldn't it be better to delay? I brushed his hand away, stating, We cannot avoid the inevitable. Since all those who passed the preliminary test were gathering at Ji Qiuguan, it would be prudent to gauge the situation beforehand, to avoid stumbling into pitfalls when the official examination commenced. Additionally, I needed to devise a strategy to serve as both examiner and conceal my identity as the Guozhu. Why fear exposure? What is the worst that could happen? Ao Qi asked, bewildered. If I were merely the proprietress, our safety would be significantly enhanced. You understand the dangers of being a standout, I sighed. In the past, I might have been less cautious, but with Jiang Hu and Wei Ji now, a low profile is advisable. Ao Qi considered my words and conceded, perhaps it would be wise to follow Fat Sanjin's suggestion and wear a veil, or perhaps change clothing and darken your face. I retracted his suggestion rights. Have you lost your sense of humor? It's simple enough to use a transformation spell. You could become Jilin Jie or Jiasin Jie, or even Bing Bing. While transformation spells are not difficult, sustaining a different appearance for an extended period requires considerable spiritual energy. If unforeseen complications arose, how could I give my all? I dismissed his proposal, inquiring, Since when did you develop a fondness for Jilin Jie? I have always admired her. He replied. Joking aside, I mused that I could claim the Guozhu was unwell and had specifically appointed me as the golden envoy, fully authorized to handle matters regarding the examination. This would be reasonable enough to pass unnoticed, as those attending the exam merely sought to excel, making the identity of the examiner inconsequential. Lost in this train of thought, after consulting a passerby, Ao Qi and I traversed 3 main streets and 2 alleys, arriving at a residence shrouded in greenery, with vines entwining its walls. The entrance was modest, flanked by 2 black stone Pishio statues, one representing Tian Lu on the left and the other by Xie, on the right, both exquisitely crafted. The name Zhi Qiao was inscribed above the entrance in flowing script, accompanied by two phrases that resembled couplets. Heaven knows, earth knows, spring departs, autumn arrives. On the left and winds rise, clouds gather, you live, I breathe on the right. While the calligraphy lacked vigor and the words seemed commonplace, upon closer inspection, they hinted at a deeper, concealed meaning. Aochi scrutinized the two Pishio and scoffed. This isn't a bank or place of business. Having two Pishio here is superfluous. I smiled and replied, it's a matter of entrance without exit. Aochi looked at me quizzically. I suspect these two Pishio are not meant to attract wealth, but rather serve as a reminder for all who enter. Without true skill, do not enter Zhi Qiao, lest you find yourself with nothing to gain. As I spoke, I raised my foot to ascend the steps, intending to steal a glance through the crack of the door. However, I suddenly halted on the 8th step as an unusual wave of energy pushed my foot back down. I decided against forcing my way further and turned to descend. What are you doing? Weren't you going to sneak a peek? Aoji asked, perplexed. This residence won't allow me entry. I shrugged. There's a barrier in place. Only those who possess that cloud-white parchment can enter. Aoji, skeptical, tried for himself, and found he too could not step onto the 9th step. The Zhi Qiao house, where we stood, was quite secluded, yet not entirely deserted. A middle-aged couple, appearing to be husband and wife, strolled by, laughing. Upon noticing us at the entrance, the affable uncle cheerfully inquired, what brings you here? Are you candidates for the Sanfu examination? Haven't you seen the notice? Yesterday was the final deadline to enter Zhi Qiao house. Latecomers will have to wait until next time. The notice? It must be the doing of Tianyi Ho. He never informs me of his actions. If that is the case, why not become the ruler himself? I thought, scoffing. I turned to the uncle with a cheerful smile. We heard the exam was approaching, so we came to witness the excitement. Isn't it said that experts from all over the country gather here? Indeed. I recall my father telling me about the Sanfu examination when I was a child. Those who succeed here are truly exceptional talents, while we common folk can only look up in admiration. The uncle clicked his tongue, tapping his smoking pipe against his shoe. What a pity it has been interrupted for so many years. If only it had happened during my youth, I would have participated. The woman beside him shot him a glare. Have you lost your senses? What skills do you possess? You can't even enter Zhi Qiao house. I have an exceptional talent for pig farming. The uncle chuckled. Otherwise, how could I have grown so robust? The woman pinched him, then turned to us. No need to linger. Only recognized candidates can enter Zhi Qiao house. She glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before lowering her voice. This place is quite sinister. It's best not to wander here without reason. I feigned surprise. Sinister? Surely not. I find this residence rather appealing. Everyone knows it is prepared for the candidates. True, but it is only populated during the examination period. During the off-season, such a large house remains empty for years. I thought I would never witness the Sanfu examination in my lifetime. But how does that relate to its sinister nature? You are still young, she replied earnestly. Wherever the mountains are deep, strange creatures lurk. An empty house invites spirits. I have heard this residence is over 1,000 years old, and only those with great skill and courage dare to enter. Even if I were qualified, I would never have the audacity to step inside. Since you are not candidates, I advise you not to loiter here. We common folk should patiently await the celebrations after the examination ends. The elders say that once the examination concludes, there will be a grand celebration lasting 3 days across the nation. Quite a lively affair. All right, enough chatter. Let us be on our way. Seeing her animatedly express herself, the uncle hurriedly pulled her away. I returned to the steps, gazing up at the characters' Zhi Qiao house. What kind of exceptionally skilled and brave individuals resided within? With my knowledge and abilities, would I be able to handle it? Moreover, I bore the secret mission to collaborate with Niè Qiǎo Rén to uncover the mystery of that national book. Curiously, despite my disdain for this examination, anticipation began to creep in. Aoji, however, dismissed the woman's description with disdain, repeatedly asserting that she was an ignorant woman. Unwilling to concede, he circled to the base of the wall, ensuring no one was around, and tossed a watermelon before leaping up. The wall was merely 2 or 3 meters high, and Aoji should have scaled it with ease. Yet, when he was just a meter off the ground, he was abruptly knocked down, landing awkwardly with a thud. "I told you this house has a barrier," I remarked helplessly. He scrambled to his feet, angrily thrusting his head toward me. "Quick, check if I've got a bump." "That hurt like hell. Your head is already full of bumps." "No need to check." I examined him and found no harm done, though it was impressive that he could be knocked down so easily. "Those who can reside in such a peculiar house must indeed be odd," Aoji muttered, rubbing his head. "You should be cautious." "Did you see anything just now?" I stared at the wall. "After all, you did jump nearly a meter high. What did you see from that?" Aoji approached the wall, but hesitated to press against it. Straining to listen, he seemed to catch a faint sound. "Come listen," he urged. I leaned in, holding my breath as I listened intently for a while. A faint, rhythmic clanging resonated from within the wall, reminiscent of metal being forged. "It sounds like someone is forging iron," I suggested. "Or perhaps someone is wielding knives against each other." Aoji's imagination never seemed to lack vigor. "You see, an examination is a competition in itself. It inevitably entails life and death scenarios. Did you not just say that there is no entry or exit here? Would one wield knives with such rhythm? Then would you forge iron in such a mysterious residence?" Just as we exchanged barbs, the firmly shut doors of Jiqiao House suddenly creaked open. Aoji and I quickly concealed ourselves behind the nearest large tree. Accompanied by the creaking of the door, a flamboyantly dressed individual stepped over the threshold. Wasn't that the old man on the donkey we encountered at the market? Even if I cannot recall his face, I distinctly remembered his vibrant attire that could rival Aoji's flamboyant shirts. As he emerged, the door closed automatically behind him. At his age, he still seeks to be a candidate? He looks like he would topple over with a gust of wind. Aoji and I observed him intently. If he could enter Jiqiao House, as Niè Qiǎo indicated, then he must have had Tianyi Ho's approval, implying he was at least capable on the surface. He held a smoking pipe in one hand, puffing lazily, while the other was tucked behind his back. His back was slightly hunched, and with his gaudy red and green attire, he resembled a dilapidated old shrimp. He descended the stone steps at a leisurely pace, pausing to glance around without any apparent purpose, ultimately sitting on the steps and smoking without a care. Aoji and I were puzzled by his intentions. Did he merely come out for a breath of fresh air? Just as my feet began to ache from standing still, a 7- or 8-year-old child bounced over from the opposite direction, clutching a string of tonghalu. The old man's previously languid expression shifted, and he stood up, smiling as he called out to the child, "Hello, little friend." The boy, sporting a tile-shaped haircut, halted and looked around, asking, "Did you call me old grandpa?" "Yes, yes." The old man approached him. "Where are you rushing off to?" "Home," the boy replied, licking his tonghalu. The old man smiled at the treat, asking, "Did you run out just to buy tonghalu?" "Uh-huh," the boy nodded. "It's so delicious. I eat it every day." The old man laughed heartily. "But you shouldn't eat too much. It will ruin your teeth." After glancing ahead, he continued, "Do you know how to get to Zhonglichang? It's the place with all sorts of delicious food and entertainment, where people perform operas and tricks." The boy immediately nodded, pointing him in the right direction. "Yes, yes. Just go straight along this road. Turn left when you see a tea shop, and keep going straight, and you'll get there." He then scrutinized the old man, adding, "But it's quite a distance. Can you walk all that way, old grandpa?" "Good child. You are quite thoughtful," the old man praised, ruffling the boy's hair. "If grandpa asked you to carry me over there, would you do it?" The boy pondered for a moment before replying, "But I can't even carry my big dog." "How could I carry you? What if grandpa could make you into a super strong person right away?" A sly smile crept across the old man's lips. Before the boy could respond, the old man's pipe unexpectedly tapped against his forehead. A living child vanished before our eyes, leaving behind only a small black donkey braying, its head adorned with a tuft of hair resembling a tile, and a piece of candied hawthorn lying beneath its legs. The old man patted the donkey's head, leapt onto its back with satisfaction, and gave it a playful swat. "Let us go. With you carrying grandpa, we can have a fine outing." To my astonishment, the little donkey obediently flicked its tail and trotted off in the direction indicated. I stared at Aoji, my mouth agape for quite some time. Is this how the old man seeks transportation each time he ventures out? Did he merely tap the child's head with his pipe and transform him into a donkey? I glanced at Aoji, hoping I hadn't missed anything. A.O. Qi, seemingly indifferent, tugged at me and led me in pursuit of the direction they had vanished. So, this is the caliber of candidates at the Sanfu examination? I am not merely contending with a peculiar grandfather who can whimsically turn children into donkeys, but also a host of competitors poised to match him in skill. Can I return from this unscathed? Chapter 54. Qing Tong 5. We had also been to the Zhongli field, which indeed lived up to its name. It is better to enjoy together than in solitude. The expansive area, delineated by white fences, serves as the epicenter of entertainment in the Dongfang district, reminiscent of an amusement park from the outside world, albeit lacking modern facilities. Artisans from various regions have staked their claims within, showcasing their unique talents to attract patrons. Performers of opera, acrobatics, and magic abound, not to mention purveyors of counterfeit medicines and gambling dens seeking to swindle money. There is even an establishment called Shihua Xiaozhu, which, while labeled tavern, is filled with flamboyantly adorned young women, engaging in activities that go unspoken. In short, it is a veritable melange of characters and mischief. We had once brought 2 children here. The unknown was particularly fond of the candied chestnut cakes sold within, while Jiang, who favored observing the various martial arts displays. Yet, I have always deemed this place excessively chaotic, with frequent reports of lost or abducted children. Coupled with my own aversion to overly noisy environments, I gradually ceased my visits. It seems that the eccentric old man, despite his frailty, yearns to partake in the revelry. Following him, A.O. Qi and I were greeted by a cacophony of silk and bamboo music mingled with the clamor of gongs and drums as we neared the Zhongli field. The old man dismounted at the entrance, tied the little donkey to a hitching post, and handed a few coins to a lad tasked with watching the mounts. Then affectionately patted the donkey's head, saying, "You'll need to carry me back later, so be a good boy and wait here." Once he departed, A.O. Qi and I hastily approached the little donkey, which remained calm and showed no inclination to flee. "Let us not startle it. Let it stay here for now," I suggested, observing its health appeared satisfactory. A.O. Qi's gaze followed the old man, who was merging with the crowd, and he urged me to follow. By now it was midday, and the influx of visitors seeking food at Zhongli Field had peaked. Every food stall was teeming with patrons, and numerous individuals beckoned A.O. Qi and me to join them for a meal. Amidst such disarray, A.O. Qi managed to maintain his focus, a commendable feat in itself. The old man continued without pause, intent on a singular path. Ahead lay the Shihua Xiaozhu, al Shi Sudanis Glumit. This old fellow truly has the spirit of youth. However, the old man halted just before reaching the tavern, slipping into a modest tent about 40 to 50 square meters in size on the right. We quickened our pace to follow, recalling that there hadn't been such a tent in front of Shihua Xiaozhu. Perhaps a new troop had arrived? A wooden sign stood at the tent's entrance, its crooked writing proclaiming, "For grievances, seek retribution. For enmity, exact revenge. We await your esteemed presence." I had never encountered such an eccentric sign, neither a shop name nor a description of services, and the initial phrases were rather alarming. As A.O. Qi and I debated the sign's meaning, 2 young men approached from behind. The shorter one appeared dejected, his face hanging as if the world owed him a meal, while the taller one urged him, "Trust me, once you go in, all your grievances will vanish. Just strike hard and let your frustrations out." A.O. Qi intercepted them, inquiring, "Are you heading in there?" The taller one appraised A.O. Qi, perhaps sensing that a man dressed in such peculiar attire might not be easily trifled with, and nodded hesitantly. "What do they sell inside?" A.O. Qi pointed towards the tent entrance. No, we don't sell anything," the taller one stammered, shaking his head. "There's a person inside you can hit freely. After that, you pay." I was taken aback. Hit freely? Such a bizarre business model exists. "Indeed," the taller man affirmed, nodding vigorously, "but you must pay." Without hesitation, A.O. Qi and I squeezed into the tent. It was packed. The confined space brimmed with people, and thanks to A.O. Qi's guidance, I managed to navigate my way to the front. Just as I settled, I spotted the eccentric old man, who had also squeezed into the front row, staring intently at the center of the arena. A portly middle-aged man, resembling a dumpling. had rolled up his sleeves and was pinning a smaller man clad in black to the ground, raining down punches while shouting, "Look at you now! Let us see if you dare insult me again." The smaller man curled into a ball, shielding his head, utterly motionless. The onlookers were a mixed bag. Some cheered, some appeared indifferent, and others furrowed their brows in concern. Each person displayed their thoughts on the savage and abnormal scene, yet no one intervened. I felt an urge to leap into the fray, but Ao Qi restrained me, whispering, "Have you forgotten about Xiaoyin? We acted too hastily back then, giving him the chance to outsmart us. Since they are conducting business here, they must also accept the risks. Let us observe for now." Before long, the middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, collapsed on the ground, rubbing his sore hands. The smaller man stirred, slowly unfurling his body, struggling to rise. To my surprise, the smaller figure turned out to be a young girl, her black hair braided into a single long braid that hung limply in front of her, lacking luster and tinged with a yellowish hue. The absence of hair dye in Yúmén Guó indicated her poor health, likely due to malnutrition. "One tael of silver, please." She extended a hand towards the middle-aged man. "Didn't we agree on half a tael?" He gasped, rising without showing any intent to pay, his expression one of indignation. "We agreed on one tael." The girl, devoid of sweat or visible injuries, appeared rather pale but not overly disheveled. The man, now angered, shouted, "You're trying to cheat me. There's no proof. We clearly agreed on half a tael." With that, he tossed a small piece of silver onto the ground and stalked off, declaring, "Take it or leave it." The girl did not curse or chase after him. Instead, she bent down to retrieve the silver and bowed to the onlookers, saying, "Next, I will perform a martial arts display, and I hope everyone will support me." Then, as if nothing had transpired, she focused on showcasing her skills. Although her technique appeared somewhat clumsy, with several near falls, the crowd began to murmur in disappointment, some commenting that without the risk of being hit, there was little worth watching. By the time she finished her routine, a significant portion of the audience had dispersed. Yet, she remained undeterred, fully immersed in her performance. The old man remained, maintaining the same expression and posture throughout. Once the performance concluded, the girl showed no signs of fatigue, turned to a corner, and retrieved a gleaming brass plate, much like all itinerant performers do, and made her rounds among the spectators. Most individuals opted to avoid departure, and some, even when providing tips, merely offered a few copper coins. Only an elderly man and a young gentleman clad in white contributed several silver coins. Regardless of the amount, the young woman displayed the same grateful demeanor towards everyone. When it came to my turn, while placing silver in her hands, I couldn't help but inquire, "My dear, does it not hurt?" She looked slightly taken aback, then promptly smiled and shook her head. Observing her closely, I noticed a small bruise at the corner of her mouth. It was implausible that she had been struck so and emerged unscathed. If there was an injury, how could it possibly not cause her pain? What could compel such a young girl to resort to a method that bordered on self-harm for earning a living? She soon moved on to the remaining few patrons. Meanwhile, the old man silently walked towards the tent's exit, wearing a leisurely expression. I whispered to Ao Qi, "Follow the old man. Ensure that girl remains safe." "What about you?" he asked in confusion. I glanced at the girl, still bowing to others, and replied, "I shall converse with her. She intrigues me greatly. There are countless things in this world that one cannot comprehend." Ao Qi remarked, watching the old man exit the tent. He reluctantly added, "Just remember, you can only talk to her and then return home." I nodded. "Do not act recklessly. That old man is no fool." "I know my limits," Ao Qi replied, discreetly following the old man outside. After making the rounds for tips, the girl's copper plate contained only a meager collection. She stepped aside, carefully depositing the coins into a pouch, leaving only one in her hand. The audience now consisted solely of myself and the young gentleman in white. "Thank you, kind sir," she said as she approached him, returning the silver he had given her. "Your generosity has left me at a loss for how to repay you." The gentleman recoiled slightly, causing the coin to drop to the ground. "Let us not jest. Besides leading in contributions here, I am of little assistance." "But I cannot keep taking your money," she insisted, picking up the coin. "No one earns easily. One must work for rewards." You have certainly exerted effort on my behalf. The gentleman quickly replied. She laughed lightly. You see nothing at all. Immediately sensing her slip of tongue, she apologized profusely. Silly girl, I am blind. It matters not whether you say it or not, he dismissed. You have no guest this afternoon, do you? None. She shook her head with a light laugh. There are always more spectators than spenders. I shall tidy up and return tomorrow morning. Then I shall see you then. Oh, an acquaintance? The legendary Tuo? As the gentleman leaned on his bamboo staff and walked past me, his previously languid pace suddenly quickened, moving with an alacrity unbecoming of a blind man. I thought to myself, how can a blind man move so swiftly? The girl noticed my lingering presence, and as she tidied up, she said, Please take your leave. There will be no performances this afternoon. Do come early tomorrow. She looked up and smiled at me. If you find yourself harboring any grievances and cannot find a way to vent them, why not allow me to assist you? By beating you? I laughed. Even in anger, I would never unleash my frustrations upon an innocent. If everyone were like you, I would find it impossible to earn a living, she said as she carefully polished the copper plate, her sleeves wiping it clean. There are myriad ways to earn a living. Why resort to such dangerous and incomprehensible methods? I gazed at her face, not unattractive, and remarked, You are a person, not a wooden doll, nor a punching bag. Dear sister, I truly do not feel pain, nor discomfort, she replied, her focus unwavering as she continued to clean the plate. I simply wish to earn my living through honest means. I could introduce you to other jobs, I suggested earnestly. You could assist at an inn, help a tailor sell garments, or even set up a stall selling pancakes on the street. All these options are far safer, and the earnings may not differ significantly from your current situation. She chuckled. But I do not know how to make pancakes. That was merely an example, I clarified. Sister, I recognize your good intentions. She approached me, her plate now spotless, reflecting my shadow clearly. However, I do not require your assistance. Perhaps I had grown too accustomed to being sought after. Her straightforward rejection was rather unexpected. Yet, it is no wonder someone willing to sell themselves as a punching bag would be so obstinate. Good advice will not sway the resolute, I thought, suppressing my sympathy. Very well, I wish you good fortune. Thank you. She bowed once more. Just as I was about to leave, I turned back suddenly. What is your name? She smiled gently. Qing Tong. Chapter 55 Qing Tong 6. Upon returning home under the blazing sun, Ao Qi had yet to arrive. Pang Sanjin sat in the courtyard, humming a tune while preparing vegetables. You returned so late? I saved lunch for you. He stood, wiping his hands. I even made some refreshing mung bean soup. Before I could respond, joyous laughter erupted from within the house. It was known that this girl had been gloomy for days due to the incident with the kitten. What happened? I asked Pang Sanjin. He chuckled. It's still about the cat. The cat? I was taken aback, turning to glance at the flower bed, where the wooden sign remained. Not that cat, Pang Sanjin clarified. Not long after you left this morning, a little kitten snuck into our home. It looked just like the one that passed away, and when Unknown saw it, she was overjoyed. Her previous sorrow vanished. A cat that sought us out? Perhaps it is a sibling of the previous one. Pang Sanjin nodded. They say cats are spiritual creatures. Perhaps they sense when someone is in distress and come to offer comfort. You are overthinking it, I replied. Even as a demon, I cannot believe a mere kitten possesses such awareness. Upon entering the room, Unknown ran to me excitedly. Mama, look, it's just like Good. Pang Sanjin had made a small bed for it. I approached and saw a black kitten with white paws curled up inside a wooden box on the table. Fast asleep. Aside from its lack of injuries and its apparent health, it indeed resembled the one that had been beyond saving. Mama, Unknown tugged at my hand. Can we adopt it? Though the arrival of this kitten was somewhat peculiar, I could not refuse Unknown. While adopting a cat may seem trivial to adults, it can represent a child's entire world. Then you must take responsibility and care for it diligently, I said, stroking her face. You promise? Unknown exclaimed joyfully, leaping up. Kitty's poop smells awful, Jiang, who entered from outside. Your poop isn't fragrant either, Unknown retorted, sticking her tongue out at him. Jiang, who grunted, placing a plate of steamed fish on the table. Uncle Sanjin made this. The kitten can eat it. Unknown giggled and linked her arm with Jiang Hu's. I knew you secretly liked Good. I don't like it. It's just that with it around, you want to pester me so much, Jiang, who stated seriously. You're lying. Unknown teased, tickling him, while Jiang, who maintained a stoic demeanor. It was rare for the siblings to share such harmony. If a little kitten could bring them joy, then let us keep it. Throughout the afternoon, they busied themselves playing with the kitten. Yet as night fell, Ao Qi still had not returned. I peered out the door several times, but his figure remained absent. Though the old man appeared formidable, Ao Qi would surely be capable of handling him if it came to a confrontation. Just as I began to feel uneasy and decided to venture once more to Ji Qiuguan, a familiar figure hurriedly approached from the end of the alley. I quickly approached, scolding, "You returned so late. Where have you been wandering?" To my surprise, Ao Qi did not respond with his usual carefree tone. Instead, his brow was furrowed, wearing an expression of deep contemplation tinged with discomfort. I stared at him curiously. "What else with that look? You look as if you've taken some bad medicine. What about the person you were supposed to follow? What has become of that boy?" Upon reaching the entrance of the Unceasing establishment, Ao Qi finally came to a halt. He released the child. "Oh," I was somewhat taken aback. Was he truly freed? No additional harm? "Indeed," he affirmed with a nod. I followed him back to the entrance of Ji Qiuguan, where he tapped the donkey's head with his smoking pipe, and the child returned unscathed, appearing quite lucid. He even performed a slight magic trick, presenting the child with a string of candied hawthorns, urging him to hasten home. After Ao Qi entered Ji Qiuguan, I caught up with the child, inquiring if he was aware of the events of the day and whether he felt unwell. The child responded that he was perfectly fine, adding that his grandfather mentioned he had suddenly fallen asleep during the day, which indeed seemed true. He also shared a dream in which he transformed into a little donkey, carrying his grandfather around. I furrowed my brow. Was the old man merely seeking a temporary means of transport for himself? It appeared so, Ao Qi remarked. I scrutinized the child closely. There were indeed no signs of harm, and he was lively. That was fortunate. As long as the child was unharmed, it would spare his parents much sorrow. Despite my lingering doubts, I felt a sense of relief. I turned to Ao Qi, questioning why he bore such an expression if the matter had been satisfactorily resolved. Typically, given Ao Qi's nature, he would return to regale me with tales of his exceptional tracking skills, yet this time his countenance revealed none of that sentiment. Rather, I sensed a tautness about him. What was amiss? I pressed. Did anything else occur while you were following him? That old man is a lunatic. Ao Qi inhaled deeply. After he left the amusement park, I trailed him to a residential home where only an elderly woman, her grandson, and a dog resided. He scaled the wall and, without a word, struck the dog with a palm, killing it instantly, then strolled away nonchalantly. Both the old woman and the child were left in shock. Intruding upon another's home and slaughtering their dog? I was astounded. Indeed. Ao Qi continued. He then wandered around the marketplace aimlessly, dining at a noodle shop and idling at a gambling den, doing nothing of consequence. It wasn't until evening that he rode the donkey into a narrow alley. As I was about to follow him into an inn, the old man emerged, now clutching a bulging cloth bag. I surmised he had stolen valuables from the guests. Trailing him as he headed towards a secluded area, stopping by an uninhabited riverbank. There, he furtively buried the bag beneath a tree, before returning directly to Ji Qiuguan, without visiting any other place along the way. I found myself perplexed. Was that all? Such a revelation hardly warranted the profound expression you bear. My tardiness stemmed from the fact that I returned to the riverside tree after leaving Ji Qiuguan, as I simply had to uncover what the old rascal buried there. What did he bury? Jewelry? Gold? I attempted to lighten the mood. Ao Qi shook his head, his expression darkening. A female infant, likely only 3 or 4 months old. She could not be saved. My countenance finally aligned with Ao Qi's. The old man had abducted someone else's child from the inn and buried her alive? I could scarcely accept such a scenario. How could one possibly resort to such cruelty toward an infant? Ao Qi remained silent for a moment before slowly articulating. Had I not continued to follow him and instead excavated the bag after he departed, perhaps the child could have been saved. I then understood. Ao Qi's distress was not solely due to the death of a dog and a child. After all, he had faced countless life and death situations. Rather, it stemmed from the belief that he had an opportunity to save the child, yet had missed it, leaving him with an inescapable sense of regret. I recognized that the deepest recesses of this man's heart were perpetually at odds with his outward demeanor. In our shared lexicon, there is no room for perhaps, or if only. This was not your fault. I clasped his hand, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation. Do you recall the name and location of that inn? We must go immediately. The loss of a child is a grave matter. The parents must be in despair. Although the outcome is challenging to accept, since fate has entwined us with this incident, we must provide them with an explanation as soon as possible, while also inquiring about any grievances they may have with the old man. Aochi acquiesced, reflecting for a moment. It seems to be Yun Lian. Before he could finish his thought, an unearthly scream erupted from within the establishment. Aochi and I exchanged alarmed glances, swiftly rushing inside. Truly, it was an exhausting day. Chapter 56. The Nightmare Mirror. 1. Once something is dead, it cannot return. Never has anyone dared to act with such impunity within my domain. But this cat has accomplished it. Chairs were overturned, teacups spilled, fruits rolling across the floor. The perpetrator, the feline culprit, perched atop the highest decorative cabinet within the room. A cherished vase of mine lay shattered on the ground. Jiang stood before the unknown. I stood before Jiang, and Aochi stood before me. While the portly Sanjin, lacking any martial prowess, clumsily wielded a pot lid in a comical attempt at defense, all 5 pairs of eyes fixated upon the cat. Jiang's right hand bore 3 deep scratches, bleeding from the encounter, the source of the earlier scream. As we burst in, we witnessed Jiang seizing a small stool and hurling at the cat, while the unknown stood aghast behind him. The assailant, relying on its inherent agility, evaded Jiang's assault and leapt onto the cabinet's summit, its once docile eyes now gleaming with malice, licking its paws while emitting a low growl. The frightened unknown's first utterance upon seeing us was, "The good is now wicked." Jiang recounted that they had been watching the good sleep when suddenly, the cat sprang to life, eyes glinting with ferocity, and with a frenzied swipe, aimed for the closest target, the unknown, who managed to deflect the blow. I had suspected this cat's arrival was suspicious. Aochi frowned. Is it dead or alive? I glanced at the terrified unknown on the verge of tears, and the injury on Jiang's hand, stating, "If we can capture it alive, we shall. If not, so be it. This creature possesses wickedness, so be cautious." "It is merely a cat," Aochi retorted, fixated on it. He swiftly seized a cloth left by Sanjin on the table, leaping forward, using the cloth like a whip to strike the small creature. The cat arched its back, hissing, its eyes glowing red like twin blades. With a crack, the cabinet's surface splintered under the impact of the cloth, yet the cat evaded the blow, not fleeing but counterattacking. Its claws emerged from their pads, aimed mercilessly at Aochi's eyes as it lunged forward. In that fleeting moment, a battle ensued between man and beast, and fortunately, Aochi's years of combat experience allowed him to narrowly dodge the vicious claws, though a few strands of hair by his ear were severed. Upon landing, Aochi's expression turned grave. He swiftly picked up a shard of the broken vase from the ground, turning to strike. The porcelain shard sliced through the air like a white line, accurately striking the frenzied cat as it lunged toward me, hitting its head squarely. The cat collapsed, the shard embedding deeply into its skull, twitching a few times before falling still. Silence enveloped the room, and several seconds later, the unknown burst into tears. Running to Jiang, trying to grasp his hand, yet hesitating, repeatedly asking if it hurt. Jiang merely regarded her with disdain, urging her to wipe her nose, finding it quite disgusting. However, it must have hurt terribly. Sanjin fetched a first aid kit, and I took on the responsibility of treating Jiang's wound, while Aochi dealt with the feline corpse. Fortunately, it was merely an external injury, showing no signs of poisoning. I inquired if Jiang felt any other discomfort, to which he shook his head, saying, "Such a minor injury. How could it harm me? Do not worry about me. Focus on that cat instead. He is becoming quite the little man." "It is utterly dead," Aochi remarked, giving the cat's corpse a kick. There were no abnormalities. It was simply a cat with flesh and blood. I approached, crouching down to feel the still warm body of the cat, confirming that there were no irregularities or malevolent energies. All its fury and wickedness had ceased with its demise. The unknown figure, choked with sobs, apologized profusely to everyone, lamenting, "It is my fault. I should have taken care of it. I nearly caused the demise of Jianghu." It seemed that this girl had indeed been frightened, and without hesitation, she embraced Jianghu, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "Jianghu, from now on, all the delicious food will be yours. I shall not compete with you. If you are ever in danger, I would sacrifice my life to save you, just as you saved me." I shared a bemused glance with Ao Qi, understanding her reaction. After all, despite being accustomed to playful spankings and ear-tugging, they had never encountered a situation where blood was drawn. "You are quite mad. I am a man. How could I allow a woman to save me?" Jianghu frowned, clumsily wiping her tears with her left hand, chastising. "Crying won't fill your stomach. Are you truly not in pain? How bothersome." I approached and patted the unknown's head, reassuring her, "Your brother is fine. Do not blame yourself any further. Even your mother did not notice that this cat was unwell, let alone you." The unknown girl, slightly calmed, gazed at the lifeless cat on the ground with confusion and fear, whispering, "Does it despise us? Why else would it treat us this way? Perhaps it was ill." I replied, uncertain how to explain. "All right, it is over now." Pang Sanjin, having gathered the medicine box, sighed in relief, stating, "You all should rest. I will take care of this." I called out to him, inquiring, "Did this cat truly come here on its own?" Pang Sanjin nodded, "Yes. It was wandering in our yard early this morning." I nodded and took Jianghu and the unknown girl's hands, declaring, "Let this matter rest for today. As for why the cat has become this way, your parents will investigate. Now, go back to your rooms and sleep." As I passed by Ao Qi, I instructed, "Examine the cat once more, thoroughly." How thorough must it be? Ao Qi scrutinized the cat's remains, muttering, "If there was anything wrong, I would have noticed it already. It is merely a cat that has lost its senses." I shot him a glare, insisting, "Look again." After escorting the two little ones back to their room and ensuring they were comfortably nestled in bed, I inspected the surroundings before kissing their foreheads. I dimmed the oil lamp wick, watching over them as they drifted into slumber, before finally feeling at ease enough to head towards the door. However, as I passed the wardrobe, a loud thud echoed from within, and the cabinet door swung open halfway, revealing my younger brother, Xen Long, who tumbled out and landed with a thud. In a hushed tone, I scolded, "What are you two up to? Did you not see that the little ones just fell asleep?" The two Xen Long siblings loved to nap in the wardrobe, sometimes in mine and other times in the little ones. Ever since Ao Qi returned to my side, their presence had become almost negligible. Aside from their endless wandering, sleeping, and boasting, they were of little use, akin to two rice weevils. Xen Long, the elder, poked his head out from the wardrobe, whispering, "We were just playing." "Playing?" I lifted the younger Xen Long from the floor, noticing a distinct red mark on his neck. "Were you two slapping each other for fun?" To my surprise, the usually talkative younger Xen Long remained silent, his demeanor dejected. "Indeed, it was merely playful, wasn't it? With the heat making it hard to sleep." "You were just being too loud," the elder Xen Long replied dismissively. I tossed the younger Xen Long back into the wardrobe, pondering, after such a commotion. "You two did not come to witness it? Do we need to?" "We are Xen Long. Our ears conquer the world," the elder boasted, wagging his tail. "That cat was too fierce. We did not want to confront it, as we could not defeat it." My eyes brightened, and I seized the elder Xen Long, exclaiming, "I nearly forgot your talents. Quickly, tell me, did you hear anything unusual from that cat? You are the ones who could discern all strange creatures by sound." The elder Xen Long wriggled free from my grasp, leaping onto my shoulder, confidently stating, "My brother and I can indeed hear many sounds that you cannot, but we can only tell you what we heard. We cannot explain why those sounds exist or what they signify." I shot him an incredulous glare. "Your brother did not say such things before. He claimed that he could discern life and death through sound. Even the voices of the deceased would not escape his ears. Life does require a bit of exaggeration. Please be understanding of this young dragon," he replied, scratching his head with a paw. "Generally, we can distinguish between the sounds of the living and the inanimate. However, if we encounter exceptionally powerful non-humans or true masters among humans, our hearing may be hindered. For instance, when it comes to you and Ao Qi, we can only hear the words you utter at close range. Beyond that, we cannot perceive any other sounds from you. After all, one of you is a millennium-old demon, and the other is a descendant of the Dragon King. Your cultivation far surpasses ours. Moreover, attempting to listen to those atypical sounds is tremendously exhausting. It can induce dizziness and nausea, far worse than being pregnant. I personally dislike listening. I would rather shut my ears and hear the normal sounds around me, avoiding wall collisions while walking or flying. My attitude towards life is far more grounded than my brother's. The younger Xian Long lay atop a pile of clothes, scoffing. You speak as if you had been pregnant. I huffed, but that cat hardly qualifies as a master, does it? Did you hear nothing unusual? The elder Xian Long leapt back into the wardrobe, responding. There are no strange sounds. It was merely a living cat. As he spoke, he kicked his brother playfully, asking, am I right? The younger Xian Long mumbled in agreement. I glanced at the two brothers, nodding fine, sleep now. I returned to the bedside, observing that the two little ones were soundly asleep, completely undisturbed by our earlier commotion. Occasionally, the unknown girl would furrow her brow, mumbling incoherently in her dreams, perhaps haunted by thoughts of that cat. I gently placed my hand on her forehead, and after a moment, her brow relaxed, her breathing becoming much steadier. As their mother, I would do everything in my power to ensure their peace. Closing the door behind me, I returned to Ao Qi, who was examining the cat's lifeless body in a box, asking, what do you think? No abnormalities. Should we perform a dissection to investigate? Ao Qi stared at me intently. I reached out, touching the now cold body, closing my eyes to quietly capture any lingering essence it might hold. Nothing. It truly was just a dead cat. I opened my eyes, concluding, let Pang Senjin bury it. I then walked to the window, gazing into the thick night, saying, you should go check that in quickly. If the infant's parents have reported it, inform Niè Qiǎo Rén of everything that old man did during the day. Capture that old fool first. I lingered, knowing that after such an incident, we could not both leave. I understand, Ao Qi replied, turned to leave. Just before exiting, he turned back to remind me, be careful. If anything happens, run if you cannot fight. Is it truly that serious? Who would dare to cause a ruckus in my territory? I chuckled. You seem to be growing more timid, like an old woman with paranoia. He shot me a glare, but did not respond. Pausing momentarily at the door before saying without looking back, because you, Zhang Hu, and the unknown are my greatest vulnerabilities. As I watched him fade into the night, Pang Senjin remarked while sweeping, aside from a short temper and peculiar taste in beauty, he has no real flaws. When did you become so familiar with him? I sat down to pour myself a glass of water, adding, his list of shortcomings is longer than the Great Wall. You likely do not know that my first direct interaction with him involved exchanging slaps. Pang Senjin stifled a laugh, saying, yet you still married him. I smiled. When you seek a wife, remember to choose someone gentle and virtuous. With your delicate frame, a mere roar from a fierce woman would leave you in tatters. Suddenly, I recalled a long-overlooked question and asked him, having lingered here for so many years, have you not fancied any young lady? Do you not wish to settle down? I do quite well on my own. Besides, serving the sovereign is a significant responsibility. I have no time to be distracted. Pang Sanjin carefully swept up the shattered porcelain shards and packed them away. My busyness inevitably led to some neglect towards a young lady. Why should that be? After a moment's contemplation, I expressed my disbelief, exclaiming, you must not be fond of men, are you? This caught Pang Sanjin off guard, and he coughed, patting his chest, madam. Please do not frighten me so. I have no such proclivities. I smirked and scrutinized him from head to toe. You are not unattractive, merely a bit slender. Surely, there must be a young lady who fancies you? He chuckled, madam, it is late. You should rest. Or perhaps allow me to prepare a bowl of vegetable and shredded meat noodles for you before you sleep. The mention of noodles stirred memories of young Master Zhao, and I wondered if he and the paper figure were taking care of each other in another realm. Upon my return, would the paper figure weep until drenched, requiring a long time with the hairdryer to dry out? Seeing me lost in thought, Pang Sunjin waved his hand before my eyes. Madam, will you not eat? I snapped back to reality and shook my head. No, I shall gain weight. He smiled. Then you should rest. Tomorrow, I will make fish soup. It will aid Xiao Zhanghu's recovery. After tidying up, he took the broom and stepped outside. Pang Sanjin, I called to him. Why do you never eat? He paused, turning back with a smile. Because I am not hungry. But why do you always prepare an extra portion when you cook, leaving it aside, only for it to spoil? I set down my empty cup. In the stillness of the night, it was just the two of us, and I thought we could have conversation. It must be Xiao Zhanghu and the unknown that told you this. Those two little rascals often wreak havoc in the kitchen. He shook his head helplessly, gazing into the ink-black night, and calmly stated, I once promised to cook for a certain someone for a lifetime. Ah, it seems I have unearthed something significant. Who is this person, male or female? My spirits lifted, so every time you reserve food, it is to fulfill this promise? Indeed, Pang Sanjin inhaled deeply. But that person is no longer here. Yet I'm still alive, so I do not wish to break my word. Having known Pang Sanjin for some time, I felt for the first time that his silhouette bore a touch of melancholy. This man, who always wore a smile and focused solely on cooking and household chores, suddenly felt as close as the night sky, yet as distant as the horizon. Rest now, Pang Sanjin turned back, reverting to the familiar cheerful demeanor. Tomorrow morning, I will steam glutinous rice cakes. Do you prefer red bean paste or meat filling? Both. I had a multitude of questions to ask, yet suddenly found myself unable to voice them. Everyone has their own stories they wish to protect. Whether to share or not is not something to be forced. The table before me glowed softly. I fixated on it, calming my restless spirit. I could not sleep tonight. I must remain vigilant for the return of Aoji. Chapter 57. Anjing, 2. How did you fall asleep here? A gentle hand patted my shoulder. The familiar and tender voice gradually pulled me from my dreams. As I opened my eyes, I was met with brightness all around. I sat up straight, rubbing my eyes, and wondered if dawn had arrived so soon. You were like this, falling asleep anywhere. You're not a tree, you're more like a little pig. A figure clad in moon white stood before me, smiling as he ruffled my hair. Go wash your face to wake up. Jujue will be here soon. You should gather some wild fruits. I looked up, recognizing the face illuminated by the morning light, and yawned. I refused to serve that annoying brat. Let him gather the fruits himself. Zimiao, I am so tired. Can I sleep a little longer? He chuckled and turned away, saying, the mountain flowers outside are blooming, vibrant and colorful. Don't you want to come and see? With a thud, I flopped back onto the table, groggily declaring, I want to sleep. He laughed silently, walking towards the brightest beam of light. His moon-white robe fluttering in the wind like flowing clouds, growing ever distant. I will sleep a little longer before gathering fruits. One day, I will exhaust Yujue, I murmured, burying my face in my arms. Suddenly, a jolt of energy surged through my body, awakening me completely. I opened my eyes wide. The surroundings were still dark. Dawn had not yet broken. I remained seated at the table. The oil lamp had extinguished at some point, leaving only a faint glow of moonlight seeping through the doors and windows. I quickly straightened up and slapped my face, reminding myself that I had resolved not to sleep. Yet I could not hold on. The visage of Zimiao lingered in my mind, as if he had just been beside me, and time rewound to when I was not the proprietress, but merely a little tree demon flitting about on Fulong Mountain. I exhaled softly. Dreams are indeed the most irrational of things. One cannot control them, only surrender. Many forgotten fragments are confined to dreams, appearing and disappearing unexpectedly, beyond one's control. The brief melancholy and scattered thoughts were swiftly dispelled by the rationality of reality. I took a few deep breaths. As she had yet to return, Empang Sanjin was likely asleep. The world around me was at its quietest, everything normal, without any anomalies. I got up and stealthily made my way to the inner room. The two little spirits were soundly asleep. I gently covered the thin blanket that had slipped from Wager back over her. As I tiptoed past the wardrobe, I suddenly paused, pressing my ear against it. It was eerily quiet. I distinctly remembered that the Sheen Long brothers were known for their rhythmic snoring. Carefully, I opened the wardrobe door just a crack. Inside, aside from clothes, there was no sign of the Sheen Long brothers. I searched again. They were indeed absent. Yet the topmost layer of clothing still retained a hint of warmth. This was quite strange. Although I never interfered with the freedoms of those in Buting, it was rather unreasonable for them to be out at this hour. Moreover, I recalled that the Xinlong brothers rarely ventured outside. After all, two blind dragons likely had little interest in shopping. They must have just left. I immediately exited the room and hurried outside, finding the entire alley devoid of human presence, and there was no trace of the Xinlong. I retraced my steps and searched throughout Buting again, but found no sign of them. Recalling the fact that the younger brother had clearly been punished by the elder brother, a great sense of unease filled my heart. After some contemplation, I headed to the kitchen and found an empty bowl, filling it halfway with clear water. Returning to the courtyard, I faced the crescent moon and recited a few incantations before sprinkling salt water into the air. The water shimmered, coalescing into a glowing, ethereal mirror in the sky. I touched it gently with my fingertip and commanded, "Reveal." This was the water-moon mirror technique taught to me by Zimiao, capable of revealing events that had transpired within a 100-meter radius of the caster, but only up to an hour prior, and the scenes would appear in a chaotic, uncontrolled manner. This technique consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy and had little practical use, only effective on nights illuminated by moonlight, which is why I rarely employed it. Yet now, perhaps I could try my luck. The mirror's surface began to flicker with images of the Buting courtyard, then shifted to Xiaozhang tossing and turning in bed, followed by the sight of me asleep at the table. I felt my energy draining rapidly as I continued to channel my spirit into the mirror. Yet it still did not show the scenes I wished to see. Gritting my teeth, my fingers began to tremble. Suddenly, two beams of white light appeared in the mirror, revealing the Xinlong brothers sneakily gliding across the courtyard and landing at the front gate. Upon landing, a cloud of white mist erupted, and, as it dissipated, Xinlong vanished, leaving only a young man in white standing there. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he reached for the door, yet within him, I could faintly hear two voices conversing. What use is it to seek that person now? I need to understand what happened. Unknown and Xiaozhang were nearly harmed. I had long urged you to cease all correspondence with her. You question me? Are you not equally apprehensive about her? With a soft thud, the mirror I conjured shattered beneath this scene, its fragments dissolving into droplets that fell silently to the ground. My arms hung limply at my sides as I mustered the strength to reach the wicker chair and sit down. My health had already been in a fragile state, and aside from the toll this spell took on me, what astonished me most were the two Xinlong typically overlooked in daily life. Having coexisted for some time, I was aware they could communicate with each other and perceive sounds inaudible to ordinary ears. But I was entirely unaware that these two creatures possessed the ability to transform into human form. However, their cultivation still seemed somewhat lacking, as they would require the combined strength of both to assume a human shape. Yet, what struck me most was that I had indeed encountered the white-clad young man they became. The blind gentleman, who served as an errand boy for a young girl named Qingtong at the amusement park during the day, was none other than these two little rascals. How careless of me! I had not directed my attention to this unfamiliar young man, which explained why he had hastily departed upon seeing me. Was it not a sign of guilt? Now, feeling somewhat weakened and my emotions in turmoil, I leaned back in the wicker chair, striving to steady my breath. What I detest most is when one of my own encounters trouble. I have expressed time and again that I fear not external foes, but harbor a deep-seated disdain for traitors from within. The matter concerning this cat could escalate or diminish. With both Ao Qi and me present, the likelihood of calamity was minimal. But what if we were absent? The thought sent chills down my spine. Nevertheless, I remain reluctant to attribute malice to the Xinlong, even if they have deliberately concealed the truth from me. A sudden chill swept through, and the crescent moon disappeared behind the clouds, plunging the courtyard into a deeper darkness. Rationally, I reflected upon the fragments within the mirror and considered all that had transpired during the day. Every seemingly unrelated event appeared to be subtly intertwined with a singular figure, Qingtong, the transformed Xinlong, the suspicious old man with a penchant for violence. All seemed to converge upon this girl who eked out a living through hardship. Chapter 58. The Dream Mirror 3. I spent a sleepless night. Just as dawn approached, Ao Qi returned, carrying an enormous sack brimming with unknown contents over his shoulder. His brow furrowed in a manner that suggested he had encountered considerable distress. What happened? I quickly inquired, gesturing toward the sack. What is this? Let us set that aside for now. He placed the sack on the ground and pulled me closer. What have you done? Why do you look so unwell? A night without sleep won't kill me. I replied anxiously. What are the child's parents? Did you find them? Is Niè Qiǎo Rén aware? Not a single soul has reported any missing children. Ao Qi's brow knitted even tighter. No one in the inn acknowledges having lost a child. What? I exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, when I questioned a young couple, their eyes darted nervously, particularly the wife, whose swollen, red eyes were unmistakably a sign of recent tears. Her husband claimed that they had lost a daughter years ago, but she could not bear to speak of it, lest it provoke further tears from his wife. Ao Qi scoffed. Such a flimsy lie cannot deceive me. I feigned departure before stealthily returning to them, rendering both unconscious and thoroughly rummaging through their belongings. One of their bundles contained infant clothes and diapers, and among them was a red floral belly band identical to the one worn by the deceased infant. I was even more astonished. A couple claiming to have lost a daughter, yet denying her existence? Any rational parent would never act so callously. Did you discover anything else? I inquired. Indeed, Ao Qi replied with a triumphant grin. I possess an acute eye and a meticulous nature. Within the bundle, I found a vial containing a liquid that is highly likely to be human blood, and both of them have bandaged wrists that, upon inspection, reveal cuts. Are you suggesting that this couple collected their own blood in this vial? Otherwise, how coincidental that both partners have injuries on their wrists, and a vial of blood just happens to be in their possession? Ao Qi frowned. Yet, the reasoning eludes me. They are neither demons, nor spirits, nor sorcerers. Merely common folk, yet their behavior is bizarre. Why deny the loss of child? Even if they are not the biological parents, denial seems unnecessary, considering the gravity of a human life. After a moment's contemplation, I asked, what the couple now? He kicked the sack. Right here. I was taken aback. You bound them? Until we unravel this matter, I have no intention of letting them go. Ao Qi squatted down and untied the sack's opening, revealing two slender, young figures bound tightly together, unconscious. I sighed. If they were to report this, you would find yourself facing charges of kidnapping from Niè Qiǎo Rén. Ao Qi dismissed my concerns. What do you think they would dare to do to me, given they are too fearful even to report their daughter missing? Release them, I insisted, moving to untie their bonds, pondering whether there might be deeper truths hidden within. Yet, to my dismay, I found myself unable to unravel the knots Ao Qi had tied. My fingers still lacked sufficient strength. Ao Qi noticed my struggle and grasped my hand, questioning, what exactly did you do? Even without sleep, you should be able to untie a knot. I had no choice but to confess. After you left, I employed the Wū Chuān technique. His eyes widened in disbelief. That spell, which only reveals fragmented glimpses from an hour prior and consumes immense spiritual energy. The one that Zimiao taught you? His focus landed squarely on the latter half of my statement. I shot him a reproachful glance. Isn't it true that Zimiao teaches you the inferior techniques, while you impart the superior ones? Is that not a fact? He expressed his dissatisfaction. What did you intend to accomplish with it? Do you wish to feign again? I recounted the events concerning the Xinlong in their entirety. Xinlong? He looked incredulous. How could those two living phones be involved? I never witnessed them take on human form, even in Donghai. These two little rascals have hidden their abilities remarkably well. I shook my head. Only they can provide the answers. Where might they have gone? Ao Qi said, exasperated. I cannot say for certain, I replied, glancing towards the entrance. But I can surmise who they are seeking. Whom? The girl from the amusement park, Qingtong, who earns her keep through hardship. Her? Ao Qi appeared perplexed, then remarked with surprise, that old man was also after her. Moreover, he, like the Xinlong, offered her a considerable sum of silver. They were the most generous of all. I nodded. This girl is not as simple as she appears. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Qi remarked, if we were to seek her out now, It seems we lack any justification for questioning her. She has not been involved in these events at all. Indeed, I turn my gaze toward the couple in the sack. Thus, we must first interrogate them. Let's bring them inside. We position the couple on chairs, and Ao Chi traced a finger across their foreheads. In no time, their expressions softened, and they gradually regained consciousness. The anticipated panic erupted within them. They trembled as though caught in a storm, believing themselves to be unfortunate victims of a kidnapping, pleading on their knees that they were merely ordinary citizens without wealth or power. We do not seek your money, nor do we wish for your lives. Observing the woman's gaunt figure and haggard complexion, I softened my approach, helping her to a seated position. We have summoned you solely for the sake of truth. The woman exchanged glances with her husband, stammering, We do not know you. What is your intention in binding us? The man, trembling, shuffled closer to his wife, gripping her shoulder tightly, his words tumbling out incoherently. We are honest people. We mean no harm. Please do not harm us. No one wishes to harm you. Ao Chi interjected impatiently. As long as you speak the truth, we will release you. With a quivering voice, the woman replied, Truth? What truth? Your daughter. I spoke plainly. The couple's expressions shifted dramatically. Why is it that you remain silent about your daughter's abduction, even denying her existence? I fixed my gaze on the woman. Do not deceive me. I can discern the truth. The couple exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating to respond. With a count of 3, if you do not respond, I shall return you to the sack, bound with stones and cast into the depths. Ao Chi uttered his threat, forcefully kicking the sack before them. The woman's voice trembled as she grasped her husband's hand and implored, Speak up. But we promised the young lady Qing Tong we would not disclose this. The man blurted out, Young lady Qing Tong. I exchanged a glance with Ao Chi. My expression hardened as I stated, My husband witnessed someone burying your young daughter beneath a tree by the riverbank. Life and death are paramount, now that I am aware. I cannot refrain from reporting this to the authorities. Since you refused to speak with us, you shall have time to explain to the officials. I fear that the depths of a prison will not be as comfortable as my home. Upon hearing the mention of reporting to the authorities, the woman panicked and fell to her knees, repeatedly gesturing, Please do not report. No, that was our child. She paused, then shook her head. But she is not our child. Clarify. Ao Shi hiprimunded. The man clenched his teeth and said, We reside in Nanfang. 3 years ago, we indeed had a daughter who was not yet a year old. Our family was once harmonious, but a bout of typhus claimed her life. As parents, there is no greater sorrow than losing a child. For the past few years, my wife and I have lived in misery, haunted nightly by dreams of our daughter searching for us. We call her name, but she cannot hear us, and when we try to embrace her, we find ourselves unable to move. My wife always awakens in tears. Unfortunately, our fates have been cruel. My wife endured a difficult childbirth, and the midwife barely saved both mother and child, but she has never had the chance to be a mother again. That single sprout of life was ultimately lost. He paused, wiping his reddened eyes, and continued, Years of pent-up grief have taken a toll on my wife's health, and recently she developed palpitations and chest pains. Someone recommended a doctor in Dongfang who specializes in such ailments, so we hastened from Nanfang to seek treatment. The doctor diagnosed her and said she would need a month of acupuncture. Hence, we temporarily took refuge at Yinlian, hoping to return home once she recovered. About 6 or 7 days ago, I heard of a lively place called Zhongluchang in Dongfang, so I took my wife there to lift her spirits. There, we encountered a girl who allowed others to hit her as if she were a punching bag. We found it astonishing that anyone could earn a living in such a manner. After all, if there were other means, who would choose this as a profession? That day, after she completed her last transaction and the crowd dissipated, my wife approached her, offering some medicine for bruises that she had just purchased from another stall, saying, If your parents saw you in such hardship, how they would grieve. The girl accepted the medicine with a smile, replying that we were good people. I noticed she was diligently polishing a copper plate, making our reflections appear clear as day. Yet when she sought tips with that plate, not a single soul contributed. It was truly disheartening. I gave her some extra coins and said, If you can change professions, please do, enduring this daily. Even the strongest body cannot withstand. She merely smiled and said it was no bother. We had nothing more to say, so we departed. He paused, his brows furrowing deeply. I thought we would only have that one encounter with her. Yet the following night, she unexpectedly found our lodging and returned to us with an infant girl. At this point, the couple's expressions grew complex, a tapestry of hope interwoven with despair, joy intertwined with sorrow, evident in every word they spoke next. We were taken aback. The woman's eyes glistened with tears as she cradled the child, unmistakably our daughter who had been lost to us for 3 years. The roundness of her eyes, the rosy apple-like cheeks, even the sound of her cries were identical. She placed the child on the bed, turned to us with a smile, and said, "The clearest figure in dreams is surely your beloved." We were all stunned. I finally regained my composure and asked her what had transpired, to which she replied, "It is nothing. I merely wish to bring you joy by returning this child." Returning her to us? I admitted I was astonished. How could a girl, who endured daily beatings, return a child who had been dead for 3 years to her parents, especially when she had only met them once? The man nodded. She indeed said so, word for word. Initially, I suspected the child was stolen, yet the resemblance was undeniable. The features mirrored those of my daughter. I inquired about the child's origins, and she cheerfully claimed the child came from our dreams, assuring us to raise her without worry. We could scarcely believe it, but upon seeing the child's face, we found ourselves powerless to refuse. This was undeniably our lost daughter. When we departed, we asked her name, and she replied that she was called Ching Tong, cautioning us not to share this matter with others. "What happened to your hands?" Aochi gestured towards their wrists. The couple fell silent, and after a moment, the woman finally spoke. After she left, we held the child, weeping inconsolably, no longer caring about the child's origin. All the suffering of 3 years was resolved in that instant. We even believed this girl, Ching Tong, was a hidden celestial being sent to alleviate human suffering. Yet this reclaimed happiness did not endure long. We soon discovered the child refused to eat, whether rice porridge or goat milk. Just when we were at a loss, she unexpectedly bit my wrist. I furrowed my brow. Does this child crave blood for sustenance? She lowered her head, and the man embraced her tighter, saying, "At first, we feared, but the thought of losing her quelled all our fears." Aside from this, the child showed no other abnormalities. Thus, you believe that even if she drinks blood for a lifetime, you would accept it? I scoffed. What if one day she desires not only your blood, but that of others? The couple stared blankly, speechless. I emphasized what transpired last night. The man inhaled deeply and replied, as we were about to extinguish the lamp and rest, an old man we had never seen before barged in without knocking, snatched the child from the bed, and as he left, he declared, "Consider this a dream. This child cannot stay with you. Do not make a fuss about it, or you will attract trouble." The situation had shifted rapidly. It was no longer easy to discern whether the old man was benevolent or malevolent. Aochi closed his gaping mouth and turned to me, asking, "What is your perspective?" "Things are somewhat chaotic," I replied, "but Xian Long must know what is happening." At that moment, dawn had broken, and we escorted the couple, unharmed, away from the inn. As we parted, I said to them, "What is lost cannot return." They fell silent and departed in despair. Yet, until the sun set, Xian Long had not returned to the inn. Chapter 59. The Mirror of Nightmares. 4. As dusk settled over Zhong Luchang, the crowd remained lively, the lights twinkling. Her business seemed to flourish today. A young man, drenched in sweat from his exertions, generously rewarded her with a silver ingot and contentedly made his way through the throng. At this moment, I still could not fathom how a normal person could make a living in such a manner. As for those who paid to hit her, any rational individual, despite harboring pent-up frustration, would find it difficult to strike an innocent girl. Truth be told, I held a deep aversion to such trade. I rushed out of the tent and called out to the young man who had just left. He turned, looking at me quizzically. "Who are you?" "Just a bystander." I smiled. "I am merely curious to ask you, did you feel particularly happy while hitting that girl? If striking someone truly brings such relief, I might like to try it myself." The young man's expression softened as he replied, "Happiness would not be the right word. Lately, I have been so troubled by various matters that I felt the urge to hit someone. However, at first, I was just curious about the idea of paying to hit someone. I never intended to actually do it. Yet, I don't know how. But as soon as I stood before that girl, a fierce anger surged from within me, and I could think of nothing but hitting her hard. Only after I had exhausted myself did that rage dissipate. Alas, the world is harsh. Everyone harbors some resentment, and one never knows when it might erupt. Watching the young man's figure fade into the crowd, I furrowed my brow, contemplating every word he had just uttered. Ao Qi hurried out of the tent. Pulling me aside, she is preparing to leave. Has Xianlong not appeared? I gaze at the onlookers emerging one after another. Ao Qi shook his head, remarking that the old man was absent. He cast a glance into the tent and concluded that it seemed necessary to confront the suspect directly. Accompanying her home, I was eager to observe what this intriguing young woman might do along the way. I dragged Ao Qi into a more secluded spot, suspecting that she possessed an ability to provoke anger. Otherwise, those individuals would not have attacked her in such a frenzy, considering most people are generally reasonable. Ao Qi, with drooping eyelids, stated that such abilities would inversely correlate with a person's intellect, who would willingly provoke others to beat them up. Yet, the current reality was just that. I sighed, then recalled a more pressing matter. Were the protective barriers properly set up? This was not something to be taken lightly. Ao Qi assured me, with conviction, that the defensive barrier I had established could last at least 3 days, during which no one but us could enter. Moreover, there was a Deng, whom I had instructed to swallow the 2 little spirits and flee at the first sign of trouble. After all, a Deng had once been a mount for the Dragon King, possessing the ability to become invisible, making it difficult to capture. We could rest assured as we took care of this young woman's affairs. I nodded, feeling slightly more at ease. After waiting an entire day without the return of the Xianlong brothers, I speculated that either they felt guilty and dared not face me, or they had been hindered by some unforeseen circumstance. The only connection to them was the Qing Tong girl from the Zhong Lichang. I had initially intended to leave Ao Qi behind to keep a watchful eye while I visited the Zhong Lichang, but he insisted on accompanying me. Feeling too restless to allow me to venture alone, we weighed our options and established a defensive barrier to prevent any strange entities from intruding and disturbing the 2 little spirits. At that moment, I found myself particularly longing for my companions from my own world. Had Jiuju been present, I would have been at ease in trusting the child to him. I wondered how he was faring now and whether he had consumed all the baijiu and red wine I had stored. Lost in thought, Qing Tong emerged from the tent, cradling a round object wrapped in cloth. I surmised it was the shiny copper plate she used to solicit alms, and aside from that and the coin pouch hanging at her waist, she possessed no other belongings. A fresh bruise adorned the corner of her eye, yet she exhibited no signs of distress, walking effortlessly towards the exit of the Zhong Lichang. Ao Qi and I followed her. She had no means of transportation and walked the entire way. Upon exiting the Zhong Lichang, she headed towards the market, where she purchased a bag of meat buns from a small shop and a packet of dried fish from another store, then continued northward. Everything appeared normal for the moment, though the quantity of meat buns and fish seemed excessive if she intended to consume them alone. As night fell, the sky was devoid of stars and the moon, oppressive with heat, suggesting an impending storm. The path she traversed grew increasingly desolate, and before we knew it, we had followed her to a barren area on the outskirts. Flickering bluish-green, phosphorescent flames danced in the darkness ahead. A cemetery? With the absence of passers-by to mask our presence, Ao Qi and I had already concealed ourselves, cautiously trailing her. It was indeed a cemetery, with narrow paths overgrown with wild grass weaving between graves of various sizes. She navigated through with ease, requiring no light, until she reached a dilapidated wooden house marked by a white lantern. Silently, Ao Qi and I positioned ourselves a short distance behind her. The feeble glow of the lantern barely illuminated the decaying structure, which seemed ready to collapse with the slightest push. She seated herself on the threshold, unwrapping the package of fish and buns while calling out, "Demi, Ernyo, Pang Pang." Soon, several wildcats and dogs emerged from the shadows, gathering around her and voraciously eating, their sounds of contentment filling the air. She offered all the food to them, refraining from touching any herself, instead watching them with a warm smile, her affection radiating like a gentle stream, contrasting starkly with the somber atmosphere, breathing subtle life into the desolate surroundings. It has been said that those who treat small creatures kindly have their limits when it comes to malice. Before long, the cats and dogs, having filled their bellies, rubbed against her legs before scattering. She rose and cheerfully bid them good night as they departed. After speaking, she turned and entered the house, shutting the almost non-existent door behind her, seemingly content as she laid down on the tattered mat inside, using the copper plate as a pillow, curling up with her eyes closed. Nothing we had anticipated occurred. Her actions were tranquil, and aside from the oddity of her dwelling, there was nothing suspicious. Continuing to observe would yield no further insights. It was time to conclude our watch. Ao-Chi and I revealed ourselves, standing before the door. I halted Ao-Chi's impulsive attempt to kick it in, reminding him to be courteous given that a young woman was inside. "I do not regard her as a lady," he bluntly stated. "What kind of girl offers a small vampire to others? If Xian Long truly has ties to her, then that vicious cat must surely be her doing." These were mere conjectures. The answers lay within. I reached out and knocked on the door, careful not to strike too forcefully lest it collapse. Before long, her voice came from behind the door. "Who is it?" "Qing Tong. It's the sister who mentioned introducing you to a job yesterday," I replied in a light tone. After a moment of rustling footsteps, the wooden door creaked open, revealing Qing Tong, who rubbed her sleepy eyes in surprise. "Oh, it's you, sister. How did you find my home?" I glanced around, countering, "Is this your home?" She nodded. "Since coming to Dongfang, I have lived here. Is there something wrong?" "This is a cemetery." Ao-Chi interjected. "Are you short on money?" "I earn enough to live on," she replied, regarding Ao-Chi with curiosity. "And who might you be?" "He is my husband, who accompanied me yesterday to watch your performance. He had to leave early due to other matters. You probably do not remember him," I smiled, peering into the room. "Are you alone?" "Yes," she nodded, then asked. "It's so late. What brings you to find me?" "No one has ever managed to trace me here. Have you been following me?" "Yes," I answered directly. "I came to inquire about an individual. The blind gentleman in white who watched your performance yesterday and gifted you a considerable sum. Do you know where he is now?" She paused. "You mean Gong Zixing?" Gong Zixing has quite a casual approach to aliases. "He has not visited the Zone Luchang today," she asserted. "For the past month, whenever I perform, he is always present. I find it quite strange, too." Her demeanor was calm, showing no signs of deceit. "Are you friends with Gong Zixing?" I inquired. "Yes, he's an incredibly kind person," Qing Tong replied earnestly. "I have traveled to many places, and most regard me as merely a spectacle, but he treats me as a friend, no, as family. Like you, he has urged me many times to change my profession. Once, when I was severely beaten by a patron, he jumped in to protect me, taking several punches himself despite being frail and blind." "Are you also friends with Gong Zixing?" she asked, concern in her voice. "Has something happened to him?" Could the Xian Long she speaks of be the same as the one I know?" I pondered. "We shall not keep it from you. This fellow originally worked at the shop owned by my husband and me. That day at the Zone Luchang, we discovered he frequently attended your performances. He feared we would scold him for sneaking out to play, and thus hurriedly ran away. I noticed he did not return all day today. The work at the shop is still piled up, so I thought he might have come to find you, which is why we came to inquire." I devised a set of half-truths. So that is the case." She still wore a puzzled expression. "But you should have come to inquire earlier instead of trailing all the way to my home." I swiftly thought. "I feared you might conceal the truth from me. What if this lazy fellow had already contacted you to ask for your assistance in hiding his actions, and then you would only meet again after your performance elsewhere?" She shook her head with certainty. "No, he indeed did not seek me out today." "Oh, then let it be. Perhaps he has gone off to amuse himself elsewhere." I shook my head. At that moment, distant thunder rumbled ominously, and the long dormant wind picked up strength. Qing Tong glanced at the sky and remarked, "It seems a heavy rain is approaching. Why don't you come inside for a while?" Ao-Chi's expression was particularly complex. Only I understood the inner turmoil he felt, pondering whether the young lady was aware that what lay in her room were not mere tables and benches, but rather coffins. How could she so casually invite us in? However, I had little in my abode aside from a few empty coffins of unknown origin. If it bothers you, perhaps it is best if we forego entering. She gestured toward the interior, her expression a touch awkward. I hastily reassured. It is merely a coffin. There is nothing to be concerned about. Exchanging a knowing glance with Ao Chi, we entered with utmost vigilance. In summer, the torrential downpour arrives suddenly, with raindrops the size of beans crashing down. The desolate graveyard, the empty coffins, and the solitary house were soon engulfed in the cacophony of the rain. Chapter 60. The Dream Mirror. 5. Qing Tong rummaged in the corner for a candle, then spent additional time searching for a fire starter. While lighting the candle, she apologized. I retire early, and no one has ever visited me at this hour, so I haven't even purchased an oil lamp. I hope you won't mind. The candle flickered to life, yet there was no place to set it down, so she hurriedly scurried to the other end of the room to fetch a chipped bowl. Upon her return, she inadvertently stepped on something and slipped, shattering the bowl. I rushed over to help her up. She looked particularly embarrassed and admitted, "I'm a bit nervous, as I've never had guests before." "Are you hurt?" I stared at her suddenly grasped right hand. "It's nothing, just a scratch," she replied with a smile. Ao Chi found a plate, placing the candle upon it. The three of us gathered around this small flame that could not sustain itself for long. "You are quite peculiar, young lady. Aren't you afraid we might be villains, inviting us so casually into your home?" Ao Chi, much like myself, had yet to discern anything sinister about Qing Tong. Before us stood merely a clumsy girl who could stumble over her own nervousness at the arrival of guests. However, none of us relaxed our vigilance. "I'm not afraid." She shook her head, confidently asserting that she could distinguish between good and evil. "My sister is kind to me, and you are her husband, so naturally, you cannot be bad." The candlelight danced in her bright eyes as she curled her legs, resting her chin on her knees, saying earnestly, "There are too few people in this world who are kind to me, so it is not difficult to differentiate." In that position, her already slender form appeared even smaller, making it hard to imagine how such a fragile body could endure heavy blows. "Why do you treat yourself so poorly, expecting others to treat you well?" Suddenly, I felt a surge of anger. Why not choose a more respectable occupation to earn a living? Even washing dishes, selling vegetables, or writing novels would be better than this. "Aren't you afraid of being harmed one day? Even if you aren't killed, it would still hurt." As I spoke, I instinctively tugged at her right hand, pointing to the cut on her palm inflicted by the shattered bowl. A flesh and blood body will feel pain even from such a small injury. I was about to voice more when I froze. Though the half-inch cut was not severe, it had broken the skin, yet under the candlelight, there was not a trace of blood. She had not washed her hands or treated the wound, and the absence of blood was illogical. She withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze. You noticed. Not only I, but Ao Chi also recognized it. We would not overlook any detail about her. "Young lady, please explain," Ao Chi stated coldly. She pressed her lips together and replied, "I am different from you." She appeared more composed than we had anticipated, showing no sign of panic at having her secret exposed. I maintained my composure. "In what way are you different?" She smiled, touching her injury. I lacked the sense of pain. I was taken aback. She continued, "I even feigned breathing in order to appear as normal as possible during the day." I examined her anew. I recalled someone telling me that I was a creature caught between life and death, and those like us are referred to as zombies. She spoke cautiously, fearing that these words might frighten her listeners. "Lacking pain and breath, I am not a living being. I can see, hear, speak, and walk. Yet I am not a corpse." Suddenly, she laughed. "I often say I'm striving to make a living, but truthfully, I do not know if my daily existence can be considered living. However, I generally refrain from pondering this question, as I am quite content with my life now. I go wherever I please, earn money through my own efforts, and buy food to feed the cats and dogs. Occasionally, I even encounter friends like Gongzi Xing and you. Would you believe me if I said I am quite happy?" I stared at her face for several seconds, then suddenly grasped her hand, pressing it against her wrist to confirm the absence of a pulse. I extended my hand to feel her neck, but she guided it to her chest. She smiled. "No heartbeat, right?" I believed her, yet she was unlike any zombie I had ever encountered before. The vast majority of zombies lack independent thought, merely a shell animated by breath that has not yet departed, resembling a machine more than a living being. She exhibited no hostility, at least for now. She seemed like a rational, normal person. Ao Qi positioned himself closer to her, contemplating that should she exhibit any malevolent behavior, he could strike swiftly. In our lengthy lives, we have encountered many demons, yet zombies are rare, likely subdued by the Taoist priests, as dealing with zombies is far easier than with demons. I withdrew my hand. Does Gongzi Xing know your true identity? Yes, she nodded. Although he cannot see, his hearing is exceptional. He claims he once heard the sound of my lack of breath for an entire hour. She laughed. Sometimes when I am busy, I forget to breathe. So you confessed your identity to him? I inquired. It is futile to conceal it, and besides, I did not wish to hide it from him. She seemed to recall something amusing, causing herself to chuckle. While others remind you to eat and sleep regularly, he reminds me to remember to breathe. Observing her expression, it was evident she regarded Xian Long as a friend. Are you not afraid of me? She asked, after following you to a graveyard without flinching. Do you think we would be afraid? I retorted, smiling. I am a businessman, well acquainted with the world, and I understand that humanity is not the only existence in this realm. That is reassuring, she sighed. I was worried I might frighten you. My gaze shifted to the copper plate on the straw mat, its dim candlelight failing to obscure its extraordinary gleam. I have noticed you carry that copper plate wherever you go, I inquired curiously. Do you not find it uncomfortable to use as a pillow? She glanced at the copper plate and replied, It is not a copper plate. It is a mirror. A mirror? I recalled that it indeed reflected clearly, even capturing the finest strands of my hair. I rely on it whenever I wish to gift something to others, she stated earnestly. Therefore, I must never lose it. It must accompany me wherever I go. A gift? My heart skipped a beat. Just as I was about to inquire about the baby girl, she preempted me. Sister, although I previously mentioned I did not require your assistance, I'm grateful nonetheless. Hence, I have also prepared a gift for you. I intended to deliver it to your residence tomorrow. Since you have found your way here, why not present it to you in advance? I also have a share. I feigned surprise while my mind spiraled with uncertainty, a peculiar tension seizing my nerves. Had I not shot a warning glance at Ao Qi, he would have undoubtedly blurted out that we did not want a blood-sucking infant or a feral cat. Sister, come with me. She rose, lifting the nearly extinguished candle, and led me to a coffin nestled in the corner. Ao Qi followed closely behind, his fists clenched in silence. It should be time for him to awaken, she murmured, reaching out to push the coffin lid. Inch by inch, the lid gradually shifted, falling to the ground. She raised the candle to illuminate the interior and turned to me with a smile. Sister, come and see. Ao Qi and I leaned closer, peering into the coffin illuminated by the flickering candlelight. As the figure inside came into sharp focus, Ao Qi let out a startled gasp, his expression akin to that of a person who had seen a ghost. Despite having faced countless horrors in the East China Sea, nothing had ever elicited fear from him until now. As for me, I clamped my hand over my mouth, my heartbeat and breath abandoning me in that instant. All that filled my vision was that familiar face, while everything around us dissolved into chaotic turbulence. Zimiao lay quietly within. His black hair, moon-white garments, and gentle features were indistinguishable from my memories. His long, fair fingers were gracefully folded across his chest, and I could even hear the faint sound of his breathing. I was utterly bewildered, my mind a cacophony of buzzing. This was impossible. Qing Tong was merely a zombie. She could not have utilized the essence of Zimiao, sealed within the bracelet, to bring him from the past to the present. Yet, here he was, vividly lying before me. I could not believe that this zombie possessed the power to rival the divine, nor that she could cast illusions that ensnared both me and Ao Qi. It was unfathomable that she could conjure an apparition of Zimiao from thin air, especially since she resided in Yúmén Guó and could never have encountered him. My body trembled slightly. I was at a loss for words to express my current emotions. A dear one, who could only exist in our memories, had returned, and I had to muster immense strength to prevent myself from fainting. Ao Qi stood frozen by the coffin like a statue for what felt like an eternity, then suddenly inhaled deeply and slapped himself across the face, the sound ringing painfully in my ears. Damn it, this is not a dream. He rubbed his reddened cheek, regaining some composure, and after a moment's hesitation, reached out to pinch Zimiao's face. He recoiled as if bitten by a snake, wearing a mournful expression as he looked at me. P.S. warm and still quite resilient. This scoundrel is alive. I stared at him, then back at the sleeping figure, inexplicably wanting to retreat. This person had been absent from my life for too long, long enough for me to lose the ability to discern his authenticity. I had thought that parting at the river of forgetfulness meant never seeing him again, and even dreams of reunion had become increasingly rare. Everything between Zimiao and me had concluded with the 4 words inscribed in my palm. Aochi's expression grew increasingly grim. If Zimiao was my emotional knot, it was perhaps even more so his. Our reactions must have startled Qing Tong, who stood on the other side of the coffin, anxiously observing us. Sister, did I do something wrong? I should have shouted at her, demanding to know what was happening, but I could not muster the strength. Outside, the thunder roared, and the rain fell sharply, perfectly complementing my current turmoil. As for Aochi, he must have felt a seismic upheaval within. Noticing our silence, she bit her lip and cautiously asked, Sister, is this person not the most important to you? Her words struck me like a thunderclap, awakening me and causing pain to Aochi. I regained my senses and rushed to grab her arm. How do you know Zimiao? Zimiao? She replied, her face a mask of confusion. Is this person named Zimiao? You don't recognize him? My mind was in utter disarray. Qing Tong continued to look bewildered. He is the person from your dreams. How would I know him? The person from my dreams? Suddenly, I recalled last night's dream. Zimiao's visage was still vividly clear. It was merely a dream. I can see your dreams in the mirror, she said earnestly. The clearest one must be the one you cherish most, but cannot return to. I was taken aback. Aochi pressed his hands against his nearly exploding head and pointed at Qing Tong. Explain this to me. What mirror? What cannot be returned? Before we could grasp her words, a noise emerged from the coffin. A long sigh escaped Zimiao's lips, and his half-closed eyes slowly opened. Aochi yanked me aside, as if bracing for an impending threat. The ancient wood creaked in response to his movements as he gradually sat up, surveying his surroundings. His gaze shifted from Qing Tong to us, displaying neither surprise nor alarm, merely stating, Where is this? His voice was identical to that of the Zimiao I knew. Zimiao? I struggled to maintain clarity in my voice, unsure if I was questioning him or myself. He looked down at his surroundings, smiled, and shook his head. How'd I end up sitting in a coffin? He stood up, his movements exuding an elegant grace that was unmistakably reminiscent of the Zimiao I knew. Gently brushing off the wood shavings from his attire, he lifted his gaze to meet mine, his familiar eyes still warm and gentle after all these years. And you are? Aochi and I released our furrowed brows simultaneously. He did not recognize me. A subtle sense of relief washed over me. This fellow could not truly be Zimiao, no matter how much he resembled him. You're Zimiao? Aochi stepped between us, pointing to me with a derisive smile. But you do not know her? He scrutinized Aochi from head to toe, offering a polite smile. I am indeed Zimiao. However, I do not recognize this young lady, nor do I know you. Sir, a clap of thunder echoed outside, illuminating every face in the room with a flash of lightning. Despite the stark brightness, this man remained strikingly composed, reminiscent of the days spent atop Fu Long Mountain, surveying the world through torrential rain, unhurried and steadfast. Flesh may feign, voices may change, but the aura inherent in a person's being cannot be masqueraded. Without waiting for Aochi to respond, he cast a glance out the window, muttering to himself, Such heavy rain. The low-lying areas must be in peril. He then inquired, How long has it been raining? Are there any households nearby? Are you worried about the rain? I fixed my gaze on his face, not wanting to miss any subtle expression. Whenever there is a torrential downpour, it inevitably leads to flooding. He approached the window, his long hair swaying in the cool breeze and rain. It is my duty to ensure the peace of the human realm. As his words fell, he gently closed his eyes, forming a gesture and chanting an incantation. A stream of water-like energy emanated from his fingertips, trailing along. Phoenix tail-like glow as it shot out the window, and pierced the stormy sky. Aochi's astonishment stemmed from the realization that this impostor could wield magic with such finesse. Regardless of his identity, the energy he summoned was undeniably powerful, visibly disturbing the previously calm air around us. My astonishment, however, arose from the fact that the rain-stopping technique he had just employed was one I had witnessed countless times before. In the past, whenever Zhi Miao sought to quell the downpour, he would use this very technique, asserting that it was effective unless the rain had already caused a deluge. Soon, the sound of rain outside ceased, and the thunderstorm abated. I was reluctant to believe what I had witnessed. It made no sense. He was not Zhi Miao, yet he could perform the very magic only Zhi Miao could wield, halting the rain before our eyes. In a daze, I suddenly dashed out the door, standing on the damp ground, extending my hand as if to prove my vision wrong. Surely, it must still be raining. No one but Zhi Miao could command the rain to stop at will. However, no matter how long I held my hand out, not a single drop of rain fell, and the dark clouds in the sky had thinned, revealing the faint glow of moonlight. Altru pursued me, inquiring about my intentions. I grasped his hand tightly and shook my head, asserting that it was utterly impossible. He could not possess the abilities unique to Zhi Miao. Abilities unique to Zhi Miao? A familiar voice echoed from the doorway as he approached us, gazing skyward. I am Zhi Miao. Dear lady, why do you speak thus? You are not, I retorted emphatically, insisting that Zhi Miao could not return. He can. Qingtong rushed forth, cradling a bronze disc in her arms, stopping before me with unwavering conviction. Sister, I have told you I can bring back those who cannot return. I do not deceive you, nor would I cause you harm. I embraced her shoulders, fixating on the disc she held. You claim this is a mirror? Indeed, she nodded. It is called the Yuanjing, inseparable from me, and only I possess the ability to wield it. She gazed at me in confusion, then glanced at Zhi Miao, adding, Do you not wish to see this person? Of course not. Finally, Aoji erupted. He stepped before Zhi Miao, his voice icy enough to freeze the air. While I loathe Zhi Miao, he is dead, despite my aversion. One ought to harbor some respect for the deceased. Your brazen impersonation displeases me. Zhi Miao, hearing this, offered a wry smile. Young master, I am but a stranger to you, with no enmity or grievance. Yet here I stand, conversing with you, and you insist I am dead. I find this utterly perplexing. Aoji's patience evaporated in the face of Zhi Miao's feigned innocence, and he spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Freak. This was bad. He was about to strike. Before I could intervene, Aoji had already launched a palm strike towards Zhi Miao's face. However, Zhi Miao's form flickered, and Aoji's hand met empty air. Young master, you have gone too far. Zhi Miao reappeared several meters away from Aoji, his brow slightly furrowed. The Zhi Miao I knew bore no malice, shunned weapons, and rarely engaged in combat. Yet once he furrowed his brow, a fist was never far behind. I could kill you without remorse. Aoji turned, eyes ablaze with fury, his right palm outstretched as a long sword of red and blue flames materialized upon it. He grasped the sword, thrusting its tip toward Zhi Miao's brow. Zhi Miao leapt into the air, narrowly evading the strike, maintaining a dignified composure even amidst anger. To attack without cause. Who is the true freak here, I or you? The flash of the sword erupted once more, flames swirling like a dragon as Aoji pursued Zhi Miao into the sky, refraining from retorts, channeling all his fury into his weapon. Each strike lethal and aimed at taking a life. Zhi Miao did not yield, dodging and countering, summoning forth a colossal water dragon to engage Aoji in battle. Beneath the night sky, the two fought fiercely, their garments of white and floral shirts igniting sparks of anger amidst the torrents of water and flames. I could hardly believe my eyes. In my lifetime, I had never anticipated witnessing such a scene again. Years prior, when Aoji and I first met over the Duanhu, he attacked with fire while Zhi Miao countered with a water dragon, leaving Aoji without advantage and ultimately fleeing, missing several scales from his dragon form. Those past events remain vivid in my memory. Life often feels like a circle where one inadvertently returns to the starting point. Qingtong, frightened by their clashing blades, pressed against me anxiously, exclaiming, He is not a bad person, nor is your husband. Why is this happening? They mustn't continue. Someone could be killed. I glanced at the battle, observing that both sides were evenly matched, neither gaining an upper hand. The flames of conflict blazed, making this an opportune moment for intervention. And besides, mere mediation would not address the root of the problem. Qingtong, I turned to meet her gaze earnestly, speak honestly with me. What connection does this man and the infant couple from Yunlai have with your Yuanjing? She paused, taken aback. You know about that child? Answer my question. I grasped her shoulders firmly, warning that if she did not speak the truth, lives could be lost. She bit her lip, clutching the bronze disc more tightly. Anyone illuminated by the Yuanjing reveals their dreams to me. The dreams captured by the mirror are the deepest longings of the dreamer's heart. The figures that appear in the Yuanjing, whether human or other beings, are often indistinct. However, there will always be one whose complete visage I can see, and that being is undoubtedly the object of the dreamer's utmost affection. But, she furrowed her brow, those who appear clearly in the Yuanjing must have already passed in reality. I stared in astonishment at the bronze disc she held. Are you saying it can reveal our long-for-deceased? Indeed, she affirmed, not only can it reveal them, but I can also bring them forth from the Yuanjing. A wave of dread washed over me. This mirror, combined with the corpse, could manifest our dearly departed from our dreams, not just people, but even pets. It was unfathomable. Even the divine would find such a feat challenging. Yet, could those brought back truly be the ones we yearn for? The two combatants continued their fierce struggle in the air. Aoji seemed to unleash all his pent-up grievances against Zimiao, though he might not even articulate what those grievances were. Gradually, Zimiao found himself at a disadvantage. Aoji's sword nearly piercing him on several occasions. Forced into a corner, Zimiao suddenly kicked Aoji's back, propelling himself backward, creating distance between them. A streak of luminescence emanated from his palm, a bow drawn taut, forming a water arrow, sharp and dazzling. I was taken aback by this weapon, and as he released the water arrow simultaneously, it shot straight towards the unsteady Aoji, who had yet to turn around. Aoji dodged. I kicked at the water arrow, but alas, I was a moment too late. My toes grazed it, yet the gust generated altered its trajectory, causing it to skim past Aoji's right leg, tearing through his trousers. The arrow had aimed for Aoji's leg from the outset, not his head or heart, though I broke out in a cold sweat. Zimiao's actions mirrored the genuine Zimiao. Even in fierce battles, he had never harbored true murderous intent. He had not then, nor did he now. I positioned myself between them, my voice firm. Cease this at once. The night breeze rustled as the three of us, once unlikely to share the same frame, stood suspended in midair, panting as we exchanged glances. This is a freak. Aoji remained unwilling to lower his sword, angrily tugging at his torn trousers. Look, my pants are ruined. Zimiao, bemused, replied, Young master, you aim for my vital points while I hold back. It is you who distorts the truth. Indeed, Aoji's face flushed as he swung his sword, defiantly retorting, Enough of your excuses. I shall not let this impostor go today. I rushed to seize him, whispering urgently in his ear. His expression shifted dramatically. Are you serious? Indeed. I nodded. In light of this, branding him an impostor seemed unjust, given the peculiarity of his origins. Aoji's grip on his sword slackened, slowly lowering it as the flames upon it dwindled. How could such an unconventional mirror exist in Human Kingdom? He felt disheartened, glancing between Zimiao and me, sourly asking, What now? Do you wish to invite him back for a meal? I must clarify, whether he is present or not, I will not dine with him. I playfully punched him. What a time to be jealous. But he, flustered and agitated, pointed at Zimiao. This fellow stands right before us. Look at his gaze. It is entirely different from how you look at old Chun selling pancakes. I regretted not allowing Zimiao's arrow to strike him. Perhaps a few more would have done him good. Dear lady, I have never believed that force is the best solution to a problem. Zimiao waved his right hand, causing the bow and arrow to vanish. Should there be any misunderstandings between us, let us sit down and clarify them. I gazed at him, but soon diverted my eyes, still struggling to accept the reality of a living Zimiao standing before me, even if his existence stemmed merely from a fleeting dream. Come down from the clouds and speak, I urged as I pulled AOG back to solid ground. Qing Tong hastily approached, inquiring about our well-being. I was torn between blaming her and expressing gratitude. Perhaps this zombie maiden was still naive to the intricacies of the mortal realm. Perhaps she merely wished to repay those she deemed kind in a manner that seemed absurd to others, but was second nature to her. In her eyes, what could be more precious than bringing back someone you care for, even if they can never truly return? We are fine, I replied, unable to chastise her. Thank you for such a grand gift. AOG, however, was less gracious, retorting sarcastically. At that moment, Zhi Miao approached us with a smile, saying, "It is a misfortune that I have engaged in conflict before properly inquiring about your esteemed names. I assure you, I am not impersonating anyone, nor am I the fiend you speak of." I steeled myself to meet his gaze and asked, "Now, please tell me earnestly, who are you?" He bowed slightly, his voice flowing like a gentle mountain stream. "I am Zhi Miao, the Water Lord under the Heavenly Emperor." How familiar those words felt. After so many years, I was hearing them again. For some inexplicable reason, I suddenly laughed, tears pricking in my eyes. The memories and perceptions of his identity were now indistinguishable. Were they his or mine? When your dream stands before you in flesh and blood, when you behold his features and hear his breath, and with a mere step forward, you could embrace him. There are no words to encapsulate that sensation. My only dilemma was what to do next. He was not Zhi Miao, yet he was. Though he had returned in this manner, he did not recognize me and bore no memories related to Fu Longshan. A peculiar thought emerged from the remnants of my muddled mind. Perhaps the best metaphor for his current state is that of a phone restored to factory settings. The brand remains unchanged. The inherent hardware intact, the original system unaltered. He is still the Water Lord Zhi Miao, still gentle and good-natured. However, all the software that once resided within him, photos, music, has vanished. "Miss," Zhi Miao called, noticing my dazed expression. "May I ask your name?" Oh, I regained my senses, only to be interrupted rudely by AO. "Why don't you ask me first?" "I am AOG, the one and only male proprietor of the renowned Lost and Found shop in the eastern square of Xiangxi. You may address me as Mr. AO or Lord AO." With that, he pulled me closer, pointing my head. "She is my wife. Everyone calls her the boss lady. We have 2 children and live happily, with no chance for outsiders to intrude." "Intrude?" Zhi Miao appeared puzzled, then smiled. "So you are merchants." I elbowed AO, causing him to release me in pain. I turned to Zhi Miao. "Do you not know where you are?" He shook his head apologetically, like awakening from a great dream. "I do not know where I am, yet I feel no panic. I shall adapt to my surroundings." I pondered and suggested, "Why not return with me to Wu Ting? At least you would have a place to stay." Before AOG could voice his objections, I swiftly covered his mouth and turned to Qing Tong. "You should come along too." "Me?" Qing Tong looked stunned. "You want me to go to your home?" "Yes." I scanned our surroundings. Though you are not an ordinary person, it is still unwise for a girl to reside in such a desolate graveyard. My gaze returned to her face. "Do you not understand the principle of hiding in plain sight? Are you not afraid of sorcerers seeking you out for trouble?" She contemplated before responding. "In all these years, no one has truly sought me out for trouble. I mean no harm. I merely roam as I please and strive to earn a living. Why should others wish me ill? Just because it hasn't happened today does not mean it won't tomorrow." I smiled. "Moreover, I have some questions for you. Frankly, this place is not suitable for a conversation. Come to my home. As long as you plan to stay in the Eastern Square, you can live in my shop without paying rent." She considered for a moment before saying, "Though I should not refuse such a generous invitation. I have grown accustomed to this place and may not be able to enjoy a warm bed." Seeing her firm stance, I did not press further, merely stating, "Since you are resolute, let it be. However, I still invite you to visit my home, even if just for a day. Even if you do not eat, let me gift you a new outfit." "A new outfit?" She seemed taken aback. "Consider it my return gift." I glanced at Zhi Miao. "After all, you have bestowed upon me such a precious gift." Finally, she nodded. "Very well, I shall impose for a day." I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Zhi Miao. "Do you have any objections?" "I have not yet decided on a destination. Since the boss lady has extended her hospitality, I shall not be rude." Miao bowed slightly. I apologize for the intrusion. Ao's eyes could have devoured his soul as he pulled my hand and shouted at him. You really don't consider yourself an outsider. Seeing him so agitated, Miao shook his head and smiled, stepping back to me. If Master Ao does not welcome me, I can refrain from coming. In our home, I make the decisions. I kicked Aog and instinctively grasped Miao's arm. Let us go. This was an unconscious gesture on the former Fulong Shan. I often instinctively held Miao's arm, shaking it when I had a request, and he would always smile gently at me. Even if he could not fulfill my wish, he would pat my head and explain things patiently. Many things I did not comprehend were gradually made clear through his gentle guidance. I once thought I would never have the opportunity to hold his arm again. The warmth of his real body seeped through his clothing to my fingertips, rendering me momentarily dazed. However, apart from this familiar warmth, a sudden sharp pain pricked my finger, causing me to gasp and release my grip. No one noticed my small action. Ao forcibly interposed himself between us, glaring at me fiercely. I'm still here. How dare you hold another man's hand in my presence? But seeing your immediate remorse for grasping his hand, I forgive you, he added. I glanced at my fingers, the subtle pain still lingering. How peculiar. It was summer, and static electricity should not be an issue. Could you refrain from being so sensitive? I sighed. You and I both know he is not entirely Miao. I don't care. They look exactly the same, Ao retorted whenever I see that face. It twists my heart. Do you think that fellow has some curse? Why is he always unable to rest in peace? Ao, can you not speak like a human? I'm not human. As we bickered and walked a few steps, I turned back to find Miao had not followed. Instead, he stood there, head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. I returned to him, stopping before him. What is it? He struggled to articulate, slowly raising his head, his complexion significantly paler, a tinge of gray mingling with his fair skin. Before I could speak, a gust of wind rushed toward us, and with a chilling sound, an iron arrow suddenly pierced through Miao's heart, its dark tip glinting ominously. Crimson blood streamed down from the tip of the arrow as he instinctively covered his heart, collapsing softly onto me. I understood he was not the true Miao. Yet why did his fall feel as though the arrow had struck my own heart? Aog rushed over, while Qing Tong screamed in shock. I knelt on the ground, cradling the bleeding Miao, utterly at a loss. Why did this happen? In the distance, thunder ominously rumbled. Chapter 61. The Struggle for Control. 1. I beg your pardon, but I do not wish to flee, nor do I desire to wait a decade. If anything is to transpire, let it unfold today. The blood that stains my body is devoid of pretense, thick and warm. The night sky, laden with the promise of thunder, has yet to release its rain, dangerously accumulating the power of an impending eruption. In this moment, my gaze is fixated solely on a piercing iron arrow and the feeble figure cradled in my arms. Miao. I dare not shake him, nor even shift my own body, fearing that any movement of mine might recklessly cause him to vanish from my sight once more. Strangely, despite his severe blood loss, the pallid hue that once enveloped his face has dissipated, leaving only an even more ashen complexion. He struggles to keep his eyes partially open, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness as he gazes at the arrowhead embedded in his chest. Managing a wry smile, this arrow is remarkably accurate. Even as I teeter on the brink of death, I remain devoid of any bitterness. Who? Which scoundrel dares to plot against me from the shadows? Step forth. His disconcertingly serene smile ignites a flame of fury within me. I survey the surroundings. All that lies beyond the dilapidated wooden shack are whispers of the wind and lonely graves, shrouded in darkness. Ao stands silently behind me, fists clenched, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, resolutely stating, as long as he can still speak, he is not dead. Why do you wail? Big sister, the frightened Qing Tong, in a state of panic, edges closer to us. Ao bellows, halt, drop to the ground and cover your head. No one knows if a second arrow will fly, nor do we know what other targets lurk in the darkness. Qing Tong trembles and hurriedly obeys, murmuring, why is this happening? Why is this happening? It seems that enduring daily beatings does little to cultivate courage. Even a mere zombie cannot escape the temperament of a young girl. Yet, I have no time to comfort her. This iron arrow is no ordinary weapon, and Zi Miao's blood flows with alarming rapidity. You must leave at once. Do not concern yourselves with me. His lips have turned as pale as parchment. Whoever wields this arrow must be a master. Do not endanger yourselves for a mere acquaintance like me. He is indistinguishable from the person I remember. Before I can speak, Ao Qi interjects. I alone will determine whether that man lives or dies. If you still have breath, keep it for yourself and remain silent. The one who should perish is me. I shall not bestow that honor upon another. Zi Miao, in his frail state, manages a weak smile. I remain unclear as to what grievances lie between us. Taking a deep breath, I turn to Ao Qi and declare, I intend to save him. Ao Qi turns back, his eyes wide with disbelief. You are a person who has lost consciousness. Your body cannot sustain such foolishness. Whatever can be done, shall be done. I close my eyes, centering my thoughts. As a luminous orb begins to glow within my heart, even without looking, I can surmise the expression on Ao Qi's face. I am fully aware that in the next moment, he may very well strike me unconscious and carry me away. Yet, I cannot bear to witness a flesh and blood Zi Miao perish in my embrace. At this moment, I am indifferent to his origins. Even if he is merely a figment of my dreams, I cannot allow this dream to shatter. I have never dared to deceive myself about how fervently I wish for him to live, surrounded by a family, living in tranquility, occasionally visiting me on sunny days to reminisce about the past. I would smile and say, do you know how much I despised you back then? To which he would reply with a grin, then today, I shall treat your entire family to a meal as an apology. This is my dream, one that shall never come to fruition. I cannot articulate the obsession I feel in this moment to save him. I have told many, including demons, that such obsessions are unnecessary, yet now I find myself unable to convince my own heart. The light that dwells within me is my primordial spirit. My body may be battered, my magical power may falter, but should my primordial spirit suffer harm, I risk losing my human form and reverting to the tree upon Fu Long Mountain. I may not even have the chance to start anew. Not only would I lose my human form, but my lineage would wither to dust. However, to save a man destined to die, such risks are the only ones worthy of equal opportunity. Defying fate is not merely a matter of striking a gallant pose. Frigid raindrops pelt my face. Yet I hear nothing. The world is muted. The malevolent beings I have struck with my arrow cannot be saved. Suddenly, an aged yet robust voice shatters the deceptive silence. Lightning illuminates the sky, and I abruptly open my eyes, the interrupted breath causing the light within my heart to flicker and fade. Not too far from us, atop the wooden roof, a figure emerges, illuminated by the lightning in his ludicrously ornate attire, holding a modest iron bow. Ao Qi and I instantly recognize him, and even Qing Tong gazes in astonishment, repeatedly exclaiming, how could it be him? The old man leaps down with a sprightliness that belies his age. Yet he falters upon landing, losing control of his balance and falling face first onto the ground. What embarrassment! I watch as he awkwardly rises, wiping the mud from his face, limping toward us and halting 5 paces away, grinning sheepishly. I have grown old, my legs are unsteady. Please do not mock me. Grandpa Hua. Qing Tong stares at him in disbelief, instinctively stepping closer. Why are you here? The old man takes a step back, gesturing for her to stop. Stay where you are. Do not approach. Qing Tong is taken aback and halts in confusion, asking, Grandpa Hua, what on earth is happening? Are you familiar with him? I regard the old man warily. Qing Tong shakes her head. He is merely an audience member. No matter where I perform, he always comes to watch. And he pays generously. He leaves after giving me money. We have never exchanged a word. I named him Grandpa Hua because of his flamboyant attire. He struggles to walk, yet he shoots arrows with remarkable precision. Is having only one good eye particularly advantageous for aiming? Ao Qi steps in front of me, coldly scoffing in such inclement weather. Are you not afraid of your frail bones being scattered? The old man chuckles. These old bones will scatter one day, but not today. Enough of your prattle. Ao Qi points at Zi Miao in my arms, stating, even if this man is destined to die, it is not for you to decide his fate. The old man glances between us and declares, regardless of how you intend to save this man, I shall not permit it. I smile. Do you truly believe you possess the authority to utter such words? It is not I who holds the authority. It is my little box that possesses it. The old man produces a shiny little object from his person and tosses it before Ao Qi and me. A small silver-white box, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Its lid adorned with a transparent crystal, revealing a small object that seems to be moving inside. It is not poisonous, nor is it a concealed weapon. Pick it up and examine it closely. The old man smiles confidently. Once you see what lies within, you may very well change your minds. Ao Qi gives him a disdainful glance, pinching the delicate chain affixed to the silver box with 2 fingers, dismissively bringing it closer to his eyes. I hear Ao Qi gasp in shock. What is it? Before I can finish my question, the silver box sways before me, and within the narrow confines beneath the crystal, the Xinlong brothers are weakly writhing. Xinlong, I seize the silver box, blinking rapidly in disbelief. Indeed, it is him. But why has he shrunk to the size of 2 toothpicks? The old man bursts into laughter. What have you done? Ao Qi steps forward, grasping the old man's collar. Do you not know this is my pet? If they have nothing to do with you, I would not have confined them, the old man retorts. Xinlong is not a mere pet, though not a true dragon. He is a close relative. In all my years, this is the first time I have seen a living creature. Surely, you both cannot bear to see them languish within my little box. A little box that cannot move. I scoff. You think I would care for the lives of these 2? Moreover, my child nearly met with a calamity, and I suspect that it is inextricably linked to them. I must thank you for your intervention. Such sarcasm holds no value. The old man replied unhurriedly. While your daughter's kitten may indeed be associated with them, you need not demand their lives for this. I reiterate, if you do not save the one in your arms, they shall survive. Ao Qi snatched the box from my hands, gritting his teeth and exerting an unknown amount of strength. The seemingly fragile box bore not even a dent. Allow me to remind you both. Should you grip the box too tightly and shatter it, the living creature inside will also be reduced to fragments. The old man gestured towards the intact box in Ao Qi's grasp. My possessions are resolute. Without my command, they shall never release anyone. At worst, we shall perish together. With that, the old man's lips curled into a mysterious smile. The experience of being confined within the box is quite unpleasant. A creature cannot endure more than 3 days inside before succumbing to weakness. You old rascal. Ao Qi grasped him with one hand and thrust the box towards him, demanding that he open it immediately. Do you not realize how few Sun Long remain in this world? And are you aware of their high market value in the black market? Only the living can fetch a high price. At worst, you can release them, and I shall sell them and share half the proceeds with you. The old man's steadfast gaze conveyed his disbelief in both your need for money and your sincerity. I glanced at the unconscious Zi Miao in my arms, gently laying him down, then rose to wipe the rain from my face, fixing my gaze on the old man. What if I assert that your threats hold insufficient leverage? Regardless of your background, do you truly believe that a mere box can intimidate me? Observing my seriousness, the old man shook his head with a sigh. You are indeed stubborn, even if you care not for the life of the Sun Long. What the common folk in Yúmén Guó, those innocent lives may very well be thrust into a dire situation by your current decision. Do you not care for that? Another clap of thunder resounded overhead. Consider your daughter's kitten. The old man pried Ao Qi's hand away, deftly folding the iron bow with a dazzling display of movement. Within seconds, it transformed into an unremarkable hairpin, which he casually inserted into his graying hair. If a mere kitten can bring about such trouble, what of a figure like this? He paused, looking at Ao Qi with a knowing smile. I observed the battle clearly. You, my dear sir, did not gain an advantage. Ao Qi, filled with rage and embarrassment, retorted, had I not shown mercy, would he have survived to pierce your heart with an arrow? Clarify your words. I interrupted Ao Qi. We're discussing a matter of life and death. What relevance does the kitten hold? The old man gazed at the bloodied Miao on the ground, the crimson liquid mingling with the rainwater, forming a small stream. Grandfather Hua, if you continue to act recklessly, he may truly not survive. Suddenly, Qing Tong, who had been silent, knelt before him, pointing at Miao. He is someone of immense importance to my sister. Both you and my sister have treated me kindly. Can we not cease this standoff? Can we not speak civilly? The old man regarded Qing Tong, his expression suddenly grave, as if the rain had washed away a facade. I do not bear the surname Hua. The lone remaining eye in his face suddenly glimmered with an unexpected tenderness in my view. I am surnamed Ko, and my name is Ko Zheng. Chapter 62. Ko Zheng, 2. The courtyard of the Ko family was filled with layers upon layers of large red gift boxes. 2 servants were sweating profusely as they counted them, while Madame Ko stood nearby, her face beaming with joy. She addressed the elderly wet nurse beside her, saying, "Nine Yang, please prepare the finest offerings for me. I shall recite scriptures for 3 days, ensuring that Jing'er's marriage is settled, truly thanks to the blessings of the Bodhisattva, alleviating my greatest worry." The wet nurse chuckled, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, our young master and the Bai family's young lady are a match made in heaven. Madame Ko, with the Buddhist beads in hand, spoke contentedly. The union of the Ko and Bai families shall support one another, fostering mutual prosperity. Henceforth, the future of both families shall surely soar, and the wicked shall tremble in fear. The wet nurse nodded again, adding, however, the master typically insists that our family remain low-key. Madam, it would be prudent to keep such thoughts to yourself. If the master were to learn of this, he would surely lecture you for quite some time. That man, Madame Ko chuckled, shaking her head. How is the kitchen preparing? According to your proposed menu. Preparations are nearly complete, the wet nurse replied. Today is clearly your birthday, yet the dishes are all the master's favorites. Truly, it is a case of deep affection. The older one grows, the more they talk, Madame Ko chided. Once the dowry is counted, it shall be delivered to the Bai family on time. Do not get lost in conversation. Hurry back to partake in the feast. It is of utmost importance. As she spoke, she recalled something and added this morning, Lu Sangu came to place an order again. After you deliver the dowry, please also take the order to the forging workshop. You know how the master detests delaying customers. The wet nurse pondered, Lu Sangu? Did you not mention last month that you had just delivered a batch of fish spine nails to her? Has she exhausted them so soon? She claims to have encountered troublesome land demons and requires more fish spine nails for precaution, Madame Ko explained, glancing around. By the way, where is Zheng? I feel as though I have not seen him all day. The wet nurse sighed. He left last night, stating he had matters to attend to, and asked me to inform you he would return within 3 days. This is unacceptable. You must have forgotten to remind him of what day it is, Madame Ko exclaimed, her brows furrowing. The wet nurse slapped her thigh. Oh, my memory. He left in such haste last night. How could I have forgotten? Madame Ko was quite upset. This boy, does he find it a bother to inform me in person? Is it not also because he fears you might hold his hand and talk for hours? The wet nurse chuckled, though she dared not laugh too heartily. Young master has grown up. Soon he will be wed. As the sole heir of the Ko family, it is not a bad thing for him to socialize more. You old woman, your tongue is becoming increasingly slippery. Madame Ko scoffed. The world is perilous. Zheng is merely 18. How could I remain unaware of his capabilities? Instead of diligently learning his craft at home, he only knows to wander outside. Children grow independent. The wet nurse replied with a chuckle. Let's wait for Bai Xiaojia to set him straight. I hope Zheng and Bai Xiaojia can support each other through thick and thin and grow old together. Their happiness would alleviate all my worries in this life. Madame Ko clasped her hands together and recited a Buddhist chant. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she added, There's also the silver flame dragon phoenix knife that the Fong family ordered for warding off evil. The master mentioned it has been completed. Please send someone to the Fong family to let them know to come and collect it tomorrow. She then earnestly instructed, this matter cannot be treated lightly. Madame Fong is an old acquaintance of mine who once did me a favor in my youth. Now, her husband stubbornly insists on building their house on a site of ill fortune. Their household is in disarray, yet they refuse to relocate. I can only hope this knife can slightly ward off the malevolent energy and ensure their family safety. The wet nurse sighed. I have heard from those at the forging workshop that it is indeed a fine knife. Using it to ward off evil seems a waste of its potential. What can be done? Madame Ko replied helplessly. The master was initially unwilling, asserting that fate is determined by one's nature. Yet Mr. Fong insists on following the absurd claims of fortune-tellers regarding the location of their home. If misfortune were to strike, it would be their chosen fate. They cannot blame anyone else. I truly cannot bear to see Madame Fong suffer the consequences, which is why I implore the master to assist them. However, how much help it will truly provide remains uncertain. At least I have done my part. The wet nurse observed her. Madam, you possess a kind heart. The Ko family bears a heavy atmosphere. Having you as its matriarch is indeed a blessing. Madame Ko smiled. I too hope for the day when there are no more demons and evils, when everyone lives in peace and prosperity. And our forging workshop no longer produces instruments of death, but instead forges pots and pans for stability. Yet is that day too far off? Do not dwell on such matters. The Ko family's current ventures, though seemingly ruthless, are indeed acts of benevolence in ridding the world of harm. The wet nurse patted her hand. You and the master should rest easy, waiting to drink that cup of tea from your daughter-in-law and anticipating the arrival of grandchildren. Madame Ko nodded in agreement, then furrowed her brow. Upon Zheng's return, inform me immediately. I shall see to it that he kneels before the Bodhisattva until dawn. Very well. Shall we employ the family's rules to attend to him? Let be. How could one still aspire to be a son-in-law of the Bai family if things go awry? As the two conversed animatedly, a tall, middle-aged man hurried past them in the corridor behind. Upon seeing him, Madame Ko called out, Brother Guo. The man promptly halted and approached swiftly, cupping his hands in greeting. Is there something you require, madam? Not at all, she replied with a smile. But it is unusual to see you back at the residence at this hour when you're typically busy at the forge. A certain item is missing some components, and the master has sent me back to retrieve them. The man explained. I was just about to return. Madame Ko pondered for a moment and quietly inquired, Is it still regarding that item? Did not the master say to set it aside for now? The man nodded, saying, Today. The master suddenly mentioned a critical detail and urgently dispatched me back. She sighed. I see. Then you should return quickly, lest the master be kept waiting. Indeed. I shall take my leave, Guo Yi responded before departing. Brother Guo, she called after him. Make sure to return for dinner. I have asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite dish, braised pig schrotters. The man paused, slightly taken aback, and turned back to say, Thank you, madam. Before long, the meticulously arranged betrothal gifts were successively sent from the Ko residence, cheerfully making their way to the Bai mansion. At the rear of the procession, the Ko family's rather inconspicuous entrance remained quietly hidden within the most ordinary street of the North Block, flanked by stone walls inscribed with two characters in seal script, Qiǎo, Qiǎo, and Zhengqi. If the Tang family of the West Block stands as a paragon in the construction industry, then in the realm of metalwork and forging, only the Ko family of the North Block commands respect. It is common knowledge that the Ko family specializes in crafting swords and weapons, with most renowned blades in the region originating from their forge. However, what is less known is that generations of sorcerers, tasked with vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits, have conducted business with the Ko family, for the weapons they forge not only injure humans, but also harm the wicked. The Ko lineage possesses a unique bloodline, ensuring that anything they personally forge will deter evil spirits. Thus, they have continued the craft for generations, publicly showcasing their exquisite swordsmanship while secretly aiding sorcerers in expelling malevolent entities, safeguarding the tranquility of mortals. In today's world, the Ko family has but one heir, Ko Zheng, and finding him a suitable match to expand their lineage has become Madame Ko's greatest concern. Fortunately, divine providence appears to have favored them, as a union with the Bai family of the North Block is imminent. The Bai family, long engaged in the papermaking business, may not be affluent or powerful, but they do possess a respectable lineage, with the Bai family's daughter poised to become the young mistress of the Ko household. The combination of literary and martial prowess seems fitting, although it is rumored that Bai Xiaojia possesses a cold and aloof disposition, rarely receiving visitors. and her appearance remains largely unknown to the outside world. One might infer that, based on the looks of Bai Laoi and Bai Foreign, she must at least be of average beauty. Moreover, in seeking a virtuous spouse, what significance does physical appearance hold as long as she is devoted to Ko Zheng? In any case, the entire Ko family eagerly anticipates this marriage, yet no one has inquired whether Ko Zheng himself shares this excitement. Apologies, he does not. Not in the slightest. Chapter 63. Ko Zheng 3. Big brother, perhaps we should not proceed further? Ko Zheng's sleeve was tugged as she spoke. Her gaze fixated on the overgrown grave, nearly obscured by withered grass, with a fractured stone tablet lying in front, its faded inscriptions barely discernible. Ko Zheng turned to her, a puzzled expression on his face. Are you afraid? She hesitated, unable to articulate a response. He turned back, regarding her with an amused expression. You're a zombie, aren't you? I thought you would find the grave as familiar as home. Oh, by the way, your older was nearby, wasn't it? She tightened her grip on his sleeve, whispering, I merely feel that this is inappropriate. Did you not say that the sword on your back was intended to protect your Aunt Fang's home? If you take it out now and something goes awry, your parents will not find it easy to explain. He smacked her hand away forcefully, compelling her to release him, frowning. To use such a fine sword as mere decoration would be a waste. It is true that Aunt Fang's residence is poorly situated, but the root cause of their family's decline lies in her husband's obstinacy. Even I understand that rarity enhances value. If he continues hoarding commonplace items, how can he expect to sell them at a good price? Furthermore, he fails to discipline his son, allowing him to cause chaos daily, disturbing the peace of their home. Honestly, one cannot attribute misfortune solely to bad feng shui. She anxiously clasped her hands, feeling no pain at all. But your parents have already agreed to the match. The Ko family never goes back on their word. She's still worried for him. Your father is not like old Master Fong. If you act recklessly, he might truly strike you. He chuckled lightly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Qingtong, hearing you speak makes me envious. If only I were like you. A zombie without feeling, I would have no fear of my father beating me. She glanced at his hand, resting on her shoulder, and quietly asked, What exactly are you doing at the general's tomb? Though legends claim it conceals countless treasures, those who venture within seldom return alive. And those who do emerge are often driven mad. Countless priests and monks have come and gone, and those of shallow skill meet the same fate as tomb robbers. Only one, the revered Master Li, set a barrier at the entrance of the tomb, which gradually led to its abandonment. He regarded her serious expression and then the nearby entrance. How do you know all this? She confessed, not long ago one night, I ventured out to bask in the moonlight and wandered nearby when I saw several young priests busy at the entrance of the general's tomb. It was a hot and humid night, and I noticed they were being bitten by mosquitoes. So I approached and suggested they mash bihuan grass and apply it to their skin to ward off the pests. They were quite grateful and asked if I was in any trouble, as it was unusual for someone to be alone at such an hour. I told them I was the daughter of a hunter living nearby, and my father was setting traps not far off. I asked what they were doing there, and they explained that Master Li's barrier, having aged over the years, required periodic inspections to ensure it remained intact. I further inquired about what else might be inside the general's tomb besides treasures, but they hesitated and merely warned me that it was exceedingly dangerous, advising me never to enter. He pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, If I do not enter, how can I procure something for Aunt Fang's home? With this item, she will no longer need the sword. What do you intend to take? A small piece of the coffin lid belonging to the tomb's master. Just a fragment will suffice. He stepped over the shattered stone tablet and stood before the dark entrance. She hurriedly followed and grasped his arm. Are you out of your mind? To take such a risk for a piece of coffin lid? Furthermore, there is a barrier at this entrance. Ordinary people cannot pass through. He unwrapped a cloth bag from his back, producing a magnificent sword that gleamed like snow, adorned with a dragon engraving on its blade and a hilt resembling a phoenix tail. Merely gazing upon such a formidable weapon evokes a sense of lethal power, capable of slicing through wind and moonlight. To let such a splendid blade remain idle would indeed be a pity. The Ko family swords are capable of cutting through anything. Moreover, it faces an ancient barrier. He gripped the hilt tightly, holding his breath as he stepped toward the entrance. Indeed, as the wild grass covering the entrance brushed against his forehead, he found himself unable to advance further, an unseen barrier obstructing his path. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the sword and brought it down, the silver light flashing like flames. A faint sound echoed in the air, barely audible. He took another step forward, and this time succeeded. She clutched her heart throughout, even though it harbored no beating organ. "Let us go." He beckoned her playfully with a finger, jesting. "If there are any traps or hidden weapons, remember to shield me. After all, you won't feel a thing." "All right." She gazed at his smiling face and felt her spirits lift in response. This was always the case. His emotions could seamlessly infect her, regardless of the circumstances, even if there seemed to be no way forward and danger lurked behind. As long as he offered her a smile, she felt that even death would be a joy, though she seemed impervious to dying. Existing in the gray area between life and death, his presence sometimes made her forget that she was a zombie, merely a docile little follower trailing him. When she first met Chéng, he was merely 12 years old. It was a rainy day, and she was bored, squatting in a coffin listening to the rhythmic sound of raindrops from outside the tomb. The white candle in one corner of the coffin was her most cherished possession, for it was her sole source of light, and it was nearly burnt out. Once it was gone, she would need to venture out to buy more. But candles had become expensive, and the few copper coins she had for burial goods would not last long. As she pondered how to procure more candles, Chéng, drenched in rain and mud, suddenly tumbled down from the top of the tomb, a small figure in disarray, resembling a monkey that had ingested the wrong medicine. Remarkably, despite his small stature, he possessed a courageous heart. Upon spotting a 17 or 18-year-old girl with wide eyes staring at him from a coffin, he calmly inquired about the candle behind her. "Are ghosts afraid of the dark?" She blinked. "I'm not a ghost." He appeared skeptical, quickly climbing to his feet, grasping her wrist with one hand while placing a finger beneath her nose. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, stepping back with composure. "They say ghosts are full of nonsense, and indeed, it seems true." She leapt out of the coffin, both exasperated and amused. "I truly am not a ghost. They say ghosts have no shadows." She took a few steps back and pointed at her shadow beneath her feet for him to see. "You do not breathe." He stared at her, declaring that if she were dead, there was no shame in it, so she shouldn't pretend to be alive. "Because I am a zombie," she retorted, hands on her hips, gazing down at the boy who was half a head shorter than herself, making a face that illustrated her undead existence. "A zombie?" He paused, then shook his head in disbelief. "Do not frighten me. I have seen zombies before. Their faces are all wrinkled like dried eggplants, and they are ugly and fierce, eager to bite and drink blood. How can you resemble them?" To his surprise, she pointed at herself cheerfully. "You mean I am beautiful and gentle? Just an average appearance. Saying others are ugly does not imply you are beautiful." He sighed like a little adult, explaining that his family had warned him about the dangers of the area whereby Yúmén Guó was located, known for attracting mountain spirits and demons. And with ancient tombs and desolate graves, it would not be surprising if a zombie emerged. "What, are you really a zombie?" She crouched down, picking up a jagged stone from the ground, signaling for him to do the same, then placed her palm flat on the ground. "Strike it hard. Do not hold back." He frowned, tossing the stone aside. "Why should I do what you say? Our Ko family does not have such customs." "You are a child of the Ko family?" Her eyes twinkled with mischief as she laughed. "Are you afraid of hurting me?" He glared at her. "The descendants of the Ko family fear nothing." "Then go ahead and strike." "I shall not." "That means you are afraid." "I am not afraid. I simply refuse to strike." Just as the words escaped her lips, she suddenly raised the stone and struck it down upon her own hand with force. His breath caught for a moment, but he managed to suppress a cry. Her fair hand quickly bore a bruise, with a half-inch long cut cleaving through the discoloration, yet not a single drop of blood emerged. "It does not hurt at all." She discarded the stone and triumphantly displayed her hand to him, smiling. "I have no sense of pain. While my skin may bruise like a living person, even deep wounds do not bleed." He stared in astonishment, grasping her hand to examine it closely, then tentatively touched her wound. "Does it truly not hurt?" "Not in the slightest." She shook her head. "I am indeed a zombie. These wounds will heal on their own in a few days." He pondered for a moment, then suddenly tore a strip of fabric from the hem of her skirt, unceremoniously wrapping it around her wound. Whether it hurts or not, it is still a wound. My mother always says that dressing it will help it heal faster. How could a person of your age be so foolish as to strike your own hand with a stone? Is that how zombies behave? You do not believe me, so I must show you. She pouted, examining her newly bandaged hand. And why did you tear my skirt instead of your own clothing? If my clothing were to tear, my mother would scold me all day long. He scoffed. What if I said you must chop off your head before I believe you are truly an immortal zombie? Chop off my head. She contemplated. I have never tried that. Why don't you give it a go? If I do not die, I would need your help to sew my head back on, as my sewing skills are not very good, and I do not have any needles or thread with me. You are truly mad. Hey, child, do not leave. It is still raining outside. Stay a while longer? What is your name? Where do you come from? How did you end up in my home? Could you bring me back a few candles? Their initial encounter was rather awkward. Yet, whenever she recalled it, she would smile, feeling as though her heart, though devoid of life, laughed from within. The strip of cloth he had torn away to bandage her remained in her possession, secretly tied around her wrist. She was indeed different from the zombies he had encountered, apart from not breathing, not eating, and lacking the ability to feel pain. Her appearance remained perpetually fixed. Living in an underground tomb, she was unthreatening, even a bit silly, yet held onto a stubbornness that compelled her to pursue whatever she deemed necessary. Over the course of 6 years, Chéng never mentioned to his family that he had befriended a female zombie residing in a tomb within by Yúmén Guó. His father, known for his integrity and righteousness throughout the martial world, regarded demons and evil spirits as his sworn enemies, dedicating his life to forging weapons capable of vanquishing them. Due to the family's legacy, he was raised surrounded by tales of these supernatural beings and had even witnessed a hurried Taoist priest escort a zombie to his father, who had just forged a 7-inch steel nail. The priest swiftly thrust it into the zombie's heart, reducing it to a pile of black ash that emitted a foul odor. At that time, he had hidden behind a window, and his nursemaid had covered his eyes, declaring such sights unsuitable for a child. But his mother had intervened, her usually gentle demeanor turning serious as she insisted. He is a child of the Ko family and must learn to endure these things. In truth, there was nothing to fear. Chéng was inherently bold, and what was a mere zombie to him? However, he had never wished for her to meet the same fate as the zombies turned to ash by the 7-inch steel nail, and he had not entertained such thoughts up to that moment. That day, he ventured to buy Yúmén Guó in the rain, telling everyone, including her, that he sought a secluded place to practice martial arts, as such an isolated spot was most suitable for his training. After all, as the heir of the Ko family, a man capable of forging divine weapons must also possess admirable skills. Without the ability to protect himself, the legacy of the Ko family would not endure. His father was a martial arts master, and since he learned to wield a spoon, Chéng had been practicing under his father's guidance. His father had declared that no matter how hard he trained, if he could not defeat him by the age of 18, he would lose the right to inherit the forge and the family legacy. It was indeed a harsh expectation, which he had internally grumbled about for some time. Yet, it seemed unlikely to deter him. By the age of 12, the household servants who had practiced with him were no longer his match. Only his father and his father's loyal assistant, Guo could best him. He possessed an innate understanding of martial skills, which bolstered his confidence that he would surely triumph over his father by the age of 18. However, that day, his journey to buy Yúmén Guó was not for training, but rather to seek a rare orchid said to bloom solely in that valley, with pure white petals resembling bird wings and a sweet, lingering fragrance that could last for half a year without wilting. Certainly, he himself harbored no interest in flowers and plants. However, Jiang Xiaowan had a profound fascination for them. As the granddaughter of the renowned educator Jiang Fuzi from Beifong, this young lady, adorned with the grace of literary culture, held a particular fondness for various orchids. At the tender age of 10, upon first encountering Jiang Xiaowan in his home, he expressed to his mother, "Mother, I wish to marry her." His mother laughed heartily, remarking that their family was engaged in a business fraught with danger, which might frighten Jiang Fuzi. His affection for Jiang Xiaowan was undeniable. How could there exist such a delicate and exquisite young woman in the world? Her large, dark, and luminous eyes sparkled with intelligence, and at their age, she effortlessly recited poetry and composed beautiful calligraphy. Whenever they conversed, she sweetly addressed him as Ko Gij, her voice soft and gentle. On that occasion, Jiang Fuzi brought Jiang Xiaowan to the Ko residence for the sole purpose of returning the funds the Ko family had donated to Jiang's private school. Having dedicated his life to the study of sages, Jiang Fuzi had always disdained the violent figures of the martial world. While he did not fully comprehend the nature of the Ko family's business, he recognized it as legitimate commerce. However, his aversion stemmed from their specialization in blades and weaponry, leading him to obstinately believe that the Ko family engaged in activities akin to the tragic tale of Borin, where one's fate is sealed by another's actions. Despite the Ko family's frequent donations to schools and temples, he sought to distance himself from such families and did not wish to accept their benevolence. Though the adults could not forge a friendship, Ko Zheng, still a child, often visited the school to play with Jiang Xiaowan. Jiang Fuzi was not entirely pleased, but did not overly discourage these visits. Each time Ko Zheng arrived, Jiang Fuzi would impart lessons on kindness and the importance of not causing harm to others. Ko Zheng had long resolved that he would marry no one but Jiang Xiaoguan. Yet, whenever he expressed this desire to his mother, she would dismiss it with remarks about his youth or other excuses. He dared not share such sentiments with his father, fearing reprimand for lacking ambition, wishing to establish himself before contemplating marriage. Yet, his affection for Jiang Xiaowan was genuine. Regrettably, that day, as he ventured through by Yúmén Guó in a rain, he searched in vain for the type of orchid she had described, only to stumble into the lair of a female zombie. What initially seemed a misfortune unexpectedly granted him a companion who did not require sustenance and felt no pain. After climbing out of the grave, he intended never to return. However, upon seeing her poke her head out like a comical mouse and ask if he could bring her some candles, he found himself inexplicably responding, "All right, I shall bring you some." The greatest regret of his life was perhaps that moment of acquiescence. She was happier than the grotesque zombies he had encountered, for she could emerge from the grave unnoticed and leisurely stroll to the marketplace, experiencing the delights of life without the burdens of sustenance or housing. Save for the occasional purchase of candles, she felt no pain, did not age, and was immune to illness. She reveled in the vibrancy of the human world while evading its hardships and sorrows. Although she feared revealing her identity and refrained from forming friendships, she found satisfaction in her ability to traverse between the grave and the living world, especially as she still harbored a lingering fear of humanity. Her greatest fortune lay in her ability to blend into the crowd undetected, even by those skilled in the arts of the supernatural. She had gleaned some knowledge about zombies, finding descriptions in the martial world to align with Ko Zheng's accounts: grotesque appearances, a craving for human blood, and an aversion to sunlight, rendering it impossible for them to walk boldly in the streets. Yet she was an anomaly among her kind, aside from lacking breath. She resembled a human in every other aspect. At times, while gazing at the stars in the open space outside her grave, she mused that perhaps she was a mere oversight in the grand tapestry of destiny, a thought that compelled her hand to rest upon her heart. Perhaps it was not the heavens' fault, but rather her connection to that peculiar entity. Regardless, meeting Ko Zheng bestowed upon her a life beyond the confines of the grave and the marketplace. This young man was undeniably brave, destined to elevate the Ko family legacy. Yet, was it necessary to extol his virtues? After all, the Ko family excelled in dealing with entities like her. Nevertheless, she could not help but admire him secretly, willingly following in his footsteps and engaging in activities she had never before attempted, such as slaying a snake spirit that lurked in the stream, dragging children into the water, capturing gluttonous bat monsters in remote villages, or apprehending a zombie with a murderous past in an abandoned residence. In every achievement Ko Zheng accomplished, her assistance was indispensable. She was immune to poison and drowning, enabling her to endure the grotesque task of grappling with a slippery, foul-smelling black snake, ultimately dragging it from the water for Ko Zheng to dispatch with an arrow. She felt no pain, allowing her to act as bait in a filthy, damp ruin, enduring the sharp teeth of the bat monster as it sank in her neck. As a zombie, she bore no pressure. She clung tightly to the decaying body of another zombie, braving the nauseating stench to provide Kojong with an opportunity to pierce its heart with a steel nail. Had she not reacted swiftly, she too might have met her end. Afterward, she gazed at the scattered ash and soot at the small hole in her garment. And upon seeing Kojong's relieved expression, she thought perhaps he remained at an age where such matters did not weigh heavily upon him. Nevertheless, all they had experienced together remained a secret. Kojong aspired to grow quietly, striving towards a day when he would astonish all, becoming the pride of the Ko family. She understood this, knowing she would never feature in any conversations Kojong held with others. She was merely a training partner in his life. One day, as they passed a martial arts school, she observed the sandbags used by the men for practice, and a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Yet she was willing, for she felt no pain. Besides their training sessions, he would also take her fishing by the river in by Yúmén Guó on pleasant days. He curiously inquired about her life before becoming a zombie, but she always deflected the question. After he pressed her several times, she finally admitted that her past was unremarkable and too distant to recall clearly. She had been an ordinary village girl, betrothed to the butcher's son since childhood. Yet she found herself infatuated with a scholar who had come to stay in the village. Their attempt to elope had failed, and they were captured and brought back. The village chief condemned her for her disgraceful actions, declaring she had brought shame upon her ancestors and must face punishment according to tradition. If the scholar was willing to sever a hand for her, they would be considered dead to the village, forever banished. If he refused, she would alone endure the harshest penalty. She recounted the night when the entire village gathered, binding her and the scholar in front of the ancestral hall like cattle. Her father was filled with rage, while her mother wept bitterly. Yet they could only stand there helplessly. The only one who could alter her fate, the scholar, uttered a single phrase before the village chief. She forced me. The outcome was straightforward. She was bound with heavy stones and thrown into the village pond, to endure a water torture lasting 1 hour. If she survived, her past would be forgiven. But was that not mere folly? Who could hold their breath for an hour? Thus, she perished and was buried in by Yúmén Guó, adhering to the village's customs, as those whose lives were shrouded in disgrace were interred far from the village. This constituted the entirety of her experiences. He listened intently, silently gazing at the still bobbing float, before finally expressing, "Were I in your position, I would have surely severed that scholar's neck before meeting my end." She laughed softly. "I have long ceased to harbor hatred for him. It is natural for a person to act in self-preservation when gripped by fear. That is precisely why I hold you in such high regard. You fear nothing." As she spoke, it seemed she had thought of an exceptionally intriguing question, turning to him and asking, "If you had to sever a hand to save Jiang Xiaowan's life, would you?" The fishing bobber shifted slightly, and his gaze also flickered. He replied, "I would never allow her to find herself in such a predicament." She scrutinized his elegantly contoured profile, choosing not to utter another word. Years passed, and the slender, petite figure of the monkey vanished. With a robust physique and years of diligent practice, he transformed into a strikingly handsome young man, having inherited his parents' physical attributes. Gradually, he became the subject of hushed conversations among many unmarried women. Yet, Jiang Xiaowan remained at a distance, sweetly calling him Brother Ko, but consistently accepting only the flowers he offered, even declining his invitation to the Lantern Festival. On occasions when Kojong delivered orchids to Jiang Xiaowan at the private school, she was often present. She frequently accompanied him to the valley in search of orchids, and although they failed to find the specific type Jiang Xiaowan desired, they still gathered other beautiful varieties. Each time, she stood across from the school, quietly observing Jiang Xiaowan as she thanked Kojong. A girl reminiscent of an orchid in a secluded valley, graceful and serene, well-versed in propriety. However, such a girl seemed ill-suited to the Ko family style. Despite her own admiration for Jiang Xiaowan, she did not wish for Kojong to marry her, unable to articulate a specific reason, merely feeling that it was inappropriate. The fishing bobber ceased its movements again as she propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the water surface. You mentioned that your mother had entrusted a matchmaker to propose to the Bai family, didn't you? He replied impassively. Yes, I heard that the Bai family has agreed. What will you do? What about Jiang Xiaoguan? She asked in surprise. Or do you plan to marry both? He flicked her forehead playfully. Have you lost your mind? Women become overly talkative as they age. Just look at my mother. Therefore, I absolutely will not marry two women to bother me. She rubbed her forehead, feigning annoyance. You rascal. Do not call me a rascal. He stretched lazily. I now appear to be of your age. You no longer have that privilege. She pouted and tossed a stone into the water. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Scaring your fish away. She made a silly face, helping you set them free. With a loud crack, her fishing rod snapped in two from the impact of a small stone, and the fishing line and bobber drifted away with a broken half. He clapped his hands and declared, I will assist you in doing a good deed. You are still a child at heart, she chuckled inwardly. I'm being serious. If the Bai family agrees, then you must marry by Mississippi. She leaned closer to him, insisting that he devise a plan. He remained silent, confidently gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. I know what I am doing. Chapter 64. Ko Zheng for what? You're the one searching for the coffin board for Bai Miss? In the dark, damp tomb passage, she bent slightly, struggling to keep pace behind him. He held a makeshift torch fashioned from a branch, not turning his head as he spoke. That woman said that as long as I can retrieve a coffin board from the legendary ancient tomb for her, she has her ways to ensure that this marriage proposal falls through. Her surprise deepened. You have sought out Bai Miss? When did this happen? When you were not around? He replied nonchalantly, as if I were obliged to disclose every detail to you. You are not that significant to me. She bit her lip, falling silent. Regardless, as long as I obtain the coffin board, not only will I be spared from marrying her, but she will also grant me the ancestral beheading knife of her family. He chuckled. I will not let her off so easily. Since we're making a trade, it must be worthwhile. What is the beheading knife? It is a tool used by executioners. Some families keep such items for protection. The Bai family's ancestors once saved an executioner's life, and in return, they received this eating utensil. However, the Bai family does not place much faith in it, so it has remained unused in their storeroom. At any rate, Aunt Fong and the others have never seen the silver flame dragon phoenix. Presenting them with this knife will suffice, killing two birds with one stone. He said with a hint of pride. She pondered for a moment before saying, That still does not seem appropriate. Your father would not approve. With the silver flame dragon phoenix in my possession, if I cannot deliver, I will have to substitute it with a beheading knife, he asserted confidently. Not to mention, I would be unwilling to part with such a fine knife. My father would be 1,000 times more reluctant. Clearly, this is a man-made disaster. I doubt that taking our family's knife will bring any fortune. Who knows? The Fong family might even turn around and claim that our Ko family's possessions are cursed. That seems plausible. Before she could finish her thought, a shadow, roughly half a person's height, suddenly appeared within the limited illumination, causing Ko Zheng to halt abruptly. With a swift motion of his blade, he shouted angrily, Who dares to harm lives in this place? She nervously peeked out from behind him, clenched her fists, ready to charge out and fight if necessary. Are you here to rob the tomb again? The voice was somewhat stammering, aged but not menacing. Ko Zheng steadied himself, gripping the knife firmly as he stepped forward, revealing a giant hedgehog, nearly as tall as a person, blinking its small eyes in the light. Mud and dry leaves clung messily to its quills, and most bizarrely, it possessed limbs that resembled human hands and feet. At that moment, it stood hunched over, challenging their perception in the strangest of postures. What a large hedgehog, she exclaimed in astonishment. Your hedgehog has human hands and feet. He frowned, indeed a demon. The hedgehog, seeing the knife in his hand, appeared somewhat timid, waving its paws in denial. I am a demon, but not a wicked one. You have yet to answer me. Are you here to rob the tomb again? It muttered softly. It has been years since anyone has come here. Has that old priest's barrier lost its effectiveness? We are not here to rob the tomb. She quickly interjected. We merely wish to take something. Isn't that still tomb robbing? The hedgehog blinked its eyes again. What exactly are you? Ko Zheng swung his knife sharply, the silver glint causing the hedgehog to shield its eyes. I am here, guarding my master. The hedgehog pointed inside. Ko Zheng took 2 more steps forward, raising the torch high to see that behind the hedgehog lay the tomb passage's end, a simple square-shaped clearing, in the center of which lay a dismembered coffin, covered in charred marks, with the skeletal remains awkwardly placed inside, appearing to have been scorched black. However, just a short distance from the coffin, a dazzling mound of gold, silver, and jade artifacts piled up to nearly a meter high, dazzling the eyes of onlookers. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Did you burn your master?" The hedgehog, looking dejected, turned around and slowly approached the coffin, sitting down and playing with the stone in its hands, saying, "My master was obsessed with sorcery and chose this auspicious location. He even dug a seemingly inconspicuous dragon eye at the top of the tomb, which is just a small hole. He firmly believed that if lightning struck through this hole 3 times within 500 years after his death, he would transform into a dragon and ascend to the heavens, breaking free from his confinement. I was raised by him, and wherever he went, I followed. I have waited here for countless years for a lightning strike. It only struck once, leaving me like this. Moreover, the heavens are vast. Who can guarantee that lightning will strike the same small hole 3 times? Such a fate is exceedingly rare. Even one strike could consume a lifetime of luck." Ko Zheng stopped a few steps away from the hedgehog. "Still skeptical? Are you truly just guarding the tomb?" "Yes," the hedgehog nodded. "Then what about the many corpses and the insane individuals from years past? Are they not related to you?" Ko Zheng pressed on. The hedgehog sighed. "It is true that my master was wealthy, and these treasures were moved in by him during his lifetime. However, they are not ordinary items. He claimed they were a punishment for those with ulterior motives. I have warned every tomb raider who enters, explicitly stating that these treasures are cursed. Once removed from the tomb, they will turn into black water, driving the person insane. I also warned those who sought to harm me not to touch me, as my quills are poisonous, capable of not only causing bloodshed but also tearing the body apart. Yet, they refuse to listen. What can I do? To be honest, even though I have survived thanks to my quills, I have endured many beatings. You tell me, as a hedgehog quietly residing in a tomb, whom have I offended?" He sighed, wiping his reddened eyes, and continued, "Fortunately, a wise and capable old Taoist eventually arrived and sealed the entrance. However, before sealing it, he asked me if I wished to leave with him, to which I declined. I cannot move quickly, nor can I fly. Apart from the gift of immortality and the absence of need for sustenance, I am left with only a body full of poison that the outside world cannot accommodate. It is better to remain here with him. Should he indeed transform into a dragon, I would have witnessed a monumental miracle." As Ko Zheng hesitated over whether to trust its words, she suddenly declared, "I believe it. It is not lying." He frowned and replied, "What gives you such confidence?" She pointed at the hedgehog, saying, "Because it looks rather foolish." His eyebrows shot up. She smiled. "Like me, it has lived alone underground. Opportunities for conversation are scarce, so it would be reluctant to waste them on deceit." He slowly lowered the knife in his hand, glanced at her, and fell silent. "I have shared this with you. Do you wish to take something? Or do you find me displeasing and intend to strike me?" The hedgehog tossed a stone in its hand, wearing an expression of accustomed indifference. He stepped forward, pointing at the shattered coffin, and stated, "I only seek a small piece of the coffin lid. Just a fragment will suffice." The hedgehog looked at him, astonished, and asked, "You only wish for a piece of the coffin lid?" He nodded. "Your master surely did not place a curse on the lid as well?" "No, that is not the case. It holds little value. I recall my master arguing with the coffin shopkeeper over the exorbitant prices, claiming their coffins were too profitable. Although he was wealthy in life, he could be quite stingy." As the hedgehog spoke, it suddenly burst into laughter, which soon turned into tears. Wiping its eyes, it lamented, "You do not understand. I truly miss him. I was with him since I was palm-sized, yet he could not outlive me." Ko Zheng felt a mix of amusement and discomfort. She, however, did not share his sentiment, as a glimmer of sorrow crossed her eyes. Ultimately, they would part ways. "So, do you agree?" Ko Zheng asked. "Take it." The hedgehog nodded. Things unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Ko Zheng, holding the coffin lid wrapped in cloth, felt a heavy burden lift from her heart. "Let us depart." He turned to her and said, "Wait," she insisted, instructing him to remove all the fire starters from his person and placed them before the hedgehog. The hedgehog looked at her in bewilderment. To brighten things up, let us use these, she laughed. It is too dark here. Unfortunately, I did not bring any candles today, or I would give you those as well. The hedgehog glanced at the fire starters on the ground and remarked, You do not strike me, yet offer me gifts. How rare. We dare not strike you. She laughed heartily. The hedgehog rubbed its eyes and looked at Zheng, saying, No one has visited me for quite some time. Could you stay a while longer and converse with me? Would it be all right to leave at dawn? What is there to discuss with a hedgehog? He scoffed. Anything at all will do, the hedgehog replied, patting the ground. Come sit. I shall share amusing tales of my master. Go on, go on. I adore stories. She eagerly sat down, disregarding Zheng's disdainful glare from behind. However, I have always been puzzled as to why this place is called Jiangjun. Was your master a general? No, it seems the previous occupant was a soldier, perhaps a general, the hedgehog replied. In the past, she exclaimed, Did your master bury himself in someone else's grave? My master did not mind. Moreover, when he chose this place, there were no remains, only some burial items. It should merely be a closed grave. What other amusing things happened to your master? My master said that our Yúmén Guó is a vast prison, and beyond it lies an even larger world, the hedgehog stated nonchalantly. Beyond it? She paused. Yes, my master said one must venture beyond to understand what freedom truly is. The vastness and wonders of that world are beyond our imagination. There are people, creatures, and even gods, the hedgehog continued. She pointed at it. But we have people and creatures in Yúmén Guó too, do we not? Are you not one? And what are the gods? It countered. She furrowed her brow and contemplated. There are gods too, represented by statues in temples and recorded in texts. You mentioned only statues and records. Mere rumors passed among the common folk, the hedgehog interrupted. Yúmén Guó is a place abandoned by the gods. She pondered for a long time, ultimately shaking her head in confusion. I do not understand. The hedgehog shrugged. Neither do I, but that is what my master said. Zheng furrowed his brow throughout, sitting far from them, impatiently participating in a conversation between a hedgehog and a corpse. Yúmén Guó is a prison, a place abandoned by the gods. Such grave claims. Yet I have never felt anything wrong with Yúmén Guó. Is there truly a world beyond? Could it be larger than all of Yúmén Guó? Just how vast would that be? Time swiftly passed amidst idle chatter and fanciful thoughts. The hedgehog stretched and looked toward the other end of the tomb passage, saying, It is nearly dawn. It then turned to Zheng. You appear to be around 17 or 18 years old. Zheng rose and brushed the dirt from his pants. Replying, Indeed. You must cherish this life, the hedgehog suddenly said. Why do you say that in such a peculiar manner? She scrutinized the hedgehog, sensing a hidden matter in its small eyes. The hedgehog sighed. I kept you here until dawn to help this young man avoid a calamity. Both were taken aback. Having followed its master for many years, it had learned to observe the aura around others. The hedgehog confessed, Yesterday, I saw a fierce aura on this young man's forehead. Had I allowed you to leave then, his life would have been in jeopardy. Now, seeing that the fierce aura has diminished, he should be safe. Yet you must remain vigilant. Calamity? Zheng laughed. You, a hedgehog, claim to possess such knowledge? Why not set up a stall at the market? Return now. The hedgehog waved its hand. When you leave, please block the entrance with stones. For now, there is no barrier, and we must manage as best we can. I hope they do not discover it too soon. I wonder when those Taoists will return to restore the barrier. If you have the time, please send word to Tianxinguan. Until leaving Jiangjun, he remained skeptical of the so-called calamity, convinced it was merely the ramblings of a bored hedgehog seeking amusement. The weather was particularly dismal today, with dark clouds looming since early morning. On his way home, he felt an unusual heaviness in his heart, perhaps due to skipping breakfast, as his heartbeat raced. Chapter 65, Zheng 5. At this moment, he harbored a deep resentment for that hedgehog. Had it not been for its insistence, last night's events at the co-residence would have likely seen at least one more person resisting to the end. The officials and their subordinates came and went, while the bodies draped in white cloth lay lined up in the courtyard. Beneath the white cloth were those who had practiced with him, served him tea, and even helped him catch crickets. Just before he left, they were all vibrantly alive, calling him young master with each breath. His father's body rested before the family shrine, his pallid complexion marred by a tinge of blackness, with a deep sword wound to the chest marking the fatal blow. In his bloodied hand, he clutched a piece of black cloth, seemingly a mask, gripped so tightly that none could pry it away. In the bedroom, the aged wet nurse had just been covered with a white cloth, while his frail mother lay on another bed. The helpless doctor, filled with regret, informed him, "She has but a breath left. It is a miracle she has lasted this long. Speak your words without delay." What was there to say? He was at a loss for words. He had merely been away for one night, and this was the result? Additionally, he had just remembered that yesterday was his mother's birthday. All extreme emotions surged forth, blocking any channel for release. He neither cried, nor shouted, nor raged, his eyes only reflecting a deathly calm. "Mother, I have returned." He grasped his mother's cold hand. She opened her eyes, and upon seeing him, smiled reassuringly. "It is fortunate you have returned now. Who did this?" He held back the tears that threatened to spill, his teeth grinding audibly. He surreptitiously added poison to the food, and, at midnight, the people from Wū Chuān arrived. "Had it not been for the desire to take a breath and see you, I would not have feigned death, but would have gone with your father," his mother said in an eerily calm manner. She gestured for him to lower his head and, with great effort, whispered in his ear for a moment. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes, followed by an overwhelming tide of sorrow and anger. He grasped the edge of the bed, nearly embedding his nails into it. Uncle would know this scoundrel. The Ko family had treated him well. How could he commit such heinous acts? He trembled all over, as if he had fallen into an inescapable ice cellar. His mother smiled faintly. Since ancient times, the human heart is the hardest to fathom. Before marrying into the Ko family, I already knew of the perils of the world. The family business of the Ko family is too easily embroiled in calamity. I have been a vegetarian and recited scriptures. At least the Bodhisattva has spared you. Remember what I have told you." With her last ounce of strength, she lifted her hand and caressed his face. "Do not dwell on the dead. It is the living that matter. When you have children, remember to burn paper and speak to me." The smile lingered at the corners of her mouth as her hand heavily fell. He knelt, tears falling freely. No need to suppress them. It became clear that the greatest pain is when one cannot weep. He bowed deeply before his parents' remains, feeling no pain even as blood welled from his forehead. The head of the local authorities found him, offering condolences and routinely inquiring about clues regarding the massacre, mentioning that they had issued a warrant for Guo Yi and all accomplices. He replied coolly, "As much as you know, I know. Thank you for your concern." He stood in the courtyard, with only one thought echoing in his mind. Henceforth, the Ko family has but you alone. Workers from the foundry rushed over upon hearing the news. Some were furiously agitated, while others wept uncontrollably, creating chaos within the Ko family. For the first time, he calmly arranged all matters like an adult, receiving everyone, proving that the Ko family still endured. The dark clouds rolled throughout the day, yet no rain fell until nightfall. In the stifling heat of the night, no one noticed him silently leaving. He changed into inconspicuous gray-black attire, shouldering the yin long huang knife, and made his way directly to the foundry. The foundry, used by the Ko family to forge various items, was a place he normally despised, particularly in summer due to its unbearable heat. However, today felt different. Everywhere he went, he felt a chilling cold emanating from his very bones. His mother's whispered words urged him to disguise himself and leave the Ko family under the cover of night, to hide his name for 10 years before returning to the foundry to retrieve the Balian box from the center of the furnace base, which contained the Ko family's most crucial Tiangong Pu and the unfinished artifact, the Yin Jing. As the streets grew sparsely populated, he quickened his pace. "Mother, I am sorry. I do not wish to flee, nor do I want to wait 10 years. If something is to happen, let it happen today." In the desolate foundry, he stood before a furnace of equal height to himself, cradling a heavy square iron box. Opposite him stood a dozen masked individuals wielding steel knives, their eyes fixed upon him. He stood before the masked men, crossing his arms. "Sure, you are far braver than I anticipated, yet also more foolish than I imagined. I do not wish to hide my name. I want to see you as soon as possible." Gritting his teeth, he called out one last time, "Uncle Guo, why involve the despicable Wu Chang Lu in dealing with the Ko family? You witnessed my birth. My parents took you in, treated you like a brother, and entrusted you with managing the foundry. Did you not hesitate even the slightest when you slaughtered those who live alongside you?" Guo Yi chuckled. "I was originally the young master of Wu Chang Lu. They are not outsiders." He frowned. As a once great faction, the rise and fall are inevitable. Wu Chang Lu's decline is not unexpected. I once considered severing ties and reviving my faction under a new name, content to assist your father for the remainder of my life. However, your father is truly a genius. He managed to forge the Yin Jing using methods from the Tiangong Pu. Although still incomplete, I have witnessed the wonders of the Yin Jing. If completed, it would be an unmatched artifact, able to capture dreams and bring the dead back to life. Those who have left me forever could return. Guo Yi's eyes shimmered with extreme excitement, soon drowned by fury. Yet your father chose not to continue. He said that a certain material was needed for the successful forging, but this material is exceedingly rare, dependent on fate, and cannot be forced. I urged him to reveal what it was so I could find it, even if it meant traveling to the ends of Wū Chuān. Yet he steadfastly refused to disclose it. Was I foolish? It was clear he did not want me involved. Your father never truly trusted me. He would not even allow me to touch the Tiangong Pu, safeguarding it like a thief. I cannot bear to see this artifact fail. Had your parents been honest with me about the whereabouts of the Tiangong Pu and Yin Jing, I would not have killed them. I truly would not." He laughed. "My mother said that Wu Chang Lu is merely a den of thieves, and its destruction by righteous individuals was its destined fate. After all these years in my family, consuming our food, you remain a thief." Guo Yi's expression darkened as he extended his hand. "No more idle talk. Hand over the items. For the sake of our kinship, I will spare your life. I will die before it returns to you." He slowly placed the Balian box on the ground and unwrapped the cloth from his back. A sharp silver gleam flickered in Guo Yi's eyes as he narrowed them. "Your martial skills, half of which I taught you. Do you think that by wielding this knife you can take on many?" He remained silent, positioning the Yin Long Huang before him. "Chéng, righteousness, Guo Yi, you are unworthy to be a part of the Ko family. You are not even worthy to live." Guo Yi shook his head, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes as he commanded the masked men behind him. "Kill him." Lightning split the night sky, thunder roared, and torrential rain cascaded down without warning. He had never killed before. As the blades sliced into flesh, it felt distinctly different from when he vanquished demons. His heart trembled. Amidst the flashes of blades and the claps of thunder, he fought with his life, blood splattering into the rain, pooling on the ground to form an ever-growing river of crimson. His back felt numb, his arms too, and his right eye seemed clouded. He was uncertain if he had been wounded, but he only knew to grip the hilt tightly and cleave through his adversaries one by one. It was only after the last masked man fell that he realized he had underestimated him. This child, who typically appeared playful and capricious, what deeds had he performed behind the scenes? He leaped into action, delivering a kick to Ko Zheng's chest. The injured Ko Zheng could not evade in time. Feeling a sharp pain in his heart, a metallic taste surging in his throat as he was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Guo Yi picked up a curved knife from the ground and approached him step by step. "Once in the Yellow Springs, send my regards to your parents." At the last moment, someone dashed through the torrential rain, moving with an inhuman speed. She positioned herself between Guo Yi and Ko Zheng, throwing a punch at Guo Yi's face. Unexpectedly, Guo Yi seized her wrist and, using the momentum, flung her away, causing her to land face first in the mud. Ko Zheng, recognizing the newcomer, was instantly enraged. "You cannot defeat him. Leave." Guo Yi surveyed the disheveled girl rising from the ground and teased, "Who is this girl? Aren't you betrothed?" With that, he revealed a menacing expression, raising his knife toward her. "Since you have arrived, accompany him on his journey." She stood her ground, watching the knife approach. Suddenly grasping the blade with her hand, pulling fiercely backward, the steel knife flew from Guo Yi's grip, completely unanticipated by him. Losing his balance, he stumbled forward, and she did not dodge or evade, instead opening her arms to embrace him tightly as they both fell to the ground. Ko Zheng grabbed the knife, She shouted with all her might. Guo Yi struggled with all his strength, yet found her grip astonishingly strong. At the same time, her eyes emanated a faint red glow, rendering him completely immobile under her control. Ko Zheng, resolute in his actions, was about to seize the Yin Long Huang when he hesitated for a brief moment. Instead, he grasped the steel dagger wielded by the masked figure and plunged it deep into Guo Yi's back. The blade penetrated so deeply that its tip struck the ground. As he neared the afterlife, he whispered an apology to his parents. Breathing heavily, he ultimately collapsed. The rain struck his face with a piercing sting. Is she well? She should be, for zombies cannot die, nor can they feel pain. The surroundings gradually dissolved into the rain. In the early hours of the next evening, Ko Zheng awakened to the kindly gaze of an elderly physician. The doctor remarked, "Young man, you should learn to be prudent. I have seen many youths from the Jianghu. Engaging in brawls is both foolish and perilous. Fortunately, you are young and resilient. Although your wounds are numerous, they are not grave. However, you're right, I may never see clearly again." He expressed his gratitude to the old doctor and offered the jade pendant hanging from his neck as payment, saying, "I was in a hurry and did not bring any money." The doctor scrutinized the jade and exclaimed, "Child, this jade is not of trivial value. It was a gift from my mother. Then it is even more precious. My mother has passed." He smiled softly, for with her absence, keeping it only serves to deepen his sorrow. "Make sure to take this with you," the doctor insisted, pointing to an iron box and a dagger wrapped in cloth on the table. "The young lady who brought you here left these, instructing me to give them to you upon your awakening." He thanked the doctor once more. As he donned his clothing and prepared to leave, the elderly physician observed the young man walk out into the world, the remnants of last night's storm having washed the streets clean. Ko Zheng walked with a calm demeanor under the slanting rays of the setting sun. There were 3 matters to attend to. First, to arrange affairs at home. Second, to deliver the coffin lid to Bai Shaojing, although perhaps the Bai family had already taken the initiative to cancel the engagement. Third, to seek out Jiang Xiaoguan. This time, without flowers or excuses, simply to tell her to marry when she finds a suitable family. However, he could not return home just yet. Changing direction, he made his way towards Bai Quangu. Due to his injuries, he moved slower than usual, and as night fell, he still had a considerable distance to cover. He sat down on a stone by the roadside and suddenly remarked, "Had I struck with the Yin Long Huang, you would likely have turned to ash." She emerged from behind a nearby tree, saying, "But you changed your weapon. There will come a day when it will be too late to make such changes." He gazed at her with an expressionless face. Stepping from behind the tree, she kicked at a small stone beneath her feet, lowering her head to say, "If that night I had indeed been cast aside and failed to reach the forge, you would have perished. I never considered living on." He shifted his gaze to the cold box in his arms and said, "But since I am alive, life must continue as it is." After a pause, he added, "Until my wounds heal, I shall reside in your lair." She was initially taken aback, then her face brightened. "Good." Ko Zheng convalesced in the tomb for nearly half a month, with her attending to all his needs. Each day, she foraged for wild fruits, dug up vegetables, and brewed fish soup. Lacking funds for meat, she fished daily in the river. Ko Zheng lamented that he was becoming sick of fish, to which she replied, "Bear with it until you return to the Ko family as a young master. Then you may feast on whatever you desire." Yet, as the words left her lips, regret washed over her. Even if he returned, he could no longer be a young master, for both the lord and lady were gone. During this time, Ko Zheng exhibited little sorrow, spending clear nights outside the tomb, gazing at the heavens with his remaining eye, conversing with her as before, leaving no inkling of the calamity he had endured. He held nothing back from her, openly revealing the Bailian box, explaining, "The intricacies and mysteries of the crafts created by the Ko family are beyond what others can fathom. Even if Guo Yi had killed me and taken it, he would never unlock it, for only those of Ko blood can access this box." Although he managed the forge's daily affairs, he was not privy to the family's most profound forging techniques. This man believes he can replicate the divine craftsmanship simply by taking the blueprint, unaware that every trade has its own principles. A heart like his will never grasp the essence of the path. She seemed to grasp part of it, asking, What is your family's path? Diligence and righteousness. He gently caressed the yellowed volume and a misty copper mirror within the box. Perhaps this was the essence of the Ko family. During his days of recovery, aside from resting and eating, he immersed himself in studying the divine blueprint, often displaying awe upon discovering new techniques and muttering to himself about how things should be done. She found the copper mirror particularly intriguing, noting that it did not reflect human figures in ordinary circumstances. However, if one slept with it as a pillow upon waking, they could glimpse their dreams through the mirror's surface. Though vague, it was nonetheless fascinating. Ko Zheng explained that the mirror was still unfinished, according to the divine blueprint. Once completed, it would reflect one's image clearly. If one held the mirror while sleeping, they could see the dreams of the person reflected, often blurry. But those who appeared clearly were the ones the dreamer cherished most who had passed away. Should the mirror bearer employ a secret incantation, they could draw forth the departed from the mirror into reality, rendering them indistinguishable from the living. Thus, the notion of the dream mirror capturing dreams and reviving the dead came about. It was a pity it remained incomplete. She sighed as she cradled the copper mirror, lamenting, if only it were finished, how much suffering it could alleviate in this world. Ko Zheng remained silent for a while before saying, my father claimed that its failure to materialize was due to the absence of one thing. What thing? She inquired curiously. A Wu Tongzi, he replied. The divine blueprint describes it as a rare insect resembling a vine, half male and half female, embodying both yin and yang. Yet, its numbers are scarce and its temperament peculiar. It may not be seen for generations. If this insect is placed in the furnace, the dream mirror can be forged. He closed the book, adding, it is a daunting task to seek such an insect in this vast world. She sat silently in front of a nearly extinguished candle, pondering for a long time before asking, do you wish to complete the dream mirror? I do, he answered without hesitation. My father never abandoned any task halfway. He mentioned that finding the Wu Tongzi relies on fate and cannot be forced. He never revealed to Ge that it was the Wu Tongzi that was missing, perhaps sensing his hasty nature. Now that he is gone and Guo has paid the price for his actions, I wish to test my own fate as the last heir of the Ko family. Frowning, she contemplated for a moment before declaring, I shall help you find it. No need, he shook his head. You only need to keep the divine blueprint and the Yin Yen Long Huang safe while I am away. She paused in surprise. While you are away, he smiled. I am the one who has slain 13 men in the Ko family's forge. Regardless, I must answer to the authorities. She grew anxious. You are avenging your father and ridding the world of evil. How could the authorities hold that against you? Killing is killing. It is up to the authorities to decide my fate and whether or not I turn myself in. He stated firmly, my decision is made. You need not persuade me otherwise. She bit her lip and said, very well. I will guard it for you. I will leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? She stammered. So soon? I wish to meet Jiang Xiaoguan, then return home to settle matters before turning myself in. He had never consulted her on any matter. Every word he spoke was merely a notification, and she had likely grown accustomed to it. As the candlelight in the tomb dimmed, she sat quietly in the darkness, contemplating her unspoken feelings. The following morning, a gentle rain fell. He stood at the entrance of the private school, the door slamming shut behind him. Jiang Fuzi opened the door, with Jiang Xiaoguan standing just behind him. The old man regarded him with a meaningful look for a long moment before finally saying, let us cease all relations until death. He remained silent, shifting his gaze to Jiang Xiaoguan. Their eyes met briefly, and she, startled like a frightened deer, quickly lowered her head. Xiaoguan, find a good family and get married. He smiled as he uttered these words before turning away. There was no resentment in his tone. Any girl would feel fear in such a situation. Annihilation, vengeance, bloodshed, and loss of life are burdens too heavy for an ordinary person to bear. Yet, others harbored their own grievances. As she neared the Ko residence, she grabbed his arm. If there were blood coursing through her veins, her face would undoubtedly have flushed crimson at that moment. What is it? He halted, noticing her strange expression. Why don't you scold her? Does all your kindness to her mean nothing? Why does she look at you as if you were a monster? Enough. How she treats me is between her and me. What is your anger about? He replied helplessly, shaking his head and patting her shoulder. Don't see me off, just go home. I simply dislike such a woman. She shook off his hand, her anger boiling over as she reprimanded him fiercely. You're only blind in one eye, not both. Why are you still infatuated with her? I can't stand it. I want to go and beat her up. Stop right there. He grasped her arm firmly, his voice rising. What madness is this? I told you it's my affair with her. She paid no heed to his words, struggling fiercely. Let me go. You liking anyone else would be better than liking her. His temper flared as he responded decisively. What if I do like her? Who else do you think I should like? Miss Bai? Me? She blurted out. You liking me would be better than liking her. Ridiculous. He retorted without hesitation. Someone who lacks even the sense of pain, let alone being a woman. What reason do I have to like you? Upon uttering those words, he briefly froze. But his expression quickly regained its composure as he released her arm and pointed toward the Jiang family's direction. Fine, go ahead. Just finish her off. Suddenly, she fell silent, as if her very bones had been pulled away, leaving her utterly dejected. Seeing her thus, he wanted to say something, but ultimately chose silence. After a moment, she collected herself and looked up slowly, asking if I had the sense of pain. Would you like me then? He was taken aback, frowning as he replied, yes. If that day comes, I will marry you. She smiled, all right. This marked their farewell, an exchange of quarrels, anger, and silence. As they walked away from each other in opposite directions beneath the persistent drizzle, without a single word of goodbye, he surrendered to the authorities and was subsequently imprisoned. After the investigation, the officials concluded he was guilty of manslaughter and sentenced him to 5 years in confinement. On the day of his formal incarceration, the head of the guards informed him with a hint of understanding. Although you harbor a grudge for your family's annihilation, murder remains a grave offense. He nodded, accepting this as just harboring no resentment. The guilty must be punished, and burdens must be borne. This was the way of the Guó family. 5 years is neither long nor short. Life in prison, aside from occasional bouts of boredom, was tolerable. He requested the guards to provide him with numerous books related to casting techniques, reading and reflecting on them repeatedly, recalling the records in his family's Tiangong, interlinking the knowledge. He documented his thoughts and sketched countless blueprints, contemplating how to revive the Guó family's fortunes and create wondrous inventions upon his release. She never visited him, not once. Occasionally, when the guards were in good spirits, they would share curious tales from the outside world, such as a young man marrying a woman 40 years his senior, or a flying monster emerging from the North Square, or a girl at the market who offered herself as a punching bag for a fee, allowing customers to strike her as if she were a rival. He listened silently. As the yellow leaves fell once more, he finally stepped out of the prison gates. The Guó residence stood desolate, the forge abandoned, save for a few reluctant workers who clung to their livelihood of blacksmithing. Upon seeing him return, they wept, clutching his legs, repeatedly exclaiming, "Young master, it is good that you have returned." After a brief exchange, he hastily departed the forge, heading straight for Bai Quan Gu. Before that, the workers informed him that Jiang Shaoguan had married 2 years prior, and Jiang Fuzi had passed away the previous year. He merely acknowledged with a sound of understanding. Bai Quan Gu remained unchanged. The rocks were as they had always been, the desolation unyielding. He entered her tomb, finding it empty. Inside her resting coffin lay a stone the size of a fist, beneath which was a rolled paper bound with a cloth strip. It was a piece of her skirt he had torn off while bandaging her wounds years ago. He had once chided her for keeping such a trifle, but she insisted it was her skirt and could not be discarded. Unwrapping the cloth strip, he unfurled the paper, which bore a scrawled message. "You are out of prison. The items are with the hedgehog." He looked around. She was indeed absent. What madness is this? He exited the tomb and hurried toward the nearby general's tomb. During his 5-year absence, had she grown so bored as to befriend that peculiar hedgehog? Upon his second visit to the general's tomb, he was met not by a barrier, but by massive stones. Compared to a barrier, these rocks seemed more troublesome. He exerted considerable effort to create a gap through which he could squeeze. The hedgehog was as before, first complaining about the laziness of the Taoists from Tianxian Guan who had not come to repair the barrier for 5 years. leaving it in a state of constant trepidation. Before remarking, "Long time no see. You've grown a beard." He had no time for idle chatter and directly inquired about Qing Tong's whereabouts. The hedgehog sluggishly ambled to a corner, pushing forward the Bai Lian box and the Yin Long Huang toward him. "She asked me to give these to you." It then let out a sound and slowly returned with a small glass jar, presenting it as well. "Here, this too. There are 3 items in total. You can check." Peering into the jar, he saw a grotesque, half-black, half-white worm resembling a vine, writhing within. "Wu Tongzi, Qing Tong gave you this?" He was taken aback. The hedgehog nodded. "She said finding this worm is quite difficult, and only she possesses the ability. She also mentioned it's crucial for you." He tightened his grip on the jar. "What about her? How should I know?" The hedgehog shrugged. "She's the one running about outside every day. I'm just a well-behaved hedgehog who never leaves home." Taking the items, he turned to leave, the hedgehog calling out behind him, "Remember to urge those lazy Taoists at Tianxianguan." He walked briskly through the familiar streets, searching for every figure resembling her, but they were merely shadows. Beyond himself, no one would recognize her, nor did anyone care where she had gone. He searched all day, finding no trace of her. In the dead of night, he returned home to his desolate abode, sitting in the cold room as he unwrapped the black cloth enveloping the Yin Long Huang. As he grasped the blade that had accompanied him through life and death, he felt an unexpected unfamiliarity. After years of reading, writing, and drawing, his hands seemed more suited for these pursuits than for killing. Perhaps it had gathered too much dust. The shine of the Yin Long Huang had dimmed considerably. As his gaze traversed the blade, he suddenly halted. A faint, reddish-black corrosion clung stubbornly to the edge. This should not concern the hedgehog. Weapons forged by the Ko family, even after a century of disuse, would not show even the slightest sign of rust, let alone a treasure such as the Yin Long Huang. Amidst his astonishment, a thought surfaced. There had indeed been instances of Ko family weapons succumbing to rust. The candle had burned down to a mere stub, the flame flickering desperately. His fingers moved slowly over the Yin Long Huang. This was a farewell to a blade. Any item crafted by the Ko family, once corroded, signified its death. "Qing Tong, what have you done with this blade?" Despite his fatigue, sleep eluded him. He carefully wrapped the Yin Long Huang and left home. In the forsaken forge, only the various forges and scattered tools remained. He dug a pit in an empty space and buried the Yin Long Huang. Born in one place, destined to return to another, he stood alone in the desolate autumn night, as the chill wind recklessly stirred his garments. Never had he experienced such profound solitude, with no one to utter a single word to him, not even a simple, "You must be hungry after a long day. Let me prepare some fish soup for you." Why did that thought suddenly cross his mind? He remembered his mother often saying, "A kind word warms 3 winters, while harsh words can chill a heart in June." Where was that person who had listened to his countless harsh words now? The wind howled like a lament, but no one responded. Chapter 68. The Mysterious Fire. 1. In this world, nothing is truly invincible. Everything is but a circle, ultimately a matter of one thing overcoming another. Everyone has their weaknesses. The thunder had ceased, yet the torrential rain continued unabated. In the dimly lit, dilapidated room, Zhi Miao lay before me, devoid of consciousness. The wounds had ceased to bleed, and his breath was faint, like a thread that could snap at any moment. Qing Tong also lay on the ground, a slender needle embedded in her arm. Ko Zheng, the old man, remarked that the needle bore a curse, enough to incapacitate even a zombie, and there were certain things he did not wish for her to know. Throughout, he maintained a distance from Qing Tong, never touching her even slightly, claiming his age rendered him weak and that Ao Qi had to carry her inside, which infuriated Ao Qi, who berated him for being so frail, questioning why he was not so weak when it came to killing. Ko Zheng glanced at Zhi Miao and clicked his tongue, saying, "No wonder he is the legendary deity. Even after being struck by my iron arrow, he still clings to life." I shot him a fierce glare. "Staring at me won't help. After laying out the stakes, if you still wish to save him, it reveals your lack of wisdom." Ko Zheng chuckled. "Perhaps I should turn you into a donkey instead. At least you would still serve some purpose." Ao Qi clenched his fists. "Watch your words, old man. I'm still alive, and my wife is not your concern. Deep down, you two agree that saving him is not wise, do you not? Ko Zheng replied leisurely. A mere infant, a cat, can yield such consequences. What then of a deity? You should know better than I. Hours earlier, when Ko Zheng had mentioned my name, he had rendered Qing Tong unconscious, followed by a second statement that upon touching him, this person would become a calamity and could not be spared. His third statement was that anyone revived by the nightmare mirror, if touched by the Dream Master, would lose all goodness, succumbing to nightmares and transforming into a bloodthirsty monster, with increasing destructive power over time. He made this proclamation as the rain fell in torrents, stinging my face like a whip. Whether I was being alarmist was for you to judge. He spoke earnestly, stating that if you insist on reviving him, perhaps even this old man, nearing his end, could not stop you. But I hope that as you perform good deeds, you also possess the capacity to bear all consequences, which may very well include countless innocent lives. Just moments ago, the force surging within me, disregarding everything, was suppressed by his words, leaving me in a tumult of doubt and hesitation. Decide for yourself. Ao Qi wiped the rain from his face, looking expressionlessly at Zi Miao in my arms. If it were anyone else, I would have 100 ways to prevent you from saving him. But for this person, I do not wish to sway your choice. The rain seemed to seep into my heart, sharp and biting. At that moment, I suddenly realized that Ao Qi had never once tried to stop me from saving Zi Miao. He had always been domineering, always viewing Zi Miao as a thorn in his side. Yet I knew that even if I placed a knife in his hand, even if he shouted countless times that he would kill him, he would never truly harm Zi Miao. If fate were cruel enough to demand that Zi Miao die once more, the one to end his life would not be Ao Qi. He did not care for Zi Miao's life or death. He instinctively cared for my feelings. Thus, I had never felt I had married the wrong man. Even if we quarreled 8 times a day, the rain was too heavy. I gently placed Zi Miao on the ground and suggested we discuss it indoors. The sharp rain pounded on the decrepit house, with several leaks creating a rhythmic dripping sound. I calmed my mind and listened to the old man's tales. He did not take much time, but it was enough to provide the listener with a sense of a long and turbulent world. In the flickering candlelight, Qing Tong seemed to have sunk into an untraceable dream, remarkably tranquil, as if she had forgotten to breathe. My thoughts were in disarray. This zombie girl, already fading from Ko Zheng's past, had inexplicably appeared in my life, bringing back someone who should not have returned through a mirror that was never meant for her. Your story is not yet finished. I gazed at these two individuals who should never have shared the same space. The most important part, Ko Zheng, sitting cross-legged on the ground, coughed a few times, looking at Qing Tong's face. I searched for her for 20 years. I could not find her. Another 20 years went by, and still, I could not find her. He chuckled lightly. I have no habit of celebrating birthdays, so I truly do not remember whether I'm 70 or 80 this year. Decades pass both swiftly and slowly. But you ultimately created the nightmare mirror during these decades. I frowned. This mirror, capable of capturing dreams and bringing the dead back to life, was it a comfort for the heartbroken or a nightmarish defiance of fate? Was it a divine tool or a deadly weapon? It was difficult to discern. It cannot be done without Wu Tongzi. He spoke slowly. This thing is half yin and half yang, half life and half death, defying the most orthodox way of existence. The key to the nightmare mirror lies in this force that contradicts the natural order. Ever since I heard the name Wu Tongzi, it replayed in my mind repeatedly. I felt I had encountered it before. Back when I lived on Fulong Mountain, Zi Miao had brought back various ancient texts, teaching me not only to read and write, but also to identify rare flowers, mythical beasts, and demons. In my youthful folly, I often remembered little of what I heard, but I vaguely recalled seeing an image of this object in a book about herbs, which mentioned its unsightliness, to which Zi Miao had replied that although it was ugly, it possessed great power, capable of reversing life and death. When I inquired what reversing life and death meant, Zi Miao had ceased speaking, only stating that it was rare and not easily encountered even over several lifetimes, suggesting that there was no point in discussing it as I would not remember it anyway. A rarity that even the gods claimed was hard to find. How could a mere zombie like Qing Tong, who possessed no real abilities, Find Wū Chuān within the short 5 years of Ko Zheng's imprisonment. Replaying the entire situation in my mind, I also considered that although Qing Tong was a zombie, she had no fear of light, no zombie aura, and apart from her lack of breathing, bleeding, and aging, she was no different from an ordinary person. What kind of fortune allowed a drowned girl to revive in such a manner? Furthermore, according to Ko Zheng's description, Qing Tong had been by his side for many years. Their bond deep, so no matter what means he used to find the missing Qing Tong, regardless of why she no longer recognized him, his attitude towards her should not have been like this. He had not even touched her at all. Suddenly, a realization struck me. Ko Zheng seemed to have read something from my expression and gaze, smiling meaningfully. I thought you all would have guessed it by now. Aochi glanced between him and me, and then at Qing Tong and Zi Miao, his astonishment gradually becoming evident. Though he might be rough around the edges, his mind had not ceased to function. He must have arrived at the same conclusions I had. I will never find Qing Tong again. Ko Zheng sighed deeply. I have spent nearly half my life searching for her, and I have also spent half my life creating the nightmare mirror. He looked up at us, pointing to himself. The first person to be reflected by the nightmare mirror was me. He lowered his hand and smiled. Over the past few decades, I have rarely dreamed of her. Even when I did, it was only for a fleeting moment. The day the nightmare mirror was completed, I lay exhausted on the ground of the forge. On the hottest night of summer, completely alone, I had sent the workers away early, cradling the nightmare mirror, cautiously yet filled with anticipation. Even though I could clearly see my own reflection in the mirror, I still dared not affirm whether I had truly succeeded. I sought a more secluded corner within the forge, anxiously placing a mirror beneath my head, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Did you dream of Qing Tong? Aochi blurted out. Ko Zheng nodded slightly, recounting, upon awakening the next day, I indeed glimpsed my dream from the nightmare mirror. She was as she had always been, sitting by the river, fishing, smiling as she spoke of making fish soup that evening, her eyes crescent-shaped like a pair of waning moons. The morning light illuminated her form, causing her eyelashes to glimmer as if kissed by the sun. A fleeting smile graced his lips, yet the transient joy was swiftly overshadowed by an encroaching sorrow. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, it struck me how vividly her visage and figure emerged. Even the fish in the barrel were distinct enough for me to discern each scale upon their bodies, while the surrounding trees and mountains appeared shrouded in mist. Indistinct and elusive. The answer I sought had finally been unveiled, and my heart plummeted into despair. The living remain hazy, while the deceased persist as ever. Ko Zheng spoke slowly. This is the world within the nightmare mirror. The blur of the trees signifies they still exist in their original places, still alive, while those who are unmistakably clear can only smile within your dreams. He shifted his gaze, fixating on the sleeping face of Qing Tong. How could this girl, who has been frozen by fate and is no longer entwined with death, be foolish enough to die once more? The old man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his remaining normal eye reflecting a hint of sorrow. The dagger you buried holds a significant possibility, he mused. My mother once said, there is nothing truly unbreakable in this world. All things are cyclical, ultimately being subject to one another's weaknesses. He rubbed his eyes, striving to appear less bereaved. The weapons forged by the Ko family are the nemesis of various anomalies. Countless monstrosities, including zombies, have been reduced to ashes by our arms. However, these weapons, whether blades or nails, upon claiming a life, begin to rust and lose their efficacy, rendering them no different from the dead. When I first beheld the rust on the silver flame dragon phoenix, an ominous feeling had already begun to stir within me, yet I desperately suppressed all negative thoughts, convincing myself that perhaps she had wielded that dagger to slay the anomaly obstructing her from obtaining the Wū Chuān, and now she might simply be hiding from me. Have you been telling yourself this for 40 years? Searching for 40 years? I observed the deep lines etched into Ko Zheng's aged face. Time did not show him mercy despite his extraordinary abilities, even though he donned vibrant garments and wore a smile, living like a whimsical old man. There remained an unfillable void hidden in the recesses of his heart. I thought after enduring trials unimaginable to ordinary folk, I would emerge a stronger being. Matters of life and death would be inconsequential. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, yet I cannot bear to think of her death, not even for a moment. He pointed to his heart. The mere thought of her never reappearing in my life brings me pain here. I felt utterly useless, yet powerless to change anything. Outside, the rain had lessened, but the persistent dripping of water within the room continued, providing the only sound amidst our shared silence. Qingtong perished beneath your silver flame dragon phoenix? Aoqi pondered, his disbelief palpable. Why? The silver flame dragon phoenix was always under her care, later entrusted to that untouchable hedgehog monster. Who could possibly have the power to wield the dagger and kill? Ko Zheng extended his hand, retrieving the nightmare mirror from beside Qingtong, wiping away the water stains with his sleeve. The Wu Tongzi has resided within her heart. If she does not turn to ash, it cannot see the light of day. The inversion of life and death was indeed such a profound reversal. Aoshi, astonished, inquired. Are you suggesting that this ghostly insect somehow drilled into Qingtong's heart, transforming what should have been a lifeless corpse into an undead being? And in fulfilling your wish to create the nightmare mirror, she ended her own life with your family's dagger, allowing the Wu Tongzi within her heart to finally emerge. Enlisting the hedgehog monster to handle her affairs, so that once you were released from prison, all that you desired would be returned to you? You listened quite attentively. Ko Zheng inhaled deeply. That foolish hedgehog has adhered to its promise with Qingtong for 40 years. Did she not permit the hedgehog to inform you of her passing? I ventured, deducing the simplicity of the agreement's content. Ko Zheng chuckled. The hedgehog said that even if it remained silent, one day, when you forged the nightmare mirror, you would inevitably discover she was no longer in this world. Perhaps by then, you would forget who Qingtong was, I suggested. The hedgehog did not prevent her? I asked. The hedgehog said that no sorrow is greater than a heart that has died. It lacks the power to hold on as someone who has lost all hope. He lowered his head, and his face, shrouded in shadow, appeared older than ever. Qingtong confided in it that she had spent 3 years searching for pain. Yet despite the harshest blows from the marketplace, she felt nothing. A being devoid of the capacity to feel pain cannot truly be called human. Since she lacked the right to remain by his side, she chose to fulfill his desires, at least ensuring they shared a moment together. I sighed inwardly. I have been a man of iron in this life. Enduring bloodshed and hardship, I have always scorned the notion of regret. He continued to wipe the mirror, speaking as if in casual conversation. Yet there are 2 matters I deeply regret. One was my impulsive venture to the general's tomb, failing to appear when the Ko family needed me most. And the other was the words I spoke on the day we parted, words I should never have uttered. You, who cannot even feel pain, should not speak such cruel words. Why do you have to like her? Each word, though not harsh, was sharp as a blade. Language is a wondrous thing, seemingly formless, yet possessing the power to kill without a trace. So, you brought back another Qingtong to atone for your regrets? Aoqi stared incredulously at the mirror in his arms, questioning why the nightmare mirror was in her possession and why she had misused it. When the nightmare mirror was forged, I was already an old man who had weathered many storms. Naturally, excitement was unavoidable, yet caution was equally necessary. Although the Heavenly Work Manual detailed the method for crafting the nightmare mirror, the final page bore a cautionary note. If realized, the mirror's flowers and water are best viewed from afar. The inversion of life and death brings calamity to the innocent. I pondered this for a long time and could not comprehend its meaning. After much contemplation, I chose not to bring Qingtong back at first, but rather the fish from my dream. They had all been made into fish soup back then. Ko Zheng smiled. Anyone who has been reflected in the nightmare mirror, if I desire, I can see their dreams, each one preserved within the mirror for my retrieval, including my own dreams. I contemplated for 3 days before bringing forth a fish from the water bucket at her feet in the dream. He paused, then added, to be frank, I was quite taken aback by the capabilities of the nightmare mirror. This fish, emerging from the mirror, was indistinguishable from any living fish, swimming lively in the water and even blowing bubbles. My initial fears began to dissipate. My reluctance to retrieve Qingtong stemmed from the fear that the one I brought back might not be the person I envisioned. Gazing at this lively fish filled me with joy, as if the guilt and regret that had weighed upon my heart for years held a glimmer of hope for redemption. I told myself that if this fish remained unharmed after 3 days, I would bring her back. Perhaps I could even retrieve my parents and family as well. "But you touched that fish?" I inquired. He nodded. When it emerged from a nightmare mirror, I placed it into the fish tank. However, the next morning, when I checked on it, I found only a tank of faintly bloody water. It swam about inside, yet the original fish in the tank lay dead. 2 of them gruesomely torn apart, and 2 others reduced to mere heads and tails, all of which were significantly larger than it. Though merely fish, the sight sent chills down my spine. Initially, I doubted it was responsible. After all, it was just an ordinary crucian carp. How could it possess such a ferocious nature? So, I introduced several more fish, only to have them violently attacked shortly thereafter. He furrowed his brow, and after slaying the seemingly bewitched fish, I returned with another, only to find the outcome unchanged. I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss, wondering if the so-called resurrection of the yin jing merely meant presenting me with a similarly grotesque creature. In a frenzy, I spent 3 days and nights poring over the sections of the Tiangong Pu that detailed the yin jing, hoping to uncover some hint among the familiar words. Ultimately, it was a particular phrase that illuminated my understanding. I brought back a 3rd fish and summoned a servant to place it into the aquarium, maintaining my distance from it throughout. The following day, the fish remained unchanged. It continued to live in my home for an entire year without any peculiarities. It was then that I finally grasped the true meaning of the phrase mirage and moonlight are best appreciated from a distance. He smiled bitterly, stating that despite all efforts to bring it back, one could not even touch the fingertips of the entity in question. The yin jing. Was it a means to redeem your regrets, or merely a way to torment you anew? It was hard to discern. No wonder it was called the yin jing. Perhaps it only brought forth another illusion, another nightmarish dream. The sound of dripping water in the room gradually diminished, and the secrets I longed to know began to slip away bit by bit. Yet he still brought back Qing Tong. I gazed at his aged face, lost in memories, and noted the absence of regret in his expression regarding this matter. I had stated before that I had only felt remorse for 2 things in this life. He calmly recounted that on that night, he brought back Qing Tong and hid in a corner where she could not see him before she awakened. Once she opened her eyes, she appeared entirely unacquainted with this world. I watched as she rubbed her eyes and murmured to herself, "How did I end up here?" Before leaving on her own, heading towards Bai Quan Gu, her grave still stood, and upon her return, her first instinct was not to rest, but to search for something. I remained hidden in the shadows as I witnessed her anxiously entering and exiting the grave, desperately seeking something. Several times, I nearly rushed out to inquire what she was searching for, but I ultimately restrained myself. I could not fathom what Qing Tong, brought back by the yin jing, was thinking. It seemed I was more flustered and out of place in this world than she was. I guarded her outside the grave for 3 days and nights, while she searched tirelessly, even digging up the soil outside the grave, her hands becoming bruised and bloodied, yet refusing to stop. Upon seeing her in such utter despair, the unspoken pain in my heart overcame all patience, and I stepped forward, approaching her. My heart raced uncontrollably, unsure of how to initiate a conversation. However, before I could speak, she addressed me first, asking, "Old man, are you a local? Has there been any theft around here lately?" At this, he chuckled again. Her calling me old man was indeed a blessing, for it meant I would never age. Born from your dreams, yet failing to recognize you. I thought of Zimiao, realizing that this mirror was indeed cruel, bringing back the person you missed most, yet you could not touch them, nor could they recognize you. Wasn't it disheartening? But such is the nature of the yin jing. She was born from my dreams. Her so-called memories were merely my own, albeit incomplete. The yin jing seemed uncontrollable in this regard. There was no certainty about how much memory the resurrected would inherit. The only certainty was that she did not remember me. He looked at me, stating that I did not mind being regarded as a passerby old man. I endeavored to appear calm as I inquired if she had lost something. She replied that she had lost a mirror, a very important one, which she had always kept safe. I suggested that if it couldn't be found, perhaps it was best not to search anymore, as her hands were already injured. She insisted that it was nothing, that she felt no pain, and that the mirror must be found, for it was of utmost importance. I offered that if it was merely a mirror, I could buy her a new one if she liked. She replied that it was not the same. That mirror was a unique treasure, something she would protect even at the cost of her life. Observing her earnest expression, I suddenly felt she was indeed the living embodiment of Qing Tong. I no longer wished to dwell on her essence, accepting it as a chance bestowed upon me by fate. Did you give a yin jing to her? Aoqi's brows nearly shot up in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? To entrust such a troublesome object to her, even if she remembers the yin jing, she cannot discern its authenticity. If you cannot bear to see her suffer in her search, you could simply give her a fake. Do you not understand that your emotional decisions could lead to disastrous consequences? Ko Zheng retorted. Aoqi was momentarily speechless, turning to me. If it were you, I would gather every ounce of gold in the world to present to you, and I would never consider giving you a counterfeit. I shot him a glare. Glaring at me won't help. With your disposition, even if you forgot the entire world, you would still remember your gold bars and coins. I'll she-scoffed. I squeezed his arm, reminding him not to forget that what the yin jing brought back was in essence your memories and longing for me. If that version of me only remembered gold, then in your heart, I would merely be a woman obsessed with wealth. Are you not obsessed with wealth? I'll she-shuzhizhid. Perhaps you two should refrain from arguing about this, Ko Zheng interjected. If one wishes for a proper beginning and end, why resort to the use of this mirror? The look in Ko Zheng's eyes was tinged with a hint of envy. Very well, I remarked, observing the pristine yin jing he had polished. So you truly handed this mirror to her, which in some sense fulfilled your desire to atone for certain matters. I sought nothing more than her happiness. Ko Zheng continued. While she was busy searching on the other end, I buried the yin jing in the mud beside the grave, deliberately leaving a small portion exposed. When I called her over, she was overjoyed to receive the mirror, exclaiming, I've found it. I can't believe it was hidden here all along. I dared not approach her any closer, fearing that a careless touch might break the spell. So I quickly left, understanding that from then on, I could only be a distant guardian watching over her. If I am to watch over her, why allow her to endure a life of wandering, becoming a human punching bag? I questioned. During my imprisonment, she endured such suffering for a mere word from me. Upon realizing this, I wondered how anyone could be foolish enough to seek pain in such a manner. I underestimated the impact of that phrase on her and my own concern regarding her undertaking such a foolish endeavor. Perhaps this emotional knot ran too deep. In the return, Qing Tong still perceives this task as vital to her existence. No one can deter her from her obsession with pain. Only by experiencing pain can she be deemed human, can she be with me. In retracing her steps, I can no longer discern whether this is her current desire or the lingering regret and shadows of my words. He sighed, concluding that she had become what she was. Regardless of how many methods I employed to persuade or counsel her in hopes of guiding her toward a normal life, she resolutely rejected all attempts. She clung to this life of wandering, living by enduring blows. As time passed, I abandoned the notion of changing her. Whatever she chose to do, I would let her be, as long as she was peaceful and happy. Thus, I became the flower grandfather, always adorned in festive floral attire. Following her wherever she went over the years, her memory truly waned. After just half a year apart, she forgot I was the old man who revealed to her the whereabouts of the yin jing. I refrained from explaining, accepting my role as her flower grandfather. Upon recounting this, he furrowed his brow slightly, believing he had everything under control. Yet the one thing he had not accounted for was her enduring kindness and her ability to wield the yin jing. I was taken aback. I thought only your co-family knew how to use the yin jing. Surely you believed this too, which is why you so readily entrusted the mirror to her. Thus, I made a grave error. Indeed, age has dulled my wits, he self-deprecatingly remarked. The yin jing can only be wielded by those of the Ko bloodline. Qing Tong emerged from my dreams, and my dreams are part of my very being. The only thing I find perplexing is that while she's aware of how to utilize the yin jing, she remains oblivious to its taboos. This indicates that the mirror is indeed quite unkind. She forgets what she ought to remember, yet recalls with striking clarity what she should forget. Approximately 2 years ago, Qing Tong began employing the Yin Jing to assist those whom she deemed benevolent towards her, believing that bringing back what was lost constituted the greatest form of gratitude. As for me, I am left to continuously clean up after her. Why not reveal the truth to her? Even leaving her a note could spare us from various troubles. Could it not? I questioned. Do you think I have not spoken of this? I have reminded her countless times, both overtly and subtly, that the beings brought back by the Yin Jing must not be touched by the dreamer, lest they transform into malevolent entities and harm the innocent. Yet, strangely, she simply cannot remember, as if I had never warned her at all. He sighed in resignation, expressing that he too had considered reclaiming the Yin Jing. But upon witnessing the satisfaction and joy she derived from using it to aid others, he hesitated. Ultimately, I chose to maintain the status quo. Can you truly manage to clean up after her for a lifetime? Ji retorted coldly, suggesting that perhaps I had become senile. The true Qing Tong is already dead. Replicating her is a mistake. Knowing full well this replica possesses flaws and cannot utilize the Yin Jing, you still indulge her in her errors. At your age, with the grave already looming, you cannot afford to be so irresponsible towards those innocent souls. At least until today, she has not committed any irreparable error. Kojung glanced at him, his finger pointing at me, asking if I could bear to harm her should the one brought back by the Yin Jing be her. He would never resort to using the Yin Jing. I interjected on behalf of Ji. You appear older than us, yet you lack our clarity of thought. I comprehend your emotions entirely, but I cannot endorse your actions. Do you believe I have erred? Kojung countered. I remained silent, for I heard a faint groan escape from Miao before me. At this moment, to deliberate on right and wrong is utterly futile. Many years ago, on that drizzly day, even the most nonsensical words were spoken. Now, the cherished ones are no longer present. I lowered my gaze to Miao, cautiously grasping his icy hand. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but an intangible and feeble force slipped through my fingers, no matter how desperately I tried to hold on. This Miao, brought back by the Yin Jing, who can remember the past, but not my existence, the Miao I desperately wish to save, ultimately cannot be retained. It was a mere fraction away. My impulse nearly triumphed over reason. Living beings possess no potential for replication. This is also what I wish to convey to Kojung. My Miao departed a millennium ago. Even though he appeared before me twice in different forms later, it does not alter the reality of his transformation into Gonglin, with both spirit and form extinguished. Fate itself seems to be capricious. Why play such a cruel joke upon me? Let him rest quietly in my heart. A figure to be remembered rather than a tangible presence. A tear, unbidden, fell, landing upon Miao's face. His eyelids fluttered a few times, yet he did not open them. I felt his now cold hand gently squeeze mine with its last remnants of strength. I held on resolutely until his breath ceased, until his body gradually became transparent and ethereal, until he vanished without a trace. Dreams embody our deepest yearnings and memories. Even if he is ultimately just a substitute created by the Yin Jing based on my recollections, my heart still aches. Thus, I empathize with Kojung's guilt and regret, as well as all he has done in response. Yet I cannot allow the situation to deteriorate further. The rain has ceased. Shortly, daylight will break, and dreams must awaken. I rubbed my reddened eyes, rose, inhaled deeply, and looked at Qing Tong, stating that none of them are meant to remain. Let's both be more lucid. Kojung also stood, gazing calmly into my eyes, asserting her innocence. The bystanders are equally innocent. They are mere mortals of flesh and blood, unable to bear the consequences wrought by the Yin Jing. Given that your co-family prides itself on integrity and diligence, do you truly require me to reiterate these truths? I inquired further. Have you never considered that your father's decision to abandon the creation of the Yin Jing may not solely stem from his inability to acquire with Tengzi? Kojung fell silent. Humans possess both virtue and vice, and so do sentient objects. The Yin Jing, despite its godlike capabilities, does not alter its essence. How can something that perpetuates error bring genuine happiness? I spoke earnestly, asking him to touch his heart and ask himself, if time could be reversed, would you still choose to bring Qing Tong back? Another prolonged silence ensued, until the first light of dawn crept in, prompting Ko Zheng to declare that he could reclaim the Yin Jing, but he could not allow her to turn to ashes once more. Old man, you have no idea what flaws the Yin Jing has left upon her. Aoji frowned, remarking that you now believe she will not transform into a murderous monster as long as she is left untouched. But what about in the future? The Yin Jing is so wondrous that it borders on the sinister. Who can guarantee that 10 or 100 years hence, the beings it brings back will not undergo other transformations? After all, you have not been crafting this object for many years, and your understanding of it remains quite limited. This risk is one you cannot afford to take. Ko Zheng's face shifted from pale to flushed, and he ultimately declared, in a measured tone, that he must not kill her. I have other plans. Observing his expression, it became clear that if we were to erase Qingtong, it could only be over his dead body. However, I had no desire to resort to such measures. Crafting a divine artifact from mortal flesh is no small feat. Not to mention, there are few with such abilities in the world beyond Human Kingdom. It would be a shame to kill him. Moreover, I had no justification for doing so, as he was merely an old man lost in guilt and longing. Other plans? I inquired. Are you perhaps contemplating transforming her into a donkey, forever confined to a stable? Ko Zheng shot me an incredulous glance, stating that at my age, it is sensible to conserve one's energy and seek assistance from the young and vigorous. Aoji appraised him from head to toe, asking if aside from weapon crafting, did he possess the ability to transform people into donkeys? The essence of crafting lies in the transformation of forms. Ko Zheng retorted dismissively. Although the Ko family has always been comprised of mortal flesh, they are inherently feared by the wicked, suggesting an exceptional constitution. The heavenly texts not only record the art of forging, but also some rudimentary methods for altering other entities. My aptitude is mediocre, and I have only managed to learn how to transform individuals into horses, cattle, sheep, and donkeys, but I have never harmed anyone with this ability. It merely serves as a convenience, saving me the cost of transport. I scoffed, suggesting that the Ko family must be quite prosperous if they still require money. The quantity of wealth is of little consequence to me. He ran his fingers through his thinning hair, a few strands of white adhering to his fingers. He glanced at them, blew away the white hair, and sighed that he was indeed aging, exhausted after merely a few steps. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, would I risk my life to thwart you unknowns? You have been monitoring us all along? Aoshi inquired. Ko Zheng chuckled, replying that were we not also observing him? We had no intention of surveilling you. We were merely passing through to inspect Jiqiu Pavilion. Why would you sneak about, turning a child into a donkey? I corrected him. The first time I inquired for directions in Dongfang, I realized you were different from others. Ko Zheng regarded Aoji, noting how he dressed like a gaudy village woman, brazenly parading through the streets, clearly not an ordinary person. A village woman? This was the first time Aoji had been assigned such an epithet, and he erupted in indignation, pointing at his floral robe and demanding if he thought I would not dare to strike him down. Yet my attire is embroidered with peonies, far superior to the wildflowers adorning your garments. Ko Zheng replied with a smile. The older one gets, the more one appreciates joyful things. It brings personal happiness and joy to others as well. This reasoning struck me as I gazed at Aoji's floral shirt and suddenly came to a realization. I see now why you're so fond of floral shirts. Deep down, you have already accepted your status as an elder and are striving to shine brightly in your twilight years. Are you sure you are not on the wrong side? Aoji forcefully poked my forehead, turning to Ko Zheng with indignation. Stop rambling about useless matters. Dawn is approaching. The situation is clear, and you still haven tea, returned my Xuanlong. Ko Zheng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I almost forgot those two little things. With that, he readily pulled out a small box. Pressing down on the lid, a click sounded as it sprang open. He flipped the box, and two tiny Xuanlong brothers tumbled out, immediately reverting to their original size upon touching the ground. Groaning in a heap, these two creatures meant no harm. Do not be too hard on them, Ko Zheng remarked, closing the box. If left in there for 3 days, they would perish, but I was merely trying to frighten you. Xuanlong are rare treasures. Even if you disregard their lives, I could never bring myself to destroy them. At this moment, playing the good guy seemed pointless. Regardless of your reluctance, the fact remains that you are threatening us with their lives. I cast him a sidelong glance, rising to observe the still unconscious Qingtong. You have yet to share your intentions. Perhaps, as long as he did not harm her, she could live on in her current state, with nothing transpiring. If it were up to me to eliminate this zombie girl over potential dangers that might never manifest or might not exist at all, I would find it difficult to proceed. Regardless of her origins, the Yin Jing had transformed her into a tangible being, and besides, she remained kind-hearted. Chéng cleared his throat twice, stating, "Before heading to Jiqiu Pavilion, I first visited your boutique. I exchanged glances with Aoqi. Many years ago, I had also visited Xiangxi Li, the location of a national lord's residence. He feigned ignorance, but this time I noticed that the position of the national lordess residence seemed somewhat off. You've grown old and your memory has faded," I remarked, unable to conjure a stronger explanation. This old man was hinting at something. One must understand that the current national lordess residence is merely a counterfeit. I had once cast an illusion beside the true national lord's residence, creating a false estate that outsiders could not enter, deliberately crafting the appearance that the national lord's residence was desolate and unguarded. The real national lord's residence was transformed into what is now Bouting, leading others to believe it a renovated old house adjacent to the national lordess estate, as all the houses in Xiangxi Li bear similar appearances. To this day, no one has questioned this. I have just stated that the essence of forging lies in transformation. Chéng smiled. I am particularly sensitive about this matter. Genuine artifacts, regardless of size or type, possess a certain weight, rooted in reality, never superficial. Yet, the current national lord's residence, while appearing normal, is as insubstantial as a floating weed, devoid of any weight, and no outsiders may enter. I am but 3 steps from the entrance when a barrier halts me. In contrast, the boutique beside it has a solid foundation and a robust presence. Although my knowledge of architectural feng shui does not match that of the Tang family, I understand the connection between a residence and its inhabitants. If the resident is weak and frail, the house will surely reflect sickness. Conversely, if a strong person resides there, the house will exude vigor. This seemingly ordinary boutique, while appearing to be a place for small business, reveals something more to me. They say the elderly become wise. I wonder if this holds true for this old man. What do you discern? I continued to feign ignorance. Does my residence cast you flirtatious glances? Wangqi, he asserted, fixing his gaze upon Aoqi and me. Although I was unsure if this term was accurate, it seemed to me that your residence radiates a sense of integrity, imbued with a bright, gentle compassion for all beings. He paused, then added, "The position of the national lord has been vacant for many years. Recently, there were whispers of a new national lord taking office, but it was quickly dismissed by many, claiming that the national lord's residence remains unoccupied. Where could a national lord come from?" I felt a vague embarrassment at being seen through, yet I maintained my composure. You can discern so much merely by observing outside my home. It would be a pity if you did not assist Lady Tang in feng shui. You do not suppose that the person standing before you is the national lord, do you? It is said that all previous national lords were outsiders. He persisted. Your attire and demeanor reveal that you are clearly not long-term residents of Human Kingdom. Those who usually associate with you either know your true identities, or they are too foolish to be deceived by your lies. Otherwise, how could you have navigated life under ordinary identities until now? I came to Dongfang not only to participate in the Sanfu Hui examination, but also because I heard of your boutique's renown, making a special trip to observe closely. Prior to that, I spent considerable time gathering information about your past achievements. I am aware that you have a son and a daughter, and that you keep 2 Xiunlong and a whale, as well as a fellow named Pang Sanjin to assist with your daily affairs. Moreover, you maintain close ties with Lord Niè of the government and Tianhe Ho. The government and Tianhe Ho's residents have always been the national lord's left and right arms. Ordinary merchants cannot so easily approach these 2 dignitaries. Having said this, he fixed me with an extremely serious gaze, declaring emphatically, "Perhaps you have your reasons for not wishing to acknowledge your identity, but before me, your concealment cannot endure. Steady, I must remain steady. When did this old man begin uncovering the secrets of Ting? And I remained completely unaware. Before Ouchi and I could concoct further excuses, Chéng suddenly knelt, solemnly bowing his head to me. National Lord, I Chéng am inherently proud and disdainful of others, yet my mortal body is fleeting and time is short. I implore you to lend your assistance before I am laid to rest. Assist you? In what manner? You do not intend to entrust Qingtong to my care, do you? No, my household is already overrun with pets. I blurted out, immediately regretting my words. Had I not just inadvertently acknowledged my identity? Please help her escape Yúmén Kingdom, he implored, his teasing demeanor vanishing, replaced by sincerity in his gaze. I was taken aback, replying, you should be aware of the rules regarding this matter. Only those in possession of the Dragon Bone Steel may find the location of Longmen. Furthermore, only the holder of the Dragon Bone Steel can access Longmen. Even if you acquire it and present it to Qingtong, she will still be unable to reach Longmen. Although I am a national lord, I know nothing of this land. How can I assist you? The hedgehog monster once said that Yúmén Kingdom is a place abandoned by the gods. He frowned, stating, as the saying goes, outsiders have a clearer perspective. While I may not know your past, can you not see that Yúmén Kingdom is a colossal prison? The 4 districts may be vast, yet they have remained unchanged for millennia. We know that deities exist, yet aside from statues, we have never seen one. We know of Lidu and Su Dompa's poetry, but we only know it from books, never having witnessed the grandeur of the Yellow River's waters descending from the heavens. We have cookbooks, yet many ingredients can be heard of but never seen. We could search Yúmén Kingdom without finding them. Yet, most people in this nation remain oblivious to these facts. And even if they are aware, they show no concern. His tone grew more fervent, his eyes shining with eager anticipation. But I care. I know that beyond Yúmén Kingdom lies a larger world. If Qingtong could reach there, perhaps she could forget the past that ought not to be remembered. No longer content to be a punching bag, she might receive other forms of help, transforming into an immortal, joyful, and happy zombie. Perhaps in that world, she would meet others like herself, finding companionship and solace. Yúmén Kingdom is simply too small. She requires true freedom. Sighing, I replied, I understand all that you say. Yet I have already told you, though I am the national lord, I do not know how to leave Yúmén Kingdom. To be frank, I came here as a sinner. Yúmén Kingdom is my prison, although I've always felt this prison resembles more of a paradise. The national book, he declared outright. As the national lord, this object should be in your possession. With the national book, there is the possibility of exit, but that object has already been confiscated by Tianyi Ho. I raise my hands. You know what kind of person Tianyi Ho is. Obtaining anything from him may be more difficult than escaping Yúmén Kingdom. His eyes brightened. Are you willing to help me? We are not related, and you have entangled me in a heap of trouble. Why should I assist you? I crossed my arms, unable to articulate my feelings towards Chéng. I admired his extraordinary talent and resilience. Despite his tumultuous youth, he never succumbed to despair. Yet in his old age, he had transformed into a seemingly clever but befuddled old man, embarking on a perilous path fraught with potential calamity due to unresolved inner turmoil. It is common to think of someone often, but to dedicate an entire lifetime to such thoughts is an arduous task. Hence, I am exasperated by him. Yet I cannot truly harbor hatred. If Qingtong could venture beyond, perhaps her fate would indeed diverge. You have no reason to assist me, Chéng stated, rising earnestly. I no longer regard you as the sovereign, but as an incessant businesswoman. From the outset, I intended to engage in trade with you. My previous inspections were merely to ascertain whether you were a charlatan. However, the fact that Xinlong befriended Qingtong was serendipitous beyond my design. I remained vigilant towards anyone close to Qingtong. Thus I discovered that the blind young gentleman who frequents the amusement venue is a member of your establishment. I have followed them a few times and witnessed them revert to their true forms outside your door before entering. Just when I was preparing to formally meet you, Xinlong brought your troubled little girl to find Qingtong. I observed Qingtong using a mirror to examine the girl, and by the next morning, Xinlong returned to retrieve a kitten. I did not intervene. Firstly, such a kitten, even if transformed, possesses limited power, and secondly, I was curious to see how you would handle the unexpected. You indeed traced your way here to Qingtong. The sole surprise was that you did not anticipate that Qingtong, out of kindness, prepared such a grand gift for you. Had I not revealed myself to eliminate Zimiao, it would have truly brought harm to the innocent. I also did not foresee that within your dreams, there existed such a figure, a true deity. Xinlong was barely clinging to life, captured by Ao Qi. Had it not been for their weakened appearance and exorbitant price, I might have been tempted to turn them into skewers seasoned with cumin. The troubles faced today by Xinlong, Qingtong, and even Ko Zheng himself stemmed from well-intentioned actions gone awry. I am uncertain whether to attribute this to unfortunate encounters or ill-fated years. After all the turmoil, I find an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the absence of a true villain, a feeling worse than hunger itself. If you would cease your scheming and eliminate the stages of investigation and intelligence gathering, how much trouble could be spared by simply discussing business with me from the beginning? I scoffed, asserting that I have always conducted business fairly and have never disappointed my customers since my establishment's inception. I have always approached my work with caution, especially when it comes to this particular undertaking, which is of great significance. He regarded me seriously. So, are you willing to accept this business deal? The national document of Yúmén Guó solely records the origins of Yúmén Guó and the various secrets of the so-called Dragon Gate. Not only Ko Zheng, but also Niè Qiǎo Rén yearns for this item. They are anomalies within Yúmén Guó, discontent with their circumstances and unwilling to be confined. Their seemingly tranquil lives have not dulled their longing for the outside world. For individuals like them, freedom is the only means to truly survive. Perhaps this freedom does not encompass the comforts of captivity and entails various unknown dangers, even risking one's life prematurely. Yet, if one can wield a blade to cut through thorns and honor their original intent, assuming full responsibility for their own existence, then no matter where that path leads, it cannot be deemed regrettable. To me, freedom means independence from manipulation and reliance, where today's actions yield tomorrow's consequences. And no force should interfere with the lives of sentient beings. None should be puppets on strings. Very well, I nodded. I agree to take on this business, but not to retrieve the national document for you, rather for myself. The business I conduct is to locate lost items, and the national document does not belong to you. It is something I lost. Ko Zheng smiled. If that is the case, does that mean I need not compensate you? I require no payment from you. I uttered this unprecedented statement, prompting Ao Qi to regard me with disbelief, as though questioning if I had been possessed by a ghost. I hear that the businesswoman is meticulous and covets gold, valuing money above all, though I do not seek to recover the lost item in my name. Are you truly certain you need not pay me? Ko Zheng regarded me with skepticism. While I may not possess great wealth, Ko's business is still thriving. You need not be courteous with me. I dislike owing debts, so it is better to settle accounts clearly. I smiled. I said I do not want your money, but I did not say I do not want compensation. He paused. If you do not want money, then what do you seek? Anything within my means is yours. Anything within your means, you say? I countered. He nodded. I pointed to the yen jing he held close to his chest. I want it. His expression shifted. This item, though powerful, can only be wielded by the bloodline of the Ko family. It would be useless to you. Who told you I intend to use it? I shot him a glance. Speaking earnestly, your creation of this object is indeed a marvel, yet it brings forth more harm than good. We both know this. Although it holds great significance for you, I believe it would be better if it were to vanish. Ko Zheng fell silent, instinctively clutching the mirror tighter. Let this be the end of it. Ao Qi glared at him. For this wretched mirror, have you not lost enough? The dead remain dead. Even if you were to replicate it identically, it would merely be a futile remedy. Life must be respected while it is lived and not desecrated in death. He glanced at me again, adding, those who cannot return should merely be contemplated in the heart. I have no objections, but should you force the dead to return, I shall be displeased. Do not feign generosity. Every time that name is mentioned, have you ever been happy? I retorted bluntly. What would you have me do? Celebrate joyfully with drums and gongs? Ao Qi replied irritably. Can you not exhibit the awareness of a married woman? The heavy atmosphere of our conversation was often interrupted by our peculiar exchanges. Ko Zheng lifted the yen jing, scrutinizing it for a while before finally asking, how do you wish for it to disappear? Leave it to me, I responded. I could spare Qingtong, but not this. After much contemplation, Kojing ultimately entrusted the ancient mirror to me. Holding the cool, weighty object, I gazed at my reflection in the mirror and murmured, "I am sorry. This world is not suited for you." Chapter 70. The Mysterious Fire. 3. The sky was beginning to awaken with the first light of dawn. The rain had ceased, and the air was permeated with dampness, rendering even the nearby graveyard less jarring. The surroundings were eerily quiet as I stood in the open space before the house, exhaling deeply. Thankfully, nothing transpired, and everything was still salvageable. The creations I forge can only be destroyed by me. Kojing stood behind me, a hint of reluctance in his tone. My desire for its disappearance does not imply its obliteration. Without turning, I gazed at the yin jing in my hands and murmured, "It has claimed so many lives, consuming decades of time." I closed my eyes, silently reciting a spell as green light flowed from my palms, coiling and weaving around the yin jing until it was enveloped entirely, no trace of its true form remaining. Ouchi frowned, observing, "You heed that old man's nonsense. A mere mirror could be obliterated with a single punch. Why waste your essence on such a seal?" I opened my eyes and handed him the wrapped mirror. "The rest is up to you. Dig a pit, bury it as deep as you can." Ouchi, visibly displeased, accepted it, pointing forcefully ahead and uttering "break." With a thunderous sound, earth erupted, revealing a bottomless pit half a meter wide with ease. "Have you thrown it in?" he asked for confirmation. I nodded. Ouchi released his grip, allowing the yin jing to descend into the chasm. With a push of his palm, the accumulated earth at the opening tumbled in, swiftly filling the void, erasing any trace on the surface. Kojing regarded my actions with surprise. I turned to him and said, "We cannot open your box, but my seal cannot be undone by anyone else. This object is now eternally linked to my life. Unless my essence dissipates, the seal shall remain intact. Perhaps you should forge another yin jing, for such an object may never again exist in this world." He paused in silence before responding with a smile. "Since I have consented to relinquish it, I have long since severed my attachment to it. Besides, I scarcely have a time left. There is still some lingering regret, I suppose." I observed a fleeting glimpse of melancholy cross his face. After all, he had invested so much effort into it. In truth, I have yet to fully comprehend the true purpose behind my desire to create the yin jing. He candidly admitted, initially, it may have been to follow in my father's footsteps, perhaps to validate my own strength. Yet ultimately, it transformed into an obsession tied to a singular individual. I have devoted the majority of my life to this mirror, and now, as I approach the grave, it too may find its resting place beneath the earth. The ones I wish to keep close are now secured. So what reason do I have for regret? Having said this, he adjusted his garments and solemnly bowed to me. "Thank you. The country of Yúmén may find hope with you as its sovereign." I had done little more than listen to an extended tale. I stifled a yawn. Given the circumstances, I would take Qingtong back to care for her. "You merely need to attend the examination at Jiqiu Pavilion. Should you succeed in finding a means to leave the Yúmén, await our arrival outside. Whether I can depart is of little consequence. I am attending the Sanfu Hui Cao in Dongfang, not wishing to miss the sole opportunity to send her away." He spoke gravely. "This is no longer a mere examination. Those who seek the national decree number more than just you and I. Within Jiqiu Pavilion, there exists but one focal point, the elusive Tianyi Ho, who never reveals his true visage." I understood the implication of his words and replied, "I cannot predict what will transpire afterward, for I have never encountered Tianyi Ho myself. However, as I intend to conduct business, I shall have my strategies. We are allies now, and it is not unfathomable that we shall assist one another. Just ensure you do not falter at a critical moment." "What do you mean by falter?" he queried, perplexed. "It means to be careless and cause complications. For instance, should you hand the yin jing to Qingtong, that would be your gravest blunder." I shot him a glare. Kojing chuckled awkwardly, opting not to argue further. He merely turned a glance back into the room, saying, "That girl is entrusted to you. She should awaken after sunset. She is naturally innocent, yet her memory is unreliable. I hope you could devise a way to prevent her from getting hurt. After all, you are different from me. I cannot approach her, but you can. Rest assured, I shall find a way to make her my diligent assistant. She will be too occupied to suffer harm. I shrugged. Very well. Let's part ways here. Until we meet again at Jiqiu Pavilion. He smiled, intending to take his leave, but then paused, displaying a hint of shyness that was utterly at odds with his usual demeanor. Blushing, he said to me, "There is one more matter concerning the sovereign's lady. May I ask for your assistance? What else do you want?" His peculiar expression suddenly made me feel uneasy. He hesitated before saying, "May I embrace you?" What a strange request. Before I could react, Qi had already leapt between us, grinning menacingly. "Go ahead and try." To embrace his wife before her husband. Do you take me for a fool? Do not be angry. He waved his hand at Qi. You are misunderstanding. I can never embrace her in this lifetime. What transpires within Jiqiu Pavilion is uncertain. If we are to be separated by fate, I wish for you to embrace her in my stead, regardless of whether she remembers me. Just convey my apologies. Such simple words unexpectedly stirred a sense of sorrow within me, regardless of Ko Zhang's absurd actions, which had even affected my family. I found myself devoid of any anger when faced with this elderly man blushingly requesting a message of an embrace. I was about to nod in agreement when Qi seized me, smiting his chest. "If that is your intent, then I too should be embraced. What is the harm in me taking a little loss? Come on." Ko Zhang shot him a look of disdain. "But I do not wish for Qingtong to be embraced by you." Qi, incensed, stomped his feet. I pulled him back, warning him that if he continued his antics, I would permanently revoke his right to eat watermelon. As the first rays of golden sunlight broke through the clouds, I stopped 2 paces away from Ko Zhang and said, "Very well, I shall convey this embrace on your behalf." Ko Zhang's aged face blossomed like a dried flower. As he approached me, the sunlight glinted in my eyes, and in that moment of disorientation, I seemed to glimpse a youth filled with remorse. Chapter 71. The Enigmatic Flame. 4. What significant undertaking are you all involved in? Fat Sanjin, clutching a bunch of greens, looked at our weary faces with surprise. How is it that He even has dark circles under his eyes? Upon seeing Qingtong on Qi's back, he was even more taken aback. Who is this girl? Is she injured or something? A night without sleep makes it difficult to appear handsome. Qi could hardly muster the energy to roll his eyes, hastily bringing forth whatever food was available. "Hurry." I nodded toward Fat Sanjin. "This girl will be staying with us from now on. I will explain the details to you later. For now, please bring food. We are famished." "Understood." Fat Sanjin hurried to the kitchen. There were no extra rooms available in the house for the time being, so I had no choice but to prepare a mat for Qingtong on the top floor. After all, the zombie was impervious to cold, heat, or mosquitoes, and the bamboo curtains without windows presented no significant issue. Xinlong and his brother had regained some strength and were wearily resting on Qi's shoulder, anxiously watching the slumbering Qingtong. When she awakens, how should we explain things to her? She treasures that mirror dearly. Are you not concerned about any repercussions you might face? You still have the energy to worry for her? I tucked a light blanket over Qingtong, well aware she would not feel the chill. As long as we are not devoured, any punishment is acceptable, Xinlong and his brother replied in unison. We did not wish to see her distressed, which is why. Clearly, you share a close bond with Qingtong. She even confided the secret of the Yanjing to you? I inquired. Xinlong shook his head. She disclosed to us that she is a zombie, but did not mention anything about the Yanjing. That day, we simply told her about a little niece of ours who was deeply saddened by her inability to save a kitten. Upon learning this, she asked us to find a time to take her to meet the niece, claiming she had a way to provide her with an identical kitten. Initially, we thought she was jesting, yet seeing the constant gloom on the niece's face, we thought it worth a try. Thus, unbeknownst to you, we took her to the amusement park, instructing her to never disclose to you that we had transformed into human forms or taken her to meet Qingtong. Otherwise, the kitten would never return. When she met Qingtong, she said little, merely inquiring if Qingtong had dreamed of the kitten. Qingtong replied that she dreamed of it every night, after which she produced the mirror and pointed at the niece's reflection, saying, "Look how adorable you are. Do not frown anymore. The kitten will return." She then requested we visit her the following morning, suggesting that if luck was on our side, the kitten might return. If not, we would have to wait a while longer. When we asked for the intricacies of her plan, she simply stated that this was the only way she could assist us. We dared not inquire further and quickly brought the niece back. The next day, we returned as promised and were indeed met with the sight of her cradling a kitten that resembled the deceased one in both appearance and color. In astonishment, she still refused to explain how she accomplished it. We had no choice but to bring the kitten back and quietly place it within our abode. The subsequent events unfolded as you witnessed. After that night of chaos, we felt both regret and fear. Our good intentions nearly entangled the two little ones. Thus, we sneaked out at midnight, determined to seek out Qing to clarify matters, for we had always treated her with sincerity, as family, harboring no ill will. Why then? Had she conjured such a creature to harm us? Serves you right, Ao Qi retorted indignantly. This is the consequence of acting on your own. I have long warned you that any matter must be discussed with us first. You have yet to consume as much salt as I have eaten rice in this life. How much of life's treachery have you truly experienced? Only we can be unconditionally trusted. We were merely afraid that you would view our close association with a zombie as detrimental to her. After all, zombies are a sensitive existence, and many regard them as monsters, Xinlong's younger brother quietly explained. Why her? I gazed at Qingtong's tranquil sleeping face. You have known us for quite some time now and have encountered numerous eccentric individuals, yet I have never seen you two so concerned for anyone. While the girl's beauty was not sufficient to stir such emotions in both of you, the two brothers hurriedly shook their heads. Xinlong's elder brother remarked, Boss lady, you are overthinking. We harbor no such feelings for her. She merely resembles someone we once knew, a dear friend. Although we are aware she is not that person, we cannot help but wish to look after her, hoping she leads a good life. If you wish to scold us or strike us, please feel free. We shall not retaliate. A dear friend? First love? The gossip within me began to stir. The Xinlong brothers fidgeted, stating it was a long time ago. Can we tell you later? Well, everyone has their own little secrets they keep close to their hearts. I do not impose upon others, merely stating, I shall not pry into your past, but you must remember this lesson. No matter what occurs in the future, you cannot conceal anything from us. It is my duty to ensure the safety of every member of the team. I shall impose a punishment of 3 days of reflection in the wardrobe. Is that all? The two brothers were incredulous. If you think this punishment is too lenient, shall I have Ao Qi discuss life with you further? We will go reflect. In a flash, the two Xinlong brothers leapt from Ao Qi's shoulders and hurried down the stairs, as if fleeing for their lives. The weather was overcast, and the afternoon air was particularly humid and warm. The surrounding bamboo curtains stood still as if frozen in time. The matter concerning the Yin Jing had, at this moment, reached a somewhat tenuous conclusion, yet I could not shake the feeling that this was merely the onset of another troublesome chapter. Ao Qi settled beside me, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Qingtong and asked, Do you truly intend to seek the national document to find a way out of Yúmén Guó? What a peculiar question. I turned to face him. When has your wife ever acted in a contradictory manner? Moreover, I have already accepted the Yin Jing as payment. I cannot let Kojing down. Once the year is up, I can leave Yúmén Guó openly. If I were to involve myself in their conflict with Tian Yiho now, it would likely only complicate matters. He paused, adding, and these complications can be significant. I contemplated for a moment, then walked to a bamboo curtain, lifted it, and gazed down at the familiar streets below, declaring, Do you genuinely believe that once the year is complete, I can leave Yúmén Guó unscathed? The law states as such. Ao Qi emphasizes it. When has the East Sea's evil dragon ever respected laws? I inquired with a smile. Aren't you known for your reckless disregard for rules? I may not regard them lightly, but they are, after all, the lofty penalties set by the East Sea Dragon clan and are not to be taken lightly. Should they fail to release you once the time is up, I shall certainly create chaos throughout the Four Seas Dragon domain. Ao Qi spoke earnestly. However, since we are still months away from the year's end, your attempt to find a way out of Yúmén Guó now may lead to unexpected complications. I stared blankly at the bustling scene of men, women, and children on the street. No matter when I looked out, Yúmén Guó appeared tranquil, with everyone living in peace and contentment. They seemed indifferent to the past of this place and gave little thought to its future. Could they truly continue to exist without concern, forever untroubled? A nation deemed a place of punishment should not appear so simple and carefree. Fat Sanjin once remarked that no monarch has ever lived to leave. I gazed into the distance and smiled. Perhaps a solitary grave has already been prepared for me upon the distant mountains. Ba ba ba. Let go of such ominous thoughts. I'll she-spot, rising to place an arm around my shoulder. The sole reason those fellows met their demise was that I was not by their side. With our millennia-long friendship, we have traversed mountains and seas together. Do you truly underestimate my power? Not to mention a mere Yúmén Guó. Even the dragon domain's heavenly realm cannot touch you as long as I am alive. I regarded the ever-confident gleam in his eyes. It is precisely because you are by my side that I harbor greater concerns. He paused, bewildered. What do you mean? True dragons cannot enter Yúmén Guó. I have finally voiced the unease that has long dwelled within me. How did you manage to enter? I pressed for the truth. A.O. Chi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied. As I mentioned before, I compelled those individuals to deliver me to the outside of Yúmén Guó. Gazing at the boundary stone, standing above the water, I had prepared to exert all my strength to shatter any obstacles before me. However, nothing happened. There were no barriers. I simply stepped across the boundary stone. Aside from a slight sting upon entering Yúmén Guó, there was no further anomaly. That is the truth. I believed his words. Yet my heart sank further. If everything transpired so smoothly, does it not imply to the outside world that you are not a true dragon? A.O. Chi was taken aback, but soon dismissed the notion, saying, My mother is a monster. I have monster blood coursing through my veins. Even if I possess the form and abilities of a dragon and hold the status of the East Sea Dragon King's grandson, I care little for how others perceive me. But the East Sea Dragon King does care. I furrowed my brow deeply. It is likely that Wū Chuān cares even more. Upon hearing this, A.O. Chi seemed to recall something, and his expression shifted slightly. While your grandfather and I are aware of your mother's story, do not forget that he publicly declared that you and your brother were born of an unknown dragon maiden. In the history of your dragon domain, there is no mention of your biological mother. Since your birth, you have been a noble and pure dragon, favored by the Dragon King, worshipped by the ministers. And even the celestial deities must regard you with respect. I contemplated the worst-case scenario. If someone wished to transform you from the esteemed heir of the East Sea Dragon King into a target of scorn, they merely needed to facilitate your smooth entry into Yúmén Guó. Such a simple truth should have been evident to us from the beginning. A.O. Chi's countenance grew increasingly grim. The mere thought of you and your mother in such a wretched place left me little room to consider anything else. Perhaps you are the target of certain individuals, while I am merely bait. I grasped his hand, knowing that in a place we did not fully comprehend. Should anything catastrophic occur, we would be without aid or retreat. Thus, I must locate the national document. If any unforeseen changes arise, we would not be left without means of response. I paused, then stated earnestly, A.O. Chi, I increasingly believe that we should return to our original world as soon as possible. Seeing my serious demeanor, A.O. Chi chuckled and gently touched my tense face. Relax. Things may not be as dire as you imagine. Even if I have entered Yúmén Guó, it matters not if I am not a true dragon. As long as I remain your husband and you are my wife, with our two little ones safe, there is no place in this vast world that we cannot go. At worst, I shall never set foot in the dragon domain again. The old man can simply tell everyone that I passed away young, and we shall part ways cleanly, each in our own peace. He always had a way of making things sound so simple, but blood ties and entangled grievances are not easily severed. Very well, let's set aside what we just discussed. I did not wish to further suffocate this sultry afternoon. Let's go eat. We must also contemplate how to weave a tale for Qingtong upon her awakening and how to ensure she feels at ease remaining here while assisting in the work. To be honest, we should reveal the truth about the Yin Jing to her, A.O. Chi suggested. Not yet. Doing so may only make her dwell on it more. I pondered for a moment. This girl is truly kind-hearted, and I had an idea. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase as Jiang, Hu, and Wei Ji raced upstairs, each clutching a piece of paper. Wei Ji leaped into my arms, exclaiming, Uncle Sanjin said you all have returned. Where have you been? I pinched her nose playfully, saying, Mom and Dad visited a friend last night and had such a delightful conversation that we just got back. Oh, Jianghu nodded and then pointed at Qingtong, asking if she was going to meet this sister. Unknown also exclaimed softly and inquired, Mom, who is this sister? Why is she sleeping in our home? She is Qingtong Jiejie, and she will stay with us as a helper. I pulled the two little ones closer and cautioned, her health is not very good, so she needs to rest for a while. In any case, you both must get along with her, especially refrain from devising any mischievous tricks to tease her. Helper? Jianghu tilted his head, pondering. Is she like Uncle Sanjin, young Master Zhao, and Auntie Zipian? I patted his head and replied exactly. Suddenly, Unknown's expression turned sorrowful. What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy? I asked her curiously. The little girl slowly placed a drawing she had been holding in front of me. Though the strokes were childish and the colors audacious, I could discern that she had depicted our previous home. Despite rendering the lantern under the eaves as an unsightly persimmon and portraying young Master Zhao as a clunky robot. Did you spend the whole morning drawing? I asked. But, Jianghu, your hand is still injured. I took the drawing from Jianghu's hands and found it depicted our Wū Chuān home as well, albeit in a more abstract and chaotic style. It took considerable effort to identify the figure flying in midair as Zipian rather than a moth. Jianghu raised his left hand, still bandaged, and glanced at it. It doesn't hurt anymore, and I drew with my right hand. All right then, I know you two can't sit still. I looked at their masterpieces and asked, how come you both drew the same place? Mom, Unknown pouted. When can we go home? I want to eat the noodles that young Master Zhao makes. Jianghu added earnestly. Although Uncle Sanjin's noodles are also delicious, they are different from young Master Zhao's. Having spent quite some time in Yúmén country, I had never heard the two little ones express a desire to return home. I had always thought they were enjoying themselves wherever they were. I hugged the two little ones tightly and asked, why the sudden longing for home? This is our home as well. Didn't Team Mommy say that as long as we have Daddy and Mommy with Jianghu and Unknown, anywhere we are is our home? Unknown shook her head. It's not the same. Jianghu remarked, in our home, there wouldn't be such fierce cats. Children's emotions are indeed particularly susceptible to influence. Perhaps that incident from the previous night had caused them to lose their sense of security. I promptly reassured them, we will definitely go home. But we must wait a little longer. Mommy and Daddy promise you that from now on, no fierce animals will appear in any of our homes. You need not be afraid. However, Unknown still wore a discontented expression. But besides the fierce cats, there are other invisible things in the house. It burned the flowers that Jianghu and I planted. Upon hearing this, both Aoqi and I were taken aback. Aoqi hurriedly asked, what invisible things? What happened while we were away? Did you get hurt? Then he added, no, wait, we set a barrier around the house. No ghostly entities can enter. Don't panic. Let them explain. I glared at him and turned to the two little ones, asking what happened. Unknown and Jianghu exchanged glances, each taking one of my hands and leading us downstairs. In the courtyard of our home, there was a small corner designated for the two little ones to play in the mud. Last month, they had planted flower seeds, tilled the soil, watered it, and caught bugs. And surprisingly, they had taken excellent care of this little plot. Before long, the seeds had sprouted, and the two children were overjoyed, witnessing the branches thriving, with blooming flowers imminent. Yet at this moment, what lay before us were only a dozen charred remnants of branches, with a few already collapsed on the ground, while the others stood precariously like lifeless corpses in the soil. The signs of a fire were unmistakable. I clearly remembered everything being fine before we left. How could this happen? Who would be so bored as to set fire to this place? I was utterly perplexed. The only ones in the house were Fat Sanjin and the two little ones. Even if an outsider had intruded to commit arson, how could they have only burned this small corner? It felt as if we were cursed. Our home had recently offended someone, experiencing a series of bizarre incidents. First the fierce cat attacking, and now arson. This happened early this morning, Jianghu said. I didn't play with fire, and Unknown didn't either. Uncle Sanjin didn't either. Unknown sadly caressed the charred branches, saying, we worked so hard to grow them. The little patch of mud felt lifeless. Not just here, but the frogs have also been burned. Jianghu's words startled us again. I frowned. What do you mean the frogs have been burned? Just this morning, A charred frog was floating in the pond. We quickly called Uncle Sanjin, and he sighed and disposed of the frog. Unknown hurriedly explained. I turned and headed towards the kitchen. Passing by the pond, I saw Ading sulking in the water, blowing bubbles. I called to it, but it seemed not to hear me. Ever since we moved in here, it had been spending its days with those frogs, perhaps forming an interspecies friendship unknown to me. If a frog had indeed been burned, it would be understandable for Ading to feel sad. However, frogs are naturally in the water. Even if it were perched on a lily pad, if a fire broke out, jumping into the water would be a mere blink of an eye. How could it be so easily burned? The more I thought about it, the more suspicious it became, and I hurried into the kitchen. Fat Sanjin had just uncovered a steaming steamer and was taking out a plate of buns. Seeing me rush in, he quickly said, "The buns are ready. Let me serve the porridge, and we can eat. Please wait a moment. Let us set the meal aside for now." I approached him, asking, what happened with the flowers and the frogs? Fat Sanjin seemed startled, momentarily unable to respond. Flowers? Frogs? I pointed outside. The flowers that Jianghu and Unknown planted have all been burned, and they said a frog in the pond was also charred. Oh, so that is what you meant. Fat Sanjin sighed. Who did this? Why didn't you tell us when we returned? I pressed. Fat Sanjin wiped his hands on his apron, helplessly saying, "This has happened every year for many years. I'm used to it, so I didn't think much of it. I saw you both looking fatigued, so I didn't mention it right away. Every year?" I was taken aback. What do you mean? Fat Sanjin explained. I can't quite recall when it started. It seems like it has been happening for decades, or even a century. Every year, as soon as summer arrives, similar incidents occur in human country. Some living beings, whether animals or plants, inexplicably catch fire, and these incidents seem to increase in frequency as we approach the Zhongyuan festival. In earlier years, it was just some wild grass that burned a small patch or a few pots of flowers that mysteriously turned to ash. Gradually, I began to hear of small animals experiencing similar fates, birds, butterflies, and sometimes even cats and dogs. But once the Zhongyuan festival passes, these strange occurrences cease until the next summer arrives. Why have you never mentioned this before? I scolded. Such a strange and dangerous matter. He confessed. Because no one has ever been able to determine the cause. There is a saying among the people that this strange fire is akin to malevolent spirits. One must not speak of it. If one sees it, it is best to act as if they have not. If it finds no amusement in being ignored, it will cease its mischief. Thus, every summer, everyone remains tight-lipped about such matters, silently praying that their own homes are not affected. Could it be the Ba? As I spoke impulsively, the first thought that crossed my mind was the malevolent spirit Ba. During the previous incident with the Li Yishu, although it was not the true Ba causing the havoc, I had witnessed its destructive power. However, upon further reflection, I pondered whether there were other descendants of Ba within the realm of Yúmén Guó, aside from the genuine Li Yishu, even if such entities existed. With Ba's formidable strength, if it truly wished to ignite a fire, it would not merely confine itself to a limited area. Moreover, the presence of protective barriers would prevent even the most powerful Ba from wreaking havoc on my territory. If a Ba were indeed powerful enough to breach these barriers, how could it possibly be satisfied with merely scorching a few flowers and a single frog? I doubted that to be the case. Fat Sanjin remarked that Ba is known to ignite fires, which are external to the victims. Yet, the strange flames within Yúmén Guó do not follow this pattern. Everything consumed by these flames is ignited from within. In recent years, incidents involving these eerie flames have escalated dramatically. Last year, a person perished in the Western District while dining with family, as a sudden blaze erupted from his chest, quickly enveloping him in flames. Sighing, he hurriedly spat 3 times on the ground and bowed in various directions, proclaiming, "I have said nothing. Whatever I have uttered has been expelled. Let no blame be cast upon me." Self-ignition? I inquired, astonished. He nodded in affirmation. Thus, as summer approaches, I remind you all to stay hydrated and prepare cooling dishes. Driven by this concern, I had always thought that, as the residents of the ruling house, we would be safeguarded by royal auspices, yet this strange fire shows no regard, daring to disturb our peace. I contemplated this further, asking once more, after all these years, is there truly no trace whatsoever? None, he replied. Lord Niè has also invested considerable time investigating, yet remains at standstill. This strange fire is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without leaving a trace. Fat Sanjin affirmed, his expression soon shifting to one of worry. Every year, I long for summer to pass swiftly, but with this trend, I fear that one day, Yúmén Guó might be devoid of all life. Devoid of all life. My heart felt as if gripped by a cold hand, and a vision of towering flames reminiscent of hellfire surged in my mind. It seemed that something momentous was indeed about to transpire. Chapter 73. Tion E1. The greatest achievement of demons lies not in the misdeeds of the wicked, but in the complacency of the virtuous. I found myself once more in a peculiar dream, devoid of any human presence, only boundless darkness and stars traversing the sky. I floated along an invisible path, forgetting my origins and destination. Time lost all significance. A voice spoke to me, urging, "Do not fear, do not fear. You shall reach your destined place." This was not a nightmare, yet upon awakening, I was beset by a severe headache, as if my body had been hollowed out in the moment of departing the dream, followed by an overwhelming sense of hunger. That morning, I consumed 4 bowls of porridge, 3 pancakes, and half a watermelon. At the dining table, Fat Sanjin observed me with concern. "Madam, are you feeling anxious with the examination approaching?" Indeed, today marked the date of the 3 houses examination. The evening prior, a messenger from the Tion E home mansion delivered an official notice, merely reminding me not to forget the examination schedule. According to the notice, the examiners were to officially enter the Zhiqiu Pavilion after sunset today. Like all students who dread examinations, when the day of entering the examination hall finally arrives, I found myself less anxious. The true challenge lay in the days filled with anticipation. Thus, Fat Sanjin misjudged my mood. I was not at all nervous, but rather looked forward to encountering someone I had long wished to meet. "No, I'm simply hungry," I replied, swallowing the last bite of watermelon and letting out a satisfied belch. Who eats watermelon this early in the morning? I'll shi him arkid, tearing apart a half pancake while lamenting the watermelon seeds I had discarded. Had I known, I would have devoured it all last night, intending to save some for juice today. So, after the sweeping machine, your latest obsession has turned to watermelon? I shot him a glance. Would you not consider something more befitting your status? Watermelon is splendid. Every part is useful. I'll shi hit tortid. The flesh is edible. The rind can be stir-fried with meat, and the seeds can be roasted for snacks. I cannot wait to return home and buy out all the watermelons from the fruit shop. I am determined to become an exceptional spectator. I too wish to be a spectator. Wei Ji chimed in, shaking her spoon enthusiastically in support of her father. Aochi grinned, exchanging a high-five with her. I shared a knowing glance with Jiang Hu, silently acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. I recalled that Aochi and Wei Ji once favored fruits, such as kiwi and durian, over watermelon. Wei Ji particularly enjoyed freezing durian flesh, claiming it tasted better than ice cream. The consequence was that each time the refrigerator door was opened, the overwhelming scent would render one despondent. Alas, Yúmén Guó did not offer these 2 fruits, which must have been a disappointment for this father-daughter duo. "Madam, would you like me to prepare some belongings for you?" Fat Sanjin suggested. "The 3 houses examination cannot be concluded in just a day or 2. Shall I bring you some food and necessities?" "Yes. Do prepare some of these pancakes you made today, but add more meat filling. I have a penchant for meat," Aochi interjected eagerly. I glared at him. "What does your appetite for meat have to do with this?" "It matters. We will be away for several days. Should the provisions at Zhiqiu Pavilion be subpar, at least we will have some dry rations to sustain us," Aochi replied earnestly. "Are you planning to accompany me?" I asked, astonished. "What purpose do you serve? You know that only those deemed extraordinary are allowed into Zhiqiu Pavilion. How can you manage alone?" Aochi replied while chewing on his pancake. "From the outset, I never intended for you to go in alone. And how do you intend to enter?" I countered, recalling how he had previously experienced the formidable barriers there. "Last time, I merely attempted casually, without utilizing my full abilities," Aochi stated, fixing me with a piercing gaze. "Is there anywhere in this world that I cannot enter?" Seeing this, Fat Sanjin promptly intervened. "Madam, While I have not undergone examinations, as you are the ruler and the chief examiner, it is only natural for you to have an attendant accompany you. The barriers at Jiqiu Pavilion likely remain intact because the examiners have yet to arrive. She nodded vigorously. Exactly. It is hardly a significant matter. If necessary, I shall disguise myself as your guard. Who would dare to impede the guard of the esteemed ruler? That is a valid point, Fat Sanjin remarked, ever understanding. Previously, you were reluctant to reveal your identity. I have prepared some items that may prove useful. With that, he rose and soon returned with 2 items, taking his place once more before me and Aochi. 2 wooden masks, one resembling a fox and the other a pig. He handed the fox mask to me and the pig mask to Aochi. The simplest and most effective solution. I have used the sturdiest sinew for the ties. It would be quite difficult to sever with a knife, so you need not worry about being recognized. Fat Sanjin truly is a jack of all trades. He cooks well, composes charming melodies, writes poetry, and even tailors clothing. His craftsmanship in making masks is exquisite, polished to a smooth finish, suitable to be hung as an art piece. I tried a mask on, finding it perfectly fitted, as if tailored specifically for me, and I felt a surge of delight. Aochi, however, did not share my enthusiasm. He examined the mask closely, finally glaring at Fat Sanjin with a fish-eyed expression. Why do I get the pig mask? Fat Sanjin laughed heartily. Do you not find this little pig mask adorable? Look, I painted its mouth to curve upward, making it appear so cheerful. I wish for you both to embark on this journey with joy and return with joy as well. Very well, let us proceed, I declared, snatching the pig mask and placing it on Aochi's head. What more do you desire? What is wrong with being a pig? Is there a hint of species discrimination here? Aochi yanked off the mask, a mournful expression on his face. At the very least, could I have a tiger? A leopard would be preferable to this. You are merely accompanying as a subordinate. Do not be too ostentatious. I chuckled and turned to Pang Sanjin, expressing my gratitude. He gazed earnestly at the 2 of us and remarked, I have heard that those who participate in the examination are individuals of considerable capability from the Yúmén kingdom. You must remain vigilant at all times. I reassured him, do not worry. I am here to supervise, not to engage in combat. I looked at the mask in my hands and entrusted him with 2 matters. I will ensure that Jiang Hu and Wei Ji are well taken care of. He asked candidly, what is the other task? I patted his shoulder, prepare a meal for us. I desire a double portion of lotus leaf steamed pork ribs. He paused for a moment, then smiled, very well. I am quite pleased that you do not mind eating my cooking during these days. With your culinary skills, not only in Yúmén Kingdom, but even beyond, you would stand out as exceptional. I sincerely complimented him. Thank you. Pang Sanjin replied as he stood up to clear the dishes. You should rest. You need to be well prepared to face the examinees. If there's anything else you wish to take along, just let me know. While he washed the dishes in the kitchen, I brought Wei Ji and Jiang Hu before me and cautioned, Mom and Dad will be busy with matters these days and won't return. You must listen to Uncle Sanjin in all things. Wei Ji pouted unhappily. Then you must come back quickly. Once we have completed this task, we shall return without delay. Aochi assured her. Is this task difficult? Jiang Hu inquired. Not particularly. It merely involves dealing with some potentially troublesome individuals, was my response. In any case, you and Wei Ji must look out for one another. While we are away, you are not permitted to sneak out. Understood, Jiang Hu affirmed, patting his chest. While you are gone, I will keep an eye on Wei Ji. I ruffled his hair, but before I could speak further, we were interrupted by the sudden entrance of a visitor. Qing Tong, clutching a brush in one hand and a dish of ink in the other, strolled in with Sun Long Gij perched on her left shoulder and Sun Long Di on her right, glancing around and mumbling to herself. The light green outfit she wore prominently displayed the words, I am Qing Tong, across her chest. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that Sun Long Gij and Sun Long Di also had phrases on their backs, reading I am Sun Long Gij and I am Sun Long Di, respectively. What are you 3 up to? Aochi questioned, bemused by their antics. This fierce-looking man before you is Ao Di, the husband of the proprietress and the continuous master of this place, Sun Long explained, gesturing towards Ao Di. Qing Tong, remember this. Understood. Qing Tong promptly approached Aochi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and lifted her brush to write on his chest. "What are you doing?" She exclaimed, seizing her hand. "This is my clothing, not a canvas for your practice." "Aode, just let her be," Sun Long Gij sighed. "This was our idea, to help her. Otherwise, she would forget who we are every single day. Indeed, I must inform Ko Zheng about this later." After waking, Qing Tong not only forgets her own identity, but also loses memory of those around her after just one day. This means if we explain who we are today, by tomorrow, she will forget entirely. It could almost inspire a fantastical tale titled My Amnesiac Girlfriend. Although it is somewhat troublesome, it is not entirely a bad thing. Since she cannot retain memories, she will believe whatever I tell her. I can say she is Qing Tong, indebted to me, and thus must work for me until her debts are repaid. Though repeating this daily is a bit bothersome, it is preferable to having her continue as a human punching bag. Alas, it appears I have inadvertently acquired a freeloader disguised as a helper. This predicament is largely of Sun Long Gij's making, so it is only fitting that they take on the role of guide. "Let her write," I instructed Ao Chi. "After all, your floral shirt has no aesthetic appeal." I then smiled kindly at Qing Tong. "Feel free to write on him." Ao Chi, resigned, loosened his grip, unable to reprimand Qing Tong. "All right," she exclaimed in delight, raising her brush to inscribe the clumsy characters spelling out "This is Ao De on his chest. Qing Tong, do not show favoritism," Ao Chi reminded her, glancing down at his shirt. He then pulled me closer, pointing at me. "She is the ever-present mistress and your employer. Do not hesitate to write on her face." Ao Chi, do you not fear that you will forever lose the chance to be a mere bystander? Fairness for all. You surely do not wish for Qing Tong to ask you who you are every day. Qing Tong tilted her head, studying me for a moment before exclaiming, "What a beautiful outfit. It would be a shame to get it stained with ink." Just as she finished speaking, she lifted her brush and wrote. The lady in green beside me is the proprietress, followed by an arrow pointing at me. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ao Chi tugged at his disheveled shirt, fuming. "Why do you not follow the script? Is my attire not worth lamenting?" Completely unfazed by his ire, Qing Tong chuckled with satisfaction. "All right, now I will remember." After inscribing the necessary words on Jiang, Hu, and Wei Ji, she happily exited to seek out Pang Sanjin in the kitchen. Ao Chi, gazing sorrowfully at his shirt, lamented, "If only I had buried her alongside Yin Jing from the beginning. Let it be. Her current state is already quite remarkable," I observed, watching Qing Tong's carefree silhouette. "Do you truly wish for her to remain a soulless being, burdened by memories of unhappiness?" Ao Chi scratched his head in distress. "How could this happen? Did Ko Zheng's needle confuse her?" "Perhaps not," I replied, shaking my head. Qing Tong emerged from Yin Jing, and now that Yin Jing is entirely sealed away, it may have influenced her to some extent. "If we leave Yúmén Kingdom, do you plan to take her with us?" Ao Chi asked, his concern evident. I smiled. Having another helper with only a day's worth of memory in our midst is not a bad idea. She could lend a hand to young Master Zhao and the paper figure. I then winked mischievously. "You see, with such a poor memory, she is unlikely to recall matters like payment. Moreover, she does not require sustenance, making her the perfect cost-free assistant. One must always look at the bigger picture." "Oh no!" Ao Chi clutched his head in despair. I ruffled his hair and exited the room. By the pond, a Deng remained sullen, blowing bubbles in the water, likely still mourning the frog incident. In truth, apart from Pang Sanjin, a Deng was the most reassuring presence. It was there when needed and quietly lingered in the corner when not, avoiding noise and trouble. Thus, aside from Pang Sanjin, a Deng was the other individual I trusted. "A Deng," I called out. It surfaced from the water, gazing at me with a blank expression. "A Deng, Ao Chi, and I must attend to an important matter," I explained. A Deng continued to stare at me in silence. I settled at the pond's edge, observing my reflection in the water. "If anything dangerous occurs while we are away, do not hesitate. Immediately take everyone from the Wu Ting to safety. You decide where to go. You are the steed of the Dragon King and a member of Wu Ting. I know you're not merely a creature that eats potato cakes. So, can you manage this?" A Deng waved its tail, splashing water onto my face. I chuckled, "Then it is settled. If we manage to return unscathed, I shall treat you to a variety of potato delicacies." A dang released a few bubbles before submerging back into the water. The unease that had settled in my heart never waned. Aochi's entrance into Yúmén Kingdom could be part of someone else's scheme, and the mysterious incident of the eerie fire might be an ominous omen. All I could do was remain adaptable and strive to prevent potential dangers. For the remainder of the day, I guided the members of Wū Ting in cleaning the place I had called home for over half a year, insisting that they maintain its tidiness until our return. In truth, I'm uncertain why the thought of undertaking a thorough cleaning has come to me. Although my time here has not been extensive, the remarkable and exhilarating experiences I have had in these days are no less than any other period of my life. This place can be considered half of my home. Now, I am about to undertake a significant task in my capacity as the sovereign for the first time. Thus, I found myself contemplating a grand cleaning as a means of expressing a commemorative ritual before my departure. Yet, why should it be a commemoration? I recalled the couplet at the entrance of Jiqiao Guan and the statue of the Pai Xiao, which symbolizes the idea of having entrance but no exit. Will I truly not return here? A chill, discordant with the summer season, swept through the small courtyard, stirring the flowers and grasses and rippling the tranquil pond surface. As dusk fell, leaving only a trace of red in the sky, Aochi and I stepped out of the gate. Aside from my mask, I carried nothing with me. Aochi, on the other hand, bore a considerable amount of food, including a watermelon. To reduce my recognizability, I donned a loose, flowing, white long robe typically worn by men over my qipao. I styled my long hair atop my head, secured with a simple wooden hairpin. In the blink of an eye, I appeared as a slender, refined young man. Aochi, having changed out of his beloved floral shirt, now wore a simple black robe, cinched at the waist, and swapped his slippers for cloth shoes. Pang Sanjin, accompanied by two small companions, intended to see us off, but I declined. I only urged them to remain here and, unless absolutely necessary, not to venture out before our return. The barrier was constantly active, making it difficult for outsiders to enter uninvited. However, if those within frequently came and went, the barrier's strength would be compromised. In any case, Pang Sanjin had already prepared enough provisions to last for several months. In parting, Aochi and I embraced our shared uncertainties. Until we stepped out of Shaanxi Li, they remained at the entrance. Though I did not look back, I was aware of their presence. Throughout our journey, Aochi and I exchanged few words. Just as we approached Jiqiao Guan, he suddenly halted me. I reiterated my insistence. One need not be overly assertive in all matters. With me here, your efforts are unnecessary. He spoke earnestly, expressing his uncertainty about who or what awaited us. While a smooth journey would be preferable, should any issues arise, we would confront them if able, or flee if not. I smiled to reassure him, stating that as examiners, it was the candidates who should be concerned. We are both seasoned individuals. Whether the path ahead is fraught with danger or peace, we have a sense of what to expect. Aochi frowned, expressing his skepticism regarding the criteria used by Tian Yiho to issue examination permits. If a mere Zheng could cause such turmoil, the others would not be mere amateurs. Though it was said to be a selection of talent for Yúmén Guó, regardless of the intentions of those being chosen, the candidates themselves might not genuinely seek to serve the nation. Besides Zheng, it was likely that this group of individuals was restless. I raised my fox mask with a smile, noting that even the most astute hunter would eventually encounter a fox that could drive them to frustration. Aochi glanced at his own mask and scoffed, remarking that if that were the case, it would surely be because the fox had a pig even more clever than itself nearby. We ought to approach this with a lighter heart. The streets remained unchanged, though the ground felt slightly warmer than usual, as if the heat of summer had not dissipated with the setting sun. Stepping on the hard ground, even with shoes on, each step felt increasingly scorching beneath my feet. Many people walked by, wiping sweat and complaining about the relentless heat. As we neared Jiqiao Guan, a figure appeared at the entrance. We donned our masks and approached, discovering it was the young woman, Shuangguan, who served beside Tian Yiho. Upon seeing us, she hurried down the stone steps and bowed slightly, greeting us with, "It has been quite some time, Madam Boss. Your attire is quite refreshing. You recognized us?" I lifted my mask and stared at this typically astute and composed young woman, whose aura mirrored that of her master. "On the orders of the Lord Ho, I have been waiting here for you, "Oh no, for the esteemed sovereign," she replied, glancing at Ouchi. "Is it not permitted to bring family members into the venue?" I inquired, sensing her demeanor. "If it is not allowed, I can send him back." "No, every examiner may bring one attendant into the venue. Or else how could I have entered Jiqiao Guan?" Xuanguan smiled. "However, I must remind the sovereign's consort to adhere closely to the rules within Jiqiao Guan and refrain from acting rashly." "Am I to dismantle your Jiqiao Guan?" Ouchi retorted impatiently. "You jest," Xuanguan replied, gesturing for us to proceed. "All are gathered. We await your entry to commence the examination." I nodded in acknowledgement and followed her toward the grand entrance. The couplet at either side of the door once again vividly capture my attention. Heaven knows, earth knows. Spring departs and autumn arrives. Winds rise and clouds gather. As you live, I breathe. The plain words, whether mere filler or concealing deeper meanings, remained uncertain. The black stone pai Xiao still loomed high, and despite being an inanimate object, I felt its gaze coldly following me as I passed. The barrier had indeed vanished, allowing Ouchi and me to stand unobstructed before the entrance. Xuanguan gently pushed the door, and with a creak, a lush garden filled with greenery gradually revealed itself through the gap. "Please," she stepped aside. I silently inhaled, exchanging a glance with Ouchi before crossing the threshold. The modest residence housed a central courtyard brimming with various plants, interspersed with winding pebble paths. At the center stood a small pavilion, encircled by a ring of identical rooms in architectural style. Aside from the hanging green vines that lent an air of tranquility, Jiqiao Guan bore no distinguishing features from any other residence I had encountered. Xuanguan scrutinized our masks, stifling a smile. "These masks are quite amusing. You two prefer not to reveal your true identities. Your Lord Ho is no less secretive," I replied with a laugh. Xuanguan chuckled, shaking her head as she led us to the first room on the left. "These are accommodations for the candidates to rest." A wooden sign hung outside the door, inscribed with the character Xie in vermilion. "This room is occupied by Xie Tiangu, the proprietor of Ping and Pawn Shop. Even a pawn shop owner desires to enter the officialdom and serve the nation," I teased. "Everyone has their aspirations," Xuanguan replied with a smile. "Xie possesses a keen eye for appraisal and is reputed to be extremely generous." "Oh," I nodded, playfully adding, "could it be that Lord Ho has so many treasures that he requires someone to oversee them?" The sovereign jest, Xuanguan continued onward. The second room bore the surname Song, housing the matriarch of Qinshu Embroidery Workshop, known for her remarkable skill in embroidery, capable of sewing with her eyes closed. It was said she was a kind-hearted person who devoted herself to piety. "Lord Ho truly seeks out talented individuals," I remarked with a smile. "What position could be arranged for a woman skilled in embroidery?" The third room belonged to a gentleman named Yao. Xuanguan stated that Mr. Yao was a renowned scholar, not only well-versed in knowledge, but also an exceptional educator. I mused that if he were truly a distinguished scholar, a position akin to a grand academic might be suitable for him. The fourth room was occupied by Qiao, the master of the Great Martial Arts Hall, known for his exceptional martial skills and chivalrous spirit, embodying the qualities of a noble hero. These figures were unfamiliar to me, illustrating the vastness of Yúmén Guó and its populous nature, which could not be comprehended in merely half a year. Further along, one room was designated for Ko, and another for Bai. Mr. Ko was an expert in metallurgy, his craftsmanship unparalleled among peers, while the Bai family was renowned for their paper production, supplying over half of Yúmén Guó's paper market and recognized as industry leaders. I recalled that Ko Zheng had once been betrothed to the Bai family's young lady, but how that ended remained unspoken. Had it not been for the incident at the general's tomb when he retrieved a coffin board for Bai, his life might have taken a different trajectory. Now, with both families selected for the examination and residing next to each other, it was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Are there only these 6 candidates for the Sanfu Huikao? I looked ahead, and the last few rooms were devoid of nameplates. It appears that only these 6 individuals are present. Xuanguan nodded. Initially, there was also Mu Daozhong from the Tianxian Guan and Lady Tang from the Tang Mansion. However, Mu Daozhong expressed a disinterest in a career in politics, preferring instead to focus on promoting the Tianxian Guan. Lady Tang claimed that the affairs of the Tang family were too demanding, with her only son still unmarried, leading her to believe that contributing by constructing more good houses and roads was her way of serving the nation. She expressed no interest in the examination. I chuckled at the thought of being constrained by a public position while others freely amassed wealth under the guise of lofty titles. Unless the sun rose from the west, the profit-seeking Mu Daozhong would hardly possess the altruistic heart of a public servant. As for Lady Tang, a formidable matriarch accustomed to leading the Tang household, it was unlikely she would willingly submit to the authority of the Tianhe Hofu or the government. To choose these two for the examination was indeed an act of self-indulgence by the Tianhe Ho. Xuanguan walked directly ahead, stopping at the last room, which appeared to be the grandest. Inside, the Howie, Lord Niè, and the other candidates had been waiting for some time. After a brief announcement, she gently knocked 3 times and slowly pushed the door open. I began to feel anxious. Just beyond the threshold was the elusive Tianhe Ho, whose gender, height, and appearance remained a mystery, perhaps even shrouded like me in layers. Stepping over the threshold, all eyes in the spacious room turned towards me and Ao Qi. The room was large, with 3 seats on each side, adorned with exquisite lacquered tables overflowing with food and wine. The first seat on the left was occupied by a portly man in his 50s with a handlebar mustache, holding a gold-handled, intricately carved object resembling a magnifying glass. The second seat held a muscular man with a leopard-patterned beard, whose thighs seemed thicker than my waist. The third seat was a woman in her 30s, serene and graceful, with strikingly beautiful hands, fair and slender, reminiscent of spring onions. Based on Xuanguan's earlier description, it wasn't difficult to identify them as a pawnshop owner, a martial arts instructor, and an embroidery artist. On the right side, the first seat was unmistakably occupied by the elderly Ko Zhong, who was cheerfully gnawing on a chicken leg while regarding me with a smile. The second seat was taken by a girl, no more than 20, with no makeup. Dressed in a simple white gown, her hair styled in a gentle cloud-like bun, adorned only with a few delicate white ribbons that hung languidly, exuding an ethereal charm. I surmised she was the descendant of the Bai young lady who had been betrothed to Ko Zhong. Finally, the last seat was occupied by a slender old man in a wide-sleeved robe, his silver hair reminiscent of the Weijin era, with a few wisps of beard falling to his chest, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom. Directly opposite were 3 seats, the middle one empty, with Niè Qiǎo Rén on the right, casually drinking, while on the left, I was momentarily blinded by darkness. It wasn't that I fainted from nerves, but rather that the individual there appeared to have enveloped themselves in every piece of black fabric available, transforming into a breathing black hole under a large hooded cloak, with a thick fur trim at the edges, defying the heat. I thought I was well covered, but this person surpassed me, not only hiding their face, but also wearing black gloves. This was the Tianhe Ho, yet encountering them felt no different than not seeing them at all. As we entered, the Tianhe Ho and Niè Qiǎo Rén calmly descended from their seats, slightly bowing as they greeted, "We welcome your majesty." The others promptly rose, collectively offering their greetings. A few individuals, upon seeing the mask on Ao Qi's face, wore expressions of repressed laughter. It was quite a rare occasion to meet the Howie. I paused before the Tianhe Ho, grasping their hand firmly. Judging by the skeletal structure of their palm, they were likely a man. In stature, they were slightly shorter than Ao Qi, though their build remained uncertain. They withdrew their hand and remarked, "Meeting you in person is indeed more revealing than mere reputation. Your majesty is truly exceptional, and this mask is exquisitely crafted." The man's voice was deep and hoarse, punctuated by uncomfortable coughs. "Is the Howie unwell?" I inquired with concern. "It has been this way for many years. Your majesty need not mind. Please, take a seat. This is a banquet we have specially arranged for the candidates." He stepped back, inviting me to sit. "Please, we have been awaiting your majesty." Niè Qiǎo Rén feigned a polite gesture, then, as I passed in front of him, whispered under his breath, "What else with this ridiculous appearance? How will you eat?" I turned back, glaring at him, and pointed to my mouth. "What do you mean? Is there a hole here?" He rolled his eyes at me. I took my seat, with Ao Qi standing behind me, while the Tianhe Ho and Niè Qiǎo Rén resumed their places, and the 6 candidates finally settled down. The atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat tense. Niè Qiǎo Rén leaned toward me and whispered, "Say something. You are the sovereign." What should I say? After pondering, I raised my wine cup, cleared my throat, and stated, "The reopening of the Sanfu Hui Cao to select talented individuals for the nation is indeed a momentous occasion. Those seated here are certainly remarkable individuals. I hope you will each showcase your strengths in the forthcoming examinations. Friendship first, competition second." Upon finishing, the 6 candidates exchanged glances and rose to toast, declaring, "We shall not fail your majesty's expectations." Once seated again, the pawnshop owner, Xie Tongwa, spoke first. "It is a fortune for us to meet your majesty. Though I did not anticipate that your majesty is a woman. Indeed, a woman of outstanding capability. However, I must ask, why does your majesty conceal your true appearance behind a mask?" The portly man likely assumed I was unattractive and thus hesitant to reveal myself. I chuckled inwardly, realizing this gentleman must be the renowned appraiser, Xie. Your discerning eyes are meant for appreciating beauty and treasures. I was born plain and prefer not to waste your scrutiny on my appearance. Moreover, as the chief examiner, it would be unwise for my emotions to be displayed, as it may affect the candidate's morale. Thus, it is better concealed. Xie Tongwa appeared somewhat embarrassed, quickly stating, "Your Majesty has considered this thoroughly. I have been presumptuous." At this moment, Madame Song spoke up, "Your Majesty, this is my first time receiving a white letter of invitation and entering the Ziqiaguan. I feel both excited and honored. However, having entered the Ziqiaguan for several days, I have yet to meet the 3 examiners. May I inquire when the actual examination will commence?" The woman in her 30s spoke with a voice as sweet and soft as a girl's, possibly a reflection of her embroidery skills. "When will the formal examination begin?" How would I know? I, along with Niè Qiǎo Rén, instinctively turned our gaze towards the composed Tianyi Ho. After a few coughs, the Tianyi Ho replied, "The first question has already been delivered to your rooms. Please enjoy this meal and return to answer the questions thoughtfully." It was quite unexpected. I had barely settled on my stool when the first question was introduced without any prior discussion among the examiners. "Is there already a first question?" I asked, quicker than Madame Song. The Tianyi Ho nodded. "How many questions do they have to answer?" I quickly inquired, fearing that if it involved something as tedious as the Black Cat's Mischief series, I might be trapped for months. The Tianyi Ho raised 3 fingers, 3 questions, which will suffice. I felt a wave of relief. 3 questions meant just 3 days, 1 per day. "I had thought you would discuss it with us first," I remarked, sensing Niè Qiǎo Rén's cold stare at him. It seemed that how he intended to take matters into his own hands. The Tianyi Ho coughed a few more times and calmly stated, "It is the first time for both your Majesty and Lord Niè as examiners. You are unfamiliar with the protocols involved, so I took the liberty of handling it, with no intention of being presumptuous." "What kind of questions will there be?" I asked curiously. "Are they literary or martial?" The Tianyi Ho chuckled lightly, waving a hand, "Neither." "Could it be an embroidery contest?" The usually quiet but young lady smiled, glancing at Madame Song across the table. "That hardly seems fair." Madame Song covered her mouth in laughter, nudging her elbow against the nearby Qiao Kun. "If it's a contest of strength, our Qiaoguan master would win without a fight." As the enchanting woman jested, Qiao Kun's face flushed, and he laughed heartily, unsure of how to respond. These individuals, exchanging compliments in various forms, presented an unexpected camaraderie amidst competition. One could only wonder if they would maintain such amicable relations when faced with genuine rivalry. The Sanfu Hui Cao, known for its fairness and impartiality, would not select questions based solely on each participant's strengths. Tian Ho spoke calmly, announcing, "The first task requires you to search for an object." Turning his gaze towards me, he added deliberately, "I presume the national leader has profound insights regarding this task." I shot him a glance, but remained silent. With the meal no longer of interest to anyone, I decided to publicly elaborate on the first question. Tian Ho turned to his aide, Shuang Guan, instructing him to bring forth the item. "Yes," Shuang Guan complied, returning shortly with a square object draped in red cloth, which he gently placed upon Tian Ho's table. Upon unveiling the red cloth, a bamboo birdcage was revealed, containing 9 sparrows flitting about and chirping. The connection between this cage of sparrows and the examination question was utterly perplexing. Was Niè Qiǎo truly so whimsical as to release the sparrows and challenge everyone to retrieve them? Such a trivial task seemed unworthy of the prestigious Sanfu Huicao. I resolved that if the first task were indeed so mundane, I would pour the soup before me over Niè Qiǎo's head. Apologizing for my unwillingness to engage in such foolishness before departing, Niè Qiǎo lightly tapped the birdcage, stating, "The remaining 6 cages have been delivered to your rooms, each containing 9 sparrows. The object you seek is a wax seal, which contains the content of the second question. This wax seal is nestled within the belly of one of these sparrows. Failure to retrieve the wax seal before dawn will result in disqualification from the Zhi Qiuguan, with no further opportunity to enter it for the rest of your life." The expressions of everyone present were subtly complex, as this task appeared deceptively simple. Unless these sparrows were indeed supernatural beings, capable of outmatching 10 opponents. Is it truly that straightforward? Qiao-kun exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Niè Qiǎo affirmed. Though the first task is simple, it is crucial for determining the timing of the second question. The sooner you obtain the wax seal, the sooner you will access the subsequent challenge. Allow me to remind you, while the content of the second task remains the same, those who secure it later may find themselves at a disadvantage. Lord, Mr. Yao, who had remained silent until now, rose and bowed respectfully. "I have but one question. Please." "Mr. Yao," Niè Qiǎo encouraged. "If all 6 of us successfully complete the tasks, does that imply we are all victors and can simultaneously receive accolades?" Mr. Yao inquired. Niè Qiǎo chuckled. "When thousands of troops gather, yet no general is present. Since the inception of the Sanfu Huicao, we have never encountered the scenario Mr. Yao envisions." Mr. Yao's expression shifted, and he ceased his inquiries. Niè Qiǎo stood and took a step forward, addressing the assembly with solemnity, according to the rules. The 3 individuals who complete the second task first will be deemed victors. These 3 not only earn the right to tackle the third task, but will also receive a valuable reward. The candidate's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they eagerly awaited his next words. "Long Gu Tai," he stated nonchalantly, "you are all aware of its esteemed worth." The cup belonging to Niè Guó tumbled to the ground, accidentally knocked over in his excitement. "Lord, is it truly Long Gu Tai?" Niè Guó asked incredulously. "The one associated with Long Men?" Niè Qiǎo chuckled lightly. "A leap at Long Men transforms a fish into a dragon. Indeed, the Long Gu Tai that can fulfill your greatest desires." The candidates exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, yet the most bewildered among them was I. I stared at Niè Qiǎo. "A leap at Long Men transforms a fish into a dragon? What does that mean?" Niè Qiǎo regarded me and candidly replied, "The fish in water aspires to become a dragon, just as those on land wish to achieve greatness. Here, we're in Yúmén Guó, and while the citizens are not literal fish, this aspiration is encapsulated in these words. Though merely a metaphor, those capable of leaping over Long Men from this Yúmén Guó shall henceforth be comparable to divine dragons, able to summon the wind and roam freely across the realms." I scoffed inwardly. "Are you certain that merely leaping through this so-called Long Men can transform the decrepit into the extraordinary, changing an ordinary salted fish into a tempestuous dragon?" Niè Qiǎo nodded. "Your Highness, your understanding of Yúmén Guó remains limited. If Long Men did not offer such advantages, why would the country's elite yearn for the Long Gu Tai year after year?" I furrowed my brow and continued. "If what you say is true, anyone who obtains the Long Gu Tai can attempt to leap at Long Men, but as far as I know, Long Men opens only once a year, and we're still far from that time." "Once a year?" Niè Qiǎo chuckled. "Where did the national leader acquire such information?" "At any time. As long as one possesses the Long Gu Tai, they may attempt the leap at Long Men. Whether they succeed or not depends on their own abilities." "What?" "The lore of the East Sea Dragon Clan states that only the worthy may be pardoned after a year. And Fat Sanjin claimed that Long Men opens only once a year. Are you jesting? To obtain the Long Gu Tai, is participation in the Sanfu Huicao the only path?" I pressed further. "Indeed," Niè Qiǎo replied. "Many in the country are aware of the Long Gu Tai, yet few know how to acquire it. Numerous rumors abound. with tales of the long gutai hidden in deep mountains or within the belly of a great fish in Wū Chuān, alongside countless fantastical methods of transformation. Over the years, many have suffered due to such rumors, some even losing their lives. As time passed, many began to doubt the existence of the long gutai, resigning themselves to lives of stability, speaking less and less of it. Ultimately, knowledge of the long gutai is passed down only among a select few, who have never relinquished their desire to leap over long men. These individuals are often exceptionally skilled and unwilling to settle for a mundane life in Yúmén Guó. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 6 individuals in attendance became even more complex. Aochi could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "So you're suggesting that performing well in the examination will lead to the long gutai and the opportunity to leave Yúmén Guó? If these selected individuals are fortunate enough to obtain the long gutai and successfully leap over long men, where will the talents for the nation come from? Will all the talents be lost? What then is the purpose of the Sanfu Hui Cao?" The answer remains the same. Every individual has their own aspirations. Tian Iho replied calmly, "Everyone possesses the right to make choices. Coercion is futile. Those who achieve the long gutai but still wish to stay are naturally welcome." He then added with a smile, "Even if no talents remain this year, with a national leader as capable as you, Yúmén Guó can still thrive, correct?" Shi, who could not bear flattery, was visibly pleased even through his mask. Tian Iho surveyed the audience, asking, "Do you all understand?" "We understand," the 6 replied in unison. I perceived a sense of excitement in their eyes. Perhaps only those with exceptional abilities would harbor such anticipation of transforming into dragons and commanding the world. The common folk, in contrast, concern themselves with what to eat today, whether to buy new clothes for their children tomorrow, or whether the girl next door has a fondness for them. In comparing the two, I refrain from judgment. It is merely like drinking water. The so-called banquet concluded in an atmosphere that appeared calm, yet was rife with undercurrents. As the national leader, my first public appearance was entirely overshadowed by Tian Iho. I stole several glances at this man, whose composure was impeccable. I could not discern any flaws, nor did I have a clear plan for uncovering traces of the national edict from him. The pale moonlight draped over the window, while Aochi snored beside me, and I found myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The occupants of the other 6 rooms were likely even more restless than I. Chapter 75, Tian E3. As dawn broke, someone knocked on the door. I kicked Aochi to rouse him, and he groggily got up, rubbing his eyes as he approached the door, impatiently asking, "Who is it at this early hour?" "I am Shuangwan. The Lord requests both of you to gather in the hall." "But it's still dark." Shi protested. "Please do not delay," Shuangwan replied before taking his leave. "Regardless of your title, I shall wait for however long it takes." Aochi grumbled as he returned, burrowing into the blankets, intending to catch a few more moments of sleep. I sat up and glanced at the sky. Indeed, it was still quite early. I gave Aochi a firm pat. "Rise and shine." "No." Aochi pulled the covers over his head. I pinched his thigh with force, and he yelped, springing up. "Calling us so early, is it not to share breakfast together? Hurry up." I dressed and got out of bed. Moments latte. Aochi and I stood yawning in the dining room, where we had eaten the previous day. Not a single examinee was present. Only Tian Iho, Shuangwan, and Niè Qiǎo Rén. "Remove your mask," Niè Qiǎo Rén said, grabbing 2 still warm buns from a nearby table and tossing them to us. It was all familiar company. I lifted my mask to my forehead and took a hearty bite of the bun, filled with cabbage, which tasted quite acceptable. I had thought that examinees would rise earlier than the examiners. As I chewed, I glanced at Tian Iho. Our 3 houses examination lacked any semblance of an examination atmosphere. Everyone seemed so relaxed. Tian Iho smiled. "The examinees rose much earlier than we did. They are likely already en route to their destination." I was puzzled. Destination? To summon the sovereign to inspect how they fared on the first test. Tian Iho coughed a few times. "Let us proceed." I was completely unaware of his intentions. Aochi and I grabbed an extra bun, suspiciously following him outside. Shuangwan opened the door to Xie Tian Gui's room, which was empty. The bedding showed no signs of anyone having slept there. In the middle of the round table, A birdcage stood open, and 9 sparrows lay haphazardly in a pool of blood, each with its abdomen sliced open. I furrowed my brow. Did the sovereigns see clearly? Tian Iho inquired. I shot him a glance and remained silent. Continue. He turned and exited. The scene in Qiao Kuan's room was similar to that of Yúmén Guó's, appearing even more gruesome, with the sparrows' necks all twisted. In Song Nyang's room, the situation was slightly better, although the sparrows were all dead. The gashes in their bellies had been sewn shut, and the blood wiped clean. Mr. Yao's room was even more intriguing. The 9 deceased sparrows were neatly wrapped in white paper, stacked tidily in the cage, with a small bowl of fruit in front. 3 incense sticks burnt down to the nub, resembling a makeshift altar. Before we could push open Ko Zhang's door, we heard a flurry of chirping. Inside the birdcage lay only 1 dead sparrow, while the other 8 were lively and bouncing about. Bai Shao Jia's room, next door, was even more boisterous, with all 9 sparrows full of vitality, jostling in the cage, eager to escape. In the corridor, Tian Iho took the birdcage from Shuangguan, opened the door, and the surviving sparrows fluttered towards the sky. Reflecting on the scenes we had just witnessed in each room, I remarked, the questions posed by the Hou Yi are indeed peculiar. I had assumed the sovereign would find my questions rather mundane, like others. Tian Iho set down the empty birdcage and smiled. If the sovereign were an examinee, how would you respond to this question? It would be quite challenging to answer. If I were merely an ordinary person without spiritual power, tasked with retrieving a wax seal from the bellies of 9 sparrows, I might end up like Yúmén Guó, dissecting them one by one. If luck were against me, I might have to kill until the last one. Your inquiry is meaningless, I stated frankly. With just a hint of spiritual power, I could discern which sparrow held what I needed. Tian Iho coughed a few times, asking, using spiritual power, regardless of the amount, always depletes one's vitality. Is it not easier to use a knife than to employ spiritual power on a few insignificant sparrows? It is still a life. I truly detested his self-righteous indifference. If a solution existed, why involve the innocent? Tian Iho ceased to speak, turning to head towards the courtyard. We should check how the examinees fared on their second test. Wait, is the first question truly over? I caught up to block his path. You said the second question is hidden within the wax seal. Those who do not obtain the wax seal shall be deemed failures. Indeed, the examinees had vanished without a trace, presumably having secured it. He replied nonchalantly, for the first question, there are likely no losers. The distinction is quite apparent. I scoffed. While others left a trail of corpses to obtain the wax seal, Ko Zhang lost but 1, and Bai Shao Jie lost none. If we were to determine a victor and a vanquished, those 2 far surpassed the rest. Tian Iho chuckled lightly. It seems the sovereign holds a particular fondness for these 2. Merely an objective evaluation, I insisted. The previously silent Niè Qiǎo Rén suddenly spoke. The first question posed by the Hou Yi is not about how to obtain the wax seal, is it? Your words are quite intriguing, Lord Niè, Tian Iho replied, glancing at him. If one cannot obtain the wax seal, they must exit. What else could be tested? After saying this, he bypassed me and continued forward. Let us proceed. I fear I may not catch up with them if we delay further. Catch up with them. He strode directly into the central pavilion of Zhi Qiuguan, where the ground was intricately laid out as a bagua diagram crafted from black and white stones. With a stone ball of 3 inches in diameter nestled at its center, surrounded by peculiar symbols. He crouched down, placing his hand on the stone ball, then turned to us. Everyone, come closer. Do not stand so far away. Ao Qi and I exchanged glances, then shared a wary look with Niè Qiǎo Rén, and each took a cautious step closer to Tian Iho. With a forceful motion, he turned the stone ball to the left, then to the right twice. We felt a slight tremor beneath our feet, and in the blink of an eye, the stone slabs of the pavilion's floor suddenly retracted, as if someone had swiftly carved out everything beyond where we stood. A circle of stone steps appeared beneath us, extending downward into an abyss. The abruptness of the change caused Ao Qi to stumble. 1 foot had not yet retreated, and his body swayed, nearly sending him tumbling down the steps. Beneath what appeared to be an ordinary pavilion lay such a sophisticated and grand arrangement. I had underestimated the unassuming Zhi Qiuguan. Please, Niè Ho was the first to descend the stone steps, unperturbed, followed closely by Wū Chuān. Aochi grasped my hand, cautiously descending, while Niè Qiǎo Rén was the last to come down. As he fully entered the underground space, darkness enveloped me. The light that had streamed down vanished in an instant. Looking up, I saw the stone slab beneath the pavilion had sealed tightly above us. The space below was vast, the stone steps surrounded by emptiness, with not even a stone wall in sight. We felt as if we were traversing a path suspended in nothingness, yet it was not pitch black. For with each step Niè Ho took, more lights appeared above us, countless candles floating mid-air, ethereal in their illumination. It was impossible to gauge the length of the circular stone steps, only that we kept descending deeper and deeper until faint sounds of water reached our ears, signaling the end of the steps. An expansive area unfolded beneath our feet, the soil neither dry nor wet, pleasantly soft without being sticky, with various sizes of colorful pebbles embedded within, their vibrant hues surprisingly beautiful. Niè Ho halted ahead. Not far behind him was a wide river. Countless candle lights flickering on the surface, reflecting off the water, creating a visage reminiscent of the Milky Way. The flowing river rhythmically crashed against the bank, where 9 stout wooden stakes stood in a row, each tied with robust hemp ropes, although some appeared to have been severed by a sharp object, hanging limply, swayed by the encroaching river. Niè Ho bent down to pick up a broken rope, murmuring to himself, "Not a single boat remains." What an eerie place. Aochi surveyed the surroundings, a chill breeze brushing against each of our faces. I stepped forward, gazing at everything before me, asking, "Are these wooden stakes used to secure boats?" Niè Ho sighed, releasing the short rope. "Indeed. 9 boats, 6 individuals, yet not one remains. What on earth is this place?" Niè Qiǎo Rén, unable to discern any clues, inquired, "What riddle do you conceal within the wax seal?" The method to unlock the stone steps, along with a simple route map, was revealed. Niè Ho gazed towards the flowing river, where the path culminated at the end of Wū Chuān. A pallor washed over everyone's faces. The end of Wū Chuān, a place repeatedly mentioned and dreaded within the realm of Yúmén, likened to the gates of hell, was unexpectedly the second trial. "Are you truly sending us to the end of Wū Chuān?" I stood before Niè Ho, demanding his formal confirmation. In an examination, how could one resort to deception? "It is indeed true," Niè Ho replied calmly. "On the banks at the end of Wū Chuān stands a stone tablet, with 3 dragon bone slips placed before it. The first 3 to arrive may claim them. This constitutes the second trial concealed within the wax seal. Let us see how many among the 6 of them can answer correctly." Among us, Ichiran appeared the most unsettled. The end of Wū Chuān was the source of his fears, a knot in his heart that he could neither forget nor escape. "Are you suggesting that we too must proceed to the end of Wū Chuān?" Aochi asked. "Otherwise, how shall we evaluate our scores?" Niè Ho explained. "The final question must also be revealed at the end of Wū Chuān." Aochi surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "The water flows violently, and its depths are unfathomable. Who knows how many predatory undercurrents lurk beneath? You propose we swim across? At the very least, 3 boats ought to be left behind." Niè Ho chuckled, shaking his head at the antics of these individuals. I surmised the situation. The second trial hinged upon time and speed, where the earliest arrivals would emerge victorious. It appeared that those who had secured the wax seal prior to our arrival had not only boarded their boats, but had also released the remaining vessels. With no boats left for the latecomers, how could they reach the end of Wū Chuān? Such cunning for the sake of victory. Nevertheless, it posed no issue. Niè Ho beckoned to Wū Chuān, who nodded and walked directly into the water. Suddenly, he fell forward, and before I could call out, Wū Chuān vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a small boat steady at the shore. Without offering any explanation, Niè Ho boarded the boat and gestured for us to hurry aboard. "Goodness, it's like a transformer," Aochi muttered. I shot him a glare, hesitating slightly before pulling him onto the boat. Nichiren lingered at the water's edge, seemingly unwilling to board. "Hey," I called to him. He snapped back to reality, his expression complex as he regarded me. "Do you not wish to go?" I inquired. He remained silent. I glanced ahead and asked, "Are you afraid?" He did not respond. If you remain here, you shall only continue to live in fear. I fixed my gaze forward, unwilling to relent. Wait, he finally muttered through clenched teeth, and with resolve, he leapt onto the boat. Almost simultaneously, the small wooden vessel lurched forward, swiftly carrying us onward. The wind against our faces intensified, our clothing billowed like clouds. Beneath the flickering candlelight, I observed the banks of the river gradually revealing a series of towering cliffs. Peculiar stones jutting out, as if we were crossing into another realm. This was the quickest route to the end of Wū Chuān. Tianni Ho sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed ahead. Ouchi crouched behind, awkwardly tapping left and right, exclaiming, "Are you not concerned about how this great maiden feels, transformed into a mere boat?" Without turning, Tianni Ho replied, "She has always belonged to me. If I wish her to be human, she shall be human. If I desire her to be a vessel, so be it. Others need not concern themselves." Ouchi scoffed and inquired, "But there is neither food nor drink on this boat. And I've heard it takes quite a while to reach the end of Wū Chuān. As I mentioned, we are taking the fastest route to the end of Wū Chuān," Tianni Ho asserted. "Before we arrive, with your physique, you shall not starve." I observed Tianni Ho, seated at the bow, utterly unperturbed, and earnestly asked, "The people say the end of Wū Chuān is a den of tigers and wolves, a place to be feared and avoided. What truly lies there that incites such dread?" Tianni Ho chuckled softly. "There is life, and there is death." He paused before continuing, "And there is Longmen." My heart felt as if struck by an unseen force. All that I yearned to understand surged forth with unexpected urgency. What had always seemed distant was now imminent. Even a seasoned creature, tempered by countless trials, could not escape a sense of trepidation. Yet, I was fortunate to have trustworthy companions by my side. I glanced at the impatient Ouchi and the solemn Niè Qiǎo Rén. The sound of rushing water intensified, and the boat accelerated. As the flickering candlelight above diminished and the light grew stronger, I realized our vessel was emerging from the enigmatic underground river, ascending at an angle imperceptible to us, returning to the world above. The sky entirely replaced the candlelight. Rays of light pierced through the clouds into my eyes, and I dared not gaze too long, finding it blinding. The scenery along the banks returned to normalcy. Mountains, stones, and blooming flowers whizzed past. Time barely passed, perhaps less than 2 hours. Along the river, other boats began to appear, merchant vessels, fishing boats, and small boats leisurely anchored at the shore, all amidst a tranquil journey. Taking shortcuts inevitably entails risks. Tianni Ho, now resembling a statue, finally spoke as a faint layer of mist appeared upon the water's surface ahead. Ouchi, sensing something amiss, stood and pointed forward. "Do you see that fog? In this weather, fog should not arise on the water's surface." Niè Qiǎo Rén furrowed his brow. I watched as the gray mist drew closer, an unseasonable chill emanating from it, enveloping my entire being. So cold. In the blink of an eye, our boat plunged swiftly into the mist. Suddenly, everything turned gray, as if filled with dust, rendering all sights indistinct. The boat's speed decreased somewhat, and after 10 minutes of navigating through the thickening fog, panic surged as a series of desperate cries echoed from ahead. "Help! Help! There are monsters! Help us!" I tugged at Ouchi. "Did you hear that?" "Of course I'm not deaf," he responded, rising to alertly scan the source of the cries. "Be cautious. Perhaps those calling for help are the very monsters that seek to devour us." "There are no monsters," Tianni Ho stated calmly. "This stretch of water is known as Fish Belly Bay, home to a man-eating fish named Zhu Wei, an enormous creature with razor-sharp teeth. It is said that when its tail breaches the surface, it can eclipse the sun. Unwary vessels often drift into its domain, and the people aboard invariably meet their demise." As his words fell, a wrecked merchant ship appeared to our right, its shattered hull floating on the surface. A dozen individuals struggled in the water, some clinging to debris, others fighting to keep afloat, each one desperately calling for help. Suddenly, a beam of eerie red light shot forth from beneath the water. Before I could discern what lay beneath, an enormous black fish, comparable to a whale, leaped among the stranded souls. Its colossal tail rose high, and its fins spread wide like the wings of a great rock, exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, Its eyes, as large as lanterns, sparkled with a chilling and murderous glint. With each leap and fall, the waves it created surged overwhelmingly, drenching even us, who were still at a distance, rendering us utterly soaked. The unfortunate souls were swept into the air by the turbulent waters, and the black fish, with no hesitation, devoured two of them as easily as we might catch peanuts. "Monstrous beast!" I exclaimed, springing to my feet. "Your Majesty," Tianni Ho said flatly, "the Zhu Wei is inherently savage and harbors a vengeful nature. If you choose to intervene today, we may avoid considerable trouble by merely passing through. But should you interfere and disrupt its meal, it will not relent, pursuing us relentlessly until it has devoured its fill." I cast a cold glance at him and remarked, "If this fish were to consume a dozen of you, I would remain indifferent. What manner of person is he, sacrificing innocent beings while holding the title of Tianni Ho, responsible for the welfare of the realm? He witnesses his fellow countrymen suffering, yet remains unmoved. I have always seen humans consume fish. Never have I encountered a fish that devours humans." Before Aoji's words could fade, he had already darted away. Niè Qiǎo Rén said nothing, merely brandished her long sword and leapt from the boat, gliding across the water with ease as she rushed towards the one who had fallen in. I had no desire to engage with this cold-hearted creature. Instead, I plucked a strand of hair, transformed it into a long rope, and soared towards the monstrous fish. I had never beheld such a colossal creature in my life. It dwarfed Ading by a significant margin and was far more grotesque, with scales that were thick and coarse. Its enormous mouth was filled with serrated teeth, resembling a mutated piranha. Aoji delivered a powerful blow to the fish's head, sending a shockwave through the surrounding air. The fish hissed and plunged beneath the surface. I tossed the rope to the survivors, securing their waists tightly, and called out to Niè Qiǎo Rén. She immediately understood, grasping the other end of the rope. Together, with a united effort, we managed to haul up the remaining 10 or so individuals from the water, swiftly retreating from the perilous area and back to our vessel. Meanwhile, Aoji had also descended into the depths with the black fish. When Niè Qiǎo Rén attempted to assist, I restrained her, stating, "It's merely a fish, he can handle it." Suddenly, a wave larger than the previous ones surged forth, revealing the fish's half-submerged body before it was dragged back down. Amidst the crimson light and shadow, a purple aura intertwined, and beyond the fish's tail, a colossal purple appendage emerged from the water, slamming down upon the fish's tail, denying it any chance to resurface. Gradually, the tumultuous waves calmed, leaving no trace of a whirlpool. After a few minutes, the fish's head broke the surface, followed by its fins, and then some enormous chunks of flesh. Finally, the tranquil water erupted, and amidst the splashes, Aoji leapt out, unscathed, landing back on the boat. His first words were, "The fish's belly is filled with a slimy substance. Absolutely revolting. Were you swallowed?" Niè Qiǎo Rén scrutinized him. Aoji shot him a glance that is called strategy. Dismantling the enemy from within is the most effective approach. Niè Qiǎo Rén furrowed his brow and added, "Just now, I seemed to see something else in the water. A large purple tail." Aoji rolled his eyes and jabbed at his chest. "When I was battling that fish for my life, I didn't see you coming to assist. You were too busy daydreaming. Your wife didn't want my help." Niè Qiǎo Rén pointed at me. "You always say that dignity is more important than anything else." I shrugged at Aoji. "It's just a fish." Aoji drooped his eyelids, but that fish was truly enormous, with teeth like knives. The gray mist before us gradually thinned, and the surroundings began to brighten. The Tianni Ho, who had been observing from the shore, finally glanced back at us, then at the survivors tethered by my rope, floating beside our vessel. "What will you do if you cannot defeat that fish?" He shook his head. "These individuals are strangers to us. What does their survival matter? If this incident hinders you, will you not regret it?" Aoji wiped the water from his face and coldly replied, "The faceless monster. You've surely never heard a tale about a self-righteous fellow. In his village, robbers attacked daily. On the first day, he heard cries for help and locked his door, patting his chest, relieved it wasn't him. The next day, he heard more cries and again thought himself fortunate. Day after day, until the entire village was slaughtered and the robbers came for him. At that moment, he too cried for help, only to find no one left to rescue him. Upon hearing this, the Tianyho laughed. That man was foolish. He could have fled instead of stubbornly holding his ground. Where could he escape to? His fate would have been the same. I chuckled, discarding my drenched outer garment and glancing at the still frightened individuals in the water, suggesting we return them to shore. But returning to shore will only endanger them. The Tianyho laughed. How could the fish reach the shore? I was taken aback as the scene before me suddenly darkened. The blue sky, white clouds, merchant ships, fishing boats, flowers, grass, and riverbanks vanished, leaving only the flickering candlelight above and the towering, jagged cliffs on either side. Looking again at the survivors we had rescued, they were no longer humans, but merely a handful of carp, bound by their waists with ropes, thrashing helplessly beside the boat. We had not departed from this underground river. The previous scene was but an illusion. Algae rubbed his eyes, feeling as though he had been tricked. Seizing the Tianyho and raising his fist, what kind of trickery is this? I warned you that taking shortcuts comes with risks, the Tianyho replied calmly. This is the danger of this stretch of water. You believe that was an illusion, yet it may not be. I instructed Algae to release him. This fellow was remarkably clever, ensnaring us all in a seamless illusion while we remained oblivious. The Tianyho adjusted his attire, remaining steadfast at the bow of the boat as its speed returned to normal. I actually quite enjoyed the story you shared earlier, he suddenly remarked, casting his gaze to the left front. A small boat appeared in our line of sight, and the figure frantically rowing was eerily familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was Xie Tongguo, the pawnbroker, who now looked eagerly ahead, rowing with all his might, yet his boat remained stationary, unmoving. In astonishment, I called out, "Boss Xie." He seemed not to hear, continuing to row. I raised my voice and called again, but he remained unresponsive. Do not call him anymore. Let him be. The Tianyho shook his head. He is no longer in the same place as us. Not in the same place? What do you mean? Niè Qiǎo Rén asked, puzzled. The Tianyho tugged the rope, releasing all the carp except for one, which he aimed at Boss Xie and tossed. The fish passed straight through him, falling unobstructed into the water. Why is this happening? I questioned, is he still trapped in the illusion? If you had not slain that black fish, you too would share his fate. The Tianyho waved his left hand, and a clear image emerged on the surface of the water where Boss Xie was, depicting blue skies and white clouds, fishing boats passing by. His little boat, like ours, had plunged into the gray mist. However, faced with impending doom, he chose to turn a deaf ear, swiftly sailing past. From then on, he could only paddle endlessly in the waters of another realm, until 7 days later, when his soul would disperse. The Tianyho stated calmly, those who awaken are truly in an illusion. Those who do not awaken, how are they different from reality? Thus, I say that an illusion may not be an illusion. It all depends on your choices. Our boat drifted further from Boss Xie, and as I turned back, he was still rowing. The second trial was indeed life-threatening. Regardless of my feelings towards these transient acquaintances, I sincerely hoped not to encounter another individual endlessly rowing ahead. Yet, my hope was mere wishful thinking. Before long, I spotted Mr. Yao, followed by Qiao Cohen, and finally, Song Yangzi. Their boats appeared in various locations. Yet each bore expressions of longing as they diligently paddled towards an unreachable destination. They made the same choice as Boss Xie. Even more so, Qiao Cohen, initially having rescued several drowning individuals, later, upon seeing the black fish pursue them, unhesitatingly pushed those he had saved into its maw, seizing the opportunity to escape while the fish feasted. In pursuit of a wax seal, he would sacrifice lives, although it began with mere sparrows. What would happen when sparrows were replaced by humans in the future? In order to avoid hindering our journey, one may turn a blind eye to the life and death of others, even regarding their existence as mere stepping stones. Is this what is revered and praised in everyday life as virtue? When the weather is fair, many matters remain obscured. Yet it is only at the moment of life and death that the true nature of humanity is revealed. I do not experience the satisfaction of seeing a villain punished. Rather, my heart feels heavy with disappointment and discomfort. However, there is also a sense of solace, for I have not witnessed Kojung and Bai Xiao Ji yet. At least not for now. Yet, I fear encountering them at any point ahead. Until we reach the end of Wū Chuān, my heart remains in suspense. Nevertheless, I also possess a faint sense of conviction, for even if there are individuals like Xietian Guo and Qiao Kuan in this world, there must certainly exist another kind of person who is their complete antithesis. Suddenly, our vessel grew eerily silent. Even Ao Qi refrained from his usual chatter. The sound of rushing water was the only noise surrounding us, while the warm candlelight above continued to illuminate our path. Hours passed without my notice until I heard Tianhe say, "We are nearly there," as our boat rounded a sharp bend. A violent jolt sent everyone aboard tumbling from their spots, as if our souls were about to escape our bodies. In the instant we returned to our places, the scene before us truly brightened. The clouds were like silk, the sun blinding, and even the wind carried a palpable warmth. Squinting upward, I gazed at the sky, pondering if this was yet another illusion. The banks of the river no longer consisted of lush foliage, but were instead lined with towering peaks. Dark green and shrouded in mist, all too familiar. Looking down at the river, I noticed its current had changed. We were now sailing upstream, and the water appeared much clearer than before. While no fish were visible, a few delicate flowers resembling white peonies gracefully drifted past beneath the surface. I raised my gaze to the mountains on either side, then looked down at the peonies once more, repeating this motion until realization struck me. Was this not the very place I passed upon entering Yúmén Guó? I pointed to a particular spot atop the mountain. The person who met me said that the tombs of the past rulers lie there. Tianhe remained as steadfast as a rock, remarking, "That is the highest point in Yúmén Guó." Ao Qi looked around, saying, "Indeed, I recall this place. I entered from here as well, although it was nighttime then. The shape of the mountains confirms it is the same location." He furrowed his brow. "You mentioned our destination is the end of Wū Chuān. Could it be that this end is the entrance to Yúmén Guó?" Tianhe remained silent as the boat suddenly veered into a narrow passage almost entirely concealed by water plants. At the end of this passage loomed the towering peaks, appearing impassable to the naked eye. If we advanced further, our vessel would collide with the mountain. Niè Qiǎo Rén gazed at the approaching stone wall. "Aren't you concerned that your Shuangguan Jia will crack her head? Just sit tight," Tianhe calmly replied. Strangely enough, the water plants obediently parted before us, and although it seemed there was no way forward, upon reaching the stone wall, we discovered a winding waterway extending ahead, just wide enough to accommodate our vessel. As we navigated through, the current felt steady, and the number of peonies passing beneath us increased, each more beautiful than the last, resembling a dream. However, beneath the white flowers, I discerned red shadows, suddenly recalling the day I first entered Yúmén Guó, where the red hay on Hua bloomed and withered beneath the peonies, separated from the flowers for millennia. The fiery flames blazed along the banks of the dark river. Yet I remembered asking Pong Sanjin why hay on Hua grew here, even in the water. He merely stated that this was Yúmén Guó. I turned to Tianhe and inquired, "Why are there hay on Hua in the water?" "For every soul that has perished, there is a hay on Hua floating here," he replied nonchalantly. "This flower is inherently unrelated to life, whether it exists in water or on land matters not." "And what are the white peonies?" I pressed. "They cannot survive in the water." Tianhe paused before responding. "They indeed do not exist here. Perhaps some souls are different from others." Before I could inquire further, the narrow space suddenly opened up to reveal a riverbank composed of white stones, where two fishermen sat idly. Upon closer inspection, I recognized Ko Zheng and Bai Xiaojie. Seeing us, Ko Zheng stood up, brushing off his clothes with a grin. "I thought our rivals had finally arrived. Turns out it is you esteemed examiners." He then patted Bai Xiaojie's shoulder. "You lost." Bai Xiaojie sighed deeply, shaking her head. "Very well, I shall teach you. Make sure to teach me how to fold one that can fly." Ko Zheng grinned. "You chatter too much," Bai Xiaojie retorted, rising to scrutinize us as we disembarked from the boat, complaining, "Do you have any idea how long we have waited on this riverbank? There isn't even a clean place to rest, and the sun is scorching. It's made my face dark." She then stood on her tiptoes to glance behind us, puzzled. "Is it just you? No one else behind?" I shook my head. "They have already failed and will not be returning." "Oh," Ko Zheng remarked, "surely not. When we reached that underground dock, not a single boat remained." I would have thought those four would have arrived before us. You arrived and found no boats left? I asked, intrigued. We swam over, Chéng chuckled, only to be playfully punched by Xiaojia. You old rascal, stop being so ridiculous. Then she turned serious. I folded a paper boat and managed to arrive. A paper boat? Aoqi pointed at them, bursting into laughter. You two together weigh at least 200 jin. It's a miracle a paper boat could hold you. No. First tell me where you found such large paper to fold a boat. Xiaojia did not even glance at him, simply producing a square piece of white paper from her sleeve. With deft fingers, she quickly folded it, and in no time, a small paper boat rested in her palm. With a casual toss, the paper boat landed on the ground, instantly expanding to a size sufficient for 2 or 3 people. While such a skill may seem trivial to me, for an ordinary person to perform it so adeptly is quite remarkable. Impressive. You possess quite the talent, Aoqi exclaimed, hopping into the boat and stomping down. But a paper boat will leak. Throw me in the water to test it, he challenged. Xiaojia pushed him with her left hand, and the paper boat swiftly glided into the water, causing Aoqi to stumble and fall as he clutched the side of the boat, cursing at her. You, a lady, should be gentler with your actions. Without a word, Xiaojia twirled her finger, and the paper boat obediently began to spin in place, increasingly faster. Aoqi cried out in distress until he was eventually flung out, landing in a comical heap on the ground. Xiaojia, you are quite skilled, I applauded. Those who talk too much often deserve a lesson. She smiled slightly, waving her hand, and the paper boat shrank back to its original size, quickly becoming soaked by the river, dissolving into a slowly dispersing mass of paper pulp. My family has been in the paper-making business for generations. I can manage a few things related to paper, she said humbly, nodding slightly in my direction. Do not take offense at my display in front of the esteemed lord. Aoqi, still disoriented, managed to rise without a hint of anger, exclaiming, It truly is sturdy. Not a drop of water has leaked. He then staggered over, shaking his head as he scrutinized Xiaojia. What kind of paper did you use? I quickly pulled him behind me. What do you need to ask that for? He whispered. Paper is also money. If she can use this paper to make a boat, she surely can use it to create banknotes. I'm sorry, but I cannot keep up with your line of thought. Be quiet. Also, counterfeiting is illegal. I shot him a glare, then turned apologetically to Xiaojia. My companion is being rude. Please do not take offense. She looked us over again, a playful smile gracing her lips. When I first saw the two of you wearing masks, I thought you were a pair of ruthless villains. But it turns out you are quite the charming couple. Esteemed lord, you are far younger than I had imagined. I awkwardly rubbed the top of my head. The mask that had once been there had vanished, as had Aoqi's. Perhaps we had lost them during our encounter with the Heiyu in the illusion. I could only smile and say, because we too fear being tanned by the sun. She chuckled softly and glanced behind us, inquiring, Are they truly not coming? Have you never considered the possibility that the disappearance of all the boats might be deliberate? Niè Qiǎo Rén retorted, Now that you do not curse them for their misdeeds, why concern yourselves with their arrival? Xiaojia remarked, If they can indeed obstruct our path, that is quite an accomplishment on their part. If one's mind is solely focused on winning and losing, it is not surprising what means they might employ. We each have our own paths. Why must we condemn them? Despite her youth, Xiaojia exhibited a remarkable breadth of perspective. I laughed, for there was one matter I did not comprehend. The sparrow incident? Before I could finish, she had already deduced my query, laughing as she patted Chéng's shoulder. This old fool had a plan. Noticing that the 9 sparrows appeared identical in size, he constructed a small scale and weighed them one by one. 8 of them were nearly the same weight, while one was heavier than the rest, presumably due to the wax ball within. Upon inspection, this indeed proved to be the case. Though they were mere birds, it is still unseemly to kill innocents without cause. It was merely luck. Chéng grinned. If any of them had overeaten and thus were heavier, that would be unjust. It seemed that Ko Laoshi and Xiaojia shared a bond beyond the ordinary. Observing the two, I noticed that he had acquired the answer, but chose to share it with Xiaojia, allowing her to keep the 9 sparrows intact. Chéng shrugged. After all, the questions are the same. Why create more needless slaughter? Tian Iho, who had maintained a reasonable distance from us, spoke up. To cherish the lives of others is to cherish one's own life. Mr. Ko and Miss Bai are indeed deserving of the Longu Tai. Just a few meters behind Tian Eho stood a 3-foot-tall stone tablet, devoid of any inscriptions or images, standing starkly on the riverbank. Beneath the tablet lay 3 neatly stacked stones of similar size, with the third stone seemingly adorned with a small, bright object, while the other 2 were empty. Amazed, I nearly forgot the purpose of their journey to Wū Chuān's end. "Did you obtain the Longu Tai?" I hastily inquired. Ko Zheng and Bai Xiaojie exchanged glances, each producing from their belongings a rectangular piece of white bone, strung with fine cord, polished to a size akin to a mahjong tile. At first glance, it appeared utterly unremarkable, even less impressive than trinkets sold at street stalls. That which many had longed for appeared so casually before us. With a flick of his finger, Tian Eho seized the Longu Tai from the third stone, lamenting, "What a pity, only 2 have arrived this year." I surveyed the surroundings. The riverbank seemed a hidden realm behind the mountains, with the deep waters before us, and the other 3 sides stretching endlessly, barren and devoid of life. Save for wisps of mist swirling gently, creating an atmosphere of unexpected desolation. Was this indeed the end of Wū Chuān? I gazed at Tian Eho, questioning if this was the infamous land of malevolence, where monstrous entities sought lives. Was it merely an empty shore? Tian Eho nodded. Indeed. Bai Xiaojie frowned. It is too different from the legends. Ko Zheng's attention remained fixated on the Longu Tai in Tian Eho's hands, as if contemplating something. Now that we have completed the second task, what of the third? Bai Xiaojie clutched the Longu Tai tightly, wondering where the next question lay hidden. The Longu Tai swayed in Tian Eho's grasp as he examined the trinket, smiling. "There is no need to hide it. Follow me." "Where to?" I asked. "Long men." The journey was particularly quiet. Everyone, including Ao Chi, made not a sound, treading silently on the various white stones as we followed Tian Eho past the tablet, advancing forward while the delicate mist swirled around us. The heat that had enveloped us moments ago vanished, leaving only a growing chill in its place. In this vast world, it felt as if only the 6 of us remained. The atmosphere grew slightly tense. I still could not conclude Tian Eho's nature. He was undeniably a living person, yet he seemed to exist like a shadow within Yúmén Kingdom. His presence felt everywhere, yet his form unseen. He possessed an intricate understanding of this realm, but maintained an attitude of detachment, as if saying, "I know, but I do not wish to interfere." One could describe him as aloof or as a hermit in plain sight. He was said to be my subordinate, yet his significance in this kingdom far outweighed my own. With such a figure in existence, why bother to install a so-called ruler? Leaving Yúmén Kingdom is the desire of you all, is it not? Including that of His Majesty. Tian Eho suddenly stated, causing everyone's expressions to shift. In this atmosphere, I found my enthusiasm for deception waning. Our family does not belong here. Yúmén Kingdom is not without its merits. Yet my true home lies in Wū Chuān, a modest city where a narrow alley with gray walls and green tiles lies, flanked by 2 sycamore trees standing tall. Nearby are numerous small shops selling snacks. I once ran a store there, selling desserts and operating an inn. Through a cup of bitter tea called Fuxing, I met a host of eccentric individuals. My life took a turn there. Marriage, children. If I were a tree, my roots would be there, not in Yúmén Kingdom. Niè Qiǎo Rén was initially taken aback before laughing. "So you were indeed a proprietress. No wonder you were so meticulous. Valuing wealth above all. I cannot squander the talents bestowed upon me by the heavens." I retorted with a cheeky smile. Tian Eho chuckled and asked, "And what of you?" "Lord Niè?" Niè Qiǎo Rén frowned. "At one point, I merely wished to distance myself from the end of Wū Chuān, to go further away. Yet I ultimately realized that without returning here, I could never truly escape. Whether I leave Yúmén Kingdom or not matters not. I simply detest the feeling of being imprisoned in ignorance. Why does Yúmén Kingdom have gates? Why are its people unable to enter and exit freely? Why must they be confined? Why can they not choose their desired lives?" Tian Eho coughed a few times, responding mildly. "Lord Niè is more perceptive than I imagined, able to contemplate matters that others overlook." At that moment, Ko Zheng hastily interjected, "I never thought of leaving Yúmén Kingdom, truly. Of course you do not wish to leave. You intend to send another person away? I shot him a glance. Is that so? Tian Yiho replied, pleased. If Mr. Ko could serve the nation with such great talent, it would indeed be a blessing for the common folk. Ko Zheng laughed it off, knowing that the old man's true aim was never the Longu Tai, but rather the national decree. I wonder what scheme he had to extract this from Tian Yiho. What about Xiaojia? Tian Yiho asked without looking back. Since you share a bond with Mr. Ko, do you not also intend to contribute to the welfare of the people? Bai Xiaojia smiled. Your grace is a wise man. There is no need for flattery before you. I am not so noble. Since the Bai family legacy is passed to me, I must uphold my ancestors' honor. The Bai family has long sought a particular item, which is not present within Yúmén Kingdom. My purpose in leaving is solely for this matter. This serendipity has allowed me to acquire the Longu Tai. Should I successfully leave Yúmén Kingdom, I will be immensely grateful. Bai Xiaojia proved to be an honest person. Tian Yiho laughed heartily. To have reached this point is already remarkable. Whether you achieve your desires is ultimately your own choice. Having wandered for quite some time, the surrounding scenery remains largely unchanged. However, the ground beneath my feet grows increasingly soft, its color fading to a more translucent hue. The path, once paved with white stones, now appears as though it has been stripped of its original color. Beneath the semi-transparent gravel, a faint red glow flickers, and, as we advance, the heat intensifies beneath our feet. Initially, walking alongside Tian Yiho, I felt no trace of the oppressive heat, but now it feels as though I have plunged into a furnace, rendering even my reputedly versatile Gui, Qinqipao, less effective. An unusual warmth seeps from the soles of my feet directly into my spine, and I find myself sweating. Aochi wipes the perspiration from his forehead and calls out to Tian Yiho, asking how much farther we must go and where he intends to lead us. To the edge of the shore, Tian Yiho replies, maintaining his calm demeanor and pace. Ko Zheng exchanges a glance with Bai Xiaojia, but remains silent, not slowing his steps. Niè Qiǎo Rén's expression darkens, as she occasionally glances down at her feet, an expression of suppressed anguish etched across her brow. When the mist around us dissipates completely, we find ourselves standing upon a mass of crimson chaos, neither water nor cloud, but rather a tumultuous fog, akin to smoke trapped beneath a sheet of glass. Gradually, I notice that the path narrows, as though the world is constricting around us. Ahead lies a series of rolling hills, appearing from a distance like towering waves of red. Tian Yiho ascends the slope unhurriedly, and we have no choice but to follow, the ground beneath us becoming increasingly scorching. The hill is not steep, and ascending it requires little effort. Yet the moment I reach the summit, I am struck with dread at the sight before me, rendering my legs weak. Thankfully, Aochi catches me just in time. What lies before us is a vast depression, an ocean, a crimson sea. The red mist that had been suppressed beneath our feet now surges forth like waves, stretching infinitely in all directions. Two straight suspension bridges float above this enormous red sea, one extending to the left and the other to the right, forming an inverted figure eight, with both starting points at the summit where we now stand. The bridges lack railings, comprised only of uneven wooden planks that hang suspended in midair, extending endlessly toward an indistinct endpoint engulfed in a haze of red. The mere thought of traversing this bridge is terrifying enough to deter a second glance. I dread the unknown depths of the crimson waves below, knowing full well that falling is not an option. Absolutely not. Both bridges lead to longmen. Tian Yiho extends his hand, suddenly tossing a small plaque, the Longu Tai, into the red waves, where it vanishes instantly. He claps his hands and states calmly, "It is quite warm down there. Though it may not resemble actual fire, it is akin to a sea of flames." Niè Qiǎo Rén's complexion grows even more pallid, her hand instinctively pressing against her temple. Aochi's expression shifts, pointing to a specific area within the fiery depths, asking if there is something down there. Following his gaze, I glimpse an object darting through the flames at a speed too swift to discern, resembling a fish navigating through water. And it seems there is more than one. Meanwhile, Ko Zheng's attention remains fixed on the discarded Longu Tai, lamenting, Why would the Lord throw away such a precious item? Tian Yiho glances back at him with a smile. Are you hoping to gift it to someone? Ko Zheng is momentarily taken aback. It is futile. Those who do not rely on themselves to reach this point will find no use for 100 Longu ties. Tian Yiho asserts. As for the Longu ties you possess, they may as well be discarded. Bai Shao Jie gasps in surprise. What does the Lord mean by this? As you all know, it is said that one can reach Longmen with a Longu tie. Tian Yiho responds, facing the sea of flames with arms outstretched. Now that you have arrived, the Longu tie has lost its significance. Isn't obtaining the Longu tie supposed to grant passage through Longmen? Ko Zheng inquires urgently. Tian Yiho smiles. Reaching Longmen and exiting Longmen are not one and the same. Lord, do not jest with us, Ko Zheng retorts. His earlier jovial demeanor replaced by a hint of menace. Calm yourself, Tian Yiho advises. You are still unaware of the third challenge. We are all ears. Bai Shao Jie suppresses her anger and anxiety, taking 3 deep breaths. Ko Zheng gazes at the 2 bridges ahead. The greatest secret of the Yúmén kingdom lies within this sea of flames. Within this fire dwells the Baifeng beast, a creature of ferocity that feeds on fire. Before the establishment of the Yúmén kingdom, this area was the lair of the Baifeng beast, a hellish realm where blood and fire reigned. The flames of the Baifeng beast resemble a blood mist, impervious to wind and resistant to water. However, after the ancestors of the Yúmén kingdom arrived, the Baifeng beast was driven and confined to the edge of Wū Chuān, with this shore serving as a boundary. Fire cannot cross, allowing humanity to survive, cultivate the land, and establish the Forfang. Yet now, the power of this shore is waning, and the malevolent fire of the Baifeng beast has begun to seep into Wū Chuān, spreading to the Forfang. Each time the heat peaks around the time of the Zhongyuan festival, these sporadic malevolent flames act like an invisible poison, infecting flora and fauna alike. Once infected, both plant and creature are doomed to turn to ash. This is the origin of the strange fire that the people of the kingdom dare not even speak of. I recall the flowers and frogs that have been incinerated, having considered countless reasons, yet never imagining that the fire capable of incinerating living beings originates from here. Tian Yiho nods in affirmation. Ao Chi furrows his brow, stating, I have only heard of the Baifeng bird from ancient times, never of the Baifeng beast. The Baifeng bird is merely a branch of the Baifeng beast. You may consider the beasts you see before you to be their ancestors, far more formidable than their descendants, Tian Yiho explains. What relevance does this have to the third challenge? As I mentioned earlier, the boundary that restrains the Baifeng beast is gradually eroding. He says, gazing at the tumultuous sea of flames below. Once the shore we stand upon collapses entirely, the Baifeng beast will surge forth, leaving no survivors in the Yúmén kingdom. In an instant, the lush greenery will turn to ash, and both man and beast will become smoke. The splendid existence that has endured for millennia will dissolve into perdition. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression darkens. Tian Yiho turns to face us all, but you are the elite of the Yúmén kingdom, and thus, you possess the right to choose between life and death. He gestures toward the 2 bridges. Both paths can lead to Longmen. The left path is untroubled and unobstructed. Upon completion, you will have crossed Longmen and become one of the outside world, with no ties to the fate of the Yúmén kingdom. However, with each individual who traverses this path, the power of the shore diminishes. In other words, those who choose this path may easily depart, but the Yúmén kingdom will inch closer to its demise. Silence envelopes us. And what of the right path? I inquire. The right path is unrelated to the shore. While it also leads to Longmen, those who take this route must pass through the territory of the Baifeng beast. In other words, should they fail to vanquish the Baifeng beast, they will lose their lives. This path is fraught with peril, a near certain death. Yet should one succeed, not only will they gain their freedom, but the Baifeng beast will be vanquished, ensuring the safety of the Yúmén kingdom. Tian Yiho stands at the juncture of the 2 paths, solemnly declaring, the third challenge is a choice, left or right. Ko Zheng and Bai Shao Jie, along with Niè Qiǎo Rén, find themselves engulfed in profound conflict. This dilemma is exceedingly difficult. Were I in their position, I too would struggle to make an immediate decision. I surmise that Tian Eho has stood here before, delivering such words to others on numerous occasions. Niè Qiǎo Rén takes a deep breath. May I ask, among those who have stood here in the past, did more choose the left path or the right? Tian Eho smiles. Only one person chose the right path. The rest opted for the left. The answer is both surprising and yet expected. When it comes to matters of life and death, who would willingly sacrifice their easily attainable freedom or even their precious life for the sake of those who would no longer be of concern to them? However, it is indeed a disappointing answer. A fiery inferno looms ahead, yet we find ourselves ensnared in a silence akin to death. I abstain from choosing, Ko Zheng suddenly interjected. Why? Inquired Tian Eho. If I select the left, I cannot bear the sin of harming the innocent. If I choose the right, I cannot guarantee my survival. Until my wishes are fulfilled, I do not wish to perish, Ko Zheng responded gravely. Tian Eho nodded and turned to Bai Shao Jie, asking, And you? Bai Shao Jie clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she declared the right. Why? There was a blend of surprise and admiration in Tian Eho's tone. Bai Shao Jie replied candidly, I merely went out to retrieve something. Yúmén Guó is my home, and the Liu and Zhang families still owe my family several debts. She smiled. I intend to return. If my departure leads to the ruin of my family, I fear my ancestors would rise from the underworld to take my life. Though I was not well acquainted with Bai Shao Jie, her words surprised me, for such a fragile woman could utter such sentiments. Tian Eho fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly. The other individual who chose the right is, like you, also a woman. Who? Bai Shao Jie immediately inquired. Her name is Mu Dan. Tian Eho's voice softened. She loves to eat and play, petite in stature, yet strong. He paused, refraining from elaborating further about Mu Dan, and fixed his gaze upon Ko Zheng and Bai Shao Jie. Have you made your choices? No changes? Both nodded. And you, Guizhu? He suddenly directed his question toward me. I was taken aback. Me? I am not an examinee. Why must I answer? Though you are not an examinee, you now stand at the threshold of leaving Yúmén Guó. If you wish, you may choose a path to depart, just as they have. Once at Longmen, everyone possesses the right to exit, including you, he stated earnestly. How should I choose? The left is undoubtedly not an option. I cannot commit such an act. To the right, to confront the Baifeng beast, of which I have never even heard. But I am a tree, born with an innate fear of fire. What if it ignites? Having weathered tumultuous storms, to capsize in this small Yúmén Guó, while my two children are still young. And the river of forgetfulness conceals so much gold, with substantial cash still in the bank. How to choose? Guizhu. Tian Eho gazed at me, amusement evident on his face. I sighed in resignation. The right. Why? I cannot let the common folk down. I gestured toward Bai Shao Jie. Tian Eho chuckled lightly. I knew you would never choose the left. I shot him a glance. Do not feign understanding. We are not familiar. Is this truly the answer you have provided me for the third trial? He inquired once more. Indeed, the three of us replied in unison. He nodded, sweeping his left arm, and as his sleeves billowed like clouds, the left bridge vanished without a trace, leaving only a path of life and death above the sea of flames. Everyone was taken aback, and Bai Shao Jie exclaimed, Why is there only one bridge remaining? Tian Eho turned to regard the solitary bridge, to leap over the Dragon Gate. There has always been but this one path. What exactly are you plotting? Ao Ji demanded, one moment an illusion, the next a dragon bone contract, then asking them to choose left or right. Having made their choices, you now claim there is but one road. Old man, are you so lonely in life that you seek to entertain yourself with a crowd? Tian Eho did not even glance at him, merely turning to us three. Had you chosen the left, the blossoms of the other shore in Wū Chuān would likely have multiplied by 3. This fellow always had a knack for dropping bone-chilling remarks unexpectedly. What do you truly desire? My patience was wearing thin. All who chose the left were ultimately devoured by a monster. His demeanor remained unaffected, tranquil like a still pond. Their souls accumulated upon this shore, where we had just tread, not merely a riverbank, but the remnants of lives that had sought to leave Yúmén Guó through this very means for centuries, only to fail. He glanced at me, indicating that among those who perished were previous monarchs. I had spared their dignity, gathering their belongings into a bundle and interring them on the mountaintop as a mausoleum. My predecessors met their ends rather undignifiedly. A chill coursed through me, pondering how many remains lay buried along the extensive distance we had just traversed. Do you mean to say there are monsters here even more formidable than the Baifeng beast? Al-Shikishtioned. And this creature specifically preys upon those who disregard the lives of Yúmén Guó citizens, foolishly hoping to exit without effort. Tianhe sighed. What other option is there? You conjured this monster, did you not? I regarded his silhouette, reminiscent of the previous black fish. From beginning to end, everything was orchestrated by him, guided by him. Even this year's San Fu Hui examination was his suggestion. Without such measures, how could I select the individuals I desire? He smiled. To traverse this path alone is to court death. Yet with companions, the chances of success are greatly increased. Will you not give it a try? How dare you? Is this a matter to be trifled with? Ao, Ji retorted. You invite us to test a path that could lead to our demise? This is the only route to exit Yúmén Guó. A trial affords an opportunity. Without it, there is none. However, before Tian Iho could finish, a sharp arrow whizzed past Ao Ji's ear, its tip glimmering coldly, halting mere inches from his throat. The hairpin atop Ko Zheng's head vanished. Yet in his hand appeared a familiar iron bow, the string taut and drawn. Should I release my grip, be it Tian Iho, a deity or a demon? This arrow will find its mark in your throat, Ko Zheng stated coldly. You are well aware of my family's prowess. Tian Iho remained unruffled. I know. I do not believe you, nor will I accept that this perilous path is the sole route to escape Yúmén Guó. Ko Zheng declared, the national decree. That is all I seek. Do you think the decree contains alternative methods to leave Yúmén Guó? Tian Iho chuckled lightly. Indeed there are. With that, he waved his hand, and Shuangguan appeared seemingly from thin air, collapsing to the ground as if she had lost consciousness. If I were to tell you, akin to those sparrows, that the decree lies within her belly, you would need to kill her and disembowel her to obtain it, he stated with utmost seriousness. Ko Zheng's thoughts shifted, and the iron arrow clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Iho soared into the air, his sleeves billowing like wings, vanishing above the sea of flames. I was inclined to curse. I had hoped Ko Zheng would devise some ingenious method to compel Tian Iho to surrender the decree. Yet he too fell into the trap of forceful coercion. However, with Tian Iho's capabilities, how could he be intimidated by a mere arrow? As expected, before Ko Zheng could even touch Shuangguan, her body suddenly shrank, transforming into a black feather that quivered slightly upon the ground. She was inherently mine. I could summon her to be human or a vessel at will. I recalled Tian Iho's words. Could it be that the loyal Shuangguan was merely a manifestation of a feather? If this feather belonged to Tian Iho, what manner of being was he? To obtain the decree, cross the bridge to claim it, echoed Tian Iho's voice from the sky. All present exchanged glances, and, after a while, Bai Shao Jie struck Ko Zheng with a fist. Why are you so impatient? Did we not agree to wait for an opportunity? Tian Iho is not a mere demon or zombie that can be easily dealt with. How could a single arrow pose a threat to him? You also claimed that once we got close, we would find a way to locate the decree. Having followed him here, where is your method? Where is the decree? Ko Zheng retorted defiantly. I only handle matters concerning paper. Bai Shao Jie exclaimed in anger. Unless the decree is not a book. Ko Zheng was taken aback. Not a book? The decree has always been mere rumor. May I ask who among you has ever seen it with your own eyes? Miss Bai glanced over the crowd, pondering if the words of Tian Iho were indeed true. If so, how many lives have been lost since the 3 prefectures examination? Whether it was the Long Gu Tai or the state document. Those who sought to approach Tian Iho and obtain these items were driven by a singular purpose, to escape. This bait had ensnared countless foolish fish. Moreover, these fools, prior to participating in this examination, bore titles of wisdom, talent, and excellence, marking them as the cream of the crop in the nation. Tian Iho had effectively gathered the most outstanding individuals in the realm through this method. Yet, as we had just witnessed, how many had managed to survive to this point, and how many had become mere souls adrift on the shore? At this juncture, do you still harbor doubts regarding Tian Iho's true intentions? Is he seeking the virtuous, or is he merely fulfilling the collective desire for escape? Or perhaps employing his expertise to eliminate those who pose potential threats to him? For one, with an insatiable desire for control. The most intolerable scenario is perhaps the reversal of power, where those once under his command gain the ability to restrain him. From my limited interactions with Tian Iho, it is evident that such a person, who relishes in shadowy machinations, delights in the feeling of having everything under his dominion. He may show kindness to those harmless common folk, yet he remains deeply unsettled by the exceptional among them. He cares for his unchallenged status and the unassailable power of life and death. As for the ruler of the nation, he likely pays no mind to them. How could there be such a figure within Yúmén Guó? Miss Bai's reasoning was sound. I gazed at the floating wooden planks before us, uncertain of where they might lead those who dared to tread upon them. We were faced with two choices: to advance or to retreat. Ao Chi grasped my arm, declaring that the old man spoke nothing but nonsense, that since the illusion began, he had been toying with us. Did he truly promise the state document upon crossing the bridge? The existence of such a document remains questionable. In this sea of flames, I had never encountered anything like it, nor did I possess the confidence to navigate it safely. We have children to care for. At the very least, you should withdraw. I remained silent, turning to the other three. Survival is instinctual. Returning is not an act of shame. Ko Zheng snorted derisively, stating that only by crossing that bridge could one discern truth from deception. If there truly is no state document, then even in death, I shall drag that liar down to the depths of hell with me. Should you wish to retreat, feel free. I shall not back down. Miss Bai regarded the sea of flames below, contemplating that while Tian Iho may have uttered many falsehoods, one truth was evident. Whatever lay within that inferno had indeed begun to threaten Yúmén Guó. If we, individuals such as ourselves, chose to withdraw, it would not be long before the nation faced its demise. Under a collapsing nest, how could there be unbroken eggs? It would be better to plunge into the unknown and deal with the consequences as they come. Niè Qiǎo Rén, the most taciturn among us, suddenly spoke, his gaze unfocused as he stared into the roiling flames. He lamented, "There are too many." Then he turned to us, distress evident in his demeanor as he pressed his hands to his head. "Too many? What do you mean by too many?" Ao Chi asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Are you possessed?" Niè Qiǎo Rén's breath was uneven as he pointed towards the sea of flames. "Down there are many monsters, red ones swimming like fish. It's very dangerous." Seeing his state, I inquired, "Have you recalled something?" Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he shook his head. "Only fragmented memories. I must have been here before." "Then you should stay." I thought this to be the most uncharacteristic state I had ever witnessed from the usually composed and spirited Lord Niè, as if the heat from the flames had melted his resolve. "No," he resolutely refused. "I must follow you. Are you certain you can withstand it?" I asked once more. He furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze into the flames. "When it becomes unbearable, I shall simply not endure." This was not the kind of statement I would expect from Lord Niè. I observed him as he took a deep breath, straightened his posture, and with sudden resolve, stepped onto the wooden plank before him. His decisive action startled everyone. The floating planks swayed slightly under the abrupt weight. Niè Qiǎo Rén steadied himself and looked back at us. "I am not one to procrastinate. If you wish to come, then come." Without waiting for the others, he tread directly onto the plank ahead. "I will go," I declared to Ao Chi, reasoning that the two youngsters had Peng Sanjin and a Deng to look after them, and they would be fine. The true danger lay ahead, and if I retreated, it would inevitably catch up with us. Ao Chi gritted his teeth and said nothing more. A silent understanding settled among us. We would advance, not retreat. As I set foot on this so-called bridge, I genuinely felt what it meant to grasp at a thread of life amid a vast abyss. Over the immense, indistinct sea of flames, our lives hung precariously upon this solitary path. Each step caused the planks to tremble beneath our feet, and with a moment's inattention, we risked slipping into the inferno. I attempted to leap, but my body felt unnaturally heavy, not due to the pressure above, but from a strange force emanating from the fire, pulling me downwards. The length of this bridge, which hardly resembled one, was impossible to gauge, and I lost count of how many planks I had traversed. Ao Chi followed closely behind, occasionally whispering reminders to be cautious. Miss Bai ahead of me walked steadily, while Ko Zheng grew impatient, sometimes leaping across 2 planks at once, voicing his frustration that Lord Niè was moving too slowly. The scenery around us appeared unchanging. All I saw were the swaying heads of my companions, and beneath us, the tumultuous, blood-like sea of flames. With each advance, the air grew heavier and more oppressive, and I noticed that Miss Bai's back was drenched in sweat. If this path extended long enough, we would soon become dried meat before reaching the end. However, something felt amiss. I sensed the angle of the planks shifting. Once level, they now descended gradually, forming a downward staircase. Everyone noticed this shift, and our procession came to a halt. The foremost Niè Qiǎo Rén turned back, exclaiming, "This bridge extends into the sea. There is no path ahead." I turned to look, and indeed, before him, there were no more planks. The surface of the fiery sea had risen to meet our feet, leaving us unable to take another step. Realizing the dire situation, I quickly looked back, discovering that behind Ao Chi, the planks we had traversed had completely vanished. At that moment, the 5 of us stood, each on a solitary plank, adrift in a strange sea of flames, with no way forward and no hope of reinforcement. Ao Chi wiped the sweat from his brow and attempted to leap upwards, but to no avail, cursing, "If I don't reveal my true form, I fear I cannot fly. Is Tian Ho trying to force us into the sea?" Niè Qiǎo Rén crouched down, lost in thought as he gazed at the water before him. Unexpectedly, he extended his hand toward the swirling crimson mist lapping at his feet. Suddenly, a blood-red hand, with sharp claws, emerged from the depths, seizing Niè Qiǎo Rén's arm and dragging him down into the abyss. This was not a true sea, but rather a convergence of countless boiling, heated red mists. Thus, when Niè Qiǎo Rén fell, there was no sound. Ko Zheng instinctively jumped onto his plank, attempting to grasp him, but failed to secure him and lost his balance, falling swiftly into the depths. "Ko Zheng," Miss Bai cried, then, biting her lip, she lifted her skirt and leaped onto the plank, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "These people have lost their minds," Ao Chi cursed. Did they think they were diving into a hotel swimming pool? I struggled to maintain my composure. The planks they had traversed remained intact, and the path had not truly ended here. I vaguely perceived more planks beneath the surface of the sea. Were they truly forcing us into the flames? But the heat emanating from below was unbearable. I turned to Ao Chi and said, "If I roast, don't pull me out." "What?" Ao Chi had yet to comprehend the situation when I resolutely stepped onto the wooden plank leading to the sea and dashed forth like an arrow. The deafening shouts of Ao Chi faded into oblivion. It is said that the most perilous places in the world are akin to a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. I have never traversed a mountain of blades, but today I shall plunge into the sea of flames. With no path of retreat, I have no desire to look back. The myriad queries that linger in my heart have amassed for far too long, transforming into a tempest of fury. After all, I am an ancient demon, and I have never been subjected to such mockery. If I am to fall into a trap, I shall prove with facts that you cannot ensnare me. I no longer care whether I can escape from Yúmén Guó. My singular focus is to seize Tian Ho and forcibly strip him of that loathsome black robe. I am determined to unveil the true visage of this self-righteous old fool. Suddenly, my vision turned crimson, not black. I could not ascertain how deep I had plunged into the sea, but as I raised my gaze, I beheld a vast expanse of misty red swirling around me, illuminated by light, creating an illusion of being engulfed in a crimson ocean, save for the absence of fish. My body floated in this water, and I could perceive no end. Abruptly, my brow furrowed. I swiftly darted to the left as a massive shadow zipped past me. Had I hesitated for a moment longer, I would have been struck by this colossal creature. The mere disturbance it created caused me to stagger several times before regaining my balance. Upon closer inspection, I beheld a being towering twice the height of an ordinary person. Its form resembled that of a human, yet its features were grotesque, with pointed ears, blood-red eyes, and a gaping maw. Its skin was a fiery red, with dark veins pulsating beneath the surface. A pair of bat-like wings unfurled from its back, marking it as a true monstrosity. However, when I noticed a pair of horn-like appendages sprouting from its shoulders, my heart sank. Though differing slightly in color and form, this creature bore an uncanny resemblance to Niè Qiǎo Rén in her transformed state. Lost in thought, the monster lunged at me with lightning speed. In response, I leapt upwards, narrowly avoiding it as it whirled back around, nimbly grasping my left foot. A sharp pain shot through my ankle, as if I had stepped into a blazing inferno. This creature was indeed the Baifeng beast. In agony, I felt a surge of urgency and, in a moment of desperation, raised my right palm, channeling my spiritual energy to strike down upon the creature's crown. It emitted a strange cry, retreating while cradling its head. I glanced at my foot, discovering a series of crimson imprints on my ankle, resembling burns. If it could inflict such an injury upon me, a mere mortal would have been reduced to ashes. Enraged by the pain, the Baifeng beast charged at me like a bloodthirsty shark, writhing its body as it emerged from the depths of the crimson mist, its red eyes burning with fury. Realizing it was fighting for its life, I acted swiftly, tearing 2 strands of hair to fashion a binding rope and ensnaring it from head to toe, tightening my grip with all my might. I exerted such force that even a great white shark would have had its bones crushed. Do not underestimate my hair. It is one of the most resilient substances in existence. Yet, to my dismay, the creature was not finished, and my binding transformed into ash before my eyes, disintegrating into nothingness. With half its life still intact, the Baifeng beast wasted no time, charging at me while unleashing a torrent of blood-red flames, which licked towards me like a serpent. This was dire. I had overlooked my own nature. I am a tree, and I am averse to fire. At this critical juncture, a magnificent purple dragon swiftly swam beside me, its tail sweeping the Baifeng beast far away, causing it to tumble several times before it could catch its breath. Without granting it a moment's respite, the dragon lunged forward, its jaws clamping down on the creature's throat, violently severing its head from its body, concluding the battle. "Be careful of burns," I exclaimed. Just as I finished speaking, Ouchie, having reverted to his human form, was frantically hopping about, covering his mouth, exclaiming, "I'm burned alive." "What about you?" I rushed to support him, warning that the Baifeng beast was dangerous. A mere touch could result in severe burns, and neither of us would be spared. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ouchie lamented, his face twisted in distress. "Look at your mouth." I urgently pulled his hand down, and despite the inappropriateness of the moment, I found it difficult to suppress my laughter. Faced with Ouchie's sausage-like lips, I could hardly contain myself. It was far more pronounced than that of a certain well-known actor. "What are you laughing at? I have traded my beauty for your safety. Do you understand?" Ouchie grasped his lips with one hand while pulling me along with the other. The visibility here was too poor to assess our adversaries. "We must ascend. Ko Zheng and the others are still here." I scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of them. "They are not to be underestimated. We must move upward," Ouchie insisted, dragging me along, but soon halted, cursing under his breath. Generally speaking, Ouchie would not resort to foul language unless the situation was dire. I was oblivious to the events unfolding around us. The light that had previously illuminated our surroundings had dimmed, with shadows converging from all directions, a mass of them surging towards us. The sheer number was impossible to calculate. Suddenly, it dawned on me that this so-called sea of flames was merely the concentrated fire energy emitted by the gathered Baifeng beasts. If a single one had already inflicted injuries upon us, the thought of hundreds, even thousands, of Baifeng beasts converging upon us was too dreadful to contemplate. We were unfamiliar with these creatures and unaware of their weaknesses. At this moment, simply surviving was a daunting challenge. Ouchie shoved me aside, pointing toward a direction where the shadows appeared fewer. "You must slip through there. Find a way to ascend. I will distract them." "Distract them?" I was furious. "You think you could take on so many?" I grasped his arm, insisting we must leave together. Ouchie sighed, Indeed, many protagonists perish due to excessive chatter. Let us not flee. Let us confront whatever we can. We were indeed trapped. Countless Baifeng beasts had already unfurled their wings, appearing less than 10 meters away, their blood-red eyes fixated on a singular target. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy erupted from beneath us, and I watched as the surrounding crimson mist was forcefully pushed aside, along with the Baifeng beasts, who were tossed back like leaves in a tempest. Had Aoqi not held my hand tightly, and had someone not grasped Aoqi's foot, we would have been swept away unprepared. Looking down, I was startled to see Niè Qiǎo Rén, having reverted to her original form, followed by Ko Zheng and by Xiaojia, both in disheveled states with their clothing charred and torn. "Follow me," Niè Qiǎo Rén commanded, releasing Aoqi and sinking downwards. Chapter 80. Tianyi 8. We descended, and I lost track of how many meters we followed Niè Qiǎo Rén downward, sensing that this sea inhabited by Baifeng beasts seemed to have no bottom. The temperature rose steadily, becoming so intense that breathing became labored. Finally, Niè Qiǎo Rén halted, and at that moment, everyone's vision was suddenly illuminated. We arrived at a vast expanse of black stone beach, at the center of which lay a gigantic hollow. A swirling mass of scarlet flames floated above this void, exuding an otherworldly glow. At first glance, the shape of the flames resembled a woman reclining in slumber. The firelight danced in Niè Qiǎo Rén's crimson eyes as he gazed intently at this peculiar flame, declaring, "This is the mother of Baifeng fire. All Baifeng beasts are born from her." "Mother of fire?" Aoqi exclaimed. "Can fire give birth? And to so many?" Huamu appeared in this world even before the gods. Niè Qiǎo Rén remarked that it is the mother of all Baifeng beasts, as long as it does not extinguish. The Baifeng beasts will continuously emerge, never facing extinction. Huamu lacks consciousness and does not communicate with the outside world. It instinctively resists all who wish to extinguish it. One might perceive it as a mere tool, a tool that serves a singular purpose, the production of Baifeng beasts. Consequently, the Baifeng beasts themselves possess no wisdom. They are devoid of emotions, incapable of speech, and they wander in this inescapable realm, eternally famished. Wandering in hunger? I was puzzled. Legends say that Baifeng beasts feed on fire, yet the truth is they consume all living beings, thriving not on flames, but on prey that struggles within the fire, teetering on the brink of death while still alive. This is the dietary habit of the Baifeng beasts. They also possess the ability to transform, mimicking their prey after consumption, thereby facilitating their approach to other victims. As long as they do not injure themselves or are harmed by someone unaware of their true identity, they will not reveal their true nature. Niè Qiǎo Rén furrowed his brow. However, since being trapped at the end of Wū Chuān, the Baifeng beasts have endured an interminable hunger, yet endowed with robust physiques. They feel no pain and cannot perish from hunger. They merely await in their starvation. When the forces restraining them begin to weaken, the kingdom of Yúmén will no longer be the kingdom of Yúmén. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, the atmosphere stifling. "Do you recall?" He gazed at Niè Qiǎo Rén. "You were once among those Baifeng beasts." "Indeed, I was one of them," he replied calmly. Bai Xiao'er regarded him with a complex expression. "Lord Niè, you appear different from them." "Lord Niè, do you still address me as such?" He chuckled bitterly. "Once, I was akin to them, traversing this sea of flames, stumbling through the roars of my kind and the endless hunger. But one day, a person approached the fire, standing there for what felt like an eternity. I watched from below. Though obscured by mist, I knew that if I merely leaped, I could seize them and feast. Not long ago, a woman entered the fire, wielding 2 curved blades, slaying over 100 Baifeng beasts, yet she ultimately succumbed, devoured by my companions. I did not partake, and thus I felt true hunger. I longed to consume that person." He paused, then continued, however, as my murderous intent arose. A drop of water fell into the fire. It did not evaporate in the heat, but fell straight down. I looked up, and unexpectedly, the drop landed directly in my eye. I had never experienced such coldness. A sense of unease gripped my heart, as if a fissure had opened, causing both pain and sorrow. I refrained from attacking that person. Afterward, they never returned, yet I began to change day by day. I developed thoughts, the capacity to perceive joy and sorrow, and visions of a strange world began to manifest before me, a world unfamiliar, devoid of blood-red flames and ferocious roars, filled with flowers and grasses, mountains and rivers, and various people bustling amidst prosperity. Moreover, I began to harbor disdain and fear for my fellow beings. I yearned to escape this place, to flee far away. Finally, one day, I surfaced near the ocean's surface, where a bridge stood. We typically lived in the space beneath the bridge, unable to ascend to the heights above. Any attempt to approach the bridge would result in being forcefully pushed back with excruciating pain. Yet, I understood that only by breaking this limitation and stepping onto the bridge could I attain the life I desired. Thus, I ascended frantically, regardless of the immense force or the pain in my body. Ultimately, I found a narrow gap within that force and desperately squeezed through, but my wings became trapped outside. I was compelled to break them. Following that invisible gap, I climbed onto the bridge's surface. Standing on the bridge, my body transformed. The fiery red dissipated completely, leaving me a black creature, the remnants of my broken wings reduced to inconspicuous wounds. Initially overwhelmed with joy, I chose to walk forward, only to discover that the bridge's end descended again, plunging me back into the sea. Naturally, I could not return, so I turned back, walking endlessly until I crossed a stretch of white stone riverbank, ultimately plunging into a river. When I awoke, I was battered and aching, my head splitting, unable to recall a single detail of what had transpired. Having listened to his tale, I sighed. No wonder you have harbored such fear of the end of Wū Chuān. Living among such monsters, anyone would feel as you do. However, that drop of water that fell into your eye must have been that person's tear. Niè Qiǎo Rén replied. To this day, I do not know who that person was. Reflecting on it now, I can only conclude that they must have been someone whose sorrow was profound enough to lead to their demise. A.O. Chi, touching his lips, remarked, "A single tear can transform a monster. The one who shed that tear must also be a monster." I shot him a glance. It is said that in ancient times, a single tear from Niè Guó could bring deadwood back to life and restore desolate earth. Legends, he retorted, can Niè Guó truly be that powerful? A.O. Chi turned to Niè Qiǎo Rén. Now that we understand your past, that is not the crux of the matter. The essential question is, how do we extinguish Wū? I cannot allow these creatures, who so readily roast others, to remain in this world. Even if you were once one of them, my resolve will not waver. Bai Xiao'er pondered for a moment, then said, even if we extinguish Wū, it merely halts the emergence of new Baifeng beasts. Let's not forget, we still have a multitude above us. They may very well find their way here shortly. The immediate priority should be to confront them. Once Wū is extinguished, the Baifeng will cease to exist. Niè Qiǎo Rén pointed to himself. Our lives are intertwined with Wū. This was perhaps the most uplifting news I had heard today. Yet I suddenly realized a troubling question. Fixing my gaze on Niè Qiǎo Rén, I asked, if Wū is extinguished, all Baifeng beasts will vanish. What about you? Niè Qiǎo Rén smiled. I received a drop of someone else's tear, becoming an anomaly among the Baifeng beasts. Yet I am still of Wū's lineage. Thus, I too shall vanish. The crowd exchanged glances. Ko Zheng scratched the few remaining strands of hair on his head, had it not been for Lord Niè's assistance. Bai Xiao'er and I would likely have been burned alive, meeting an untimely end. Niè Qiǎo Rén did not respond to him. He took a few steps closer to Wū and declared, the fire of Baifeng cannot be extinguished by wind, nor can it be quenched by water. Only fire can combat fire. He turned to face us. If you can draw forth a source of fire more potent than Wū, everything may conclude. Should you fail to surpass Wū, it will reduce you to ashes at an alarming speed. There is no possibility of a stalemate in this battle. Either you or we must be eradicated. At that moment, an unusual disturbance resonated above us, mingled with the cacophony of monstrous cries. They have arrived. Niè Qiǎo Rén gazed upward. I have divulged the greatest secret of the Baifeng beasts. Whether you can devise a solution rests upon your fortune. I will hold them off for a time. You do not have much time left. Niè Qiǎo Rén. I suddenly grasped his arm. I felt that if I released my grip, he would never return. He looked at me, a serene smile appearing on his unremarkable face. From this day forth, The darkness shall hold no sway over me. It took Lu Er's body. You retrieve it for me, and our meeting shall not be in vain. I pressed my lips tightly together. What could holding on accomplish? Memories flooded back, most of which revolved around how he vexed me. Since we met, I had not shared even a cup of tea with him. I often claimed I would find a time for him to sit down and enjoy a cup of floating life, imagining the delight of seeing him suffer from bitter tea. Yet I never found the time. There would be no time left. He released my hand, suddenly patting my head like an elder and the head of the government. If the existence of the Baifeng beast threatens the very foundation of Yúmén, I cannot allow it. Upon uttering these words, he leapt into the air, swiftly vanishing into the crimson mist above us. I inhaled deeply, hastily suppressing all traces of sorrow, and pulled Ao Qi aside, inquiring, since we can only combat fire with fire, and given that the Donghai Dragon clan excels in both water and fire, it seems your Hailan Jinhua is our sole recourse. Ao Qi nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, whether it be the mother of fire or the mother of jellyfish. Mi Hailan Jinhua et even insing onmavon entities. This fire mother has birthed numerous man-eating monstrosities. Even if it does not pose an immediate threat to the safety of Yúmén Guó, I cannot afford to let it remain. Yet, a shadow of concern crossed my face. Are you afraid I might lose to it? Ao Qi furrowed his brow. I paused for a moment, then smiled. No, our esteemed Ao Qi never falters. Good, that is the proper attitude, he replied with a light-hearted grin, turning to Ko Zheng and the others. Step aside a bit. Ko Zheng looked at him skeptically. What are you planning to do? I was just discussing with Bai Jie how to use fire against the fire mother. What do you know about it, you blacksmith? Stay out of this. I know what to do. Ao Qi pushed him aside. We of the Ko clan deal with fire daily. Ko Zheng protested. With a chilling gaze, Ao Qi transformed, revealing his true form, a massive dragon head confronting Ko Zheng. Your meager fire skills are better suited for cooking. Despite Ko Zheng's worldly experience and robust demeanor, he was ultimately intimidated and sat down abruptly. Pointing at Ao Qi, his finger trembled. Why, you are a dragon? Although Bai Jie remained steady, her face turned as pale as her surname. I stepped forward, lifting Ko Zheng and pulling Bai Jie back a few paces, saying, what he is does not matter. What is crucial is that he may be the only one qualified to battle the Fire Mother. Ao Qi swam to face the Fire Mother, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, flames entwined in red and blue erupted from his mouth, charging towards her and enveloping her in moments. Ko Zheng and Bai Jie watched in stunned silence. My entire focus remained on the Fire Mother. At first, she was unmoving, but soon, as if in pain, she began to stir, her color intensifying to a deeper red. Eventually, she stood upright, her size increasing, a surge of red flames erupting from her, pushing back against the Hailan Jinhua's assault. Gradually, she began to reclaim ground. Seeing this, Ao Qi intensified his efforts. The flames of Hailan Jinhua doubled in strength, forcing the red flames back once more. Once the Fire Mother was fully surrounded by the Hailan Jinhua, not even 10 Fire Mothers could withstand its might. My heart raced with anxiety, yet I could not utter a word, nor could I cheer Ao Qi on. I must not distract him. Any miscalculation while wielding the Hailan Jinhua could lead to a backlash, injuring his internal organs. At best, he would suffer severe harm, and at worst, he could lose his life. However, Ao Qi appeared to be struggling. I noticed his Hailan Jinhua being pushed back once again. No matter how much energy he expended, it did not advance an inch. Conversely, the Fire Mother's hand drew nearer to his body. What should I do? What can I do? Am I to find a fire extinguisher and spray it at the Fire Mother? But there are no fire extinguishers here. This is dire. The flames on our side are dwindling. Bai Jie grasped Ko Zheng's arm, exclaiming urgently, think of a solution. Ko Zheng scratched his head in frustration. I am thinking. If the fire is small, adding fuel should suffice, but this is no ordinary stove. If the fire is small, adding fuel should suffice? A sudden realization struck me. How could I have overlooked such a simple solution? I leaped up, decisively landing amidst the Hailan Jinhua he had unleashed, floating within, closing my eyes and holding my breath. Soon, a flicker of green light emanated from my body. The Hailan Jinhua is not an ordinary flame. It possesses no temperature, yet has the power to dismantle malevolent entities from within. If applied to a regular person, it would scarcely singe a hair. But to evil beings, it is a lethal curse. The Fire Mother, being immensely powerful, would not be vanquished unless the flames of Hailan Zhanhua were intensified. Though I lack proficiency with fire, I am a tree. What could better fuel the flames than my very essence? Should this approach succeed, my true essence combined with the Hailan Zhanhua could create a formidable force. I had no time to ponder further. Although Yúmén Guó does not pertain greatly to me, it harbors many ordinary people who lead humble lives, defenseless, and perhaps even timid enough to avoid killing a chicken. I am far more capable than they. Thus, let those who are formidable undertake this perilous task. Get away. I heard Ao Chi's voice, strained, forcing itself through clenched teeth. Do not lose focus. If you falter now, I will seek a divorce. I replied calmly, eyes still shut. Ao Chi was surely furious, yet I knew he would not act against my wishes. I heard Ko Zheng gasp in astonishment. The fire is growing. With each pulse of my true essence, the flames of Hailan Zhanhua swelled. At that moment, I floated within the intertwining red and blue flames. My life, transforming into flickers of green light, gradually merging into the fire. Behind me stood my most beloved and trusted husband, and we both fought with fervor. The Fire Mother's form ceased to expand. The Hailan Zhanhua had enveloped much of her body, yet we found ourselves in a stalemate. She could not repel us, nor could we advance to consume her entirely. Unfortunately, we were at a disadvantage. I began to feel dizzy, the emptiness within me becoming increasingly pronounced. This cannot be. If I perish here, not even a soul would attend my memorial service. No one knows of my presence here, and even if they did, they would not be able to enter. Ah, how I wish Jiu were here. No, what could he possibly do? Drink with the Fire Mother until she is intoxicated? Why am I suddenly missing him? Or would it be feasible to summon Ling Shang now? A single strike could eliminate this monster, and, with Zhao Gongzi by my side, I would be safe from harm, impervious to any creature, including the Baifeng beast. I truly miss those fellows, yet none of them are here now. My thoughts became increasingly scattered. I did not know how long I could serve as fuel, but I could not cease. Suddenly, a hand rested on my left shoulder, followed by another on my right, a warm power flowing into my body like a stream, awakening me considerably. Upon opening my eyes, I found Ko Zheng on my left and Bai Jie on my right. I see you are sacrificing your life, Bai Jie frowned, but I fear you may not have enough. Allow me to add some fuel. I am old. I know not how much life remains within me. But make do with what you can, Ko Zheng gritted his teeth. These two were channeling their vital energy into me. I could not discern the difference in strength between a mortal's vital energy and a demon's true essence, but in that moment, I felt no distinction. I gratefully accepted their goodwill. If this were to fail, at least we would perish together. The area engulfed by the Hailan Zhanhua expanded further, now reaching the Fire Mother's heart. The colossal figure of flames began to emit a wretched, inhuman scream. From above came the fierce roars and sounds of battle. I envisioned Niè Qiǎo Rén standing resolutely against many foes. Everyone was engaged in combat. We were so close, my breaths quickened. No matter how valiant Niè Qiǎo Rén is, she cannot withstand so many enemies. If we fail to vanquish the Fire Mother before the Baifeng beast arrives, my family, the Zhang family, and the unknown will be left orphaned. In this critical moment, a force that did not belong to any of us surged forth. I turned to see Ko Zheng, now accompanied by another figure, cloaked in black, their hand resting on Ko Zheng's back. That scoundrel, Tian Yiho. Where did he emerge from? Do not speak unnecessarily. Focus your thoughts, he said coldly. I could only look back, momentarily shrouding all distractions. At this moment, 5 lives intertwined, and the azure, true fire surged with a resounding roar, amplifying several times, resembling a colossal fire dragon that devoured the Fire Mother whole, forming an immense fireball. A force surged within the fireball, rampaging and accompanied by eerie cries, struggling in its death throes. Suddenly, 2 brilliant beams of red and blue light shot forth from the fireball, followed by a thunderous explosion as the fireball erupted. scattering countless crimson fragments enveloped in flames into the sky, resembling the cataclysmic explosion of a planet before our very eyes. In that instant, my sole sensation was an overwhelming beauty, yet my eyes felt as if they might be blinded. I could no longer rise. My body succumbed to its own will, plummeting downwards. The final scene I witnessed was flowers blooming above me, large blossoms in shades of red and black, chaotically overlapping, transforming from flowers to the visage of Niè Qiǎo Rén. Chapter 81. Tianyi, 9. Surely, I'm not truly blind? Why is there only a blinding white expanse before me? Wait, what is that black dot flying by? Does it have wings? Is it an eagle or some other bird? Although the light was intense, it no longer pierced my eyes as it had before. A few clouds drifted lazily, morphing shapes in the wind. I blinked. I was not blind. The white expanse was the sky. My body felt remarkably light. Even the air I breathed seemed unusually pure. Lying back and gazing at the heavens brought an inexplicable sense of contentment. However, this tranquility lasted but a few seconds. Coming to my senses, I abruptly sat up. Electricity coursing through my spine. Where's the fire mother? I recalled the tremendous explosion. Had that creature been transformed into mere fireworks? Only disordered images remained before me. My heart racing. After a struggle, my scattered thoughts coalesced. I looked around and saw Ao Ji lying behind me in an ungainly sprawl, Ko Zheng reclining to my right, one arm draped over by Xiaojia's waist. Beneath us lay soft, loamy earth, adorned with tender green grass and scattered wildflowers of various hues. I turned back, staring blankly ahead, instinctively retracting my legs, causing a few small stones at my feet to rattle and tumble down without a sound. I found myself atop a mountain. The sky bore clouds, and before me, more clouds floated like unfolded silk garments, gossamer thin and drifting languidly. I heard Ao Ji let out a resounding sneeze. He opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, his previously reddened lips slightly reduced in hue, and, as if awakening from a dream, he exclaimed, "What in the world is this place? Who am I? Where's my watermelon?" Upon recognizing my face, he heaved a sigh of relief and then glared at me fiercely, pulling me into an embrace and pounding my back like a petulant child. "You can't die and leave me as the culprit. You mad woman. A truly mad woman. Ouch." I grimaced in pain. He quickly withdrew his hands, continuing to glare at me while inspecting my face, turning it this way and that. "What is wrong? Are your parts intact? Did you suffer any burns?" I brushed his hand away. Still in factory condition, no damage, just a slight depletion of energy. I observed his somewhat pallid visage. "How about you? Is your motherboard all right? Just like you, low on energy." Ao Ji inhaled deeply. "It's fine. A recharge will suffice." The absurdity of our conversation was amusing, but moments ago, we had truly risked our lives. Our dialogue felt peculiar. As we gazed into each other's eyes, he suddenly chuckled, draping his arm around my neck, our foreheads touching, words unnecessary. Thankfully, we had both survived. Movement caught my attention as by Xiaojia, now awake, shoved Ko Zheng's arm away and kicked him, scowling. "You old fool, taking advantage of me." Ko Zheng grumbled, shifting his body, muttering, "My back is so soft. Resting my arm here feels delightful." Another kick followed. My heart finally began to ease. Rising, I approached the edge and peered down. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast, empty basin, appearing enormous even from this height, with no bottom in sight, just a pinpoint-sized dark spot in the center. My gaze traced the basin's perimeter, where a ribbon-like river wound its way through the mountains, flowing toward the direction of the Four Fangs. This was the highest peak in Yúmén Guó. Voices reached my ears. I was startled, suddenly recalling that I seemed to have overlooked someone. Scanning the area, I saw no one besides the four of us, but upon turning back, I noticed a figure standing before us, back turned, perilously close to the edge of the precipice. A black robe billowing in the wind. From now on, the strange fire would merely become a topic of gossip among the people of Yúmén Guó. He gazed down, everything remaining behind. I truly wished to kick him off the cliff, but restrained myself. "Who are you?" I knew this question was cliché, yet I had to ask it. This person, who wielded such power in Yúmén Guó, could toy with both Aoj and me. If I remained ignorant of his true identity, I would not find peace in death. I heard him emit a soft laugh. The Lord of Dongjiu, the officials of Shijiu, and the Tianyi Marquis sit alone in the south. The four fangs built together on Wū Chuān. One cannot know the dangers without leaping through the Dragon Gate. He spoke slowly. The Lord remains, the Marquis remains, yet the officials can never return. A pang struck my heart. If the Fire Mother had perished, then Niè Qiǎo Rén would truly never return. The sea of flames had dissipated, and the Bai Fong was extinct. He gazed at the empty basin below, and after a moment of silence, he removed his gloves, lifted his hat, and unfastened his robe, allowing the cloud-like black garment to fall to the ground. He turned, smiling. "Thank you." Such a sincere smile. Yet, my heart plummeted as if I had fallen from a sheer cliff, only to rebound, nearly escaping my body. Aoj merely frowned, but I distinctly heard him draw in a sharp breath. Pang Sanjin stood before me, fists clenched. He wore the same white garb and possessed the same gaunt figure that seemed to be swept away by the wind, with delicate brows and a gentle smile. All memories of Pang Sanjin surged chaotically in my mind. Ko Zheng stared in disbelief, pointing, "Isn't that the errand boy from your home? Cooking is one of my hobbies." He smiled at Ko Zheng. My mouth hung open, all words caught in my throat, unable to escape. The ethereal Tianyi Marquis, whose nature was veiled in ambiguity, and Pang Sanjin, the one who cooked and cared for children, I found it impossible to reconcile the two. This conundrum was far too difficult for me. He looked at me and gently said, "Since the proprietress is at a loss for words, let me speak." I gazed into those familiar eyes, my mind echoing with memories of the proprietress saying, "It's time for dinner. I made lotus leaf ribs. Come try my new clothes made of glue." That was my Pang Sanjin. You sought a national decree, did you not? He glanced at Ko Zheng and Bai Xiaojia, smiling as he pointed to his head. The true national decree resides here. Everything else is but a counterfeit. Bai Xiaojia bit her lip, stating, "You promised that once we crossed the bridge, you would grant us the national decree. Now that we have crossed, you must fulfill your promise." He chuckled. "It is indeed lonely to guard this national decree alone." Ko Zheng exclaimed, "What is the origin of Yúmén Guó? In this present age, humanity is born of Niè. He turned his gaze toward the distance, but they were not the first humans in this world. Not the first? Bai Xiaojia was taken aback. What did he mean? Could there have been another generation prior? In the dawn of creation, Niè, alongside the deities, cleaved mountains and opened rivers, vanquished demons and beasts, cleared the miasma, and from the earth, rich with the essence of countless beings, fashioned humanity and imparted skills for survival in this world. Humanity did not betray the divine benevolence. They are astute, capable of drawing inferences and integrating knowledge. In a short span, they established their own realm upon this earth, a civilization as splendid as that of the later Tang dynasty. He sighed, yet eventually humanity provoked the wrath of the gods. The human heart, akin to poison, overflowed with greed, colluding with malevolent forces, thereby corrupting the purity of heaven and earth, neglecting virtuous deeds and the grace of the divine. Thus, the gods decreed judgment upon humanity, originally intending to unleash celestial thunder and earthly fire to annihilate the world. However, Niè, filled with compassion, suggested an alternative, to confine the populace to the lair of the Bifong within the dragon domain, allowing them to survive or perish on their own. The Bifong lair? Aoj furrowed his brow, questioning why the Bifong lair would be located in the dragon domain. The dragon clan and the gods emerged simultaneously in this world, one from the waters, the other from the earth, each governing their own realms without interference, yet occasionally offering mutual support. Before the arrival of dragons and gods, this land was infested with demonic beasts and miasma, including the Bifong beast, which, despite its fiery nature, preferred to dwell near water. When the dragon clan sought to claim the oceans for themselves, they faced the Bifong beasts, who occupied the majority of the seas. Thus commenced the dragon clan's first battle, ultimately resulting in a devastating defeat for the Bifong, forcing them to retreat to a massive island in the sea, which was as expansive as the mainland and replete with rivers and mountains. The dragons aimed to eradicate them entirely, yet could not breach the fiery mother's defenses. The battle was fiercely contested, with one side relentlessly pursuing while the other fought back in desperation, resulting in no decisive victor. Countless dragons perished, and the fiery mother of the Bifong was gravely wounded. In their desperation, the dragons sought assistance from the gods, and Niè Guó sent celestial garments to the island, establishing a barrier to prevent further bloodshed. On the day the barrier was formed, the Bifong were eternally barred from leaving, while the dragons were also forbidden from entering. The wounded fiery mother left the Bifong without their source of support, plunging them into a state of dormancy. Henceforth, the dragon domain became a prison. Yet peace reigned from that point onward. He glanced back at Ao Chi with a smile, remarking that at that time, your ancestors were not yet formidable. Nevertheless, today you have restored some honor for them. He paused, speaking with deeper significance. Yet you, as a member of the dragon clan, have traversed the barrier, which is indeed extraordinary. Ao Chi, slightly embarrassed, scrutinized Pang Sanjin. Did you say Niè Guó sent celestial garments to construct the barrier? We're celestial garments. He pointed to himself with a smile. I am that very thing. I murmured, celestial garments, ho. At that moment, a flash appeared before me, and 4 enormous black wings unfurled behind Pang Sanjin. With a gentle push against the ground, he levitated effortlessly into the air. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Celestial garments, of unknown origin, human in form, possessing 4 wings, sheltered by Niè Guó, adept at constructing barriers, with none who can escape. He descended back to the ground, his wings shimmering with an unusual light. The world was in dire straits then. Many of my companions were taken by the gods to imprison demonic beasts, to contain the chaos of the wilderness, and to seal away diseases, everything that posed a threat to this world, yet could not be entirely eradicated, was entrusted to us for confinement. The celestial garment barrier permitted entry but not exit, binding souls as locks, ensuring eternal life and existence. Pondering his words, I felt a weight in my heart. Do you mean that the barrier here is the essence of your celestial garment? As long as you live, everything contained here can never escape? The proprietress is always so perceptive. He smiled, asserting that there is no lock more reliable or secure than himself. I have come here to guard the slumbering Bifong beasts. To be honest, this place is far too desolate and tedious compared to my days with Niè Guó. Yet, what can be done? I am a celestial garment. My purpose is to confine others, and in doing so, I have confined myself. This is my destiny. As for the outside world, I can only linger at the edge of the barrier, listening to passing dragons or other beings speak of it. They say a creature called humanity has emerged, remarkably intelligent, constructing homes and roads, weaving cloth, farming, and creating intricate artifacts. At times, I would ask those who often visited for interesting items to pass the time. They brought me food, books, swords, and various clay animals and dishes. Through these items, I glimpsed the outside world and realized that besides the gods, humans are indeed quite impressive. As he spoke, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed. I once thought how delightful it would be to be among humans. What fascinating days those would be. Yet, I never anticipated that my wish would come true. One day, the weather was foul and heavy rain fell. Upon awakening, I was startled to find an array of strange creatures gathered here, resembling me somewhat, yet lacking wings. Men, women, and children crowded together, all wearing expressions of fear. Alongside them were numerous cattle, sheep, pigs, and horses, creatures I had seen in the illustrations they had brought me. I concealed my form, for I was even more terrified than they. Could these be humans? And what then were those monstrous beings? At that moment, I heard someone calling my name from outside. Approaching the edge of the barrier, I beheld Long Wang, Niè Guó, and another deity whose name eludes me. I inquired about the nature of these beings. Niè Guó replied, they are humans, all the people of the world. I was utterly astonished. The other deities stated that they are sinners abandoned by the gods, recounting their transgressions, and concluded that Niè Guó, in her mercy, could not bear to execute them, thus confining them here and bestowing upon them livestock and grains. Upon hearing this, Xiaojia could not contain herself, exclaiming, confined? They are aware of the presence of Bifong beasts here. Once the fiery mother recovers, and the Bifong awaken, how can they escape death? Bestowing upon them grains and livestock seems utterly redundant. The sensation of personally committing murder is hardly pleasant. He chuckled, remarking that if the gods have decreed it, then it must be so. I returned to my solitude, hiding in the shadows as I observed the faces of these frightened individuals. Those children were so small. How could they conspire with malevolent forces? The elderly staggered about. How could they show disrespect to the gods? Yet the gods had indeed forsaken them. I knew not how long it would be before the Bifong awakened. All I understood was that those who brought them here had no intention of allowing them to survive. They merely wished to avoid blood on their own hands. What have you done? I gazed into his eyes. They should not have survived. They were oblivious to their surroundings, initially panicking and wandering aimlessly. Some inadvertently stumbled upon the entrance to the barrier, the very site where the boundary stone of Yúmén Kingdom would later stand, only to discover they could not take another step beyond. As for those who did not reach the entrance, no matter which direction they ventured, they could not escape the island. My life suddenly became far from mundane. Merely observing what these people did daily was sufficient to occupy my time. They had yet to realize the presence of the Bifong, who lay dormant in a dark cave at the foot of a nearby mountain, utterly still. I was uncertain when they would awaken. If they did, I could only watch them seek sustenance. He settled down, resembling a great bird resting on the ground. As the humans recognized their inability to leave, a portion of them grew calm, utilizing local resources to kindle fires, sharpening stones into weapons, clearing land for cultivation, gradually transforming the landscape. What I recount to you may seem but a few brief words, yet in reality, this gradual change spanned centuries. I witnessed houses springing forth from the once overgrown land, fields yielding various edible crops, and livestock frolicking within enclosures. Most importantly, the population thrived. The initial panic had dissipated, and those who once appeared so easily vanquished, despite their brief lifespans of less than a century, continued to propagate through generations. I folded my wings and donned the fabric they had woven, blending among them, assisting in herding horses and sheep, aiding in the construction of houses and roads, and even joining them in brewing wine and harvesting crops. Then we would gather around a bonfire, dancing in circles like madmen. The children called me Wūming Shu, for I claimed I had no name. They would share their sugar cubes and present me with the fish they had just caught. As time passed, I nearly forgot that I was a being with wings distinct from them. He paused, sifting through the memories that had accumulated in his mind for so long. What perplexed me was that this group of humans, intelligent, diligent, and kind-hearted, despite some having tempers, seemed irreconcilable with being cast aside by the divine. Had they truly been condemned here for some unforgivable sin? However, regardless of whether I could comprehend it, after millennia had passed, the wounds of Bifong Fire Mother had mostly healed. Did you manage to confine those monsters at the end of Wū Chuān before they awoke? Ouchi gazed at his silhouette, somewhat incredulous. As this was no small feat, I could not overpower the Bifong beasts, although they could not harm me either. He confessed that the first batch of humans created by the gods had been imprisoned here as sinners, though it was a suspended sentence. It was assumed they would not survive. I am not a deity. I cannot govern the thoughts of the divine. I merely wish to prevent the world they had just built from being obliterated. If this place were to transform into a sea of flames, would my existence not revert to what it once was? Associating with Bifong beasts could never compare to the joys of living among humans. Thus, I risked half my life to construct a barrier within the barrier, sealing the Bifong beasts at the end of Wū Chuān, so that even when they awaken, they cannot harm people. Are you not afraid the gods will seek retribution against you? I raised an eyebrow. If they were displeased, they could extinguish the world. Do you dare to provoke them? I am afraid, he chuckled. Although my barrier is robust, and if I do not wish it, the gods cannot enter. Yet, I remain concerned, for they are so powerful and exalted. I even concocted various amusing excuses for how I would handle them if they sought to trouble me. However, centuries passed, then millennia, and I awaited not a single deity to settle the score with me. Later, I learned that momentous events had transpired outside. Niè was gone. along with those gods who followed her. New deities had taken over the world, and humanity had evolved anew. The world I had confined gradually faded from the annals of history. Yet, the Dragon Clan still remembered this place, aware that it held a group of sinners. But time had elapsed too long, and those who truly knew the truth had departed one by one. The descendants of dragons regarded this place as a prison forbidden to their kind, and I knew not which generation of Dragon Kings had dubbed it Yúmén Kingdom. I overheard those outsiders say that the Dragon Kings likened humans to fish and gods to dragons. As fish, they should not harbor thoughts of becoming dragons. Eventually, they began to send what they deemed highly dangerous sinners to this place, stating that since the sinners here were still alive, they should appoint a ruler, all being sinners, to see who could subdue whom. In truth, I longed to invite them in to live for a while. I wished to convey that the people here were not as they imagined, nor was this a hell accumulated with evil. Yet, they could not enter, and I had no intention of expending breath to explain. If they desired to appoint a ruler to govern evil with evil, so be it. Thus, you became the caretaker of successive rulers. I recalled the scene from the first day he came to fetch me. Your identity is indeed multifaceted. Only when one personally witnesses the birth and proliferation of a kingdom can one comprehend the marvel it entails. Thousands of years passed, transforming the desolate island into Seafong, where people live and thrive. The only constant is that long river, for it is unfathomable, appearing black in hue, hence its name, Wū Chuān. He chuckled. Apart from being the servant of the ruler, I have also served as a street vendor, a sedan bearer, a shopkeeper, and an exorcist. I still frequently have my companions from outside send me items related to the outside world. Aside from food and necessities, the most numerous are books. Books are treasures, chronicling a wealth of useful knowledge. I gathered these tomes and placed them in the kingdom for the common folk to peruse. Throughout history, although Yúmén Kingdom remained isolated from the outside world, much had not been lost. Gradually, Yúmén Kingdom established its own systems, formed a government, and later, with the emergence of a ruler, a palace for the ruler was built. I became thoroughly familiar with all matters of Yúmén Kingdom, and thus constructed a Chéng Marquis residence to oversee the trifles of civilian life. It all sounds splendid. I stepped closer to him, pointing at the ever-flowing Wū Chuān beneath our feet. Yet the number of deceased Bifong beasts was increasing. He stated calmly that the barrier at the end of Wū Chuān was weakening day by day. The initial construction had already cost me dearly. Millennia have passed, and I have aged. I am Tianni, not a phoenix. I had once contemplated ending my life, dissipating the barrier of Yúmén Kingdom, allowing the populace to distance themselves from this place, for the original gods were no longer present. Yet, I overlooked one matter. When my life concludes, both barriers would vanish simultaneously, and the famished Bifong beasts would naturally surge forth, while the people of the kingdom, even without the barrier's obstruction, how far could they flee on their own? They could not escape the fate of their homeland turning to ash, leaving no corpses behind. Have you entertained thoughts of slaughter? Chéng furrowed his brows. To slay the Bifong beasts? I have stated that I am no match for the Bifong beasts. He replied nonchalantly, thus I can only place my hopes upon you, upon the people within Yúmén Kingdom, upon the sinners from outside who dare to offend the Dragon Clan. In my capacity as Chéng Marquis, I established the so-called Sanfu examination. You wish to use this to select the elite of the kingdom, to eliminate the Bifong beasts through such means? I gazed at him, yet you are well aware that these are the very beings who once matched the Dragon Clan in combat. For an ordinary person to confront them is merely a death sentence. I have indeed entertained thoughts of slaughter, but the ones I wish to slay are not the Bifong beasts. He remained motionless, staring at the Wū Chuān beneath our feet. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The Sanfu examination commenced hundreds of years ago, and it was around that time that the barrier at the end of Wū Chuān was nearing its breaking point against the Bifong beasts. Thus, I required external assistance. He spoke calmly, promising high positions and wealth, a meteoric rise to power, and later disseminating rumors of dragon bone edicts and state documents, coupled with the temptation that those who leap over the Dragon's Gate become divine dragons, all to attract individuals with various motives. I assessed not merely their abilities, but also their humanity. those who ultimately entered the Jiqiao Pavilion, as well as the rulers who took the wrong path. Their lives were of no use. It was better for their souls to remain on the shore, fortifying my barrier. I expressed my astonishment. You used the souls of the deceased to strengthen the barrier at the end of Wū Chuān, that shore? It is also a stopgap measure, but I can only persist. He smiled. You may well say, I'm a heartless beast. Before I arrived here, the Sanfu examination had indeed been suspended for many years. I furrowed my brow. Why? Because, in the recent century, even this method has become less effective. The fury of the Bifong beast has begun to encroach outward. He sighed. I have prepared for the moment when human kingdom turns to dust. This world that has accompanied me for millennia, I can accompany it only to this point. I remained silent for a long while. If I had not come to human kingdom, if this year's candidates were all like Xie Tianguizi, I have sought the gods, though I know not which deity to beseech. He turned to look at me, smiling. I implored, saying that if I cannot preserve this place, then grant me a person who can ensure its survival. I do not know if the gods heard me. Regardless, not long after, I received a notification from the Dragon Clan, stating that a new ruler was about to arrive. You are observing me from the nearest place. I glared at him. It is observation, not surveillance. He corrected me. I discovered that you are indeed different from the previous rulers. Though you cherish wealth above all, you have never acted on any unsavory desires. Despite my continuous uncertainty regarding the means to ultimately vanquish the Bai Fong Huamu, I am acutely aware that the one who undertakes this endeavor must possess a willing heart. Countless times during the San Fu Hui Cao, I have yearned for someone to choose the path on the right. Even if we ultimately fail to defeat the Bai Fong Huamu, at least we would not meet a woeful demise. Suddenly, I recalled an individual and inquired, did you not mention that there was once someone who opted for the right path? He appeared taken aback, his gaze abruptly descending into despondency. Mu Dan was the former sovereign of the realm. His expression gradually softened as he recounted that prior to her arrival here, she engaged in the noble pursuits of slaying dragons and vanquishing serpents. She relished her meals, possessed immense strength capable of snapping a steel blade with her bare hands, and had a penchant for humor, often regaling me with countless jokes that left me unmoved while she rolled on the ground in laughter. She bore resemblance to you, unable to tolerate acts of murder and bullying the weak, frequently engaging in brawls. Upon her return, I would apply ointment to her wounds. She adored my cooking, perpetually seeming to desire more. A long-buried sorrow began to surface in his eyes, as the memories of that day mirrored your own experiences. The only distinction being that she never encountered anyone willing to choose the right path alongside her. As she approached the bridge, I contemplated stopping her, yet ultimately, I failed to do so. I had never inquired about what she had done before arriving in Yúmén Guó. I only knew that I could not hold her back. She expressed her affection for this place, akin to her fondness for me, asserting that she could never commit harm against it. I watched helplessly as she was encircled by the Baifong beasts, the curved blade in her hand gleaming with a radiant light. I could do nothing, rationally advising myself that the shore was already feeble, and I must conserve my last vestiges of strength, enduring as long as possible. The crowd listened, their expressions grave, remaining silent. After Mu Dan's departure, I suddenly realized that I lacked even a single friend with whom I could voice my profound anguish. My lifespan was excessively long, while those around me were fleetingly short. As time progressed, I found myself increasingly averse to socializing. That day, I walked alone to the edge of the sea of flames, squatting near the Baifong beasts, contemplating whether to let them drag me down to be consumed. Yet I am Tion. Anything imprisoned by me cannot harm me. How tragic it is that aside from ending my own life, no one could do me any harm. Yet my reason still tugged at me, urging me not to succumb to death. Lost in thought, I, who had never shed a tear, found a single drop escaping my eye. He chuckled and shook his head, astonished that my tear fell into the eye of a Baifong beast, transforming the creature in the process. I was oblivious to how it had breached my barriers and infiltrated the sea Fong in the guise of Niè Qiǎo Rén. I indeed intended to investigate the backgrounds of many in Yúmén Guó, and I was aware of Niè Qiǎo Rén's dubious origins. Yet I never anticipated him to be a Baifong beast, for he bore none of its scent. had he not revealed his true nature amidst the flames. I would have remained ignorant of the extraordinary efficacy of my single tear. Had I known, I would have wept daily at the sea of flames. I was uncertain whether to laugh or cry now, whether to chastise this man or express my gratitude. Following Mu Dan's departure, white peonies inexplicably blossomed in Wū Chuān. We once shared meals at the same table. Now, with her absence, I found myself unable to eat. She often remarked that she would be the first to sample every dish I prepared. Even my name was bestowed by her, as she claimed I was too thin and needed to gain 3 jin daily to suffice. He gazed at me with amusement, acknowledging that such words were indeed humorous. Do not share this with others. He was the enigmatic Tian Iho, the jovial figure tending to the sovereign's needs, yet throughout the years, he had not one soul to confide in regarding his sorrows. He bore the weight of a nation's fate, yet could not save a woman he cherished. His actions had led many to their demise, yet he obstinately awaited a flicker of hope amidst the relentless despair. Is this all there is? I inhaled deeply, gazing at his smiling face, as if he were still the same fat Sanjin who called me to meals daily. If it were not for Niè Qiǎo Rén's knowledge of how to contend with the Baifeng beasts, and if any one of us made a misstep, I would remain hidden, watching as you all turned to ashes at the hands of the Baifeng beasts. I would conserve my strength, waiting for the next potential victor against the beasts until I could bear it no longer. He earnestly declared, until the final moment. Your timing of arrival is indeed precise. Aoj glared at him fiercely, asserting, even if you do not emerge in the end, the 4 of us can still handle the Huamu. He chuckled. I have stated that I am quite rational. Without certainty of victory, I shall not engage. I suddenly posed a question that had lingered in my mind. What? Given that Yúmén Guó has been sealed for millennia, where do the myriad of demons wreaking havoc within originate? I recalled various occurrences during my time in Yúmén Guó, particularly those creatures that should have long been extinct. He replied, the former incarnation of Yúmén Guó was a vast, isolated island, abundant with mountains, rivers, flora, and even diverse mineral resources. Long before the Baifeng beasts retreated to the island, various demons roamed freely. After I sealed them, they cannot escape. Over time, this led to certain complications. Moreover, Yúmén Guó is a real place, naturally endowed with spiritual energy. It is not surprising that demons would emerge over such an extensive period. Is it you who sealed the demon and which should have been extinct in ancient times within Hanming Dong? He shook his head. The ice pillars in Hanming Dong have always been there. It was not my doing. I exchanged glances with Aoj. If it was not sealed by him, then who was? Very well. He rose, glancing towards the direction of Sifong, smiling. You have crossed the Long Men and may now depart. By Xiaojia, smiled Riley. There is no Long Men, only a gate to the underworld. I turned to Aoj. See, I told you the so-called code of law you possess is untrustworthy. They claimed one could exit after a year. Those who drafted this code should be dragged out and reprimanded, for they evidently lacked understanding of what Yúmén Guó truly is, mistaking it for your dragon palace's backyard, thinking one could enter and exit at will. Aoj retorted awkwardly. That absurd code was not authored by me. I then addressed Fat Sanjin, you two. Since you have tacitly allowed the Dragon Clan to treat this place as their prison, why did you not correct their errors? I remarked that they would cease sending sovereigns here. He chuckled. The sovereigns sent here over the years have all perished. Do you think they are unaware? Yet they still did not amend any code nor halt this punishment, revealing their true desire to keep the sovereign confined. The so-called code merely serves as a facade for others, showcasing their magnanimity. They cannot openly declare, I am sending you to your death. Upon hearing this, Aoj's expression darkened considerably. I sensed his thoughts. Grasping his hand, I smiled. Do not be angered. It is not without reason. I'll see him minus silence. I do not know what you did to offend the Dragon Clan, leading to your confinement here, but I sincerely thank those who sent you here. Fat Sanjin approached me. Adopting the tone he once used to caution me about catching a chill, be cautious after you leave. Those who went to great lengths to bring you here will likely not relent easily. I nodded. Subsequently, he approached Ko Zheng and by Xiaojia, bowing sincerely. Thank you. After speaking, he bent down to pick up a sharp stone from the ground, playfully asking Ko Zheng, "Mr. Ko, you excel in weapon forging. I wonder if you have the skill to forge this stone into a weapon?" Ko Zheng hesitated. "Stone? My family has always used gold, silver, copper, and iron as materials for forging." He smiled. "In this regard, you cannot surpass me." Before he finished speaking, he waved his finger, and a flash of white light surged forth, transforming the stone into a stone arrow that soared into the sky. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped my heart. Before anyone could react, he suddenly unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. The stone arrow he had launched unexpectedly reversed course mid-flight, piercing through his heart with a brilliant flash before landing with a clang on the ground, reverting to its original stone form. "Fat Sanjin!" I exclaimed in astonishment. He hovered in midair, clutching his heart, gazing down at me and Ao Qi with a smile. "I always yearned for a life alongside Mudan. Yet I ended up sharing my days with you both. Over the years, aside from cooking, I have dabbled in poetry and music, as well as embroidery and tailoring. Truly, it was merely my solitude that drove me to these pursuits. I am grateful to your family for imparting meaning to my loneliness. Do not inform Jiang Hu Wei that I have passed, especially not Wei Ji. That little girl would grieve as deeply as any cat." His breath quickened, and his form began to fade. "Madam Boss, may I inquire why the ancestors of Yúmén Guó were imprisoned? If you have the chance, please seek the answer for me, for the weight of the sinner's name is too heavy to bear. Even the business I conducted with you shall yield its reward only in dreams." "Come down," I shouted in anger. "If I do not vanish, how shall you exit Yúmén Guó?" He closed his eyes in relief, weary after so many years. The interplay of black and white light intertwined, emanating from his heart, enveloping his entire being like silk. Soon, a soft thud echoed, and his figure vanished from the sky, leaving behind a cascade of black feathers that gently descended and dissipated into wisps of azure, smoke upon touching the ground. At that moment, an imperceptible beam of light swept across the expanse of Yúmén Guó, only to vanish without a trace. An unusual tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Millennia of steadfastness. The shifting of various roles, Tian Ho, Fat Sanjin, that person who was both distant and near, could finally rest. Heaven knows, earth knows, spring gives way to autumn, and the winds rise and clouds gather as you live and I breathe. This must be his epitaph, the narrative of his life and his conclusion. If he has departed to another world, may it be adorned with a peony blossom, capable of eating, sleeping, running, jumping, and sharing laughter. I leaned against Ao Qi, my eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 82. Tian E. 10. I entrust her to you. In the bustling courtyard, Ko Zheng stood at a distance, casting a glance at Qing Tong, who was playfully engaged with Jiang Hu Wei atop the back of a dang. "What about you?" I inquired. "The monarch has departed. Lord Niè is gone, and Tian Ho has vanished as well. It is best for me to remain here," he replied earnestly. "I shall also stay for the time being. After all, the citizens are unaware of the significant upheaval that has transpired in their midst. Furthermore, with the barrier now lifted, we must find a way to gradually inform the populace. Whether to depart or remain depends on each individual's choice," Bai Xiaojie remarked. "Moreover, Yúmén Guó is no longer a prison. The Dragon Clan will inevitably learn of this, and someone must address them. Once the dust settles, I shall seek out what I desire in your world. Until then, let us hope for a serendipitous reunion." "Very well. My home is in Wū Chuān, where I operate a shop named Buting. It is easy to find. Many Yukai are aware of it." "Yukai?" She scrutinized me from head to toe. "Who exactly are you?" I shrugged. "When you see me next, I shall invite you for tea and share my story." Bai Xiaojie pondered for a moment, but chose not to press further, merely nodding in agreement. Ao Qi approached, carrying a simple bundle, stating, "Let us depart." A dang flicked his tail, expanding in size. We leapt onto a dang's back, and Ao Qi patted him gently. "Wait a moment," I suddenly called out, jumping down and racing into the kitchen. When I emerged, I held a white apron in my hands. Fat Sanjin always wore this apron while bustling in the kitchen. I wished to take it back. Perhaps I could use it when I cooked in the future. Ao Qi noticed the item in my possession, but said nothing, only asking, "Are you ready?" I surveyed the place I had called home for the better part of a year, smiled, and addressed by Xiaojia and the others. It seems there will be no monarch to come by anymore. When you have the time, do visit this place and help with the cleaning. Rest assured, I have quite taken a liking to your residence. Although my home is not in Dongfang, I would not mind having a villa here. Bai Xiaojia replied with a smile. I can indeed rest easy. A Deng ascended higher, and my Bu Ting grew distant. Ko Zheng and Bai Xiaojia waved farewell as everything gradually faded into the thickening mist. I did not bid farewell to Madame Tang or Taoist Mu. Fearing that Taoist Mu might cling to me, reluctant to let go, and that Madame Tang would bombard me with questions. I had intruded upon their lives unexpectedly. Let my departure be just as sudden, with no regrets, and may we each find peace. Mom, are we really going home? Wei Ji asked joyfully, embracing me. I kissed her forehead, replying, yes, we are going home. The two little ones clapped their hands in delight. You are the Madam Boss, and you are Lord Ao. Qing Tong echoed our names from behind, while the Xian Long brothers perched on her shoulder, chiming in, exactly, you haven't mistaken. She beamed at them. Then who are you? I shook my head and smiled. It was finally time to return home. A Deng glided steadily through the sky, and I looked down to catch a glimpse of the Four Fang's silhouette. Life here remained unchanged. Children carried their backpacks to school. Vendors had set up their stalls early to welcome customers. Girls discussed which dresses were more appealing in a tailor shop. And men furrowed their brows over how to win the affections of their beloved. The marketplace thrived as ever. They had never encountered the ferocity of the Baifeng beast, nor did they have to contend with the black fish and illusions, nor did they need to choose between left or right. They merely continued with their present lives. If it were not for that audacious Tian Yi daring to defy the heavens and the scheming Tian Yi Ho, the inhabitants of this land would have long perished in a sea of flames eons ago, and they had no connection to him whatsoever. I could not recall who had once told me that the greatest achievement of a demon lies not in the wickedness of the malevolent, but in the indifference of the virtuous. Mom, Wei Ji called again. What is it? Why didn't Uncle Sanjin come to see us off? She pouted. I chuckled, didn't I mention? Uncle Sanjin has gone to a distant monastery to copy scriptures. He is far too busy to see us off. Jiang Hui added. But Uncle Sanjin is not a monk. Why would he suddenly go to copy scriptures? At that moment, Ao Chi shot me a glance, and I knew he was silently chastising me for my fib, questioning why I had to concoct such a tale about a monastery. I ignored him, ruffling Wei Ji's hair. Because the abbot of that monastery is his friend, and scriptures must be hand-copied to carry sincerity. The monastery has run out of scriptures, so Uncle Sanjin went to assist. Wei Ji nodded thoughtfully, then asked, what scriptures is he copying? I pondered for a moment and replied, the Dizong Jing. Dizong Jing? Is that the scripture of Dizong Bodhisattva that you mentioned before? Wei Ji interjected. What kind of bodhisattva is Dizong? Jiang Hui glanced at Wei Ji. Why do you know what I do not? Wei Ji proudly proclaimed, because my memory is better than yours. No more bickering. I gathered the two of them into my embrace and said, this legendary Dizong Bodhisattva is compassionate towards all beings, enduring like a mountain. Before the Buddha, he made a grand vow, which has been encapsulated in 4 phrases by the world. What are those 4 phrases? Jiang Hui eagerly inquired. Until hell is empty, I vow not to attain Buddhahood. When all beings are saved, I shall achieve enlightenment. The two little ones scratched their heads in confusion. What does that mean? You'll understand when you grow up, I teased, twisting their noses. You are still too young, and you have experienced too little. Wei Ji muttered, I'm already grown up. Indeed, you will continue to grow, I smiled, provided you eat well, sleep well, and exercise often. Got it. I want to eat the noodles cooked by cousin Zhao Gongzi. I want some too. I watched the 2 noisy little ones, resting my head on Aochi's shoulder and letting out a gentle sigh. Are you tired? He asked me. On your grandfather's side, return home first. However, let us rest for a while. I will hold onto you tightly, and you shall not fall. Very well. Beside him, I can drift into a peaceful slumber, free from any worries. The golden whale glides through the clouds, and the gentle light envelopes us as I gradually close my eyes. Upon awakening, I shall hear the piercing cries of paper, and I will likely witness young Master Zhao, holding noodles and choked with words, unable to speak. Furthermore, there is Jiu, the gluttonous king. I hope he consumed all the fine wine stored at home. Then there is Jia, the taciturn one. Surely, he won't cause any incessant troubles. After a prolonged separation, I wonder how you all have fared? We have returned.